When the extreme cold doomsday approaches, the entire blue planet is covered in ice and snow, transportation is paralyzed, water and electricity are cut off, and supplies are scarce. Driven by hunger, humans finally turn their gaze to their own kind. But at this moment, the man died at the hands of the woman he trusted most. However, fate did not seem to have completely abandoned Lin Xia. Unexpectedly, he was reborn 3 months ago with the memories of his past life and awakened his spatial ability. In his previous life, he was just a joke, a dog who licked his ass until he died. In this life, Lin Xia will become the overlord of the apocalypse. Before the apocalypse comes, beauty, revenge, and a safe fortress are all indispensable. Lin Xia sat on the bed for a long time before she came to her senses. Then she picked up the mobile phone beside her. The time displayed on the screen was May 1st, 2050. He clearly remembered that the apocalypse would occur on August 1st of the same year. In other words, from now on, there were still 3 full months until the end of the world. At this moment, Lin Xia could hardly believe that he was really reborn. He rushed into the bathroom and washed his face with water. The look in the mirror was terrifyingly cold, like a ferocious beast waiting to devour its prey. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xia forced herself to suppress the violent emotions surging within her. There were more important things to do now than revenge. As for Bai Qian's family, after the apocalypse, he would have plenty of time to make them feel a pain worse than death. 3 months from now, the temperature on Blue Star will plummet. Even in the relatively warm Nehai City, the breath people exhale will instantly condense into ice crystals. The temperature would drop to below -50 degrees Celsius, not to mention Haitian City where he was. Without professional cold-proof equipment, it would be impossible to survive outdoors. At this moment, Lin Xia was extremely grateful that God had given him a chance to start over, and the most important thing right now was to make full preparations for the extreme cold disaster 3 months later. He must build a safe house and make it an impenetrable war fortress. Lin Xia's parents passed away early, leaving behind only this high-rise apartment and 2 million in savings. Although this amount of money is not small, it is obviously far from enough to stockpile Doomsday supplies and build safe houses in advance. Fortunately, he loves stock trading and has a lot of experience in studying stock market data, so being self-sufficient is no problem at all. In the following period, several monster stocks would appear one after another. Unfortunately, within a few days those stocks would plummet like wild horses, causing countless people to go bankrupt overnight and face financial ruin. Their transaction volume in a short period of time was close to tens of billions. Even if he took out a mortgage on this house, he could only raise 10 million yuan at most. However, this amount of money thrown into the stock market will not cause any waves, nor will it interfere with the operation of the banker. Lin Xia can rely on his advantage of predicting the future to quietly follow the banker and take advantage of the situation. With this money, he could complete his preparations for the apocalypse, not only being able to survive it safely and comfortably, but even achieve many goals he had never dared to imagine before. Just as Lin Xia was imagining his future, he suddenly felt a white light appear in his mind. When he connected his thoughts with that light, a vast white mist appeared before his eyes. It was like an independent space, without up or down, left or right, or near or far, stretching endlessly. Could this be the standard feature of protagonists in apocalyptic novels, spatial abilities? This is too unrealistic. Despite his doubts, Lin Xia didn't hesitate at all. He wrapped the phone in the indescribable energy in his mind and imagined it being stored in space. As a result, the phone disappeared from his hand in an instant. Lin Xia was dumbfounded, and then he shifted his consciousness into space. Sure enough, the phone was floating in the air. He could even use his mind to manipulate the phone's position at will. When he wrapped his mind around it again and imagined taking it back into his hand, the phone indeed reappeared in his palm. The skill of controlling supernatural powers seemed innate, and it worked without any awkwardness. Lin Xia then put all the visible furniture in the room into the space one by one. Tables, chairs, benches, refrigerators, air conditioners, televisions, fish tanks, and more vanished in an instant. Then he discovered something strange. The fish in the tank lay motionless, their bubbles frozen at their mouths, as if sealed in a piece of transparent glass. Lin Xia put all the furniture back in place and immediately ran to check on the fish in the aquarium. The fish remained motionless, slowly floating on its belly, clearly dead. It seems that time stands still in this space. Living things trapped within it are very likely to be killed by the laws of space. And just now, I tried to remove the floor, but there was no movement. It seems that what I have mastered so far is only the basic functions of spatial abilities, and there are still many unknown rules waiting to be explored. Lin Xia licked his lips excitedly. This space could not only store goods, but it could even kill people. He suddenly wondered if it would also have a built-in system. He sat there, a solemn expression. System! He called out dozens of times, but still didn't hear the familiar ding. Novels are deceptive, after all. Lin Xia was still studying the various uses of space and trying to develop new techniques, but her stomach protested violently. Before he knew it, it was already noon. He stretched and prepared to go out to find food. But now, the right thing to do was to enjoy life while it lasts. Lin Xia walked into the underground garage and slowly pulled her car out of the parking space. The streets were bustling with traffic and people coming and going, a scene of peace and tranquility. Haitian City, a southern city that has never experienced the test of severe cold, has a serious lack of clothing to withstand the severe cold. The number of people who will freeze to death in the extreme cold Doomsday will be countless. He was lucky to be able to save himself. But then again, if he could save a few beautiful sisters, it wouldn't be impossible. Perhaps, in the future, the responsibility of continuing human civilization and preserving the flame of fire will have to be shouldered by him. The green light came on. Lin Xia started the car, put away the unbridled smile on his face, and stopped his series of wild thoughts. The most important thing at this moment is to fill your stomach first, and other things can be dealt with later. After driving around, the car stopped at the door of a newly opened luxurious Chinese restaurant. It was said that this restaurant was founded by a state-class chef and the ingredients used were extremely exquisite. A beautiful waitress in a moon-white cheongsam came forward. The cheongsam she wore was dignified and elegant. Lin Xia looked at the waitress in front of her and suddenly felt that her previous efforts were not worth it. Even a waiter, with his looks and temperament, could easily outdo Bai Qian by several blocks. I heard you have a state banquet chef here. Can I try his cooking? Lin Xia asked. In 3 months, the money would be worthless, so it would be better to eat something worthwhile now. Moreover, this was a dish that only the emperor could eat, and he really wanted to try what it tasted like. Hello, sir. If you want our state banquet chef to cook for you personally, you need to make an appointment a week in advance, and it may not be possible to get an appointment. She was a little surprised. Although the young man in front of her was dressed in ordinary clothes, he looked handsome. However, she didn't quite believe that the other party was really willing to spend such a high price. After all, their Miss Su Mayan cooked the meal herself, and the starting price for a table was 100,000. Lin Xia pondered for a moment, deciding that since she was already here, she should try the best. Those so-called reservation systems were often just a marketing ploy. As long as they paid enough, they could always find a reason to arrange a meal for them. Then please help me contact her and see if she's free today. I just want to eat the best food you have. Don't worry, money is not a problem. She conveyed Lin Xia's request to Su Mayan truthfully. In fact, the statement of making an appointment a week in advance was indeed just an excuse. The only criterion for whether Su Mayan was willing to cook was her mood. Su Mayan gently stroked her phone, her eyes flickering as if she was lost in thought. The corners of her lips curled up slightly, revealing a captivating smile. Sir, you are so lucky. Chef Su happens to be free and can make it for you personally. At the same time, Bai Qian and her brother Bai Bufan happened to pass by the restaurant. Sister, look at this car. Isn't the license plate Lin Xia's? He's not coming here to eat, is he? Hearing this, Bai Qian walked over to take a look. Rumor has it that the average cost per person at this restaurant is over 5,000, which is much more than his monthly salary. So the two of them swaggered into the restaurant. Hello, do you have a reservation? The waiter came forward. Of course, didn't someone named Lin Xia just order a meal? Indeed, a Mr. Lin Xia ordered a meal, but he didn't tell anyone else that he was coming, and he booked an exclusive private room with a starting price of 100,000 yuan. Yes, it's him. He's my boyfriend. Bai Qian held the fake bag and raised her chin pretentiously. If she hadn't seen Lin Xia's car with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that he would order food from a place like this. Okay, then I'll go and inform them. Please wait a moment. What do you want to report? We will go with you. If he dares to eat alone, I will teach him a lesson, Bai Bufan said impatiently. Lin Xia sipped her Mingqian tea as she gazed at Su Mayan. Her slender, model-like figure and her alluring, exquisite features complemented each other beautifully. If only she could be brought back to her safe house. Lin Xia quickly suppressed her thoughts, scooped a spoonful of Buddha jumps over the wall, and her eyes lit up. As Lin Xia ate, she secretly made a resolution. After the apocalypse, she would definitely save Su Mayan and make her personal cook, warming not only her bed but her stomach, too. Only then could she truly be called a fulfilled life. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the door. Brother-in-law, why didn't you call us for dinner? We haven't had lunch yet and we're starving. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes were drawn to Su Mayan, and he was so stunned that he could hardly look away. Get out. I will have no contact with you from now on. Lin Xia added silently in his heart, besides wanting you dead, he will never forget how this family treated him in the apocalypse. Bai Qian's expression suddenly changed, and she dropped her pretense. Lin Xia, am I being too nice to you? Otherwise, I'd kick you out any time. There are so many outstanding men lining up to marry me. Were you seduced away by this coquettish bitch? Unexpectedly, the anger suddenly turned on her. Su Mayan had been in the top circles since she was a child, and she had never seen such a shrew. Her anger immediately ignited, and she raised her hand and slapped her loudly. Watch your mouth, you shrew. It's Mr. Lin's freedom to have dinner with whomever he wants. It's not your turn, a monster, to tell him what to do. The damage wasn't great, but it was extremely insulting. Bai Bufan couldn't stand it anymore. He had already been drooling over Su Mayan, so he pounced on her and even tried to reach out and grab the trembling waves on her chest. Lin Xia had stood up and stood beside her when Su Mayan started to make a move. Now that she saw Bai Bufan dare to make such an indecent move, a cold light flashed in her eyes. How could he let a woman he hadn't even touched come first? Lin Xia kicked him mercilessly. Bai Bufan was kicked 3 meters away, knocking over an intricately carved wooden shelf behind him, and it fell to the ground. He no longer had the arrogance he had before, and collapsed into the sawdust, clutching his stomach and groaning. The beautiful waitress had already notified the security personnel via the intercom, and immediately came forward. He raised his phone and shouted, I have recorded and videotaped your entire behavior. I have reported it to the police. You are suspected of provoking trouble and have seriously disrupted our normal business activities. As the waiter led the group away, the scene returned to calm. Su Mayan blinked her charming eyes and gently placed a hand on Lin Xia's arm. Kick you gave me just now was a good one, or I might have blocked you. But you saved the beauty, and that actually made me a little bit amorous. She left a gold-stamped business card on the table and gracefully left, her peach-like hips twirling. But by this time, Lin Xia had eaten and drunk his fill. After returning home, he took out a notebook and began to make a detailed preparation plan for the next 3 months. Although I have supernatural powers, they do not provide warmth. Once solar activity subsides, the temperature in Haitian City will plummet to -70 degrees Celsius, so the safe house must have top-notch insulation. Furthermore, soon after the extreme cold arrives, infrastructure like electricity will collapse, so heating must be done with a self-contained system, such as a fireplace. Lin Xia wrote and thought, her thoughts becoming clearer. The second thing is safety. While extreme cold will greatly limit people's mobility, there's still no guarantee someone won't have ulterior motives. When he thought of the experience of being tortured and killed in his previous life, his expression gradually twisted. Bai Qian, and those neighbors, when the time comes, no one will be spared. But now is not the time for revenge. Next is the deployment of security equipment like alarms and surveillance cameras, as well as the installation of traps and weaponry. As for the house itself, this high-rise isn't suitable for renovation due to limited space. If someone damages the load-bearing wall downstairs, it'll be troublesome. I just heard there's a detached villa for sale near the community. Once I make my first fortune from the stock market, I'll give it priority to buying it. Lin Xia wrote down every question she could think of in her notebook. Rumor has it that there's a company in Haitian City that specializes in building safe houses. Not long ago, they spent billions to build a Doomsday bunker that's said to be nuclear-proof. According to their promotional materials, This Doomsday bunker utilizes the same technology used by China in the construction of its lunar base. It is not only resistant to extreme cold and heat, but even floods and nuclear war cannot destroy it. He continued flipping through his notebook and began to plan his daily necessities. With spatial abilities, stockpiling supplies will be much easier. I'll just order a few hundred tables of banquets and store them all in the space. Time stands still in the space, so it can be stored for a long time. Then order a large quantity of fresh produce, fruit, and daily necessities. He suddenly thought of Su Mayan. If he could bring her into the safe house, he would never have to worry about food again. However, he needed to carefully assess her trustworthiness. In the apocalypse, beauty was devalued, and the first prerequisite for staying in his safe house was his approval. Next, weapons. Without the ability to protect themselves, humans could even become prey. Melee weapons aren't very effective, but you can obtain simple long-range weapons, like crossbows, through special channels. As for guns, they're practically impossible to buy in China. If it weren't for the fact that it was already 2050, the United States would have long since fallen apart, with wars raging across its various states. If Lin Xia possessed spatial abilities, she could easily travel to those regions and legally acquire firearms. Let's put the gun issue aside for now. We still have 3 months. At worst, we can borrow a few from the shooting range. Even if the bullets are low in firepower, they'll be enough to deal with ordinary people. Although guns are difficult to get, protective equipment like bulletproof vests can still be bought on the market. Global wars have led to increasingly advanced technology in bulletproof equipment, so Lin Xia decided to prepare more in advance just in case. The tragic death of his previous life made him never again to underestimate any potential threat. When the extreme cold arrives, the world will be covered in ice and snow, paralyzing transportation. Existing vehicles will be rendered useless. Lin Xia plans to purchase snowmobiles, hovercrafts, and other modes of transportation that aren't affected by ice and snow. There are also some minor equipment, like map navigation and drones. They may seem insignificant, but they could become crucial tools in the apocalypse. He heavily wrote the word money on his notebook and circled it in red. The most important thing now is to make money. Chapter 6. Lin Xia spent a lot of time applying for a loan and finally saved the dozen pages of Doomsday survival plan he had written. Next, he opened the stock app on his phone and, relying on memory, locked onto an unpopular stock poised for a surge. He glanced at the news and saw that large funds had quietly entered the market, signaling a shift in the stock market. While the stock wasn't particularly popular right now, Lin Xia knew it would explode in a few days. He had only one thought in mind. All in. Lin Xia poured his entire 2 million yuan into the stock without hesitation. He knew the stock's trajectory all too well. If nothing unexpected happened, it would soar several times. He had nearly been ripped off by this manipulation back then, and now, with a second chance at life, he certainly wouldn't be fooled again. I remember that after the crash, many people online committed suicide by jumping off buildings because they were trapped. It was a heartbreaking experience. However, this amount of money wouldn't even make a splash in the market, and wouldn't be noticed by big investors. He just wanted to take advantage of this wave of hot money, not to reap the profits, but to double his profits. He had a lot of stocks like these, time bombs, in his mind. With proper management, they could multiply their value dozens of times in 3 months. Suddenly, he remembered the house his parents had left him. Oh, that house is in a great location and in a good school district. It can be mortgaged for a good price. The house was located in the city center, with an area of over 100 square meters and a market value of around 8 million yuan. Mortgaging it for a loan would not only not affect his living conditions, but would also speed up the turnover of his funds. Not wanting to go out for dinner that night, he ordered a luxurious takeout from a 5-star hotel. After dinner, he showered and contentedly settled into bed to rest. Living like this, as he pleased, would become a complete luxury once the apocalypse arrived. He woke up the next day feeling refreshed. A life without the shadow of death was truly delightful. It only solidified his resolve to build a safe house and enjoy life. Too lazy to make breakfast, he simply heated up the leftovers from yesterday. While the 5-star food was good, it still fell short of Su Mayan's. After dinner, he took the necessary documents to the bank to apply for a mortgage. With all the necessary documents and a smooth process, the house was appraised at 8 million yuan, and the bank ultimately lent him just over 5 million yuan. While this amount was significant to him, it was a drop in the bucket for the bank. As soon as he left the bank, he received a notification on his phone. He had chosen a lump sum repayment of principal and interest after 1 year, with no upfront repayments. Since the apocalypse would arrive in 3 months anyway, how could the bank come after him? Although this method offered higher interest rates, he had no intention of repaying. "You're taking the interest, I'm taking the principal. The money and the house are his, no one can take them away." Just as he was happily imagining the future, a yellow-haired young man suddenly walked over and handed over his business card. "Brother, do you want to apply for a loan? It's faster than the bank and the limit is higher." Lin Xia almost laughed out loud. Isn't this a classic plot in novels? I was just thinking about finding a loan shark to get another loan, but unexpectedly, someone came to me. "Is yours reliable?" The other party immediately understood and replied with a smile. "Brother, we have a legitimate one here too. The payment is fast and the terms are easy." Lin Xia nodded and said, "I'll do it, I have to." An hour later, he came out of the company in a good mood. He straightened his collar and sighed. There are so many good people these days. Including this loan, the cash he had on hand had exceeded 10 million. He could build up his position in the stock market in batches, quietly acquiring more high-quality stocks. By not making big moves, he wouldn't attract the attention of big capital. By quietly entering the market in batches and waiting for the market to explode, he could reap the rewards. After arranging his stock investments, he still had over 2 million yuan left. This wasn't enough to buy a house or renovate it, but it was enough to start preparing for the apocalypse. He began searching online for suitable warehouses to stockpile supplies. He eventually found a warehouse for rent in a remote location with minimal surveillance and a reasonable price. He agreed with the landlord and signed a 3-month lease for 100,000 yuan, payable in full. The landlord was straightforward and handed him the keys immediately after signing the contract, with the owner returning 3 months later to take over. Lin Xia didn't care. If he could still come after 3 months, that would be a miracle. He walked around the warehouse and found that it was not only large enough, but also hidden and safe, suitable for storing supplies. He could even practice his special abilities here without worrying about being discovered. After putting the key away, he went to the most professional combat training institution in Haitian City. Although I had no immediate plans to actually hit anyone, it was always a good idea to learn more. You ask why I don't go to the gym? Of course, gym training is just stamina and not practical. Lin Xia walked to the front desk and directly expressed her needs. I need the best combat trainer. Please arrange one for me. The receptionist nodded, promising prompt action. He glanced at the organization's profile and discovered they not only taught various martial arts styles but also had a retired Special Forces soldier as their head coach. Their overall strength was exceptional. After a while, the receptionist said with a smile, Mr. Lin, please follow me. This is our strongest coach. Lin Xia looked in the direction of her finger, and his eyes suddenly lit up. A blonde, blue-eyed foreign beauty stood there, nearly 1.80 meters tall, with a slender and upright figure. She was wearing tight sportswear, her figure was well-proportioned, her waistline was clearly visible, and her whole body was full of explosive power. The most difficult thing to ignore was his long, straight legs, which almost reached his waist. Lin Xia was stunned for a moment, silently complaining in her heart. This coach is too outrageous, he's clearly a supermodel in disguise. Chapter 7 Soldier King Serena Lin Xia's first reaction when he saw the coach was not professional. But, isn't this a model? The woman standing in front of him didn't look like a boxer at all, but more like a supermodel walking on the catwalk. The receptionist had guessed that he would think so and hurried to explain. It turns out this beautiful woman, Serena, is a recent coaching recruit, a retired Bear Country Special Forces veteran. Not only is she a skilled fighter, but she's also deeply interested in Chinese culture, and so she volunteered to work here. Despite her striking appearance, her skills have earned the unanimous recognition of the coaching team. She had once been a champion in military competitions, never losing even to male opponents. Serena understood their conversation and responded with a smile in slightly accented Chinese. She said that this was her first time leading a student, and she would do her best to satisfy Lin Xia. Lin Xia knew that a woman who could beat a man in actual combat must be very powerful. However, compared to these reasons, he cared more about her appearance and figure. After all, learning martial arts with a beautiful woman like this is definitely more motivating than sparring with a grown man. He didn't hide anything and simply extended his hand, smiling and saying, "Happy cooperation." Serena readily shook it. "Happy cooperation." After training began, Lin Xia's physical prowess astonished Serena. She felt as though Lin Xia had been trained before, learning things quickly and reacting with alacrity. Lin Xia wiped the sweat from her face, understanding the reason. Her reborn body was a completely different beast, and the changes brought about by her spatial abilities might be far greater than she had imagined. Moreover, he had underestimated this beautiful trainer. Serena wasn't teaching conventional self-defense techniques, but true life-or-death tactics, every move deadly, every move ruthless, and completely unlike the fancy tricks you'd see in the gym. Lin Xia secretly felt like she'd found a treasure. He praised Serena's professional teaching and decided to keep practicing. The future wouldn't always be peaceful, and these skills might save his life one day. After a day of training, Lin Xia returned home and bumped into a familiar face at the elevator entrance. A beautiful woman in a flight attendant uniform, fresh off work, hurried into the elevator. She was tall, her clothes form-fitting, and the air was tinged with fragrance. Her name was Xia, Lin Xia's next-door neighbor, who had moved in less than 6 months after getting married. This woman is practically a deity in the neighborhood, with many men deliberately passing by just to run into her. Her flight attendant uniform accentuates her curves, while her long legs, clad in silk stockings, are truly eye-catching. Unfortunately, such a beautiful woman's marriage life is not happy at all. Lin Xia knew that her family did not have any supplies stored, and after the Doomsday came, life quickly fell into hardship. At first, they could exchange money for things, but then the water and electricity were cut off. Who would still be willing to trade food for paper money? Most ironically, her husband actually started selling her body for supplies. Lin Xia once heard that a piece of bread would get her to sleep with him once. Later, rumors spread that her husband had been killed by gangsters, and she was taken over by the same group. Lin Xia sighed. Xia had clearly noticed his scrutiny, a hint of annoyance in her eyes. She lowered her head and tugged at her skirt. She strode to the other side of the elevator, not wanting any contact with him. The elevator arrived with a ding, and Lin Xia didn't say much, returning home. He checked the stock market on his phone and saw that his stock had indeed hit its daily limit. His account was flooded with profits. He knew that major investors had entered the market as planned, and everything was as precise as in his previous life. The rest was easy. He began to purchase supplies en masse. He purchased all kinds of daily necessities through e-commerce, from rice, flour, grain, oil to daily necessities. In order to prepare long-term cooked food, he invited a team of chefs from a famous local buffet. The conditions were simple: cook 100 tables of food daily, each for 3,000 yuan, paid on the same day. All meals were packaged in disposable containers, and the chef left immediately after cooking. He had already thought of the reason: it would facilitate donations for charity events. After all, as long as they paid, the chefs didn't care what the dishes were used for. The chef lived up to his reputation. The dishes he made were not only delicious but also generous in portion, even better than a 5-star hotel. However, Lin Xia still felt that the dishes he made were a little less impressive than those made by Su Mayan. When he had more money, he would definitely go find her again. He spent most of the next few days training. In the apocalypse, without strength, one could only wait for death. Physical fitness was the most crucial guarantee. At the end of the day's training, Serena excitedly walked over to him, her face full of admiration. She couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure you haven't learned any ancient martial arts? You've improved so quickly." Lin Xia lay on the ground, sweating and panting. Serena squatted beside him, leaning over to check on his condition. From his perspective, the ceiling above him was completely obscured by her impressive figure. Chapter 8: The stock market soared, and the villa was bought. During this week, Lin Xia's training progressed rapidly. At first, he could only practice some basic physical fitness and movement techniques. He hadn't expected that in just a few days, he could exchange simple moves with Serena. Although he was ultimately defeated, it was still quite impressive. An ordinary Bear Country soldier would probably be about the same level. For an ordinary person to achieve this level of progress in just a week was simply abnormal. Lin Xia also felt that his supernatural power was silently strengthening his body. His current state was far from his limit, and there was still a lot of room for growth in the future. Serena watched him perform and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "You're quite impressive. I'm increasingly convinced you're not just any ordinary person, you're like an ace Special Forces soldier." She smiled brightly, a hint of amusement and confidence in her eyes. "I've never met anyone who can defeat me." With that, she reached out and swiftly pulled Lin Xia to her feet. She even jokingly said, "If you practice more, maybe you can become my first love in the future." Lin Xia's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. Was this long-legged beauty tempted? Serena was no ordinary person, she was a true F-rank expert. Add to that the incredible height and golden ratio figure, it would be a lie to say that I'm not tempted. Lin Xia smiled and replied, "You said it, don't regret it." Serena noticed his gaze and confidently puffed out her chest. Even in a sports bra, her features were still sharp and unflinching, completely defying gravity. She also had a favorable impression of Lin Xia. Not only was he handsome, but he also possessed a unique aura that made it impossible to look away. Besides, after spending these days together, there were already some sparks between them. "I don't have your traditional ideas. As long as you can conquer me, everything I have belongs to you. I'm not only physically fit, but also very flexible. When you develop more postures, don't forget to teach me." She smiled coquettishly, tossed her blonde hair, and had clear eyes, as playful as a little devil. Lin Xia looked at her big lake blue eyes and had to admit that her heartbeat quickened. After returning home, Lin Xia immediately took a cold shower to suppress the anger that had just been aroused. He wasn't the type to be tempted by beauty, and certainly wouldn't just look for a woman outside to solve his problems. The bigger picture was what mattered most right now. A little impatience could ruin a bigger plan. Furthermore, after meeting beauties like Su Mayan and Serena, he really didn't have much interest in ordinary women anymore. After calming down, he opened his stock trading app to check his account. The stock had already risen nearly fivefold, its market capitalization exceeding 50 million, reaching its breaking point. Today should be the last day of the surge. Tomorrow the capital harvest will begin. Without hesitation, he placed an order to liquidate his entire position, selling all his shares. Because it was so popular, the sell-off went very smoothly. Within minutes, tens of millions of dollars had arrived. Lin Xia checked the funds item on the schedule and, satisfied, flipped to the Safehouse page. It was time to start building the Doomsday shelter. The next morning, Lin Xia headed straight to a nearby real estate agency to check out the listings. The single-family villa she'd been eyeing was still for sale, and as expected, it hadn't been sold. The villa had originally been priced at 80 million yuan, and the owner, desperate for cash, had been lowering the price repeatedly, but no one was buying it. Lin Xia contacted the homeowner through an agent, and the three parties spent a full day negotiating at the transaction center. Ultimately, the deal was finalized with a 20 million yuan down payment, and the remaining balance repaid over 20 years. The contract was finalized that same day, along with the housing paperwork. It was incredibly fast. The homeowner had money to save their immediate financial situation, the real estate agent received a generous commission, and Lin Xia secured the luxury home for just 20 million yuan. It was a win-win-win for all, and everyone was delighted. As for who lost out, Lin Xia simply smiled and said nothing. But this was a big deal, and word quickly spread among the community's homeowners. "Did you hear? That astronomically priced villa has finally sold. I heard it a long time ago. I heard it was bought by the suddenly wealthy young man in Building 8. You guys aren't getting the news fast enough. My friend works at that real estate agency. He said that person's parents left him their house, mortgaged it, and invested in the stock market, and it took off. Is the stock market really that profitable? I didn't take it seriously a while ago, but it turns out some people are making crazy money. Stop talking nonsense. I'm the one who taught this kid how to trade stocks. I'm still accepting apprentices, but spots are limited. You'll regret it if you miss out. Wow, big boss, please teach me how to fly, take me in as your mount." Lin Xia looked at the chat in the homeowners group, feeling both amused and embarrassed. Although he had lived in this community for many years and many people knew about him, this level of attention was ridiculous. He didn't know who the self-proclaimed teacher who was taking in a disciple was. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. "Just wait, when the doomsday comes, I'll be the first to send you off." Elsewhere, things were starting to get unsettled for Lin Xia's neighbor, the flight attendant's family. A gentle, bespectacled man was excitedly chatting with the flight attendant. "I'm telling you, that guy must have bought this stock. My 200,000 has almost quintupled. If we had mortgaged our house sooner, we'd be living in that mansion right now." He excitedly stood up, ready to look up the property deed, planning to apply for a bank loan the next day. The flight attendant, applying a face mask and browsing her phone, looked up in confusion. "The stock has been rising for so many days, are you sure it can keep going up?" The man immediately rolled his eyes. PTT, don't say such unlucky things. How could it possibly fall? You are just so inexperienced. You don't understand the market at all. If I hadn't fought so hard this time, how could I have the life I have now? Don't worry, I'll take you flying. Chapter 9 Preparing to build a safe house on the other side, by Buffon also saw the latest news in the group. Building 8? Isn't this their building? Orphan. Could it be Lin Xia? Seeing the message in the group that Lin Xia bought a villa, Bai Qian immediately exploded. The slap marks on her face had only faded a few days ago, and she was still simmering with anger, sneering with disdain. Buying a shabby villa is so great? I want to find someone richer than him, that's easy? As soon as she finished speaking, Chao Shufan beside her immediately interrupted. Did he really buy a villa? Then you should get back together with him and let him give the villa to your brother. You two can just live in this shabby house upstairs. Before Bai Qian could respond, Bai Jia also joined in the fun. Yes, we'll move into the villa to take care of your brother, and you can live here with him. I'm tired of renting this shabby place. Bai Qian frowned and kept mumbling. But I broke up with him a long time ago. Her mother advised her impatiently. Just because we quarrel doesn't mean we can't reconcile. There's no such thing as a relationship without breakups and reconciliations. Her father echoed her. It's easy for a woman to chase a man, and it's not hard to win him back. Your brother's wedding house and betrothal gifts are still depending on you. The whole family began to put pressure on her. Bai Buffon also rushed over to curry favor, pinching her shoulders, his tone full of calculation. If it really doesn't work out, just get married and then divorce. The court isn't unreasonable. Won't the house and the money be ours then? Bai Qian thought it made sense. Just treat it like a mosquito bite. It will pass. Thinking of this, she took out her phone, flipped through Lin Xia's WeChat, and typed 2 words. Are you there? Lin Xia was scrolling through her phone and saw these 2 words, and she almost laughed out loud. This was pure irony. Just when he had some money, someone popped up and tried to activate a human ATM? He tossed his phone aside speechlessly, not bothering to answer. If murder weren't illegal, he would have killed them all. But he didn't have time to deal with these flies right now. After the apocalypse, he'd see how he dealt with them. The next morning, Lin Xia went to the top company rumored to be building a lunar-based safe house. He compiled all the Doomsday planning details he'd been working on into a spreadsheet and handed it to the receptionist. The densely packed information was a bit dazed. Mr. Lin, I generally understand your requirements, but there are a few things I'd like to confirm. Lin Xia sat upright and nodded. You wrote on the form that it needs to be able to withstand extreme temperatures of minus 70 degrees Celsius. We're not in the Arctic here, is that necessary? Lin Xia said seriously. I had a dream recently about a sudden drop in temperature. It was so real, I was scared. The customer service representative was speechless, wondering if he had encountered a psychopath. He secretly pinched himself, and it hurt. Okay, and here's another one. It requires independent power, water, and heating, a practically self-sufficient system. Now even the summit of Mount Everest has 5G signal. Even if our city were hit by a nuclear bomb, we wouldn't starve or freeze to death. Lin Xia replied as usual. I dreamed about it. I'm afraid. The customer service representative rolled his eyes inwardly, but still patiently marked it. Finally, you said it needs to be able to defend against a tactical nuclear weapon attack? We also need to build various sealed cabins and security systems. Are you planning to start a World War III in there? Yes, we must be prepared. Because I'm afraid. The customer service representative took a deep breath and almost suffocated. Mr. Lin, although your requirements are technically feasible, completing them within 2 months will be extremely difficult and costly. Lin Xia said firmly. Money is not an issue, but the project must be completed on time. The customer service representative nodded. Okay, I'll contact our technical team to give you a preliminary quote. Please wait. Lin Xia finally breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of a company capable of building a lunar base, they could handle this kind of Doomsday level defense. However, the customer service representative in front of her seemed to be breathing at an unusually high rate. Could he have contracted some infectious disease? She had to be careful not to catch it. Soon after, a professionally dressed, capable female manager approached with a thick document. Mr. Lin, this is the preliminary quote our team has prepared based on your requirements. Lin Xia flipped straight to the last page. 100 million? Aren't you renovating my existing villa? How come it's more expensive than building a new one? The female supervisor pushed her glasses and explained. Your requirements make the construction very complex. 20 years ago, even if you paid 10 times the price, you couldn't have done it. If you can accept extending the construction period to a year, the cost will be much lower. Lin Xia sneered inwardly. A year later? I'd be frozen solid by then. I'd be in a coffin by the time the house is finished. He continued to browse the documents and saw the payment terms: a 30 million yuan down payment, another 60 million yuan upon completion, and the remaining 10 million yuan to be paid after 1 year of occupancy. Lin Xia calculated this payment method and decided it was reasonable. As long as she could earn the full 60 million within 2 months, the remaining 10 million would be nothing. Okay, I'll sign the contract. But you must complete the project on time. Every day of delay will cost me 10 million in liquidated damages. This must be added. The manager smiled, knowing the deal was almost guaranteed. No problem. Our company's projects are always delivered on time, often ahead of schedule. I'll take the initiative and add this clause. After both parties signed the contract, Lin Xia also handed over all the required submission materials. Now it was just a matter of 2 months before the inspection and acceptance of the results, and then they could face the end with peace of mind. Chapter 10. Inventory of stockpiling progress. Lin Xia looked at the figures on the account and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The newly acquired 50 million yuan had barely warmed up yet, and it was completely spent in 2 days. Not only that, he also ended up with a debt of 60 million. But he had no regrets. As long as he could complete the Safehouse, it would all be worth it. When the apocalypse arrives, money is just a number. Only what can truly save lives is truly valuable. As he thought this, he ran to the bank again to take out a mortgage on the villa he had just bought. This time, he didn't see the yellow-haired brother from last time. Lin Xia took out the small card and said with emotion, "In critical moments, we still have to rely on our brothers." Not long after, he walked out of the familiar loan shark company again, shaking his head. This time, they were much more cautious, surprisingly only approving a loan of 10 million. You approved me a villa worth 80 million for only 10 million? You are too timid, or you don't understand that there are big fish hidden in the storm. After getting the money, Lin Xia continued to increase his holdings and invested the funds in the stock market. His target was still those stocks that were sure to make money. He'd already known the trends of these stocks. 2 months would be enough to recoup his investment. He glanced at the stock he'd just sold 2 days earlier. Sure enough, he'd sold it at the peak. Now the stock price had halved, leaving retail investors groaning in frustration, while he'd reaped the benefits. That's what they call Qin Shi Huang lying flat on his back, a guaranteed win. Seeing that it was getting late, I was afraid that I would not be able to make it to Serena's place today. It had been a while since I last visited Sumayan, and I suddenly started to miss her cooking. So he sent her a message to make a dinner reservation, then drove to the familiar Chinese restaurant. Once there, Lin Xia sat down and began to devour her food. She scooped every dish into her bowl, eating as if she hadn't had meat in days, unable to stop. This is so delicious! How did you make it? Su Mayan, wearing a crimson-purple dress, sat across from him, smiling silently. Her dark purple high heels made her skin look as white as jade, elegant yet sexy. The star moon necklace on her chest shone brightly, paired with dangling gold wire earrings, a beauty that made it impossible to look away. She propped up her cheeks and watched Lin Xia wolf down her food with a smile. It wasn't that she had never seen a man before, but Lin Xia had a unique aura. That genuine, non-greasy feeling made her unconsciously attracted. You want to learn? Unfortunately, cooking in our family is passed down from daughters to daughters, not sons. Lin Xia was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of such a family motto. What if there are no daughters? I was just kidding, and you really believed it? Su Mayan had a playful look on her face, obviously teasing him. Speaking of which, why are you always so laid back? You're nothing like an ordinary restaurant chef. Su Mayan chuckled. I opened this shop not to work for others, but to cook for interesting people. If you weren't so interesting, you'd never get to eat my cooking in your life. Lin Xia couldn't help but sigh as she touched her slightly bulging belly. With Su Mayan's cooking skills, it wouldn't be surprising if she gained dozens of pounds after marrying her. But then again, with a wife of this figure and temperament, maybe he could even get her back in shape in bed. After the meal, he thanked her gratefully. It's so delicious, worthy of the state banquet level of craftsmanship. Su Mayan calmly picked up the POS machine with a charming smile. You're welcome, 170,000 cash by card, thank you for your cooperation. You still carry a POS machine with you? Lin Xia smiled bitterly, and could only swipe the card obediently. But he had already made up his mind that when the apocalypse came, he would definitely take her away. Not only did he want her to cook, but he also wanted her to exercise with him. What are you laughing at? You're spending money and you look so filthy. If someone sees you like this, they'll probably think you just came out of some inappropriate place for children. Su Mayan knew she was quite charming, and she'd even give herself a second look in the mirror, let alone others. But her kindness was only directed at Lin Xia. Any other man would have been slapped in the face. She possessed the allure of an Oriental woman and the slender figure of a Western supermodel. She was both elegant and alluring. She had had countless suitors since she was little, but none of them could truly move her heart like Lin Xia did. I'll just put you on the short list. She didn't know what she was thinking. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her eyes were a little shy. After dinner, Lin Xia returned home, took a shower, and pulled out the happy water from the refrigerator. He gulped it down and lay down on the sofa, feeling completely satisfied. This stuff is more comfortable than a 1982 Lafite. He then opened his notebook and summarized the current preparations. Construction on the Safehouse has begun, and construction will officially begin tomorrow. The banquet costs 300,000 yuan a day, and there are over 1,000 tables in the space. At the current rate of progress, it should be enough to last until the apocalypse. He knew in his heart that he couldn't put all his hopes on Su Mayan. Such a proud woman wouldn't easily change her mind without going through some hardships. She wasn't the kind of woman who would wash her hands and cook for you just by asking her. We need to keep replenishing supplies. Tomorrow I'll have to ask the Safehouse planning company what kind of fuel the heating and power generation equipment uses. They can't get any firearms, so we can only collect cold weapons like sticks, knives, and compound bows. The shooting range might be a breakthrough point. I'll go check it out another day. I've already ordered the winter clothing online. It should arrive in a few days. Haitian City has too few resources, so we'll have to source them from the 3 northeastern provinces. A whole container of supplies should be enough. As for water, I'll have to go to the water plant myself. With simple purification, there's definitely enough water there. We'll also need to prepare a few hovercraft and snowmobiles. During the extreme cold, ordinary cars were grounded, requiring specialized tools to move. Lin Xia wrote down these preparations one by one in his densely written notebook. When he finished, he put down his pen, breathed a sigh of relief, and stretched. I opened my phone and scanned the stock market. The few checks I had were steadily rising every day. They could rise 20 to 30% a day, almost like a cheat. Things are good right now, but doubling it again is a bit difficult. As long as it's stable, that's fine. Meanwhile, his next-door neighbor, the husband of the beautiful flight attendant, seemed particularly anxious. He stared at his phone, his eyes filled with panic and fatigue, as if he had seen a catastrophe. Chapter 11 Shameless by Qian. Lin Xia sat on the sofa, her fingers constantly refreshing the stock interface. In just 2 days, the millions he invested in the stock market seemed to be blown away by the wind, and he watched helplessly as his account shrank by half. The glaring green curve on the screen fell almost vertically, and the numbers showed that the loss was approaching 5 million. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. Impossible, this is just a technical callback, it will rebound soon. His mind was full of opportunities for a turnaround. He felt that now was a good time to increase his holdings at a low level. As long as he could invest a little more, he would be able to make the money back immediately. But the reality is that all the funds on hand had been invested. Lin Xia swallowed subconsciously, reached into her pocket, and took out a wrinkled business card. That was given to him by the young man 2 days ago, who said he could provide special loan services. His fingers trembled slightly, but he still dialed the number. I will definitely be able to turn the tables. I will definitely be able to turn the tables. On the other side, Bai Qian was staring at her phone in a daze. In the chat box, she sent a message. Are you there? But Lin Xia did not reply. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Lin Xia had never dared to ignore her for so long before. She was convinced that Lin Xia must have turned bad because of money and was bewitched by some slutty bitch. She gritted her teeth and decided to take the initiative. I'm so bored. Do you want to go shopping together tomorrow? When Lin Xia saw the news, she was speechless. Still shopping? You just want me to pay for you. He was too lazy to pay attention to her, and turned over and lay back on the bed. Sleep. When the end of the world comes, you won't have anywhere to cry. The next day, Lin Xia drove according to the navigation and arrived at a special equipment store on the outskirts of the city. This place was so hidden that he had to walk around several times before he found it. Mr. Lin, please confirm the address. Will it be delivered here? That's right, just contact me when you deliver it to the destination. Lin Xia ordered 5 hovercrafts, 5 snowmobiles, and a batch of equipment specially prepared for extreme cold weather. Of course, the payment was made with a loan. He only took out a few million from the stock market to pay the down payment, and slowly defaulted on the rest. His calculations were clear. When the extreme cold apocalypse came, would these people still want to ask him for money? He had better survive first. After completing the purchase, he drove to a nearby car to refuel. 98 gasoline, fill up. After skillfully parking the car at the gas station, he silently activated his special ability and opened the space door in the gas tank. The staff joked that he had modified his fuel tank to be really big, and Lin Xia just brushed it off. Special purpose modified. In fact, he used his supernatural powers to secretly store thousands of liters of gasoline into the space. After all, gasoline is strictly controlled and cannot be purchased in large quantities, so he can only stock up slowly in this way. After the apocalypse, we'll empty the gas stations. The oil won't run away anyway. Meanwhile, Bai Qian and her brother were strolling around the villa area. Recently, the brother and sister have been running here every day, as if they are patrolling their own territory. Sister, look, Lin Xia's villa seems to be under renovation? Bai Qian's eyes turned red when she saw vehicles transporting decoration materials in and out. She had already regarded the villa as her own and had even planned out her future new home. So she rushed over in a hurry and stopped the construction team. Who told you to touch my house? Did you ask me? The foreman looked confused. Excuse me, who are you? I'm Lin Xia's wife. Didn't he tell you? This house is mine. The foreman didn't dare to say anything and quickly called to verify. Lin Xia was driving to meet Selina when she received a construction call. He replied in a cold tone. Make no mistake, she's not my wife, and I've never been married. If she starts throwing a tantrum, call the police and remember to record the video. Those siblings have extremely poor character. After receiving the instructions, the foreman's expression immediately changed and he asked them to leave the construction site. Bai Qian was kicked out on the spot and was so angry that she almost threw her phone. 10 minutes later, Lin Xia's phone rang. It was Bai Qian calling. Lin Xia! Please open the door. I've been knocking on your door for a long time. Lin Xia said without turning her head. I'm not home, and I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. If you dare to come again, I will call the police. When Bai Qian heard this, she immediately became anxious. Then can't I just agree to marry you? Don't be so angry. This house is well decorated. What do you want to change? With this money, why don't you buy me a few bags? Just transfer all the money to me and I'll help you manage it. Men don't know how to spend money. Lin Xia almost laughed out loud. This logic was too outrageous. Bai Qian, are you out of your mind? Who are you to control my spending? He was too lazy to say anything more and hung up the phone with a, "Get out." Recalling the pain of being bound by this family in his previous life, he secretly made up his mind. I will never let them touch a hair on my head again in this life. At night, the Bai family was in a complete uproar. When Mr. and Mrs. Bai found out that their daughter failed to convince Lin Xia and was even driven out in the street by the workers, they were so angry that their faces turned green. They rushed to the villa angrily, but were stopped again, and the property management even called the police. Bai's father roared angrily, and Bai's mother was also very angry. Chapter 12. Come to the door. Bai Qian's parents became more and more angry as they thought about it, and their defenses broke down, and a series of complaints spewed out like a machine gun. Things like, a money-losing commodity, a waste of youth, and half of the money he made from stock trading were mentioned. They even planned to form a group to come to our house. Can he really beat our whole family? This tone is simply a set of blackmail. Bai Qian stood aside, her face turning red and blue. She really wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. How can they be considered parents? They are even more rude than a shrew in the street. Soon, there was a series of violent knocks on the door, and the door frame shook 3 times. Lin Xia was taking a shower and getting ready for bed when she heard the noise and frowned. Who's feeling uncomfortable in the middle of the night? As soon as the door was opened, Chao Shufan pulled Bai Qian into the house, her face smiling so brightly that it looked like a flower blooming. Son-in-law, we've made up our minds. We agree to your marriage. Hurry and get the certificate. Lin Xia stood at the door, not even wanting to be polite, her face dark. We broke up a long time ago. Get out now, or I'll call the police. Chao Shufan didn't give up and continued to persuade her earnestly. It's normal for young people to quarrel. We can always make up after a fight. We've been there before. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Bai Jie from the Bai family also came over and tried to smooth things over. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted coldly by Lin Xia. Who do you think you are? Get out of here now. I don't want to hear you say it again. As he said this, he was about to close the door. He was too lazy to pay attention to this group of sticky people and was even too lazy to get angry. Who knew that Bai Bufan would suddenly reach out and grab the door frame, wanting to take action? You don't want to be treated like this, do you? I haven't settled the score with you yet. I've been dating my sister for a year, and you're dumping her just like that? Lin Xia dodged to the side, grabbed Bai Bufan by the collar, and threw him over her shoulder, throwing him out the door. With a bang, it hit the corridor wall, turning on the corridor lights. Upon seeing this, Chao Shufan immediately screamed, Murder! Help! Bai Jie took out his phone and pretended to be calm and called the police. You're done, we need the law to handle this. Lin Xia stood at the door with her arms folded, watching the family crying and making a fuss as if they were acting out a tragedy. He felt it was extremely ironic when the end of the world comes, not even a trace of these people will be left. After a while, the patrolling security guard really came and heard that someone had called the police. Chao Shufan immediately went up to her and cried, saying that Lin Xia changed her heart after getting money, beat my son, and didn't let us into the house. Lin Xia refuted it on the spot, not even bothering to sound excited. It's true that I pursued Bai Qian, but we never became boyfriend and girlfriend. This is my home, why should I let you in? As for spending your family's money, I'll admit it if you find a transfer record. I'll pay for the rent, okay? The last thing you did was bang on my door late at night, disturbing my rest, and even trying to beat my son? I beat him up, and that was a bargain for him. The security guard was puzzled after hearing this, thinking that this family might be mentally ill. Another one checked Bai Bufan's injuries and found that there was nothing wrong with him except that his clothes were a little dirty. The police only left a final warning. Don't disturb the public. If there is a real dispute, take the evidence to court. Watching the police leave, the Bai family was furious, and Chao Shufan even cursed. Just wait, you've been ruthless today, let's see what happens. Lin Xia finally couldn't stand it anymore and walked out the door with a frighteningly cold look in her eyes. Chao Shufan was so frightened that her legs were shaking. What do you want to do? I'm calling the police. Lin Xia didn't waste any time, turned around and punched the tiles next to the door. With a crack, the tiles shattered into a spiderweb shape, and the fist marks were deeply embedded in the wall. Chao Shufan collapsed to the ground, unable to close her mouth, her face full of fear. The other members of the Bai family were all dumbfounded. If this punch had really hit them, they would have been sent straight to the ICU. Lin Xia glanced at the few people and spoke in a frighteningly calm tone. You can ask for compensation, but the prerequisite is that you can withstand my hand first. If you really want to stay in the hospital, I'll grant your wish now. After saying that, he slammed the door and walked into the house, leaving the guys standing in the corridor like dumbfounded chickens, not daring to move. They even forgot how to get home. After finally returning to the rental house, Chao Shufan sat down on the sofa and started crying. You two men are useless, so you let me, a woman, take the lead? What kind of man is this? And you, Bai Qian, you're not good at anything. You might as well just die. After she finished crying, she suddenly gritted her teeth and said, How dare this kid threaten me? I don't believe it. If I can't beat you, won't I spread rumors? I'll ruin your reputation right now. As she spoke, she picked up her phone and immediately started making up a story in the community owners group. What about neighborhood bully? Beating people without compensation. Cheating on women's feelings. As a result, as soon as it was sent out, it was ridiculed by group friends. Isn't this typical of someone trying to smear someone when they can't benefit from anything? Your daughter looks like that, and you expect people to throw themselves at her? That's ridiculous. Young man from Building 8, come and see my girl when you have time. She's much better than the one in her family. Pure, gentle, and can cook. It's definitely better than the one you have. Seeing that no one in the group helped her, and she was even teased, Chao Shufan was so angry that she broke down on the spot. These people have no conscience. None of them are good people. Not only did the villa go to waste, but they were also ridiculed by the group. The Bai family was so angry that they couldn't sleep well the whole night. Chapter 13. The stunning stewardess comes to borrow money. Lin Xia's following days were relatively easy. After all, the most critical preparations had already been arranged. He spent more time accompanying Selena and Su Mayan, and cultivating their relationship. In his spare time, he also invested in several hot stocks. With his understanding of the future, his funds once exceeded 300 million. Of course, the money earned did not last long, and was soon converted into Doomsday supplies. He relentlessly stockpiled food, fuel, medicine, and just about everything. The chef in the kitchen also became completely exclusive to him. He refused to accept any other orders and cooked for him alone every day. Lin Xia was satisfied with the meal, and the chef was happy to make money. It was a win-win situation for both parties. Lin Xia prepared 3 times the standard of key resources such as warm clothes and housing fuel, which is enough for any use. He even counted all kinds of medicines and medical equipment in detail to ensure that nothing was missing. Even if it was purified water, he was still worried even though he knew the stock had far exceeded the demand. I made a special trip to the drinking water source and filled several batches of water in large containers. It doesn't cost any money anyway, so take as much as you can to save yourself trouble in the future. A few days later, news broke online that the water level in a certain place had mysteriously dropped by 1 meter, triggering a wave of social panic. Experts have refuted the rumor, saying that something flowed into an underground river, and advised netizens not to speculate too much. On the other side, Lin Xia was not idle either, preparing to get some real weapons for self-defense. He went to a shooting range, and when no one was paying attention, he quietly used his special powers and put all the guns into his own space. Pistols, submachine guns, sniper rifles are all available, comparable to the equipment depot of a lightly armed company. Although he couldn't get heavy weapons, his light firepower was enough for him to deal with most emergencies. Afterwards, the shooting range was forced to close due to the loss of guns, and several interns were fired as scapegoats. Soon after, shooting ranges across the country were robbed, one after another, and the entire industry was hit by a rectification storm. All major war zones have increased their alert, and the military has also entered key cities to prevent social unrest. Although Lin Xiao's activities were highly consistent with the scene of the theft, he always dressed neatly every time he went there. It is impossible to hide a gun in short-sleeved shirts and shorts, giving people the illusion that it is impossible to commit a crime. He was also particular about his choice of guns. He would not go to small shooting ranges, but would instead steal from the most secluded corners of large shooting ranges. Although the case was suspected, it was eventually dropped because there were too many suspects. He was cautious in his actions, and there was always a time lag between his actions and the time they were discovered, so he was rarely caught. During this period, he went to Serena to learn combat training. Xia, I feel like you're getting stronger and stronger. Your strength is almost catching up with mine. Although his skills are still a little rusty, his physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people. He could last 5 minutes in each sparring match before being defeated, which was already a huge breakthrough. Lin Xia clenched his fists, feeling that his body's supernatural powers were still continuing to strengthen, and he couldn't help but feel excited. When I defeat Serena one day, my life will be complete. Are you ready to be conquered by me? Every time I come to training, I get irritated by Serena, and cold showers have become my daily habit. Of course, I've been waiting for a man who can surpass me to appear. Selena did not shy away from it, but instead looked forward to that day. After saying that, she stood up, lifted one of her long legs easily, and did a standing split. With flowing blonde hair, long legs and a graceful figure, she looks like a combination of a fitness goddess and a supermodel. She smiled and said, I see guys online all want their girlfriends to be able to do this move, but it's too easy for me. Can you teach me something more difficult later? On the other side, in a residential building, the atmosphere was not so relaxed. You want me to go to Lin Xia to borrow money? Are you crazy? Jiang Ruoxue stared at her husband Lu Ji, almost unable to believe his proposal. I'm at my wit's end. The stock market keeps falling, and I even lost my house. The loan sharking is due tomorrow. If you don't have the money to pay it back, they're not trying to scare you. The guy next door has already bought a villa, so he must have some money. If I borrow 3 to 5 million from him, there's hope for a comeback. Lu Ji's face was full of anxiety. The stock market crash had almost made him lose all his money, and now he was at his wit's end. It's so late, he must be asleep, right? How about we go tomorrow? Jiang Ruoxue looked hesitant and obviously had no idea about this matter. It's all over if we're late. I heard him close the door just now, he must have just returned home. Just go and give it a try. If you can borrow it, it will save your life. We will definitely pay you back after you save your life. Lu Ji said affectionately. For the sake of our family, please help me this time. Jiang Ruoxue gritted her teeth. Okay, then I'll give it a try. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Xia had just taken off her shirt and was about to take a cold shower when she heard a knock on the door. He frowned. Who is this blind person again? Could it be Bai Qian again? He opened the door angrily and said in a bad tone. Are you annoying? Is it you? Jiang Ruoxue outside the door no longer looked like the uniformed stewardess, but was wearing a moon-white halter dress. Her hair was loose and her makeup was natural, which made her look less sharp than her professional attire and more gentle. The close-fitting long skirt perfectly shows off her tall and slender figure. Her slender legs, wearing a pair of small sandals, seemed to have walked out of a painting, quiet yet alluring. She whispered, Can we go in and talk? Lin Xia replied calmly. Okay. Chapter 14. A Hero Saves a Beauty. Lin Xia walked straight into the house, sat on the sofa, and crossed her legs. Could you please put on your shirt first? Jiang Ruoxue looked at Lin Xia with her upper body naked and couldn't help blushing. His perfect body with eight-pack abs, handsome face, and domineering and confident temperament made her already restless heart even more chaotic. Just tell me what you want to say. I need to take a shower later. I'm not afraid of you taking advantage of me, so what are you afraid of? It was fine just now, but now that I have walked into the house, the lights inside are brighter. It highlights her beautiful figure and the gentle goddess temperament that makes people want to bully her even more. Can you lend me some money? I'll pay you back in 2 days. Jiang Ruoxue shyly turned her cheek to the other side, not daring to look him in the eye. Reason? Justification? From Lin Xia's perspective, she could see her fairy-like and lively face, lowered shyly, with delicate earlobes and slender necks slightly blushing. Is there anything imperfect about this woman? My husband owes a loan shark, and someone will come to collect the debt tomorrow. You're the only one who can help me. As long as tomorrow passes, I'll definitely have enough money to pay you back. Jiang Ruoxue said something that she didn't quite believe, and her voice gradually became softer. You already owe usury. If you could pay it back, you wouldn't come to me in the middle of the night to borrow money. How much do you owe? 3 million. Jiang Ruoxue lowered her head even more. She knew that her request was too much and difficult to say. I can lend you this money, but what can I get in return? He doesn't care about this little amount of money, but why should he lend it to her? She is not his woman, and he doesn't want to be a bootlicker anymore. What do you want? Jiang Ruoxue couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that there was hope for this money. Go back and change into your stewardess uniform, stay at my house for one night, and I can lend you the money tomorrow. Maybe I don't have to take a cold shower tonight. I feel a little happy when I think about it. This beautiful flight attendant has been coveting it for a long time and had originally planned to come here specifically after the apocalypse. Anyway, her husband is a good-for-nothing. Instead of letting him be abused by those thugs, it's better for her to have him. You are shameless! Who do you think I am? Jiang Ruoxue is not a little girl, how could she not understand what he meant? Although flight attendants have a bad reputation, what does it have to do with her? She has always been chaste and very traditional at heart. Lin Xia was simply insulting her dignity. After saying that, he turned and left. So that's why you came back? You stewardesses spend so much time out there. Who knows if you've done anything behind my back? It's just one night with him. At most, you can just treat him as me. I won't blame you. Those debt collectors are the most difficult to deal with. Their backgrounds are too powerful and we can't afford to offend them. Lu Ji's eyes were now red, and he said out loud what he had previously kept in his heart. Jiang Ruoxue is so sexy and beautiful, and she is also a flight attendant, so it is not surprising that she did anything behind his back. Jiang Ruoxue pointed at him, as if she was meeting him for the first time. It was unbelievable. When I first met Lu Ji, I was impressed by his politeness, his meticulous care when he pursued me later, and the sweet time we spent together under the moon and flowers. Completely covered with the dust of memory. Lu Ji, he has changed a lot, he has become himself, I don't recognize him anymore. What can I do? I'm doing this for this family. What's wrong with you making some sacrifices for this family? Do you have a better solution? Lu Ji was unwilling to do this in his heart, but compared with his own life, he could still make a clear distinction. A violent quarrel ensued. After taking a shower, Lin Xia could hear the quarreling over there through the wall. No wonder he betrayed his wife after the apocalypse. Turns out he had a previous record. Once threatened, the first thing I think of is myself. Lin Xia couldn't help but shook her head and decided to wait until the end of the world to save her. Although he doesn't consider himself a good person, he will never let his woman be queued up by others. The next morning, Lin Xia was preparing to go out to continue exploring the mysteries of martial arts with Selena. There was a quarrel outside the door. When I opened the door, I saw a few gangsters pulling Jiang Ruoxue out. Let me go! The money was borrowed from that bastard Lu Ji. If you want to find me, go find him. Why are you looking for me? You are kidnapping me! I'm going to call the police. Jiang Ruoxue was resting today. She was woken up by the sound of banging on the door outside before she woke up in the morning. It turned out that the debt collectors had come to her door. She called Lu Ji but couldn't get through. She also discovered that all the documents and cash in the house had disappeared. The thugs who came to collect debts didn't care about this. Seeing that Lu Ji was not at home, they snatched the phone from her hand and planned to take her away. Either ask her husband to bring money to redeem her, or send her to the neighboring country of Yaozi to work there until the debt is paid off. If you want to blame someone, blame your good-for-nothing husband. You can't let us go home empty-handed. The leading thug showed a lewd smile. Jiang Ruoxue's usually dignified and elegant hair became disheveled, and her charming and picturesque facial features lost their usual gentle and ethereal temperament. Her charming face was now filled with fear. She was already scared. These people had no intention of collecting debts through formal channels and were directly committing crimes. She looked at Lin Xia, who was standing at the door, knowing that he was her only lifeline, and quickly asked for help. "Save me! I can promise you anything! Please, don't let them take me away!" The gang leader looked at Lin Xia with vigilance. "Hey, stop meddling in other people's business. You still owe us money, so hurry up and make up for it, or she'll be your example." Lin Xia walked forward with her arms folded. These few little Karami dared to threaten her. Are they tired of living? I'm protecting this woman. If you mess with me, don't even think about getting the money back from me, and don't tell me you can't find Lu Ji. The gang leader was immediately furious when he heard this. How dare you threaten him? He picked up the machete in his hand and was about to attack. Damn it, you don't want to be treated like this. The shining blade shone with a cold light and came towards him with great force. Although it was not sharpened, it could definitely break a person's bones if it was hit hard. The reason why it was not sharpened was just because they were afraid of causing death. But in his eyes, the gangster was like slow motion, and his brain could easily predict the trajectory and attack range of the knife. Selena's teaching is still very effective. Now, ordinary people are no longer qualified to fight him. She slightly turned sideways to avoid the attack, then squeezed into his arms and performed the Iron Mountain lean attack. This arrogant and domineering gang leader flew out and directly smashed the fire door next to him. Fuck, you dare to hit our boss, let's go together and kill this guy. Lin Xia didn't take these people seriously at all. He kicked with his left and kicked with his right. He easily knocked all the other thugs to the ground. Then he grabbed Jiang Ruoxue, who was standing there in a daze, picked up her cell phone that had fallen on the ground, and walked back home without even looking at these useless people lying on the ground. Chapter 15. Jiang Ruoxue is actually the first time. Boss, what should we do? The younger brother beside him staggered to his feet and hurried to help the boss, who was lying on the ground. We can only start from other places. Lu Ji left behind more information than just this. Sooner or later, we will find his weakness and force him out. The boss wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said hatefully. We can't deal with this guy, but we have other people above us who have plenty of tricks. Don't let him fall into our hands, or he'll be in trouble. Retreat! Go to the company and complete the online approval process for the entire work-related injury. We can't let ourselves pay for the medical expenses. Jiang Ruoxue was still standing there stupidly in the room. Life had gone through so many ups and downs so quickly that it was over before she could react. There were traces of tears on her face. Lin Xia sat back on the sofa, put her cell phone on the coffee table beside her, and looked at her carefully. Does what you just said still count? It seems I have to be gentler with her from now on, so as not to leave any psychological trauma on her. Lin Xia touched his nose embarrassedly. There was nothing he could do. He had been holding it in for too long, and he couldn't control himself anymore. At this time, the person in charge of the Safehouse decoration company called. Mr. Lin, your house has been renovated, 2 days ahead of schedule. Would it be convenient for you to come over and inspect it now? Okay, wait a moment, I'll be there soon. Lin Xia put on her clothes and went straight to the villa. Mr. Lin, these are all the functions of the Safehouse. Your information has been set to the highest level of authority. Here is also the accompanying manual. If you have any questions later, please contact us. Lin Xia walked around the Safehouse several times inside and out, and asked the staff in detail if he had any questions. It is never too cautious when it comes to saving your life. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Many aspects were better than he had expected. So I transferred the remaining balance with great satisfaction. Lin Xia's cell phone rang again. He took it out and saw that it was Jiang Ruoxue calling him. Where have you been? I miss you. Her extremely charming voice came from the phone, which made people's bones go soft. If her voice wasn't a little hoarse, her voice would be even more charming. I'm looking at our new home. I'll be back soon. Well, I'll wait for you. Lin Xia looked at Jiang Ruoxue, who was still lying on the bed, frowning in pain, and he felt distressed. Better? Jiang Ruoxue covered the seductive beauty with a quilt, and couldn't help but scold. What's good about that? I just got out of bed to drink some water, and my legs hurt so much that I can't even walk. It feels like they aren't my own legs anymore. By the way, our new home has been renovated. Do you want me to take you to see it? Lin Xia knew she was in the wrong and quickly changed the subject. Our home? Great, take me to see it, Jiang Ruoxue said excitedly, but then she was awakened by the pain and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It's a pity that I can't move now. Let's go later. What are you waiting for? I'll carry you there. Lin Xia picked up Jiang Ruoxue's scattered clothes on the ground, lifted the quilt, and put them on her one by one. His eyes were delicate and gentle. He found a coat from the closet and put it on her to prevent her from being blown by the wind on the road. He picked her up as a princess and headed to their new home. Jiang Ruoxue buried her face in his arms. She thought she was going from one hell to another, but she didn't expect that this place was actually heaven. She seemed to have never been so happy as she was now. Apart from making her love and fear him in bed, Lin Xia was simply the perfect other half. Lin Xia was happily heading to the villa with the stunning stewardess in his arms. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. He met someone who made him feel disgusted on the road, and his good mood was gone in an instant. Lin Xia! How could you do this? You found another woman right after breaking up with me. Are you worthy of me? Bai Qian had just gone to pick up a package, and on the way back she saw Lin Xia holding a woman in his arms. I was immediately filled with anger. How could he dare to connect so seamlessly? What about her villa and dream of becoming a rich woman? Get lost, don't show up in front of me, or I'll beat you up. I don't have a habit of not beating women. Bai Qian seemed to recall the scene in the corridor before and couldn't help but take a step back. Jiang Ruoxue, who had been hiding shyly in Lin Xia's arms, also raised her head. She had heard in the group before that Lin Xia seemed to have an ex-girlfriend, and she couldn't help but be curious about what kind of person she was. After taking a look, I was a little disappointed. With makeup on, she would only score 70 points at most, which was completely incomparable to me. At least in her opinion, she has never met anyone more beautiful than herself in her life. Even in an airline full of beautiful women, she is the undisputed #1 beauty. Although she has never boasted about it to anyone, she has always been proud of her appearance. Jiang Ruoxue came down from his arms, her face looking nourished by love. Ex-girlfriend? I'm his current girlfriend. He's already mine. We'll have nothing to do with each other anymore. People who are favored will have endless courage, and she will not be afraid of the woman in front of her. You! Bai Qian ran away directly. She couldn't accept such an outcome. Originally, all of this belonged to her, the house, the money, the man. But now everything has nothing to do with her, and she couldn't help but feel regret in her heart. Lin Xia hugged Jiang Ruoxue in her arms and kissed her. Great, so satisfying. Jiang Ruoxue also laughed, looking very charming. Chapter 16 Final Preparations Before Doomsday. Lin Xia took Jiang Ruoxue on a tour of the safe house inside and out. Jiang Ruoxue was shocked by the magnificent decoration and unique design here. This was her first time in such a luxurious house. It was so beautiful that she didn't know where to look. Is this really our home? But there are so many rooms here, I'm afraid it won't be enough for the two of us. This? Lin Xia couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Okay, I'm just kidding. I wish you could find a few more. I can't handle it all by myself. Jiang Ruoxue, who has experienced great ups and downs in life, no longer wants to be bound by those worldly shackles. Even if you have a marriage certificate with your lover, he or she may still betray you. What's the point of thinking so much? Just live in the present. Real? Lin Xia looked excited. Fake. As he said this, he was about to open the door and leave. Lin Xia hurried over and hugged Jiang Ruoxue tightly. Do you remember our agreement? There's still one thing I haven't completed yet. Time passed day by day, and there was only one day left before the end of the world. Lin Xia's space was already filled with dense supplies worth hundreds of millions. He has prepared everything he could, and now only Selena and Su Mayan make him a little worried. Selena is easy to deal with. She came to China alone and has no ties here. After being together for so long, The relationship between the two people is just a thin layer of window paper away. After these days of hard work, he has surpassed her in terms of physical fitness, but he is still a little behind in terms of skills. Although I still can't beat her now, it's only a matter of time. If I invite her to my house tonight, I'm sure she won't refuse. Su Mayan is more troublesome. Although my relationship with her has been getting warmer these days, we have only reached the level of good friends. It is still difficult to bring her home alone. Moreover, her environment and upbringing were too high-end. Even if he brought her home, it would certainly not be easy to make her submit to him willingly. But if we leave her alone, there's no guarantee she'll survive the extreme cold apocalypse. Hey, is something bothering you? Why are you so quiet today? You're not like your usual self at all. Could it be that you want to confess to me? Su Mayan looked at him with a smile and couldn't help but joke with him. Lin Xia is also very confused now and doesn't know what to choose. Finally, he gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and told Su Mayan. I have a gift for you. Not bad. We've known each other for so long, and you've never given me a gift. That's the right attitude to have when pursuing a girl. Bonus points! Su Mayan stretched out her long, straight black silk legs and swayed them gently, flashing a charming halo under the light. Wait a moment, the gift is in the car, I'll get it. Okay, I'll wait for you. Lin Xia pretended to go back to the car, but in fact he was taking out some warm clothes and guns and ammunition from the space. They were tightly sealed in 2 large boxes with no markings on them and looked extremely ordinary. You're making it quite mysterious. I have everything I need. Your kindness is enough. Su Mayan couldn't help but feel curious. She wondered what was inside. Judging from the outer packaging, the contents must be quite large. Can I open it now? I love opening presents. No problem, go ahead and tear it down. Su Mayan excitedly found the tools and carefully unpacked the package. Lin Xia didn't expect that such an elegant and dignified woman like her could have such a lovely side. Clothes? Why are they so thick? Su Mayan couldn't help feeling confused when she opened the package. There is nothing wrong with giving clothes as gifts, but it is strange to give such thick clothes. It's still summer in Haitian City now, and it's scorching hot even in short sleeves. What's the point of giving her clothes like this? I opened the second box with confusion. The moment it was opened, Su Mayan was stunned, and even the tools in her hands slipped to the ground. How come there are so many guns and ammunition? What are you going to do? It's not that Su Mayan hasn't seen these things before, on the contrary, she has played with them before. But these things shouldn't appear in a Chinese restaurant. I couldn't help but take a step back, feeling a little flustered. Lin Xia's actions were beyond her control, and she found that she might not understand the man in front of her. This is a secret, and the answer will be revealed tonight at 12 o'clock. Lin Xia didn't know how to explain it to her, the end of the extreme cold. Who would believe this if I told her? Let's wait for her to see it with her own eyes. You can go, as long as you don't do anything illegal or criminal. I can pretend I don't know what happened today. After all, Su Mayan is a worldly wise person, so these things won't make her feel overwhelmed. But Lin Xia's performance today was a little too mysterious. She was a little afraid of the true face hidden behind Lin Xia. Lin Xia did not explain anything further. There was no point in saying anything now. When Su Mayan truly experienced all that, she would understand his good intentions. Remember these things and keep them close to you. Something big is going to happen tonight at 12 o'clock. Even though Lin Xia had left for a while, Su Mayan still stayed in this exclusive box, looking at these 2 special gifts, wondering what she was thinking. Finally, she made a decision. What do I have to be afraid of? There's nothing I haven't come into contact with. I just don't know what Lin Xia's purpose is in doing this. Su Mayan sealed the 2 boxes of gifts again, and, following Lin Xia's instructions, moved them to her room for personal safekeeping. I hope you can hold on a little longer, otherwise you'll never be able to eat such delicious food again. Lin Xia couldn't help but shook her head. As for why she wasn't given any food, there was no shortage of edibles in the restaurant. As long as we give her warm clothes and guns, she should be able to hold out for a while. After she understood the difficulties of the end of the world, he would descend from the sky. In this way, Su Mayan should not be rejected and can find a room to live in his safe house. As for whether she would call the police because of the guns and ammunition, he didn't care at all. With his spatial abilities and safe house, not only the police but even the military might not be able to capture this place in a short period of time. And the extreme cold doomsday will come tonight. Chapter 17. The two women meet. Xia, what did you say? You want to take me away from here? Today, after Lin Xia arrived at the fighting training institution, she did not continue practicing as usual, but went straight to find Selena and wanted to take her away. That's right, come with me and leave here. Okay, you want to advance part of the reward? Of course. But you can't do that last step. I'm going to save it for the day you defeat me. It was already evening when we returned to the villa. Master, Lin Xia, who is this? Jiang Ruoxue was doing yoga in the living room. Jiang Ruoxue was very happy when she heard the sound of the door opening. She did this just to give Lin Xia a surprise and change his taste. But unexpectedly, Lin Xia brought her a bigger surprise. Xia, who is she? Well, listen to me slowly. Jiang Ruoxue, go back to your room and change your clothes first. Lin Xia couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Ever since Jiang Ruoxue gave herself to him, things were out of control. It's like he has become a completely different person. Apart from completing some of his instructions, such as asking her to download various Doomsday survival materials and other entertainment resources, the rest of the time was entirely up to her to learn on her own. Since that day, she seemed to have opened the door to a new world. Lin Xia asked Selena to wait for Jiang Ruoxue on the sofa. He went to the central control room of the safe house alone and activated the highest level of defense. In this form, the entire safe house has become like a bunker. All daily ventilation channels have been closed, leaving only some special ventilation openings. 24-hour uninterrupted surveillance and scanning are activated around the safe house, and anyone who appears within 20 meters of the fortress can be effectively identified and warned. Lin Xia looked at the scan data. Since he was located in a villa area, there were only a few houses around and it was relatively empty. Only people lived next door. The image on the screen can even easily penetrate the structure of the house next door and display the human body outlined with highlighted areas, which is very clear. According to the above data, there are 3 people at home next door. In the previous life, Lin Xia died tragically at the doorstep because of Bai Qian's ambush. If the family had this device at that time, such a situation would never have happened again. This device is like having a god's perspective, with the ability to see through the entire image. He then activated the independent life support system. At this time, the safe house could operate independently without relying on existing infrastructure, such as the power grid and water pipes. As long as there is enough fuel and supplies, it can keep running. Lin Xia took a look at the supplies in the space and found that there should be no problem in supplying them for 100 years. At this moment, he thought of the Doomsday bunker built by the local tycoon. He really didn't know how luxurious it would be to spend billions of dollars to hollow out a hill to build a safe base. He only spent 100 million yuan, but the effect far exceeded his expectations. Although I know the location of that building, there is no need to take the risk of occupying it now. Unless there are too many people in the family and there is no room for them. Then adjust parameters such as room temperature and humidity to the range most suitable for human living. The safe house's artificial intelligence system will automatically adjust the various set data indicators without the need for other operations. After a series of operations and inspections, Lin Xia finally returned to the living room. Seeing Jiang Ruoxue holding Selena's hand, sitting on the sofa and muttering something quietly, he walked over and said nothing. What were you two talking about behind my back? Why didn't you say anything when I came here? I won't tell you, this is a secret between us women. Chapter 18. Serena's Choice. Lin Xia looked at her with disdain. The reason why she did not continue to indulge in Jiang Ruoxue's tenderness was entirely because of her own lack of ability. Selena looks shy now, and as she leans against Jiang Ruoxue, she looks like a little bird, which is quite a contrast to her usual confident and proud appearance. As expected of foreign friends, they are indeed different from those fairies in China. It is very necessary for them to open their eyes and see the world. Jiang Ruoxue stared at him with a teasing look on her face. Lin Xia looked at her watch, and it was almost 12 o'clock. She didn't say anything more to the two of them. She walked straight to the floor-to-ceiling window and waited for that moment to come. It was very quiet outside, with no one passing by. Only the street lights were still emitting orange light. In the high-rise buildings in the distance, only a few lights are on, and the rest of the buildings seem to be immersed in the endless night sky. At this moment, a white light suddenly flashed across the dark night sky, lit up in an instant, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. There is no sound, but its existence cannot be ignored. Lin Xia took a deep breath. This day had finally arrived. The extreme cold doomsday will come at this moment. Since then, Blue Star OL has undergone a major version update and entered the 2.0 era. Lin Xia, was that my illusion? I seemed to see a flash of white light. Xia, I saw it too. The two stunning beauties sat on the sofa and asked with some confusion. Lin Xia was about to explain when his cell phone suddenly rang. I took out my phone and saw that the contact was Su Mayan, so I clicked to answer the call. Before he could say anything, Su Mayan asked a series of urgent questions. Lin Xia, do you know something? What was that white light just now? Ever since Su Mayan received his gift during the day, she locked herself in the house and did not go out, waiting for the clock to turn to 12 o'clock. At this moment, a white light flashed in the sky and she was suddenly awakened. It's him. Lin Xia must know something. You'll find out if you open the window. Lin Xia also opened the window here, and Jiang Ruoxue and the other girl looked at him with confusion. I don't know what he's going to do. Open it, and then what? A cold wind blew in from outside the window, ruffling Su Mayan's soft hair. Her thin and smooth silk pajamas also stuck tightly to her exquisite and seductive figure. At this moment, the wind also took shape. Goosebumps suddenly appeared on her flawless skin, as white as jade, and at this moment she had only one feeling in her mind. Cold. Very cold. This temperature is definitely wrong. On August nights in Haitian City, the temperature can sometimes even approach 30 degrees. But now the feeling outside is like suddenly walking into a cold storage, so cold that it makes people shiver. From this moment on, the world will enter a new era, an era of extreme cold. Collect supplies and protect yourself. Lin Xia didn't say much and hung up the phone directly. He had done enough. If she wasn't so pretty and cooked so deliciously, I wouldn't even remind her. If you don't experience despair yourself, how can you understand the preciousness of life? Su Mayan was a little dazed and couldn't believe what Lin Xia had just said. But the cold wind outside the window reminded her that what Lin Xia said might be true, especially the winter clothes, guns and ammunition she gave her during the day, which all proved this point. Judging from that box of guns, this extreme cold era may not be gentle, and may even be cruel. She has never been a sentimental person. Now that she knows what may happen in the future, she must make some preparations. Su Qian, go to the garage and drive a truck out quietly. Don't let anyone know. Go to the shops that are still open on the street and buy out all the daily necessities you can find. Prepare according to the standards of an extreme cold doomsday. Also, it might be very cold outside, so put on your warmest clothes when you go out. Remember safety first, come back early. Su Qian was the Cheongsam beauty who greeted Lin Xia at the beginning. She grew up with Su Mayan. Although they are master and servant, the relationship between the two is closer than that between sisters. It is the kind of relationship that can be trusted unconditionally. In just a few minutes, crystal snowflakes began to slowly fall from the sky. Snowflakes fell into Su Mayan's slender and delicate palms and slowly melted. She shuddered and closed the window. He took out the gun given by Lin Xia from the bedside. He took out one of the pistols, skillfully ejected the magazine, pulled the slide, and checked the condition of the pistol. Lin Xia, will this thing really be useful in the future? The snowflakes outside the window also fell into the hands of Jiang Ruoxue, who was lying by the window. It's incredible, snow in August? It's so cold. She quickly closed the window. The wind outside was getting stronger and stronger, and the snow gradually changed from small ice crystals to heavy snow like goose feathers. Snowflakes fell softly through the light from the street lamps, and the scene was quiet and terrifying. Soon, a thin layer of snow had accumulated on the ground. Lin Xia sat back on the sofa. history repeated itself with the arrival of extreme cold. That doomsday experience was not a dream. Lin Xia, many people online are posting videos and articles about the rapid drop in temperature and heavy snow. Even overseas people are posting the same video. What should we do? Jiang Ruoxue was suddenly panicked. As a woman who had grown up in the south, she had never encountered such a thing. Humans always have a fear of the unknown. Snow like this reminds me of winter in Bear Country, when it was the most difficult time of the year. But it's August now, and we're not far from the equator. We shouldn't have weather like this. Selena was also extremely puzzled. As an ace of special forces, although the knowledge she possessed was not the most advanced, it was comprehensive. But the current situation undoubtedly broke her existing cognition. No matter from which angle, there is no way to explain the reason for this phenomenon. Lin Xia didn't know what caused the extreme cold weather. In his previous life, he only survived for 1 or 2 months before being killed. In the previous life, there were also various speculations put forward by experts on the internet, but most of them were not credible. The only thing we know is that the current situation is just the beginning, and the living conditions in the future will be even more severe. Until the day he died, the outside world was still a hell of ice and snow, with no sign of relief. Lin Xia looked at the panicked Jiang Ruoxue and couldn't help but comfort her. Don't worry, this room has just been renovated, so it will definitely be able to withstand the cold. I've also prepared all the supplies in advance. They're enough for us to eat for the better part of half a year. Selena looked at Lin Xia thoughtfully. Xia, do you know something? That's why you brought me here today. And judging from your current appearance, it doesn't seem like you are unprepared for this snowfall. You seem to know this in advance. Jiang Ruoxue couldn't help but look at Lin Xia. She was frightened by the unfamiliar weather and desperately wanted to seek some psychological comfort. Yes, a friend told me through special means that this would happen today, so I am not completely ignorant of all this. This extreme cold will last for a very long time, and social order will collapse. Fortunately, I have made sufficient preparations in advance to deal with the upcoming disaster. I brought you back today because I want to protect you in the days to come. Of course, if you want to leave now, I won't stop you. So, Serena, what are your choices? Chapter 19 Early Morning. After spending so much time together, Lin Xia actually prefers this exotic beauty in his heart, but he doesn't want to force anyone's choice. Want to leave? At any time. But if you regret it, you will want to come back. Sorry, he doesn't have that option. I want to stay here. Wherever Lin Xia is, there I am. Even though she didn't ask Jiang Ruoxue, she made her position very clear. Jiang Ruoxue is very self-aware. She is just an exquisite and beautiful vase. Even the bastard Liu Ji almost ruined her. If she were to face a crueler future alone, it would be better for her to die. Besides, after spending so much time together, she had already fallen completely in love with Lin Xia. She also fell in love with this kind of life of lying down without having to work and without pressure. For a love-brained girl like her, this place is simply heaven. Xia, I just recognize you as my sister, how could I bear to leave here? Ever since I came to China, I have decided to start a new life here. It would be great if you didn't leave. Jiang Ruoxue was also very happy. She was reluctant to see Selena leave. Come on, I'll find you a room. There are plenty of empty rooms here. I can tell from looking at Lin Xia that he has no good intentions. Let's sleep together as sisters tonight, and ignore that stinky man. Seeing that there was no one in the living room, Lin Xia opened her phone and started browsing. Snow falling in August, what a great injustice. The weather forecast says it's 24 degrees. It's freezing outside. I was sleeping soundly just now, but suddenly I was woken up by the cold. The one upstairs, I've already got the winter quilt and air conditioner on, but it's still too cold to sleep. It's not unfair that you woke up from the cold. With such heavy snow, maybe I don't have to go to work tomorrow. With such heavy snow, I hope I don't have to go to war. War is too painful. I envy the Chinese. Their biggest worry is whether they can go to work. After reading this statement, I found that the address was indeed from abroad. However, most people still don't take this disaster seriously, and just make fun of it as an accidental phenomenon. But in the future, I will teach them how to behave like human beings again. Let you enjoy this last bit of happiness. Soon all of this will no longer exist. Lin Xia put down her phone and prepared to go to bed. The room has been adjusted to the most suitable temperature, and the quilt and bed are made of extremely skin-friendly materials, making it very comfortable to lie in. It's worthy of being the bedding that you spent a lot of money on. It really will significantly improve your sense of happiness. All of this should have been fine, but now I feel like something is missing, making me feel a little uncomfortable. But in the end he closed his eyes and could still sleep without the woman. It was no big deal. Let me make breakfast today. Lin Xia, in a good mood, hummed a song and went to the kitchen. Lin Xia took out the food prepared by the chef from the space, and then used the microwave heating technique, which required a lot of skill. After processing, just wait for the ding sound. It is already past 9 in the morning and the sky outside is gray. Thanks to the good design of the Safehouse, his vision was not affected at all. A rough estimate shows that the snow outside is already 1 meter thick. From some scattered bumps on the snow, one can roughly guess that there may be tables, chairs, or low greenery underneath. The heavy snow was still falling outside, with no sign of decreasing. Lin Xia, who was wearing short-sleeved shirt and shorts, couldn't help but recall her previous life and shuddered. Although the temperature in the room is still a constant 24 degrees. At this time in his previous life, he was woken up early by the cold. The scenery in front of me is the same, but it is not as pleasant as it is now. By then, the temperature in his room had dropped below 10 degrees Celsius, and the thin summer quilt could not provide any insulation. He was woken up by the cold and hurriedly took out the winter clothes from the bottom of the box and put them on. I replaced the summer quilt with a thick cotton quilt, but the room was still very cold even with the air conditioner on. Chapter 20: The first day of the Doomsday. Not long after, Lin Xia brought the 8 dishes and 1 soup she had prepared to the table. They were steaming hot and looked delicious. The 2 girls also came out of the bathroom, and they were as close as sisters. He really couldn't understand women's friendship. Wow, it's so rich! Jiang Ruoxue couldn't help but exclaim when she saw such a table full of delicious food. Although Selina didn't say anything, she was the first to sit down at the table. She picked up her chopsticks and looked at the delicious food in front of her with shining eyes. Then Jiang Ruoxue became a little worried again. Is the food Lin Xia has stored enough? When she got up in the morning, she also saw the scenery outside. It was snowing heavily. Even if the snowfall stops immediately, it will be difficult to restore traffic in a short period of time. Why don't we just save some food? I don't exercise much at home anyway. Lin Xia doesn't think so. A warm house, delicious meals, and 2 stunning beauties, this is life. There is simply no comparison between myself and this time in my previous life. One is in hell and the other is in heaven. If you don't enjoy it a little, how can you reflect your previous efforts and accumulation? Don't worry, I anticipated all this a long time ago. The supplies have been prepared in advance. You can eat without worry. Besides, who said you don't exercise? Your exercise level is quite high. Jiang Ruoxue blushed again. Driving again, I'm ignoring you. After saying that, he also sat down at the dining table and looked at the huge table of dishes. They were all my favorite foods, and I couldn't help but drool. She felt a little sweet in her heart. It turned out that he really cared about her and did not treat her as a toy that could be thrown away. Her hard work this morning was not in vain. Wait until after dinner, and then think of giving him a little reward. After turning on the TV, Lin Xia sat down at the dining table and began to enjoy her first meal since the end of the world. There are no other programs on TV now. No matter which channel you tune into, you will hear the same picture, even the 6 Princesses channel is no exception. They were all reporting on the unprecedented, sudden snowfall and cold snap across the globe. Judging from the images broadcast from various regions, all provinces in China looked the same, with no difference at all. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as in the previous life. Last night, due to unknown reasons, global temperatures fluctuated dramatically. Temperatures across China dropped by 50 degrees Celsius, and are continuing to drop. This resulted in huge snowfall across the country, with some areas receiving up to 3 meters of snow in one night. The Meteorological Bureau and scientists are investigating the cause of this special weather. The country has now entered a state of wartime control. I recommend that everyone stay at home unless necessary. I hope everyone will not panic, do not believe rumors, and believe that this snowstorm will pass soon. Lin Xia scoffed at the remarks made in the news. In fact, now is the best time to collect supplies. Although the temperature is very low and the snow is very thick, it is not insurmountable. 1 meter thick snow in temperatures of -20 to 30 degrees Celsius are not yet so severe that people are completely unable to move. Be brave and go directly to the store to buy supplies. Maybe there will still be hope of survival. In a few days, the temperature will drop to around -70 degrees Celsius, and the snow depth will be 3 to 5 meters. At that time, it was truly difficult to move forward. Otherwise, future neighbors won't pin their hopes of survival on their kind. Will this cold snap really pass quickly as the news says? After seeing the news, Jiang Ruoshui couldn't help but feel a little excited. Although the supplies can still hold up now, what if the food is eaten up and the snow disaster has not yet passed? We still hope that normalcy can be restored as soon as possible. Lin Xia shook her head. It's not that simple. The current situation is just an appetizer. This snow won't stop for a week, and the temperature will drop even more. Oh, it's really that serious? Jiang Ruoshui reluctantly put down the sweet and sour pork she had just picked up. Then I'd better save some of it. If that's the case, it would be even worse than the winter in the northernmost part of Bear Country. It's incredible. The scenery outside the window made Serena feel like she was back home. I can't believe this is the south of China. If I didn't have this house, it would be very difficult. Being with Lin Xia might be the best decision I've ever made in my life. Seeing the two girls looking worried and not daring to continue eating, Lin Xia couldn't help but comfort them. I have a sufficient supply. I can eat this kind of food for another 3 months without any problems. Just eat it without worry. The two girls finally regained their energy and continued to eat. After dinner, Lin Xia went to check the energy and material consumption of the Safehouse and found that there was not even 1% loss. Although part of the reason is that basic electricity is still being supplied and the energy module only needs to supply heat energy, he is still very satisfied with the current effect. Then he activated the snow removal module of the Safehouse and cleared the snow around it to prevent it from obstructing his vision. After finishing these tasks, I lay on the soft sofa and browsed my phone to read various information on the internet. It's snowing heavily outside. Anyone want to go out and have a snowball fight? Forget it, it's snowing so hard outside. I finally pushed the door open, but before I could even take 2 steps I was freezing. The temperature is almost as high as in northeast China. That's great. I don't have to go to work today. I've already received a notice from the company. Besides being a little cold, it's fine at home. I hope it rains for a few more days. Brothers, I don't have much food at home. Is there anyone who wants to go out with me to buy food so that I can take care of you on the way? I'm out of food at home. Let's meet in the basement and go together. If you go there now, be careful you get ripped off. Who knows how high the prices are out there right now? Is there anyone who can help clear the snow? It's piling up and it's going to be harder to clear soon. Where's the property management? Where did the property management go? They didn't even bother to sweep the snow, and they're paying the property management fee to a dog? Chapter 21 Catwalk for 2. There are all kinds of messages in the group, but overall it is relatively harmonious. After all, it's just the first day of the end of the world. When the temperature drops further, the snow will fall even harder. When water, electricity, gas, etc. are all cut off, their ugly faces will be fully exposed. But what does this have to do with him? No matter what, he will never be his opponent. The firepower he possesses is enough to wipe out an entire community, not to mention that he also has an even more mysterious spatial ability. The wind and snow are howling outside, and it is warm and comfortable inside the house. This is the life I want. Lin Xia was a little anxious now, and his eyes looked towards Jiang Ruoshui's room from time to time. I don't know what the two women went back to the house for. After cleaning up the dishes, they went back to the house together. She said she wanted to give him a surprise, and he was full of anticipation, but now it's almost 2 hours and there's still no movement. Then there was a soft, bang, sound, and 2 most beautiful women in the world walked out of the room. Lin Xia couldn't wait to look over and was stunned. He sat on the sofa in a daze, not even noticing that his phone had fallen to the ground. Jiang Ruoxue gently touched the hair that was brushing her face with her fingertips and looked at him coquettishly. Her fairy-like face was dimple-covered and the refreshing fragrance of orchids wafted towards him. She walked lightly to Lin Xia and slowly turned around. The refreshing fragrance hits you in the face, making you unable to help but indulge in it. Then he sat on the side of the sofa and leaned on Lin Xia's shoulder. Jiang Ruoxue's cheeks were flushed at this time, her eyes were full of spring water, and she looked at Lin Xia charmingly. Selina on the other side also walked forward. The thin, pure white short t-shirt could not restrain her hot and tempting body at all. The clear waistline is revealed along with the fair and tight waist. The simple combination is hot and charming. She also slowly turned in front of Lin Xia, showing her beautiful 360 degrees without any blind spots. Then he sat obediently on the other side of the sofa, leaning on Lin Xia's other shoulder, facing Jiang Ruoxue. Lin Xia, have you prepared clothes suitable for Serena in advance? She has such a great figure that she can't wear many of my clothes. I really didn't prepare Serena's clothes in advance. It was my negligence. I'll find a way to go out and look for them after the snow stops in a few days. This dress is great, I have to find it. With such a good figure, these few clothes are not enough, they are not good enough at all. Or, just convert the 300 square meter basement into a super large dressing room? Put all the clothes and uniforms you like in it, and let them take turns wearing them for you to see. Every day is different. Wouldn't that be dangerous? Didn't you say that in a few days, the environment outside will become even worse and it will be difficult to move? Don't worry, I've already prepared the equipment for exploring outside. Don't worry about that for now, we have more important things to do now. Lin Xia looked at this pair of extremely beautiful legs and couldn't help but sigh. Your legs are tired and uncomfortable. You need me to massage you. Selina, let's continue practicing our fighting techniques. This will help you get out of your theoretical learning mode as soon as possible. Some knowledge can only be understood more deeply through actual combat. Selina then stood up and prepared to teach Lin Xia fighting skills, hoping that he could defeat her as soon as possible. Chapter 22 Exchange Meeting. Wow! You guys are so awesome, your fight is like being in a movie! Jiang Ruoxue sat on a small stool in the corner of the gym, holding a towel in her left hand and water in her right hand, providing logistical assistance. The two of them have been sparring for 3 hours, their physical strength is really exaggerated. Selina is also very powerful and can defeat Lin Xia every time. One is my husband and the other is my sister. I feel so secure. I hope my good sister can provide me with enough sense of security on other battlefields. The two of them discussed this issue last night, and Selina planned to find a time to secretly drain the water so that she wouldn't have to worry. Oh, I almost forgot, I haven't done what my sister asked me to do yet. So he put down his scarf and water and quickly got up. When she came back after finding the things, the two of them had already sat on the chairs beside her and wiped their sweat. You guys aren't practicing anymore? Jiang Ruoxue walked over and looked at the two people's current appearance, her face a little red. Just now you told me that you were not feeling well and needed to take some medicine. I was afraid I'd forget about it later, so I'll bring it over to you now. Lin Xia was a little confused. What medicine? Are you sick? Serena became a little embarrassed. Just a few vitamins. Jiang Ruoxue hurriedly interrupted to prevent Lin Xia from continuing to ask questions. I'm going to ignore you. Go take a shower and clean up. I'm going to heat up the food we didn't finish this morning. It's getting late, so we can just start eating. Jiang Ruoxue fled in panic. She was a little shy and not quite used to the current atmosphere. Lin Xia turned her gaze to Selina and couldn't help but feel moved. My bath scrubbing skills are pretty good too. Do you want me to help you? Before she could finish, Serena quickly ran away with the towel. My sister has already boiled some water for me. I can just go to her room to take a shower. I won't bother you. Selina is quite a contrast. She likes to talk big on weekdays, but when it comes to actually doing something, she is even more shy than Xia. Lin Xia smiled and shook her head. This contrast was really cute. Forget it. A cooked duck can still fly away. It's just a matter of time. He is not in a hurry at all. So he hurriedly activated the supernatural powers in his body to speed up the strengthening of his body, and was unwilling to miss any free time. After so much research, he gradually figured out some techniques for using his supernatural powers. His storage space is equivalent to an ocean. Although it is huge, it cannot be used as you wish, and you can only use it to complete some basic functions. Utilizing his supernatural powers to temper his body cells on a daily basis can increase his mastery of supernatural powers. If we say that when his superpowers were just awakened, the range he could control was only as wide as a stream. After so much training, his level of mastery has become as wide as a small river. The improvement of his physical fitness is due to his usual use of supernatural powers to temper his body. Although he has not yet used his spatial ability in actual combat, he feels that he is now terribly strong. The TV was still playing a program similar to that of the day, but the main perspective had shifted to the studio. After all, it was too cold outside. The guests and hosts on the show have already put on thick down jackets. The outdoor temperature marked on the screen had reached minus 47 degrees Celsius. The temperature dropped even more. Due to heavy snow that has damaged many power lines, power rationing is expected to be implemented in various urban areas tomorrow. It is recommended that each household consume no more than 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity, otherwise there is a risk of power outages at any time. We are now unable to send staff for maintenance. It is recommended that everyone store more water in normal times. As the temperature continues to drop, the water supply system will also face severe challenges. It is recommended that residents in all regions actively carry out self-help activities to overcome the difficulties together. Experts are still investigating the cause of the global cooling, but estimates show it won't last long. Please remain calm and don't panic. In the program, apart from teaching some skills for surviving in extreme cold, there are only these not-so-optimistic descriptions of the current situation. Even though they did not express a negative attitude, Lin Xia knew that the current situation was already very difficult. The damaged pipes and facilities could not be repaired in the extreme cold conditions, and the truth would soon be revealed. Despair will spread completely. Lin Xia glanced at the control panel of the Safehouse, which showed that the outdoor temperature had reached minus 42 degrees Celsius, and the snow was more than 2 meters high. The first floor of some buildings was probably completely buried in snow, preventing light from outside from entering. Then he looked at the temperature in the room, which was still a constant 24 degrees. Comfortable. Lin Xia, I saw in the owner group that they're planning to set up a trade fair in the basement garage tomorrow. Everyone can take what they need and exchange it. Do you need anything? Xia was browsing her phone and looked up to talk to Lin Xia. Oh? Let me see. Lin Xia took out her cell phone and checked it. He remembered that this event had been held in his previous life, but he was not short of supplies at that time, so he did not exchange anything. He just saw some news in the owner's group. As far as I can remember, this exchange stopped not long after. From the fragmentary words in the chat records, it can be analyzed that he was attacked by a group of thugs in the community, who were armed with homemade pistols, machetes, and crowbars. They robbed everyone present of their supplies and even killed quite a few people. If I remember correctly, it was this group of people in my previous life who took Jiang for themselves. Chapter 23 by Qian asks for supplies. Lin Xia opened her phone and found that the messages in the owner's group had accumulated to more than 5,000. He was too lazy to check them one by one, so he just scrolled to the bottom to see the latest one. An electric blanket, 10,000 each. If you're interested, please contact me to place an order in advance. The highest bidder wins. We'll have an exchange tomorrow. Are you robbing people? You can buy several items for 100 yuan, and you're multiplying the price by hundreds of times? You're seriously disrupting market order. Are you kidding? Didn't you see the news that power rationing starts tomorrow? My power consumption is so low, you can't even buy it if you want. It's already been added, please approve it. After that, this person didn't send any messages again. Maybe he went to discuss the price privately. Does anyone have any fever-reducing medicine? My child is sick. Please help. 1001 bucks, I have it. Bah, what a jerk. How dare you make this kind of money? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to sleep in the middle of the night? Add me, I have it at home, I'll give it to you for free tomorrow. Thank you so much. The next message caught Lin Xia's attention. The note on it turned out to be from his neighbor. Food and fuel, unlimited purchases, take as much as you can, if you want to trade, just add me. This person has some brains, but unfortunately not much. His approach created a buyer's market, where users could freely choose the supplies they needed without having to bid with others and pay extra costs. Unfortunately, this also exposes the fact that they have a lot of supplies. There is nothing wrong with doing this in peacetime. But now is the end of the world. Exposing yourself in such a high-profile manner will only make you a granary for others in the future. No matter how strong the gate of his villa is, it is not his safe house after all. As long as it is targeted by someone with ulterior motives, it will be destroyed sooner or later. There is no such thing as a 1,000-day defense against thieves. Although he had not paid attention to this neighbor in his previous life, he expected that his end would not be good. At this time, Bai Qian also sent him a message. Lin Xia, my family is out of food. I only know that you like to stockpile supplies, so you must have a lot at home. Can you lend me some? I will return it to you after this snowstorm. Lin Xia was speechless and almost laughed out loud. This green tea girl was exactly the same as in her previous life. How dare she come to borrow food from her? Don't you see that a pack of instant noodles can be sold for over $100 in the group now? And you still want to make money out of nothing? Why are you so shameless? I know you actually love me. After the snowstorm, I'm willing to be your girlfriend. After saying that, Bai Qian sent a selfie. She bit her lip pretentiously, pretending to be innocent, and pulled her clothes down, revealing a shoulder strap. If it were in the previous life, I might have been confused, but now my aesthetic taste has been cultivated too high by Jiang Ruoxue and others. Even if this kind of stuff took off all its clothes in front of him, he wouldn't be interested in it at all. I already have something better. I don't care if you live or die. Bai Qian's family is having a very hard time now. 4 people squeezed into a room with the air conditioner and sun heater on, but the temperature could not be raised. Even wrapped in thick blankets, they were still shivering. When Bai Qian saw the photos sent by Lin Xia, she was obviously a little defensive. Such a top beauty was held in Lin Xia's arms like a little wife, so sweet and loving. How could such a beautiful woman be interested in Lin Xia? How could she get free food and drinks from Lin Xia? Father Bai standing by was a little unhappy. They had been looking for food for a whole day but couldn't find any, and the prices of supplies traded in the group were so high that they couldn't afford it at all. So I placed all my hopes on Bai Qian, but she turned out to be useless. Why are you being so shy? Men are all treacherous. How could he not want a woman who's offered to him for free? If you pick out a few more revealing photos, I don't believe he won't take the bait. Who do you take me for? Bai Qian's tone was obviously not good either. Her family favored boys over girls and didn't care about her feelings at all. If it weren't for her, they would still be squeezed in that shabby house in the village. Sister, stop arguing. Look at the photo. They're still wearing summer clothes. That house must be well insulated. It's not cold at all. And judging by the surrounding decoration, it must be at the villa. They just moved in not long ago. Maybe there will be some food in the house. We can exchange some tools with others at the exchange meeting tomorrow, and then we can pick the lock of his room over here. Learn more from your brother. I spent so much money on your schooling, but you've achieved nothing. You're even worse than your brother. Bai's mother took sides. Bai Qian then continued to send messages to Lin Xia. Do you live in the villa? It looks so warm there. That woman doesn't seem to have any compassion. Why don't you send her away and let me take care of you? Lin Xia closed the chat box before she finished reading it, too lazy to pay attention to her anymore. He just suddenly thought of a good idea. He could set a trap for them tomorrow. The rich family next door to Lin Xia is not having a good time either. Although he is very rich, he rarely eats at home and there is basically no food supply at home. The most stored items at home are various types of red wine, but drinking these things can't solve the problem of hunger. Therefore, his family's food supplies are still in short supply, otherwise he would not have publicly announced in the group that he would purchase supplies in unlimited quantities. There are 2 other people in the house besides him. One is his daughter, who is sweet and lovely. She is the beauty of the dance department, and the school beauty of the entire art university. The other one was the stepmother he had just found for his daughter, who happened to be her college teacher at school. He doesn't have any hobbies on weekdays, and his favorite thing to do is watch beautiful women dance. Although he is over 50 years old and his health has long been failing, he still changes wives as easily as drinking water. Even this daughter was kept only because she was pretty and could dance well. Otherwise, she would have been sent to an orphanage like her other brothers and sisters. Speaking of which, his current wife has some relationship with his daughter. Once when he went to her school and met his daughter's teacher for the first time, he fell in love with her at first sight. Later, through some shady means, he forced the teacher's family to sell her as a concubine. He didn't care even though his new wife was only a few years older than his daughter. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and change your clothes and dance for me. You 2 are my canaries. Know your place. Without me, you 2 would have starved to death out there." The 2 girls had no choice but to change their clothes obediently. This was their status in the family. They are no better than servants, just toys for his entertainment. The thin dance clothes have no thermal insulation effect, so we can only hope that dancing can warm our bodies. But they haven't eaten much for almost a day. "I'm so hungry." Chapter 24: Su Mayan's Worries. The rich man wrapped himself in a quilt and drank hot tea, feeling comfortable. He silently calculated in his heart that after those people gave him the supplies tomorrow, this kind of life could continue. "You 2 go warm my bed." The 2 girls had no choice but to obey. "Teacher, when will this day end?" Although they are nominally mother and daughter, their relationship is more like that of teacher and student. Their current relationship is more like that of sisters, and their fate is the same tragic one. Although he was not very nice to them on weekdays, at least they had enough food and drink. But after the extreme cold came, he seemed like a different person, treating them both as playthings without any feelings towards them. The teacher didn't say much, but just hugged her so-called daughter tightly. "I will definitely protect you. Lin Xia, I'm taking my good sister back to the room to sleep. Don't lock the door tonight." Jiang Ruoxue threw Lin Xia a seductive glance, turned around and pulled Selena away. Serena followed behind with her head down, her cheeks slightly red, and she didn't say much, as if she was tacitly agreeing. Lin Xia thinks that she is not a sex-hungry ghost. "I'm not that hungry yet, I still have to maintain the right image." After returning to bed, he couldn't help but fantasize about crawling into Jiang Ruoxue's warm and fragrant bed. How comfortable it would be to have a pillow on each side and be able to do whatever you want. Hiss, I can't think like this anymore. Su Mayan sent him a message at this time. "Lin Xia, do you know how long this snowstorm will last? Will it disappear soon like what the news says?" Lin Xia also missed this noble lady chef a little, and wondered how she was doing now. "It should last for a long time, so make long-term plans. Make sure you use the gun you're given wisely, and don't overestimate human nature." At this time, Su Mayan and Su Qian lived in a room with a small stove that did not require electricity. Although it's not as warm as Lin Xiao's place, it's still pretty good. The 2 of them were wearing slim-fitting fleece sweaters, which outlined their attractive body curves. One was mature and charming, and the other was young and attractive. Su Mayan glanced at the gun on the bedside table and couldn't help feeling relieved. If it weren't for Lin Xia, I really don't know what would happen to the 2 of them in the future. "That's really not good news. I don't know how you knew it in advance, but thank you anyway." Su Qian carefully told Su Mayan what had just happened downstairs. "Miss, the chefs downstairs don't seem to want me to take the food away alone. They are discussing a unified distribution management system so that everyone can hold out longer in extremely cold weather." Although this Chinese restaurant was founded by Su Mayan, her only confidant is Su Qian, who has been with her since childhood. The rest of the people only have an employment relationship with her. They are greedy for her family's skills and the generous treatment here, and there is no trust between them. When encountering extreme weather like today, it is very likely that some other thoughts will arise in your mind. Fortunately, Su Qian had secretly collected a lot of daily necessities last night. The supplies had already filled up one of the rooms here and were enough to sustain the two of them for a long time. Su Mayan thought of Lin Xia at this time. If I'm in danger, will you come to my aid? Not long after I send it out, I clicked to withdraw it. I couldn't help but feel a little funny. When did I become so weak that I still want to rely on others? What's more, how can he come to help under such extreme natural conditions? In less than 2 days, the snow outside had accumulated to 2 meters. Furthermore, the temperature is dropping rapidly every day, and it is difficult to move outside. Of course, I was just missing the food you cooked. It was truly delicious. Su Mayan looked down at the plump body that was about to burst through her clothes, the slender waist and the long legs. She couldn't believe that such a charming figure could lose to the dish she cooked. Besides the food, don't you miss anything else? Lin Xia couldn't help but think of her charming and seductive figure and her elegant and noble temperament. Then you must be missing something else. Isn't it a bit subtle to say it this way? Hee hee. Su Mayan also remembered that he had come here to eat before. He wanted to look at her but didn't dare to stare at her all the time, so he could only pretend to eat like crazy. What are you afraid of? You don't hate him looking at you. I wear different beautiful clothes every time we meet, isn't it just for you to see? After all, I've never been in love before. If you can save my life in the future, I am willing to cook for you for the rest of my life. Su Mayan's face flushed. After hesitating for a long time, she finally sent this message. It's a deal! Lin Xia replied without hesitation. Su Mayan stared at the gun in front of her. If even it couldn't protect her safety, she would still need Lin Xia to save her. So what's wrong with giving yourself to him? She was once a young girl in love and had dreamed of being a hero and saving a beautiful girl. He took a deep breath, put away those romantic thoughts, and then his face became serious. Qian, this gun will be handed over to you from now on. I'll go get another one. We two need to sleep at separate times, and one of us needs to be awake at all times to prevent any accidents. Miss, that's not the case. They just want to distribute food uniformly. I think what they say makes sense. Do as I say. Yes, miss. Su Qian also became serious. In her heart, Su Mayan was her heaven. She would not hesitate even if she died for her. This is the idea that has been instilled in her since she was a child. Although the young lady had always treated her well, never treating her as a servant, but taking care of her like a sister. Don't overestimate human nature? Su Mayan repeated Lin Xia's words in a low voice. Lin Xia put down his phone. This person was the Safehouse member he had already chosen. Otherwise, he would not have risked being exposed to deliver supplies to her. I'll go check on her later when I go out exploring. I'm still a little worried. At worst, I can just take her in first, and then slowly try to persuade her later. After all, love grows over time. At this time, his cell phone rang again. It was a message from Jiang Ruoxue. After reading it, Lin Xia couldn't help but feel excited. Forgive me for not spending enough time with you these days. I was trying to help you conquer this girl as quickly as possible. I miss you too. If you don't come over tonight, I'll give you a surprise tomorrow. This goblin is really deadly. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. What kind of person does Jiang Ruoxue think he is? Does he look like the kind of person who can't stand the test? He was originally preparing to relax and sleep, but he took the time to activate his special abilities and work hard to strengthen his body and iron will. Proficiency comes from diligence, while failure comes from laziness. What our ancestors said really makes sense. Start exercising today. Chapter 25 Heading to the swap meet. The years passed by in cultivation, and Lin Xia himself didn't know when he fell asleep. Then I felt myself being gently woken up. Lin Xia felt relaxed and extremely satisfied. Then everyone found something to eat. After eating and drinking, Lin Xia went to the central control room of the Safehouse to check the current data. The operation is still going well. China's construction technology is reliable. It is almost noon now, but the temperature outside is dropping instead of rising, reaching minus 53 degrees Celsius. The heavy snow outside was still falling. It was already more than 4 meters high and had begun to cover the second floor of the building. Even if his safe house had a snow removal system, it could only improve the lighting capacity. The ice and snow outside the villa were already higher than one floor. According to Lin Xia's memories from her previous life, the snow would not stop until it reached a height of about 2 or 3 stories. At that time, the temperature had stabilized, reaching more than 70 degrees below zero during the day and even colder at night, dropping to around 100 degrees below zero. Lin Xia sat on the sofa and looked at the messages in the owner's group. The exchange meeting we discussed yesterday has already started in the underground garage for a while, so I can go out and see what it is like later. After Jiang Ruoxue and the other girl had finished packing, they took the initiative to sit on both sides of him. Do you two want to go out for a walk with me? Is this a swap meet? I'm bored at home and want to go out for a walk. Let's go together. Selena also nodded along with Jiang Ruoxue, agreeing with her thoughts. Okay, wait a moment, I'll go find some equipment. Lin Xia stood up and pretended to look for some warm clothes. In fact, he just walked into an empty room, and then picked out some thick clothes that were suitable for the two women from the storage space and gave them to them. Hey, how did you find such thick clothes? It's okay to wear a small tank top at home. Is it really that cold outside? Jiang Ruoxue looked at the thick clothes in front of her and felt that putting them on would directly increase her weight by 10 pounds. Don't you see? It's over 50 degrees below zero outside. If you go out wearing that little camisole, you'll freeze into a popsicle in a minute. Jiang Ruoxue stuck out her tongue and said cutely. It's all your fault. You've taken such good care of me. Let's go change now, don't talk about me. Then he and Selena took the 2 piles of clothes in front of them and went to her room to change. Hey, I thought I'd see 2 beauties changing clothes right in front of him. Lin Xia couldn't help but feel regretful. He himself was not so particular, and started changing his clothes directly in the living room. Since they didn't need to put on makeup or anything, they didn't keep Lin Xia waiting too long. I just put on this outfit, and I already feel sweaty. It's so hot, let's get going quickly, I'm almost dying of heat. Jiang Ruoxue started complaining as soon as she changed. After all, this suit is designed for polar activities, and wearing it indoors at 24 degrees Celsius is indeed a bit torturous. Lin Xia didn't say anything more. After all, he felt a little hot, so he went straight to the underground garage. As soon as they stepped out of the door, a strong gust of cold air hit them in the face, instantly sweeping away the hot feeling in the house. The sweat that was about to come out immediately shrank back. I looked at the display screen in the garage and saw that the temperature here had reached -32 degrees Celsius. Although it is warmer than outside, it is not much warmer. Moreover, there is no heat source in the underground garage, it is just that the temperature drops relatively slowly underground. You've got foresight. If I'd come down wearing that sling, I'd probably be frozen solid by now. Jiang Ruoxue said while hugging Lin Xia's arm. Now I feel like I'm back home. The temperature is so familiar. Selena hugged Lin Xia's other arm. Unfortunately, their clothes were too thick, so Lin Xia couldn't feel their heartwarming touch, which was completely different from the feeling of holding him in a sling in the house. However, with these 2 beauties hugging his arms respectively, he still feels a great sense of accomplishment. Although the garage was large, a loud noise could be heard coming from one direction, making it easy to identify the direction of the swap meet. That should be where the exchange meeting is located. Let's go and take a look. In front of me is a huge exchange fair, with more than 1,000 people coming and going. Most people wore several layers of thick clothes, but were still shivering from the cold. Some even went out wrapped in thick blankets. Whenever Wang Wang exhales, he can see small ice crystals falling underneath the thick breath. The purpose of the clothes worn by Lin Xia and the others is evident. I didn't feel cold at all, and even felt a little sweaty after walking a few steps. The current temperature is far from the limit of this dress. When Lin Xia and the others walked over, they could hear countless people shouting and bargaining with each other. The scene was very lively. We can roughly analyze it from the few words they use when bargaining. The prices of these commodities generally rise by dozens or even hundreds of times. A bag of ordinary instant noodles can even sell for more than 200 yuan. Chapter 26: Speeding up the thugs. Since everyone is selling second-hand goods now, although some things look good, Lin Xia and the others still feel very uncomfortable and ultimately did not buy them. After searching around for a long time, I finally found a few pieces of underwear that fit Serena's size. After all, she is an F-level warrior, and it is too difficult to find equipment that matches her. As for these equipment, it was because the person bought the wrong size when shopping online. Because of the extremely cold weather now, I can't return the goods in time, so I came here to exchange them with a try-it attitude. Even so, these items cost Lin Xia tens of thousands of yuan. What a profiteer! But as long as Serena likes it. Lin Xia also asked Zhang Ruoxue to pick out some things that interested her. After all, she couldn't favor one over the other. Lin Xia, did you come to see me on purpose? I knew you wouldn't want me to starve to death. Bai Qian, who was wrapped in several layers of clothes and shivering, couldn't help but come forward excitedly when she saw Lin Xia. Then she saw the two women beside him, and her expression turned unnatural again. Even with thick clothes, you can't tell what her figure is like. The two girls' stunning looks alone were enough to devastate her. One is a gentle and beautiful goddess, and the other is an exotic goddess with lake blue eyes and long golden hair. In front of them, I am not even an ugly duckling. Lin Xia didn't want to pay any attention to her at first, thinking that she would wait until the time was right to torture this family to death. After all, they were the direct murderers who killed her in her previous life. But thinking of the plan he had conceived last night, he had to suppress his emotions temporarily, and spoke patiently. If you want to eat, just go buy it. I don't see so many vendors outside. I've already told you that we have nothing to do with each other anymore. Do whatever you want, but don't mess with me. I still need to go get some food from the old house. The supplies in the villa are almost gone. Get out of my way. Lin Xia waved her hand impatiently and left with the two girls. Bai Bufan said softly beside Bai Qian. Sister, that boy really has some food in his room. I just bought some tools from someone. Let's clear out his house tonight. Bai Qian also put away her pitiful and pretentious look, looked at Lin Xia's back, and said viciously. Since you are heartless, don't blame me for being ungrateful. I wanted to leave some for you, but since you treat me like this, I'm going to empty your house and let you starve to death. At this time, a burly gangster with a cigarette in his mouth walked up to Lin Xia. Boy, your clothes are nice, name a price. And the two girls beside you are pretty good looking too. Let them serve me well tonight. Let's be friends. I promise I won't let you suffer any loss in the future. At this time, several thugs followed Lin Xia around, holding machetes, crowbars, and baseball bats in their hands, and kept wandering around. Whistling, they surrounded Lin Xia. The noisy hawking sounds around suddenly became quieter. Everyone turned their heads and looked over here. Hey, look over there, they're not going to fight, are they? Hurry up and get away. If Brother Dao spots him, that kid is done for today. This Dao brother's name is Chen Dao. I heard he rose to prominence following a big shot, and he's been bullying people around here. That's right. I heard from a friend that this Dao brother has been involved in many murder cases. But now he is doing fine. Not only is he not in trouble, but the power under his command is growing stronger and stronger. Who dares to mess with him? If it weren't for the heavy snow, he would have gathered hundreds of people to surround this place in a matter of minutes. When Bai Qian and her brother saw Lin Xia being surrounded, they also looked pleased. He was the one who didn't want to give us food. Now he's been blocked. That's what they call, every evildoer will be punished by his own evildoer. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Xia couldn't help laughing. Stealing clothes and women has come to him? Lin Xia couldn't help but point at herself and asked. Are you talking to me? Chen Dao also looked impatient at this time. No one had ever dared to talk to him like this before. Even if she went to someone else's house and did it with her husband watching, he would not dare to resist. He has been the local emperor for so long, and no one has ever dared to act so arrogantly in front of him, so he raised the long knife in his hand and pointed it at Lin Xia. Did you give me face? Stop whining in front of me and take off this clothes right now. Everyone, please be careful and don't hurt these two beauties. You know, I don't like to waste. After saying this, he showed a lewd expression and chuckled. The younger brothers were also excited. The boss's frugal style of eating every grain of rice in the bowl was really likable. I will follow Brother Dao until death. It was the first time that Jiang Ruoxue encountered such a scene, and she was so scared that her body was shaking. Selina's expression was completely different. Her eyes were shining, and she looked eager to try. Lin Xia patted the two of them and asked them to let go of their arms. Selena, go protect Jiang Ruoxue, and leave them to me. Although Jiang Ruoxue was trembling a little, she still didn't want to hold Lin Xia back and let him get hurt. No! Let Serena help you. There are so many of them, and they are armed. It will be difficult for you to deal with them alone. What if you get hurt? I will find a way to escape by myself. This place is not far from our home. I can just run back home. Selena couldn't help but feel a little emotional. On the battlefield, she had seen too many teammates who were crazy about causing trouble for others for their own sake. This sister I just met is really cute now. Don't worry, sister. These people are no match for Xia. We should just be good princesses and let our knights protect us. The battle between the two sides was about to break out, but it ended quickly. The fighting power of these people can only be regarded as idlers in society at best, and they fight with a ruthless determination that does not care about their lives. Anyway, Lin Xia couldn't tell what skills they had. In addition, the temperature is so low now that their bodies have long been frozen and their movements are extremely stiff. Lin Xiafei walked forward without even looking at the knife in his hand. With one elbow strike, the mighty and tall knife-wielding man in front of him was knocked into a hunched shrimp. Then a right whip kick ended the fight. Before the onlookers could see Lin Xia's movements clearly, Chen Dao was kicked and flew into a car. The car then issued a sharp alarm sound, and the scene became even quieter. No, buddy! The younger brothers who were standing around couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Who are you guys friends with? I only hit your boss and not you guys, right? Lin Xia's movements were as fast as lightning, and he elbowed Chen Dao's younger brothers one by one. Then, a few more large shrimps with hunched backs appeared on the ground. There were stars twinkling in Jiang Ruoxue's beautiful eyes at this moment. So handsome. Her man is so handsome. Chapter 27 Setting a Trap. Everyone was shocked by the scene before them. Brother Dao was beaten up by an unknown young man. They could only vaguely hear people whispering. This is Brother Dao, was he dealt with so easily? Didn't you see he's still lying on the ground? He looks like he's been knocked unconscious and hasn't recovered yet. Even when Brother Long and Brother Dao were fighting for territory, Brother Long could only compete with Brother Dao in the furniture store. Whose general is this kid? He's so brave. Oh shit, it was my car that got smashed, the door is dented. Will the car insurance still cover it in this situation? Chen Dao slowly recovered at this time. He had never suffered such a big loss before. He stared at Lin Xia with a fierce look on his face, and his tone was very vicious. What kind of gang are you in? Do you know who my superior is? I have 10,000 ways to make you suffer a fate worse than death. What's the point of being able to fight? You have to know that the Jianghu is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and worldly wisdom. Before he could finish, Lin Xia walked over. Lin Xia's tall shadow covered Chen Dao, who was still lying on the ground. What are you going to do? Chen Dao is a little frightened now. He was just following the procedure and making some harsh remarks, so why did this guy come over here? Lin Xia glanced at his exposed hands. It's a matter of human nature, isn't it? He raised his foot and stepped down hard. Ah! Chen Dao suddenly let out a pig-slaughtering scream. How dare you look at me like that and threaten me? Why, do you want to come back and seek revenge on me? I'm so scared. Lin Xia crushed Chen Dao's hand hard, which could be considered as asking for some interest for Jiang Ruoxue in the previous life. The fingers are connected to the heart. Brother Dao is now sweating coldly from the pain and feels like both of his hands have been crushed and broken. It hurt more than the elbow strikes he had received earlier, and he quickly lowered his head and begged for mercy. I was wrong, brother. I will never do it again. If Lin Xia hadn't been afraid that killing someone would scare Jiang Ruoxue, he would have killed her long ago. He just couldn't understand why some movies and TV shows always like to let the villains leave intact. Even if you can't kill him on the spot, it would be nice to collect some interest first. He definitely wouldn't learn from those stupid dramas and just kick it with his own 2 kicks. Qindao's hands were not completely comminuted, but they were almost broken. In such an extremely cold environment, there is no way to get effective treatment, and his hands are basically useless. A small punishment, a big warning. If you do it again, I will not forgive you. Lin Xia brushed the dust off her clothes and turned away. Qindao, who was lying on the ground in so much pain that he couldn't speak, felt dizzy. You call this a minor punishment? Wouldn't the great commandment have killed him? It's just a small matter, is it that serious? Isn't it just to steal your clothes and play with your woman? Then he lost consciousness and passed out from the pain. Boss! The younger brother lying on the ground didn't even bother to hold his stomach and wail anymore, and hurried over to see what happened to their boss. The 2 girls happily hugged Lin Xia's arms again, and the people around them consciously made way for Lin Xia and the others, not daring to provoke this ruthless man. It wasn't until Lin Xia walked away that the scene became lively again. Who is this kid? Is there such a ruthless person in our community? That beating was too harsh. Qindao's screams gave me the creeps. No matter what, hitting someone is wrong. Is there no one trying to stop the fight? Then why didn't you stop it just now? Bai Qian and her brother were also frightened by Lin Xia's previous actions. It was really too cruel. It turned out that he had held back that time and only made a big hole in the wall without hurting them. Bai Bufan was a little timid. Sister, are we still going to break into his house? This guy is too cruel. Bai Qian gritted her teeth and said, Go! But we have to be discreet and be careful not to be recognized. There are surveillance cameras in the elevator, so let's take the emergency exit. He doesn't live here, so we can do this secretly. He won't know who stole all the supplies from his house. If our family can't get these supplies, we won't be able to hold out for long. The supplies outside are too expensive, and we simply can't afford them. Just consider these supplies as compensation for the loss of my youth. Lin Xia, you damn scumbag! On the other side, the mother and daughter next door to Lin Xia also saw the whole process of Lin Xia beating Qindao, and they couldn't help but laugh in amazement. Teacher, that man must be our new neighbor. I think I saw him not long ago. Yeah, it was him. I saw him when I went out to take out the trash. Teacher, the 2 girls in his arms are so beautiful, and they look so happy when they smile. Not like that dead man who just used us as tools for his amusement. He's lying at home, and he's sending us 2 women out to carry supplies. Now we're cold, hungry, and tired. Okay, stop complaining. I'll get you some more later. He bought a lot of things today. I hope he can give us more at noon. The mother and daughter pulled their hats down to hide their stunning faces. This morning, they had seen many cases of bullying, and Beauty was actually a burden at this time. Lin Xia, what are you doing here? Are there really still supplies here that you haven't taken away? Jiang Ruoxue saw Lin Xia coming back here again and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. There are some supplies here, but they are not for us to use. They are to be added with ingredients for those with bad intentions to eat. Lin Xia didn't explain much and took out the veterinary laxative that had been prepared long ago. Sprinkled the powder evenly on the few remaining foods here. As for the dosage of the medicine, he didn't look carefully. The dosage in this packet is enough to make an elephant collapse. Moreover, the main ingredients are resistant to high temperatures, so there is no need to worry even if they are cooked. Isn't it easy to deal with just a few people? He came up with this plan last night, and happened to meet Bai Qian today, who gave him some guidance. After a while, when she runs out of food at home, she will definitely set her sights on his room. Then let them eat and poop enough. After doing all this, Lin Xia scanned the room and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. There are too many memories of him here. It was here in his previous life that he spent the last part of his life. The view outside the window at that time was the same as it is now, covered with vast ice and snow. At that time, I could only watch the food at home gradually dwindle and feel despair. The tragedy of the previous life will never happen again in this life. Perhaps Jiang Ruoxue noticed that Lin Xia was feeling a little down, so she tried to comfort the man she loved the most in her own way. Lin Xia, do you want to come to my house and take another look later? There are probably still a lot of things that haven't been properly packed. It's a good time to sort it out and see if there's anything suitable for Serena to wear. And your favorite uniform, stockings, and high heels. We can wear them and do what you love. Lin Xia hugged Jiang Ruoxue and kissed her gently on the cheek. Come on, I won't feel sleepy anymore if you say that. I'll have to pick out some I like later. Of course, you are my man, so of course I want you to feel comfortable looking at it and happy using it. Jiang Ruoxue also looked very happy. It was the easiest to coax her own man. Of course, she also enjoys it. Chapter 28. Lin Xia asks for help. Jiang Ruoxue's home was almost the same as when she left. She had been living with Lin Xia since then and rarely came back here. Coming back here this time, I actually felt like I was in another world. Home is where you have the people you love, and this place is no longer her home. Come on, let's go inside and pick something out. Jiang Ruoxue stopped feeling sad and now she is living a happy life. With the man you love most and your lovely sister by your side, what else could you be dissatisfied with? As for the uniforms, the stewardess ones were taken away a few days ago. As for the office lady style, I can probably make do with it. This sports bra is loose, so my sister should be able to wear it. It's a pity that I only have a D. My sister's F is too exaggerated. I can't pick out many clothes that are suitable for her. There are still quite a few unopened stockings here, but the ones at the villa are almost gone. The more Lin Xia listened, the more embarrassed she felt. The conversations between these girls were so lively. They didn't even consider herself an outsider. He revealed all his wealth. Selena still looked like a serious and studious baby, nodding frequently. Make yourself a little restless. The tall and glorious image of himself in Selena's heart must have completely disappeared on the first night they lived together. Why are you still standing there like an idiot? Give me some advice. Otherwise, you'll be the one who suffers if you don't like it later. Jiang Ruoxue looked at Lin Xia, who was standing aside, and giggled. Well, it's all good, the summary is very accurate. Lin Xia rubbed her hands and said awkwardly, Sister, don't be fooled by his innocent and shy appearance. He might be pretending now. Jiang Ruoxue held Selena's arm, looking like a good sister. Unfortunately, the two of them are wearing too thick clothes now, so even if they cling to each other, it doesn't look attractive at all. It's better to be at the villa, the clothes there are cooler. At this moment, Jiang Ruoxue's cell phone suddenly rang. Strange, I haven't received a call in a long time. Who called? When she took out her cell phone and looked at it, her expression changed immediately. Lin Xia? This name reminded her of that humiliating time. When she was about to hang up, Lin Xia stopped her. Just pick it up and see what he has to say. Jiang Ruoxue obediently pressed the answer button. A man with a bloody head and huddled in the corner trembling appeared on the screen. It was her ex-husband, Lin Xia, who abandoned her and left her alone to deal with the thugs who came to collect debts, while she ran away alone. Ruoxue, save me. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have borrowed money from a loan shark and then ran away alone. These people not only arrested me, but also my parents. They still have a lot of guns in their hands. If the road hadn't been blocked by heavy snow, they would have sent us to Kidney Country long ago. You are the only one who can save me now. Please save me. Lin Xia knelt down in front of the camera, called out repeatedly to repent, and begged Jiang Ruoxue for forgiveness. Looking at his current appearance, Jiang Ruoxue felt a sense of pleasure, but at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. She was almost going to be like Lin Xia. If Lin Xia hadn't saved her at that time, her situation would have been even worse. She knew the 10 most brutal tortures in Yaozi country. Just hearing the introduction was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Not to mention that a girl with her looks would definitely be tortured to a point where she would be worse than death if she were sent there. That is not a telecommunications fraud park, but a terrorism of human trafficking, crimes against humanity, and genocide. Jiang Ruoxue felt relieved that she met Lin Xia. Otherwise her life will be rewritten, and she will fall into the abyss completely. She couldn't help but sneer. It's not that you know you're wrong, but you know you're going to die. Why didn't you think of me when you ran away by yourself? Do you know how desperate I was when those people knocked on my door and kidnapped me? Where were you at that time? Lu Xi just kept kowtowing and admitting his mistakes while crying. I'm sorry, it's my fault. If Lin Xia hadn't lent us the money that day, I wouldn't be in this situation now. Lin Xia only knew a rough idea in her previous life. The inhuman deeds that Lu Xi did completely destroyed Jiang Ruoxue. But now that I truly understand what Lu Xi has done, I realize that calling him a beast is an insult to the word beast. You have done this yourself, how dare you blame me? Is it me who asked you to borrow the loan at high interest rates? Did I let you sneak away in the middle of the night? Lin Xia was so angry that her baby was treated like this by Lu Xi that she appeared directly in the video call between them and questioned this scumbag face to face. I'm doing this for this family. If two people were captured together, there would be no hope at all. I had no choice but to do this. No, who are you? Why are you in my house? Lu Xi, who was knocking his hair over there, also realized that the voice was not his wife. You are Lin Xia. You stinky bitch, you finally found him. Why were you pretending to be so noble that day? If you had stayed with him for one night, there wouldn't be so many problems now. You bitch, you shall die. Jiang Ruoxue won't tolerate this. How dare this scumbag scold Lin Xia? Who am I with? Is that your business? From the day you ran away alone, the only thing between us has been enemies. After hearing this, Lu Xi was so angry that he was shaking all over and couldn't speak clearly. He just kept shouting hysterically. Bitch, 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 bitch. Jiang Ruoxue was too lazy to listen to his further nonsense, and hung up the phone directly. There was no longer any affection between her and Lu Xi, and at this moment she only felt the pleasure of successfully taking revenge on him. Then he threw himself into Lin Xia's arms and kissed him. Thank you. I love you. Chapter 29 University teacher asks for contact information. Although he couldn't feel Jiang Ruoxue's breathtakingly graceful figure in his arms because of the thick clothes. But at this moment, Lin Xia's sense of happiness has already surpassed the peak pleasure she felt at that time. It is extremely psychologically satisfying and is a higher level of happiness. On the other hand, the atmosphere at Lu Xi's place was not so warm. The power behind the money-lending company is actually the local warlord of Yaozi country. The warlord leader of that gang of thugs held a rifle in his hand and pressed the muzzle of the rifle against Lu Xi's forehead. Shut up, it's too noisy. Lu Xi immediately stopped his hysterical cursing, replaced it with a flattering smile, and spared no effort to promote his wife. Boss, this is my wife. I'm not kidding you, isn't she very beautiful? And she's also a flight attendant. The person next to him is called Lin Xia? Yes, he is Lin Xia. He has also borrowed money from us. Go and capture him as well. It just so happens that he's with my wife, so you can kill two birds with one stone. Lu Xi continued to flatter. But our agreement was that you would bring her here, and I would spare your life. Now you're asking me to catch her again. Aren't you a little impatient with life? Lu Xi was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. His eyes rolled around, and suddenly he thought of something. Oh, that guy spent 80 million to buy a villa and spent tens of millions to renovate it. Not only is it spacious, but a lot of insulation was used during the renovation. It must be very warm inside, perfect for you and your brothers to live in. Then I can pretend to escape from here and trick my wife into opening the door. If you take advantage of the situation and break in with your men, the villa and my wife will be yours. Just spare my life. From now on, I will be your slave, without any complaints. The warlord sat on it with a thoughtful look on his face. The villa seemed to be really nice. After the power cuts, it's so cold here in the company. I'm afraid I won't be able to stay here for long. There was also a top-notch flight attendant there. Ever since he saw this flight attendant, his desire became difficult to suppress. I have never met such a beautiful woman before. I must take her in and make her my personal plaything. Your information is quite interesting. You can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of life. Then the muzzle of the gun slowly moved down from Lu Xi's forehead. Eyes, mouth, neck, chest, and finally stopped at the position of his left hand. Lu Xi was shaking like a sieve, but he dared not move in front of the warlord. Then there was a bang sound of a gunshot, and Lu Xi's left hand was directly pierced by the bullet. There was a pool of blood and an obvious bullet crater on the ground. Ah! A pig slaughtering sound came out of Lin Xia's mouth. His pants became wet, and a foul smell began to fill the air. Walk! The warlord didn't even bother to look back at him, and left with a dozen fully armed minions, each of whom had a gun on his back. It's really cold in the company. When the snow stops, let this piglet take us over to have a good look at the new base. When he thought of the warm villa and the beautiful stewardess, he couldn't help but laugh unrestrainedly. Lin Xia packed a lot of things in big and small bags. Later, he was aroused by Jiang Ruoxue and actively participated in the selection of clothes, and put forward some very constructive suggestions. The result was that the two women rolled their eyes in unison, but in the end they still packed up the clothes that Lin Xia had picked with blushing faces. Lin Xia didn't feel tired at all while carrying all these things. Instead, she couldn't wait to return to the villa as soon as possible. He didn't want to reveal the fact that he had spatial abilities for the time being, not because he didn't trust them. Instead, I want to wait and give them a surprise later. The atmosphere of the exchange fair was still as lively as ever, and the fight between Lin Xia and Chen Dao seemed to have never happened. With the coming and going of people, the temperature in the underground garage seemed to have risen a bit. Apart from the high prices of the goods, everyone looked so prosperous, just like the big market in the past. Unfortunately, such days will not last for a few days, and bad news will continue to come in the days to come. The false prosperity here will be torn to pieces in an instant. The stunning mother and daughter from the neighboring house were carrying supplies at her doorstep. When they saw Lin Xia and her group walking over talking and laughing, they couldn't help but feel a little envious. They spent most of the day transporting supplies back and forth in this cold, underground garage. The man just lay leisurely at home, drinking hot tea and enjoying himself alone. He completely ignored the fact that they hadn't eaten for a whole day and that there were so many supplies at home, but he didn't even give them a piece of bread. This is in stark contrast to the harmonious scene between the neighbors in front of them. Even if I go to work as a servant in my neighbor's house, it will be happier than living in this fake home. That man really doesn't treat them as human beings. The innocent girl who was carrying supplies had a look of longing in her eyes. Teacher. The mature and intellectual university teacher also gritted his teeth and secretly made up his mind. I can't go on like this. It doesn't matter if I suffer a little. This is how my life will be anyway. But this is not the case for my own student. Her life should not end as a plaything. So I plucked up my courage and walked over. Hello, I'm your neighbor. I live next door. Can you please leave me your contact information? The environment is so dangerous right now, maybe we can help each other if we encounter any difficulties in the future. She did not ask Lin Xia for her contact information directly, but instead looked for Jiang Ruoxue. Because she didn't understand the family's situation, if she aroused the disgust of the two beauties, she would completely lose her last life-saving straw. As for why I didn't look for Serena, you can tell at a glance that she is a foreigner, and it would be awkward if she couldn't speak Chinese. Jiang Ruoxue looked at her neighbor with interest. She looks like a mature woman in her 30s. The not-so-thick clothes couldn't completely hide her figure, and her gentle and charming face exuded a scholarly temperament. Well, that's the style Lin Xia likes. Unfortunately, her exposed hands had been frozen to a purple color, which was not what Lin Xia liked. The person next to her should be her sister, who also has a very pure and lovely temperament. Okay, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can contact me. Jiang Ruoxue smiled and exchanged contact information with her. The mature woman also looked relieved and took her sister away. Why, are you interested in them? Lin Xia was a little confused. Jiang Ruoxue didn't explain much and prepared to give Lin Xia a surprise when the time came. Chapter 30 News about Chen Dao. I'm alive now, and it's still warm at home. As soon as the three of them walked into the house, it was like entering a sauna. Heat waves came from all directions, surrounding the few people tightly. I quickly took off my thick coat. I used to live at home all the time and didn't feel anything. But just now I went outside and realized that this place is simply paradise. I never want to go out again. After Jiang Ruoxue took off her coat, she was wearing a dark tight-fitting thermal garment underneath. Although no skin was exposed, the surging curves of her chest, coupled with her slender waist, had a unique temptation. The young married woman is full of satisfaction. Selina couldn't help but nod. When she took off her coat, her figure was even more exaggerated than Jiang Ruoxue's, which perfectly illustrated the saying, "There are always higher mountains than you." Although I'm from the bear country, I don't like this kind of cold weather at all. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to China right after retiring. Sure enough, choosing to be with Xia was the wisest decision. Not only did I find my other half, but I also met such a wonderful sister. Lin Xia stood aside silently, just admiring the scenery. The two of them really have an abstinence-like temptation now. It seems like nothing is leaking, but it feels like everything is leaking. Jiang Ruoxue glanced at the perverted Lin Xia and couldn't help feeling happy. Lin Xia's behavior at this time was the greatest compliment to her beauty and figure. He pulled Selina and glanced at Lin Xia, but the smile on his lips could not be concealed. "My sister and I are going to change clothes. Do you want to practice some more later?" Lin Xia looked at the time. It was just 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Since she had nothing to do, she might as well practice. "Okay." "Hey, stop looking so listless, okay? I'll give you a surprise tonight." When Jiang Ruoxue saw him like this, she knew that she had made him excited again when she was tidying clothes at her house. "I want it now, but I am too embarrassed to say it." "There's no other way, of course you have to pamper your own man." So I quickly took off my thick cold-proof gear and changed into the clothes I would wear for exercise. It's extremely quick, with the whole process taking no more than 3 minutes. I'll wait for you at the gym. Learning is like sailing against the current. If you don't move forward, you'll fall behind. The two girls smiled at each other. Lin Xia is really easy to understand and very cute. The mother and daughter next door also ate their first piece of bread of the day. Although it was cold and hard, it was their hope of survival. However, the rich man locked the room where the supplies were stored and put the key in a safe whose password only he knew. "You two are just 2 dogs I raised. Remember, you can only eat if you make me happy. Haha. Go clean up. I want to sleep a little longer. This electric blanket I just bought is so comfortable to sleep on." The two girls had tears in their eyes, but they didn't say much. They were used to this kind of life. Outside, they are pure school beauties and university professors. But here, she was nothing more than a plaything of the man in front of her. It's just that in the extremely cold weather, this man's bad attitude is even more undisguised. I hope this disaster will end soon so that they can return to a relatively normal life. At this time, the university teacher received a message on his mobile phone, which was sent by the beautiful girl next door. "Want to chat?" Qin Dao, who fainted from the pain in the garage, was carried back home by his younger brothers. After returning home, I was woken up by the pain again. No matter how I called 120, 119, and 110, the voicemails kept saying that no one was answering. His hands must be broken. If he doesn't receive timely treatment, he will definitely be disabled. I'm afraid that even if I want to do it myself in the future, I will need help from others. After much hesitation, he finally called his backer. "Boss, I was beaten and my hand is broken. If I don't get treatment, my hands might be useless. Can you contact medical personnel to save me now?" Qin Dao was in so much pain that he couldn't speak clearly. It took him a long time to finish these few words. "No one can save you now. You can only rely on yourself to find a way." A low and majestic voice came from the other end of the phone, neither hurried nor slow. "What, even you, boss?" Qin Dao couldn't help but be shocked. Is the current snow disaster so serious? You know, his boss is a big shot, otherwise he wouldn't dare to be so domineering and reckless. He has dozens of murder cases on his hands. But his boss could erase all the evidence with just a few words, leaving him unharmed. "That's right. If it weren't for the special situation where I'm in, my current situation might be no different from yours. There were no signs of this disaster. Whether you can survive depends entirely on your own abilities. Let me give you a piece of advice. This disaster won't stop anytime soon. Be mentally prepared. Something might happen tomorrow, so you can figure it out for yourself. Remember that if you are not ruthless, you will not be able to stand firm. Think about how we got to where we are now." Then he hung up the phone. At this time, Qin Dao no longer cared about the pain in his hand and began to think about the deeper meaning of the boss's words. The more I thought about it, the more horrified I became. The information revealed in these words was too terrifying, and I couldn't help but swallow my saliva. So he asked his men to take out several pistols hidden in his safe. "Call all the brothers who are still in this community and gather here immediately. I want to hold a meeting for everyone." There was a fierce gleam in Qin Dao's eyes, which made people shudder. It seemed that he was thinking about something terrible. Time flies and it is dusk. The sky outside was still gray, and snowflakes were falling silently, as if they would never stop. The temperature outside has dropped to minus 63 degrees Celsius, and the rate of decline is slower than the previous 2 days. The outside world has now become a restricted area for life. Maybe some people would try to move around in the corridors or underground garages, but no one would dare to try to move around outside in the snow. With 5 meters of snow and extremely low temperatures of over 60 degrees below zero, if you stay outside for a while without professional cold-proof equipment, you may be frozen to death. But these situations were not within Lin Xia's consideration. His safe house is kept at a constant temperature of 24 degrees Celsius, and there are countless foods and supplies in the space. There are also 2 stunning beauties in his home. Life is really as lonely as snow. It's a pity that after the exercise just now, my plan to give Serena a bath failed. Jiang Ruoxua's suspicious look undoubtedly hurt his sincere heart. How could he be the kind of person who wants to take advantage of Serena while she's taking a shower? It's impossible. He didn't care at all about the show those 2 people prepared for him that night. So after taking a shower, I consciously started to prepare dinner for today, trying not to waste too much time on eating. Pick out 3 dishes that the 3 of them like to eat from the space: crystal pork elbow, squirrel fish, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, braised pork in red sauce, and pork with preserved vegetables. The dining table is filled with delicious food and the air is filled with tempting aroma. The 2 girls also packed up and left the room, but they were just dressed casually. His expectant eyes were filled with a hint of disappointment. Jiang Ruoxua couldn't hide this change in his expression, and a mischievous smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "Silly, why are you in such a hurry? I'll show you the show after dinner." Lin Xia was slightly stunned. Was his expression that obvious? He is a very upright person. I won't be moved by beauty. Chapter 31 Backstep. After Lin Xia turned on the TV, the 3 of them sat at the dining table and happily ate a sumptuous dinner under the warm light. Outside the house, it was windy, snowy and icy. The others could only hide in their quilts and shiver, carefully calculating the remaining food at home and thinking about how to survive for a longer period of time. Their current life was completely different from Lin Xia's. According to our report, due to the impact of extreme weather, many large-scale power generation facilities across the country have been damaged. Thermal power, nuclear power and other power generation facilities are also facing severe tests. The Great Depression has caused at least tens of millions of deaths in countries like the United States, but in my country, the disaster is still under control and everything is moving in a positive direction. Officials are actively working on solutions to this disaster, so please don't cause panic. The news still reports good news but not bad news, but from some fragmentary reports, it can be seen that the current situation is not optimistic. The horror of this extreme cold weather has exceeded everyone's expectations. The current situation can no longer be solved by human power. Human beings are too insignificant in such extreme weather. No other information about this disaster can be found on the internet, and the comments section is full of people who believe in China. History indeed continued to advance along the course of the previous life, and this little butterfly of his did not affect the disaster. After finishing her meal, Lin Xia lay on the sofa, watching the news being broadcast on TV repeatedly. He was browsing his phone, chatting with Su Mayan, watching the fun in the owner's group, and waiting for Jiang Ruoxua and the others to change their equipment. "The rich man in the villa area, can you return the things to me? I don't want to buy them anymore." "What's this idiot dreaming about? Isn't it just that he knows that things are now many times more expensive than they were during the day, and he regrets it and wants to make more money? This kid took advantage of the opportunity to make over $1 million today. He's already saved himself from years of hard work, and he's still not satisfied. I have a more strategic vision than him. I held back from trading today, and I will definitely make more money than him tomorrow. If anyone wants to buy goods, please contact me privately and I'll show you the inventory. You're still thinking about getting rich at this time. Are you still human? You should selflessly dedicate yourself to us women. We will thank you after the disaster is over. How do you thank me? Just a thank you? Ha! Version T0's remarks in this environment can only make people laugh, and the group is now filled with a happy atmosphere. Not long after, Jiang Ruoxue and Selena finally changed their clothes and came out. Lin Xia looked over and her mind went blank, her eyes fixed on the two women. There was no way, he really had no resistance to their current combination. Both of them are dressed in pure clothes now. She wore a white shirt on the upper body and a pleated skirt on the lower body. She looked very pure and charming. The only word to describe her was pure desire. Looking at Lin Xia sitting stupidly on the sofa, the two girls were also very satisfied. It seems that this program was not a wrong choice, and it has received good response as soon as it was released. Why are you still standing there? It's not like you haven't seen it before. Hurry up and lie down on the sofa. We will give you a massage and relax. Lin Xia closed her eyes and waited for a long time, but she didn't feel the touch just now, and she couldn't help feeling confused. So I opened my eyes and couldn't help but laugh when I saw how scared they looked. Chapter 32 Chicken Soup is here. On the other side, Bai Qian's family took advantage of the night, and quietly came to the house where Lin Xia lived before. Dad, can these things really pick the door lock? Bai Bufan felt curious as he watched Bai Jia carefully knocking on the door with tools. Nonsense, back when your uncles and I went to work in various communities, this kind of thing was commonplace. If I wasn't afraid that the noise would disturb the people around me, I could fix this ordinary door lock in a few minutes. Stop talking nonsense and get it done. This damn weather is even colder at night than during the day. I'm almost freezing to death. Chao Shufan shrank back, her teeth chattering. Don't rush, it will be ready soon. If that guy hadn't become so powerful now and hadn't beaten Qingdao like that, would I have needed to be so careful? If the neighbors find out that we broke into their house, they'll beat us to death. Chao Shufan thought of the punch she received that day and didn't dare to say anything more, so she turned the gun around and started cursing Bai Qian. It's all your fault, you money loser. If it weren't for you, we would have moved into a big villa long ago. Although Bai Qian was indignant, she didn't dare to say anything more, as she had the lowest status in the family. Okay, pry it open. With a clear sound, the door opened. It's so empty in there. Could this guy have lied to us and moved the food away a long time ago? Bai Bufan looked at the empty house and couldn't help but complain. Bai Qian went straight to the kitchen. Although she had just waited for dinner when she came to Lin Xia's house before and hadn't even washed the dishes, at least she knew where Lin Xia usually put the food. Sure enough, in a cupboard, they found rice and flour food that had just been opened. If they ate it sparingly, it would be enough for them to eat for a long time. There are a lot of things in the refrigerator that he didn't take. Chao Shufan took out a frozen fresh 3 yellow chicken from the refrigerator's freezer and couldn't help feeling happy. We haven't eaten all day, so this chicken is a good start. I'm the best at making chicken soup. Bai Jia took Bai Bufan and searched around the rooms, but found nothing useful. Bai Bufan couldn't help but complain. This kid moved too cleanly. His house is like a bare-bones house, with nothing left. Bai Jia consoled him. At least there's still food. This is enough for us to eat for a while. If we buy these foods from the exchange meeting today, it will cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it will probably be even more expensive tomorrow. Bai Qian and the others happily carried tonight's spoils and quietly returned to their room along the stairs. But they didn't know that these foods were deliberately left here by Lin Xia, and he even came back during the day to add more ingredients. It's for this moment. Bai Qian's family sat neatly at the dining table, waiting for Chao Shufan to serve the last dish, and they couldn't help but feel a little tearful. It's really not easy for them. They have no food these days and are suffering from hunger and cold. Tonight we went to collect food in extremely low temperatures, and we were scared all the way. They were worried that Lin Xia would suddenly appear behind them and beat them to death with 1 punch each. Fortunately, the result was good. Smelling the fragrance of food on the table, I felt that it was all worth it. Chao Shufan finally brought out the chicken soup from the kitchen. Hey, chicken soup is here. This chicken soup is very precious. Everyone should drink it while it's hot. Bai Jia couldn't wait to pour a large spoonful of chicken soup into his bowl, took a big sip while it was hot, and couldn't help but sigh. Your mother's skill in making chicken soup is truly unique. Not too salty, not too bland, it tastes really good. You all should drink something quickly, it won't taste good if it gets cold. Everyone who hadn't eaten for a day drank the chicken soup and ate the food. Only at this moment did I feel like I was alive again. What kind of life have I been living these days? I couldn't help but sigh. It's a wonderful thing to drink more soup. At this moment, Bai Jia, who was frantically picking up food to eat, suddenly felt something was wrong. His intestines were moving wildly, as if a fart was about to come out. He didn't care. He had experienced this kind of gamble countless times in his life and had never failed. This time will definitely be the same as before, it's bullshit, that's for sure. So I gently lifted one side of my butt to prevent the gas from passing through my skin and causing vibrations. If the noise was too loud, it would affect everyone's meal, which would be bad. Everything was normal at the beginning, just as Bai Jia expected, but gradually, he felt something was wrong. At this time he knew that he had lost the bet. Then it burst out like a river, and I couldn't control it at all. Fuck, what's that smell so bad, Dad, can you smell it? Bai Bufan turned his head with a look of disgust, and asked Bai Jia if he smelled the stench. At this moment, Bai Jia's face turned ashen, and he could no longer control his expression. He didn't even have time to get some paper and limp to the bathroom. Unfilial son, bring me some paper! Bai Jia looked incredulous. Dad, it's you! Chapter 33 Blackout. The other people at the table had lost their appetite because of the stench coming from Bai Jia. Bai Bufan had just gotten the paper and was walking to the bathroom door when he suddenly had a familiar feeling in his head, so he hurriedly knocked on the door. Dad, let me in, I can't hold on any longer. Get out of here, there's only one spot. I just came in, figure it out for yourself. Bai Bufan felt that his pants were already warm, so he had no choice but to go out and take care of it in the corridor. Not long after, the Bai family's mother and daughter followed suit and had to go out to the corridor to find a solution. For a moment, they were surrounded by a feeling of pain, coldness and stench, making them feel that life would be worse than death. I really regret stealing these foods from Lin Xia's house. Time slowly came to the third day after the end of the world. Lin Xia knew that today was a huge turning point because something important happened on this day in her previous life. The power supply system that had lasted for so long finally collapsed completely under the extreme cold conditions. What followed was a series of chain reactions, and infrastructure such as water supply, gas supply, and network were all shut down. This sudden disaster is simply beyond human control. This major power outage indicates that the human beings here have been completely trapped in these tombs built of steel and concrete. Perhaps some celestial dragons may have a way to protect themselves. After all, no one knows better than them how long these infrastructures can last and the impact of extreme cold. But ordinary people in the Doomsday are undoubtedly the ones who are abandoned. People's mentality began to change from then on. This disaster might not end in a short time, and food and supplies would become an important guarantee for their survival. Whether you can continue to survive depends on yourself. Anyone can become prey or hunter, and the law of the dark jungle will be played out here. Lin Xia, look at the owner's group chat, everyone seems to be talking about the power outage, why don't we feel anything here? After breakfast, Lin Xia was playing a shooting game with Selena. Jiang Ruoxue was not very interested in this type of game, so she was browsing her phone on the side. We use an independent power supply system here, so even if there's a power outage outside, it won't affect us. Lin Xia thought about it for a moment, and understood what was going on. She explained it to Jiang Ruoxue. It was probably at this point in my previous life that the power grid collapsed, and could no longer provide a stable supply of electricity. However, the backup circuit in the power grid system is not completely damaged and may be powered from time to time, but the amount of power it can supply is very low, and the time is very unstable. Apart from charging your phone, it's basically useless. Lin Xia also put down the game controller at this time, opened her mobile phone and read the messages in the group. Just now there was a flash of light in my house, and then the power went out suddenly. Is this the case in my house? It's not just your house. It seems like the whole area has lost power. My friend in the neighborhood next door has no power either. Why is the power grid phone always disconnected? The air conditioner and electric blanket at home don't work. I'm almost freezing to death. Be content. I just bought my electric blanket for 30,000 yuan yesterday, and it's already become scrap before I even used it for long. I understand the power outage, but why did the water also go out? Also, my cell phone signal is so weak that I can't even load videos. How could anyone have escaped the 9-year compulsory education system? Don't you know that waterworks and signal towers both require electricity? If the power goes out, of course everything will go down too. Holy crap! It's so cold, and they've cut off the water, electricity, and internet? Is there any hope for us to survive? After reading the message in the group, Jiang Ruoshu couldn't help but feel a little worried, so she sat in Lin Xia's arms, as if this was her safe haven. Lin Xia, are we really okay here? Lin Xia gently hugged the delicate body in her arms and comforted her. Don't worry, didn't I show you around yesterday? The energy supply in the safe house is independent, and won't be affected by the outside world. We can just do what we need to do. At this moment, Lin Xia's phone suddenly vibrated. It turned out that there were messages at all members in the group that were constantly flooding the screen. Qin Dao and his men robbed supplies at the exchange meeting and killed someone. Everyone, please don't come to the underground garage. If you're in the underground workshop, run away quickly. Picture. Fuck, luckily I felt it was a bit cold today, so I haven't gone out to set up the stall yet. Now the early bird gets the worm? Didn't Qin Dao and the others react too quickly? It wasn't long after the power outage, and they already organized people to rob? You dare to send me a photo? You can run away, but you can't. I know where your home is, and I'm waiting for you there. What do you want to do? Qin Dao, I'm going to fight you. The last two sentences should be what Qin Dao and the person who exposed him said. Not long after, Qin Dao posted several photos in the group. The family in the photos had been beaten to death. The house was in a mess, with blood all over the sofa and floor. Picture. This is what happens when you go against us. Of course, we are not unreasonable. I believe everyone is aware that it will be difficult to restore normal order in the future. But as long as you follow us, you won't have to worry about food, drink, and entertainment. You may even live a better life than before the apocalypse. But if you go against us, this will be your example. The group was silent for a while. No one dared to post a message behind Qin Dao, and everyone was digesting this matter. In any case, they knew that the peaceful days of the past would never return. But everyone also felt a little strange. They didn't know why Qin Dao was so brave. Wasn't he afraid of being liquidated after the snow disaster? At this time, some people thought of a big man behind Qin Dao, and they were afraid that Qin Dao might have obtained some inside information. For a time, people's hearts were divided. Chapter 34 Capital Alliance. Boss, we now have over 100 people. Do you want to go find that guy from yesterday and avenge me? Qin Dao looked at his bandaged hands, which were still in excruciating pain. Yesterday he just asked someone among his subordinates who knew a little about medical care to help him deal with it simply. It is unknown whether these hands will be usable in the future. Qin Dao had never suffered such a great humiliation before. He would not allow such an arrogant person to exist in this community. This revenge must be avenged. Does anyone know where that kid's home is? When we take over there, you'll be the first to attack those two little beauties in his house. Boss, I know. That guy is the one who bought the villa a while ago. Those two beauties of his are making me so greedy. I've never seen such beautiful women before. A younger brother in front of Qin Dao was rubbing his hands excitedly. He was also one of the younger brothers who were beaten yesterday. Those two women are truly the most beautiful women in the world. This little brother couldn't help but feel jealous. Since you dared to hit me yesterday, I will avenge you in front of you today. The other younger brothers couldn't help but feel envious. Don't worry about the rest of the brothers, everyone will have a share when the time comes. When the younger brothers heard this, their morale suddenly boosted. Long live the boss! Long live the boss! Qin Dao has been in the underworld for so many years. Of course he understands the principle of righteousness being the most important thing. The leader of the Black Beast mercenary group has been his role model since he was a child. Therefore, the younger brothers he brought with him could always be so united, and his power grew bigger and bigger, and finally he succeeded in hooking up with that big man. Qin Dao also began to fantasize in his mind that perhaps he could use this disaster to further expand his power. He can even turn the big man who once promoted him into his younger brother. Repay him double for the humiliation he once brought upon me. Let's go! Lin Xia, who was enjoying the fruits fed by two beauties in the safe house, had no idea of Qin Dao's plan. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Want to seek revenge on him? First, break through the defenses of his safe house. Besides, he is no longer the coward in his previous life. Now he has plenty of strength and means. He had seen too many ambitious people like Qin Dao in his previous life. This disaster will bring out evil thoughts in people's hearts. Qin Dao will not be the first, nor the last. At this moment, his cell phone issued a series of beeps again. Lin Xia clicked on it, and found that she had been pulled into a new group. The group leader was the rich man who lived next door. Since he was free anyway, he might as well see what they were talking about. There aren't too many people in the group, about 50 or 60, which is relatively small compared to the entire community of nearly 10,000 people. Seeing that most people had entered, the group leader started talking. I think everyone has seen the photos in the community group chat. Qin Dao and his gang have gone crazy now. They began to kill people recklessly and loot supplies wantonly. They even wanted to recruit more people to join their organization and expand its scale. Someone started to speak fearfully in the group. That's right. The family that was killed was not far from my home. I could hear their wailing from across the building. The photos in the group are not fake. Qin Dao and his gang have already killed him. How dare they do this? Aren't they afraid of being sanctioned in the future? Don't be naive, those people above, those things are just for fooling ordinary people. Don't you realize that this group is basically made up of rich and powerful people? I've seen several familiar people, and I think the same is true for the others I don't know. I don't need to explain who Qin Dao's background is. I think everyone knows it. It's only the third day since the apocalypse, and he dares to do this. He must have known some inside information. At this time, other people in the group also reacted. Qin Dao must have known something in advance. I just asked some people in our circle. Most of the people who could reply to the message were locked in the community, and a small number of people didn't even reply to the message. The person above Qin Dao didn't reply to my message. Now that the city is locked down due to extreme cold, and everyone is trapped in the community, how could there be no time to reply to messages? The only possibility left is that those who didn't reply to the message are all together, and they are forbidden from spreading the information outside. Based on the news and what's happening now, I would hazard a guess. The current situation has gotten out of control. The higher-ups are no longer able to control it, which is why Qin Dao dares to kill people so recklessly. Some people began to worry about their own situation. Apart from their social identities, everyone was just an ordinary person, and they might not even be able to defeat Qin Dao's younger brothers. Then what should we do? Qin Dao has so many people and so many weapons. We are no match for him. That's right, that's right. At this time, the group leader spoke again. That's why I invited you all here. You all either hold high positions with unique access to information, or you're incredibly wealthy and have a lot of money. I'm sure you all stockpiled a lot of food and supplies yesterday, right? If this continues, sooner or later Qin Dao will overtake us. When that happens, I'm sure everyone's fate will not be good. There are many smart people in the group. What you said makes some sense. When order disappears, whoever has the bigger fist will be right. This is why Qin Dao is wantonly looting supplies and recruiting people to establish his authority. He wants to establish a violent organization that has the final say. Fuck, so cruel. Does Qin Dao want to be the local tyrant in this community? Everyone in the group was already starting to feel anxious. Group leader, you must have a solution by bringing us in. The supplies I just bought yesterday, as well as my wife and children, will all be ruined if Qin Dao comes to my house. Seeing that the atmosphere in the group had been almost stimulated, the group leader began to propose his own plan. So we need to unite and form a new alliance to fight against Qingdao. Our advantage is that we all have sufficient supplies and a relatively high social status. With these, we can trick quite a few ordinary people into working for us. It's human nature to stick together. I'm sure they're also afraid of Qingdao coming after them. Let's just hide behind and accept their protection. When their food is almost gone, we can throw some out to them and make those ordinary people obey us. What Qingdao did with the peasant uprising, we can totally do with the capitalists. We are much more advanced than him. Ha ha ha, the group leader is really smart. He's worthy of being a famous capitalist. His ideas are insightful. It's really that high. Whether it's Qingdao or ordinary people, they are all playthings in the group leader's hands. I surrender. Group leader, your words are profound. The group was then filled with a bunch of flattery. Typing doesn't cost any money anyway, so who knows what those people are thinking behind the scenes. Lin Xia turned off her phone and stopped reading. Lin Xia, can they succeed? Their plan seems pretty good. Jiang Ruoxue also watched their entire conversation. She felt that what they said made some sense, so she asked out of curiosity. Lin Xia recalled briefly and seemed to have the impression that there was such an organization, but it seemed that it did not last long and was destroyed by Qingdao. If I hadn't bought a villa in this life, they probably wouldn't have invited me. They're just a bunch of loose sand, they can't accomplish anything great. They're just talking big now. But if they really run into Qingdao, they'll surrender faster than anyone else. Just like the European Union decades ago, the United States has been slapped in the face. Do you dare to say a word? They only dare to do some shady things behind the scenes, but they actually surrender faster than anyone else. Selena nodded frequently. She was very familiar with that period of history. It was even written into the textbooks of their country. Decades ago, when a fight broke out at the European Union's doorstep, they didn't dare to resist, and in the end, when the profits were divided, they could only sit at the children's table. While Lin Xia and the others were chatting, the control terminal of the Safehouse suddenly issued a sharp alarm. Chapter 35 Real-Life Tower Defense. Lin Xia stood up and went to check, and saw that dozens of red dots were approaching. By checking the surveillance cameras in the nearby area, it can be clearly seen that it was Qingdao's group approaching. Lin Xia, what should we do? There are so many of them, and they just killed someone. Can our safe house hold up? Jiang Ruoxue couldn't help but feel a little worried. She had never seen so many people coming with weapons to cause trouble. At the exchange meeting yesterday, the less than 10 thugs scared her a lot. The number of people now is at least 5 or 6 times that time. She also saw the photos of Qingdao and others torturing and killing other people. Just one look at it made her feel creepy and terrified. Selena's reaction was just the opposite. She seemed eager to try. Since retiring, I haven't fought with so many people again. Xia, if you let me out, I can beat them all by myself. Lin Xia shook her head. There was an open space outside the safe house without any shelter. Even though Serena is very strong, it should not be difficult for her to defeat dozens of people, but it is not that easy to do so without getting hurt. Besides, they have weapons in their hands. If Selena gets injured, the loss will be theirs. So he clicked a button on the control terminal, which could perform a perspective scan of the area on the screen to check the weapons they were carrying. The scanning results came out soon. In addition to the machetes, crowbars, and other things in the hands of Qingdao and his group, there were actually 3 pistols in the pockets of several people behind them. If they had guns, could you have knocked them over? Serena looked hesitant, not as confident as before. If they haven't received special training, they won't be my match. Jiang Ruoxue became even more frightened when she heard that they had guns. Lin Xia had considered this situation before building this safe house. He has dozens of methods that can easily take down these people in front of him. He turned and walked to a room next to him, and took out 3 crossbows and hundreds of arrows from the space. After sorting these out, he walked out of the room and distributed the weapons to the 2 women. Come on, I'll take you to play real-life tower defense. Boss, the house in front is that kid's home. A younger brother stood in front of Qingdao and pointed at the building in front. Then the group of people circled around the safe house, trying to find any loopholes so that they could break into Lin Xia's home. But after searching for a long time, I couldn't find any flaws. Not to mention getting in, there was no way to even open the outermost iron fence protective door. Damn it! I just don't believe it! Where in this world is there a door as solid as a rock? Smash it for me! Smash this door for me! After banging on it for a long time, there was no change except that some paint fell off the door. Boss, this might be a new type of alloy. It requires professional cutting tools. Where the hell am I going to find tools for you? Hurry over and smash it for me. If my hand wasn't injured, I would have slapped him a few times. If I had the tools, why would I be talking nonsense to you? Fuck! Where did the crossbow arrow come from? It hurts! It hurts so much! One of the younger brothers covered his arm and quickly stepped back. The others also stopped banging on the door and scattered. The crossbow arrow pierced the young man's arm, and his clothes were quickly soaked with blood. Blood flowed down his arm madly, forming a clear blood line on the ground. Lin Xia and the others had already been preparing to attack at the firing line. Remember, don't kill them, just injure them. If there are too many wounded, how will Qingdao recruit new followers? Selena, you're skilled. Keep a close eye on those gunmen behind you. If they dare to pull out a gun, just shoot them. Show no mercy. Although this shooting port has been specially designed and shooting directly from the outside will not hurt the people inside through the shooting port, it is still better to be careful. Jiangrua, I'll leave the first arrow to you. Remember to breathe naturally, keep your crosshairs on target, and fire directly at the end of your exhale. Lin Xia was teaching Jiangrua how to use the crossbow. Jiangrua carefully adjusted her posture, aligning the 3 points and aiming the crosshairs at the target position. When he was about to finish exhaling, he pulled the trigger. Oh, I missed. I was going to hit the guy next to me, but I hit him instead. Jiangrua felt a little embarrassed. She took a long time to adjust the arrow before shooting it. But the shot missed and only hit the man's arm. If they hadn't been so numerous and crowded together, the arrow would have missed. Lin Xia didn't care. She brought her here just to practice. As long as she dared to shoot the arrow, it would be a success. Now it seems that Jiangrua is quite good and doesn't act like a saint. Being soft-hearted at a time like this will only hurt yourself. From now on, everyone can shoot freely and have fun with them. If you want to attack us, you must be prepared to be attacked. Then Lin Xia also found his target and pulled the trigger. My legs! One of the younger brothers fell to the ground, holding his legs, with blood flowing out. This is a bit embarrassing. Lin Xia originally wanted to hit his arm with this arrow, but accidentally missed it. His old face turned slightly red, and he pretended to change an arrow and continued shooting. Well, it must be that the trajectory of this crossbow is biased to the left, not because his skills are not good. Selena was much more reliable, fast and accurate, and she always hit the right arm. They started by calling out names of enemies that were far away, and left the enemies that were closer for the two of them to practice on. Being shot in the limbs by arrows will not be fatal, but it will basically completely deprive the person of combat effectiveness. Get more wounded soldiers to make trouble for Qingdao. A younger brother hurriedly ran to Qingdao, who was squatting behind the bunker. Qingdao was already very far back, otherwise he would not have found the bunker. Boss, look, the crossbow arrows are all shot from that position. Qingdao hid behind the cover, carefully stuck his head out, and looked at the place his younger brother pointed. Sure enough, another crossbow arrow was fired from that position. Fuck, I finally caught you. Xiong-san, do you see the firing port over there? Think of a way, let's shoot him and let them know how powerful we are. John-san looked at the location, took out his pistol and handed it to Xiong-san. Don't worry, boss. I'm a good shot, I'll definitely do it. Then he carefully moved out of cover, raised his pistol and prepared to attack the firing port. Selena had been watching this side for a long time. As soon as Xiong-san came out of the cover with a gun in his hand, he entered the range of her crosshairs. But Selena thought about it, moved the crosshairs slightly downward, and then pulled the trigger. With a swish, the crossbow arrow hit the weak point of the pistol. One arrow shattered the pistol into pieces. Before Xiong-san could react, the gun in his hand was blown away by a huge force, and then he heard a crackling sound and parts falling to the ground. He turned his head to see what was going on when another crossbow arrow followed closely behind. The crossbow arrow hit Xiong-san right on the temple, and the entire arrow was nailed into his head, with only the tail remaining outside. Zhang-san's expression was frozen in the confusion just now, and then he slowly lay down in front of Qingdao. His eyes looked up, silently looking at Qingdao. Qingdao was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweats. It turned out that death was so close to him. Withdraw! Everyone retreat! Chapter 36 Qingdao's Deterrent Power. When the younger brothers present heard the boss shout this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. This one-sided massacre could finally end. Everyone limped and hurried out of the attack range of the villa. Jiang Ruoxue was very excited. Wow, sister, you are so amazing! You actually shot the gun in his hand with one arrow. And then it scared them all away. Selena smiled shyly. No, these crossbows Lin Xia gave me are very accurate, so I can shoot more accurately. Lin Xia was almost embarrassed after hearing this. It turned out that the trajectory was not deviating to the left, so she quickly changed the subject. Ahem, it's getting late, time for lunch. Do you want anything to eat? When the mother and daughter in the villa next door heard the noise of these gangsters, they carefully went to the hidden corner of the basement to check the situation. They breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the thugs were not targeting them. So I watched the whole battle. Teacher, Lin Xia and the others are so amazing. There were so many thugs there, and they couldn't even open the outermost door, and so many people were injured. The school beauty looked excited. If she lived with them, she wouldn't have to worry about safety. The teacher hugged her and gently stroked the school beauty's soft hair. There was no answer, but under his calm gaze, it was obvious that he was thinking about something. Qingdao and his younger brothers quickly fled back to his home. There were more than a dozen people wailing in the living room. Those who were not injured hurriedly used gauze and alcohol to help them with the simplest treatment. Boss, we have injured more than 10 brothers this time, and 4 brothers have died. Qingdao's face was gloomy after listening to the report. This attack had lost almost half of the core combat power. Even Xiong-san, who had followed him through thick and thin for more than 10 years, died in front of him. The most important thing is that the gun was completely broken. How could the crossbow be shot so accurately? He can find another brother if he is missing, but where can he find his gun if he is missing? Qingdao took a deep breath. The more it was at this time, the more he needed to stay calm. Give the injured brothers 3 days' rations first. Come back and get more after you finish eating. Your injuries will not be in vain. The rest of you brothers have a good rest. I'll take you to clean the building in the afternoon. Let you vent your resentment. Lin Xia's family had another sumptuous lunch. The battle in the morning did not affect their appetite. Jiang Ruoxue was still excitedly discussing shooting techniques with Selena while eating. This reaction made Lin Xia misjudge her. She thought she would be so nauseous that she couldn't eat. Lin Xia expressed the doubts in her mind. Jiang Ruoxue looked serious. I also want to become stronger. I don't want to hold you back. Lin Xia, whose shooting skills were equally poor, felt a bit pressured. But he soon let it go. After all, he still had a gun in his space, and at worst he had his space ability as a backup. Besides, Selena is his. The more powerful she is, the more powerful he will be. After dinner, Lin Xia lay on Jiang Ruoxue's lap and started browsing her phone. Jiang Ruoxue's slender legs are soft and fragrant, and it's so comfortable to use them as a pillow. There is a large-scale power outage in the community now, according to the push information on the mobile phone. The main cable was completely damaged and repair was almost impossible. Electrical appliances such as air conditioners and electric blankets are no different from waste. There is no possibility of restoring water, gas and other supplies. The network condition is not optimistic either. Now even a picture takes half a day to load, and we are suddenly back to the 3G era. Of course, these are the current situations of other people and have nothing to do with Lin Xia and the others. The situation inside the safe house was good, and he would not encounter any of the above problems here. Even the internet in his home is a dedicated channel connected directly by satellite, which is not affected by the damaged base stations on the ground nearby. At this time, a message in the group caught his attention. Nowadays, people who send messages have learned to hide all their information. He was afraid that Chen Dao would discover his location and come looking for him. Chen Dao and his gang are killing people indiscriminately in building number 5. Is there anyone who can take care of this? If this continues, it will find its way to other people sooner or later. Everyone in the group expressed their support verbally. Chen Dao is really going too far. That's right, I've already called the police, they will definitely be punished. Most people in the group criticized Chen Dao's actions, but no one dared to confront Chen Dao head-on. Moreover, those who spoke in support, like the person mentioned above, hid their personal information. Lin Xia recalled that the movements of Chen Dao and his gang seemed to be faster than in the previous life. At that time, after they robbed the supplies at the exchange meeting, they were quiet for a few days before they started looting and killing on a large scale like they do today. He guessed that it might be because Chen Dao had suffered a setback from him in the morning and wanted to appease his younger brother in other ways. Chen Dao must have also seen the comments in the group and took the opportunity to advertise himself. I'm Chen Dao, you can also call me Master Dao. If anyone wants to seek revenge on me, you're welcome to my home. If you don't want revenge, you can also consider joining us and becoming my brother, so you don't have to live in fear every day like this. And I can also take you to do some things that you usually want to do but don't dare to do. Ha! The group fell silent for a moment, and no one dared to continue speaking under Chen Dao. Then Lin Xia found herself being pulled into a new group. He couldn't help but feel speechless. What other abilities did these people have besides creating groups? I didn't dare to hit it, I could only sniff at the cricket secretly behind its back. If he hadn't wanted to have fun, he would have wiped out Chen Dao and his gang in the morning. In this new group, everyone started speaking again. Chen Dao and his gang are too brazen. How could thousands of people in our community be frightened by just a few dozen of them? As long as we unite, Chen Dao is nothing to be afraid of. That's right. The slogans were shouted loudly, but if you were not afraid of Chen Dao, why did you create a new group? Moreover, they all hid their personal information. They are all just good at talking. I propose that we form an anti-Chen Dao alliance to help each other and fight violence together. Everyone can tell me your approximate location so that I can do the statistical division. If one of us is threatened by Chen Dao, and everyone around him comes out to fight him, he has so few people that he won't be our opponent. The others couldn't help but agree. That's a good idea. We have strength in numbers. A single spit from each of us can drown him. Yes, Chen Dao has incurred public wrath and deserves death. Lin Xia found this person's profile picture familiar. After clicking it and carefully comparing his personal information, she found that he was one of the people in the rich group next door. Later I found out that this person also spoke in the group created by the rich man. I've already fooled quite a few people. You can copy my methods, and Chen Dao won't be able to make any waves. They are just a bunch of hooligans. We can wipe them out with a flick of our hands. Everyone can report their approximate location. You can be the group leader. I will organize these people and push them to you. With this group of people as our shield, we can rest easy. Some people in the group have already started to flatter him. It's really great, there must be someone capable in our group. Chen Dao is far inferior to you. Ha ha ha, just throwing out some ideas, Then I'll wait for your good news. Lin Xia felt disdain for this group of people, and after Chen Dao killed a few of them, he dared not say a word. Chen Dao lived a good life in his previous life, and these people were no match for him at all. Chapter 37 satisfied Lin Xia. The Bai Qian family had diarrhea all night yesterday, and only recovered some strength this afternoon. The laxative was really too powerful. That guy must have drugged the food and used it to harm others. We must find him and settle the score. Bai Bufan lay on the bed with his limbs limp and weak. The whole room became colder due to the loss of power. Bai Jia snorted disdainfully. Why are you looking for him? Just say we broke into his house, stole his food, and then got poison from it. Besides, he's not even afraid of Chen Dao right now. Can you handle him? Chao Shufan also frowned at this time, and her stomach still hurt a little. What should we do? We have nothing to eat at home now. Now that the exchange has been ruined by Chen Dao, there's basically no chance of exchanging food anymore. Are we going to starve to death? At this moment, Bai Qian suddenly came up with a good idea. No, we still have food at home. Sister, are you talking about that pile of drugged food? If we eat it again, we'll probably die. Bai Bufan has already developed a traumatic attachment to those foods. Bai Qian laughed and said, But our neighbors don't know that the food is poisoned. Bai Jia now understood his daughter's plan, and his expression became relaxed. That's a really good idea. Besides, the water supply is out now, and the bathroom can't be used anymore. We can get them to leave the house then. And we can take advantage of their unpreparedness and kill them directly. Qin Dao and his men are also killing people anyway, so we can just put the blame on him. Chao Shufan didn't care about the pain at this time, and quickly got up. I'm thinking of heating up last night's meal and serving it directly to our neighbors. They will definitely eat it right away and won't want it to get cold. The others also chuckled and began to look for some handy weapons. Wait until your neighbor falls into the trap, then take action. They have been hungry for almost 2 days. If they can't find food, they will starve to death. Now they are extremely eager for food. After that, everything went as they planned, even easier than they imagined. Because they were the only neighbor living on this floor, the rest of the rooms were empty. I never paid much attention to what was happening in my neighbors' homes before. When they were forced out of the house by the laxative, they found that there were only 2 old people in the house. Without intending to do so, the 2 old men were brutally murdered by Bai Qian's beasts without even making a sound. Bai Bufan looked arrogant at this time, as if he didn't care at all that he had just killed a couple of elderly people. It's all in vain. If I had known there were only these 2 old men next door, I would have just gone and killed them. Chao Shufan looked through the food at her neighbor's house and looked regretful. It's a pity that they don't have much food left at home. I'm afraid they won't be able to hold out for a few days. Bai Jia was calm and said, What are you afraid of? With this method, will our families still be short of food in the future? Their desires were expanding wildly at this moment, and killing became unimportant in their eyes. No wonder this family was able to survive for so long in their previous life. A week passed slowly. There were few residents in Lin Xia, so it was very peaceful. There hasn't been any major movement from Qingdao during this period, and people in the owner's group are speaking less and less. The community is now in a strange silence. But beneath the calm surface there are turbulent undercurrents. Just last night, Serena still gave her to him. After being busy all night, Lin Xia not only did not feel tired, but felt more energetic. After waking up in the morning and checking the safe house, I played games all morning. It was almost noon when the 2 girls slowly walked out of the room. It looked like she had just taken a shower, with a towel tied around her hair. Since she had nothing to do, she wasn't in a hurry to dry her hair. When Lin Xia saw Jiang Ruoxue and the others coming out, she put down the game controller. He asked them to sit at the dining table and went to the kitchen to get the food he had heated up in advance. A luxurious and sumptuous lunch began. He felt extremely satisfied at this moment. This was life. The weather outside has basically stabilized now, with temperatures around -70 degrees Celsius during the day, not much different from the previous life. The snow no longer seemed to be endless and would not stop like before. The snow outside was as thick as a 3-story building. If Lin Xia hadn't secretly used her special powers to collect some of the snow, the safe house's snow removal system would not have been able to handle so much snow. When it stops snowing outside in a few days, you can take out your professional equipment and go out to have a look. In my previous life, I could only stay in that small room and had no idea what other places were like. I don't know how Su Mayan is doing now. I really miss her cooking skills. Chapter 38: The Greedy Tyrant. The rich man who lives next door to Lin Xia is having a very hard time now. Although he had enough food, he did not have much supplies to keep warm. And just last night, the last bit of fuel was used up. The indoor temperature is now more than 10 degrees below zero. The greatest suffering he had ever experienced in his life was the suffering he experienced while drinking coffee. The living conditions now are even more miserable than killing him. Last night I asked you to monitor next door. Did you see any lights next door? The rich man was huddled on the bed, and the mother and daughter in front of him looked even more haggard. The local tyrant was now too cold to torture them, and only gave them a little food every day to barely keep them from starving to death. Yes, at night you can see lights on in his house, lighting up the snow in front of the house. It's very obvious. The teacher hugged the school beauty tightly. They were both shivering from the cold. This was the only way they could keep warm. In order to demonstrate his own value, the teacher told Jiang Ruoxue about this matter last night. So there is no need to worry about exposing any information to the rich. The rich man looked thoughtful. The power had been out for a week, but the neighbors still had extra electricity for lighting. He must have some power generation equipment. I still have so much food I can exchange it with him and each of us can get what we need. So he took out his cell phone, found Lin Xia in the group, and started a private chat with him. Hello, I'm your neighbor and the owner of this mutual aid group. I see that your house still has electricity. Do you have any power generation equipment? Sell it to me, I can give you a lot. Lin Xia looked at the message on her phone and couldn't help but laugh. Food and heat are now the two most important pillars of survival. You ask for my power generation equipment directly with your mouth? Who the hell do you think you are? Jiang Ruoxue also saw the message the rich man sent to Lin Xia and added, He's out of fuel for heating at home, so he's targeting us. The teacher next door told me in advance yesterday, but we were too busy last night, and I didn't have time to tell you. Jiang Ruoxue couldn't help but recall the crazy battle last night. Her body was still weak. How could she have the mind to think about anything else at that time? Lin Xia, who knew about his family's situation, didn't care anymore. This old guy was so arrogant even when asking for help. She didn't want to tolerate him at all. Go away! Why don't you look in the mirror and see what you are like? Want to trade with me? Do you have the ability? The rich man almost died of anger after seeing the message sent by Lin Xia. He had never been treated like this since he was a child. If it weren't for this Doomsday, how could that upstart stock trader next door be worthy of talking to me? But when he thought about the generator in his house, he forced himself to endure it. The room is so cold now, it would be helpful if we could just get his electric blanket turned on. You may not understand my strength. The extent to which I have abundant resources is beyond your imagination. I also own a company with a market value of tens of billions. After the apocalypse is over, I can give you half of the shares. You won't suffer any loss by making a deal with me. I can also nominate you as deputy manager in the group, and then you'll have hundreds of people at your disposal. If you don't agree to the exchange, then it's hard to say where these hundreds of people will end up in the future. To show my sincerity, I'll show you my food reserves. What's the price I'd pay for your power generation equipment? Name your price. Picture. After reading what he said, Lin Xia couldn't help laughing. This kid was still using threats and inducements. If I didn't have such big ambitions, this community would have been named Lin long ago. He is the biggest evil force here, but he is now indulging in the pleasures of life and is too lazy to move. Then I clicked on the picture again and found it even funnier. The pictures contain instant noodles, bread, biscuits, and so on. Even if these things are given to me for free, I won't even take a second look at them. Then he slapped the 10 dishes and 4 soups on the table. You have so little stuff, and you dare to show off in front of me? Even a dog wouldn't eat it. The rich man's eyes almost popped out when he looked at the photos taken by Lin Xia. The food was too luxurious. He has been eating instant noodles, bread, etc. recently, and he feels like vomiting. Now the food in Lin Xia's photos made him drool. However, he discovered a detail in the photo. He enlarged the picture and a temperature display appeared in the center of his phone screen. He carefully distinguished the somewhat blurry numbers and could vaguely see the temperature above, which showed 24 degrees. The rich man was shocked. It turned out that his house not only had power generation equipment, but also a huge heating equipment. It can actually raise the indoor temperature to 24 degrees. He originally just wanted to replace the generator, but he didn't expect to get an unexpected gain. Greed flashed in his eyes, and a dangerous plan emerged in his mind. Then his tone became arrogant, and a power generation equipment could no longer satisfy his appetite. You have one last chance to trade with me, or you will suffer the consequences. I can call hundreds of people to break into your house at any time, and I can also completely ruin your reputation in the entire community. Young man, I advise you not to be too angry. Lin Xia showed disdain and asked, Who the hell do you think you are to educate me? Roll! The rich man's face was now full of excitement. If Lin Xia agreed, he would be unhappy. Otherwise, how would he find a reason to attack you and snatch all of Lin Xia's supplies? Remember what you said. You will regret talking to me so arrogantly today. Then Lin Xia saw that she was kicked out of the group created by the rich man. Lin Xia didn't care about his threat at all. This group of people couldn't even beat Qingdao, so how dare they threaten her? It's just like an ant trying to shake a tree. The local tycoons, on the other hand, began to implement their plans in full swing. Speak in that group. Do you have any supplies now? After seeing this message, others couldn't help but look embarrassed behind the screen. There's still some food left at home, but we're out of heating supplies. I've already burned all the walnut furniture in the house. It's so cold in the house now. Every night when I fall asleep I worry about not being able to get up the next day. Moreover, most of the people under my command have little food left at home. If this continues, I'm afraid they will have second thoughts. Yeah, my guys haven't been talking much in the group lately. I'm a little worried that they've created a new group and are trying to deal with me. The corner of the local tyrant's mouth curled up slightly. Their situation was pretty much as he expected. I have a good idea. Then he sent photos of Lin Xia's lunch and the indoor temperature to the group. Fuck, why are you spreading poison in the group and even posting photos from before the apocalypse? I don't even dare look at those old food videos and photos anymore. I'm afraid I'll go crazy. Wait, something's wrong. Look at the watermark time on this photo. This photo was taken just now. As soon as these words were spoken, they caused an uproar in the group. Really? This is unscientific. Where else can there be such a wonderland nowadays? Is this the group leader's home? So powerful! I still have a lot of supplies at home, and I'm willing to contribute them all. I only ask that the group leader can leave a room for me in your house. Master, I just need a doghouse. Fuck, you guys are still involved, right? Group leader, just look at me and give me a dog cage. I can also give you the 3 stunning beauties I collected. Chapter 39 Pre-War Preparations. When the rich man saw what this person said, he was immediately dismissive. How could a man of his level be without top beauties around him? If he hadn't indulged himself too much when he was young, he wouldn't have such a bad stomach now. What's more, these 2 top-notch canaries in his home were the result of his careful selection. It's impossible for a few women picked randomly from the community to compare with them. You can question his character, but you can never question his aesthetic taste. But the most important thing now is to solve his heating problem. If he continues like this, he will freeze to death. This photo was indeed taken today, but the photo is not of my house, but of my neighbor's house. I just communicated with him. I am a bit old and my health is not good. I intend to pay him a lot of precious materials in exchange for a house to live in. But who would have thought that this young man had no virtue of respecting the elderly and loving the young, and watched me freeze to death without doing anything? It's not like I refused to give him money and supplies, but he insulted me and took advantage of my age. Everyone was watching in the group, and although they didn't say anything, they all looked disdainful. He is just a stinky beggar, yet he is so pretentious. Sure enough, it's not the old people who have become bad, but the bad people who have become old. Not only does his family have sufficient supplies, but they also have a warm home. I believe everyone has guessed that this disaster may not stop at all. Food and warmth are our capital for survival. Everyone's supplies will eventually run out. What will we do then? So we need to plan ahead. My neighbor's family only has a few people, but they've taken up so much space for nothing. It's a huge waste of resources. I propose that we use that villa as our base of survival. Talented people like us should cherish our lives and leave them as a kind of fire for the future of mankind. At this time, the others also understood what the group leader meant. The group leader was doing this for the benefit of everyone. If this disaster continues like this, the supplies in their home will be depleted and will be used up sooner or later. Who says this group leader is bad? This group leader is awesome. We swear to follow the leader until death. The group leader is right. Such a nice house should belong to someone with good moral character. The waters of this house are very deep. What that young man cannot grasp should be left to us, the future sparks of humanity. I have a plan that will allow us to take this house without bloodshed. We can fabricate some crimes against him, let the idiots under us do all the dirty work, and we can just sit back and reap the benefits. That's a good idea. Those people just need a few words to become hot-blooded idiots. It's that simple. Group leader, when are we going to get him? We can't wait to live in that warm villa. The rich man smiled slightly when he saw the comments in the group. The army's morale is good. The young man next door is still too arrogant, and doesn't understand what it means to be humble and modest. This time, he must see what the iron fist of the masses is. At the same time, Qingdao also received reports from his subordinates. Boss, those people in the local tyrant group want to attack Lin Xia. Should we take advantage of the situation and rob them? This person was originally a thorn planted by Qingdao in the group of local tyrants. He had planned to find a way to deal with these rich people in the next few days. Because the supplies of one of these rich families are equivalent to those of dozens of ordinary families. However, there were too many guards they organized, which gave him a headache. This news comes at the right time. They can take advantage of the fight between the two groups to make a big move. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. If these rich people win, Lin Xia's house and these people's belongings will all be his. If they lost, with Lin Xia helping them kill people, it would be easier for him to steal supplies. It's a win anyway, it's just a matter of whether it's a big win or a small win. Qingdao couldn't help but burst into laughter. This was the best news in recent times. He thought fiercely in his heart. Lin Xia, let's settle all the new and old grudges together. Notify all team leaders to gather here within 10 minutes for a meeting. The teacher is also worried now. She is also in this group. She is usually responsible for helping the rich man handle affairs, or reporting any important information in the group to him in a timely manner. From the backstage, she could see the record of Lin Xia being kicked out of the group by the rich man. Lin Xia certainly could not have imagined that these people were planning to deal with him behind his back. Looking at the school beauty who also had a worried look on her face, she made up her mind. Just treat this news as a token of allegiance. Maybe Lin Xia can help them escape from their suffering. She had discussed these things with Jiang Ruoxue before, and Jiang Ruoxue didn't mind the two of them going there as teacher and student. But they need to show their worth, and now is a very good opportunity. After Jiang Ruoxue received the message she sent, she found Lin Xia in a panic and said indignantly, "They are so filthy-minded. They clearly want to rob us like bandits, and yet they use such a high-sounding excuse. It's so shameless." Then she said with some worry, "If they call in a few hundred men to attack us, will our house be able to withstand it? Or I can just send this screenshot to the group chat. Can it stop those who don't know the truth from attacking us?" Serena also looked worried. "Xia, the three of us using crossbows will probably have a hard time defending against an attack by hundreds of people. How about I sneak into the rich man's house and assassinate him?" For Selena, anyone who opposes Lin Xia is an enemy, and she will show no mercy when she takes action. Lin Xia couldn't help but sigh. As expected of someone coming from the battlefield, he directly carried out a decapitation operation. He hugged the two beauties on his left and right and kissed them. "Even if I send the screenshots to the group, they can still slander me by saying it's a fake chat record. Even if we kill that local tyrant, his greed has already formed. Even if we kill him, there will be others coming to us endlessly. Besides, you two really underestimate the defense level of my safe house. Even if we do nothing, they won't be able to break in. Besides, I have other secret weapons." Lin Xia then left the living room and took out the gun he had prepared in the space. Jiang Ruoxue was shocked when she saw the 3 rifles and 3 pistols that Lin Xia placed on the table. "I touched it carefully and felt a cold and hard touch on my fingertips. Isn't this a model? Is it a real gun? We still have guns at home." Selena was much more direct and picked up a rifle on the table with excitement, skillfully inspecting the various parts of the gun. "This is a rifle produced in China in 2043. The performance of this gun is excellent. It's been ranked number 1 in the world's firearms rankings. It was my favorite gun when I was in the army. With this gun and enough bullets, I'm not afraid of any number of people who come. Selena, who touched the gun, looked confident and proud, worthy of being an ace Special Forces soldier. Unfortunately, when she used another gun last night, she was so cowardly that Lin Xia couldn't enjoy herself. Chapter 40. The crowd is excited. The next morning, someone really started to stir up trouble in the owner's group. Picture. Do you know? While we were starving and freezing, someone was secretly enjoying themselves. What's the point of carrying a heavy burden? It's just that someone is making our lives peaceful. Fuck, life is so good. I'm so envious. How come his house is so warm? It's over 10 degrees below zero at my house. What does it have to do with you no matter what they do? Why can't you see others doing well? Then if I say all this, everyone can enjoy it. At this moment, everyone in the group suddenly became excited. What happened? Tell me in detail. This person's name is Lin Xia. He's the one who bought the villa in our community at a high price a few months ago. Someone in the group already remembered this person. So it was him. Because of him, stock trading became popular around that time, and I ended up losing over 100,000 yuan in one go. You're still lucky. I heard someone lost their house and ended up being torn apart by loan sharks. He just bought a villa. What's the point of living in a villa when the temperature drops so much now? Some people began to speculate. Could it be that these photos are the photos taken in Lin Xia's villa? The person leading the conversation continued. Yes, he has spent a lot of money renovating this villa over the past few months. I believe everyone has seen it. Not only is his villa cold-proof, but he also prepared a large amount of food in advance. He must have known in advance that the extreme cold was coming. If he had told us this news earlier, so many people wouldn't have died in our community. Lin Xia is the executioner who killed so many people. But at this time, some more rational people also sang a different tune, saying, even the Chinese government didn't know about this. How could an ordinary person like him know about it in advance? It must be a coincidence. And even if we were told that the extreme cold apocalypse was coming, would we believe it? Don't forget, it's August now, which should be the hottest time of the year. The person who was trying to stir up trouble was speechless, so he spoke out in anger. This person must be in cahoots with Lin Xia and is deliberately speaking well of him. Lin Xia, I know you're watching. If you have the guts, come out and confront us. After saying that, he started at Lin Xia crazily in the group. At this time, Lin Xia was eating breakfast with Jiang Ruoxue and the others while watching these clown jokes in the group. I didn't expect that this person would suddenly start to go crazy at myself. Lin Xia will not tolerate them. Is this moral kidnapping being used against him? I took a high-definition photo directly of the braised pork elbow on the table. The elbow skin is crystal clear, shining with an attractive amber luster, with hot steam floating on it, and the fragrance seems to be floating out of the photo. Lin Xia was very satisfied with the photo, so she clicked send in the group. Picture. I prove that what that person said is true. By the way, I want to share a piece of hot knowledge with you. Pork elbow is not suitable for eating in the morning. It will make you feel greasy easily. It is recommended to eat it at noon. Slanting smile. There was an uproar in the group. It turned out that Lin Xia really had a warm house and countless food. I haven't seen the young master laugh so happily in a long time. I'm late. Please allow me to go to the young master to atone for my sins. Picture. A pure girl in black stockings is looking for support. She only needs to eat leftovers every day. She is very easy to keep and can let Master Lin do whatever he wants to her. I've seen at least 10 people share this picture online. Why are you showing off here? Can you tie me up at the master's house? Woof woof woof, I'm a dog, I can guard the door. Seeing that the rhythm of the group was getting more and more deviant, and even there was someone that Ace admired, I didn't know where the situation had gone astray. The person who was trying to stir up trouble quickly brought the topic back to the topic. Lin Xia, you know it's because of your selfish behavior. Did this cause so many innocent elderly people and children in our community to freeze to death or starve to death? You are the murderer who caused all this, you cold-blooded executioner. Lin Xia smiled disdainfully after reading it. Is this person like the plastic bag from Walmart? How can it hold so much? Isn't it just to incite some cannon fodder to die so that it will be easier to rob your house? Maybe he himself is just a pawn in the hands of others. Lin Xia retorted directly. You are selfless and noble. Why don't you save others when they are starving or freezing to death? You. This person was completely speechless after hearing this sentence. Everyone knows that materials are precious nowadays and that if they are used, they will be used less. How could he possibly do something that would harm himself and benefit others? Moreover, just yesterday, he teamed up with others to rob supplies from the neighbor's old lady's house. It seems that the old lady committed suicide by jumping off the building that day. You're just making excuses. There's no point in saying more. Does anyone want to go with me to find Lin Xia and ask for an explanation? Some people in the group couldn't help but have other thoughts when they saw that Lin Xia had such good conditions. After all, the law does not punish the masses. If so many people go there, they might really be able to break into Lin Xia's house, and I will definitely be able to take away a lot of good things at that time. Even if the attack fails, as long as Lin Xia still wants to stay in this community, why shouldn't he give up something to appease the public anger? For them, there are only benefits and no harm. Count me in. I can't stand people being so selfish. Lin Xia must give everyone an explanation and compensate us for our losses. Count me in too. I can pick locks. If he doesn't want to come out and give us an explanation, don't blame me for being ruthless. The troublemaker's eyes lit up. Being able to pick a lock is a rare skill. With him around, there's no doubt that Lin Xia will be killed. Okay, the one who can open the lock. If Lin Xia pays you compensation, I'll give you more. And me, I'm going too. At this moment, the greed in people's hearts was magnified countless times. They don't care whether Lin Xia is wrong or not, or what kind of consequences he will face. These people only think about their own interests. Seeing that hundreds of people were going to Lin Xia to ask for an explanation, the troublemaker smiled with relief. He had already exceeded the recruitment target for cannon fodder. Hundreds of people against one person, the advantage is on me. Everyone, take your tools and gather in the underground garage in half an hour. We must make Lin Xia compensate us for our losses. Receive! Receive! On the other side, Chen Dao, who was silently peeking at the screen, had a look of disdain on his face. If it was so easy to break through Lin Xia's place, he wouldn't have lost dozens of his men. But it doesn't matter if I let them try. Whether they succeed or not, I won't suffer any loss. This is called, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oreo behind. Notify all brothers, it's time to work, follow me to do something big. Chapter 41 Reactions from all parties. Chen Dao looked at the only 2 guns he had left and suddenly became hesitant. The scene of Xiong-san, who had been by his side for more than 10 years, lying in front of him with a crossbow arrow in the head, came to his mind again. Chen Dao, who always appeared at the front line of the battle and didn't know what fear was, suddenly hesitated at this moment. Logically speaking, this operation was not dangerous. They would not confront Lin Xia directly. Their target was Lin Xia's rich neighbor. If Lin Xia was really killed by this group of people, he would eat up the supplies of the 2 families and reap the benefits. Looking at the gang leaders who had slowly gathered and were waiting for his orders, Chen Dao finally decided to follow his heart. For this operation, I will send my trusted confidant, Xiongda, to personally command the battle. I'll stay in my hometown to prevent any sneak attacks. He will be carrying my gun. No one should be a match for you, but you must not let your guard down. We can let them fight for a while, and then we can take advantage of their weakness when they are both defeated. Remember, safety comes first, every brother's life is precious. The little bosses below all blushed and were extremely excited. Yes, boss! Most of these younger brothers have been brainwashed by Chen Dao over the past few days. He has reached where he is today not simply by relying on force. His ability to trick people into committing suicide for him should not be underestimated. After the little brother left, Chen Dao called out to Xiongda who was beside him. Remember, they can all die, but you can't die. You must come back to me in one piece. Although Big Xiong is as strong as an iron tower, he is as obedient as a little kid in front of Chen Dao and replied in a buzzing voice. Yes, boss. Jiang Ruoxue was so angry when she saw how shameless these people in the group were. These people are so shameless. They just call it robbery and don't pretend. Isn't this just moral kidnapping? Lin Xia smiled nonchalantly. That's perfect. We don't have any psychological burden when dealing with them. Everyone who follows here is not a good person. Jiang Ruoxue then became a little worried. What if they come with a lot of people? Can we handle it? Serena comforted Jiang Ruoxue. Don't worry, these people who came here are just a mob. If we injure a few people, they'll all run away. They won't follow us to our death. Even for soldiers, if more than 1/3 of their casualties occur, they will lose their combat effectiveness, let alone these ordinary people. They are just scary to look at. Of course, except for Chinese soldiers, people with faith are truly terrifying. At this time, the central control display showed that a large number of red dots were approaching. There are probably more than 100 people, and countless red dots are continuing to increase behind them. Lin Xia opened a more detailed scan and found that the most they carried were things like fire axes, crowbars, and kitchen knives, which could not pose much threat to the safe house. So he took the two girls to the designated shooting point. Looking at the guns and crossbows that Lin Xia placed in front of her, Jiang Ruoxue thought for a moment and said, "Let's use the crossbow first. The gun is more powerful and can be saved for later, just in case." Jiang Ruoxue then handed one of the guns to Selena. "Sister, you are the best shooter. Take this gun in case of any accidents later." Lin Xia felt that Jiang Ruoxue was a really good housekeeping woman, and she even found ways to save this for him. Unfortunately, she didn't know that the firepower she possessed could kill the people in this community of nearly 10,000 people a dozen times. However, now the effects of choosing crossbows and guns are similar. Without medical help, you won't survive long after being hit. Then Jiang Ruoxue stuck out her tongue at Lin Xia and said playfully, "You won't mind me meddling in your affairs, will you? If you have any different ideas, you can tell me. I promise to obey my master's orders." Lin Xia smiled and touched Jiang Ruoxue's head. "No problem, your arrangement is very reasonable. As for the other orders, let's discuss them in detail after we return to our rooms tonight." Jiang Ruoxue, who had been smiling, suddenly stopped smiling and looked terrified. Selena had the same reaction. At this moment, Jiang Ruoxue suddenly had an idea and remembered an important thing, which might be able to ease the predicament of her and Selena. "Lin Xia, I think the mother and daughter next door are pretty good. They provided us with the information this time. Why don't we ask them to come over and help us with the housework? It would save us a lot of trouble. Just give them some rice bowls." Now it was Lin Xia's turn to be surprised. "Aren't you too jealous? You're pushing me away like this. If they move in, I might have less time to spend with you." When Lin Xia mentioned accompanying them, Jiang Ruoxue's face turned even paler. Even Serena, who had excellent physical fitness, didn't want to recall the crushing defeat last night, so she spoke quickly. "Xia, you don't have to worry about this at all. This is a plan we both agreed on. You are too strong. The two of us can't handle you at all. It's better to have more people at home. We are not greedy. We are very full after having porridge once or twice a day." They were so generous that Lin Xia felt a little embarrassed. "It's all because of the enhanced superpowers. It seems I need to study whether the superpowers have other functions. See if we can channel this energy out and help them step into the realm of psychics. But then again, maybe if Su Mayan was brought in as well, there wouldn't be much objection from them." At the same time, the group of neighbors outside who wanted to take advantage of Lin Xia also walked to the outermost protective door of the safe house. "This is too cold. I even put on my wife's clothes and wrapped myself in 8 layers, but it's still so cold. It's been less than half an hour since I left home, and my feet are already numb from the cold. It's already minus 40 degrees Celsius in the underground garage, and it's over minus 70 degrees Celsius outside. I'm afraid I'll freeze to death as soon as I step out." At this time, someone accidentally bumped into an object at his feet. He looked down and was scared to death. "What the hell, look at this!" Chapter 42 Heavy Losses. Lying on the ground was a corpse with several crossbow arrows stuck in his body, and blood had already solidified around him. In the extremely cold weather, the body had already been frozen solid. The painful expression on his face before his death was so lifelike, as if he had just died. Fuck, could this be Lin Xia's doing? There's no one else living around here except him. No, I can't stand it anymore. I quit. What we're doing is wrong in the first place. Even if Lin Xia has more food, it's all his. What's the difference between us and Chen Dao and his gang? The corpse immediately frightened those hesitant people. They just wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to gain some benefits, but didn't want to lose their lives. So he protected everyone in front of him and quietly left. The leader quickly stepped forward to stabilize the morale of the troops. What are you afraid of? Don't you know that the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish? With so many of us, Lin Xia still dares to attack us? One spit from each of us can drown him. We have strength in numbers. I believe everyone's food is running out. If we miss this opportunity, we will all starve to death sooner or later. Sacrifice Lin Xia for the happiness of hundreds of us. When the time comes, we'll set up a memorial tablet for him, so he can escape from the sea of suffering as soon as possible and live a good life in paradise. Those who were originally a little wavering gradually became firmer. This group of people didn't intend to reason with Lin Xia, but rather to find a random excuse to attack him. If they don't get food, they probably won't be able to hold on for a few more days. But among this team of several hundred people, many people quietly left here and did not intend to continue to wade into this muddy water. The man who knew how to unlock the door blew into his palms, rubbed his hands to loosen his frozen fingers, and spoke impatiently to the leader. You're still dithering, are you still going to do it? The brave ones will be fed to death, while the timid ones will die of starvation. You promised to give me the most supplies, don't you still mean it? Yes, of course it does. Let's get started. Although the leader appeared humble on the surface, he was actually very disdainful in his heart. He thought these people were just his pawns. If the person in front of me didn't know how to unlock the door, would he have the chance to act dumb in front of me? By then, he will have the life to take these supplies, but not the life to spend them. The locksmith didn't waste any time and took out the tools from his bag. Let's get started. But as soon as I walked to the door lock, I was stunned. He has been a locksmith for more than 20 years and has never opened this kind of lock. It was even more complicated than the door locks and bank vaults he had seen. This special lock can only be opened by force without a key. But he only had some ordinary lock-picking tools and couldn't force it open. The leader looked at him standing in front of the door lock with tools in his hand without any other movement, and couldn't help feeling a little anxious. Hey, can you do this? The locksmith gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try without caring about anything else. What if the lock only looked powerful? As soon as he touched the lock core with the unlocking tool, a powerful high-voltage electricity instantly broke through the insulation layer of the unlocking tool. With a loud click, a dazzling arc of electricity came from the door lock and directly entered the body of the person who opened the lock. He fell down instantly, and even his expression remained at the moment of unlocking the door. He died very peacefully. The electric charges scattered in the air made people nearby feel uncomfortable, and their hair stood on end. The leader quickly took a step back and shouted, "There is high voltage on the door, everyone be careful." At this time, when the crowd saw someone being electrocuted, they immediately started shouting loudly. "Lin Xia! You murderer, why don't you get out here and apologize? Can you live with your conscience?" Before he could finish, he heard him shout, It hurts!" What interrupted his shouting was a crossbow arrow, which pierced the man's leg straight. Blood gushed out along the crossbow arrow, quickly soaking his pants. The people gathered here suddenly became confused and scattered in all directions, trying to find shelter. Lin Xia was also surprised when she saw Jiang Ruoxue shooting the arrow. She didn't expect her to be so decisive. Jiang Ruoxue felt a little embarrassed when he looked at her. She smiled shyly and immediately turned into a protective husband. "Who dared him to scold you? This kind of person is both a powerful and a hypocrite. He deserves to be shot by my arrow." Lin Xia touched her head and felt more and more that saving Jiang Ruoxue was an extremely correct decision. "Then start shooting. Since these people dare to come, they must pay a price." Then the three of them began to call out names frantically with crossbows. The shooting port is far away from the outermost protective door, and it is almost impossible for them to attack Lin Xia. Moreover, the firing range of their shooting holes is very wide and there is no cover around. These people were standing so close together that they were like living targets, and you could shoot them with your eyes closed. Screams, wailing, cursing, and pleas for mercy came one after another. People who are very far away from here can still take the opportunity to escape. The people nearby were squeezed so hard that they couldn't move out and could only become targets. At this time, the leader looked ahead and suddenly his eyes lit up. Everyone, hurry to the wall next to his front door. That's a blind spot. Everyone fled there as if they had found a life-saving straw. Lin Xia's crossbow arrows were so powerful that dozens of people were injured in less than a minute. If they don't receive timely medical treatment, it's likely these people will have a hard time surviving. There were hundreds of people at the beginning, but now there are less than 100 people left huddled under the wall. This Lin Xia is such a scoundrel! How dare he shoot arrows at us? He's so greedy for money and would kill people. What's the difference between him and Qingdao? The executioner who takes human life lightly should give us the food. Such a person does not deserve to live. Some of these people were also angered by Lin Xia's crossbow arrows. He just has a crossbow, right? Why are you pretending? Let me find something to block the way. We'll hide behind it and see what else this bastard can do. After saying that, this person called on a few people next to him to find props that could defend against crossbow arrows. The leader leaned against the wall and suddenly came up with an idea. Since his door can't be opened, his wall can at least be destroyed. Yeah, that's a good idea. There were immediate voices of praise from the people around. Those holding axes and hammers were more direct and had already started to smash the wall. But as the decorative layer on the wall surface was destroyed, the sound of metal colliding between axes and hammers suddenly came, causing tinnitus in the ears of people nearby. Holy crap, steel plates embedded in the walls? What kind of idiot could come up with this design? The man who was smashing the wall cursed angrily. He had hit the wall too hard and now his entire arm was unable to lift up due to the shock. Lin Xia expressed disdain for their behavior of smashing the wall, saying that the building materials of his safe house could withstand tank main guns. How can you destroy the defense that even metal jets can't penetrate by just hitting it with hammers? Lin Xia, they're hiding behind the wall, so the crossbows can't reach them. What should we do? Jiang Ruoxua became a little anxious when she saw them destroying the wall. Lin Xia smiled slightly. My safe house has many ways to attack. Just watch them walk into a trap. You two stay here and watch. I'll go activate the next mechanism. Chapter 43, Fleeing. Here comes the door, let's see how arrogant that kid is. The leader smiled happily as he watched them dragging the newly removed fire door. With this thing, those crossbow arrows can't hurt them at all. Come on, some of you, follow me. I don't believe this door of his has no weaknesses. Others keep smashing the wall. Such a large wall can't be made entirely of steel. The leader was surrounded by door panels and approached the protective door, trying to find a way to open it. The leader, seeing that the crossbow arrows could not penetrate the fire door in front of them, sneered arrogantly. Silly Lin Xia, let's see how you can fight us now. Just wait for your death. People like you deserve to go to hell. Once we get in, we'll torture you and avenge our injured brothers. Jiang Ruoxua was a little anxious holding the crossbow. These people held the door panels upright in front of them, and her crossbow arrows couldn't penetrate them at all. On the other side, Selena didn't waste any time and directly changed to a gun. He used his ears to carefully determine the approximate direction of the person who scolded Lin Xia, and aimed the crosshairs at a position behind the door panel. He pulled the trigger, and with a slight sound, a faint flame came out from the muzzle, and a bullet flew out directly. Ah! The leader was standing in front of the door, covering his bullet-pierced arm and collapsing on the ground in pain. There was a hole on his arm, one in front and one in the back, and blood was gushing out madly. His other hand could not cover the flowing blood at all. Lin Xia has a gun! Retreat! Jiang Ruoxua looked at Selena in shock. She didn't expect that she was even more ruthless than herself and shot directly. Serena also smiled shyly. Xia is also my man. No one can hurt him. Lin Xia had already arrived at another shooting point. At this position, all people close to the wall were within his shooting range. However, Lin Xia did not intend to draw his gun and shoot because that would be too inefficient. He turned around and operated the mechanism next to him. A high-pressure water gun was slowly pushed out of the shooting port. Lin Xia showed a cruel expression. Extreme cold and ice water go together perfectly. Then he pressed the button and a stream of white water spurted out from the muzzle. The water pressure in the water gun is very high. The water column can fly dozens of meters, and none of the people hiding under the wall can escape. Water! Where's the water? Run, run! These people don't have time to care about crossbows now. If they are drenched in water again, they will definitely freeze to death. When the water first touched their bodies, they felt a burning sensation, as if they had been splashed with hot water. But within a few seconds, ice began to form on the outside of the clothes. If they cannot get rid of the water on their bodies in time, then in an environment of more than 40 degrees below zero, it won't be long before they turn into ice sculptures one after another. The leader was hit by a bullet and had no time to catch his breath before the oncoming stream of water filled his mouth and nose, making it impossible for him to open his eyes. The adrenaline in his body was already being secreted in excess, and he crawled out of the attack range of the water column. In just over 10 minutes, hundreds of them were completely defeated by Lin Xia. They are no match for Lin Xia at all. After much difficulty, everyone finally escaped from the attack range of Lin Xia's villa. Each of them was wet and shivering with cold. Every time I moved, ice chips would fall off my body. Their body temperature is dropping rapidly, and if this continues, they will all be close to death. The leader is in a very bad condition now, with blood still flowing down his arms. If he is not treated in time, he will definitely not survive. His heart is now filled with resentment. The culprit behind all this is that local tyrant. If it weren't for him, I would still be lying comfortably at home, and wouldn't have suffered this torture. It's so unfair that the rich man is now staying at home, waiting for the fruits of his labor. The anger in his heart could not be contained, and he spoke angrily. Everyone, our situation is very bad now. The water on our clothes has soaked through. The temperature outside is so low that it is difficult for us to support ourselves and return home. Furthermore, we paid such a huge price, but in the end, we just returned home in disgrace. Can you accept such an outcome? Although the people present were wrapped in ice-cold water, their eyes were still filled with resentment and anger. Now that things have come to this, I'll be honest with everyone. The person who instigated this incident is Lin Xia's neighbor. He coveted Lin Xia's house and food, so he resorted to such a despicable trick, hoping to reap the benefits. In that case, with so many of us, why don't we just rob his house and divide it among us? His food will fill up an entire room. At this time, everyone was also very angry. It turned out that they were being used as guns by others. They didn't have to be treated like this. This person is so disgusting, he's simply a beast. He coveted other people's supplies and resorted to such despicable means. His house isn't far from here. If we can't open Lin Xia's door, can't we break down his door? Hurry up and break down his door. My clothes are about to freeze solid. If this continues, we'll definitely freeze to death. Let's go, let's burn his house down to keep us warm. So these people turned their guns around and rushed towards the rich man. Xiongde and his little brothers were observing the battle from a distance, and they couldn't help feeling relieved. Fortunately, they left quickly that day, otherwise they would have been hit by Lin Xia's high-pressure water gun and would have been wiped out. Boss, they seem to have run away. Should we go now? These people are definitely no match for us. Big Xiong carefully identified the direction of their escape, then he relaxed and said to his younger brother. Look at the direction they're going. They're not trying to escape. They're trying to rob that rich man's house. By doing this, they can save us from trouble. We can just sit back and reap the benefits. Boss, you're wise. The younger brother who followed beside him flattered the boss loyally, hoping that when the time came to divide the spoils, the boss would give him more. Chapter 44 The Crisis Comes. The rich man looked at the people outside the door, who were banging on it frantically, and he was already panicking. His house is not armed to the teeth like Lin Xia's. His solid wooden door couldn't hold out for long, so he quickly sought help in the group he created. But at this time, no matter what promises he made, no one paid attention to him anymore, and some people even quietly left the chat group. After all, the casualties caused by this attack on the Lin Xia family were too great. Someone has already exposed all the actions of the tycoon in the owner's group. He has already incurred public anger. Who would dare to help him at this time? Moreover, the reputation of this group of people has become extremely bad, and now even they are in a difficult situation and can't save themselves. The teacher saw that something was wrong outside, so he hurriedly pulled the school beauty to a very hidden storage room in the villa. After locking the door of the storage room, the two of them squatted in a dark corner, hugging each other tightly and shivering. They couldn't imagine what cruel methods these people would use against them if they were caught after they rushed into the room. The teacher quickly took out his cell phone and sent a message for help to Jiang Ruoxue. This is her last hope. But the messages in the chat box kept going in circles. There was nothing I could do because the signal in the storage room was too bad. At this moment, the solid wooden door finally couldn't withstand the violent destruction of so many people and was finally smashed. From the storage room, they could hear the shouting, the sounds of smashing, and the tycoon's painful wails outside. They hugged each other tighter and didn't dare to open the door of the storage room so that their phones could receive more signals. I could only move carefully to the crack in the door, hoping that this message would be sent out quickly. Lin Xia and the others are still on guard at the shooting hole. What if they are just pretending and suddenly make a surprise attack? At that time, he would be ready to shoot directly. He had plenty of weapons and ammunition anyway, so he didn't care about the waste. Jiang Ruoxue, who was standing by, finally received a message for help from her teacher on her phone, so she spoke to Lin Xia in panic. This group of people went to attack that rich man. That mother and daughter are in danger now. Let's find a way to save them quickly. These two are the sisters I've been waiting for. When Lin Xia heard this, she realized the urgency of the situation. After Jiang Ruoxue had been whispering in his ear for so long, he felt that the mother and daughter were too pitiful and wanted to help them. But he was still a little hesitant in his heart, not sure whether these two people were sincere or pretending. After all, the psychological shadow that Bai Qian left on him in his previous life was too great, otherwise Jiang Ruoxue and the others would not have been able to observe him for so long. He wouldn't trust them as much as he does now. But there is no time to think about it now. If it is any later, the mother and daughter will most likely be killed. If that really happened, Lin Xia would not be able to accept it. The winter clothes are in the living room. Let's get going. Survival in the apocalypse is so difficult. We should all help each other. Let's save as many people as we can. Seeing that Lin Xia was still pretending, Jiang Ruoxue was too lazy to expose him because he was so easy to understand. Wait, something's wrong. Lin Xia and her friends were halfway through putting on their clothes when they noticed a large number of densely packed red dots appearing on the surveillance monitor in the living room, all heading towards the direction of the rich man's house. According to the analysis of the video from nearby surveillance cameras, this is most likely Qin Dao's gang. Out of caution, Lin Xia turned on a more detailed scanning program. It really showed that one of them was carrying a gun. So I enlarged the person's photo and projected it onto the big screen in the living room. Lin Xia was silently weighing in her mind whether or not to continue going out. If they leave the safe house at this moment, and if one of them is attacked by this gun, then the consequences will outweigh the gains. Selena seemed to notice Lin Xia's hesitation, so she spoke confidently. Xia, don't worry, I will keep a close eye on this person and won't give him a chance to make a move. Lin Xia gritted his teeth. He couldn't just stay in this safe house like a turtle for the rest of his life and never go out. In such a doomsday environment, he will have to face such a situation sooner or later. He can't just not grow at all. Besides, he also possesses spatial abilities, as long as this person dares to raise his hand to use a gun. He erected the space gate in front of that person, and the bullets had no way of hitting them. Anyway, the space gate is transparent. It exists in a higher dimension and cannot be observed by ordinary people. But Lin Xia still felt a little uneasy, so she took out 3 bulletproof vests from the space from the blind spot of the two women's vision. It's better to be prepared than not. Safety comes first. In my heart, you are more important than all of them put together. Remember, don't get hurt. The two girls were also moved by Lin Xia at this time. It turned out that they were so important in his heart. He silently took the bulletproof vest from Lin Xia's hand, and everything was said without words. When Xiongde and his friends arrived at the rich man's house, it was already a mess. They tore down the curtains and used them as towels to clean themselves. Some people even tried to set fire to tables, chairs and benches made of Hainan Wangwali wood to keep themselves warm. The rich man's body was lying on the floor of the living room, his eyes open. His expensive and thick clothes were also stripped off. At this moment, there were only two words that Xiongde could think of. Bandit. In order to subdue these people as soon as possible, Xiongde fired a shot directly at the ceiling. Bang! The loud gunshot attracted the attention of everyone present. But there was no fear in the eyes of the people in front of him. Instead, they looked as excited as wolves seeing sheep. They have cotton-padded clothes on them. They are just worried about not being able to find clothes to wear. Are these people trying to steal our spoils? What's the point of having a gun? How many bullets can he have? We just crawled out of the gates of hell. We're not even afraid of death, so why would we be afraid of a fire stick like yours? Xiongde looked at the group of naked people in front of him, who were holding crowbars, axes, and benches and were slowly approaching them. This is not right. No, how can we let this group of people overpower us? Brothers, come on, kill these damn bandits! Kill! Who's afraid of who? Fuck, kill you all the supplies here are ours! A large-scale dog-eat-dog fight began. Although Qingdao and his men had relatively few people, they were well equipped. Most of them were holding sharp swords, and they were wearing thick cotton clothes, ready to fight. Although there were many people on the other side, their condition was not very good. After attacking Lin Xia's safe house, they were severely exhausted. Now it is equivalent to fighting naked in an environment of more than 10 degrees below zero. If they weren't holding on with one breath, they might not even be able to move. Even if Xiongde and his gang leave these people alone, they may not survive today. The mother and daughter hid in the storage room, listening to the sounds of fighting outside, their bodies shaking constantly. The future of the two of them can only be decided by others. In the last days, human life is like grass. If these people find them, they can do anything. The teacher looked at the help message that was still spinning on her phone, and could only pray silently. Come on! Come and save us! Chapter 45, King of Guns. Soon, this battle with a huge disparity in strength ended. On Xiongdao's side, only a few people were beaten to death, and the remaining dozen or so people suffered some minor injuries. Most of the blood on the ground was shed by the other people. After all, their conditions were really too bad. Moreover, after the leaders were easily killed by Xiongde and his men, the rest of the people were already scared out of their wits. They immediately knelt on the ground, begging Xiongde to spare their lives and refused to attack again. Big Bear spat on the ground. Bah, what a joke! I thought you were so powerful, but you're just pretending! The rest of the brothers didn't waste any time and immediately started collecting supplies. When I opened one of the damaged doors, I couldn't help but shout out loudly. Boss, look, this room is full of food! We're really rich now! Xiongde hurried over and was also shocked by the supplies in front of him. Eat this food sparingly. It's enough for dozens of us to eat for half a month. Now we're really going to get rich! So he quickly assigned tasks to his younger brothers to transfer these supplies as soon as possible to prevent any further complications. Kill all those outside who are kneeling and begging for mercy. You dare to hurt so many of my brothers. If I don't torture you to death, you will be taking advantage of me. Brothers who are still alive, please work hard to carry these supplies back first. When the time comes, I'll ask the boss for credit, and you guys will definitely benefit from it. What benefits? Is there any share for us? Lin Xia and the other two appeared at the entrance and asked curiously. When Xiongde saw Lin Xia, he felt a sense of fear at first. They had fought with Lin Xia several times and were defeated miserably every time. Especially when they attacked Lin Xia's safe house a while ago, he wiped out nearly half of his brothers. The terrifying crossbow arrows and the dead and injured brothers gave him nightmares for many days. Then he thought that Lin Xia had already left the safe house. There were so many of them, and he had guns. Dozens of people against 3 people, the advantage is on my side. Brothers, come with me. Kill Lin Xia, and then the boss will definitely reward you handsomely. Seeing the excitement on the faces of his younger brothers, they swarmed towards Lin Xia with their weapons raised. He slowly retreated, protecting his younger brothers in front of him. He quietly hid in a secluded place behind the sofa, ready to take out his pistol and kill Lin Xia. These little brothers may not know, but Big Bear knows. Lin Xia's fighting skills are very strong. That day in the basement, he was easily knocked to the ground with an elbow strike. He was no match for him. Lin Xia and Jiang Ruoxue looked calm beside them because Selena had already taken out the rifle with the drum magazine. Before these little brothers could react, Selena had already pulled the trigger. She had an absolute sense of the gun at this distance, and didn't need to aim at all. Tap! Tat! Tat! Fire burst from the muzzle and bullets were fired out at a rapid speed. Selena's shooting skills are very fast and accurate, and her gun skills can be called art. No more, no less, each person was shot, and a red dot appeared neatly between their eyebrows. Within a dozen seconds, the dozens of enemies who rushed over had fallen asleep peacefully. Xiongde had just taken out his pistol and hadn't had time to aim yet. Then he heard a series of gunshots, and all his brothers fell to the ground. His head, which was exposed from behind the sofa, was now very conspicuous. Wait a minute, I'll vote. Before he could finish his words, Selena's bullet followed and hit him right between the eyebrows. The strength of the Special Forces ace was clearly revealed at this moment. It might be possible to defeat her with bare hands, but if you give her a gun, there is no need to fight at all. Lin Xia couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Where did he buy this padlock pendant? It made him want to get one too. Even Jiang Ruoxue's eyes had little stars in them. Sister, I want to learn this. Please teach me, please teach me. This guy is also a hidden violent person. Lin Xia couldn't help but feel ashamed. Jiang Ruoxue now no longer looks like the elegant fairy she was at home. Those who knelt on the ground and begged for mercy were also numb at this moment. How desperate are they to dare to steal Lin Xia's supplies? The group of people who were showing off in front of them just now were killed in just over 10 seconds. How could there be such an awesome person in their community? Master, please spare us. We were wrong. We shouldn't have overestimated our own capabilities and gone against you. We are just too hungry. We have elderly and children at home who need to be supported. This is the only way we can do it. Seeing that Lin Xia and the others didn't react, they knelt on the ground, slapped themselves in the face, and cried for mercy. I'm sorry, we were wrong, please forgive us. Lin Xia walked over to Xiongde and picked up the pistol that had fallen on the ground. This is a very old-fashioned M1911, which is not comparable to current domestically produced pistols. Its greatest use should be to be placed in a collection hall. After Lin Xia pulled out the magazine, he found that there were only 3 bullets left. After inserting the magazine back into the pistol, he pointed the gun at the people kneeling on the ground with a hesitant look on his face. Apart from those who were injured, there were probably only 8 or 9 people left with all their limbs intact. These people are indeed guilty, but it seems a bit too much to just beat them all to death. Lin Xia thinks that he is not a good person, but he is not to the point of killing indiscriminately. Besides, he has killed enough people today. These people are lucky to be alive. Just then, Lin Xia suddenly thought of a good idea and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. So he put down the gun and spoke slowly. I've killed too many people today. I don't want to kill anyone for now. But the death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime cannot be escaped. Help me accomplish something later, and I won't pursue the matter. Hurry up and put on some clothes. Stop being an eyesore by standing here naked. When they heard that they didn't have to die, they burst into tears of joy. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Let's get dressed right now. Let's get dressed right now. Jiang Ruoxue walked over at this time, holding her cell phone and excitedly talking to Lin Xia. I know where they are. They should be in the storage room at the corner of the 3rd floor. No wonder they didn't send us a message later. It must be because the network connection is too bad. Just now, dozens of messages from them suddenly popped up on my phone. Lin Xia and the others prepared to go to the 3rd floor to rescue the mother and daughter. Lin Xia looked down the stairs and saw dozens of people stripping off the clothes of the dead. After thinking for a moment, she said to them, I have counted your exact number. If there is one less person when I come down, I will kill all the remaining people. Of course, if someone reports it, I will give a reward to that person. I'm on the 3rd floor. Those of you who are able-bodied might want to give it a try. Let's see who runs faster, you or my gun! Chapter 46 Teacher Faints. After hearing Lin Xia's words, those who were not seriously injured put away their little thoughts. Originally, they wanted to take advantage of Lin Xia and the others' absence and sneak away with the food. But now, how can they escape? Those injured and disabled people had no way to escape. If those people shouted, their lives would be in danger. Although they had never seen Lin Xia's marksmanship, the foreign woman's marksmanship was so terrifying that they were scared. I dare not, I dare not. After Lin Xia and the others walked away, Jiang Ruoxue became curious and asked Lin Xia quietly. When did you count all those people? Lin Xia smiled faintly. I was just scaring them. I didn't have the time to count how many of them there were. Selena immediately interjected. Xia, I glanced at you after you finished speaking. There are 28 of them in total. We will deal with them based on their numbers when the time comes. Lin Xia felt a little powerless. He could count the number of people with just a glance. Is this the strength of an ace special forces soldier? The mother and daughter heard footsteps outside the door, and the teacher's heart was in her throat. I'm Jiang Ruoxue, I'm here to save you. Where are you? Lin Xia and the others found the house according to the instructions in the chat records. But then, no matter how hard I looked, I couldn't find any storage room. When the teacher heard Jiang Ruoxue's voice outside, his heart finally settled down, and he kept muttering to himself. There's hope, there's hope. Then he stood up and opened the mechanism of the storage room. With a buzz sound, the wine cabinet on the wall slid open neatly, revealing a hidden space. The light in the room shone on the haggard faces of mother and daughter. It can be clearly seen that their cheeks have become sunken due to hunger, their skin is no longer as shiny as before, and their hair is a little tangled. Great, I finally got you guys. Before the teacher could finish her words, she fainted with a smile on her face. Selena was quick-witted and saw that something was wrong with the teacher, so she quickly dodged over and hugged her as she was about to fall. Teacher! The school beauty looked panicked. The hard times were finally coming to an end, so nothing could happen now. Jiang Ruoxue walked over, took the school beauty's hand and comforted her. Don't worry, Selena's medical skills are not bad either. She'll be fine, don't worry. Lin Xia helped Serena move the teacher to the bed in a nearby room. Selena used her fingers to look at her closed eyes. Then he opened her mouth and looked at her tongue coating. The last step was even more exaggerated. Selena actually closed her eyes and put her fingers on her wrist. Lin Xia was a little surprised and confused. This technique, is it traditional Chinese medicine? Broken. Who leaked the news? The core secrets left by our ancestors have all been learned by foreigners. After a moment, Serena came to a conclusion. She was malnourished during this period, and her blood pressure was unstable due to standing up suddenly after squatting for a long time. Coupled with the intense emotional fluctuations just now, this is what led to the fainting. Just take a good rest after you wake up. It's not a big problem. Seeing Lin Xia and Jiang Ruoxue looking at her in surprise, Selena felt a little embarrassed. Is this considered a different kind of NTR? There may not be adequate medical care during missions. In this case, traditional Chinese medicine is a very good medical treatment. We don't have any medical equipment right now, so it's reasonable for me to take your pulse for diagnosis. As she spoke, she lowered her head. She felt so ashamed to perform Chinese medicine in front of Chinese people. Jiang Ruoxue spoke to comfort her. Only things that are recognized by everyone are good things. I believe our ancestors would be very happy to see this. It's a pity that some people in this country don't know how to appreciate their blessings. Not only do they treat the treasures left by our ancestors as dregs, but they also regard some of the dregs from the past as the guiding principles. Lin Xia also agreed with this point very much. Let's send her back to us first. It's too cold here, and it's not conducive to her recovery. If Lin Xia and the others hadn't helped, fainting in a place with a temperature of -10 degrees Celsius would have been no different from death. This situation should be called suspended death sentence. Still alive now, but in a few hours he'll be hard. So the girls didn't waste any time and used the quilt to roll up the teacher into the shape of a pancake. Lin Xia immediately hugged the unconscious teacher and picked her up in her princess arms. Although I was wrapped in a thick quilt, I felt that the weight in my arms was probably less than 100 pounds. You can imagine how hungry she was during this period. Then Lin Xia and the others sent the teacher back to the safe house as quickly as possible. When the school beauty walked into the safe house, she was shocked. Even when I wear several layers of thick clothes at home, I still shiver. But after getting here, within a few minutes, her back started to sweat. She knew that the teacher had made the right bet with her. Even being a dog here is happier than being in that so-called home. We're already at the bottom, so the only way forward is upward. They were already at the bottom of the abyss, and this suddenly brought them to the clouds, making them fly directly. She silently swore in her heart that as long as Lin Xia didn't let them leave, even if it means selling out all her dignity to Lin Xia, she will do it. Jiang Ruoxue saw Lin Xia put the curled-up teacher on the bed and suddenly burst out laughing. Look at you, don't you look like a dandy young master who forcibly seizes a woman? And we are like servants following you around, aiding and abetting your evil deeds. Lin Xia touched her nose, feeling a little embarrassed, and not knowing what to say. In a sense, Jiang Ruoxue's description was very apt. This was their starting point. Okay, just stay home and let me take care of the things outside. Then he fled. After Jiang Ruoxue tidied the teacher, she spoke to the school beauty. Go take a shower. You have a similar figure to mine. After you shower, put on my clothes. I'll go get you something to eat first. You've been hungry for too long. You can't eat too much now. Don't worry, everything that happened before is over. Here, as long as Lin Xia is happy, those messy things won't happen. Chapter 47 High Difficulty Mission. Lin Xia quickly returned to the local tycoons, only to see those people kneeling on the ground trembling. There were exactly 28 people in neat order, and no one dared to escape. He walked slowly into the room with the rifle in his hand. As for Xiongda's pistol, he casually threw it into the storage space. Such a bad gun, I probably won't use it anymore. Lin Xia looked around. Very good, one person is not too few, you performed very well. Everyone said with their heads down. No, how dare we disobey your orders? At this time, there was a person in front of Lin Xia, who kept kowtowing to him and spoke with tears in his eyes. Uncle Lin, I deserve to die. I shouldn't have been greedy and done such a bad thing. But I still have a family to support. Can you just let us go? Lin Xia ignored him and spoke slowly. I'm not a murderer either. You all deserve what happened today. Everyone knelt on the ground, angry but not daring to speak. You don't kill, but the foreign beauty next to you kills without blinking an eye. He didn't even change the magazine, and just shot dozens of people to death with his gun. Those who were injured have received the punishment they deserved. The feud between you and me is settled. Everyone will get 10 bags of bread or instant noodles, then we can go back. Lin Xia estimated that these injured people might not be able to survive long in this environment. Whether they can survive next depends on fate, and Lin Xia is too lazy to argue with them. Then let them die with a full stomach before they die. The injured people cried for joy and knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously. Fortunately, we watched over them and didn't let those healthy people sneak away, otherwise all the food would be gone. These people limped and lined up to take their share of supplies from the rich man's room where supplies were stored and left. Everyone who passes by Lin Xia will thank him from the bottom of their heart. Thank you, Uncle Lin. Thank you, Uncle Lin. After a while, all the injured people left. Now there are only 9 people with intact limbs and no serious injuries kneeling on the ground. Lin Xia walked up to these people. Do you want food too? The man who was kneeling on the ground and kowtowing at the beginning raised his head. Uncle Lin, I really need this food. Or you can just chop me with a knife now to get rid of your resentment, as long as you can share some food with me. Lin Xia smiled slightly. Don't bother, I have a job that needs your help. After you've accomplished this, not only will I not punish you anymore, I'll also give you some food. Will you do it? Now the other people kneeling on the ground started to get excited when they heard this. They fought desperately and were willing to take risks to attack Lin Xia. Wasn't it because their family had run out of food and they wanted to find something to eat? They were so envious of the injured people who could take away so much food, and they regretted why they were not injured. Go through fire and water, Uncle Lin. The person who knelt on the ground first immediately revealed a fawning smile like a lackey. Very good, very energetic. There's a family at 8 to 802. There's a person named Bai Qian in this family. There are 4 people in her family. I need you to take turns with all 4 of them. Everyone should spend at least 10 minutes each time. Use your phone to record the 40-minute video. You can come to me tomorrow at noon to claim your reward. Every 40-minute video can be exchanged for 10 bags of bread or instant noodles. Remember one thing, don't kill them. Lin Xia glanced at these people, and finally her eyes stopped at the person who cowed out first. Then you will be responsible for supervision and statistics. I will leave you a contact number later. Please contact me tomorrow at noon. If your video is even a minute shorter, all of you will lose your rewards. Of course, if you do a good job, I'll give you 10 more loaves of bread tomorrow. Do you want to do this job? With such generous conditions, if he hesitated for even a second, it would be disrespectful to the food. If he wasn't afraid that Lin Xia would beat him, he would have wanted to crawl over and lick Lin Xia's shoes clean. Go! 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 I guarantee to complete Uncle Lin's mission. Go away. After Lin Xia gave the order for this matter, she was too lazy to pay attention to it anymore. Anyway, the food he was given was from a rich family, and the quality of the food was so poor that he didn't even bother to look at it. It's a business with no capital involved, so no matter how much you make, it's still a profit, and you can also discuss Bai Qian at the same time. It's a stubborn thing, but it doesn't block either of them. Let's get out of here right now. These people left here quickly. Time is bread now, and they dare not waste time. They ran out of the villa and only dared to pick up the scattered weapons from the ground around them when they could no longer see Lin Xia. These weapons can be used when breaking down doors. Brothers, please wait a moment. I have something to say. From what Lin Xia said, this family should include both men and women, old and young. If we want to maintain the battle for 40 minutes, I'm afraid it will be quite a challenge for all of you brothers. Someone answered with a worried look on his face. This is indeed a problem, I won't hide it from you. When I was younger, 3 days in a row would have been no problem. But now I'm a bit old, and even 3 minutes is a bit difficult. Others couldn't help but nod in agreement. Making a 40-minute video was indeed quite difficult. Then the person who spoke at the beginning followed up. To be honest, I have a large stockpile of imported small pills at home. Today, we are all brothers who will live and die together. I won't ask much from you. 1 pill and 2 pieces of bread. How much you earn in the end depends entirely on your own ability. Everyone's eyes lit up. This idea was indeed good, and he really didn't ask for too much. Compared with 10 pieces of bread, 2 pieces of bread are nothing. No matter what, they are at a disadvantage. The one who should be worried about these things tomorrow should be Lin Xia. This Lin Xia is quite a loyal and honest person. The world has a huge misunderstanding of Lin Xia. The prejudice in people's hearts is really a huge mountain. Master Lin Xia, who saved the day, we must promote him in the homeowners group. Everyone couldn't help but smile at each other, they could make money now. Not long after, the 9 big men broke into Bai Qian's house. What are you doing, you beasts? Stop! I'm a man! You got the wrong guy! Next, it was Bai Qian's family's turn to sweat profusely. Lin Xia walked around the rich man's house and put all the food and supplies he could find into his space ability. Although these cheap foods did not arouse his interest at all. But since we are here, we can't go back empty-handed. If you want to talk about the most delicious food, it has to be made by Su Mayan. You will never forget it after eating it once. Lin Xia couldn't help but miss Su Mayan, who was still far away. Chapter 48. The Wind Changes. After Lin Xia finished cleaning the rich man's place, she walked back home leisurely. I saw these 4 women sitting in a circle in the living room, and the school beauty was feeding the teacher porridge. The two people's eyes were red, as if they had been crying. The school beauty might have just taken a shower, and she has a pure and innocent girlish feeling like a lotus flower emerging from clear water. The teacher has the aura of a gentle and weak wife, and her mature and intellectual bookish temperament makes people unable to take their eyes off her. She is truly a top beauty. Even though she is so down and out, she still has a unique kind of beauty. When the teacher saw Lin Xia coming back, he didn't even bother to drink the porridge in front of him. He pulled the school beauty directly in front of Lin Xia and knelt down in front of her. Lin Xia didn't even have time to take off her heavy coat before she hurriedly interrupted their actions and helped the two men up. The teacher said with tears in his eyes, "Thank you so much. If you hadn't come to save us, we would have died there today." This made Lin Xia feel a little embarrassed. Did he do anything? It felt like he just went out for a stroll. Even though the person was killed by Selena, he didn't do much. Well, if you want to thank someone, then thank Jiang Ruoxue. She was the one who always cared about you, and she was the one who brought us along to rescue you. Her eyes were still red, and she whispered to Lin Xia, "We have already thanked Sister Jiang. My name is Nangong Shui, and her name is Xiao Nian. From now on, leave all the housework to us. We really don't know how to repay you." Jiang Ruoxue also came over to help smooth things over. All right, from now on we're all family, so don't make things so serious." After Lin Xia came in, he didn't even have time to take off his clothes. Sweat was already pouring down his forehead. If this continues, he'll definitely die of the heat. We'll talk about the future later. We don't have so many rules in our family. We just need to serve Master Lin well. Isn't that right, my dear sister? Selena nodded continuously. Her sister is really amazing. She found two foreign players so quickly. Their lives will surely be easier in the future. Nangong Shui and Xiao Niannian certainly knew the hidden meaning in Jiang Ruoxue's words. Before Lin Xia came back, Jiang Ruoxue had already explained all these things to them. They don't think there's anything unacceptable about this. After all, their greatest assets are their figures and beauty. In such an extremely cold doomsday situation, the most important thing is to find a safe place to survive. Even if it means selling their dignity, they are willing to do it. They never want to go back to the days before. Besides, seeing how happy Jiang Ruoxue and the others look now, Lin Xia should be a good destination for her. So Nangong Shui and Xiao Niannian blushed and started to help Lin Xia change her clothes. If we don't let them do something, I'm afraid they will feel even more uneasy in such an unfamiliar environment. Jiang Ruoxue and Selena smiled at the side, knowing that the other sisters would also have to go through the same hardships as they had gone through. Lin Xia, wearing home clothes, lay on the sofa and browsed her phone. Nangong Shui and Xiao Niannian sat beside him and continued to drink the porridge they had not finished. They haven't had a proper meal for a long time, so they need to eat something easily digestible. Lin Xia, take a look at the owner's group chat. Your reviews have gone from mixed to unanimously positive. These people really are opportunists. Jiang Ruoxue raised her cell phone and said to Lin Xia with a smile. She and Selena sat on the other side of the sofa, giving the best seat near Lin Xia to the two new sisters so that they could drink porridge more conveniently. Fortunately, they both adapted quickly and are no longer as reserved and awkward as they were at the beginning. They have been able to slowly integrate into the environment here. Lin Xia also clicked into the chat group with great interest, wanting to see what was going on with these people. Do you know that this tragedy that killed so many people was actually caused intentionally by some people who coveted Lin Xia's supplies? I testify that if Uncle Lin hadn't been kind enough to save our lives, we would have died long ago. Moreover, when he saw that we were injured, he was kind enough to give us a lot of food. He could have kept it all for himself and given us nothing. He makes me cry. At this time, someone in the group raised a question. Aren't many of your injuries caused by Lin Xia? Why are you thanking him? You must have some attributes. You know shit. We tried to steal Lin Xia's things, so we deserve to be beaten by him. I don't need to tell you how important food is right now. Just as we were about to leave, Qin Dao and his gang suddenly showed up to take advantage of the situation and wanted to kill us all. If it weren't for Uncle Lin Xia punishing evil and promoting good, we would probably have died there. He even took extra care of us, letting us go and feeding us. He's like a saint on earth. This? Is Lin Xia really that good? At this time, the group of big men who worked at Bai Qian's house also started talking in the group. I won't allow you to show even the slightest disrespect to our master Lin. You don't know him, so you don't know how good he is. I'll show you a set of photos and you'll understand. Picture, picture, picture. These photos almost made some people feel sick to their stomachs. This can't be a human bone. This person is simply not human. How dare he do such a beastly thing? Don't be fooled by the way these people curse, but no one knows what they actually do in private. In such an extreme environment, everyone will change. In order to survive, they can do anything. But if this kind of thing is made public, it will definitely be despised by everyone. The big man continued speaking. This is the good deed Uncle Lin asked us to do. He won't let any bad guy go. Let us make up for the mistakes we have made in the past through this action of punishing evil and promoting good. Uncle Lin is simply Di Renjie, Baojing, and Hai Rui alive. Master clears soup. Next comes the rhythm of the Huayang Lin Xia. Master Lin, when will I be able to serve you? I can't wait any longer. Picture. As a pure young woman, I would like to ask for permission to warm Mr. Lin's bed. Please approve it. Another internet photo. I remember you pretending to be an innocent girl in black stockings before? Little guy, I can still recognize you even if you change your vest. Woof woofed. Master, please take me in. Just give me some dog food. Chapter 49 Su Maiyan's Situation. Lin Xia's friend requests instantly reached 99 plus. Lin Xia rejected all of them with one click, and then set his account to prohibit adding friends. Jiang Ruoxue had touched Selina's arm. Look, isn't it very similar to you back then? Selina also felt that the scene before her was too similar to what she was like at the beginning. Maybe this is the inheritance. So I got 2 glasses of water for them from the table. Don't be anxious, eat slowly. There's plenty of food at home, and no one will snatch it from you too. Drink some water, the porridge may be too thick. If you drink it in such a hurry, your throat will definitely get sore. The 2 girls hurriedly took the cup of water handed to them by Serena, and took a big sip of water. They were a little anxious when eating porridge just now, so they choked. All the porridge got stuck in their throats, making their faces red. They only swallowed it after drinking the glass of water. It took several deep breaths before I slowly recovered. Nangong Shui said respectfully beside Lin Xia. Master, it's still early. We've just eaten a lot, and have recovered some of our strength. Please ask us to help you collect the loot from the rich man. It would be bad if someone went in and stole something. Lin Xia waved her hand. You don't have to call me young master. Just call me Lin Xia like Jiang Ruoxue and the others. We are all equal here. There's no need to talk about that. I've already sorted out the food and supplies over there, so there's no need for you to go over there. Now your 2 tasks are to stay home and take good care of your health. Jiang Ruoxue then came over and hugged Lin Xia's arm, allowing him to experience the power of tenderness. She turned around and spoke to the mother and daughter. Don't look at how righteous he is now, but if he were somewhere else. You'll find that there are dozens of different ways to call the name Lin Xia. I'll teach you all of them one by one. Then he explained it in detail to Lin Xia. Lin Xia, the spoils they were talking about were the clothes they were wearing. You certainly haven't sorted those things. They can't keep wearing my clothes. They have a lot of clothes over there. And there are a lot of clothes you like there. The 4 of us will wear them together and show them to you. When Lin Xia heard this, she immediately became alert and straightened her back. He was so busy picking up trash that he forgot such an important thing. Let's go together. There's strength in numbers. Jiang Ruoxue chuckled. Lin Xia was still the same. LSP. No need, we talked about these things before you came, just let us go. It just so happens that we have a lot of private things to say to our 2 sisters. Safety issues can be left to Serena. Just help them find 2 sets of winter clothes. Just be a good house husband and wait for us to come home. Lin Xia felt a little disappointed at this time because she couldn't see those precious treasures first. But to put it another way, It can also be said to be leaving yourself with enough expectations. Okay, I have a large power-assisted cart in the second basement. You can use that to move it. It saves effort. Then I'll cook dinner at home and wait for you to come home. Then he got up and went into the house, pretending to look for his winter clothes. In fact, they secretly took out winter clothes that suited their body shapes from the space. Then he used his spatial ability to connect to basement number 2 and placed the power-assisted bicycle that had been prepared in the space there. For such an important matter, it is necessary to provide them with equipment support. Looking at the 4 women wearing winter clothes, Lin Xia handed the gun to Selena. Be careful, safety first. Serena took the gun and saluted. Yes, sir, I will complete the mission. Then she gave Lin Xia a wink. Lin Xia couldn't help laughing, and she even started playing role-playing. Hopefully, she could stay like this when she was in his room at night. Then Lin Xia took out the dinner she was going to eat in the evening from the space, preheated it in the kitchen, and returned to the living room. Mapped the scanning, monitoring and other images on the console to the large screen in the living room. In case they encounter any unexpected situation, he can rush over as soon as possible. These are all his treasures. Even if they get bumped or scratched, he will feel heartbroken for a long time. Qingdao had been sitting in his room for quite a while now, not saying a word. Both of these actions involving Lin Xia caused him heavy losses. Especially this time, he felt heartbroken and relieved, a mixture of sadness and joy. Fortunately, I didn't go this time, otherwise none of Xiongde and his group would come back alive. If I had followed him, I would probably be preparing to be reincarnated by now. He thought a lot and finally gave instructions to his men. From now on, the area near Lin Xia will be designated as a restricted area. Unless I give you an order, no one should go there and cause trouble for Lin Xia. From now on, let's expand our territory in the opposite direction of Lin Xia. If you can't provoke me, can't you just hide from me? Yes, boss. I also breathed a sigh of relief. Looking for trouble with Lin Xia? They have to have the courage. Sumayan's life has not been easy recently. Although there is no shortage of food, the fuel for heating has almost been used up. Their lives now are no longer as relaxed as they were at the beginning. These days, the chef group downstairs often comes to check on their situation under the pretext of delivering food. But they didn't eat a single bite of the food that was served to them, and threw it all away. They would rather gnaw on cold bread than eat the food these people gave them. God knows what they put in these foods. She always kept Lin Xia's words in mind. Don't overestimate human nature. There are 2 stunning beauties and a lot of supplies in the room. These conditions combined will definitely attract the covetousness of many people. If she hadn't had the gun that Lin Xia gave her, she would have scared away the chef who tried to break in yesterday. I'm afraid they both met with an accident yesterday. Miss, would you like to contact Lin Xia and ask him to come and pick us up? Although we still have plenty of food, the fuel is about to run out. Besides, we don't have much water left. We don't have a balcony here, so we can't melt the snow to drink even if we want to. Besides, there are so many people below, staring at us eagerly. The worry on Su Qian's face has not subsided since yesterday. She was really scared yesterday. If it weren't for her lady decisively firing a shot, she would have forced back those who wanted to break in by force. The consequences are simply unimaginable. Chapter 50 The Miserable Chefs. Su Mayan's originally noble and elegant foxy eyes were now filled with fatigue that was difficult to conceal. The high-pressure life these days has caused unimaginable damage to her spirit. Except for the brief moments of relaxation when chatting with Lin Xia every night, her nerves were always tense. The harsh environment, the unpalatable food, and the people around them who were full of malice towards them. During this period, she mobilized all her connections, including those in business, politics, and the military. They are either trapped in the community and unable to do anything, or there is no news at all, and the messages sent are never replied, as if they have disappeared from the face of the earth. Even those young talents who had been pursuing her became extremely realistic at this moment, and no one could come to save her. The reason why she didn't discuss these things with Lin Xia. One of the reasons was that she found it hard to believe that he was just an ordinary person. She could possess more power than these people she knew. Another reason is that if you don't expect anything, you won't be disappointed. If Lin Xia's answer is also negative, then she will lose all hope. At that time, she would rather die than sell her body and live a miserable life. The pride in her heart would not allow her to do such a thing. At the same time, the group of chefs who scared Su Mayan and the others yesterday. At this moment, he was kneeling on the ground, begging for his life. In front of them was a man wearing 3 layers of winter security uniform, holding a long steel pipe in his hand. He sat in the big boss chair with his legs crossed. You just said that Miss Su Mayan is on the top floor? The security captain named Xiao Zhan had a greedy look in his eyes. In the entire building, everyone knows Su Mayan, the top noble lady. No man can withstand her lethality. She is a true daughter of destiny, one of the top people in China. Compared to her, even the top celebrities and internet celebrities look like country girls. That is an all-round crushing of appearance, figure, temperament, and background. The biggest interaction between him and Su Mayan was that he took her car keys to help her park the car. This is the privilege he only has as the captain. Now, this top lady is upstairs. Then wouldn't he be able to snatch her away and do whatever he wants with her? Xiao Zhan laughed obscenely at this moment. Praise the end of the world. If it weren't for Doomsday, he would never have been able to marry this noble lady. The chef kneeling on the ground kept smiling ingratiatingly. Even his back was beaten so badly by the security guard that he couldn't stand up straight. But he could only endure the pain and find ways to please him. Because the man in front of me can no longer be called a human being. How could a normal human being summon a khaki film of light in front of him? When he and his other brothers swung their kitchen knives with all their might, they were unable to cause the slightest damage to the light film. Master John, that's her. We went up there yesterday to see her. She was in the room on the top floor. But she had a gun in her hand, and we couldn't get in. Otherwise, we would have captured her long ago and presented her to you, Master Jean. After hearing the news, Xiao Zhan also hesitated and looked thoughtful. This ability he possessed appeared inexplicably a few days ago. He suddenly discovered that he could control this power and condense a light film around himself, which was invulnerable to swords and guns. It was with this power that I was able to conquer the entire building in just a few days. However, this light film is not invincible. It can only last for 2.5 minutes at most. Once he has used up all his time, he will feel as exhausted as if he had been playing games in an internet cafe for 3 days and 3 nights. It takes a full day to recover. But as long as you don't exceed this limit, the impact on yourself will not be particularly big, you will just feel a little tired. So he set a rule for himself that the maximum time he could use the light film in a day should not exceed 2 minutes. He has almost used up the time for the light film today. This light film can easily withstand ordinary knife and axe attacks, but whether it can block bullets is an unknown in his mind. Then he took a look at the bulletproof shield held by the younger brother next to him, and felt a little relieved. I will wait until my abilities are back to their peak tomorrow, and then I will add a bulletproof shield as a backup. Even if Su Mayan had a gun, she could still be captured. At that time, I will also taste the food that only the people I once looked up to can taste. After you have eaten your fill, you can use it to do some post-meal exercises to help digest the food. Just thinking about this day is so exciting. I am grateful to Doomsday for giving him the opportunity to realize this dream. So he used the stick in his hand to gently poke the chef who was kneeling on the ground. Go to the kitchen and make us something to eat. Use the most expensive ingredients. If you can't satisfy us, there's no need for you to live, the chef said with a flattering look on his face. Master, you hit me so hard that I can't even stand up straight. How about letting me take it easy first, and then do it for you tomorrow when I'm a little better? Xiao Zhan's tone suddenly turned cold. Yes, I'll do it for you, Master Zhan. The chef gritted his teeth, held on to the table next to him, and stood up with a grim expression. The man in front of me is so terrifying. Not only can he produce that inexplicable light film, but he is also much stronger than an ordinary person. If he hadn't been wearing thick enough clothes, he wouldn't have felt the blow of the stick and might never have been able to stand up. Watching him walk into the kitchen tremblingly, Xiao Zhan gave a wink to his younger brother next to him. go to the kitchen and keep a close eye on him. Don't let him do anything tricky. When the food is ready, let him take a bite before serving it. Yes, stand up. The younger brother next to him answered seriously and looked delighted. The kitchen is a good place. At least it is warmer than the living room outside. So I followed him and went to the kitchen to keep an eye on the chef. Xiao Zhan then glanced at the other chefs kneeling on the ground and said lazily, "From now on, you will be my little brothers. Follow me and I guarantee you won't starve to death. But if you dare to have second thoughts, then there is no need to continue living in this world." These people answered with trembling limbs. "Yes, Brother Zhan." Jiang Ruoxue and her other two daughters did not return home until it was almost dark. Lin Xia kept staring at the surveillance footage in the living room. They ran back and forth about 7 or 8 times and saw that there were really a lot of things over there. But it doesn't matter if there is more. It will all be left for him to enjoy when the time comes. Hey. Jiang Ruoxue looked at Lin Xia, who was in the living room with a lustful look on her face, and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "Hurry up and bring the food over. We'll come out to eat right after we change our clothes. I've been busy all day and I'm almost exhausted." Lin Xia could feel that things between them had become much more harmonious. They were no longer as reserved as at the beginning, and I didn't know what they talked about. After seeing Lin Xia go to the kitchen to prepare food, Jiang Ruoxue took the hands of her two new sisters. "Come on, I'll show you your new room." Chapter 51 Daily Meals. Lin Xia quickly brought out the food that had been heated up in the kitchen and sat at the dining table waiting for them to come out and eat together. Jiang Ruoxue and the others didn't keep him waiting too long and soon came out after changing their clothes. Nagong looked at the 10 dishes and 4 soups on the table in front of her, feeling a little touched, but still a little embarrassed. "Lin Xia, you don't have to prepare so much food just to welcome us. This is really extravagant and wasteful. We drank a lot of porridge in the afternoon, so we're not very hungry now. Don't worry, Nian and I will definitely learn more from the sisters and make you more satisfied and comfortable." After hearing this, Lin Xia looked confused and made a puzzled sound. "Ah?" Jiang Ruoxue chuckled and quickly explained to Nangong Shui. "This is just an ordinary meal here. We didn't prepare anything special for you. In our house, this is what we eat every day. If you like to eat something, you can tell Lin Xia directly. He has stored a lot of food." Jiang Ruoxue's words made Nangong Shui blush. It was poverty that limited her imagination. The world is indeed fair. Now that Nangong Shui and her friends have such rich living conditions, they no longer have any other worries. At this moment, she was extremely grateful for her original choice. It turned out that choosing to join Lin Xia was the right choice. So she and Xiao Nian picked up their chopsticks and started eating their food with big mouthfuls. Then I took one bite after another and couldn't stop. She was not hungry at first, but now it seemed as if all the food in her stomach had been emptied. There's no way, these foods are just too delicious. A warm house and delicious meals, this is the life people should live. She silently swore in her heart that no matter what, she would not leave here. Isn't it just serving Lin Xia to make her happy? What's so difficult about that? Jiang Ruoxue and the others had finished eating long ago, and they watched the two new sisters continue to eat with big mouthfuls, without any hurry. "Lin Xia, we just transported so many clothes that we don't have room to store them at home. So I want to turn basement number 2 into our own cloakroom, is that okay?" Jiang Ruoxue blinked her pure and beautiful eyes and looked at Lin Xia seductively. Lin Xia replied without hesitation. "Of course, no problem. Those 4 basements will all belong to you from now on. You can do whatever you want with them." Her thoughts exactly coincided with Lin Xia's. I guess you'd answer like that. We're dressed so nicely, so won't it be a bargain for you then? But after we have sorted it out, you can go in and have a good look." Nangong Shui felt that the atmosphere at the table was a little strange and gently touched Xiao Nian. "We're full, so just leave the dishes and other things for us to clean up. You guys go get some rest." Then he continued to talk to Jiang Ruoxue. "Those things in the basement are all ours. Nian and I will go sort them out later." Jiang Ruoxue smiled slightly. The new sister is still very sensible. After they recover, I will have to teach them more knowledge. Then he and Selena took Lin Xia into the room. Lin Xia, Serena and I's hair is a little long. Can you come over and help us trim it? Come on. Cutting hair is a technical job. It's not easy to get a good-looking haircut. It just so happens that I'm good at this. I promise to give you both a beautiful trim. Xiao Nian asked with some confusion. Teacher, is it really that difficult to cut hair? Nangong Shui obviously knew what they meant by what they had just said, and her pretty fair face turned red with embarrassment. Cutting hair is difficult. If you're not careful, it can end up looking really ugly. Let's ask Lin Xia to help cut it when the time comes. Xiao Nian nodded in agreement, somewhat confused. It is impossible for barber shops outside to continue operating in such extreme cold weather. Her hair has grown a bit long, so she'll bring her teacher tomorrow and ask Lin Xia to help trim it. Chapter 52 New Ideas. Okay, stop being envious. Let's go back to the house and rest. Yeah, I'll definitely get better soon. Xiao Nian's beautiful eyes curved up, and the temperament she exuded was extremely pure. This is how she should be at her age, without any worries and full of infinite longing for the future. Nangong Shui made up her mind that she would definitely thank Lin Xia for saving their lives and leading them out of the sea of suffering, so that he won't regret the decision he made today to save them. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Lin Xia was ready to go to bed. She couldn't stay up late any longer. Although the room was dark and I couldn't see anything. But after closing my eyes for a while, I found that I couldn't fall asleep. Maybe it was because I played landlord for too long and my brain was still active. In that case, I won't sleep anymore. I'll just think about the next step in using my special energy and how to develop it. Since supernatural energy can transform his body, can this characteristic be used to do something else? Find a way to create special substances with special energy. He himself is a good example. When he was just reborn, his physical condition was actually not strong. Now he can even surpass Selena, who has been fighting on the battlefield for many years. This exaggerated physical improvement is all due to the improvement brought by his supernatural powers. Then the special substances made based on these superpowers should have the same effects. Even if these substances cannot awaken Jiang Ruoxue and the other special powers, it is good that they can strengthen their bodies. Even if you don't know how to use these substances, you can maximize their effectiveness. But the first thing to do now is to see whether this idea is feasible. If not, then the assumptions I made before are meaningless. Just do it when you say it. After all, the superpowers in the superpower space are like the sea, which can never be exhausted. What's wrong with using it a little bit for yourself and doing experiments? But as the experiment progressed, Lin Xia found that his ideas were a bit naive. His idea was feasible, and he could feel that his body had undergone different changes. However, the efficiency of converting superpowers into mysterious substances is very low. During this transformation process, Lin Xia must use his supernatural powers at full capacity. Even though he had the blessing of infinite superpowers in the superpower space, his mental strength could not support the operation of superpowers for such a long time. After only half an hour of continuous operation, he was exhausted. This was the first time Lin Xia had experienced this feeling since he acquired superpowers, and he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Is this what it feels like to be mentally exhausted? This is much more effective than sleeping pills. Then Lin Xia, who was exhausted, closed her eyes and soon fell asleep. There is no harm without comparison. Lin Xia didn't know that he was already far ahead of other ordinary psychics. For ordinary people who have awakened superpowers, if they can use their superpowers for 2 minutes, they can be considered gifted. A night passed, and it was 9 o'clock in the morning. Sure enough, the special substance that he spent half an hour to obtain last night had completely disappeared. So he quickly sat up, approached Jiang Ruoxue, and asked nervously, "How is your health? Do you feel any discomfort?" Chapter 53, Cleansing the Bones and Marrow. Lin Xia didn't know how to explain it for a moment. That's not what I meant. I meant, do you feel anything different? Jiang Ruoxue looked confused. How could this be any different? At this moment, Selena suddenly discovered that Jiang Ruoxue had undergone changes in her body and screamed in surprise. Sister, look at your arm! Jiang Ruoxue was confused. What was going on with these two people today? They were so jumpy. So she raised her arms, and then she screamed in fright. What's going on? Why is there so much oil coming out of my body? Jiang Ruoxue's originally fair and delicate skin began to secrete slippery oil. There seemed to be some small black dots under the oil, slowly secreted from her pores. Lin Xia grabbed her arm and looked at it carefully. An unpleasant smell came from her skin. At this moment, Lin Xia had a bold guess in his mind. Is this the legendary cleansing of the tendons and marrow? Are the effects of these substances really that exaggerated? After figuring this out, Lin Xia comforted him. Don't worry, this should be good for your health. Go take a shower and wash off the dirt on your body and everything will be fine. Out of trust in Lin Xia, Jiang Ruoxue's emotions gradually stabilized, and she was no longer panicked. Judging from Lin Xia's performance just now, he must know something. These reactions in my body shouldn't cause any major problems. So he quickly picked up the towel and walked quickly into the bathroom in the room. She couldn't accept herself being so imperfect and appearing in front of Lin Xia. Serena looked worried and followed him anxiously. Lin Xia touched her nose, feeling a little guilty. It shouldn't have such a strong effect, right? When I first gained my superpowers, my body's reaction wasn't this exaggerated. Lin Xia may have overlooked a problem. His body was slowly transformed by his supernatural powers over a long period of time, so the changes were not so obvious. Jiang Ruoxue directly absorbed the substance with such high energy density in the morning. Of course it would cause her body to react violently. After Lin Xia put on her clothes, she walked out of the room. Negong Shui also heard Lin Xia's voice, so she put down the mop in her hand and walked up to Lin Xia respectfully and gracefully. Mr. Lin Xia, I got up a little early. Since you guys haven't gotten up yet, I thought of making some food in advance and cleaning the house. Lin Xia smiled. Don't be so formal, just treat this place as your own home. And there's actually nothing to worry about at home. There's a button over there. Press it and a fully automatic housekeeping robot will help clean up. By the way, where's Xiao Nian? As if she heard someone calling her, Zhao Nian walked out of the kitchen obediently. She was wearing a pure JK outfit, with 2 ponytails, blinking a pair of big eyes with distinct black and white over-the-knee socks on her slender and delicate legs, and furry rabbit slippers on her feet. She looks like a pure and beautiful girl. I'm cleaning up in the kitchen. What's going on? Lin Xia smiled and shook her head and said, Nothing, just leave these chores to the housekeeping robots. You two can take a break. No need to be so restrained here. No one will chase you away. If you two are hungry, you can eat first. We don't have those messy rules in our house. Seeing Nangong Shui and Xiao Nian sitting next to him eating, he greeted them. Hey, you two are having breakfast. After politely greeting the 2 girls, he began to excitedly share with Lin Xia what had just happened. Lin Xia, what's with all that food this morning? Why did I experience such a noticeable change after eating it? After taking a shower, I found that the small scars on my body were gone, and my skin became much smoother and more delicate. My body has become much lighter, and the world seems brighter than before. It's magical. Selena was also curious, as she had witnessed Jiang Ruoxue's changes with her own eyes. She had eaten those things before, but never had such an obvious reaction as today. You know, she has far more scars and hidden injuries than Jiang Ruoxue. She actually has a bit of low self-esteem in this regard. For bare people like her, the flowering period is actually very short. Even though she looks beautiful now, her skin will become rough and her pores will become larger in a few years. It's also difficult to maintain a figure as sexy and attractive as it is now. So she wanted to know even more about what Jiang Ruoxue had made this morning. Why is it so effective? Chapter 54: The Special Effects of Mysterious Substances. Lin Xia touched her nose, not knowing how to explain this to them. How should I put this? These things are actually an experiment I did after you fell asleep. Seeing Jiang Ruoxue's nervous face, Lin Xia smiled and comforted her. As long as it can help you. So far, it seems that the effect is quite good. Jiang Ruoxue's changes were so obvious that even he could see it. If Jiang Ruoxua's appearance was 98 points before, then it is undoubtedly 100 plus now. Her beauty now can no longer be described in words. The ethereal and fairy-like aura of Jiang Ruoxua became more obvious, like a fairy who had strayed into the mortal world. It makes people unable to have any blasphemous thoughts. Jiang Ruoxua finally breathed a sigh of relief. If she accidentally used these things, Lin Xia would be hurt. Then, no matter how good these things are, she will not use them. Lin Xia's greatest pursuit in life is to be happy. The happier he was, the happier she would feel. Who made her a hopeless love-brained person? Seeing Selena, who really wanted it but was too embarrassed to speak up, Jiang Ruoxua talked to Lin Xia on her behalf. Lin Xia, the person who needs these things the most is not me, but Serena. She has been in the army for so many years and has suffered so many injuries. She also has many invisible hidden wounds in her body. If making these materials doesn't have any effect on your body, can you give them to Serena first? Lin Xia didn't expect that these substances would be so effective, and they even treated them as treasures. But in a sense, these substances have the effect of cleansing the bones and marrow. To call it a treasure is actually an exaggeration. But according to Lin Xia's guess, cleansing the bones and marrow should only be its most basic effect. If the amount absorbed is large enough, it is very likely to help them awaken their superpowers. After all, we have inexplicably entered the extreme cold apocalypse. Then the appearance of people with special abilities shouldn't be a surprising thing. Isn't that how it's written in novels? Moreover, I am a living example. Okay, teach me about this kind of thing from now on. Lin Xia joked with them. Jiang Ruoxua raised her head and snorted. You're really lucky. After saying this, she gently shook her thick black hair, blinked her beautiful eyes that seemed otherworldly, and made an expression that showed she was indifferent to all living beings. At this moment, Jiang Ruoxua's feeling of being a banished immortal became more prominent. I found that I seemed to have a special temperament now. After everyone finished their hearty lunch, they started playing and frolicking in the living room. Selena and Xiaoyan were playing games together. Jiang Ruoxua and Nan Gongshui sat together, seemingly watching a video. Her cheeks were rosy and she would steal glances at him from time to time. Unfortunately, the two of them were quite far away and were wearing headphones, so Lin Xia couldn't hear clearly what kind of video they were watching. But from their expressions of surprise from time to time, it can be seen that they must have gained a lot. When Lin Xia first established this safe house, he had already taken entertainment issues into full consideration. If it can only keep you warm and provide strong defense, then what is the difference between it and a prison? Not to mention that you can now connect to the satellite network, so you don't have to worry about being out of network. Even if the satellite network is disconnected, a local server is deployed in his safe house to provide them with daily entertainment without any pressure. Moreover, there is a powerful independent artificial intelligence system inside this safe house. Unfortunately, Lin Xia doesn't know how to play this, and the intelligence system in the safe house is basically in a semi-idle state. The biggest function of this intelligence system is to adjust the fuel supply, the balance of indoor indicators, and the surrounding safety monitoring. Lin Xia once took a curious look at how much pressure all these things put on it, including daily internet use. The result surprised me. These complicated tasks account for less than 1% of its load. Those fans were too lazy to even turn a circle from beginning to end. I hope these things will come in handy in the future, otherwise it would be a waste of his time to get such a top-level configuration. At this time, Lin Xia's cell phone rang. When he clicked on it, he saw that it was the person who went to carry out Lin Xia's mission yesterday who sent him a message. Chapter 55: Sumayan's Call for Help. Uncle Lin, it seems we overexerted ourselves yesterday. Those 4 people were already dead this morning. It's all my fault that I didn't do it right. Even if you kill me, I'll accept it. But I beg you, could you give the others their share of food? I am willing to bear any punishment from you. Please. On the other side of Lin Xia's screen, the 9 people gathered together, and the atmosphere was extremely depressing. They were happily preparing to continue working in the morning, but when they opened the door of Bai Qian's house, they found that the 4 men had become hard. Then the group of people hesitated for a long time and still didn't dare to confess the matter to Lin Xia. It was almost noon when the person who had Lin Xia's contact information made up his mind and decided to take the responsibility of this matter himself. If he died, his family would be taken care of by the remaining 8 people. The others didn't say much, just patted him on the shoulder. So at noon, he finally made up his mind and contacted Lin Xia. The other 8 people also gathered in front of the screen, waiting for Lin Xia's judgment. After hearing the news, Lin Xia slowly put down her phone. Those scenes from the previous life flashed before my eyes like a revolving lantern. He found that he didn't have any big emotional fluctuations in his heart at this moment. There was more of a sense of peace in his heart. When he was just reborn, what supported him every day was his hatred for Bai Qian's family, and the sense of urgency of the coming extreme cold doomsday. But as he got along with Jiang Ruoxue and the others, the hatred in his heart gradually diluted. If he didn't think about it deliberately, he would almost forget about Bai Qian. Looking at the carefree faces of Jiang Ruoxue and the others, this kind of life should be the life he expects. It's time for him to forget the past and start a new life. In the future, he should shoulder the mission of this big family, and making them feel happy is his goal in this life. Then he picked up his phone and turned on the screen. Thousands of words are condensed into 2 words. Never mind. Tell me how many bags of bread you have earned in total. I'll put them at the door of my basement. You can come and get them later. From now on, our grudges are written off, and there is no longer any connection between you and me. After seeing these words, the 9 people on the other side of the screen shed tears silently. Very good. They can continue to live. No one will die. Then the person holding the phone continued typing tremblingly. There was no time to wipe away the tears on my face that were slowly solidifying and turning into ice crystals. Thank you, Uncle Lin. Thank you, Uncle Lin. You are simply our reincarnated parents, the reincarnation of a living bodhisattva. We kowtow to you. Stop talking nonsense. How many bags are there in total? He quickly replied, fearing that he would annoy Mr. Lin on the other side of the screen. Uncle Lin, the total amount for us is 300 bags. The videos are all on our phones. We guarantee there are no errors. I'll bring them to you later. Would you like to check them yourself? Check? Check your ass. These videos are too violent, and Lin Xia is afraid that they may cause severe physical discomfort. I was just trying to scare them, and I used the same junk food from the rich people. If he really went to check those videos in person, he would probably suffer the greatest trauma of this operation. No! No! I trust you. Come and get the supplies now. Get out of here right after you take it. Everyone on the other side of the screen breathed a sigh of relief. This time, it can be said that they turned a disaster into a blessing. Yes, yes, yes! Listen to Uncle Lin! Lin Xia roughly calculated in her mind 300 bags of bread. Almost every member of Bai Qian's family of 4 fought for at least 5 hours. No wonder their family couldn't stand it. But these 9 people are too crazy. Did they take medicine? Just when Lin Xia was still daydreaming, his cell phone started vibrating wildly. The contact above shows Su Mayan. Lin Xia was a little curious. Why was she calling at this time? So I clicked on the connection. Hello? There was no familiar voice of Su Mayan from the other end of the line. Instead, the sound of gunfire was heard. Then a scream was heard. You bunch of beasts, what are you going to do to my young lady? Let us go! Then came the unbridled laughter of a group of men. Then what else to do? Of course, do something men love to do. Don't worry, you won't be able to escape when the time comes. Let you and your lady enjoy it together. Ha! At this time, Su Mayan's miserable cry was finally heard. Lin Xia! Save me! Lin Xiaoting stood up suddenly, his face full of anxiety. I'm afraid something happened to Su Mayan. Hello? 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 The house, which was originally bustling, suddenly became quiet. The 4 girls all looked at Lin Xia, who looked anxious. After a moment, Lin Xia put down her phone. Because there was no sound on the other end of the phone. Jiang Ruoxue asked Lin Xia cautiously. Did something happen? Lin Xia's mind is in a mess now. But one thing is certain, Su Mayan must not be allowed to get hurt. She is not only his good friend, but also the girlfriend he had reserved long ago. Then he hurried to the winter clothes piled in the corner of the living room and said without looking back, "I need to go out now. Don't come with me. It might be dangerous along the way." Jiang Ruoxue and Lin Xia have been together for such a long time, but she has never seen him as serious as he is now. Something very urgent must have happened. Then he gave Serena a look. "It's too dangerous for you to go out alone. Let Serena go with you. There's nothing we can do to help you. Staying with you will only be a burden to you." Lin Xia looked at the four women surrounding him, who also had worried expressions on their faces. They were cautious and didn't dare to say anything more for fear of disturbing themselves. Without saying a word, Serena silently walked to his side and put on her winter clothes. She seemed to say nothing, yet seemed to have said everything. Chapter 56 Departure. Lin Xia's heart suddenly calmed down at this moment. He is no longer alone, there are so many people around him who love him and care about him. So I calmed down a little and spoke to them. "Don't worry, I'm very capable. This operation won't be dangerous for me." Jiang Ruoxue and the others didn't buy it. Lin Xia acted so flustered just now, how could he be as relaxed as he said? But in order to reassure Lin Xia, she pretended to understand. With Serena accompanying Lin Xia, there shouldn't be any problem. Jiang Ruoxue hated her own incompetence at this moment. She could not help at all. He didn't even have the qualifications to stand next to Lin Xia or go out with him. Perhaps seeing the confusion in Jiang Ruoxue's heart, Lin Xia gently touched Jiang Ruoxue's head. "Don't worry, it's okay, just wait for me to come home." When Jiang Ruoxue heard this, she finally couldn't help it. Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes like pearls from a broken string. She kept nodding and wiping her tears with her hands. She was afraid that her choking voice would make Lin Xia worry. After Lin Xia put on her clothes, she suddenly remembered something. "I almost forgot about the supplies for those 9 people." So he grabbed a handful from the space. He was too lazy to count the exact number, but it must be more than 300. Then the other end of the space was opened at the entrance of the safe house in the basement. These supplies fell from the space exit and piled up into a small hill. Lin Xia and Selena had already put on their clothes and took their guns. The other women followed closely behind them and got on the elevator together. I saw that the elevator did not go down, but went up to the 4th floor. Serena was a little confused. "Xia, aren't we going out? The garage is downstairs, but the elevator is going up. Did you accidentally press the wrong floor?" Lin Xia explained. "The place we are going to this time is the ice and snow outside." Even Jiang Ruoxue, who was standing by, stopped worrying and widened her eyes with curiosity. "There's 10 meters of ice and snow outside, already reaching the 3.5 floors of our building. How could you possibly get out?" With a ding sound, the elevator door opened and they were now on the 4th floor. Lin Xia smiled slightly and started pretending. Although the current opportunity is not very good, and is not what he expected. But there was no way, these things happened just now, and he could only reveal one of his little trump cards. "Ahem. I originally wanted to get along with you as a normal person, but unfortunately, the current situation doesn't seem to allow it. There's no other way. I can only confront you. That's right, I'm Doraemon's agent on Earth." The 4 girls all had puzzled expressions on their faces at this time, not understanding what Lin Xia was saying. The scene was silent. Lin Xia touched his nose somewhat awkwardly. The effect was somewhat different from what he had imagined. "Is this joke too old? Then let me show you." Lin Xia took them to the window. The ground outside the window had already been covered with endless snow, a vast expanse of white. The sky was still gray. Even at noon, the sun's rays could not penetrate the thick clouds, and no outline of the sun could be seen. Small ice crystals were constantly falling from the sky, and the wind was blowing outside, making the small ice crystals spin in the air. The scene before my eyes was like a documentary about the Arctic region copied completely into reality. The world has become dead silent. Seeing that they were attracted by the scenery outside, Lin Xia coughed lightly to ask them to turn their attention to her. "Look, the next moment is the moment to witness a miracle. Then he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared out of nowhere outside the window. It landed on the snow with a bang, pressing the flat snow surface outside down by 1 meter. Since the temperature outside was already over 70 degrees below zero, the snowflakes had long since turned into ice crystals. These ice crystals are like sand, and the hovercraft will not sink when it lands on them. The height of this hovercraft is about 2.5 meters, and you can just see the cab directly through the window, which has 7 seats. When they saw the hovercraft appear out of thin air in front of everyone, they began to understand what Lin Xia meant. They were shocked. This was definitely not a power that humans should possess. Lin Xia glanced at their expressions and nodded with satisfaction. This was the reaction he expected. He walked over and touched Jiang Ruoxue's head. "I'll explain it to you when I get back. Don't worry, there's no danger. I possess great power. Ordinary people cannot harm me." Jiang Ruoxue didn't care about that. She just hugged Lin Xia tightly and then quickly let go. "You guys should leave quickly. We will stay here and wait for you to come home." Lin Xia didn't say anything more, and she and Selena turned and walked towards the preset exit on the 4th floor. The temperature difference between indoors and outdoors is so big that if they open the window and jump out directly, they will freeze to death. Seeing that Lin Xia was about to walk out of the safe house, Jiang Ruoxue shouted to him loudly. "You must come back safely." Lin Xia turned around, nodded to her, and then boarded the hovercraft with Selena. For Jiang Ruoxue, who grew up in southern China, she had never seen such extreme weather conditions. She couldn't even imagine how humans could survive in such an environment. That's why he was so panicked when he knew Lin Xia was going out alone. She has always been in awe of the power of nature, but her current ability is too weak to help Lin Xia. She can only pray silently for his safe return. Jiang Ruoxue was no longer as lively and active as usual. She just sat quietly at the table, staring at the hovercraft outside the window as it slowly got smaller and finally disappeared into the distance. Nangong Shui and Xiao Nianyan also sat beside her, accompanying her silently. Because they know that Lin Xia is the main body of this family. They feel at ease with him around. The 3 of them sat here, waiting for Lin Xia to return home safely. Chapter 57. Su Mayan was attacked. At noon, on the top floor of the Chinese restaurant. Su Mayan and her 2 daughters were having lunch when they suddenly heard a lot of footsteps and the sound of many people talking outside the door. So they quickly put down the half-eaten bread in their hands and picked up the guns beside them. He quickly moved behind the shelter they had built, raised his gun, and aimed it at the door. Not long after, there was a loud banging sound from the entire door, and even the nearby walls were shaking. A vase on a shelf close to the wall slowly moved to the edge amidst the constant vibrations. With a bang, the vase shattered to the ground. As they watched the door deform more and more, their hands gripping the guns tightened. Bang! A burst of smoke and dust passed by, and the thickened door finally couldn't bear the weight and was forcibly broken open. Su Mayan and the other girl pulled the trigger directly, and dense bullets were fired directly. However, even after the entire magazine was emptied, not even a scream was heard from the other side. At this time, Su Mayan had a bad premonition in her heart. They were so reckless and must have come prepared. The other hand quickly pressed the preset emergency contact button on the phone. Although she didn't chat with Lin Xia yesterday, what happened recently has made her feel very uneasy. After much thought, I decided to set Lin Xia's contact information as an emergency contact. If any unexpected situation occurs, just press this button. The phone will directly call the first emergency contact set without any other operation. As the smoke and dust at the door dissipated, a khaki light film appeared in front of Su Mayan. The bullet was embedded in front of the light film, and could not move forward any further. As the light film shook, the bullets fell on the marble floor like a pile of glass beads, scattering in all directions. Xiao Zhan, who was standing behind the bulletproof shield, also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. It turns out that this light film is so powerful. He had never used it to block a bullet before, so he wasn't sure. To be on the safe side, he also erected a bulletproof shield behind the light film that covers his entire body. And the important parts of the body are also protected by bulletproof vests. He originally thought that even if the light film could not withstand the bullets, he would not be injured. If it doesn't work this time, you can try a few more times and you will definitely win the girl. After all, a strong woman is afraid of being clingy with men. But he didn't expect that this light film was so powerful that the bullet didn't do anything to it. He relaxed at once. Everyone, come together! With such a short distance, Xiao Zhan and the others quickly reached the position in front of Su Mayan. Xiao Zhan held the gun in his hand and pulled it gently. The gun flew out of Su Mayan's hand. Then he grabbed her collar and dragged her out from behind the shelter. The cell phone also fell from her hand and fell to the ground. The younger brother standing next to Xiao took advantage of Su Qian's inattention. Using the same method, they disarmed her as well and held down her limbs. Su Qian immediately struggled to get up. You bunch of beasts, what are you going to do to my young lady? Let us go! Xiao Zhan burst into laughter after hearing this. He took such a big risk just to enjoy himself. Then he gently touched Su Mayan's charming cheek, which was as white as jade. Then his laughter became even more unbridled. Then what else to do? Of course, do something men love to do. Don't worry, you won't be able to escape when the time comes. Let you and your lady enjoy it together. Ha! Su Mayan turned her head and broke free from his hand, glaring at him fiercely. She had never been so insulted in her life, and she would rather die. She would not let this dirty man in front of her defile her precious body. Xiao Zhan was not annoyed. It was really fulfilling to play with such a top-notch woman who knew how to resist. The cooked duck is already at your mouth, how can it fly away? He turned around and spoke to the younger brothers around him. Take away! Su Mayan knew that she had little chance. Although she didn't know whether Lin Xia answered the call, as long as she left here, she would have no hope at all. Her next fate is death. So she shouted as loudly as she could. Lin Xia! Save me! Xiao Zhan looked around vigilantly, and the khaki light film appeared again. After a moment, nothing happened. So he put away the light film and spit on the ground. What Lin Xia Lin Dom? What kind of a crap is he? If you have the guts, bring him right in front of me. I promise to make his death a rhythmic one. They brought Su Mayan and her two daughters to the middle-level base. Xiao Zhan sat on the boss chair very presumptuously and said to Su Mayan. The ingredients are already prepared in the kitchen. I haven't had time to eat lunch yet. Go and cook me your best dish. Let me also have a taste of what it's like to be a nobleman. After you feed me, I will feed you two sisters myself. Ha! Xiao Zhan laughed out loud with a lewd look on his face, and then spoke to the younger brothers around him. Please go to the kitchen and keep an eye on them. We can't let them get hurt in the slightest, and we can't let them add anything suspicious to the food. If anything goes wrong between them, I'll make you pay with your lives. Yes, yes! The younger brothers were in the kitchen, surrounding Su Mayan with nervous expressions, fearing that she would become depressed and commit suicide. Su Mayan held the kitchen knife in one hand, and Su Qian assisted her beside her. She glanced out the window and saw a white desert outside. The strong wind swept up the falling ice crystals, which hit the windows madly. She made up her mind silently. If Lin Xia still doesn't come before these dishes are cooked, then she will use this knife in her hand to end her own life. Lin Xia. Xiao Zhan also looked out the window, and the scenery outside was still covered with ice and snow. No one should be able to come in from outside. Then he turned around and asked the younger brother he had just accepted yesterday. Is there anyone named Lin Xia here? The younger brother thought about it carefully, and then said flatteringly. To answer Master Zhan, there's no one here named Lin Xia. That woman must have said it on purpose to scare you. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan felt relieved. How could his impregnable fortress be breached? So he closed his eyes and slowly recovered the mental strength he had just consumed. 2.5 minutes of light film time, 1 minute has been consumed. If he used up all the remaining time, his mental strength would not be able to hold on, and he would most likely faint on the spot. Chapter 58 Speculations about Superpowers. The scene changed, and Lin Xia and Selena sat on the hovercraft. Lin Xia quickly pressed the start button, while the hovercraft was still warm after being taken out of the space. although the seller of the hovercraft stated that it could navigate freely within the Arctic Circle. But now the temperature outside is colder than inside the Arctic Circle. To be on the safe side, he started the engine immediately to prevent the hovercraft from being unable to withstand the current extremely cold temperature. He would not allow this pretentious act to leave any stain. Perhaps this was the damned desire to win of men. Fortunately, the hovercraft started normally and the display lit up. After manually setting the route of action, the hovercraft will run automatically according to the program without the need for any additional operations. I checked the navigation information and saw that the total distance was 7 kilometers, and we were expected to arrive within 10 minutes. 10 minutes should be enough to rescue Su Mayan. I don't know what happened to her. Seeing that Lin Xia had stopped operating and the hovercraft had sped out of the community according to the established procedures, Selena asked all the questions in her mind. Xia, how did you do that just now? You actually made such a large hovercraft appear out of thin air. Lin Xia then explained to her that he didn't want to hide these things. It's just that the situations they encountered before did not require him to use his special powers to solve them. I possessed this power 3 months ago. When we first met, weren't you curious about how I could improve so quickly? Didn't you even suspect that I had practiced Xia country's ancient martial arts? Actually, this is just the passive physical growth that comes with this ability. My real ability is actually to control space. I can store objects within a certain range. That's why we can't finish all the food at home. After listening to his explanation, Serena looked excited. Although she didn't say anything usually, she was actually full of frustration on the day she was defeated by Lin Xia. Although it is not shameful to lose to your own man, Lin Xia was able to defeat herself in such a short time. Doesn't this mean that all the blood and sweat I put in before were wasted? For someone like her, there is actually a lot of anger in her heart. This is why she played cards so hard with Lin Xia at night. She wanted to defeat Lin Xia in other ways to restore her dignity, but she didn't expect to lose even more completely. Selena continued to ask questions with anticipation. Can I have this power too? Lin Xia thought about what happened today and felt a little uncertain. Well, it's hard to say, Serena said anxiously. Yes. No. What does it mean to be hard to say? Her words seemed to have an unknown power. Lin Xia touched her nose, feeling a little embarrassed. It should have been impossible, but I did an experiment this morning. Those substances have produced a good effect on Jiang Ruoxue. As for whether they can allow her to gain superpowers, that's hard to say. Serena looked surprised. It turned out that she had not only lost an opportunity to cleanse her bones and marrow and eliminate hidden injuries that morning. He also lost an opportunity to gain superpowers and become stronger. If I had known that, I wouldn't have been so humble. Obviously, there are also fruits of one's own labor in it. Looking at the target getting closer and closer, Lin Xia gradually became serious. From the time the call ended to the time he arrived here, the total time was less than 20 minutes. Although he didn't know where Su Mayan was exactly now, he knew the location of her luxury suite on the top floor. Let's go there and check the scene first, we should be able to find some clues. Lin Xia turned around and said to Selena, Let's talk about those things when we get back. Let's go in and rescue people first. Selena put away her romantic thoughts at this time and began to check her equipment. It is a taboo to underestimate the enemy on the battlefield. She has finally grasped her own future and cannot fail here. Chapter 59 Bear Rescue. Lin Xia docked the hovercraft next to the window of the building and got off the boat with Selena. Walking to a large floor-to-ceiling window, he gently tapped the corner of the glass with the butt of the gun in his hand. The entire glass shattered to the ground. In an environment of minus 70 degrees Celsius, even specially made tempered glass becomes fragile. Then he and Selena jumped in through the entrance. After the two people landed and adjusted their conditions, Lin Xia looked at the hovercraft parked outside, which was still running. He wrapped it with his spatial power, and a white light flashed in his eyes. The entire hovercraft disappeared in the vast snow. All that was left on the snow was the traces of the hovercraft passing by. Although Selena had already anticipated the scene before her, she was still deeply attracted by this power. She looked at Lin Xia with deep eyes and made up her mind secretly. From now on, I can no longer rely on my physical advantages to be free and undisciplined and indulge in video games. She should learn from Jiang Ruoxue and constantly improve her card-playing ability and skills. Looking at Lin Xia leading the way in front of her, she seemed to be very familiar with this place. Following behind him, Serena, cautious and alert to her surroundings, seemed to be thinking about something. Xia, I didn't have time to ask you just now, is the person we are rescuing a girl this time? Lin Xia suddenly heard Selena's question in front, and didn't know how to explain it for a moment. Well. She is indeed a girl. Lin Xia turned her head and spoke cautiously to Selena. Seeing that he looked guilty, Serena accidentally laughed out loud. The man she loved was exactly as Jiang Ruoxue had described. It's really cute. Oh, don't be embarrassed. I told you this from the very beginning when we met. I don't have the traditional views of you Chinese women. As long as I have a place in your heart, that's all that matters. Sister Jiang Ruoxue is the same. She is eager for the house to become lively and bustling. Even if we die in bed with just a few of us, we still can't satisfy you. Seeing Lin Xia heaving a sigh of relief in front of her, Selena gave a sly smile. But it's like you're risking your own woman to save another woman. Even a girl as generous as me can get angry. Lin Xia looked nervous after hearing this. His behavior was indeed a bit excessive, just as Selena said. Just thinking about it makes me feel that I am really a piece of shit. But he seemed to have completely forgotten that Selena didn't ask anything when he was about to go out. I was willing to go out with him and risk my life. I did something wrong, I apologize. When we get back, I can promise you anything you want. After hearing this answer, Serena smiled with satisfaction. I'm sorry, sisters. Don't blame me for being cunning, I really need these things. I'll find a way to compensate you after I'm full. I want to have priority access to the mysterious substance for the next week. Lin Xia breathed a sigh of relief. She had thought she would put forward some conditions, but it turned out that she was just trying to scare herself. Originally, after hearing what Jiang Ruoxue said, he was ready to help Selena heal her internal injuries. The request she made was exactly the same as his idea. So Lin Xia replied confidently. No problem, I promise to feed you well and won't let you go hungry. Just as Lin Xia was about to say something else, Selena grabbed him from behind. He made a quiet gesture with his fingers in front of his mouth. Lin Xia also became serious, and took a look at the floor shown on the sign. It's strange. I've just reached the middle floor and am still some distance away from Su Mayan. Selena cautiously leaned out of the door and observed the situation in the corridor. 2 people were found in front of one of the rooms, holding weapons and seemingly watching the gate. After observing the situation, Selena told Lin Xia about it. After listening to this, Lin Xia was thoughtful. Selena, what do you think? Serena blinked. Since we are pressed for time, we must adopt the fastest solution. Just rush out and capture these 2 people, then I can use some torture methods to force them to talk. After hearing this, Lin Xia was confused. Such a rough method should not be in line with the methods of special operations. Is this okay? You're not supposed to be like those movies. Using various props, carefully putting on makeup and lurking, and finally stealing the hostage's location? Serena simply rolled her eyes. I'm an ace Special Forces soldier, and you're a superpower. We're not going to assassinate the president of the ugly country, so why would we need those things? With these little karami at the door, do we still need to avoid his sharp edge? Let me show you what a bear rescue is. After saying that, he gripped the rifle in his hand and entered combat mode. He flashed from behind the door and appeared directly in the corridor. Before the other side could react. Duh! 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 Several shots were fired. Then, 4 bullet holes appeared neatly on the limbs of the 2 men. Not fatal, but enough pain to paralyze them. Then, a very shrill scream suddenly rang out throughout the corridor. Serena smiled confidently. Prisoner captured! Lin Xia's forehead was full of black lines, and she had no choice but to follow Selena to interrogate the prisoners. The 2 men walked over and put guns to their heads. Tell me, do you know where Su Mayan is? If you don't tell me, I'll kill both of you. The 2 younger brothers were so upset that they wanted to cry. The two of them were unlucky enough, standing guard at the door in the cold while a group of people were enjoying themselves inside. Suddenly, a foreign beauty appeared out of nowhere and killed them with a few shots. Now someone is pointing a gun at my head. I am so unlucky. They were the staff here, so of course they knew who Sumayan was. His face suddenly turned pale and he spoke tremblingly. In this room. Lin Xia and Selena were surprised. They didn't expect it to be so easy to find. Before they could say anything, the heavy door slowly opened. A sloppy-looking man came out from inside. Why are you howling? Don't you know the boss is sleeping? If his room wasn't soundproofed, he would have killed you too. Fuck! Before he could finish, Selena had the muzzle of her gun pointed at his forehead. With a bang of a gunshot, the wall behind him was dyed red and white. Then he kicked the door open. Now that he knew where the target was, there was no need to waste time. Finish the work early, go home early and do something fun with Lin Xia. The two younger brothers lying on the ground were so frightened by the foreign beauty that they temporarily forgot the pain in their bodies. Lin Xia followed Selena into the room and looked at the two people standing at the door in a daze. He shot both of them in the head. He wouldn't even scream even if his limbs were pierced by bullets. This kind of person will still drool even after being cured. It would be better to give them a quick death and let them suffer less. Chapter 60 Gunfight. Hearing the gunshots outside the door, everyone present became alert. Xiao Zhan's eyes, which were originally closed, opened instantly, and an ominous premonition suddenly emerged in his heart. So he instructed the younger brothers around him, took up the bulletproof shield, and cautiously walked out of the lounge where he was. More than 20 people appeared in the hall inside the room and surrounded Lin Xia and Selena at the door. There were even a few people who were quick enough to hold up bulletproof shields and block in front of them. Lin Xia and Selena were not at all anxious when faced with such a scene. It would be better to wait for them to gather around so as to avoid having to look for them one by one later. Just push forward in one go. Of course, the two men were not unprepared and followed the battle plan. The entrance to Lin Xia's transparent space has opened in front of her, and no object can get close to them. Soon, the innermost door opened and Xiao Zhan walked out fully armed. He pushed through the crowd and came to Lin Xia, looked her up and down, and said with disdain, "Brother, you look unfamiliar. How dare you come here and act wildly with just these two fire sticks in your hands? Are you a little impatient with life?" Ever since learning that his light film could withstand bullets, Xiao Zhan has become more and more inflated. Then he glanced at Lin Xia and was instantly shocked by Selena's appearance. What a beautiful foreign girl. Just based on her looks, she is on par with Sumayan, a beauty of the same level. It's just that one has a better temperament, and the other has a better figure. They each have their own strengths. Then greed flashed in his eyes. He turned to face Lin Xia, and his tone softened. "Of course, little brother, if you are willing to give me the beauty beside you, I can pretend that what happened today never happened, and in this world I can protect you. You can do whatever you want." Lin Xia was too lazy to say anything to him. He didn't deserve to hear it. "Where is Sumayan?" Xiao Zhan seemed to be lost in thought. "She's already my trophy, forget about this person. Could it be that you are the guy named Lin Xia?" Lin Xia didn't answer and glanced at the people. Apart from the few people standing next to Xiao Zhan, no one else was found holding a gun. "Is this all you have?" Xiao Zhan's expression became even more contemptuous. This guy named Lin Xia was too arrogant. Just two people dared to come to him and ask for someone. They were really courting death. Sumayan, who was cooking in the kitchen, finally breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the noise outside. Ever since the gunshots rang out from the door, she had been concentrating on listening to the movements outside. Finally, she heard Lin Xia's voice. Her eyes suddenly became moist. He actually came. Really came to save myself. She didn't even know how complicated the feeling in her heart was. She clenched the kitchen knife in her hand. He glanced around with his peripheral vision. She noticed that the few brothers who had been staring at her had their minds wandered and were no longer staring at her. Sumayan gritted her teeth and made up her mind. If Lin Xia could rescue her, she would be determined to be with him for the rest of her life. If I can't save myself, the worst that can happen is that we die together. So he took a deep breath and moved his frozen fingers. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he turned around. The sharp blade of the kitchen knife cut across the necks of several people at a very tricky angle. Before they even felt the pain, steaming blood spurted out along the horizontal red line on their necks. The blood sprayed Sumayan and Su Qian all over their bodies, making them bright red. Only then did they realize what was happening and covered their necks, trying to stop the blood from gushing out of their bodies. They couldn't even stop the two women from escaping from their encirclement. They could only make woo-woo sounds because their trachea were also cut by the kitchen knife. When Sumayan saw that it was indeed Lin Xia standing in the living room, she was suddenly choked with sobs and couldn't speak. But then she used all her strength to shout out hoarsely. "Lin Xia! Careful! There's a light film in front of this person that can block bullets." Then everyone in the audience looked towards Sumayan. Lin Xia and Selena were the first to react. They looked at each other and nodded. Then he fired at the enemies on both sides, one on the left and one on the right. They ignored the position directly in front of them, because Lin Xia had already discussed the battle plan with Selena at the beginning. He would erect a space gate in front of the two of them to defend against any attacks from the front. The two of them then opened fire from the left and right to clear out the miscellaneous soldiers. Xiao Zhan heard a gunshot. His originally tense spirit suddenly became tense, and a yellowish-brown light film appeared in front of him. But as the gunshots rang out, the younger brothers on both sides fell down one after another. Lin Xia and the others didn't even shoot him with a gun, which immediately made him angry and broke down. He quickly hid behind his younger brother's bulletproof shield and took out the gun he had seized from Sumayan. He retracted the light curtain shield, revealed a cruel expression, and pulled the trigger directly. Sumayan saw this scene from a distance, and was scared to death. She was telling Lin Xia that there was a light film in front of him that bullets could not penetrate. But she didn't say that she would just leave that person alone. Seeing that Xiao Zhan had already raised his gun and aimed at Lin Xia, who was wide open, she closed her eyes in despair, not daring to look at the bloody scene. Then gunshots rang out, and Sumayan's mind kept flashing through every detail of their time together. It made her feel extremely regretful. She shouldn't have made that call. Lin Xia shouldn't have been allowed to come and rescue her. This fool, the environment outside is so cruel. Why did he risk his life to save her? Wouldn't it be better to learn from those other people? Just coax yourself with some sweet words. Wouldn't it be better to die happily with hope? Now I can only be buried with him. I'll be your lover in the next life. She felt like she had been regretting it for a long time. The gunfire in the living room had stopped. But why haven't I heard Lin Xia's screams yet? She slowly mustered up the courage and opened her eyes. Lin Xia stood there unharmed, not even a scratch on her face, not looking like she had been hit by a bullet at all. On Xiao Zhan's side, everyone was stunned. Like a sculpture, he stared at Lin Xia and the others stupidly. Chapter 61, Kills Xiao Zhan. Lin Xia stood in front of Xiao Zhan, looking indifferent. Because he had tested it after getting the gun, and found that bullets could not pass through this transparent space door. That's why he is so confident. But what he didn't expect was Selena's performance. When Xiao Zhan raised his gun and aimed at them, Selena calmly put down the gun in her hand and looked at herself with a smile. Not looking anywhere. Lin Xia could even see her own reflection in her clear lake blue eyes. He had imagined many of Serena's reactions. He was even worried that she would subconsciously dodge to the side, so he had expanded the range of this space door to the limit. Because this space door is completely transparent, it opens in another dimension. No one else can observe it except yourself, who can perceive its existence. But he never expected Serena to react like this. Is this to show her most beautiful side to herself before she dies? I have to say, Lin Xia was really moved by her action. This is no longer something that can be simply summarized by the word trust. She was able to overcome her body's instinctive reaction to her feelings. This silly girl is usually carefree and can't even say a word of sweetness. But this action dealt a real critical blow to his heart. Then Lin Xia took a deep breath and looked at the group of people in front of her. Xiao Zhan's eyes immediately became flustered and he spoke hurriedly. Are you also a mutant? Can you spare my life? Whatever you want, I can agree to it. Before he could finish his words, a white light flashed in Lin Xia's eyes, and she snapped her fingers lightly. The bullets that Lin Xia had stored in the space suddenly appeared behind Xiao Zhan and his group. This was also a skill that Lin Xia mastered when he was experimenting with a gun. The bullets he collected into space would not lose kinetic energy. But he can change the vector of these bullets by changing the location of the space exit. Hundreds of bullets flew out like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. Suddenly, the sound of bullets penetrating the body was heard. Xiao Zhan and his gang didn't even have time to scream. These bullets turned it into a sieve. So far, Xiao Zhan's gang has been completely wiped out. Only Lin Xia and the other 4 were left standing on the field. Lin Xia touched Selina's head and turned to walk towards Su Mayan. Su Mayan wiped the blood off her hands with her clothes and tidied her messy hair. Seeing Lin Xia walking towards him, he raised his hands slightly and then put them down again. His eyes dimmed a little. She had never appeared in front of Lin Xia in such a miserable state before. She showed him her best side, appearing in front of Lin Xia with nobility and elegance. Every time she meets someone, she carefully prepares her outfit. Even after Lin Xia left her, she had already started preparing for their next meeting. At that time, I was confident and proud. Although she liked Lin Xia very much, she could still see some inferiority in his eyes when they were together. But now it's just the opposite. Her body was covered in filth and blood, but Lin Xia had become so powerful that she could only look up to him. Now, I am the one who feels inferior. Lin Xia didn't care about anything else, and just hugged him. I am coming. Su Mayan didn't dare look at Lin Xia, and her small hands pushed weakly against the chests of the 2 men. My clothes are covered in blood. They're dirty. Besides, I haven't showered in days, and I already stink. I look so miserable now. It will definitely ruin my image in your eyes. So that you won't like me anymore. Lin Xia didn't answer, but just hugged the poor man in her arms even tighter. Come with me, come home with me. Lin Xia's warm breath came from her ears. Su Mayan slowly gave up struggling and nodded gently. Good. I'll go with you. I never want to leave you again in this life. Selina slowly walked over to the 2 of them, blinking her eyes and sighing with an anti-smile on her face. Wow! You guys are so romantic! This hero saving the beauty scene is much better than in the movies. Lin Xia and Su Mayan quickly let go of each other's hands and stopped hugging each other. Lin Xia touched her nose, feeling a little embarrassed, not knowing how to explain the relationship between these people. But both women were considerate, and did not make the atmosphere awkward. We are all smart people and can understand what is going on at a glance. Serena then extended a hand. Hello, my name is Serena, one of Lin Xia's women. Su Mayan also stretched out a hand and shook it. Hello, my name is Su Mayan, and I also want to be his woman. May I? Elder sister? Of course, you're welcome to join us. Seeing that Su Mayan was so sensible, Selina stopped blaming her and hugged her directly. If it weren't for her, Lin Xia wouldn't have to take such a big risk and go out in such harsh conditions to rescue her. But Selina also knew that if she was the one facing danger, Lin Xia would definitely take the risk to save herself without hesitation. Now it was Lin Xia's turn to be shocked. The 2 women in front of her were so close to each other that they suddenly became good sisters. Lin Xia didn't know what expression to make. Seeing Lin Xia's silly look, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. Both women were very intelligent, and had reached a consensus in their previous conversation. The reason why he acted more friendly was simply because he didn't want to embarrass Lin Xia. This is also the silent understanding between the 2 of them. After all, nothing else matters more than Lin Xia being happy. Lin Xia asked Su Mayan with a puzzled look. Do you mind if I have other women? He could understand Serena's behavior, but a favored girl like Su Mayan could also accept it. This was somewhat beyond Lin Xia's expectations. Su Mayan chuckled and explained. 4 people of our level, having 3 wives and 4 concubines is normal. Most people go their separate ways after they get married. Compared to them, Lin Xia, you are simply innocent and cute. Then she pulled over Su Qian, who was sitting restlessly beside her. "Look, this is our two maids." This made Su Qian very shy, and her cheeks turned red in an instant. With tears in his eyes, he looked at Su Mayan pitifully. "Miss." Su Mayan didn't buy it and turned her body around to look at Lin Xia. "Don't act pitiful in front of me. If you have to act pitiful, then do it in front of your new son-in-law. When I run out of energy, I'll need you to help me take over." Selena started to cheer from the side. "Buy one, get one free? That's great. Sister, you don't know how abnormal Lin Xia's ability is. We can't handle it at all. He's not even a human being at home." Lin Xia immediately walked away embarrassedly. These women didn't treat him as an outsider at all and didn't care at all whether they would be embarrassed or not. He dares to say anything nasty. Chapter 62 Su Mayan's Conjecture. Lin Xia walked to the corpses and picked up a gun. As expected, after the saturation attack just now, the gun body was full of bullet holes, and parts in some places were broken everywhere. It is completely unusable. Lin Xia walked around the place and found that there was nothing to collect here. Then he took out his cell phone from the space and called Jiang Ruoxue. "Tell her that the matter on your side has been resolved, the process went smoothly, and no one was injured." So that Jiang Ruoxue wouldn't worry about him at home. Jiang Ruoxue finally breathed a sigh of relief after hanging up the call with Lin Xia. This hour was probably the hour with the most intense emotional changes in her in the past few months. But the mother and daughter beside them were no longer calm at this moment. Looking at Jiang Ruoxue in surprise. "Sister, look in front of you." Jiang Ruoxue discovered that the water in the cup next to her had disappeared and had condensed into a water ball, floating quietly in front of her. Jiang Ruoxue gently touched the water ball with her hand. I found that there seemed to be an inexplicable connection between the two of them. It seems that I can control it. When Lin Xia finished her walk and came back, she found that they were still chatting, and they became more and more excited. Lin Xia quickly interrupted them. "Is there anything you need sorted out here? Let's go back together after packing up. It's too cold outside." Su Mayan and the others stopped chatting. After all, she was so excited that she could escape death. "There are some of my clothes on the top floor. Let's just pack them up and leave." Then they all went to Su Mayan's room on the top floor. The room was in a mess, with signs of damage everywhere. Su Mayan and the others saved up half the room's worth of food, but no one knew where it went. It must have been snatched away by Xiao Zhan's men. She ran straight to a locked room next door, opened the door, and breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the place had not been destroyed. This room is her dressing room, which is 200 square meters in size. It was packed with all kinds of expensive clothes and jewelry and cosmetics. These are her secret weapons. These things can not only be used to build good relationships with Lin Xia's other women. It can also double your charm and help you retain Lin Xia's heart. There's nothing I can do about it. It's her fault for coming late. These can only be considered as my little tricks. She touched here and looked there. These were all treasures she had treasured for so many years. "It's a pity that I can't take them all away," he said with a little regret. "It's a pity that the conditions don't allow it. Otherwise, I really want to take all these things away." Lin Xia was looking around here at this time. The area of this dressing room is even bigger than my original house. Su Mayan is really capable. Moreover, the clothes here are very gorgeous and exquisite, especially the evening dresses placed in the middle, which are simply beautiful. Even as a man, I couldn't help but take a few more glances. Hearing Su Mayan's complaints, Lin Xia smiled slightly. He must not let these pearls gather dust. "Who said the conditions don't allow it? Of course you can take everything away?" Su Mayan looked at Lin Xia with a puzzled expression, as if to say, "Are you kidding me?" Lin Xia shrugged, a white light flashed in his eyes, and he snapped his fingers lightly. The objects in front of everyone's eyes disappeared in large numbers. Selena knew what was going on, so she wasn't surprised. But Su Mayan was different. She was directly frightened by the scene in front of her. He walked directly to a large clothes rack and stretched out his hands, feeling for something in the air. But nothing was found, as if these items had disappeared out of thin air. He turned around and looked at Lin Xia in shock. "Where did these clothes go?" Did you use some kind of sleight of hand? Lin Xia explained with a smile. Of course it's not a trick, this can be called a supernatural power. That light film that even bullets can't penetrate must also be a kind of supernatural power. Then Lin Xia snapped her fingers again and took out the evening dress that had been placed in the middle of the room. Take it out of the space and place it in front of their eyes. This is my special ability. I can manipulate the power of space. Su Mayan still had a stunned expression on her face, and she carefully touched the evening dress with her hands. The silky and smooth texture came from my fingertips. This was indeed my favorite piece of clothing. Then a light bulb went off in her head, and she suddenly connected everything together. She immediately looked at Lin Xia in surprise. So not only did you know about the arrival of the extreme cold apocalypse in advance, you even used your spatial abilities to prepare various supplies in advance. No wonder you gave me guns and cold weather clothes the day before the apocalypse. No wonder you weren't surprised at all by the sudden drop in temperature that night. You even reminded me to prepare supplies in advance. Su Mayan is not a fool. After connecting these clues together, the more she thought about it, the clearer it became. So you actually had a chance to take me away in advance and prevent me from being in danger? Lin Xia touched her nose, feeling very embarrassed. He had wanted to wait for an opportunity to confess to her later, but he didn't expect that she would figure it all out so quickly. Well. Su Mayan looked at Selena, then looked at herself, and suddenly realized. You're worried that my status and standards are too high, and taking me over would be a ticking time bomb. It's better to let me go through some suffering, after I realize the difficulty of the end of the world. You have to be a hero and save the beauty again, so that I can fall in love with you. Looking at Lin Xia's increasingly embarrassed expression, Su Mayan knew that she had guessed right, and then smiled. I have to say your plan was very successful. This is indeed the right choice. If you had just taken me home, I would have felt that I deserved everything you gave me. But after experiencing everything about the apocalypse, especially the experience of life and death, my thoughts have completely changed. In such a cruel world, strength is the root of everything. My ridiculous dignity is of no use except to make me more determined to die. Lin Xia, you win. Chapter 63, Returning Home. Seeing Su Mayan still smiling, Lin Xia was a little confused. Shouldn't you be very angry when you guessed this? All of this stems from my selfish desire to get you. I could have saved you from all this. Su Mayan smiled slightly after hearing this. You are doing this to show your recognition of my charm. Moreover, a gentleman judges deeds rather than hearts, and judging by the heart, no one in the world is perfect. Anyway, it's you who helped me so much. It was you who saved my life just now. From the moment you rescued me, I've let it go. Perhaps this is the best arrangement in the world. Although the process was a bit tortuous, the result was wonderful. We both got what we wanted from each other. Although Lin Xia didn't quite understand, Su Mayan was mumbling something. But he knew that Su Mayan was willing to be with him, and had let go of what happened before. Lin Xia finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the result was good, that was all that mattered. Selena was watching with great interest. She almost took a handful of melon seeds and ate them while watching. Lin Xia coughed lightly. Now that we have almost packed up, let's go back. Su Mayan looked at the empty room in front of her, suddenly remembered something, and asked Lin Xia excitedly. Lin Xia, can you store anything else in your space ability? There's a particularly large cold storage facility in the basement of this building. It's filled with all kinds of food. Some of the rare ingredients aren't even available on the market, and are only available to a certain group of people. Then I can use them to show off my skills to the sisters. I guarantee they will praise me highly. Lin Xia looked at Su Mayan, who was full of confidence. She seemed to have regained her energy. But what she said was indeed true when she first ate the food she cooked. His stomach was completely conquered. What are you waiting for? Let's go. I can't wait to eat your cooking again. Looking at Lin Xia's reaction at this time, Su Mayan was very satisfied. When Lin Xia arrived at the cold storage, he was completely shocked. Because this cold storage is so huge, it contains a wide variety of food. According to conservative estimates, the original price of these ingredients alone is worth tens of millions. If you make them well, then sell them. It's easy to make hundreds of millions. These rich people are so extravagant. I must take these things back and criticize them. By the time I had almost finished packing these things, the sky was getting a little dark. Lin Xia glanced at the time and realized it was already 5 o'clock. I didn't expect that organizing these things would take so much time. So he summoned the hovercraft again on the snow. The engine was still humming, exactly as it had been when I left. After waiting for everyone to sit down, Lin Xia started the automatic navigation. Let's go home! Soon after, the hovercraft entered the community. From a distance, you can see that there is a house with orange lights on. Like a lighthouse, waiting for Lin Xia to come home. Su Mayan, who had looked confident just now, couldn't help but feel a little nervous at this moment. After all, she is the latecomer now. She also didn't want to be disliked by Lin Xia's other women. But in her previous education, no one had ever taught her how to please other women. Lin Xia, are they easy to get along with? Before Lin Xia could answer, Selina had already gently taken her arm. Don't worry, everyone is easy to get along with. You don't need to be nervous. Su Mayan nodded worriedly. Soon, Lin Xia drove the hovercraft to the window with orange light. Lin Xia could even see Jiang Ruoxue and the others leaning against the window from the cab, looking at them with joy on their faces. Lin Xia waved to them, then got off the hovercraft and headed towards the reserved passage. After some operations, Lin Xia and the other 3 successfully returned to the safe house. Lin Xia also put the hovercraft back into the space. Before Lin Xia could react, Jiang Ruoxue threw herself into his arms. I'm so worried about you. Lin Xia quickly broke free from her. I just came in from outside and I'm cold. Jiang Ruoxue shook her head, ready to pounce again. Lin Xia quickly took off her coat and gently hugged Jiang Ruoxue. Look, I'm fine. I'm fine, don't worry. Jiang Ruoxue turned her head and saw Nangong Shui and Qiao Nianyan standing not far away, looking like they wanted to hug her but didn't dare. She held them for a short while and then let go, pushing them both into Lin Xia's arms. Then he walked to Selina and looked at Su Mayan and Su Qian, who were covered in dirt. He smiled gently and extended a hand. Hello, my name is Jiang Ruoxue, and they are Nangong Shui and Qiao Nianyan. Su Mayan also stretched out a hand and shook it. Hello, I'm Su Mayan, her name is Su Qian. Although the woman in front of her was in a very disheveled state, Jiang Ruoxue could still feel her unique and noble temperament. Her handshake was impeccable, graceful and elegant. She gives people the feeling of a fallen queen. Although she is in a low point now, the pride in her bones cannot be concealed. This girl is truly a favored daughter of heaven. Su Mayan on the other side was also amazed by Jiang Ruoxue. Lin Xia eats so well. There is a foreign beauty like that, whose figure is so good that it makes people feel inferior to her. There is such an ethereal and elegant beauty in my family. The elegant and ethereal temperament she exuded made her feel insecure for a while. She searched through her memories and had never seen such a beautiful woman. This kind of temperament is definitely not something that an ordinary family can cultivate. Welcome, we are all good sisters from now on. Chapter 64 Jiang Ruoxue's Ability. Su Mayan breathed a sigh of relief. Selina did not lie to her, and they did get along well. I wonder if Lin Xia has ever mentioned me to you before? My cooking is really delicious, and I can show you some of my skills tonight. Jiang Ruoxue shook her head. Don't worry about cooking. You should go take a good bath first. I've already boiled hot water for you. You can't take a shower outside, so I guess it won't be very comfortable. When Su Mayan heard that she could take a hot bath, stars popped up in her eyes and she immediately became excited. For someone like her who could take several baths a day, the more than half a month after the apocalypse was no different from being tortured every day. Not to mention taking a hot bath, even ordinary drinking water has to be carefully calculated and consumed sparingly. She was now complaining to Lin Xia in her heart, asking why she came to pick her up so late. If I had known it would be like this, I should have been more proactive, otherwise I wouldn't have suffered so much in vain. Thank you, sister. Su Mayan has begun to look forward to her future life. At this time, Jiang Ruoxue couldn't help but sigh at Lin Xia's foresight. At first, he and Lin Xia felt that such a big villa was a bit empty when they lived there. Before I knew it, these empty rooms were almost half filled. After Lin Xia and the others finished cleaning up, they returned to the living room. Su Mayan and Su Qian were taking a bath seriously in the room. Seeing how they are fully armed, I'm afraid they won't be able to get out in an hour or two. At this time, Jiang Ruoxue walked up to Lin Xia with a bucket of water and said excitedly, "Lin Xia, can you help me take a look? Is this a superpower?" Jiang Ruoxue pointed at the bucket. Then the water in the bucket seemed to lose gravity, slowly float into the air. As she waved her hands, the water balls slowly changed shape in front of everyone like plasticine. Selena couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, "This supernatural power must be a superpower." Jiang Ruoxue actually obtained that incredible power. It turns out that the mysterious substances created by Lin Xia can really give people superpowers. The look she gave Lin Xia made her even more expectant. Lin Xia's performance at this time was not much better than Selena's. He never expected that Jiang Ruoxue would gain superpowers in just one day. The effect far exceeded his expectations. Lin Xia couldn't believe it and poked her hand into the floating water ball in front of her, moving her palm around randomly inside. This water ball seems to have its own will, and it feels magical to the touch. Then he pulled the water ball out of his palm, and not a drop of water was on his hand. Lin Xia nodded affirmatively. This is indeed something that only supernatural powers can do. Although Jiang Ruoxue's ability is far from his own spatial ability. But it is indeed an ability that can only be possessed after becoming a superpower. Then Jiang Ruoxue put the water back into the bucket. Said with some disappointment, "Although I have this ability, I don't know what use it can have." Lin Xia thought for a moment and said to her, "Actually, your ability is very powerful." Lin Xia gently held the jade hand on his chest. "In the extreme cold apocalypse, the thing you lack the least is water. There's snow everywhere outside, and ice and snow are also a form of water." Then Lin Xia took out a piece of solid ice from the refrigerator. It was handed to Jiang Ruoxue. "Try and see if you can control it?" Jiang Ruoxue nodded, began to concentrate, and tried to wrap the ice cube with her supernatural powers. Then she was surprised to find that this piece of ice could be easily controlled by her like water. According to her will, the ice slowly solidified into an ice cone with pointed ends. As long as she wanted, she could make the ice cone fly in a certain direction at a very fast speed. Then she carefully controlled the shape of the ice. The ice slowly condensed into an ice film in front of her eyes. Although this ice film is very thin, but she could feel that this ice film was filled with her supernatural powers. Jiang Ruoxue picked up a fruit knife next to her and stabbed it hard. Sure enough, there was not even a single white spot on this ice film. Then she looked at Lin Xia with excitement. "This ability is amazing! I can go out with you in the future. Did that help you?" Jiang Ruoxue has actually been working very hard all along. From the moment he got the crossbow and gun, he kept chasing Selena to learn how to use them. "I just hope that one day I can help Lin Xia. I want to be able to stand with him instead of just being a vase protected by him." Lin Xia nodded. The operation to rescue Su Mayan also made Lin Xia realize that other people also have superpowers. Rather than hiding in a safe house and keeping to yourself, you never know when you might be targeted by a powerful psychic. It's better to take the initiative. Whether it is resources or military force, he will develop to the point where others feel despair. After all, when he first built this safe house, he hadn't considered the possibility of facing other people with special abilities. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. He now has such a great advantage that he can obtain a large amount of resources he wants within this period of time. Even if we take a step back and say that if he really encounters an enemy he cannot defeat, it will be no problem for him to escape. When it comes to defense, the spatial ability is simply unbeatable. Moreover, he could also feel that this spatial ability had more potential to be tapped. These are things that require actual practice to grow. Not long after, Su Mayan and Su Qian also came out of the shower. Even if they only wear simple loose clothes, their good figures cannot be concealed. Especially Su Mayan, after taking a shower, The noble aura that came over her became even more obvious. Lin Xia, where are the kitchen and ingredients at home? Let me show off my skills to you sisters tonight. Although Lin Xia also wanted to eat the food cooked by Su Mayan, she still shook her head. You've just experienced a life and death crisis. You should take a good rest first. Leave dinner to me. Su Mingyan looked surprised. Can you cook? Lin Xia touched her nose embarrassedly. Well. Then he pointed to the dining table. He snapped his fingers lightly. The entire table was immediately filled with more than 20 dishes of various kinds. Everything was steaming hot, and the aroma of food quickly filled the air. Although I can't do it, I have superpowers. The envy in the eyes of others could not be concealed at all. Being a superpower was so convenient, and they also wanted to become one as soon as possible. Everyone then picked up their bowls and chopsticks, and enjoyed this sumptuous dinner. If it weren't for the 10-meter thick snow outside, constantly reminding them that it was the end of the world in extreme cold, the scene before him was no different from the one before the end of the world. However, the girls knew that everything they had now was thanks to Lin Xia. If it weren't for Lin Xia, they would be no different from those who were struggling in the Doomsday. As time went by, everyone gradually became familiar with each other and relaxed. Started making all kinds of jokes at the dinner table. But in the end, their topic would shift to Lin Xia. But Lin Xia couldn't get a word in. He felt that this dinner was more like a gathering among female college students in the dormitory. It has nothing to do with him. However, there were beautiful girls all around, and sweet laughter kept coming to my ears. From time to time, someone would put food into his bowl. This feeling is really comfortable. Chapter 65 Testing Superpowers. After dinner, Lin Xia lay between Jiang Ruoxue and Selena, enjoying their service. Beside the two girls, there were two plates, one on the left and one on the right, filled with various desserts and fresh-cut fruits. Seeing that Lin Xia had finished eating, Jiang Ruoxue hurriedly picked up the cut fruit on the plate with her slender fingers and handed it to the man who was leaning against her chest with a smile on her face. Su Mayan was learning massage techniques with Su Qian, and each of them was massaging Lin Xiao's legs. This was a very novel experience for a top noble lady like her. But today's protagonists are not them. The protagonist today is Nan Gongshui, and Qian Yan Yan can only be a supporting role, dancing with her on the side. The elegant and charming Nan Gongshui wore a short green silk jacket on the upper body and a scarlet long skirt on the lower body. She was wearing a gorgeous and intricate gauze and feather robe, like a graceful and noble Tang dynasty peony blooming before everyone's eyes. Her clothes fluttered as she danced gracefully and elegantly. The creamy white skin is faintly visible, exuding an elegant and sexy charm that touches the heart. It really is. The wind blows the fairy sleeves fluttering, like the dance of colorful feathered clothes. Nan Gongshui's jet-black hair was tied up in a royal concubine's attire. The Qingyun foam ornaments hanging in her hair swayed in her extremely gorgeous dance, making her look delicate and noble. Her bright and elegant temperament, and her charming and slender figure are a perfect match for this neon feather dress. Dance finished? Nan Gongshuyan was breathing softly with her red and moist lips. Beads of sweat were oozing from her forehead, and her rosy cheeks had an indescribable elegance and charm. Looking at Lin Xia intently, he was charming and attractive. This is the dancing goddess with various graces on the stage. Nan Gongshui's charm bloomed unreservedly at this moment. Everyone present couldn't help but stare in amazement. Lin Xia sighed from the bottom of her heart, "This is life." Seeing Lin Xiao's expression of love that was beyond words, Jiang Ruoxue's eyes flashed, and she didn't know what she was thinking. At this moment, an early warning from the control center suddenly came to Lin Xiao's mobile phone. Lin Xia checked the surveillance footage through the program on her mobile phone. It turned out that someone was stealing the corpses next to Lin Xiao's house, so the early warning program was triggered. Lin Xia enlarged the image and discovered that before stealing, these people would kneel down and kowtow in the direction of Lin Xiao's safe house. Only then did they dare to take the bodies away with trepidation. After taking a few glances, Lin Xia lost interest. It was just right that these people took the body away so that it wouldn't be an eyesore to him. However, this also indirectly shows that the daily necessities of other people outside have been almost consumed. This kind of thing, from being terrified at first, has gradually become something we've gotten used to. Human beings themselves are also forced to become a kind of food. Jiang Ruoxue also saw these scenes behind Lin Xia, and couldn't help but feel her hair stand on end. She knew that her current life was only possible because of Lin Xia. A safe and warm house, endless amounts of food, and so many good sisters who can share the joys and sorrows with you. If it weren't for Lin Xia, she would have been tortured beyond recognition by those people from Yaozi country a long time ago. She didn't even dare to think about that kind of day. Sometimes she would dream about the day when those thugs came to her house, and she would be scared awake by it. Fortunately, when I opened my eyes, Lin Xia was right next to my pillow. Lin Xia's kindness is truly beyond repayment. She vowed to do better in the future. As long as it can make Lin Xia happy, she can do anything. Time flies and it is already 11 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Ruoxue saw that everyone was a little tired. So I suggested to everyone that we go back to the house and have a good rest. She had just awakened her special powers today and wanted to learn from Lin Xia how to better use this power. Selena also looked at Lin Xia with shining eyes. It was time for him to fulfill the promise he made during the day. Seeing that Jiang Ruoxue had obtained this supernatural power, she was also very envious. Lin Xia was helpless, he hadn't enjoyed it for long. I have to go back to work, working like a beast of burden during the day and at night. There is no way, I can only learn to find joy in suffering. Then Lin Xia couldn't wait to go to the basement, and picked out several sets of clothes that Jiang Ruoxue and Selena liked to wear. After Su Mingyan and the others had packed up, they returned to their rooms. Everyone couldn't help but look envious when passing by Lin Xia's room. Just when Su Qian was about to return to her room, Su Mingyan pulled her back with a blushing face. "Let's sleep together tonight. I have something to tell you in private." There was no way, she really had no experience in that area. She didn't even know as much as Su Qian. In order to avoid making a fool of herself in the future, she could only endure her shyness and learn new knowledge. The whole night passed slowly. The next morning, Selena also obtained the mysterious substance. Her body's reaction was much greater than Jiang Ruoxue's, which showed that the hidden injuries on her body were indeed quite serious. So Selena happily took a shower and washed away the impurities on her body. The others followed Lin Xia and Jiang Ruoxue to the gym to test the supernatural powers she had mastered. After studying all night, Jiang Ruoxue felt more proficient in using her supernatural powers. Lin Xia placed a large ice cube in front of her. Jiang Ruoxue used her supernatural powers to wrap the ice. Then, according to your imagination, roll them into 10 cones of equal size. Then he injected some of the strange energy in his body into them to increase the strength of these ice cones. Then a blue light flashed in her eyes. These ice cones were fired directly out like electromagnetic cannons. Bang! 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 These 10 ice cones were neatly embedded in a 1 centimeter thick steel plate. It's incredible that ice can penetrate steel plates. Except for Lin Xia, who had anticipated this, the other 4 girls were stunned by Jiang Ruoxue's move. Even Su Mingyan, who had seen similar power before, couldn't help but open her mouth wide. Is this power really within the grasp of humans? Chapter 66: Serena's Ability. Then Jiang Ruoxue's body softened, and she leaned into Lin Xia's arms. Lin Xia hugged her slender and tender waist to prevent her from falling. Jiang Ruoxue looked at Lin Xia with joy. "Can I help you later?" Lin Xia rubbed her head. Jiang Ruoxue had consumed too much of her supernatural power just now, so she felt a little weak. "Your ability is very strong, even more powerful than the mutant we dealt with yesterday. Now that I think about it, the ability that person possesses should be of Earth attribute, so the defense is so strong. But now the outside is covered by more than 10 meters of ice and snow. The only energy he can absorb is probably the concrete under his feet. And you possess a water-attributed ability, and there's ice and snow everywhere outside. Your future is limitless." Su Mingyan also nodded in agreement. Jiang Ruoxue's power is so comprehensive. Much better than Xiaozhan. Su Mingyan couldn't help but be curious and asked, "Sister, how many times can you use an attack like this?" Jiang Ruoxue sensed the remaining supernatural powers in her body. "Maybe we can launch this attack once more," but it can reduce the number of ice spikes used in each attack. That way, I should be able to hold on a few more times. After listening to Jiang Ruoxue's explanation, Lin Xia suddenly had such a picture in her mind. Jiang Ruoxue used her special powers to condense countless ice cones around her. Then these ice cones were shot forward following her thoughts. Lin Xia couldn't help but mutter, "Attack the enemy 3 points, and keep 7 points for yourself. Isn't this the cold shadow technique?" Jiang Ruoxue looked up at Lin Xia with a puzzled look on her face. "What do you mean by 3 points or 7 points? Are you asking me to use only 30% of my strength each time I attack?" Lin Xia touched her nose and coughed. "You still need to understand this yourself. The usage of our two abilities is somewhat different. I can only provide you with some general ideas." Before Lin Xia finished speaking, Selena, wearing a sports vest, ran over happily. She now seems to have the temperament of a Valkyrie. Her supermodel-like figure is even more dazzling, and she gives people an aggressive feeling. "I seem to have superpowers, although they may be a little different from yours." Her hair was still wet, so she simply wiped it. The pleasant scent of shower gel wafted over my body. Smelling the fragrance, Jiang Ruoxue couldn't help but feel curious. "What is your ability?" Serena released the two and glanced around the gym. His eyes were fixed on an intelligent sandbag force gauge. So he led everyone over. Then he moved his wrist joints and took a deep breath. He let out a soft cry. He swung a punch and hit the sandbag directly. The numbers on the display kept scrolling up like crazy. The final number was locked at 2,025 kilograms. "This punch weighs 2 tons. The other women gasped. "Is this number really something that a mortal can type out? The superpowers are so scary." Serena looked at the number in front of her and smiled happily. It was just as she expected. "Xia, those substances you created are really amazing. When I was in my best condition, I could only hit with a force of 600 kilograms. After absorbing that mysterious substance this morning and awakening my superpowers, my strength almost quadrupled. And I can feel that my current level is not my limit." Jiang Ruoxue touched the muscles on her arms incredulously. Selena exerted a little force, and the muscles in her arms instantly became as hard as steel. No matter how hard Jiang Ruoxue tried, she couldn't press it down at all. Although the appearance is still white, tender and slender, like a piece of delicious tender tofu. But the muscle tissue underneath is completely different from yesterday. "Is this the magic of superpowers?" Serena continued with excitement. "This ability of mine not only strengthens my muscles, but also strengthens all the functions of my body. I can even see the water droplets on a glass 10 meters away. The brain's reaction speed has also become faster. It's an amazing feeling. At first I was worried about what kind of superpowers I would awaken. If it's similar to yours, I might not be too used to it. But I really like this ability that I've awakened now." Then she turned her head and looked at Lin Xia with excitement. "Now I can control the muscles everywhere in my body. Remember, anywhere. Just wait to be defeated by me. I feel so strong now." These familiar words made Jiang Ruoxue blush. "She said the same thing yesterday." Lin Xia smiled indifferently. "Will you win?" Serena smiled confidently. "We will win." The scene was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Su Mayan put away her envious gaze and bit her lip. She secretly made up her mind that she would give it a try tonight to see if she could awaken her superpowers. This power is so tempting. Unfortunately, she is still a blank slate in this regard, and I am afraid that this process will cost her blood. Then she turned her gaze to Su Qian, who was standing beside her. "I'm sorry, my dear sister. Miss, I really need this power. It's time to test your loyalty." Lin Xia glanced at the time and saw that it was already noon, then waved his hand. "Let's go eat together. Mr. Lin will pay for today's lunch." There was another sumptuous lunch at noon, and everyone enjoyed it very much. This place is like a secluded paradise. After Lin Xia finished her meal, she looked out the window. The incessant snow seemed to have stopped. He had a slight thought, maybe he could go out and explore for a while? Chapter 67 Going Out. So Lin Xia told the girls about his idea. Jianruoxue and Selena immediately looked over, looking eager to try. Can we go out with you? They all have special abilities now, and they have a certain ability to protect themselves. Take advantage of the fact that other people are unable to go out to search for supplies. Lin Xia and his team can take advantage of this and plunder all the important resources around them first. Even if other people or other forces want to collect supplies in the future, they can only pick up the leftovers from them. Moreover, the space at home is too small to fully display their special abilities. It's a good opportunity to test the limits of their abilities outside. If a battle really breaks out in the future, they will be able to protect themselves to a certain extent by using their special powers. Lin Xia thought about it and nodded in agreement. Then he told several other people. When you have superpowers in the future, I'll take you out for a walk. It's a bit dangerous outside for ordinary people right now, so you should wait at home for a while. They nodded without saying anything more. Everyone understood that Lin Xia meant well. Because people with superpowers are so powerful, their worldview has been overturned in the past few days. Compared with people with special abilities, ordinary people like them would just be a burden if they went out. These people are not from the same world at all. The world is destined to be dominated by people with special abilities. Fortunately, they have already mastered the shortcut to becoming superpowers. Instead of taking risks to go out now, it is better to stay at home and take good care of your health, learn more skills, and strive to obtain superpowers as soon as possible. Afterwards, Lin Xia and the others put on their winter clothes and went directly to the 4th floor. With the other women watching, he boarded the hovercraft and set off. Su Mayan looked at Nan Gongshui and said to her with a smile, "Sister, your bodies haven't recovered yet. Can you give the next chance to gain superpowers to us too first?" Nan Gongshui smiled. "We are all family, why be polite? Besides, Nian Nian and I really like staying at home and don't really want to go out. If you want to have the skills first, then let you come first." Su Mengyan nodded a little embarrassedly. She was a little too suspicious. "Thank you, sister. By the way, sister, you and Lin Xia have been together for a long time. Any good suggestions on that sort of thing? I've never been exposed to those things before, and I'm worried that Lin Xia might be unhappy." Then Nan Gongshui, with an ant smile on her face, pulled Su Mayan to the basement that had been converted into a changing room. "You've finally asked the right person. Sister Jianruoxue has been teaching me this these days. It's a pity that our bodies are not strong enough and we haven't recovered yet. It's just right that I can teach you this knowledge. I hope that when the time comes, you can directly capture Lin Xia and help us women vent our anger. He is so arrogant." Then the 4 of them discussed the battle strategy in the basement with flushed cheeks. The door to a new world slowly opened to them. On Lin Xia's side, Selena looked out through the car window. Her body has been fully enhanced by her superpowers, so her eyesight is very good. "Xia, those people seem to be looking at us through the window. It is almost impossible to hide such an obvious target as the hovercraft from their eyes." Lin Xia smiled indifferently. "They can only take a look." Jianruoxue also started laughing. After they met Lin Xia, they were no longer in the same world as those people. Lin Xia has completely changed their destiny. Lin Xia ignored the gazes of those people and drove the hovercraft straight to the largest Walmart supermarket nearby. The supplies here are complete in variety and large in reserves, and are very popular among people around. Moreover, Lin Xia had read a novel in which the protagonist emptied out a Walmart supermarket before the end of the world and lived a very comfortable life. This time he has the opportunity to conduct an on-site inspection. As the hovercraft sped forward, a 15-story shopping mall slowly appeared in front of everyone. It stands on thick ice and snow, and the never-ending neon curtain wall outside the mall has now turned gray and lost its color. Lin Xia and the others got off the hovercraft and stood outside the super-large shopping mall. All you could hear was the whimpering sound of the cold wind blowing through the building. It was like the whole city was wailing. Although there may still be many humans struggling to survive inside the houses. But the current scene is no different from a dead city, and it is difficult for ordinary people to survive in such an environment. The house is their only remaining support. Lin Xia and the others followed the original method, directly knocked down the glass and jumped in through the window. Although it is the brightest time of the day, the Walmart supermarket below the 4th floor is covered with ice and snow and looks pitch black. There were only some signboards made of fluorescent materials, emitting a faint green light, and the scene was very eerie and terrifying. Various commodities were neatly stacked on the shelves. It was empty and quiet here, as if they were the only ones left in the world. Jiang Ruoxue was now circling in front of the shelves with an excited look on her face. This mall was her favorite supermarket in the past. Whenever she had a holiday, she would come here to relax. Lin Xia, I'm most familiar with this place. Let me lead the way for you later. Lin Xia smiled and nodded. He actually seldom went shopping in the mall, so it was a good decision to bring Jiang Ruoxue with him this time. With such a tour guide, they can save a lot of trouble. Seeing Jiang Ruoxue preparing to leave with excitement on her face, Lin Xia quickly interrupted her. It must be tiring to walk like this. Let me find some transportation for you. Then Lin Xia waved his right hand. 3 brand new electric cars appeared in front of everyone. Lin Xia turned the key on the electric car. Wouldn't it be much easier to go shopping this way? Jiang Ruoxue chuckled. Like Selena, he rode an electric bike. Each floor of this shopping mall covers an area of hundreds of thousands of square meters. You would be exhausted if you just walked there. Having an electric car would be much more convenient. Then Lin Xia followed Jiang Ruoxue's instructions and started shopping for free everywhere. Whenever Lin Xia came across anything useful, she would put them all into the space. According to Jiang Ruoxue, although this shopping mall is 15 stories high, the floors above the 7th floor are all entertainment areas, and the collection value is not high. So we decided to start from the 7th floor and sweep down layer by layer. According to Jiang Ruoxue's introduction, the entire 7th floor where they were located was filled with various women's clothing stores. When this was mentioned, Lin Xia became excited. If you talk about collecting energy weapons or something, Lin Xia might not be very interested. Because the energy and material reserves in his space are already quite large. It would take hundreds of years for just a few of them to use up all the resources. In terms of weapons, he had a large number of light weapons, enough to arm several regiments. If you want heavy weapons, you may have to go to some large armories to find them. Although he had done his homework in advance and knew the locations of those places, they were all quite far away. Moreover, the buildings there are generally not very tall, and those weapons are probably buried in the ice and snow. If you want to collect these large weapons, it will probably take some effort. So he planned to go there again after a while, and after collecting some important supplies around, he would go there again with full concentration. Before he could finish planning the subsequent strategy, Jiang Ruoxue had already brought him to a corner in a mysterious manner. When Lin Xia saw the names of these stores, all the thoughts in her head disappeared instantly, and she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Night Phantom, Secret Garden, Whisper of Love. This entire street is filled with shops specializing in selling sexy lingerie. Jiang Ruoxue and Selena stood aside, looking at Lin Xia with a smirk on their faces. Chapter 68 A Rich Harvest. Lin Xia coughed lightly. I can see at once that you really like these clothes. In that case, I'll take them all. Jiang Ruoxue and Selena didn't say a word the whole time. He just looked at Lin Xia with a smirk on his face as she carefully and meticulously swept through the supplies. Not only the items on the shelves, he even turned out all the stock in the warehouse behind the store. Not long after, Lin Xia came to Jiang Ruoxue with a satisfied look on her face. His space is already filled with thousands of different outfits. Some of the clothes are awe-inspiring just by looking at them. He couldn't wait to get home and let the girls try on the clothes. Looking at Lin Xia's delighted face, Jiang Ruoxue gave him a coquettish look. Are you satisfied? Lin Xia nodded happily. This may be the biggest gain of our trip. Jiang Ruoxue had a smile on her face as she continued to take Lin Xia to other places. That's not necessarily true. Soon, rows of neatly arranged bridal shops appeared in front of Lin Xia. Lin Xia's eyes lit up. Why didn't he think of this? I looked at the pure and noble wedding dresses in the store, then turned my head to look at the 2 stunning goddesses beside me. I couldn't help but regret the bold words I just said. He is still short-sighted. So the supernatural power in his hand never stopped, and he put these precious materials into the space with shining eyes. In a very short period of time, Lin Xia moved out of these shops. Then Jiang Ruoxue confidently took Lin Xia to the next place. Chongsam shop, JK shop, Lolita shop, lingerie shop, stockings shop. The variety of clothes opened Lin Xia's eyes. Who says men can't be happy shopping? He is having so much fun shopping here. Of course, they didn't just collect these things. While Lin Xia was doing her work, she also did not forget to do other unimportant tasks. Like some other daily men's clothing, women's clothing, cosmetics, luxury goods and so on. As long as Jiang Ruoxue and the others pointed them out, Lin Xia put them all into the space without thinking. Lin Xia didn't care what the details were. Anyway, he was quite satisfied with the gains of this trip. Jiang Ruoxue and the others also smiled with satisfaction. All the women's products in the entire mall were taken away. Everyone gets what they need, and everyone has a bright future. After collecting all these things, we finally arrived at the first floor of the shopping mall. Most of the items displayed here are gold, silver, jewelry, and various brand-name luxury goods. Before the apocalypse, this was arguably the most valuable place in the entire mall. But now it is the end of the world, and these things cannot even be exchanged for a piece of bread. Food can save lives, what can luxury goods do? As a burial object? Antiques are valuable in prosperous times, and gold is valuable in troubled times. This saying only has certain value when there is still a certain order in society. But now we have arrived at the end of the extreme cold, and it is even a question whether humans can continue to survive. There is actually no difference between gold and ordinary metals. Perhaps you might say that gold is also very important in the industrial field. But for someone like Lin Xia who works alone, he would never restart industrial civilization on a large scale. Collecting gold in the apocalypse may be no different from a child collecting beautiful rocks. What people love is not gold, but the wealth represented by gold. Even Jiang Ruoxue and the others only took a quick look and quickly lost interest. Even if you are covered in gold, you will not win the respect of others. In her eyes, these things are not even as important as a bottle of perfume. Perfume can also make Lin Xia more sexually interested. In today's environment, strength is the foundation of everything. If you really need gold in the future, it would be more efficient to go directly to the bank's vault. In the end, only 2 underground floors remain to be explored in this operation. The underground floor is for daily necessities, and the second underground floor is for all kinds of food. Lin Xia actually has no shortage of these 2 types of supplies, because these were the top priorities of his reserves before the end of the world. But based on the principle that they were already here, Lin Xia still took Jiang Ruoxue and the others to continue the raid. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The light source that sunlight can provide is becoming less and less. Everyone stood at the entrance of the escalator leading to the underground and looked down. It was pitch black below, like a demon with its mouth wide open, ready to devour anyone at any time. Jiang Ruoxue felt a little uneasy and couldn't help but take a step back. Lin Xia took out a super bright flashlight directly from the space. The light from this flashlight can easily illuminate the area of an entire football field. Lin Xia turned on the flashlight and pointed it at the underground passage. The gloomy atmosphere inside immediately disappeared without a trace. The entire mall was illuminated and the atmosphere suddenly became warm. Jiang Ruoxue rolled her eyes at Lin Xia. "Your flashlight is so bright that it takes away all the excitement of exploring the unknown." Serena laughed out loud beside her. As expected, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. Then Lin Xia turned the handlebars, took the lead and rode down, his tone becoming relaxed. "Come on, my princess, let's go on a pleasant adventure." "Well, my noble knight, you must protect me." The next thing becomes simple. Wherever Lin Xia passed, it was like a swarm of locusts. Even the store shelves were not spared. Regardless of whether they were useful or not, they were all stuffed into his space. He has no time to waste now. He just wants to go home early and relax. But as she walked, Selena suddenly discovered an unusual place. "Xia, look here! It seems like someone has been here." Chapter 69, One-Sided Battle. There was a thick layer of ice on the ground here, and there were several rows of obvious footprints left on the ice. This ice obviously appeared after the apocalypse, and the footprints on it prove that there are signs of other people's activities here. The surrounding shelves are filled with wilderness survival supplies such as generators, sleeping bags, and fuel lamps. The goods were placed in a messy manner, and it was obvious that someone had rummaged through them. The three of them carefully checked the surroundings and found more and more clues like this. There may indeed be people here. Judging from the lack of supplies, the number of people should not exceed 10. However, they had already walked around this floor and didn't see anyone there. Judging from the direction of the footprints on the ground, the people still in the mall are most likely active on the second floor below ground. Because there is a lot of food there. Normally, they only need to collect some daily heating and survival items from the underground first floor. There is no need to stay on this floor all the time. Jiang Ruoxue looked at Lin Xia with concern. Even though she has become a superpower, her mentality at this moment is no different from that of an ordinary person, and she is afraid of conflict and fighting. On the other side, Selena looked eager to try. Lin Xia thought about it, and decided that this could be their first battle after mastering their superpowers. Especially Jiang Ruoxue, she must adapt to the post-apocalyptic rules as soon as possible. If they encounter any unsolvable problems later, it won't be too late for him to take action. Then he turned and said to the two girls, "You can take advantage of this opportunity to try out the special abilities you have obtained. Only through combat can you gain a deeper understanding of your superpowers. The future will definitely belong to those with special abilities. I will follow behind to protect you, so feel free to try it." Jiang Ruoxue nodded. Then he found a large piece of ice from the side. She wrapped the ice with her supernatural powers and entered combat mode. Although maintaining this state will consume some of her supernatural powers. But when the battle comes, you can fight at the fastest speed. Selena also checked her guns and ammunition and was ready to attack at any time. Lin Xia first put away the 3 electric bikes. It's not convenient to fight while riding a bike, so it's safer to walk later. Then the 3 of them came to the entrance to the second floor below ground. Lin Xia took out the high-intensity flashlight, and a huge beam of light shone straight in. Jiang Ruoxue looked at Lin Xia with confusion. "Aren't you going to let us fight in real combat? What's the matter with you shining the light?" Lin Xia explained. "What if they set an ambush? Be cautious in battle, take advantage of any favorable conditions you can, and don't take any battle lightly." Serena nodded in agreement. "Let's go, sister. Our main goal this time is to familiarize ourselves with the use of superpowers. Lin Xiao's light will also help us spot the enemies faster. Let's finish this as soon as possible and go home with Lin Xia to play games." Jiang Ruoxue then looked at Lin Xia with a look of sudden enlightenment. He hummed softly. "I was almost fooled by Lin Xia's serious look just now, and forgot that Lin Xia is still a pervert. He probably wants to go home early and play wedding dress play with them. Then let's go." The light from Lin Xia's flashlight was too obvious. There is no need for them to spend time looking for someone. "Where are you from?" Soon, several gangster-looking people appeared in front of Lin Xia and the others and surrounded them. Lin Xia pointed the flashlight directly at them, and the fierce beam of light made it impossible for them to open their eyes. "Fuck, turn off that damn flashlight for me! Are you guys looking for death?" Because Lin Xia's flashlight was too bright. They were facing the light source and could not see Lin Xia and the others at all. But Jiang Ruoxue and the others could clearly see the actions of the thugs in front of them. One of the thugs had turned his back and pulled out a crossbow with good arrows. He squinted his eyes and shot tremblingly towards the light source. The others raised their arms, ready to throw the kitchen knives in this direction. Selena and Lin Xia glanced at Jiang Ruoxue. Jiang Ruoxue nodded, and the piece of ice in her hand quickly expanded into an arc-shaped ice shield, covering them. Lin Xia quietly opened his space door behind the ice shield. Except for the crossbow arrow, which hit the ice film. Other weapons, like kitchen knives, didn't even touch their shadows. Unfortunately, the crossbow arrow could not cause any damage to Jiang Ruoxue's ice shield. Jiang Ruoxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. This ice shield was much more powerful than she had expected. "I just don't know if it can block bullets. I can ask Lin Xia to help me experiment later. Then he peeled off a small piece of ice from the shield and used his supernatural power to reshape it into an ice cone. It shot straight at the man holding the crossbow. The man was now with his back to the camera, seemingly preparing to fire another shot. Before he could prepare, the ice spike shot straight through his body. The crossbow and arrow slipped from the man's hand, and he fell to the ground. This person has been killed by Jiang Ruoxue's supernatural power. Jiang Ruoxue's face also turned pale at this time. She has used up too much of her superpowers today, and there is not much left in her body. Then he put away his supernatural power and looked at Selena. Selena raised her gun and pulled the trigger. After a few gunshots, the remaining few people all fell in a pool of blood. Without exception, they all had bullets in their eyebrows. Jiang Ruoxue looked at her with confusion. "Don't you want to try your special ability?" Serena explained with a smile. "My special ability is to enhance the various abilities of my body. My super brain tells me that now is the time to use my super marksmanship. A bunch of little thugs like this are not even worthy of fighting me in close combat." This battle of unequal strength ended quickly. This is just a group of hooligans who were lucky enough to occupy this place in advance. They simply have no ability to defend this treasure mountain. Fortunately, the space here is very large, and they only consumed a very small part of the supplies. Then Lin Xia and his group got on electric bikes and started the mopping up mode. Chapter 70 Neighbors' Thoughts. Before long, most of the supplies on this floor were loaded into Lin Xia's space. It's a pity that many foods are affected by low temperatures and cannot be eaten directly. For example, some vegetables have been frozen so tightly that they look like fragile glass products. A slight touch will break it into pieces. As for goods such as bottled drinks, they were all frozen to pieces in the extreme cold. Lin Xia would never use things like this again. Fortunately, most of the supplies are still fine. It also enriched the types of supplies that Lin Xia had previously lacked. So far, a Walmart supermarket that can provide daily necessities for hundreds of thousands of people was basically cleaned out by Lin Xia and his team. Lin Xia gained a lot from this trip, especially the women's clothing on the 7th floor, which made him feel particularly satisfied. Through this short battle, Jiang Ruoxue also summed up a lot of practical experience in supernatural powers. She plans to summarize these experiences after returning. When her sisters awaken their special powers in the future, it will be convenient for everyone to learn together and avoid detours. It's a pity that Selena didn't gain any practical experience. Her fighting ability is so strong that she doesn't need her special abilities to deal with these ordinary people. But she still looked very happy. Because no one can feel more clearly than her how terrifying this ability is in enhancing her strength. If I were to face her now before she gained her superpowers, it would probably take no more than 10 seconds to defeat her. After Lin Xia and others counted the supplies, they were almost ready to start their journey home. But Lin Xia didn't know that he owned an air cushion craft. After his 2 undisguised uses, the news had begun to spread throughout the community. Some people even have other ideas. "Boss, I don't know where this Lin Xia got a hovercraft from. If we can seize his hovercraft, we won't have to worry about supplies anymore. You can even completely dominate this area, becoming the undisputed uncrowned king, and do whatever you want." A man who looked like a lackey ran up to Lin Jiaqing and spoke in a flattering manner. This man named Lin Jiaqing was a businessman who once relied on his abundant resources to sell many important Chinese assets to foreigners. They thought that after making a fortune, they would take the money abroad and play the game of capital without borders. Unfortunately, not long after, war broke out around the world. Capital has no borders, but life has borders. So he was forced to stay in China and survive. Most of his huge assets evaporated because of his wrong decision. It only took him a few years to go from being an entrepreneur admired by everyone to being a traitor hated by everyone. Then he completely disappeared and no one knew where he was hiding. What is unexpected is that he actually lives in such a low-key manner and such a community. After the apocalypse, he found that now was a good opportunity, as rules and order no longer existed. Relying on his past skills, he prepared to do something big again to realize his ambition. Unknowingly, he had quietly formed a powerful force in this community, second only to Qingdao. Although he is inferior to Qingdao in terms of military strength, he has no shortage of supplies. His life was much better than Qingdao and the others. He closed his eyes and thought for a moment, carefully weighed the pros and cons, and decided to take a gamble. He had built up his huge fortune through repeated gambling. Although the decision he made decades ago ended in failure, it ruined his reputation. But now he still chooses to trust his intuition. In the past, he was involved in multinational business and chatted and laughed with leaders of various countries. There couldn't possibly be someone so awesome in this neighborhood who could arm wrestle with him. Then he said to the lackey in front of him, "Go and grab Lin Xia's air mattress for me." The lackey's pupils were dizzy. He just took the opportunity to come over and flatter him and make his presence felt. I didn't expect that this task would fall into my hands. Everyone in the community knew that Lin Xia killed hundreds of people that day without blinking an eye. So he pointed at himself in disbelief. At the same time. On the other side, Qingdao also learned that Lin Xia owned an air cushion craft. But he doesn't need to think so much like Lin Xiaoqing. He just needs to fight hard when fighting for territory. His current territory and Lin Xia's safe house are located in a diagonal direction. Qingdao has developed a psychological shadow towards Lin Xia and doesn't want to get involved in this matter at all. There was once an undercurrent in the community, and people's hearts were divided. But even if Lin Xia knew, she wouldn't care what they thought. It was just by chance that these people became his neighbors. If they offended him, Lin Xia didn't mind sending them to hell. Lin Xia's journey today took more than 4 hours. When we returned to the community, it was already completely dark. This time it was Su Mayan and the other girls who stood by the window, waiting for Lin Xia and the others to come home. It was still that familiar orange light, which made people feel at ease just by looking at it. This is the softest spot in Lin Xia's heart during this extremely cold apocalypse. He waved to Su Mayan and the others through the window. Then he put the hovercraft into the space, took Jiang Ruoxue and Selina, and walked into the safe house from the entrance on the 4th floor. Su Mayan stood in front of Lin Xia, helping him change his clothes obediently. It was really satisfying to him that a top noble lady like her was respectfully helping him do such a small thing. Su Mayan lowered her head slightly and asked softly like a little wife. "Did you gain anything from going out today?" Jiang Ruoxue said maliciously from the side. "Lin Xia's trip this time was quite fruitful. We will have to endure hardships in the future." Su Mayan looked confused when she heard this. Why did Lin Xia reap so much while they were the ones who suffered? Lin Xia coughed embarrassedly, interrupting Jiang Ruoxue from continuing to expose his past. Jiang Ruoxue glanced at Lin Xia and knew that he was embarrassed to talk about such things in public because he was too shy. So she didn't expose him, because this was just a little fun between them. So Jiang Ruoxue blinked her beautiful eyes and said to Su Mayan, "I'll tell you later, you'd better be mentally prepared. If we don't unite, we will definitely be defeated one by Lin Xia." Su Mayan nodded, not quite understanding. Seeing Su Mayan being so proactive, Selina suddenly remembered something. She had previously made a private agreement with Lin Xia regarding the limited use of the mysterious substance for the next 7 days. Then he told the girls, "I have awakened my superpowers today. Next, let Lin Xia help you awaken your superpowers." Selina gave Lin Xia a look, telling him that the agreement no longer needed to be fulfilled. Anyway, she has already obtained superpowers, so there is no point in monopolizing Lin Xia like this. It's enough to eat enough on a normal day. After hearing this, Su Mayan glanced at Su Qian without leaving a trace. "It's time for you to be loyal to your lady." When Lin Xia and the others went out in the afternoon, the 4 of them had already crammed school at home. They also watched the teaching video that Jiang Ruoxue specially recorded for them, and took notes, very carefully. After class, everyone had a very intense discussion and study. So Su Mayan is still quite confident about tonight. The advantage is hers. After everyone had packed up, they came to the living room and prepared to sit together for dinner. Su Mayan had already prepared more than a dozen dishes in advance. Suddenly she seemed to remember something, her face flushed, and she walked back to the kitchen. "Tell everyone that she still needs to cook a few more dishes and just wait a moment." Su Mayan cooked very quickly and didn't keep everyone waiting too long. Su Qian quickly brought out a series of state banquet-level exquisite dishes from the kitchen. The fragrance that was emitted immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the living room. When Lin Xia smelled the fragrance, she also showed a nostalgic look. He hadn't eaten Su Mayan's cooking for a long time. Even the food prepared in top 5-star hotels is far from Su Mayan's cooking skills. In this regard, Su Mayan is a strong person at a gap level. Among these people, Selena's performance was the most exaggerated. She was the first person to sit at the dining table, and in her eyes, there was no room for anything else. I wish I could just hold the plate and eat it all right now. She had never seen such top-notch gourmet food in her life. If it weren't for Lin Xia, she would have cooked for her and then exercised to lose weight. I'm afraid her top supermodel figure will disappear without a trace in no more than a month. Compared to her previous life here is so happy. Then Su Mayan and Su Qian brought up the last few dishes and placed them in front of Lin Xia. Lin Xia swallowed her saliva. Su Mayan beside her had a blush on her cheeks and her eyes were full of spring water. Because the dishes placed in front of him were none other than deer penis, tiger penis, oysters, soft-shelled turtle and other top-notch aphrodisiac dishes. Chapter 71 It's Your Own Sewing. Lin Xia was stunned by the dishes in front of her. He is already so strong, does he still need to be supplemented? Jiang Ruoxue looked at Su Mayan with a smirk on her face. How dare you cook these dishes? Did you watch those specially recorded videos for nothing? You'd better be prepared to stay up all night tonight. Su Mayan lowered her head. Her elegant cheeks turned even redder, and she spoke in a low voice. There are so many women in the family, but only a man like Lin Xia works hard all day long. I definitely need to make him something delicious so he can replenish his body. Lin Xia didn't want to comment on this. However, after Su Mayan brought these dishes over, he was really a little curious. Are these dishes really as magical as the legend says? He had only heard of the dishes in front of him, but had never eaten them. Moreover, the ingredients for making these dishes were all looted from Su Mayan's underground cold storage yesterday. Those are all special food ingredients, and there is absolutely no problem with the quality. Some ingredients are even banned and will never be circulated on the market. If you get caught, you'll be jailed for life. It is no exaggeration to say that there is no demand for it. So, with a critical attitude, he took a bite, put it in his mouth and savored it carefully. Smooth, tender and chewy, fresh and delicious. Su Mayan's top-notch cooking skills, coupled with these special ingredients, are simply an ultimate enjoyment. The girls looked at Lin Xia, who was eating non-stop, and couldn't help but laugh. Although you say no with your mouth, your body is very honest. Anything that is labeled as aphrodisiac will drive any man crazy. Lin Xia saw the dishes that Su Mayan had specially prepared for him, but no one took any of them. They were all left for him to enjoy alone. After finishing the meal, Lin Xia felt a surge of heat in her body. I didn't expect these dishes to turn out so well. Even a person with superpowers like him couldn't resist it. Lin Xia's eyes were red, she was breathing heavily, and she stared straight at Su Mayan. Nangong Shui and Qiao Niannian were the only ones left in the living room. The noisy atmosphere suddenly became quiet. But everyone knows that this is just the calm before the storm. Tonight will definitely be a night like a storm, making it impossible to sleep peacefully. Qiao Niannian walked to Nangong Shui, took her arm, and looked at her teacher with anticipation. Teacher, our bodies are almost back to health. Is it possible to absorb the mysterious substance and gain superpowers sooner? Nangong Shui nodded and said confidently. The dance I performed last night has already brought out Lin Xia's soul. Let's take advantage of the time we have now to quickly rehearse that more seductive dance. By then I'm sure Lin Xia will be so happy that she won't want to leave. Then Qiao Niannian put away this attitude, and the two smiled at each other. They think they are terrifyingly strong. Lin Xia is no match for them. A dreamless night. But the final result was good, and the effect of cleansing the tendons and marrow was immediate. Su Mayan never thought that even after taking such good care of her body for so long, there could still be so many impurities hidden in it. It was almost noon when Su Mayan and Su Qian reluctantly came out of the room. Jiang Ruoxue teased. Let's see if you dare to cook so many aphrodisiac dishes next time. You're asking for trouble, aren't you? Then Su Mayan looked at Lin Xia with resentment. Chapter 72 Su Mayan's Changes. Jiang Ruoxue asked Su Mayan curiously at this time. Have you gained superpowers? Su Mayan shook her head with some regret. Although my body has become much clearer after undergoing cleansing and strengthening of the bones and marrow. But I still haven't felt the strange energy you mentioned. But I'm very satisfied that I can improve my physical condition in all aspects. Then Su Mayan put on a serious expression and put away her weak and powerless expression. The whole person's temperament changed in an instant. At this moment, she was like a supreme empress, sacred, noble, majestic, and exuding an unparalleled imperial aura. This is the most obvious change brought about by the mysterious substance. After taking it, the whole person seems to be reborn. Whether it is figure, skin, temperament, or appearance, they will be improved in all aspects. At this time, Su Mayan had become the same as Jiang Ruoxue and Selena. Her beauty has reached a level that cannot be described in words. Then she restrained her noble and sacred empress temperament, and looked at Lin Xia pitifully. Lin Xia took a breath of cold air at this moment. This kind of contrast was simply unbearable. It seems that the most suitable thing for Su Mayan to wear should be the phoenix crown and bridal robe, or the emperor's robe. Then Lin Xia proposed to Su Mayan. I still quite like the aura of the emperor you showed just now, the one that looked down on everything in the world as ants. Wait until night and recover. Su Mayan's expression suddenly fell. Are you coming tonight? Then he looked at Serena pitifully. Serena patted her shoulder. That's why you need to awaken your superpowers sooner. Su Mayan nodded. It turned out that the supernatural power was the reason why Jiang Ruoxue kept fighting despite repeated defeats yesterday. Then she asked the two of them curiously. How did your superpowers awaken? Why haven't I awakened my superpowers even though I also absorbed those mysterious substances? Serena reminisced briefly. After I cleansed my tendons and marrow, I could feel very obvious changes in my body. My body suddenly felt like it was filled with a special power, as if it was innate and I could control it at will. Jiang Ruoxue also nodded. My superpowers only awakened in the afternoon. It seemed like it was right after Lin Xia called me. I was very emotional at that time, and then I suddenly mastered supernatural powers. Lin Xia thought for a moment, and then said, These substances I created should only act as a catalyst. For example, Xiao Zhan, who I killed a few days ago, must have awakened his supernatural powers on his own. Selena's situation might be similar to his. She must be at the critical point of awakening her superpowers. So when she finished absorbing those substances, it was like breaking through the last layer of window paper, and she naturally mastered supernatural powers. Jiang Ruoxue's ability, I guess it might be because she was very emotional at the time, so she suddenly mastered the ability. You may still be a long way from the conditions for awakening your superpowers, so you need to absorb more mysterious substances. Su Mayan was nodding at first, but after hearing the last part, she looked at Lin Xia with suspicion. It seems that his image in their eyes cannot be reversed at all. Jiang Ruoxue stood up at this time and said something fair. I think Lin Xia's analysis is correct. After I took the mysterious substance, my performance was similar to yours. Apart from the feeling that my body has been reborn, I haven't felt any special abilities. The only difference between you and me is probably our violent mood swings. Don't the protagonists in novels always break through after experiencing life or death crises? It's very likely that the intense emotional changes have accelerated the awakening of energy in the body. Su Qian glanced at her eldest daughter, who had a very conflicted expression. So he straightened his chest and stood up, volunteered. Don't worry, miss. You still have me. Su Mayan rolled her eyes. Although her loyalty is commendable, Su Qian was the weakest among the four people based on her performance yesterday. Su Mayan sighed helplessly. After everyone finished lunch, Lin Xia took Jiang Ruoxue and the other girl and prepared to continue to search for supplies around. After Lin Xia left, Su Mayan and others gathered together again and talked in whispers. The other side. Lin Jiaqing's lackey also knew that Lin Xia had gone out. He then gathered a group of people and prepared to wait for Lin Xia to come back. set up an ambush and seize his hovercraft directly. Lin Xia and his team's target this afternoon is the largest general hospital nearby. Pharmacies like those on the roadside are now buried under 10 meters of ice and snow, making them too difficult to find. It would be more convenient to go directly to a large hospital. Whether it is medicines or large medical equipment, almost everything can be replenished along the way. In case someone accidentally gets sick in the future, it will be a good protection. Chapter 73 Hell on Earth. When Lin Xia and the others walked into the hospital, there was no other smell in the air except a faint scent of disinfectant. At this time, the hospital corridor was silent. Jiang Ruoxue opened one of the wards out of curiosity, then closed the door with a pale face. Several people inside were covered with quilts and frozen to death in their beds. In the current extreme cold conditions, this hospital has become a huge morgue. Both patients and doctors were now frozen in rooms. Lin Xia gently hugged Jiang Ruoxue and comforted her. After all, she was just an ordinary flight attendant before the end of the world, and her mentality has not yet completely changed. Then Lin Xia and his group followed the instructions on the wall and came to the place where the medicines were stored. Serena relies on her strong physical fitness. After a few tries with the crowbar, they quickly broke open the locked door. The three of them walked in. The entire house covered an area of several thousand square meters. It is filled with a wide variety of Chinese and Western medicines. Lin Xia put all the medicines into the space without hesitation, regardless of whether he knew them or not. Then Selena used the same trick again and opened the room where the large medical equipment was stored. Lin Xia put the expensive medical equipment into the space one by one. The value of some equipment can easily be sold for tens of millions. What's more, it is a state-controlled item. It is impossible to circulate on the market. So Lin Xia did not collect these things before the end of the world. But now, everything here is cheap for him, and he can buy it all for 0 yuan. Wait until all the supplies for this hospital are collected. Lin Xia looked at the time, and it only took a little over an hour. It took a lot less time than yesterday at the mall. Then I communicated with Jiang Ruoxue and the others and decided to look for another hospital. After they returned to the starting ship, Lin Xia opened the navigation map. There are more and more women in the family, and Jiang Ruoxue thinks it would be better to prepare more supplies. Lin Xia shrugged and agreed to her suggestion. According to the map, Lin Xia locked onto a maternity hospital not far from them. It is impossible for any other male creature to enter his safe house. Even if it is a dog, he has to become a female dog before he can enter. Then Lin Xia started the automatic driving system and let the hovercraft drive to its destination by itself. He was in the hovercraft, enjoying the attentive service of 2 top goddesses. Soon after, the hovercraft stopped in front of the hospital. Everyone followed the previous instructions and entered the building. But as soon as they stepped in, Selena immediately found something wrong and hurriedly stopped the two of them. Xia, there seems to be a smell of something burning in the air. It feels a little too wrong. Jiang Ruoxue sniffed curiously. Where's that burning smell? It's obviously the same hospital as before. All I can smell is the smell of disinfectant in the air. Lin Xia also sniffed it, but he didn't smell any other scent. But out of caution, he still took out the gun from the space. Each person held a hand and was on guard against possible accidents. After taking the gun, Selena carefully smelled the air and carefully determined the direction. The smell is coming from over there. Let's be careful and go over to take a look. Selena pointed in a direction very confidently. Everyone followed Selena's instructions and walked more than 100 meters and crossed 3 floors. The burnt smell in the air became more and more obvious, and even Lin Xia and the others could smell it clearly. Everyone's expressions became more cautious. This was definitely not a smell that should be present in a hospital. Then they walked some distance. The noisy sound ahead gradually became clearer. If you asked me, this meat is more delicious when it's tender. The meat that's too tough is a bit sticky. Who says it isn't? It's a pity that the tender meat here is becoming increasingly scarce, and our reserves are almost gone. There's only some meat stuck in your teeth left. Just eat it. It's a pity for those beautiful nurses. They just don't dare to eat this meat. Now they're all frozen to death, And we've lost one more thing to enjoy. Jiang Ruoxue was curious. Where did the meat come from in such a cold day? Then, like Lin Xia and Selena, he quietly looked over from behind the door to see what was going on with the people over there. As soon as her head popped out from behind the door, she regretted it. Jiang Ruoxue's face turned pale. She turned her head and vomited all the food she had eaten at noon. It is no exaggeration to say that the scene before us is hell on earth. These people are simply beasts. Lin Xia and the others didn't perform very well either, and their faces turned very ugly. The group of people gathered there finally realized something was wrong. He turned his head and looked in the direction of Lin Xia and the others. Who is it? Who's there? Get out here right now! Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Lin Xia took a deep breath and patted Selena on the shoulder. Kill them all. They don't deserve to continue living in this world. Even Selena, who usually laughs, became very serious at this moment and nodded seriously. The scene before her reminded her of the Azov battalion. These people have no humanity and take pleasure in killing people. Their best destination is to go to hell and suffer eternal torture. Then Selena raised the gun in her hand and walked out from behind the door. When those people saw the gun in her hand, their faces changed immediately. Guns, you have guns! Everyone run! Before he could finish speaking, Serena had already pulled the trigger. Countless bullets shot out from the muzzles and penetrated into the bodies of these people. The magazine that still had enough bullets to spare after killing dozens of people has now been completely emptied. These people have been completely beaten to a pulp by Selena. Lin Xia and the other two walked over. Behind these people, there were countless corpses. Old people, children, men, women. Broken limbs were scattered all over the ground. In the pot in front of them, there were indescribable pieces of meat stewing. Lin Xia took off his hat and sighed deeply. This is the end. What order and rules are all bullshit. What did these dead people do wrong? Just like their previous lives, they were brutally killed by those beasts. In today's situation, the only thing we can do is become stronger. So that you won't become someone else's blood food. Only then can we continue to live with dignity in this absurd world. Lin Xia used his spatial ability to gather the bodies of these people together. Placed on an open space in front. A shower of gasoline poured down from above, showering the bodies. Then the flames rose up. Lin Xia looked at the flames and said silently in her heart, I hope you can live peacefully in the next life and no longer experience these hardships. Jiang Ruoxue and Selena also took off their hats, looked at the flames burning in front of them, and mourned for them. Afterwards, Jiang Ruoxue asked Lin Xia for a few buckets of water. It was sprinkled on these beasts who were beaten into sieves by Selena. In such a cold environment, these people were quickly frozen into ice sculptures. Then Jiang Ruoxue used her supernatural powers to manipulate the ice outside their bodies. Have these people kneel down facing the fire. Lin Xia rubbed her head. Let's go. Jiang Ruoxue nodded. Before she had taken a few steps, she turned her head and looked again. The burning flames and the ice sculptures kneeling in front of the flames. Jiang Ruoxue wanted to engrave this scene firmly in her heart. When I get home, I will write down everything I saw and heard today in my notes. For other sisters to learn from. It is Lin Xia who is gentle, not the world. This world is cruel, so they need to become stronger and not hold Lin Xia back. If they hadn't met Lin Xia, what would have been their fate? What's the difference between them and the corpses in the flames? Chapter 74, Mantis trying to stop a chariot. After Lin Xia and the others collected the medicines and medical equipment from the hospital, the sky gradually darkened. Everyone returned to the hovercraft and started their journey home. No one said much along the way. This scene this afternoon has already caused some changes in their hearts. Boss, Lin Xia and the others are back in the hovercraft. Fuck, this kid is finally back. This person is Lin Jiaqing's lackey. Ever since Lin Xia left the house, he had sent other people to stand in the best visible position in the community to monitor Lin Xia's movements. But unexpectedly, I had to wait until it was almost dark before Lin Xia showed up. They had been freezing here for half a day in vain. After hearing the news, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he didn't have to endure the cold outside anymore. Brothers, everyone, put on your equipment and catch him off guard. If he keeps hiding in the safe house like a coward, there's really nothing we can do to him. But since he dared to come out, we have plenty of ways to deal with him. Once we seize his ship, President Lin will provide us with endless food and women. Everyone, follow me! These people were wearing layer upon layer of clothes, almost wrapped like a ball. They also wore several layers of gloves on their hands and held crowbars or steel pipes sharpened into spikes. I tied a wooden board to each foot to prevent myself from sinking into the snow when I went out. Even though they took so many protective measures, they still couldn't hold out for long when the temperature outside was over 70 degrees below zero. So this operation must be quick and decisive. Soon, they rushed to Lin Xia's hovercraft and surrounded him. Lin Xia stopped the hovercraft in front of these people. He was a little curious and didn't quite understand what these people were thinking. Holding these toothpicks in his hand, is he trying to rob someone? At this time, the leading lackey took out a loudspeaker from behind him and shouted loudly. Lin Xia, if you know what's good for you, get off the hovercraft immediately. You can't keep this treasure. Give it to us so that we can play the greatest role. You're just going to use it to collect supplies. We'll give them to you when we're done. As long as you're willing to hand over the hovercraft, I'm willing to personally introduce you to our boss. I will make sure you have the best food and the best drinks, and have countless women to play with. Then the lackey glanced at the people around him holding sharp weapons, and his tone became even more arrogant. If you don't know what's good for you, then these weapons in our hands are no joke. I'll just puncture your air cushion and see how you can get out. After listening to it, Lin Xia felt like she was watching a stand-up comedy. Where did this idiot come from? He thinks that if he pokes a few holes in the hovercraft, it will stop moving? Lin Xia ignored it and just waved. The bullets with kinetic energy that he had stored in the space before now came in handy. The space gate opened silently around the hovercraft, and the bullets suddenly rushed out. There were no gunshots, only the sound of bullets hitting their bodies. The people around who wanted to rob Lin Xia didn't even have time to cry out. He had been shot into a sieve and was lying in the snow covered in blood. These people prepared a plan for a whole day, but it was completely destroyed in just a few tens of seconds in front of Lin Xia. Lin Xia didn't even look at these people. In his eyes, they were no different from ants. He started the hovercraft and ran over their bodies. Because Lin Xia Villa is located in a remote area and there are not many people living around it. Whenever Lin Xia finished using the hovercraft, she would simply put it into the space. These people had no idea where his hovercraft was parked. After a busy afternoon, the three people finally returned home. Looking at the four girls waiting for them to go home, they felt warm in their hearts. Lin Xia, I've already prepared dinner. Please clean up and come to eat later. Su Mayan obediently helped Lin Xia change her clothes. Nagong Shui and the others also helped Jiang Ruoxue and Selina change their clothes. Compared to the outside, this is what home should look like. After Jiang Ruoxue changed her clothes, she couldn't help but hug Nagong Shui. The warm feeling suddenly pulled her back from the hellish scene of the afternoon. What happened to my sister? Nagong Shui also hugged the delicate body in her arms. She could feel that her sister was a little depressed. Jiang Ruoxue took a deep breath into her hair and explained slowly. You don't know, it's really like... Later, the four daughters at home were also completely shocked by the tragic situation in the hospital. It turns out that the world outside is no different from hell. At the same time, Chu Xinglan, who was in this community, received a message for help from his twin sister Chu Yueshi. There were already very few supplies left in her home. If she hadn't been relying on a box of glucose left by her family to keep her alive, she would probably have starved to death long ago. At this time, she received a message for help from her sister, which was like adding insult to injury. Her already fragile spirit was on the verge of collapse. Chu Yueshi is her only relative in this world. Knowing that she was in danger was even more painful than if she were on the verge of death herself. She had tried every possible way to seek help, but no one could help her. Just when she was in despair, she heard someone downstairs shouting loudly with a loudspeaker. She looked down through the window and saw someone intercepting Lin Xia's hovercraft. But then, these people fell to the ground in the snow and were ruthlessly crushed by the hovercraft. Hovercraft. Chu Xinglan muttered to himself, thinking of some messages sent in the group. Her eyes became brighter and brighter, as if she had a little hope again. Then she struggled to move her weak body and walked into the bathroom. The self in the mirror is no longer the radiant one it once was. She was originally the most beautiful person in the city's #1 hospital and had countless suitors. But now I am pale and thin, and even my long, thick hair, which I used to be proud of, has disappeared. At this time, it has become a mess, like a chicken coop. She hadn't taken a shower for nearly a month and had a strange smell on her body. Looking at myself in the mirror, I smiled at myself. She was once known as the #1 goddess in the medical field, but now she has become so embarrassed. With this look on her face, it's probably meaningless for her to sell her body and get paid for it. But when she thought that her sister might be in danger at any time, her eyes suddenly became firm. It doesn't matter what happens to herself, but she must find a way to save her sister. As long as Lin Xia can save her sister, she would be willing to become a slave or a plaything of Lin Xia. Then she gritted her teeth, opened the closet, picked out her sexiest pajamas and put them on underneath. Prepared to go out and ask Lin Xia for help. Chapter 75 Genius Doctor. When I walked to the door, I saw my work ID card on the table next to me. She is wearing a white coat, with long, smooth black hair draped behind her, and she has a cold and indifferent temperament. She picked up the work permit, hoping that the photo inside would help her convince Lin Xia. Whether it is her health or the career she is proud of, she can dedicate it to Lin Xia. As long as Lin Xia can rescue her sister. Although he knew that Lin Xia was taking such a big risk, the possibility of helping her was very slim. But she had no other choice. Lin Xia was her last straw. After packing up his things, Chu Xinglan finally walked out the door. She hadn't left the house in a long time, and the temperature outside was colder than she had expected. Chu Xinglan couldn't stop shaking as he walked in the underground garage. She had clearly wrapped herself in all the wearable clothes in the house. But you can still hear the sound of her teeth chattering. Every time I took a breath of the cold air outside, my chest felt very uncomfortable. It's really cold outside. Chu Xinglan walked to the front of Lin Xia's safe house with trembling body. I saw blood and crossbow arrows scattered all over the ground nearby. One can imagine how brutal the struggle was here. She had only learned about the general situation from the group before and had never thought about dealing with him in the future. This person is really terrifying, and life is really too cheap at this time. But for her sister, she was willing to bear these costs. Then she took a deep breath and knocked on the door of Lin Xia's safe house. Lin Xia and others had finished their meal and were sitting together. Listen to Jiang Ruoxue share her experience in using her supernatural powers and some current external situations. Negong Shui was standing by with a notebook, recording useful information in detail. Lin Xia took a look and nodded. The font is dignified and elegant without losing its grandeur, and the layout is neat and pleasing to the eye. This is a feeling he cannot express in his writing. What is written here are some very valuable experiences that can be used by her sisters. With this knowledge, people who awaken their special powers in the future can avoid many detours. This book is also the prototype of the future holy book. The energy contained in it can be easily suppressed even by the legendary god-level powerhouses. But its original purpose was just to benefit her many sisters. Just master the power, and no longer suffer from the torture brought by the extreme cold Doomsday. Bite! Lin Xia's mobile phone suddenly received a warning message from the security system. Lin Xia then checked the nearby surveillance footage, and the video showed a woman wrapped very tightly. She was wandering around the door of Lin Xia's basement garage and didn't look like she had any malicious intent. She walked to his door, raised her hand and knocked. Lin Xia was a little curious. He didn't know this woman. His notoriety must have spread throughout the neighborhood. Why would this woman come to him? Lin Xia then connected to the preset voice system in front of the door and asked, "Who are you? What do you want to do here?" Chu Xinglan seemed startled by the sudden voice. Her body suddenly shook, and she glanced at the door she had just knocked on. I found that the sound seemed to come from there. Then she pursed her cracked lips and spoke in a hoarse voice. My name is Chu Xinglan, and I'm a doctor. I have something I want to ask you for help with, if you can help me. I'm willing to pay the price with my life. Then Chu Xinglan stood in front of the door, ready to accept the judgment of fate. Chu Xinglan? Su Mayan, who was next to Lin Xia, heard the name and suddenly cried out in surprise. Lin Xia asked curiously. Do you know her? Su Mayan nodded uncertainly. If it wasn't a coincidence, I should know him. Then she sat on Lin Xiao's lap, leaning in his arms like a little bird, watching the surveillance video on his phone with Lin Xia. By enlarging the surveillance footage, Su Mayan compared her appearance with that in her memory. Although Chu Xinglan had become very haggard at this time, it was still possible to tell from her eyebrows and eyes that the person in the video was her. Then Su Mayan excitedly said to Lin Xia, It really is her. We're going to make a fortune this time. Didn't you go to the hospital this afternoon and clear out a lot of medicines and medical equipment? With her here, these things will come in handy. This Chu Xinglan may be the youngest and most talented doctor with the highest medical skills in the entire country. Every year when I go to the hospital for a physical checkup, she accompanies me, so I am quite familiar with her. Su Mayan's family is undoubtedly one of the top few people in China. Chu Xinglan was able to be on good terms with her as a doctor, so she must have been strictly selected in all aspects. Ordinary people could not reach her level at all. In such an extremely cold Doomsday, if there was a top doctor at home, it would be of great help to Lin Xia and the others. But then again, this Chu Xinglan is not only very beautiful, but she has never had any experience in love. You old pervert, you will definitely not let this opportunity go. Lin Xia coughed helplessly. Who do you take me for? Looking at her now, I can't muster any interest at all. Su Mayan was wearing a crimson long dress today. The sexy and light dress showed off her exquisite figure and exuded a mysterious and noble temperament. Su Mingyan then hummed softly, and one could tell that she was in a very happy mood. Lin Xia's performance at this moment was the best compliment to her. Letting Lin Xia hug me made me feel more comfortable. Lin Xia thought about it carefully. A more detailed scanning system was turned on, but no dangerous items were found on her. So he opened the door. Come in. I'll be waiting for you in the living room on the first floor. Chapter 76 Chu Xinglan's Sister. After Chu Xinglan introduced herself, there was no sound for a long time. She was very anxious at this moment. She was already considering whether to kneel down and beg Lin Xia for help. Suddenly, the door opened. Lin Xia's voice was heard from inside, and she was allowed to enter the safe house. Chu Xinglan's emotions went up and down like a roller coaster in these few short minutes. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her joy was beyond words, and she swore a vow in her heart. As long as Lin Xia can rescue her sister, she will have no complaints no matter how he plans to torture her. Then Chu Xinglan carefully stepped into this legendary villa. Warm rooms, countless foods, and strong defenses that remained unscathed despite the siege of hundreds of people. With the crazy spread among the owner's group, this place has become the most mysterious place in the community. As soon as Chu Xinglan walked in, he was enveloped by the warm current surrounding him. She had only one feeling in her heart at this moment. It's hot, so hot. Even in the basement near the exit, the temperature can be so high. This villa is simply unscientific. She hadn't taken 2 steps when she heard a click sound behind her. Chu Xinglan turned his head and found that the door that had just been opened had closed automatically. She nervously pinched the work ID in her pocket. This was a road of no return. From this moment on, she will completely become Lin Xia's private property, and she doesn't know what her future fate will be. Chu Xinglan walked nervously towards the unknown area ahead, facing the judgment for her. When she got on the elevator and reached the first floor, she was completely shocked. Bright lights, warm house, clean and tidy furniture. Chu Xinglan couldn't believe it. This was actually the scene that could appear after the end of the world. It seems as if this place has not experienced the extreme cold of the Doomsday for a month at all. It is simply a paradise. After her eyes adjusted to the bright environment, she could slowly see the surrounding situation clearly. The man in front was sitting on a sofa, holding a beautiful woman in his arms who looked very noble but was shy in his arms. Her appearance seemed familiar. Around this man sat 5 stunning goddesses with different temperaments. Some of them rubbed his shoulders, some fed him fresh fruits, and the beautiful girls surrounded him to serve him. I guess the man in the middle is Lin Xia. Pick any one of these 6 women, and put them before the end of the world. Whether in temperament or appearance, she can easily beat first-line stars. Now she is actually devoted to a man, showing her charm to the fullest. Then she laughed at herself, thinking that she was just as cold and proud before the end of the world. But now that things have come to this, aren't I going to be the same as them? If her sister was not in imminent danger, she might have chosen to take a large amount of sleeping pills and die peacefully. Unfortunately, he looked so miserable now. Compared with the women around him, he looked like a beggar. I don't know if the little beauty I have left can impress the man in front of me. But no matter what, Lin Xia is her last hope. So Chu Xinglan walked up slowly and handed his business card to Lin Xia. Lin Xia took the business card and looked at it carefully. The above information is the same as Su Mayan's description. He is indeed a top doctor. At only in his 20s, he has already reached the level of director. The photo of Chu Xinglan above shows her exquisite beauty, but the aura she exudes is cold and indifferent. Like an iceberg that never melts, it makes people want to find out what's inside. Su Mayan was the first to know Lin Xia's idea. Although Lin Xia didn't say anything, his body was very honest. Su Mayan rolled her eyes at him, feeling a little jealous. She looked innocent just now, but now her reaction has been aroused by a photo. So he suddenly sat up from his arms with a wicked smile on his face and walked to Chu Xinglan. Lin Xia was deeply troubled by Su Mayan's action, and quickly took a pillow from the side and placed it in front of herself to cover herself. Jiang Ruoxue and the others saw this scene nearby and almost laughed out loud. Chu Xinglan, don't you recognize me? You are the eldest daughter of the Su family? Why are you here too? Chu Xinglan couldn't believe his eyes. The image of Su Mayan in her memory was finally connected with the top beauty in front of her. In my impression, Su Mayan is actually a beauty of similar level to myself. But now she is radiant and radiates an air of nobility. Like an empress dominating the world, it seemed as if looking at her any longer would be a blasphemy to her. Even if I am still in the state before the end of the world, I can't compare with her. Her temperament became even more dazzling, so she didn't dare to recognize him just now. What is even more terrifying is that this is a top noble lady without any flaws. Just now, he was like a toy, held in Lin Xia's arms and could do whatever he wanted. It was obvious that she, like the women around her, was centered around Lin Xia. Aren't they all? But no matter what, having someone familiar here always makes me feel more at ease. Then she smiled at Su Mayan. Now was not a good time to reminisce about the past. She had more important things to do. Chu Xinglan gritted his teeth and walked in front of Lin Xia. He bent his knees and knelt down. Please save my sister. As long as you can save my sister, I will give my life to you. Lin Xia was frightened by her sudden reaction. Such an old lady actually belittles herself like this. What happened to your sister? Lin Xia reached out to help her up, but she refused to get up. I had no choice but to listen to her continue. I have a twin sister, and she was doing an experiment in a university laboratory when the apocalypse happened, so she was trapped in school. Just this afternoon, she called me for help, and her tone was very panicked. They said a group of people suddenly showed up at her place, arrested her, and asked her to sort out the relevant experimental materials and take them away with her. Before my sister could finish her words to me, the group snatched her phone away. I've contacted everyone I know and none of them can save my sister. Chu Xinglan thought of her sister who was in danger, tears kept flowing down her face, and then she cowed out to Lin Xia. You are the only one who can help me now. Please. Chapter 77 Preparing for Rescue. Lin Xia thought about it, and realized that with his current strength, saving one person was nothing. His team was indeed missing someone who was proficient in medical skills. Selena's medical skills are definitely not as good as this kind of professional. This afternoon, there were so many medical devices collected in the space that no one in the family knew how to use them. If Chu Xinglan joins, they will be able to shine. Moreover, she also has a scientist sister. Those people would rather take the risk to kidnap her, so she must be worth a lot. Overall, he made a lot of money on this deal. Lin Xia then nodded to Chu Xinglan. You get up first. Since you are Su Mayan's friend, I will help you with this. Chu Xinglan finally stood up with a sense of relief, and looked at Su Mayan, who was with her, with gratitude. Thank you? Su Mayan shook her head. Don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, you should thank Lin Xia. And I will indeed need your help in the future. Please don't refuse when the time comes. Chu Xinglan nodded at Su Mayan, his eyes revealing determination. Don't worry, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Then Su Mayan and Jiang Ruoxue exchanged a subtle look and reached a consensus. This new sister is stable. They alone can't handle Lin Xia at all. It's really great to have one more person to share the firepower. Since Lin Xia has agreed to help, the atmosphere on the scene has become much more harmonious. When Su Mayan saw that Chu Xinglan was still wearing so many clothes, sweat had already appeared on her forehead. He took the initiative to help her take off her coat. Don't worry, your sister will be fine. I'll take you to take a shower first, and then have some food. Lin Xia will help you bring your sister back tomorrow morning. Chu Xinglan was very happy. She made the right bet this time and her sister was finally saved. She didn't care that Su Mayan was helping her change clothes. It was indeed too hot here, and she had just wanted to take off a few pieces of clothing. Su Mayan seemed to have discovered something and quickly closed the clothes she had just unbuttoned. I didn't expect that Chu Xinglan was wearing sexy lingerie underneath. Chu Xinglan also realized something, lowered his head with a blushing face, and did not dare to look at Lin Xia. Su Mayan touched her arm with a teasing expression. It seems she is ready. Unfortunately, Chu Xinglan had been hungry for many days and his body looked a little shriveled. He took her to the bathroom with a wicked smile on his face to take a shower. Chu Xinglan was also a little embarrassed at this time. She was so happy just now that she actually forgot about this matter. She had already prepared for the worst and wanted to use her body as a bargaining chip. Let Lin Xia inspect the goods so that she can go and save her sister with peace of mind. But unexpectedly, things went more smoothly than she had imagined. Not long after, Chu Xinglan walked out of the bathroom wearing Su Mayan's clothes. The shock on her face never stopped from the moment she walked into the bathroom. There is not only electricity here, but also a comfortable temperature. There was still enough water for a bath. She almost forgot what it felt like to take a bath. If she hadn't just come in from outside, she would have thought the end of the world was over. This place is simply paradise. After taking a shower, Chu Xinglan no longer looked as sloppy as before. Wearing Su Mayan's pajamas, she has the temperament of a sickly beauty. Her long black hair draped behind her, and her cheeks were abnormally pale, making her look very weak and broken. Lin Xia couldn't help but sigh, looking at Chu Xinglan's current condition. If she hadn't come here today, she probably wouldn't have lived for a few more days. Then he took out some easily digestible food from the space and placed it on the table in front of Chu Xinglan. Eat something first. After you finish eating, tell me about your sister. Chu Xinglan was shocked by Lin Xia's magic trick, but she didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, the person is already his. No matter how Lin Xia wanted to deal with her, she was willing. She bravely picked up the food and took a bite. His pupils trembled constantly, and even tears came out. These are actually real food, not magic props. Then she no longer cared about the polite posture she had maintained before, and wolfed down the food in front of her. In a short while, Chu Xinglan had eaten up all the food in front of him. The tableware used to hold the food looked as if it had been washed, reflecting the light cleanly. She hadn't had such a good meal in a long time. Nagong Shui and Xiao Nianyan couldn't help but feel sympathy. When they first came here, their behavior was almost exactly the same as Chu Xinglan's current behavior. Then he glanced at Lin Xia. If it weren't for him, they would probably have become other people's food and would never have been able to live the life they have now. After finishing his meal, Chu Xinglan's composure recovered a little. She glanced at the people sitting around her, and saw sympathy in their eyes. They didn't complain about eating too much, and they felt very free and easygoing when getting along with Lin Xia. Chu Xinglan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the situation here was much better than she had imagined. So he turned his gaze to Lin Xia and introduced her sister's situation. My sister is a true genius. Although I have been called that by many people, compared to her, I am no different from an ordinary person. She earned her PhD while still a teenager, and she disappeared from many people's radar screens after that. If I weren't her biological sister, I wouldn't know her so well. Based on the few words she revealed, we can guess that the project she's researching is extremely terrifying, a true national treasure. If she hadn't recently completed that project, she wouldn't have been able to re-enter society. But I didn't expect that she had just come back not long ago. This sudden extreme cold weather completely trapped her in the university laboratory. When Chu Xinglan thought of this, she couldn't help but worry about her sister. Originally, there were many people around her protecting her, and she was not short of supplies. But this afternoon, a group of people suddenly came and killed all those who were responsible for her safety. This group seems to really want my sister and her research results. She only had time to say a few words to me before she was controlled by those people. Chu Xinglan looked at Lin Xia with concern. That university is a full 40 kilometers away from here. Now only your hovercraft can save her. Lin Xia nodded after hearing this. It seemed that her sister was from a prominent family. There is a high possibility that he has found a treasure. In such an extreme situation, he could send someone to kidnap her sister. This proves that the value behind her sister is extremely exaggerated. Lin Xia thought for a moment and asked, How long will it take your sister to sort out the information? Chu Xinglan recalled that her sister had complained to her about this when she first moved back to the laboratory. I remember she once said that the information was very complex and had various encryption methods, so organizing it would be very time-consuming. Even if we only take away the core information, it will take at least 3 days. Lin Xia nodded. It seemed there was still time. Then we'll set off early tomorrow morning. Chapter 78 Su Mayan's Little Thoughts. Since he had decided to rescue people, Lin Xia found all the information about the school from the database of his safe house. Then project its three-dimensional model onto the table in front of you to facilitate the formulation of a rescue plan later. Chu Xinglan marked the area where her sister often moved around on this map. Otherwise, finding someone in such a big school would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Selena also asked Chu Xinglan a lot of information. After all, she was once an ace of the special forces, and search and rescue was one of her compulsory courses. Based on the information provided by Chu Xinglan and her past experience, Selena developed many strategic plans to prevent any unexpected events. Time soon came to 10 o'clock in the evening. Lin Xia stretched. Tomorrow's rescue plan had already been formulated in great detail. That's about it. We'll leave early tomorrow morning. Your sister will be fine. Su Mayan also patted her shoulder and comforted her. Don't worry, Lin Xia is very capable. You will sleep with me tonight. Then she exchanged glances with Jiang Ruoxue and nodded. Su Mayan is going to do some ideological work on the new sister tonight so that she can fully exert her subjective initiative when everyone serves Lin Xia in the future. Then he looked at Su Qian again. Qian, I'll leave it to you tomorrow morning. Su Mayan blinked at Lin Xia with an apologetic look. She didn't want to admit that Lin Xia left her with such a huge psychological trauma last night that she chose to desert tonight. But he had a more important task tonight, which was to accompany this good friend and comfort her uneasy heart. There is no other way, I can only rely on Su Qian tonight. When Su Qian heard the news, her face fell. He looked at Lin Xia with fear. As the weakest among these people, she has to shoulder such an important responsibility. She might be in great danger tomorrow. Su Qian only hopes that she can obtain superpowers as soon as possible so that she can get rid of this situation where she is powerless to resist as soon as possible. Looking at the lovely Su Qian, Jiang Ruoxue and Selena couldn't help but fall in love with her. Su Qian nodded shyly, then stared at Lin Xia's toes and spoke softly. Sir, please be more compassionate to me. Lin Xia hissed, aroused by her delicate and pretty posture. You know what, these professional maids give people a different feeling. It is worthy of being a family that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Our ancestors really knew how to enjoy life. At night, Su Qian received a treatment to cleanse her bones and marrow, and she seemed to have been reborn. Her physical condition was improved in all aspects. Although she did not gain any special powers, her figure and temperament improved. Su Qian was also amazed when she saw herself in the mirror. She had never thought that one day she would become so perfect. The next morning, Su Qian asked Selena to give the things to Su Mayan. Su Mayan took it with great joy. Chu Xinglan's face was full of confusion. Is there anything else that this dignified eldest daughter of the Su family cannot obtain? I actually treasure it so much and love it so much. Lin Xia saw that everyone was already in the living room, and only Su Qian was left in the room, still sleeping soundly. So in order to save time, he used his spatial ability to create a sumptuous breakfast on the dining table. Then another complete dish was left out and placed in the kitchen. When Su Qian wakes up, let her heat it up and eat it. Chu Xinglan looked at Lin Xia's house, which seemed to have endless food, which made her feel very regretful. Why didn't she come to Lin Xia earlier? Then what is the suffering she endured in the cold and hunger for so many days? Last night Su Mayan had a secret conversation with her in the middle of the night, and she also knew about the various magical abilities that Lin Xia possessed. She also accepted her future fate calmly, so she ate breakfast with a clear conscience. Jiang Ruoshu had picked up some food for her with a smile. Chu Xinglan's physical condition is so bad now that he has become unrecognizable due to weight loss. I'm afraid it will take more than a week to recover to a healthy state. Chapter 79 Important Clues. After breakfast, Lin Xia did not delay. Under Chu Xinglan's expectant gaze, Lin Xia, Jiang Ruoshu and Selena boarded the hovercraft. It drove directly to the university where Chu Yueshi was studying. Lin Xia held the jade pendant that Chu Xinglan gave him before leaving. This jade pendant was originally a complete piece of jade, but when she was young, it was broken into 2 pieces by her sister. Her sister felt sorry for her and cried for a long time. So Chu Xinglan used the broken jade to make 2 jade pendants, and each of them kept one. The 2 sisters cared about each other very much, and the 2 jade pendants became treasures to each other, which they carried with them. As long as these 2 jade pendants can be put together, Lin Xia's identity can be proved. Without this jade pendant, Chu Yueshi would not have believed Lin Xia and followed him. Chu Xinglan's body is too weak now. If he stays with Lin Xia and the others, he will only be a burden. So he gave the jade pendant to Lin Xia to prevent any misunderstandings. Lin Xia touched the jade pendant and put it back into the space. There is no place in this world safer than his space. After setting the automatic navigation target, the 3 sat in chairs and made final preparations before the battle. 40 minutes later, the hovercraft arrived within the university campus. Since the buildings on university campuses are generally low, they are not like those in residential areas, where there are often 20 or 30 stories high. After being covered by snow, the lower buildings looked like small bungalows built on the snow, only 1 or 2 stories high. Lin Xia compared the surrounding buildings based on the information on the map. The tallest building on the west side should be the university library. Knowing the location of the library, it is easier to get directions. Judging from Chu Yueshi's call for help, she was most likely forced to organize the information. So Lin Xia turned the hovercraft and headed towards the experimental building. At the same time, Chu Yueshi, who was sorting out data in the laboratory, looked haggard and her eyes were very tired. She hadn't slept all night. Although she had often stayed up all night while doing experiments before, it was already almost a month after the apocalypse, and her physical condition was already very poor. Before this group of people came, their situation was bad, but they were not starving to death. There are many vending machines in the laboratory building, from which they can find food and barely survive. And just yesterday, a group of people suddenly broke in here. One of them seemed to possess supernatural powers. He can actually control fire. Those who were protecting themselves were no match for him, and even shooting was useless. In a very short period of time, all the people around him were burned to death by him. At this moment, the man was sitting right in front of the laboratory. He was holding 2 women in his arms who looked like his subordinates, staring at him with lustful looks on their faces. But he seemed to be on some mission, and he tried to do something bad to her many times. But he still forced himself to endure it, and vented all his desires on the two subordinates beside him. The man kept urging himself to organize the information as quickly as possible. When the time comes, he will take these materials away with himself. Unfortunately, yesterday, Chu Yueshi only had time to contact her sister. Before she could finish her words, the man snatched her phone away. After the apocalypse began, Chu Yueshi had been trying to contact people everywhere to help her, but no one could come. After waiting for such a long time, people from other forces arrived first. She couldn't think of how to escape from this man's control now, so she could only pray that her sister could find someone to save her. After all, if her research results were taken away by someone with ulterior motives, the disaster caused would be immeasurable. She also didn't think she could withstand torture. After all, she was just a researcher. If it really comes to that, I'd better find a way to commit suicide, so as to avoid being treated inhumanely before I die. Chu Yueshi glanced at the man sitting in front of her and felt sick at the thought that she might fall into his hands. The man sat on the sofa, hugging the two women tightly in his arms. He seemed to treat them as substitutes for Chu Yueshi and did whatever he wanted with them. The two women suppressed their discomfort, put on a smile, and tried their best to please him. Seeing Chu Yueshi still endlessly sorting out the information that he couldn't understand, he became very impatient. He glanced at the time on the electronic clock on the wall, and issued a final ultimatum to Chu Yueshi. "I'll take you away at 12 o'clock at the latest. If you deliberately delay and miss any information you take away, you will be the one who suffers. I can even ask my superiors to punish you myself." He sucked the woman in his arms with a lewd smile on his face, and his meaning was very clear. Chu Yueshi's face turned pale, and her hands, which were organizing the documents, clenched tightly. Then she saw a cabinet where scalpels used for dissecting living bodies were stored. He walked over carefully and put it discreetly into his coat pocket. She would give it a try no matter what. Even if I can't kill this disgusting man, I have to find a way to commit suicide. She could never tolerate such people insulting her. Lin Xia was driving the hovercraft on the way to the laboratory building when she discovered several very obvious snowmobile tracks on the ground. Judging from the direction of these tire tracks, they should also be heading towards the experimental building. This car can also drive on snow. But in terms of comfort, it can't be compared with the hovercraft. The hovercraft is tightly wrapped with special glass on all sides, and no cold wind can blow in. It also has an independent heating module inside, so even if the temperature outside is more than 70 degrees below zero, the car will still be warm and comfortable. To put it bluntly, a snowmobile is not much different from a motorcycle. When riding it, you can only wear a thicker helmet and wear thicker clothes. Relying on his own body, he endured in this world of ice and snow. After seeing these tire tracks, Lin Xia and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it didn't snow last night, otherwise these traces would not be visible. It seems they found the right place, and should not be too late. Then we followed the tire tracks and drove the hovercraft to the vicinity of the laboratory building. Sure enough, the snowmobiles were parked outside. There is a special lock on the car, so there is no need to worry about it being stolen. But Lin Xia is obviously not among these people. After Lin Xia and others got off the hovercraft, they put it into space. He glanced at the snowmobiles next to him and put them into the space. It's just a matter of convenience. Then they walked over to the broken window nearby. Behind the broken window, someone has built a metal cabinet to block it, probably to prevent the cold wind from outside from blowing in. Lin Xia directly used her supernatural powers to put the cabinet into the space. After they enter the laboratory building, they will restore the cabinet to its original state and continue to let it block the cold wind outside. The building was not as messy as Lin Xia and the others had imagined. It is possible that the extreme cold comes in the middle of the night. Moreover, in August, most students are on summer vacation. Walking in this experimental building, Lin Xia was a little confused because its area was really too large. Although there were signposts on the wall of the corridor, Lin Xia had no idea which floor Chu Yueshi was kidnapped by those people. Just when Lin Xia was at a loss, Selena's ears moved. Then he pointed to a room in front. Xia, there seems to be someone there. Chapter 80 Finding Chu Yueshi. After hearing the news, Lin Xia breathed a sigh of relief. If you can have someone you know to show you the way, it will save you a lot of trouble. Then, he and Selina and the others came to the front of the room. Lin Xia knocked on the door gently. Before he could say anything, a timid male voice came from inside. Please! Don't kill me! I don't know anything! Lin Xia glanced at Selina. Saving people was the most important thing now, and she didn't want to waste time with this person. Serena nodded and took a step back. The slender and straight legs were instantly stretched straight, drawing a graceful arc in the air. He kicked the metal security door. Bang! The metal door couldn't bear the weight and had a big dent in it. It was like it had been hit by a car and was kicked away violently by Serena. There was a very thin boy wearing glasses in the room, hiding behind the table. He held his head in his hands and looked at Selina in horror. This is simply a female Tyrannosaurus. Lin Xia walked over, took out a few bags of biscuits from his pocket, and threw them on the table in front of him. Then he pointed to the metal security door behind him that was deformed by Selina's kick. I'll ask you a question later. If your answer satisfies me, all the food on the table will be yours. But if I find out you've told a lie, your fate will be no better than that door. The man looked at the biscuits on the table with greed in his eyes. He had been out of food for several days. He stretched out his hands, eager to get the food. But after looking at the door in front of him, he consciously put down his raised hands. Today's group of people are even more terrifying than yesterday's group. His body is not as strong as that door. Then he nodded at Lin Xia, indicating that he would definitely be obedient. Lin Xia smiled. Sure enough, there are still many kind people in this world who are willing to help others. Do you know where Chu Yueshi is? The man finally managed to take his eyes off the bags of biscuits in front of him. After hearing Lin Xiao's question, I couldn't help but feel surprised. Why, you guys are also looking for Academician Chu? Without waiting for Lin Xia to ask further questions, he continued speaking. In order to get these bags of cookies, he was very active. Just yesterday afternoon, a group of people came here. They are just like you, 1 man and 2 women, and they are also here to see Academician Chu. When they first arrived here, they killed many people and were also asking for Academician Chu's location. I hid far away and sneaked away when they weren't paying attention. I don't know if they've left yet. The man couldn't help but feel a little scared when he recalled the bloody scene yesterday. I really don't know where these people came from. They come to see Academician Chu one after another. Lin Xia thought about it and realized that he had just collected 3 snowmobiles from outside. It seems that they haven't left here yet. Then he asked him, Do you know where Chu Yueshi is? The man nodded, then shook his head. I only know where the group went yesterday, but I don't know if they are still there now. The information the group obtained was that Academician Chu was in the laboratory on the 7th floor, directly east. If they haven't left by now, they should be there. Then he looked at Lin Xia cautiously. I've told you all I know. Can I have these cookies? Lin Xia smiled. He had picked up at the supermarket a few days ago, and there were at least tens of thousands of bags of these biscuits in his space. He didn't even bother to look at it. But in the eyes of others, these things are important resources for survival. A reward for you. Now that you know the location, there is no need to waste time. Then Lin Xia turned around and took the 2 girls directly to the 7th floor. It was convenient to have someone to show the way, and Lin Xia and others soon arrived at the door of the laboratory. Selina put her ear close to the door and could vaguely hear someone talking inside. Then he said to Lin Xia, There is indeed someone in the room. Lin Xia looked at the 2 women and raised the gun in his hand. He took out a piece of ice from the space and handed it to Jiang Ruoxue. Jiang Ruoxue infused her supernatural powers into this piece of ice. Selina also picked up the gun and entered combat mode. Then he nodded at Lin Xia. Lin Xia knocked on the door several times in a row, very loudly. The man inside was finally unable to sit still because of the knocking on the door, and pulled his hand out of the female subordinate's arms. He walked to the door impatiently. You're tired of living, aren't you? As soon as he opened the door, a black gun barrel was pressed against his head. Serena didn't say anything and pulled the trigger. But as expected, the scene of the head exploding did not occur. All I heard was the man shouting, "Fuck." A red light flashed around his body and he quickly retreated. The gun in Selena's hand looked like a toy at this moment. There was no way to cause any harm to him. Another person with superpowers. But Selena was not panicked because she was also a mutant. This time, she wouldn't feel as powerless as the first time she faced the psychic. People with special abilities are not invincible, and their abilities can be traced. Especially for an externalized ability like his, it simply cannot last very long. The reason why the bullets could not penetrate the light film in front of them was simply because the caliber of the gun in her hand was too small. If the anti-material sniper rifle in Lin Xia's space was used, this person probably wouldn't be able to stop it even if he used his superpowers. The two female subordinates next to the man only reacted at this time. He quickly raised his pistol and aimed at Lin Xia and the others. But Selena didn't give them a chance to shoot. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets hit the 2 men right between their eyebrows. The man didn't even look at the 2 women beside him, who had had sex with him before. Instead, he stared at Selena and Jiang Ruoxue with a lewd smile on his face. The 2 beauties in front of him were simply the best of the best. He had never seen such beautiful and elegant women. So he licked his lips and said, "Put down your guns. They mean nothing to a god like me. Instead of holding it, you might as well try my other gun." At this moment, a pop sound came from inside the room. It broke the current stalemate. It turned out that Chu Yueshi accidentally broke the beaker at hand. Everyone looked in her direction. Lin Xia finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Chu Yueshi. They had seen her photo before they set off. The woman in front of him was Chu Yueshi, so the next thing would be easy. Chapter 81 Killing Xiaohuahua. Lin Xia was about to raise his gun and shoot him to death. Jiang Ruoxue suddenly stood up and walked in front of Lin Xia. "Leave this person to me. I want to try it out. What are my current abilities? I don't want to stay behind you and be protected by you for the rest of my life." Looking at Jiang Ruoxue's determined eyes at this time, Lin Xia and Selena nodded. It must have been the scene in the hospital yesterday that touched her heart. So Jiang Ruoxue wanted to become stronger and didn't want to be an exquisite but worthless vase. So Lin Xia and Selena put away their guns. Anyway, he hasn't used his special ability yet. If Lin Xia really wanted to deal with the man in front of her, she could kill him in an instant. Seeing the cold and ethereal Jiang Ruoxue stand up, he wanted to fight him without knowing his own limitations. The lust in his eyes became even stronger. He didn't care about the guns in the hands of these 3 people. With superpowers in his hands, guns posed no threat to him. What he wanted to do now was to turn this ice goddess into his trophy, and let him ravage and play with her at will. So he stood there, shook his head, and made a pose that he thought was very handsome. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Xiaohuahua, one of the gods in the Pantheon. Of course, you can also call me Lord Yendi." Jiang Ruoxue felt a chill. This man was even more greasy than the greasy kings in those old TV dramas she had watched. So Jiang Ruoxue condensed part of the ice beside her into a shield and part into an ice cone. It slowly floated before her eyes, ready to fight at any moment. After seeing Jiang Ruoxue use her supernatural power, Xiaohuahua's eyes were surprised at first, and then became more greedy. He didn't expect that such a simple task would bring unexpected rewards. If he could take this woman away, his status would improve rapidly. So Xiaohuahua said seriously, "I didn't expect you to be a superpowered person, so you should also be aware of the gap between us and ordinary people. The 2 people next to you are not worthy of being your companions. If you are willing to abandon your evil ways and join my arms, I will personally introduce you to the God King. Then you can become one of the 12 gods like me." Xiaohuahua looked Jiang Ruoxue up and down, and became more and more satisfied. Not only is she beautiful, she also has supernatural powers. She is simply the destined girl tailor-made for him. He fell in love at first sight. "I think the title of Ice Lord suits you very well. When the time comes, if you and I join forces, we will definitely become the strongest force in the Pantheon," second only to the Lord God. Ha! Jiang Ruoxue was disgusted by this humble man at this moment. He quickly shot the ice cone in front of him at him. The ice cone shot onto the red light film condensed in front of him, causing ripples. In the end, his defense was not broken. Xiaohuahua licked his lips and became even more excited. It is such an iceberg goddess that can give him the pleasure of conquest. Then I'll show you how to use real superpowers. This is a technique I created myself. I named it the burning technique. You deserve to be defeated by it. Lin Xia looked at Xiaohuahua speechlessly. What is this person doing, a renaissance? Is there really no one in this world that he cares about? Then the layer of light in front of Xiaohuahua began to move closer to his body. It was as if he was covered with a layer of red armor. A red sword slowly condensed in his hand. Then he pointed the sword at Lin Xia. You're a piece of trash. You don't deserve such a perfect woman. Then let me take her away myself. In Xiaohuahua's view, an ordinary person like Lin Xia. With two such stunning beauties by his side, he was destined for death. Although Xiaohuahua's current condition can't last for 3 minutes. But he still wanted to defeat Jiang Ruoxue in a crushing manner. Let her understand the gap between herself and ordinary people, so that she will willingly become his woman. Jiang Ruoxue was very angry after hearing this. This bitch who came out of nowhere actually dared to insult her Lin Xia. This has touched her bottom line. She will definitely make this bitch disappear from this world. A blue light flashed in Jiang Ruoxue's eyes, and her beautiful pupils were completely dyed into ice blue. Then she seemed to enter a special state all of a sudden. She only felt that her brain became extremely clear. Information from the surrounding environment rushed into her mind. She could even feel Lin Xiao's nervous breathing behind her. Selena also tensed all her muscles, ready to help her at any time. Jiang Ruoxue's mind was even more empty and clear at this time. She filtered the various information she had collected without any burden on her brain. It was as if the whole world was frozen and she was the only one who could think normally. So, Jiang Ruoxue turned her attention to Xiaohuahua's supernatural weapon. It was a magical scene for her. At this moment, it was as clear as seeing through fire, every detail was visible. Jiang Ruoxue smiled gently. It's also the burning technique. It turns out to be such a simple and clumsy operation. Then, in Xiaohuahua's shocked eyes, the ice shield in front of Jiang Ruoxue was the same as Xiaohuahua. A battle armor slowly condensed around her. In her hand, she also held a long sword made of ice. Although Jiang Ruoxue's posture at this time is similar to Xiaohuahua's. But anyone can see the gap between them. The equipment on Xiaohuahua looked like a 50-cent special effect item, dull and rough. But at this moment, Jiang Ruoxue looked like the Nine Heavens' mysterious lady who was in charge of killing, cold, and indifferent. Her armor was as gorgeous as a work of art. There was no emotion in Jiang Ruoxue's cold eyes. It seemed as if all the people in the world were like ants in her eyes. Jiang Ruoxue held up the ice sword in her hand and said to Xiaohuahua, "From the moment you said that, you are a dead man." Then Jiang Ruoxue suddenly exerted force with her toes, and like a beam of blue lightning, she slashed at Xiaohuahua with her sword. Xiaohuahua didn't expect Jiang Ruoxue to be so unsportsmanlike. I clearly gave her time to transform. But she didn't remind herself and suddenly took action. So he could only hastily raise the sword in his hand to block. However, Jiang Ruoxue, who was in this special state, didn't care about his actions at all. Because in her eyes, the supernatural powers used by Xiaohuahua were so crude and ridiculous that there were flaws everywhere. The collision between the two people happened in an instant. Jiang Ruoxue's ice blue light, together with Xiaohuahua's raised sword, penetrated his body. It's like a hot knife through butter, easy and casual. Jiang Ruoxue stopped in front, and her black hair was left behind because of the fast speed just now. It was not until Jiang Ruoxue stopped that her long black hair slowly fell on her shoulders. Jiang Ruoxue turned her head and looked at Lin Xia. He smiled slightly. At this moment, it was like the Queen Mother of the West descending into the mortal world. The eternal ice goddess only shows her tenderness for Lin Xia. Xiaohuahua still maintained the defensive posture he had just taken, without making any movement. Slowly, a thin ice-blue line emerged from his waist. Pa! Xiaohua's upper body then slid to the ground. He was cut in half by Jiang Ruoxue's sword. The broken part of Xiaohua's body was firmly sealed by a layer of ice. Not a drop of blood was shed. Chapter 82 Moving. After Jiang Ruoxue killed Xiaohua, she removed her supernatural weapons and walked in front of Lin Xia. He looked at Lin Xia with a smile, wanting to hear him praise him in person. But before she could open her mouth, she suddenly felt that she had no strength left in her body and collapsed directly into Lin Xia's arms. Jiang Ruoxue quickly sensed her own condition. It turned out that all the supernatural powers in her body had been consumed. The state I just entered, although the combat power is terrifying, the consumption of supernatural powers is really too great. In just 10 seconds, all the supernatural powers in her body were exhausted. It took her 9 seconds to analyze and copy Xiaohua's ability. It only took a second to swing the sword. Jiang Ruoxue smiled in Lin Xia's arms and said a little embarrassedly, "It seems like I've run out of my powers." Lin Xia swallowed her saliva. She didn't know how to use her supernatural powers the way Jiang Ruoxue had just done. She might be more talented than she thought. Lin Xia hugged the delicate body in his arms, and Jiang Ruoxue's unique cool fragrance slowly drifted into his nostrils. He could roughly sense it during the battle just now. The supernatural power in Jiang Ruoxue's body suddenly condensed into an extremely solid state in a very short period of time. Although the total amount of supernatural powers in her body is lower than Xiaohua, but it can burst out with such powerful power in an instant. He was so able to easily cut Xiaohua in half with one sword, allowing him to perfectly COS Gojo's sensei. Selena, who was standing next to Lin Xia, was also impressed by Jiang Ruoxue's handsome move. With stars in his eyes, he leaned into Lin Xiao's arms and almost kissed Jiang Ruoxue. "Sister, when you get back, can you teach me? I want to learn this." Chu Yueshi, who was standing not far away, was still confused at this moment. In the time it took her to throw a cup, the terrifying Xiaohua was killed by these people who suddenly broke in. Before she could figure out what was going on, it was all over. However, Chu Yueshi felt a lot more relaxed. At least on the surface, these people in front of him did not have any ill will towards him. She then walked up slowly and asked Lin Xia, "Do we know each other?" Only then did Lin Xia explain their identities in detail to Chu Yueshi. Just now, he was so worried about Jiang Ruoxue and his arms that he didn't pay attention to her. After explaining, he took out the jade pendant that Chu Xinglan gave him. "It was your sister who asked us to come and rescue you." Chu Yueshi's expression became very excited at this time. With trembling hands, she took the jade pendant from Lin Xiao's hand. Then she took out the jade pendant that belonged to her from her arms. The two jade pendants touched each other and fit together perfectly. The one in the man's hand was the one that belonged to her sister. Chu Yueshi now completely trusted Lin Xia and the others, so she asked, "Is my sister okay?" "She's fine, but she's probably worried about you right now." After hearing this answer, Chu Yueshi felt relieved. As long as her sister is safe and sound, she will do anything. Seeing that things were almost done, Lin Xia wanted to take Jiang Ruoxue home early so that she could have a good rest. She is so weak now, it seems like she has no bones in her body. "Since the matter has been almost resolved, let's go back early. Your sister is still waiting for you at home." Chu Yueshi nodded and looked at the laboratory with some nostalgia. For her, there are only two things in this world that she cares about. The first is her sister, and the second is her experimental projects. She has invested a lot of effort in this current research project. If the experiment is successful, it can even easily reverse the current world situation. Unfortunately, the world has now entered the extreme cold apocalypse, and her research may never be realized. Chu Yueshi said with some regret. "It would be great if I could take all these experimental data away. These people came to arrest me, probably just for these things. Unfortunately, from yesterday till now, I've only sorted out 1/3 of it. At this point, I can only give up." After hearing what she said, Jiang Ruoxue and Selena both looked at Lin Xia with a smile. When it comes to moving, no one is better than him. Then Lin Xia coughed lightly. "I forgot to tell you, I am also a mutant. Then a white light flashed in Lin Xia's eyes. A table placed next to Chu Yueshi disappeared in an instant. Chu Yueshi walked over and found that there was nothing where the table was originally placed. She looked at Lin Xia in surprise. This is my ability, the ability of space. Tell me what you need to take away, and I can put them all into the space and take them away. Chu Yueshi became happy all of a sudden when she knew that Lin Xia's special ability had such a magical effect. If this can be done, it will be much easier to transfer these experimental data. Then she took Lin Xia with her to collect storage equipment and important instruments. Looking at the two busy people, Jiang Ruoxue suddenly thought of something interesting and couldn't help but sigh. Lin Xia's stamp collecting journey is getting smoother and smoother. Jiang Ruoxue actually had the mentality of an old father at this time. Looking at the children I raised, I found that they had grown many top-quality cabbages. It's like a development game. Watching the illustrated books light up one by one gives you a great sense of accomplishment. Although she is also one of these illustrations. As the good sister who has been with Jiang Ruoxue for the longest time and has fought side by side with her many times, Selena certainly understands what she is thinking. She had the same thought at the moment. Because Lin Xia is worth it. A good person like Lin Xia should have all the good things in the world. Even if he didn't say it, the sisters would help Lin Xia accomplish all this. They have quietly reached this consensus among themselves. It's just that Lin Xia knew nothing about this. Chapter 83 Pantheon. Since it was a complete package to be taken away, Chu Yueshi sorted it out very quickly. Lin Xia soon came back with Chu Yueshi, who looked very satisfied. To Chu Yueshi, these data are like the children she raised. I can't bear to give up and want to watch it slowly grow into lush branches and leaves. Lin Xia walked up to Jiang Ruoxue and took her from Selena and carried her in his arms like a princess. The mission was successfully completed, so he said it with high spirits. Let's go home. Jiang Ruoxue nestled obediently in Lin Xia's arms, feeling full of happiness. She put her arms around Lin Xia's neck. The cherry-pink tender lips gently pressed against his face. Gave Lin Xia a loving kiss. Lin Xia, do you think this is the day I gave myself to you? Lin Xia couldn't help but miss that time. Jiang Ruoxue at that time was the same as she is now, with her limbs weak in his arms, looking at him with love. At that time, the two were preparing to bid farewell to the past and head towards their new home. Lin Xia said to Jiang Ruoxue in her arms with a smile. Meeting you is the luckiest thing that has happened to me in my life. Jiang Ruoxue also responded with a gentle and happy smile. Me too. Lin Xia. I love you. Lin Xia was embarrassed by Jiang Ruoxue's sudden confession and quickly looked away. He didn't dare to stare at the cold fairy in his arms who was obviously aroused. Jiang Ruoxue could be seen very clearly from his arms. Lin Xia's earlobes had slowly turned red, and she couldn't help but smile even more brightly. It's really cute. Then she looked at Serena and blinked. Serena beside her also blinked with an ant's smile on her face. Everything is implied. Because Lin Xia deserves it. Just as everyone was about to leave, Chu Yueshi suddenly called out to Lin Xia. Wait a minute, this person named Xiaohuohua might have some clues. Then she walked to Xiaohuohua's body and searched carefully. She had no fear of the body that was broken into two pieces, which was completely unlike the look of an ordinary girl seeing a corpse. Then she found a data card on Xiaohuohua's body. He glanced at the information printed on the card, then laughed and muttered to himself. Pantheon, huh? It's quite interesting. But if you dare to threaten me, then there is no need for you to exist. Lin Xia looked at her expressionless smile, and felt that she looked a bit like a mad scientist. These highly intelligent people are indeed freaks. But fortunately, he is on his side. Otherwise, if I were targeted by such a person, I would probably not be able to sleep well at night. On the way back, everyone seemed much more relaxed. Although there was another snowstorm outside, it did not affect the good mood of everyone in the hovercraft. Chu Yueshi also took the time to use her cell phone to call Chu Xinglan to let him know she was safe. Seeing that Chu Yueshi looked so bad sitting on the chair, Lin Xia took out some porridge that Su Mayan had specially cooked for him from the space. Let Chuyueshi eat something and warm up her body. When Chuyueshi drank the porridge, her eyes suddenly lit up. After finishing this bowl, I asked Lin Xia for another one. It was so delicious that I almost cried. Lin Xia didn't expect that such a top scientist actually had a hidden foodie attribute. Because Lin Xia's rescue operation was very quick, they returned home on the hovercraft before noon. At this time, there was one more person waiting for them to return home on the 4th floor of Lin Xia's safe house. When Chuyueshi saw her skinny sister, she hugged her and couldn't help crying. What happened to these two sisters was truly tragic. Before the end of the world, they were all the top figures in their respective fields and lived a glamorous life. But when the end of the world comes, their lives are worthless like grass. If Lin Xia had not successfully rescued them at the end of their lives, then their fate will be the same as that of many ordinary people in this world. There is no sense of existence, disappeared in this extreme cold doomsday. Fortunately, their final ending was not a tragedy, and everyone successfully grasped the future. Then Chu Xinglan said something to Lin Xia and took Chuyueshi to her room to take a shower. As Chuyueshi's elder sister, she certainly knew that what her sister wanted to do most at this moment was to cleanse herself of the filth. The two sisters are the same in this respect. In fact, they both have severe misophobia. Chu Xinglan is becoming more and more relaxed in this family. She has come to terms with it. Anyway, she belongs to Lin Xia completely. Since she has accepted this fate, why not enjoy everything here? And who knows, in the future even my precious sister will be given to him. There was something obviously wrong with the look Chuyueshi gave Lin Xia just now, and she understood it too well. Because this is exactly the same look he had when he looked in the mirror in the morning and thought of Lin Xia. The two of them began to take a bath in the bathroom as usual, whispering to each other like sisters. Jiang Ruoxue was lying weakly on the sofa at this time, bragging about her achievements in killing people to the sisters around her who cared about her. While recounting the battle, she also shared some of her techniques in using superpowers at the time. These were all her good sisters, and she had no intention of hiding anything. She even generously shared the teaching videos she starred in with her sisters. These personal insights into supernatural powers are nothing at all. Nangong Shui was taking notes obediently, and the sisters around her were also listening attentively. Of course, they knew the importance of the skills Jiang Ruoxue shared. When they awaken their special powers in the future, they can quickly master their own special powers and transform them into their own combat power. This is called crossing the river by feeling the sisters' backs. Lin Xia listened to Jiang Ruoxue sharing some skills and he also got some inspiration. I plan to find some time to try it out and see if I can use these techniques myself. Jiang Ruoxue's attack that instantly killed Xiao Huohuo was still very powerful. After all, superpowers are still a very new thing for humans. Everything about it is unknown, and if we communicate with each other, we will eventually be able to progress faster. Chu Xinglan and her sisters didn't keep everyone waiting too long. The two quickly finished their shower and walked out of the room. I don't know what the two of them were secretly chatting about in there. Chuyueshi looked at Lin Xia, her face slightly red. I don't know if it's because they just took a shower, or if they just talked about something shameful, so they are secretly shy. Seeing that everyone was present, Su Mayan and Su Qian brought out the sumptuous lunch she had prepared in advance from the kitchen. More and more people are sitting at the dining table in Lin Xia's house, but the atmosphere is still very warm and lively. Lin Jiaqing, who was on the other side of the community, was in a bad mood at this time. Just now, he saw with his own eyes Lin Xia's hovercraft passing through the community unscrupulously. After last night, his lackeys and some of his younger brothers disappeared completely. It is obvious that these people were ruthlessly killed by Lin Xia. It seems that it is time for him to take some action. Lin Jiaqing wants to make him understand who is the real king of this community. Then he opened the owner group on his mobile phone, found Lin Xia's personal information, and clicked to add him as a friend. As a result, a large prompt box popped up. You cannot add the other party as a friend. Chapter 84 Lin Jiaqing comes to visit. After dinner, Lin Xia took Chuyueshi to the control center of the safe house. The area here is nearly 200 square meters, and it is filled with various electronic equipment. It is the brain of the entire safe house. Chuyueshi took one look and fell in love with this place. She even wanted Lin Xia to give her this house so that she could use it as a bedroom. It was spacious and warm here, unlike the days she had spent in the laboratory where the temperature was dozens of degrees below zero and she was starving. The lives of the two are completely different. When Chu Yueshi arrived at Lin Xia's safe house, it was like she had arrived in heaven. She loves it here. Although the equipment in this room was a bit outdated, fortunately she had asked Lin Xia to move the equipment from her laboratory here. Just reconnect them and they will be able to meet her daily needs. In a warm and comfortable room, you can freely do the research you like. She could now have her sister by her side, a day she had never dared to imagine before. Even though she had just returned to society from that national project, and had escaped the state of disappearing from the face of the earth. Her daily movements would also be closely guarded, and she would not have the freedom she has now. Moreover, Chu Yueshi looked at Lin Xia shyly. She even gets to taste a man. 3 good things have happened at once. There is nothing happier than this. She felt a little regretful. Why didn't she ask her sister to pick her up earlier? Who said this Doomsday is bad? This Doomsday is so good. Lin Xia didn't see her cute expression just now. He turned his back to Chu Yueshi. According to her instructions, the equipment stored in the space is being placed in this control room. The room, which was originally very empty, was soon filled with various equipment. There were only a few narrow aisles left in the room, and the space suddenly became cramped. And this was the result of Chu Yueshi discarding many unimportant equipment, and some projects that she didn't want to do, and carefully selecting them. When Chu Yueshi touched the electronic equipment in his safe house, she seemed like a different person. The whole person instantly entered a state of selflessness. Everything around her seemed to have disappeared, and she was completely immersed in her own world. Lin Xia then moved a chair out of the space, sat behind her, and watched her quietly debug the system of her safe house. I saw her constantly tapping on the keyboard, quickly retrieving the various software and hardware data in his safe house. Normally, only 1% of the RAM on the core computer is occupied, but now it has reached 100%. The whistling sound of the fan continued to come from the host computer, and the equipment in the safe house was running at full capacity. Even on the pages that kept opening on the monitor, some small circles had begun to spin. Lin Xia was shocked by Chu Yueshi's actions. Her hands are moving faster and faster, and her hands are almost leaving after images. The pages on the screen are constantly refreshing, and they appear for less than a second. Before Lin Xia could react, Chu Yueshi had already switched to the next page. Not long after, Chu Yueshi finally stopped the operation and breathed a sigh of relief. The speed of the fans used to dissipate heat for the host computers in the entire control room began to slowly decrease. It's not whistling like before. Chu Yueshi turned around and said to Lin Xia happily. I just checked and found 3 hidden loopholes in your system, as well as 180 unreasonable bugs. But fortunately, I have repaired them all. Also, I have erased your data from the entire internet. No one else can track you down on the internet. Lin Xia was completely shocked by her. In just over 10 minutes, Chu Yueshi had done so many things. He had lived in this safe house for so long, but he didn't know there were so many safety hazards. Fortunately, he was still grateful to the construction company in his heart. Seeing her skillful operation, Lin Xia couldn't help but ask curiously. Are you specialized in computer research? Chu Yueshi shook her head. In this regard, it can only be called my hobby. Although I haven't met anyone more powerful than me yet, the world is so big, there must be some hidden masters. Lin Xia said that she was impressed by her. Chu Yueshi has the support of the government, so where can she find some so-called folk masters to beat those who are trained in professional arts? This is an underestimation of the power of the state apparatus. Even if such talents really exist, they would have been discovered and joined the official team long ago. Her so-called hobbies are already terrifying to this extent. How amazing is her area of expertise! Ding ding ding! At this moment, a rapid alarm sounded suddenly from the monitor, interrupting Lin Xia's guess. Before Lin Xia could explain to Chu Yueshi what this sound meant, the monitor suddenly enlarged the image from the external camera and displayed it in the center. Immediately afterwards, various information was continuously analyzed from the surveillance footage. The AI intelligent large model has begun to develop various defense and attack plans. Lin Xia looked at Chu Yueshi in surprise. Is this what you just did? It does seem much more convenient than the old system. Chu Yueshi smiled shyly. I just noticed that the various functions in your safe house are quite fragmented, so I wrote a small program. If you enter a special state, you can activate all related functions at once. It also retains some of your previous operating habits, so you won't feel any discomfort. Lin Xia nodded. This was equivalent to upgrading his system. Then the two of them looked at the screen together. The surveillance footage showed that a group of people were coming from the direction of the entrance to Lin Xia's underground garage. But they didn't dare get too close to his safe house. Presumably, the previous attack had already made people in the community aware of it. It was impossible for them to break into Lin Xia's safe house. Standing in the center of the group was a middle-aged man. He held a loudspeaker in his hand and carefully hid behind several layers of shields. Perhaps it was these actions that gave this person the courage. Chapter 85: Overestimating One's Abilities. Lin Xia, you dared to kill so many innocent people yesterday. Are you too scared to come out now and explain to everyone? Today, I will seek justice for them. Others are afraid of you, but I am not. I know many high-ranking officials and leaders of various countries. This natural disaster will eventually pass, and you will inevitably be liquidated when the time comes. But if you can join my army, you must hand over the hovercraft. I'll make sure you're okay. After Lin Jiaqing finished speaking, he put down the speaker. This advanced technique of creating cards out of thin air was learned from the former founding president of the United States, and it would surely make this young man panic. When he was young, he specialized in studying famous works such as The Man-Eating Tree, Dark Psychology, and The Art of Social Communication. You can say that. No one understands human nature better than him. In Lin Xia's surveillance video, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. He must be enjoying a wonderful life in the future. Lin Xia was speechless. What was wrong with these people? How dare you challenge him so arrogantly? But Lin Xia didn't want to talk to him because he was afraid that his mental retardation might be contagious. So, he directly opened the exit of the space door outside the basement. The bullets in the space flew towards the group of people as if they were free. Bang! 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 Their screams continued to be heard, and then quickly disappeared completely. The simple shields in their hands could not withstand the impact of such bullets. In just a few seconds, these layers of so-called defense were completely penetrated by Lin Xia. These people were covered in blood and lying on the ground, lifeless. Unfortunately, Lin Jiaqing has always been on guard against unexpected situations. His body reacted as soon as the bullet hit the shield. The few seconds those younger brothers bought him were enough for him to dodge into the blind spot of Lin Xia's attack. And all his younger brothers have been killed in battle. Lin Jiaqing hid behind the wall, his pupils dilated, breathing heavily, and his adrenaline surging rapidly. He almost died just now. He could hardly believe what had just happened, but the bodies on the ground that were smashed into pieces proved this fact. He just narrowly escaped death. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been torn to pieces by the sudden bullet and fallen in a pool of blood. Only now did he understand what kind of monster he had provoked. Lin Xia looked at the surveillance video and saw that the man holding the loudspeaker had already escaped. I can't help but feel a little regretful that the rifle's firepower is still a bit weak. If this is done in space, some bullets for close-in weapon systems or shells for tank main guns can be stored. None of these people can escape. What a pity! The man with the loudspeaker was a bit cunning and let him get away. Seeing that Lin Xia was a little unwilling, Chu Yueshi smiled and said, Perhaps it's not complicated to deal with him. Then Chu Yueshi began to operate her equipment. These devices are different from the computers in Lin Xia's safe house. They are bound to Chu Yueshi's personal information and have very high permissions. Chu Yueshi imported the photo of the runaway man into her computer, following her dazzling operation. Soon, all the man's information appeared on this computer. Lin Xia took a quick look and saw hundreds of pages of densely packed information. Even when he went to a hotel to rent a room to find girls more than 10 years ago, the personal information of those girls was clearly written on it. Lin Xia couldn't help but be surprised. Could this be the legendary box of weapons? This man named Lin Jiaqing was directly opened by Chu Yueshi. After browsing this information, Chu Yueshi laughed disdainfully. Turns out he's a traitor. You were so good at pretending just now. The rest is easy. Lin Xia directly sent Lin Jiaqing's personal information to the owner's group. Then he offered a high reward. As long as you can kill Lin Jiaqing, you can come to him to get 20 boxes of instant noodles and water. When the people in the group saw the message sent by Lin Xia, they immediately became excited. I was wondering why it felt so warm today. Turns out the sun is out. So this shameless traitor is actually here and has deceived so many people. He deserves to die. Let me be clear in advance. I just can't stand this kind of scum. I'm not after Mr. Xia's 20 cartons of instant noodles and water. I really can't repay Master Xia's kindness enough. The owner's group, which had been silent for many days and no one had spoken, suddenly had a lot of people speaking out. There's no way, Lin Xia gave too much. Lin Xia has become a taboo in this community. Everyone knows that he has supplies, but no one dares to have any bad intentions. 1v costs several hundred, and the battle record can be checked. I don't know what this person did to offend Lin Xia. However, these spectators didn't care about so many things. They only knew that if they didn't take action now, it would be too late. Lin Xia released so many supplies this time. If they are eaten sparingly, it will be enough for the family to eat for several months. By then, maybe the disaster will be completely over. On the other hand, even Qingdao couldn't help but become greedy when he saw Lin Xia offering these rewards. The supplies that Lin Xia casually gave were already more than what he had accumulated over such a long time. And he also knew the man named Lin Jiaqing. He is another force in the community, and he should have a lot of supplies. After he defeats Lin Jiaqing, he can not only get supplies from Lin Xia, but also snatch his supplies away. It's like killing two birds with one stone. From now on, in this community, apart from Lin Xia, there will be no one more powerful than him. After he has accumulated enough strength, the worst that can happen is that he will find a way to go to other communities and act tyrannically. If he can't afford to offend Lin Xia, can't he just hide away? Then Qingdao took a look at his new younger brother. Lin Xia probably doesn't know this person. When the time comes, there shouldn't be any problem sending him to ask Lin Xia for supplies. Take everyone in our gang and go kill this guy Lin Jiaqing right now. It's too late. Someone else will have snatched this piece of fat meat from him. At this time, Lin Jiaqing also regretted his hasty decision. He shouldn't have provoked Lin Xia. Lin Xia only made a slight move, and he was almost killed. All his personal information has been exposed in the owner's group. Lin Xia even offered a high reward for his own life. Even the younger brothers below were looking at him with strange eyes just now. He seemed to have turned into a pile of walking instant noodles. After returning home, he locked the door of his house, which was as big as a bank vault. Anyway, there are so many supplies at home that he can live alone for a long time. At worst, he will never go out again. He has become suspicious now. He didn't dare to use any of his subordinates, as he felt they would stab him at any time. Then he took his head and went to exchange supplies with Lin Xia. The power he built with great effort. Just like that, he was completely broken down by Lin Xiao's light words. After Lin Xia posted the reward, she no longer paid attention to this little shrimp. It was easy for him to buy a person's life with so many supplies. The rest is just a matter of time. Chu Yueshi also completed the thorough debugging of her equipment. She then used her account to access various national confidential databases. Based on the information shown above, a conclusion can be drawn. This disaster was much more serious than they had expected. Even several top figures in the country have died. This extreme cold doomsday is an indiscriminate blow to life on Earth. Even those in high positions can easily lose their lives if they are not prepared in advance. The human order will be reshuffled. And human civilization will enter a new era. Chapter 86: Hacking the Satellite. These confidential databases also mention some things related to people with special abilities. I don't know if it's because the process is too long and the efficiency is too slow. In short, the information about the psychic did not attract the attention of the upper-level celestial dragons. Of course, it is also possible that the psychics they come into contact with are still too weak. If those awakened abilities can only reach the level of Xiaohua and Xiaozhan, then there is indeed no threat. As long as there are a certain number of thermal weapons, these mutants can be easily destroyed. But Chu Mushi knew that superpowers were not that simple. Because people with special abilities can also grow, and the special abilities they awaken are even more bizarre. In the future world, there will definitely be a place for people with special abilities. For example, Lin Xia's spatial ability is difficult to deal with existing thermal weapons. Those bullets, missiles, and explosives thrown at him could not cause any harm to him at all. He can put all these things into the space and then use these weapons against others. This ability is simply a bug. But fortunately, he was on Lin Xia's side. If you make an enemy of such a person, you would probably be scared awake even in your dreams. Chu Yueshi summarized and analyzed the various information she obtained from the database and told Lin Xia. Lin Xia looked at her happy face and couldn't help but feel curious. The situation outside is already so bad. Looking at your expression now, you don't seem sad at all. Chu Yueshi said indifferently. What does the life and death of those people have to do with me? As long as my sister is safe and happy, that's enough. And the things they asked me to study, I didn't want to do at all. No one cares about me now. I can finally do some research projects that I've always wanted to do but couldn't. Lin Xia felt a little embarrassed. Why were all the women in the family like this? Obviously, his original topic was not about this, so how did he get so far around in circles that he ended up back here? When a woman becomes lustful, he really has no chance of success. Chu Yueshi adjusted her glasses and smiled. I was just kidding. Let me show you something good first. Then Chu Yueshi moved her seat a little and let Lin Xia sit next to her. Chu Yueshi's originally fair and flawless face was already stained with blushes. The eyes full of wisdom behind the glasses were also trembling slightly. What are you looking at me for? Look at the screen. Chu Yueshi's voice was as soft as a feather, stirring his restless heart. Lin Xia's throat twitched involuntarily. It's over, this is another goblin. Lin Xia looked at the screen with all the little thoughts in her mind. After Jiang Ruoxue's operation, the parameters of a satellite were displayed on the screen. Lin Xia was a little confused and didn't know what this picture meant. Then Chu Yueshi explained it to Lin Xia in detail. I just hacked the satellite that provides our internet connection. I have also erased the data from this satellite from the internet. It's the end of the world now. They have no way to regain access to this satellite. From now on, this satellite's surname is Lin. We can use it however we want. Lin Xia was a little stunned. Could even the satellite be taken away? He really found a treasure this time. And according to my calculations, in about 3 days, China's communication network will be completely paralyzed. Even if technology develops by 2050, extreme weather damage lasting up to a month will still occur. These infrastructures can no longer sustain themselves. From then on, communication between people basically had to rely on shouting. But now that we have this satellite, we don't have to go through the same trouble as they did. Our lives are not affected in any way. Chu Yueshi winked playfully. As long as those people are willing to endure hardships, there will be endless hardships to endure. Technology was originally created to make people lazy. Lend me your phone. Lin Xia took out her cell phone and handed it to Chu Yueshi, not knowing what she was going to do. Chu Yueshi glanced at her phone and nodded. I'll make a new communication protocol for your phone later. Then connect it to the satellite we control, so that our communications will not be affected by the paralysis of the communication network. After a while, I'll spend some time hacking into a few military satellites. By then, even if you are away from home, I will be able to help you. Lin Xia couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Chu Yueshi's value was much higher than he had imagined. He made a fortune on this trip by picking up such a top beautiful scientist. After saying these things, Chu Yueshi looked at Lin Xia with a bit of regret. But I still haven't found any information about the Pantheon. They are most likely an organization established after the end of the world. I did find some information about Xiaohua, But unfortunately, he didn't have any valuable information. Based on the circles he has access to, it's impossible for him to obtain specific information about me. Besides, judging by his appearance, he doesn't look like someone sent by the authorities. Those people couldn't possibly be unaware of my value. They definitely wouldn't send someone like that to find me. Then the most likely scenario is that someone in this Pantheon knows some information about me. And then they sent this Xiaohuahua to kidnap me. Lin Xia also nodded. Chu Yueshi's guess was very reasonable, given just this little clue. I've almost figured out what happened. Chapter 87: The Road Ahead. Lin Xia thought about it, and then said, since this doomsday is inevitable, now this organization has emerged. In the future, various forces will surely continue to emerge like mushrooms after rain. Do you have any good suggestions for our future development? After Lin Xia said this, Chu Yueshi suddenly became energetic. Even if Lin Xia didn't say it, she was ready to discuss this matter with Lin Xia. You've asked the right person. When she was free from research, her favorite thing to play was strategy and management games. After the apocalypse, since many projects could not be carried out, she was bored and could only use her imagination to make up stories. If this extreme cold apocalypse does not stop, how can she unify the world? Unfortunately, before she could complete her conquest plan, she was almost killed by Xiaohuahua. Not to mention leaving the novice village and carrying out her grand plans. I almost didn't even get into the game. And now, she has drawn Lin Xia, which is very likely the top character card in the entire server. Such a great start, such a huge and real game. Nothing could make Chu Yueshi happier than this. She can now freely complete her previous ideas. Chu Yueshi excitedly pressed her body close to Lin Xia. Then he operated the mouse and called up a detailed, high-definition 3D model of the entire city from the computer. Chattering and sharing her plan with Lin Xia, the mouse continued to move through one large facility after another. I've had this vision since the day we entered the apocalypse. It's a pity that I'm about to starve to death before my grand plan even begins. Later, I was almost forced to quit the game. But fortunately, you successfully saved me. She looked at Lin Xia with some shyness and excitement in her eyes. This is what she has always dreamed of. After coming here, Chu Yueshi no longer felt the constraints she had before. The nuclear power plant, the granary, and the armory are the three most important places in my opinion. After we occupy these places then. After listening to Chu Yueshi's plan, Lin Xia felt much more at ease. If we proceed step by step according to her plan, it will be difficult to lose in the future. It feels good to have someone to help you with your advice. He could also understand Liu Bei's happiness after getting Zhuge Liang. At this moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door a few times. Then Jiang Ruoxue stuck her head in from outside the door. The food is ready, let's enjoy your two-person world later. Jiang Ruoxue was at the door, winking at Chu Yueshi with an ant smile on her face. Everything is implied. Chu Yueshi breathed a sigh of relief. After dinner, Chu Yueshi took Chu Xinglan's hand, sat on the sofa and told everyone about the current situation in China. Although it may seem that nothing has changed now, this is just appearance. The outside world is like an undercurrent beneath the calm surface of the water, which may cause huge waves at any time. Except for Lin Xia, everyone else was stunned by what Chu Yueshi said. They didn't think that much. If Chu Yueshi had not infiltrated the national intranet and checked this first-hand information, they would never have thought that the situation outside has become so bad. In summary, we should strengthen our forces as soon as possible. This extreme cold apocalypse is caused by the sudden decay of the sun. Although I don't know what causes the sun to fluctuate so violently. But given humanity's current technology, this extreme cold apocalypse will last for a very long time. The world will only become more chaotic in the future. But fortunately, we have Lin Xia. Chu Yueshi looked at the man who gave her and her sisters a new life with admiration. The other girls had similar reactions. Lin Xia was the source of all their sense of security. The probability of a person with superpowers naturally emerging is currently less than 1 in 100,000. Of course, there may be some changes in this regard as time goes on. After all, superpowers are something new that humans have never encountered before. Everything about it is unknown now. But no matter what, becoming a mutant is ultimately an extremely low probability event. Chu Yueshi looked at Lin Xia. The more you understand Lin Xia, the more you understand her importance. And Lin Xia can actually mass-produce people with special abilities. Even if the future is an era of superpowers, we can still occupy a place. Of course, if someone wants to use technological means to attack us, then as long as I am here, no one can defeat us. In my domain, I am their god. Chu Yueshi showed a confident smile. As one of China's top scientists, she had enough confidence to say this. The current state of chaos and disorder is only temporary. After a while, someone will definitely use their special abilities to establish various separatist factions. The Pantheon we met today should be such an organization. They are most likely composed of several people who have just awakened their special abilities. This type of organization will continue to emerge in the future, and then enter a state of barbaric development. Over time, they will slowly become stronger organizations. The larger forces devour the smaller ones. We want to avoid becoming victims of other forces. The best way is to take the initiative and build ourselves into the strongest force. Lin Xia nodded in agreement. This coincided with his idea. Then he looked at Chu Yueshi with anticipation. Then, Master Military Advisor, what should we do next? Chapter 88 Chu Yueshi's Identity. Chu Yueshi cleared her throat and glanced at Lin Xia. I know that he is cooperating with me to play this strategic management game. Since Lin Xia trusts her so much, she will never let Lin Xia lose no matter what she says. Then he took out a pen and started drawing on the panoramic map on the table. If we want to build a powerful force, the first problem we need to solve is food and weapons. As for supplies, Lin Xia told me a little bit about the things stored in his space this afternoon. If it's just to support us sisters, then adding dozens more won't be a problem. But if we want to build a strong force, these supplies are still far from enough. Then the best solution is here. Chu Yueshi drew a circle around a granary on the map. Lin Xia glanced at the location she marked on the map. This granary is quite far away from him, about 100 kilometers away. Even if the hovercraft moves at full speed, it will take about 2 hours. Before the end of the world, Lin Xia also did some research on this granary. This granary can be regarded as one of the largest granaries in the country. It stores a full 1 million tons of grain. It can supply the daily consumption of a city with a population of tens of millions for half a year. Moreover, the types of food inside are very complete, covering almost everything. The value of these grains alone was as high as tens of billions before the end of the world. Its value after the apocalypse is immeasurable, and it is a well-deserved strategic resource. As long as we can take this place, the words, food crisis, can basically be removed. Then there are places where various energy and raw materials are stored. This is relatively less important. After all, given our current situation, it is unlikely that we will be able to develop a large-scale metal smelting industry. But fortunately, Lin Xia's space is infinite, so there is no need to worry about storage issues. If you don't have anything else to do, just try to collect as much as you can. Chu Yueshi glanced at Lin Xia and continued. As for weapons, I remember there should be a large arsenal around Haitian City to guard against possible emergency wars. The level of confidentiality of this weapons depot is extremely high, far beyond the reach of ordinary military weapons depots. Even before the apocalypse, not many people in the entire country of China knew the details of it. So I need to spend a little more time to decipher its specific information. The amount of ammunition contained in this arsenal is enough to launch a medium-sized war of annihilation. At least for Shuzi country, there won't be any problem in plowing it once. After hearing the news about the arsenal, Selena became excited. On weekdays, in addition to playing games with Lin Xia, her favorite thing is to study various advanced weapons. She looked at Chu Yueshi with curiosity. Is there really everything here? Will there be China's most advanced weapons in there? Chu Yueshi smiled confidently. The weapons in there will definitely be more powerful than you can imagine. In there are not only the most advanced weapons in the world that everyone knows about. There are also many top-secret weapons that have been deliberately hidden. Each of these top-secret weapons can potentially turn the tide of battle. Among them are some top-secret weapons that I developed. Their power will definitely surprise you. Otherwise, I wouldn't know this arsenal so well. Selena covered her mouth in shock and looked at Lin Xia expectantly. As a military fan, she understood the value of Chu Yueshi's words very well. China's most advanced weapons are already considered to be at a level of strength that is beyond compare on a global scale. There is no country in the world that does not want to be able to easily influence the outcome of a local war. What Chu Yueshi meant was that such a powerful weapon was not even ranked, and there were weapons in there that were even more beyond imagination. According to the modest nature of the Chinese people, the things inside must be at least 1 or 2 generations ahead of other conventional weapons. When facing other countries, it is no exaggeration to say that it is a dimensionality reduction attack. This is why China can be spared from this world war. People fight because it is profitable. But if we go to war with China and can just raze their country to the ground, then what's the point of fighting? China's military strength is already capable of fighting the world alone. In 2050, even China will produce toys specifically for children. If it is placed on the battlefield of other countries, it can be used as a powerful weapon. Selena couldn't even imagine what was inside this highly confidential arsenal. Some of China's cutting-edge technologies are so incomprehensible that other countries cannot even understand them. The gap in technological levels is really too big. Xia, you must take me with you when the time comes. No matter how you want me to play with you or what posture you want me to pose in, I can agree to it. Please, you must take me there. Selena had already begun to imagine the scene of herself using those advanced weapons to kill everyone. Relying solely on the conventional weapons we have now, it would be too passive to fight against the psychics. Selena kept winking at Lin Xia. Lin Xia nodded seriously and agreed to Selena's request. He is determined to get this top-secret arsenal. Then comes the last and most crucial point. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on her, Chu Yueshi continued. At this location there is a super-large nuclear fusion reactor. The energy it can produce can easily supply a megacity worth hundreds of billions of yuan. Inside it, there are some national treasure-level scientific research equipment, the likes of which are unmatched anywhere else in the world. This is also the last project I will be involved in before my vacation. Lin Xia felt a little curious. Chu Yueshi was extremely strong in the computer field and was also involved in the research of a new generation of weapons. Unexpectedly, even this newly built nuclear power plant had her contribution. She is so omnipotent. So what are you responsible for in there? Chu Yueshi smiled brightly. Chief Engineer. Everyone around was startled instantly, and stared at Chu Yueshi in amazement. Chapter 89 Browser History. Even if they are not from this industry, they can clearly understand the meaning of these 4 words. Chief Engineer for building a nuclear fusion reactor. It is no exaggeration to say that such people are national treasures. Even if all the leaders are dead, this kind of person cannot make any mistakes. She can definitely exist as the foundation of a country. I just don't know why. Those people were willing to leave her alone to fend for herself in the university experiment. Lin Xia couldn't help but sigh again. He really had found a treasure. If someone like Chu Yueshi were put into the game, she could definitely be considered a top-level mythical character. I didn't expect that he would get lucky. It seems that Xiaohuo's level is still too low, and he doesn't understand the meaning of Chu Yueshi at all. Let's put it this way, if he had known Chu Yueshi's abilities yesterday, I'm afraid he wouldn't even eat dinner that night, and he would try to find a way to bring Chu Yueshi home. She is too important to make any mistakes. Compared with the games Chu Yueshi usually plays, the things he did before the end of the world, there is no difference between these and the building blocks that kindergarten kids use. It's just a small fight. Seeing that everyone around her was looking at her in shock, Chu Yueshi smiled shyly. Those are things of the past, not worth mentioning. Now my status is the same as yours. We are all Lin Xia's women. I'd like to ask all the sisters to take good care of me in the future. Lin Xia touched his nose, and at this moment he actually felt that he had no merit or ability. Chu Yueshi then continued to introduce. This nuclear fusion reactor has been built and is ready for normal use, but it has not yet been connected to the city's power grid. Of course, providing electricity to the city is only a small part of its function. This is used to paralyze the outside world. Its real function is to provide energy to the super equipment inside. What's contained there can be said to be the pinnacle of scientific and technological achievements in the entirety of human civilization. Everyone has become numb. This is too much. Chu Yueshi was very satisfied with their reaction at the moment. It felt great to show off in front of others. Before the end of the world, even her sister couldn't tell her about these things. When I was the chief engineer, I actually left a backdoor in the background program that no one could find. Through this backdoor, I can control its highest permissions. Once I can remotely control it, I will completely lock all the mechanisms inside. When we need it in the future, we can just go there and occupy it. But I guess we won't be using that in the short term. Once I activate the ultimate defense system there, even a nuclear bomb with a yield of hundreds of millions of tons won't be able to cause any damage there. Chu Yueshi looked at Lin Xia playfully. From now on, the surname of that place will be Lin. No wonder Chu Yueshi is so confident in technology, she has every reason to be proud. Lin Xia even felt that she was already very humble. Just from the few words that Chu Yueshi revealed now. You can imagine how valuable she is. She is only in her 20s now. Given enough time and resources, she could easily rebuild a superpower. Chu Yueshi can be regarded as a national foundation. This time, Lin Xia really didn't dare to use any force. After Chu Yueshi talked about future plans with everyone, it was already late. Su Mayan blushed and pulled Lin Xia into the room. Everyone had a tacit understanding of what was going to happen next. It's just a matter of time. Nangong Shui and Xiao Nianyan, mother and daughter, also walked back to the room to prepare their secret weapons. It will be their turn to perform in a few days. They also wanted to repay Lin Xia for saving their lives as soon as possible. Then Chu Yueshi took her sister and walked into the control room. She opened her computer and showed it off. These are all of Lin Xia's past browsing records, which I accidentally discovered this afternoon. I have already classified them in detail. We need to get to know each other better. Afterwards, Chu Xinglan also moved a chair over. Sit at the computer desk seriously and learn this knowledge. Both of them are top students, so of course they realized the importance of this information. The two looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. They have a huge advantage. Chapter 90 Su Mayan awakens her superpowers. The next morning, Su Mayan can finally happily announce to everyone that she has also become a person with superpowers. After hearing the news, Su Qian cried with joy. Her hard work over the past few days finally paid off. Chu Yueshi came over curiously. Although I knew that Lin Xia could help people develop superpowers, I didn't expect that one of my sisters would have superpowers so soon. She was very curious and wondered what kind of superpowers she and her sister would gain in the future. Sister Su, what does your ability look like? Can you show me? Su Mayan nodded. No problem. But my abilities are different from theirs. They seem to be psychic. It feels so wonderful to have superpowers in my body. Then Su Mayan glanced at the water cup on the table, stared at it, and slowly released her special ability. Slowly, the water cup actually floated in the air. Chu Yueshi walked to the water cup curiously and looked around carefully. No one knew how it floated in place. This magical phenomenon cannot be explained by existing science at all. Is this a superpower? It is indeed a magical power that is beyond the scope of human cognition. Is your ability to make objects float? Su Mayan shook her head. My ability should be a kind of mental force that can be exerted on objects or people. If applied to an object, it can be temporarily controlled, like this cup of water, which can be made to float in the air. But it can only control lighter objects. The true way to use this ability should be like this. It can have a deterrent effect on people's spirit. Then Su Mayan demonstrated to everyone. Obviously, her appearance hasn't changed at this moment. But when everyone looked at her, they suddenly felt a sense of fear in their hearts. It was as if she was facing a tyrant who had slaughtered hundreds of thousands of lives. The murderous aura of mountains of corpses and seas of blood emanated from her. It seemed as if Su Mayan could easily take their lives. They were all shocked by Su Mayan. Unable to control his own body, he could only wait for death. Soon, Su Mayan took back her supernatural powers, and everyone was able to control their bodies again. Everyone present, except Lin Xia, who was not disturbed, even Selena and Jiang Ruoxue, who had gained superpowers, felt a little uncomfortable. The reactions of others were even worse. They collapsed on the sofa, their bones seemed to be soft, and they couldn't exert any strength in their bodies. Su Mayan became flustered when she saw her sister's behavior. She didn't expect that her ability would be so powerful. They were all shocked. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Su Mayan quickly mobilized the special powers in her body to help everyone calm down their minds that had just been affected. I'm really sorry, I'm not very proficient in my ability yet. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. After Su Mayan's mediation, everyone gradually calmed down. Those who did not obtain superpowers had only one thought in their minds at this moment. Superpowers are so terrifying that they also want to become superpowers as soon as possible. You can only know after experiencing the supernatural power yourself. People with special abilities and ordinary people are definitely from two different worlds. Especially Chu Yueshi, after experiencing the supernatural powers personally. I can better understand the value of superpowers. This is definitely a major discovery that will change the times. She glanced at Lin Xia and felt extremely fortunate. Fortunately, she chose the right person, and soon she will also be able to possess this power. So I asked Su Mayan, "Is this a superpower? It's really amazing. It is a completely new power system that has never been discovered before. Your ability is very powerful. If you were to suddenly use your powers to disrupt a psychic during a battle, most people wouldn't be able to react. And according to Lin Xiao's conjecture, there is still a lot of room for improvement in the abilities of psychics. As you develop your abilities, you can master more techniques." After listening to what Chu Yueshi said, Jiang Ruoxue nodded in agreement. This is why they summarized their experience in using superpowers and wrote down notes. With these pioneers who have acquired superpowers, the sisters who later awaken their superpowers can avoid many detours. Su Mayan then walked up to Lin Xia with an expectant look on her face. "Can I go out with you guys today? I also want to do something to help you like my sisters," Lin Xia said with a smile. "Sure. Maybe in the future you will all become super powerful. Until then, I'll be relying on you for protection." Su Mayan happily walked to Jiang Ruoxue and Selena and held their hands. "Then you'll just be a good gigolo from now on. Leave the rest to us." Everyone laughed. Lin Xia was the one who changed their destiny and saved their lives. No matter how good they are to Lin Xia, it is never too much. This was one thing they all agreed on. After boarding the hovercraft with Lin Xia and the others, Su Mayan was very excited. This was the first time Su Mayan went out with Lin Xia to collect supplies. She had a completely different mood from her last escape. With Lin Xia around, she felt like a noble princess on a trip. Its big eyes looked at the scenery outside the window, making it look very cute. The world outside the car window was covered with snow, as if it was frozen. The whole world was silent, without any sound. Those tall buildings are like steel tombs. I don't know how many people are buried inside. When they drove the hovercraft past the entrance of the community, they could even see frozen corpses half buried in the surrounding snow. They didn't get far from the community, and no one could find supplies to take home. Obviously, they underestimated the danger of the extreme cold apocalypse. Haitian City is a very typical southern city, and the temperature rarely drops below zero in winter. Therefore, their families rarely prepare thick winter clothes. It is very normal for them to have such an ending as they underestimated the power of extreme cold. It is difficult to move freely in an environment of more than 70 degrees below zero by just wearing lightly layered clothes. Moreover, after such a long period of hunger, their physical fitness declined rapidly. Despite all the unfavorable factors, we went out to search for supplies. Once physical strength is exhausted, death can basically be declared. There is really little that ordinary people can do in the face of a world-destroying disaster. Although I don't want to say this, it seems that the only fate for these people is death. Su Mayan looked at the people who were frozen into ice sculptures and thought of herself. If Lin Xia hadn't come to save her, she would probably have died that afternoon. One's so-called wealth and family background are useless under the power of nature. This extreme cold apocalypse will equally kill everyone who cannot adapt to it. Chapter 91 Granary. As the hovercraft sped forward, the surrounding buildings continued to retreat. The surrounding houses gradually became shorter and shorter until they completely disappeared from sight. They have walked out of the city and into the suburbs. There are no tall houses here when the extreme cold comes. The people living here will be even more desperate. They watched helplessly as more than 10 meters of ice and snow completely buried the house. They have no chance of survival. Driving a hovercraft here is like walking in a white desert. No matter which direction you look from, the view is exactly the same. If it weren't for the hovercraft having a built-in map, it would be able to identify the direction. If you walk here, you may get completely lost. After sailing for a while, the hovercraft finally arrived at the location marked on the map. This giant building, which stores many granaries, is very tall, several dozen meters high, and it is not completely covered by snow. Looking over there from the hovercraft, these buildings are still very obvious. After Lin Xia and others left the hovercraft, they entered the interior of this giant building through the window. The interior of the building was very large, filled with neat rows of cylindrical granaries. These granaries are more than 30 meters in diameter and look like they are 20 stories high. Looking up from below, I felt like I had arrived in the land of giants. There is no light inside the building due to lack of electricity. The few beams of light coming in from the windows are simply not enough to illuminate this place. It was pitch black all around, and it seemed as if some terrifying monster was hiding in the darkness in the distance. It was the first time for Sumayan to encounter such a scene, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. He shrank back and retreated behind Lin Xia. Jiang Ruoxue and Selina on the side were much calmer. This was not the first time they had seen such a scene. Already have a wealth of experience in going out to explore. In large venues like this one that lack electricity supply, the lighting area on the ground floor is covered by more than 10 meters of snow. It's pretty much like this inside, with a dark and gloomy feel. Lin Xia didn't waste any time and directly took out 4 high-intensity flashlights from the space, one for each person. After Su Mayan turned on the flashlight, a huge beam of light shot straight to the ceiling, and the surroundings suddenly became bright. So he smiled and said to Lin Xia and the others, "You are so experienced. With this flashlight, exploring will be much easier." Jiang Ruoxue laughed beside her. "When we first came out, we acted just like you did. You just have to get used to it." Su Mengyan nodded. She curiously used the flashlight to dispel the darkness around her. At this moment, she felt a sense of excitement of doing something bad secretly. She had always been taught to be elegant and dignified, and had never had such an experience before. Lin Xia pulled out the internal map that Chu Yueshi had found for him from his mobile phone. It also states how to turn on various facilities when there is no power supply. He couldn't help but sigh that Chu Yueshi's map really helped him a lot. Otherwise, with such a large granary, he would probably have to stay here and not be able to go home until the next day. Lin Xia used a flashlight to shine on the huge cylindrical object in front of her. "That's the granary. The food inside is the goal of our trip." Lin Xia and others then walked up the stairs to the first floor. Lin Xia knocked on the huge building. "Well, I can't hear anything." He had no way of using the skills he had acquired while picking watermelons in the market. However, according to the sign next to it, you can clearly know the internal information. There are about 10,000 tons of rice stored in this granary. Lin Xia then used the method he had used before to collect pure water from the water source. Open the space door directly at the bottom of this granary. The grains in the granary have all been specially processed. Relatively dry and easy to store. This also made it convenient for Lin Xia to collect it. Then everyone stood outside and heard a splashing sound like water coming from the granary. The outer wall of the granary also trembled slightly. A few minutes later, Lin Xia opened her eyes and said with a smile, "All right, let's move on to the next place." There are about 20 barrel-shaped granaries around here. There are different types of food stored in it, according to how they are stored. The size and capacity of the granaries also vary. Everyone followed Lin Xia and collected the grain from the granaries one by one. Su Mayan was excited at the beginning, but gradually began to feel a little bored. The whole process was not as interesting as I imagined, it was very dull. Jiang Ruoxue began to share with Su Mingyan their experience of exploring Walmart supermarket for the first time. Sister, you don't know. When Lin Xia saw those wedding dresses, her eyes widened. Su Mingyan looked at Lin Xia with strange eyes from behind. It turns out that he likes this tune. No wonder his first night was the beginning of hell. It turned out that it had hit his XP. Lin Xia was collecting the grain in the front, and could only pretend not to hear them driving. He just wanted to go home early and deal with them properly at night. They actually slandered him behind his back, saying that he was not what they said was a leg control, foot control, silk control, chest control, or uniform control. He is just simply lustful. After all the grain in Lin Xia's granary was collected, following the instructions on the map, he prepared to head to another large warehouse. There are 4 large warehouses like this for storing granaries, and they are connected by special passages. There are huge metal doors on both sides of the passage separating each area. The doors were also closed because the entire warehouse lost power. There was no other way. Lin Xia could only use the mechanical switch to open the door according to the instructions on the map. At this time, Selena volunteered. Xia, let me do this. I'm strong. Selena stretched her arms, stepped forward, and grasped the huge metal wheel. Then she suddenly exerted force with her arms, and the metal wheel was spun away by Selena, leaving an afterimage. The gate in front connecting to another area also slowly opened in front of everyone. Chapter 92 Mutant Cat. Normally, this roulette mechanism would require 4 adult men to spin it for more than 10 minutes to open it. But in Selena's hands, it was completed in less than a minute. This intensity is easy for Serena. Su Mingyan looked at Selena enviously. Sister, you are so awesome! Jiang Ruoxue also spoke. Actually, your psychic abilities are pretty good. At least you don't have to prepare a block of ice before the battle like I did. After saying that, she rolled her eyes at Lin Xia. Lin Xia told me it was very nice at the beginning. It said that there's ice and snow everywhere outside, so there's no need to worry about the preparations before the supernatural power. As a result, all the recent battles have taken place indoors. It was hard to find water or ice, so I prepared in advance. Faced with Jiang Ruoxue's complaint, Lin Xia had no way to refute it. Because that's the truth. But this is not something he can control. Besides, there were so many supplies stored in his space, and she used them that time. Okay, let's go to the next place. Your abilities will definitely come in handy in the future. Lin Xia quickly stopped the topic. Lead the 3 women into the open door. But as soon as they entered the passage, everyone's faces changed. There is a strong smell of blood in this corridor. Then everyone used flashlights to illuminate the area. A somewhat creepy scene appeared before everyone's eyes. Several people in work clothes lay on the floor in the corridor. Their chests were hollow, their heads were missing, and their bodies were covered in blood. A closed environment, broken corpses, and endless darkness. This made Jiang Ruoxue and Su Mingyan feel uneasy. My body couldn't help but tense up. Selena was much calmer, as she had seen many more tragic scenes on the battlefield. He walked straight to the body, examined the claw marks on the body and the footprints on the ground and analyzed them. Some of them look like tiger marks, which are more consistent with its hunting methods. But judging by the size of the tiger's claw marks, there shouldn't be such a huge tiger in the world, right? Besides, this is a granary. How could it possibly support such a giant tiger? There were many unreasonable traces at the scene, which made Selena very confused. Lin Xia touched his chin and guessed. Since humans can acquire superpowers, then what do you think? Could it be that some animals have also acquired superpowers? The girls thought about it and nodded in agreement with Lin Xia's guess. Compared to raising tigers in a granary, they felt that there was a high possibility that some of the creatures inside had mutated and killed these people. Shall we continue on? Su Mingyan was a little scared. She always felt that something was staring at her in the unknown darkness ahead. They might pounce on them at any time and kill them brutally. After all, it was her first time going out, so it was normal for her to feel a little scared. The world after the extreme cold apocalypse is no longer as peaceful and tranquil as it used to be. Jiang Ruoxue then comforted him. Don't worry, we are here to protect you. You won't be in danger. Especially Lin Xia, he loves you so much, how could he bear to see you get hurt? Serena also said from the side. The four of us are all superpowered, so there won't be any problems. Lin Xia also nodded. His spatial ability is extremely unstoppable, as long as he opens the space door around them. Then don't even think about hurting them. All of their attacks will enter another dimension of space. It would be even easier if you accidentally stepped into the space gate. They will be killed directly by the laws of space, without Lin Xia having to do it himself. After Lin Xia possessed the ability of space, he became invincible. Even if he can't kill others, no one can hurt him. Since we're here, let's go take a look. If you encounter a situation you can't solve, just hide behind me. The women nodded, perked up, and stared at their surroundings intently. They slowly walked out of the corridor and came to another large space. The layout here was similar to the place they first entered, filled with tall and neat cylindrical granaries. Before they could say anything, perhaps because the light from the flashlights in their hands was too bright, attracted the attention of that being in the dark. Meow! A shrill and terrifying sound came from the depths of darkness. The shouts echoed throughout the warehouse, and could even be heard in the distance. Everyone was attracted by the sound and shone their flashlights forward. 2 green pupils reflected the light, appearing faintly in the darkness. Soon, it rushed towards Lin Xia from the darkness. It is a natural predator with agile movements. As it walked into the light of the flashlight, everyone's initial anxiety gradually settled down. What we fear most are those illusory ghosts and monsters. Humans always like to scare themselves. The creature in front of me should be a mutated orange cat, and its body height is at least 2 meters. The muscles on his limbs are bulging, and it feels like he can easily kill a Siberian tiger with a slap. The cat lowered its head, arched its back, and came to a position about 20 meters in front of Lin Xia and the others. There was a fierce gleam in its eyes, and there were dark red bloodstains on its claws and whiskers. It looked as cruel and bloodthirsty as a tiger vanguard. This mutant orange cat stared at the humans in front of it with its unique vertical pupils. The look in his eyes was as if he was looking at food, which was very creepy. Its originally cute furry paws suddenly turned into 4 sharp cat claws that gleamed with cold light and slammed into the ground like sickles. Always ready to enjoy it for lunch. Is this the animal that has gained superpowers and mutated? It does look a little scary, but that's all. Lin Xia was not afraid of the mutant cat in front of him. He had countless ways to kill it. Just when he was about to make a move, Serena walked up to him. Xia, can you give this to me? I want to give it a try. Lin Xia was a little hesitant. No need to be so brave. I can kill it easily. What if you get hurt? I'm just trying my ability. If I can't defeat it, I will definitely retreat. Looking at Selena's determined eyes, Lin Xia didn't know what to say. Why do all these women of his seem to have made an agreement with each other? When encountering danger, they rush forward and become warmongers. Chapter 93 Another Talent of the Mutant Cat. Lin Xia sighed helplessly. Although this mutant cat looks like it has only enhanced its physical fitness. Probably the most suitable opponent for Serena. But he couldn't guarantee whether there would be any accidents during the battle and whether Selena would be hurt. So he took out from the space an alloy long sword that he had specially bought before the end of the world. The appearance of this knife is more like the style of Xiuquan knife. It is very light in weight, but extremely strong. The blade is slightly curved and can be used for thrusting with one hand or slashing with 2 hands. It is more suitable for the current scene where Serena is fighting. This cat is obviously very fast and powerful. Guns are extremely inconvenient in close combat, and may even become a burden. After Selena took the knife from Lin Xia, she swung it lightly. The tip of the knife cut through the air, making a very pleasant sound. You can tell it's a good knife just by listening to it. Selena looked at Lin Xia with joy. She really liked the feel of the knife. She is apparently also a master of cold weapons. So he threw the gun in his hand to Lin Xia, gave him a reassuring look, and walked forward quickly. She couldn't wait to try out the knife. The cat in front of him was obviously provoked by Selina's actions. He roared a few more times. To him, these tiny humans in front of him were no different from the mice he ate every day. After it awakened its superpowers, it used this power to kill many people. It found that these humans were even easier to kill than rats. Not only does it have a lot of meat, but it also runs away very slowly. So it fixed its pupils vertically on the ignorant human being in front of it. Suddenly, the muscles on the mutant cat's two front paws tensed up. With his claws gripping the ground, he suddenly exerted force and leaped into the air. From stillness to movement, it only takes a moment. If it were an ordinary person, there would probably be no time to react. It was only a distance of 20 meters, and it took less than a second to pounce in front of Selina. But everyone present was a person with special abilities, not an ordinary person. The mutant cat's movements were all within everyone's sight. Especially Selina, she has the ability to enhance her body. The cat's movements could not escape her enhanced dynamic vision. Selina's brain and body reaction speed is second only to Lin Xia. With her full concentration, her nerves reacted very quickly, as if bullet time had been turned on. She could clearly see the cat's movements, and it had already swung its claws at her in midair. It seems like he wants to kill with one blow. If an ordinary person faced this kind of attack, his head would probably be smashed to pieces by this claw in the next moment. But Serena wouldn't give it a chance. She swung her knife forward, aiming at the cat's waving claws. The cat also seemed to sense something was wrong, as its sense of smell for wild animals was very keen. If this claw hits it, it will definitely suffer a great loss. Seeing that the cat's claw was about to hit the long knife, it quickly twisted its body in the air, trying its best to avoid the attack. Unfortunately, its reaction was too late. It had no leverage in the air and could only move within a very small range. In a flash, Selina's long sword swung out in a silver arc. The cold knife light chopped directly onto the cat's claws. With a howl of pain, the cat quickly jumped further away. He stared at the knife-wielding human in front of him with resentment. It was obviously completely enraged. In just a few seconds, in a flash, the two sides had their first confrontation. But the winner is very clear. Selina glanced at her knife, which was covered in blood. She originally intended to cut off one of the mutant cat's legs with this knife. But it reacted quickly, and the knife only injured one of its claws. On the ground around Selina, for 30 centimeter long, sickle-shaped claws lay bloody. Serena swung the knife away with all her might. All the blood on the blade was thrown onto the ground. The knife returned to its chilling state, without a trace of blood on the blade. Selina's action just now was so cool. The charm of cold weapons is fully displayed on her. Jiang Ruoxue and Su Mayan stood aside, their mouths wide open in shock. I didn't expect that the cheerful and lively foreign beauty actually has such a heroic side. It looked like they would be able to savor another side of her when they returned home in the evening. Lin Xia watched Selina's battle just now and couldn't help but fantasize. How cool it would be if he could use a knife like this to easily defeat the mutant cat. Which man doesn't have a dream about cold weapons? Otherwise, he wouldn't have collected this knife specifically. The cat didn't have as many thoughts as they did. It only had one thought in its mind. That's revenge. The cat bared its teeth in the distance, and the pain in its claws slowly made it lose its rationality. It just wanted to kill the human in front of it as quickly as possible. Soon, it pounced again. But everyone could see the injured claw. As it ran, it was no longer as natural as at the beginning and revealed many flaws. It relied on its size advantage to come in front of Selina, waving its two claws continuously. Interspersed in between were biting attacks with a mouth full of sharp teeth. Selina dodged left and right, avoiding its attacks with ease. The cat tried its best but couldn't defeat Serena and couldn't even touch the corner of her clothes. However, Selina relied on the sharpness of the long knife in her hand and repeatedly cut many wounds on it. The cat was awakened to some reason by the physical pain. It knew that if it continued like this, it would be dead. So it patted with its feet and quickly distanced itself from Selina. The two vertical pupils stared at Selina intently. With a roar, he released the beast's pressure towards Serena. This is the first time it has used this talent since awakening its superpowers. Selina's movements suddenly became a little slow, and her eyes were bloodshot. She has been disturbed by this mutant cat. Lin Xia was about to help. Sumayan also discovered something wrong. The pressure released by this cat was somewhat similar to her psychic ability. But in terms of strength, it was far inferior to hers, and she felt that she could release stronger pressure. Sumayan then learned how to use it from the mutant cat and released all her superpowers. Aimed this mental attack at it. This mutant cat has a cruel expression on its face. Prepared to step forward and put an end to this human who has been injured. Suddenly, it felt like someone hit its brain with a hammer. Its pupils dilated. Even his limbs were a little unstable. Chapter 94: Unexpected Gains. With Selina's combat awareness, how could she miss such a good opportunity? So she strode forward, gripping the hilt with both hands. While the mutant cat is still in a dazed state. A flash of cold light slid across its neck. Bang! A cat's head, as big as an adult's upper body, rolled to the ground. Blood spurted from its neck, and the mutant cat's body completely lost support. Just like that, Selina's life was completely ended. Selina was in front of the cat, and quickly dodged the splattered blood. She didn't want to get the nasty blood stains on her clothes. The cat's head lay in a pool of blood, and there was no life in its eyes. Its life, which should have been glorious, ended here. Selina wiped off the blood from the knife cleanly and neatly, and the knife returned to its original state. Even with such a high-intensity chop, there was still no mark on the blade. Selina walked over to Lin Xia and returned the knife to her. Lin Xia took the knife, and the handle still had the warmth of Selina's palm. He held the knife and tried the cool pose that Serena had just used. Unfortunately, Lin Xia did not regain the feeling of invincibility he had when he picked up a willow branch on the roadside as a child. The way he played with the knife was even a little funny. Serena chuckled. "If you want to learn, I'll teach you." Lin Xia coughed lightly, feeling a little embarrassed. He quickly put the knife into the space. "Let's talk about it when we get back. Let's talk about it when we get back." Then Selina thanked Sumayan. "You were helping me just now." "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have gotten hurt." Sumayan waved her hands quickly. "It was the cat that attacked you. It can't beat you, so it starts playing dirty tricks. Besides, even without my help, you can easily kill it." Then the two men laughed at each other and stopped the business flattery. After this battle, Serena gained a lot. She finally had an objective understanding of her own fighting ability. Even if that mutant cat used the same mental intimidation as before. For Selena, it only had a slight impact. It won't completely make her lose her fighting ability. Because her special ability strengthens her body, it also strengthens her spirit. She is very resilient when facing this negative situation. You can get rid of the enemy's control in the shortest time. Moreover, there is a very obvious benefit for a person with a physical enhancement like her. That is, their energy consumption is very low, so they can fight a protracted battle with the enemy. If it was Xiaohuahua fighting this mutant cat just needs to use its speed advantage to avoid his superpower burst. Then this one can easily kill Xiaohuahua. Its speed and strength are both very strong. At night, Selena once did an experiment with Xia. If it weren't for the supernatural power to completely strengthen the body, just strengthening a certain part of the body can last for about an hour. In that 1-hour battle, she was able to be on par with Lin Xia. On the other hand, Sumayan was also very satisfied with the supernatural powers she possessed. She achieved such excellent results in her first battle. And she doesn't have to fight in person, she just needs to hide behind and use her supernatural powers. Although this time the consumption was huge, she could no longer launch a second attack. But the effect is very significant. The mutant cat was completely controlled by her superpowers. It didn't react at all until its head was chopped off by Selena. Perfect for helping the sisters in battle. Moreover, Sumayan could sense that what she currently mastered was only the tip of the iceberg of the use of supernatural powers. There are many ways to use this ability, waiting for her to discover. Even the technique she used to attack the mutant cat just now was inspired by its use of superpowers. If she could fully develop this ability, she would surely become extremely powerful. Lin Xia looked helpless as she watched the three women chattering about their own special abilities. It's like discussing cosmetics. This was far from the result he expected. I thought he was taking them out to explore. It's like the story of a big guy taking his girlfriend to the Bronze League to show off. But in these battles, he had nothing to do with it at all. It seems like he has become a driver specifically for these stunning goddesses. It gave him no sense of accomplishment. Moreover, the women around him are making progress very quickly. They have become more and more adapted to the Doomsday environment. There was no choice but to go home that night. I have to find a way to regain the feeling of being the boss from them. Then Lin Xia walked to the cat's body and looked at the mutant cat that had already split up and acted separately. He actually likes cats very much, but unfortunately, Jiang Ruoxue and the others had already helped him realize this wish at night. Otherwise, it would be pretty cool to have such a giant mutant cat. Lin Xia touched the fur of the giant cat with some regret. Suddenly, a warm current flowed from the cat's body into Lin Xia's body. Lin Xia widened her eyes, sensed the supernatural power in her body, and muttered, "Could this be the best way to improve superpowers?" Seeing that Lin Xia's reaction was not right, the girls hurried over. "Lin Xia, what happened?" Lin Xia saw them gathered around her, looking concerned. He finally recovered from his shock and explained to the girls. "I just touched this corpse, and it seems that I absorbed the supernatural power in it. The superpowers in its body probably increased my own superpowers by 1/10. Perhaps killing people with special abilities and then absorbing their special abilities from their bodies is the correct way to improve special abilities." The girls were also shocked by this conclusion. This was definitely a huge discovery that would rewrite many of their previous cognitions. If this is the relationship between people with special abilities, then the psychics will become prey to other psychics. And how powerful will a person with superpowers who absorbs many superpowers become? All of this has become an unknown. But one thing is certain, in this cold and cruel world. Only by becoming stronger can you avoid becoming someone else's prey. Then the Xiaohuahua I killed earlier was wasted. Jiang Ruoxue suddenly thought of this and was almost heartbroken. Lin Xia hurriedly comforted him. "That university is right on our way home. Let's stop by and take a look. That's all we can do." Chapter 95 News from the Pantheon. Lin Xia took a look at the corpse of the mutant cat in front of her. After thinking about it, I decided to put it into the space. If we missed the most important thing again like when we killed Xiaohuahua, it would be a huge loss. After you get home, you can give it to Chuyueshi. See if she can get some useful information from this corpse. If she encounters these people with special abilities again in the future, she can capture some alive and leave them for her experiments. The power of supernatural powers is really terrifying. Lin Xia had a premonition that people with special abilities would become a very important force in this world in the future. The future pattern of the end of the world may be decided by people with supernatural powers. Our ancestors once told us that if we fall behind, we will be beaten. He must not be like those unfortunate villains in novels, who are complacent and content with the status quo. He was inexplicably killed by several people passing by. After dealing with the mutant cat enemy, the rest of the things will be much easier. Lin Xia used his supernatural powers to transfer all the food in the granaries into the space. A few hours later, Lin Xia had completely emptied this largest granary in the south. Lin Xia estimated that there were about 800,000 tons of grain stored in his space. It's enough to feed 100,000 people for 30 to 40 years. When they collected food in other areas, they found no signs of human activity. I guess it was after the end of the world that all the staff here gathered together. Then a cat here suddenly mutated. It is possible that its mutation caused it to become more beastly. It is also possible that there is no food here for him to eat, and he is really too hungry. So he swung his sharp claws at the humans here. The specific reason has not been verified. In this apocalypse, anything can lead to death. Life is so cheap now. After collecting all the supplies here, Lin Xia and the others went to the laboratory on the university campus to look for them. Unfortunately, Xiaohuahua's body disappeared and no one knew who took it away. There has been a strong wind blowing outside these days, which has long buried all traces. Lin Xia and the others had no choice but to go home. On the other side, the news of Xiaohuahua's death also reached the Pantheon. Reporting to the Lord God, Lord Yendi is in the process of carrying out his mission. He was murdered. The target of the mission is also missing. An ordinary person was kneeling in the audience, reporting the news with trepidation. I didn't dare look at the man sitting in front of me. You useless piece of shit. You can't even do such a small thing. The man sitting on the stage was very angry when he heard the news. He slapped the armrest hard, and a flash of lightning flashed across his palm. Like a poisonous snake, it pierced into the man's body. The man then fell to the ground, his body twitched a few times, and he lost his life. Brother, don't be angry. Although Emperor Yen is dead, I have brought his body back to you. I didn't touch the supernatural power on his body. It's not too bad for you to absorb his supernatural power. At this time, a ruffian-looking young man walked in from the door. Seeing that the servant in front of him had been killed by the boss, he didn't care. So he called a few people in from the door. You guys, go throw him into the kitchen. I'll make you something delicious tonight. 2 people walked in from the door, dragging the corpse lying on the ground, and they couldn't help feeling a sense of grief. They were originally residents of the surrounding communities, but they heard what these people said. They built a large underground shelter, which was not only as warm as spring, but also had endless food. So I was deceived by them. But unexpectedly, after arriving here, they realized that this was the beginning of their nightmare. What these people promote is completely different from what they do. The beautiful woman was locked in a room by them, and was allowed to be played with by these men for their sexual pleasure. Not so attractive women and men like them have endless work to do every day. There are still many dangerous jobs to do after they die. They also have to be used as food and fed to others. They also resisted in the beginning. So they organized a large group of people, ready to fight to the death. But before they could make a move, the man who claimed to be the Lord God. With a wave of his hands, many lightning bolts were released out of thin air. Those who gathered together to resist were all electrocuted and fell to the ground. Lost any ability to resist. Immediately afterwards, he was brutally murdered by those people who also possessed superpowers. The bodies of those people filled the entire storage room. Became food for others. These so-called gods all possess various magical powers. They are not even afraid of bullets. Ordinary people like them have no way to resist the rule of these people. Their fate has long been determined by these gods. Wait until there are only 2 people left in this room. The God Lord sat on it and said angrily, Sending Xiaohuahua to capture an ordinary person failed. He really doesn't deserve his status as a superpower. What's even worse is that he died there, causing us to lose our top-tier forces in vain. The ruffian young man said hurriedly. Boss, it looks like there are other psychics out there who have their eyes on your target. And Xiaohuahua must have died at the hands of other psychics. However, these psychics haven't yet discovered the secret of the psychic's corpse. They are definitely no match for you, boss. No matter how beautiful that woman is, she is just an ordinary person after all. The future world will definitely belong to us, the superpowered ones. By then, no matter how beautiful a woman you want to find, won't it be easy? After hearing this, the God Lord felt a little relieved. What he said made some sense. The woman named Chu Yueshi was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. Before the end of the world, he was the one who specially escorted them to that university. Although I don't know what she does specifically. But since he was specially escorted by their team, he must be a very important person. You know, their team usually escorts high-ranking government officials. As for this woman named Chu Yueshi, he only knew that she was a scientist. The rest of the information is unknown, her confidentiality level is very high. However, that operation actually mobilized 5 teams like theirs. This is a treatment that even the governor does not have. And he had fallen in love with Chu Yueshi since the moment he saw her. However, due to regulations and the difference in their status, he had no way to pursue her. Fortunately, after the end of the world, he mastered this magical power. He can finally realize his dream. So he sent his good brother, Xiaohuahua, to bring Chu Yueshi over. But unexpectedly, Xiaohuahua died there. You know, their so-called Pantheon, until now. There are only 5 people with superpowers. There are still a large number of vacancies that need to be filled urgently. A person with superpowers couldn't even bring back an ordinary person. He even died there. He could only absorb Xiaohuahua's supernatural power with tears. Chapter 96, Clues to the Mercenaries. After a while, he calmed down and asked, "How's it going on your end?" The ruffian man said with a flattering look on his face. "Boss, your development plan is the best. You didn't just stay on the ground. After awakening your powers, you chose to start from underground, relying on the existing railway network to build our current Pantheon. If you hadn't personally appointed me, I would still be hiding in that old, dilapidated house, bullying others and being as powerful as I am now. Okay, enough of the nonsense. Tell me about your progress." "Yes, boss," the man said seriously. "This time I lured over 100 people from a community a little further away. They can be used as both labor and food reserves. It's just the right amount to fill the gap we lost some time ago." After hearing the news, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. When that group of people rebelled some time ago, he accidentally killed too many of them. No one does the dirty work anymore. "Well done, much better than that lung fog Xiaohuahua. Letting him catch someone not only got himself into trouble, but also wasted 3 of my snowmobiles. Do you know how hard that thing is to find? Boss, I actually have even better news for you. When I went to that neighborhood to arrest someone, I happened to run into a group of mercenaries from Yaozi country. Before the apocalypse, they were loan sharks. After sneaking into China, they engaged in shady activities. But I've already conquered them all. They're willing to be our new dogs. The combat effectiveness of this group of people is quite good." The God Lord glanced at him. "How can this be considered good news? How dare you say that? No matter how powerful they are just ordinary people. I thought you brought back a person with superpowers. If that's the case, I definitely wouldn't dare tell you, boss. This group of mercenaries are actually looking for a top beauty. But before they could find that beautiful woman, she had already become our dog. Then I'll bring that beautiful woman over to present to you, boss. Wouldn't that be killing 2 birds with 1 stone?" As the boss's trusted subordinate, he certainly knew that the boss's only hobby was to play with top beauties. The more beautiful the girl is, the more he likes her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent Xiaohuahua to help him find beautiful girls on the university campus. This is a complete waste of talent. When he went to collect those supplies this time, he happened to come across a clue about such a top beauty. After he brings this person back, the boss will definitely get a lot of benefits from him. How good can it be? I'm tired of the usual stuff. It has to be top quality. The ruffian man took out his cell phone, found the photo he had asked from the mercenary, and handed it to his boss. "Boss, look at this, is it top-notch?" After the God Lord took the phone, he couldn't take his eyes off it. The picture shows a top beauty stewardess with an angelic, elegant face and a well-proportioned figure. Especially the pair of Victoria's Secret angel-like beautiful legs under the maroon hip-hugging stewardess uniform skirt are simply irresistible. This stunning stewardess is obviously on the same level as that female scientist. He stared at the photo for 2.5 minutes before reluctantly returning the phone to his subordinate. "Very good, you are thoughtful. Once you get this beauty, you can choose whatever food you want from the warehouse. Except for this woman, all the other beauties we found are at your disposal." "Thank you, boss. Tomorrow morning, I will bring people to capture that exquisite beauty and present her to you. Go down, but don't be like Xiaohuahua and lose your life." The ruffian young man laughed disdainfully. "Don't worry, boss. I'm no match for that loser." Then he slowly retreated, preparing to go to another place in the base to have some fun, and bring the woman back tomorrow. These people with special abilities have the highest status here. As long as you don't offend the boss, no one will care what you do. When he first became a person with special abilities, he enjoyed bullying people in the community. Until one day, this man who claimed to be a god came to his community and completely defeated him. He is terrifyingly strong in both his supernatural powers and physical skills. In front of him, I am just a rookie. He said that he wanted to establish an organization called the Pantheon and also planned to set up an organization called the 12 Gods, in which only those with special abilities could become gods. I had no choice but to join his organization, otherwise I would definitely be killed by him. But since he came here, he gradually went from being reluctant at first to enjoying it very much. There are countless supplies here, and endless women to play with. It's much better than being a community god of war. Moreover, the Lord God is extremely powerful, and ordinary psychics like himself are no match for him at all. Only after joining here did I learn a lot of secrets. People with special abilities can also devour each other's special abilities. He has now devoured 3 psychics who refuse to submit to him. If Xiaohuahua is included, it will be the 4th one. The Lord God's current strength is so powerful that it is beyond his imagination. But this is just fine. He doesn't have any ambitions anyway. After adapting to the environment here, I can't leave it. The less ability, the less responsibility. Even if you encounter a powerful person with superpowers in the future, just let the Lord God deal with him. Just take responsibility for bullying the weak and fearing the strong. At worst, after the Lord God is killed, it doesn't matter if he changes jobs again. He will help whoever wins. As a former veteran in the workplace, he knows how to slack off. Now that we have finally reached shore, we should enjoy ourselves. By the way, what's that woman's name? The ruffian man had already walked to the door and heard the boss asking him questions. He immediately turned around and put on a flattering smile. From what those mercenaries said, her name seems to be Jiang Ruoxue. Jiang Ruoxue, Jiang Ruoxue. What a great name! Just hearing the name makes me excited. Chapter 97 Other Forces. On the other side, on the university campus, several snowmobiles were parked neatly in front of the laboratory building. A group of neatly dressed soldiers walked out of the building and saluted the man sitting in the car. Report to the commander, Academician Chu is not found here. But in the laboratory where she worked, several bodies that had been shot were found. All the relevant instruments and data in the laboratory have disappeared. Also, according to eyewitnesses, 2 groups of people came looking for Academician Chu. One of them is suspected to be a physical-type mutant. The officer in the snowmobile listened to the soldier's report in silence. Then he picked up a list from the side and turned to the page that recorded Chu Yueshi's personal information. The edges of this page are extremely rough. Obviously, this was torn out from a top-secret document. The label written for her is SSS-level scientific researcher. Chu Yueshi's resume is extremely impressive: academician of high-energy physics, chief engineer of nuclear fusion project, chief director of 8th generation machine RD, and director of network security. Pick any one of them at random, and they are at a level that others cannot reach in their entire lives. Genius is just the threshold to see her. Unfortunately, they were a step too late. If I hadn't been fighting for so long with that group of stubborn people for the control of the military region. The 2 groups had been holding each other back, so they could only kill all those people. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken them so long to obtain the personal files of these top-secret talents. After obtaining this information, they came here as soon as possible. If Chu Yueshi could fall into their hands, they would definitely be able to unify the East China region in the shortest possible time. Build their own kingdom. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. He could only write the word missing on this page. And a note at the end: Chu Yueshi was suspected to have been kidnapped by other superpowered people. There are other S-level experts and scholars on this list. S-level is already the ceiling in various fields. SS-level is a rare top scholar who can independently develop a discipline. As for the SSS level, so far, only Chu Yueshi has been rated as a talent of this level. It can even be said that the SSS level was created specifically for her. Since Chu Yueshi has disappeared, we can only collect other relevant talents based on this list. Only in this way can they build up a huge force as quickly as possible. Since you have chosen another path, then you must develop your own strength by any means necessary. Just wait until peace comes, and then beautify yourself. Hasn't history always been like this? The officer then spoke to the soldiers outside. Have those people inside been dealt with? Report to the commander. I have killed all the people I saw us with. Great, let's go to the next place. I hope our next target won't be another wasted trip. Yes, sir. Then, the group of soldiers outside walked into the modified vehicles at the back. The convoy slowly drove towards the next target. There are many teams like theirs throughout Tianhai City. The captains of the teams are all people with special abilities. Their team is specifically responsible for searching for scientific researchers to make up for some of their shortcomings. After all, they are just one of the military regions, and apart from military force, they are extremely lacking in other aspects. But fortunately, they have military force, so if they lack something, they can just plunder it. In troubled times, we must act with iron and blood. For example, his brother team's destination on this trip is a gathering area formed by the celestial dragons. After this rebellion, they reaped a lot of benefits. Some of the top-secret information in it can greatly enhance their strength. For example, this time, if they could capture Chu Yueshi in the first place, they could easily occupy the nuclear fusion reactor. This is much faster than directly looting supplies. There is no other way, we can only rely on other scientists on the list to open the reactor. Of course, if you meet a wild mutant on the road and recruit him into their forces, the higher-ups can give you generous rewards. If these people with special abilities are unwilling to join them, they will also resort to violent means to eliminate these unstable factors. This can be considered as some of the benefits of their field work. He personally prefers the second approach. Rather than having these untouchables as his colleagues, he wanted to turn them into stepping stones for his own growth. Directly absorb the special powers in their bodies and turn them into your own nutrients. Having inherited the legacy of an entire military region, they have a variety of weapons in their hands. It is not difficult to defeat these ordinary psychics. What's more, their general is a top-level psychic. They have done in-depth research on people with special abilities. For a psychic of the general's level, it is difficult to kill him with thermal weapons alone. Otherwise, he would not have been able to lead them to successfully occupy the military zone. And he also wants to be that kind of person. When Lin Xia returned home, it was already dark. It took too long to collect the supplies this time. This may be the longest time Lin Xia has been out since the apocalypse. If it weren't for the satellite phone call, I would have known that Lin Xia and his team had a successful trip. I'm afraid the women at home will always be worried. After everyone had packed up, Su Mayan was preparing to take Su Qian to the kitchen to cook dinner. When Lin Xia saw this, she quickly stopped her. Su Mayan had been busy outside with him all day, and now she had to cook for him herself in the evening. That would be too hard for her. There are tens of thousands of tables of freshly prepared delicacies in my space, and now is the time for them to come into play. Although the taste is not as good as Su Mayan's, it is convenient. It just allows her to save some energy to deal with the big battle in the evening. In this way, everyone had dinner happily. After dinner, everyone gathered together again and talked about what happened outside today. However, the protagonists this time are Selena and Su Mayan. Jiang Ruoxua was standing aside, describing the battle scene with exaggeration. She has some experience in this area. At that time, she and Xiaohuohuo fought for less than a minute. She can play with her sisters for half an hour. After finishing the story, Chu Yueshi looked at Lin Xia with burning eyes. That mutant cat is in your space right now. Can you let it out and show us? I actually have some knowledge of biology. Maybe we can analyze something from it. Lin Xia nodded. He brought the body back with the intention of asking Chu Yueshi to help analyze it. Then Lin Xia sat up from the crowd of women and looked at the surrounding environment. The living room seems a bit small and cannot accommodate the cat's corpse. So I put the sofa and table in front into the space. And on the carpet, a large layer of plastic film was laid. Then the body was taken out of the space and placed on the film. When the corpse appeared in front of the women, a fierce and brutal aura hit them. Those women who had been staying at home and had not gained superpowers were all frightened. In front of this monster, it seemed that they had no choice but to be slaughtered. So he looked at Jiang Ruoxua and her sisters in shock. Are they fighting monsters like this outside? This Doomsday is too cruel. Chapter 98 The Women's Thoughts. In the past, when I listened to Jiang Ruoxua and the others talk about what they saw and heard outside, I didn't feel much. Those experiences were like listening to a novel, emptying Walmart, the hell on Earth in the hospital, fighting other superpowers, killing giant mutant cats. These are too far away from their current lives. The biggest difficulties they faced in the past might have been starvation or freezing to death. But since following Lin Xia, I have never considered other issues. Perhaps the only thing they need to worry about is how to serve Lin Xia more comfortably in that aspect. But when the bloody corpse was placed in front of them, they realized what the outside world had become. They were protected so well by Lin Xia. If they were faced with this mutant cat, they probably wouldn't even have the courage to stand in front of it. It was so scared that it collapsed to the ground. However, Selena could fight it without batting an eyelid and even cut off its head. The gap between them is really too big. It seems that they also need to obtain superpowers as soon as possible so that they can protect this pure land in the Doomsday. Looking at the women next to him who suddenly became full of fighting spirit and stared at him, Lin Xia was a little confused. I don't know what's going on in these people's heads. He took the girls out more because he wanted them to get some fresh air. After all, staying at home all the time might make them feel bad. As for their fighting ability, Lin Xia never took it to heart. At this time, Chuyoshi came over. She is now more interested in this giant cat with special powers. Lin Xia, could you please take out the equipment you brought back from the lab? I need to collect some tissue samples from it to study how the supernatural power caused it to become what it is now. Oh, the lab equipment, huh? Lin Xia then took out the corresponding equipment from the space, looking like a good assistant. Chu Mushi took the equipment and nodded. She put on sterile gloves and began collecting samples from the cat. Blood, hair, bones. Chu Yueshi slowly immersed herself in her world. Although we cannot use scientific instruments to analyze these samples properly now. But the conclusions Chu Yueshi can draw now are enough to make her excited. Superpowers are such a magical power. If it is not the end of the world now, it may not be long before humans break through the earth. It can perfectly break through physiological limits, which is definitely the greatest discovery so far. In order to understand how superpowers change people, she asked Selena curiously. Sister, if you could defeat him before you awaken your superpowers, could you? Serena shook her head decisively. If I hadn't awakened my superpowers, I wouldn't have chosen to fight him in close combat. That would be no different from seeking death. Chu Yueshi nodded. Superpowers actually brought so many wonderful changes to humans and animals. She is now becoming more and more curious about superpowers. These sisters in the family secretly discussed it without Lin Xia's knowledge. The rules have been set. If someone has not yet awakened their superpowers, the mysterious substance can be provided to them first. But after everyone has awakened their superpowers, they will have to compete fairly based on their own abilities. Of course, except for Selena, her ability is really too powerful. With her around, no one has a chance. As for the others, Chu Yueshi and her twin sister looked at each other and smiled confidently. Chapter 99 Lin Jiaqing's Death. At the same time, Lin Jiaqing had been frightened at home all day. Under Lin Xia's high bounty, he is about to reach the end of his life. The sound of stones falling to the ground continued to be heard on the wall of his living room. After a busy day with his brothers, Chen Dao was finally able to reap the fruits of victory. Chen Dao worked really hard to get Lin Xia's reward, and he paid the price of the lives of many of his brothers for it. At the beginning, they went to Lin Jiaqing's position very confidently. In this community, apart from Lin Xia, his influence is the strongest. He has done too many things like breaking into homes, murdering people, and robbing people. I thought it would not take any time to kill Lin Jiaqing. But unexpectedly, after they arrived here, they couldn't even open the door of Lin Jiaqing's room. This old beast is so afraid of death that he decorated his house like a turtle shell. Because the door of his house is the kind used for bank vaults. Never mind that it's the end of the world, there's no electricity, and no tools. Even before the end of the world, it would take Chen Dao several days to break it. And while the door was being broken down, there was a steady stream of people coming over, wanting to kill Lin Jiaqing and get Lin Xia's bounty. Helpless, they had to kill all those people. Then he used his younger brother's account to post photos of these people's brutal deaths in the group. This scared off those who wanted to compete with them. But this door really couldn't be opened, so Qingdao could only think of other ways. So Qingdao brought his younger brothers with him, armed with tools like crowbars and pickaxes. Starting from Lin Xiaoqing's neighbor's house, they planned to break through the wall and bypass the door. But what is unexpected is that even this wall is not simple. It is not only thick, but also covered with densely packed steel bars. As expected, Lin Xiaoqing started his career in real estate in his early years, and he built a good house for himself. It was nothing like the shoddy projects he built for others. But breaking through this wall is always easier than opening that door. They could only use the simple tools in their hands to break down such a solid wall. Those little brothers are now cold, hungry, and tired. If Qingdao had not promised them a generous reward for breaking through the wall, they would never have done such a thing. It was really torturous. Many people's hands were bleeding from the shock. Lin Xiaoqing was not feeling any better in the house either. I could hear the sound of knocking and smashing coming from the other side of the wall. This made Lin Xiaoqing feel extremely tortured. He was like a pig waiting to be slaughtered, with his hands and feet tied with ropes and no hope of escape. He could only helplessly wait for the butcher's knife to come and take his life. Lin Xiaoqing is now full of regret. The reason why he has to face such a desperate situation now is simply because he had thoughts that he shouldn't have had in the past. He actually dreamed of dealing with Lin Xia. Time passes by every second. Clatter. With the sound of stones rolling, a hole the size of a person was finally chiseled out in the wall of the living room. Qingdao's younger brothers all came in through this hole. At this time, Lin Xiaoqing sat quietly on the sofa, ready to deal with Qingdao with his many years of experience in dealing with bigwigs. When he saw Qingdao coming out of the hole in the wall and walking in front of him, he actually felt a sense of relief. Finally, I don't have to endure the feeling of death slowly approaching anymore. Pooh! Qingdao spat directly onto the expensive carpet in his house. Old man, you are quite arrogant. How dare you sit down and talk to me? Qingdao looked at him sitting on the sofa with a calm expression and became furious. So he winked at his younger brothers. Several younger brothers around Lin Xiaoqing reached out and grabbed his arms, pushing him to the ground. At this time, Lin Xiaoqing had his head pressed to the ground, struggling desperately. Unfortunately, he was used to a life of luxury and was no match for these ruffians. Qingdao! What are you doing? We are both decent people. I can give you whatever you want. Can't we sit down and have a good talk? Qingdao didn't care about anything else and walked up to him and stepped on Lin Xiaoqing's head. Who says you are a decent person? You are only fit to talk to me while lying on your stomach. Old bastard! Wouldn't it be better if you just came out earlier? So many of our brothers died in vain. How should we settle this account? Lin Xiaoqing was in a terrible state at this point, no longer as calm as he was at the beginning. He has been in the business world for so many years, but he has never suffered such humiliation. Today, he was actually stepped on by a gangster whom he used to look down upon. But now, he could only temporarily submit to Qingdao. So he tried hard to force a smile, but unfortunately he had already been stepped on by Qingdao. He couldn't see at all. Boss Chen, I recognize you. You and I have both suffered at the hands of Lin Xia. Now you're helping him deal with me. Isn't that just making my loved one sad and my enemies happy? Remember, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. As long as you can let me go today, all the food in my house will belong to you. Moreover, I will bring my men to join your forces and serve you as my master. By then, our two families will join forces, and even Lin Xia will have to temporarily avoid the limelight. For people like Lin Xiaoqing, as long as there is green mountains, there will be no shortage of firewood. As long as he doesn't die today, he will make Lin Xia and Qingdao pay back for all the humiliation they have caused him. After hearing this, Qingdao snorted in disdain. The big foot stepped on Lin Xiaoqing's head and crushed it hard. Lin Xiaoqing immediately let out a howl like a pig being slaughtered. Kill you! Aren't all these supplies mine? Do I need you to give it to me? And those people under you have already run away. Some even have tools, wanting to kill you and get Lin Xia's reward. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! I have so many followers, how could there not be even one loyal one? Lin Jiaqing struggled violently and roared unwillingly. Chen Dao was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He moved his feet away from Lin Jiaqing's head and planned to check how much supplies he had collected. So he gave instructions to the younger brothers around him. Kill him! I only heard a ah behind me, and then there was no movement in the living room. Chen Dao had already arrived at the place where Lin Jiaqing stored supplies. Looking at the various supplies filling the room, greed flashed in his eyes. It's still more fun to rob the rich. The supplies in Lin Jiaqing's house alone are more than those in the warehouses of his entire force. This person lives a very comfortable life. But these supplies will belong to him from now on. After all the supplies here are moved away, I will get a reward from Lin Xia. He planned to leave this community tomorrow and go to the next community. Lin Jiaqing's death has sounded the alarm for him. It was too easy for Lin Xia to deal with one person. If Lin Xia treats himself in the same way as he treated Lin Jiaqing, then his ending would not be much better than Lin Jiaqing's. It is too dangerous to be where Lin Xia is. It's not too late yet, enjoy this doomsday. He didn't want to die in such an unclear way. Chapter 100 Unlucky Chen Dao. After checking the supplies in Lin Jiaqing's home, Chen Dao returned to the living room. Lin Jiaqing's body was lying on the ground. Chen Dao patted the shoulder of one of his younger brothers. Take his body and go exchange it with Lin Xia for the reward. After this is accomplished, you will be credited with the first achievement. This is related to our future development. After we're done, I'll give you more supplies and beauties. However, the younger brother did not eat the big cake. He looked at Chen Dao with a sad face. In this community, no one dares to mess with Lin Xia. Lin Jiaqing's body is not yet cold. Boss, what if Lin Xia doesn't know my purpose and mistakenly thinks I'm an intruder? I was beaten to death directly, what should I do? The area in front of his safe house is a restricted area. There's no time to knock on the door. Chen Dao patted his head. How stupid! You posted Lin Jiaqing's photo in the group. Just send a message to Lin Xia in the group chat, right? The younger brother then had an expression of sudden enlightenment on his face and flattered. Boss, you are so smart! Not long after, Lin Xia saw the message on her mobile phone. At Lin Xia, Lin Jiaqing has been beaten to death by us. Does the food you promised me still count? Picture. Lin Xia yawned. Lin Jiaqing was finally dead, saving him the trouble of going out of his way to kill him. He didn't even take junk food seriously. How can instant noodles taste as delicious as lobster, abalone, bird's nest steak? Only those people outside regard it as a treasure. But what puzzled Lin Xia was that it actually took them so long to kill Lin Jiaqing. These people are really useless. Just come and get it. The supplies are already at the door. Get out of here right away. Don't bring Lin Jiaqing's body here. It's disgusting to look at. The younger brother happily took out his phone and showed Chen Dao the chat history between him and Lin Xia. Boss, Lin Xia replied to me. He told me to just go there and get the supplies. Chen Dao also laughed. Today is really a great harvest. Not only can we get supplies from Lin Jiaqing, but we can also earn a lot of food from Lin Xia. After we get these supplies back, I'll treat everyone to a hearty meal. Boss, you're wise. Boss, you're wise. The younger brothers followed suit and cheered, thinking that the effort they had put in during this period was not in vain. After they moved these supplies back, Chen Dao looked at the warehouse full of supplies and made up his mind. He plans to move out tomorrow and leave this community completely. Lin Xiao's presence in this community made him nervous all day long. He was afraid that one day he would end up like Lin Jiaqing. It would be safer to escape from here, even if it costs some price, it is acceptable. He wouldn't dare to leave without sufficient preparation. Their community is the largest one in the vicinity, and is surrounded by parks. Before the end of the world, if you wanted to go to the next neighborhood, it only took 10 minutes to walk. But now it is the end of the world, and the outside is covered with thick snow. This short distance will become extremely difficult to walk. They didn't have enough warm clothes and temperatures of over 70 degrees below zero. A journey of just a few dozen minutes could very likely cost them their lives. If you are unlucky, you will enter someone else's community. You may also encounter local bullies, engage in a fight, and steal all the food they have prepared. So you must be well prepared before you set off. The next morning, the sun appeared faintly beneath the thick clouds. This can be considered the best weather day since the apocalypse. In a few days, maybe the sun will come out completely. Perhaps by then, this extreme cold doomsday will be over. Qingdao and others packed up their supplies and walked on the snow. Behind him were a few simply processed wooden boards that could be dragged on the snow. They were carrying all the supplies they had collected and were preparing to head to their new home. From a distance, it looks very much like the common dog sledding videos on mobile phones. It's just that Qingdao and the others played the role of dogs. However, a group of uninvited guests also appeared here. They happened to run into Qingdao's group who were going out, so the two groups came to a stalemate at the entrance of the community. That's right, the group that faced Qingdao were brought by the psychic from the Pantheon. His name is Lin Xia, and like Xue, he is also an ice-type mutant. Lin Xia got up early today, bringing with him the newly recruited group of mercenaries and some of his younger brothers. He passed through the subway entrance and headed to the residential area, intending to kidnap Xue, the stunning beauty, and present her to his boss. By the way, we can also replenish some consumables from this community, which is a good business that kills two birds with one stone. Unexpectedly, I haven't even entered the community yet. A batch of consumables carrying a huge amount of supplies appeared in front of him. This is no different from pie falling from the sky. Lin Xia took a greedy look at the supplies behind Qingdao and the others, and said slowly, "Hey brothers, where are we going in this icy and snowy place? I know a good place. Why don't I help you guys?" Qingdao saw that the group of people in front of him were very well equipped. Moreover, they could walk freely in the snow outside, which clearly showed that they were much stronger than them. Qingdao did not dare to conflict with these people. He winked at his younger brothers around him and asked them to protect the supplies. He walked to the front of the team and spoke with a smile. "My dear brothers, we are going to seek refuge with one of my brothers. He has found a good job for me. They have already unified the large community next door and have over 1,000 people under their command. We agreed to meet today. If they don't see us later, they will definitely come looking for us in a hurry. All of you are capable of great things, so we won't hold you back." After listening to his nonsense, Lin Xia was sneered. This person still wants to threaten him and make him afraid to act rashly? He might have underestimated the power of 1,000 people and the supplies they would need. It has been a month since the apocalypse, and the stockpiled supplies have basically been consumed. One community cannot support so many people, even if they have to eat human flesh. Even their frantic killing and expansion of the Pantheon only had a little over 1,000 people. As one of the leaders, he knew this information and exposed it directly. "I'm afraid there's no such big brother as you're talking about in the neighborhood next door. It's better to come to us instead of living a precarious life outside. You might as well join us. There's endless food to eat and endless beauties to play with. I promise that once you come here, you won't want to leave." Chapter 101, Prepare to Take Action. Qingdao smiled apologetically. "Big brother, we are used to being idle outside, so we still want to be more relaxed. Once I get to your place, I'm sure I'll get into a lot of trouble. If it's big brother, you'll be able to use us in the future. I will go through fire and water without hesitation." The smile on Lin Xia's face disappeared in an instant. What kind of rubbish dares to call him a brother? Although he behaved very humbly in front of the Lord God, but for these ordinary people, he is no different from God. "Did I give you face?" No, I. Before Qingdao could finish his words, a flash of white knife light leaped out from the snow. Like a crescent moon, it lightly passed across Qingdao's neck. Before the fear on Qingdao's face disappeared, his head rolled from his shoulders onto the snow. At this moment, Qingdao suddenly turned into a headless corpse, standing in the snow. As the cold wind blew, his body fell to the snow. "You're a useless piece of shit without hands, and you dare to talk to me like that. I'm really tired of living." Lin Xia looked at Qingdao's body with his hands wrapped in bandages and said with disdain, "Even if such people were recruited into their forces, they would not be of any value. It would be better to kill him early and save trouble." The Pantheon's younger brothers behind Lin Xia all looked at him with fanatical admiration. This is the power of God. With the gods around, they will definitely be saved. After experiencing the apocalypse for so long, their minds have been completely distorted. They really can't leave the Pantheon now. At least they won't starve or freeze to death here. The mercenary leader looked at the scene in front of him with fear, which reminded him of the time he met Lu Zhugang. Relying on the fact that he had guns, he and his men acted arrogantly in a residential area and lived a very carefree life. I had long forgotten about Jiang Ruoxue. But unexpectedly, this man named Lu was suddenly broke into their community. The gun in his hand was like a toy and could not cause any harm to him at all. He is like a god, able to control ice and snow at will. He killed more than half of his 20 or so men with guns in just over 10 seconds. If he hadn't had a sudden inspiration, he would have taken out Jiang Ruoxue's photo and begged for mercy. He was probably going to die there too. As for the group of younger brothers behind Qindao, their performance was even more terrible. I was so scared that I dared not move. Although they had killed people before, they had never seen such a horrific scene. Suddenly, a white light flashed from the snow. Their boss had already been beheaded. Lu Xia looked at the reactions of the people around him and nodded with satisfaction. This is how a mortal should behave when facing a god like him. So he said to Qindao and his men, "You want to join me and live a life of ease and comfort? I still want to die here like him, with my head and body separated." The mercenaries were behind Lu Xia, responding to his words. He raised the gun in his hand and aimed at the people in front of him. Qindao's men saw that their boss had been killed. Having suddenly lost their backbone, how could they dare to resist? "We are willing to follow you, sir." Lu Xia nodded. "Very good. Do you know where Lin Xia's home is? You should be familiar with him, after all, you are all from the same community." Although the mercenary leader knew that Jiang Ruoxue was in that community, Lu Xia had already died. So Lu Xia really didn't know the exact location of Lin Xia and Jiang Ruoxue. Qindao's men couldn't help but look at each other. Is Lin Xia so famous? It seemed as if everyone around him was revolving around him. Lu Xia couldn't help feeling a little impatient when he saw that the people in front of him didn't respond to him. They were immediately frightened. Qindao was lying in the snow at this time, so how could they dare to say a word of objection? No matter how powerful Lin Xia is, he is only relying on the power of his house. There is no comparison between him and the person in front of him who possesses supernatural powers. "Sir, Lin Xia is in this neighborhood right now. But he has a lot of guns. It would be bad if he hurt an adult." Yes, Lin Xia not only has a gun, but his house is also very sturdy. He relied on these two things to bully people in our community and killed hundreds of people. They couldn't afford to offend Lin Xia and the group of people in front of them. They were just ordinary people. They just want to live. After hearing this, Lu Xia became a little impatient. For a person with superpowers like him, ordinary people are no longer on the same level as him. No matter how powerful Lin Xia is, he can never beat him. Are a few hundred people a lot? He killed more than thousands of people. Even if Lin Xia had a gun, he posed no threat to them. Otherwise, how could he easily kill these mercenaries? The superpowers can enhance their bodies in a very comprehensive way. As long as you can predict their hand movements, it is not impossible to dodge the bullets. The only value of ordinary people is to serve as consumables and to serve them with peace of mind. Lead the way. Yes. Qindao's younger brothers didn't dare to say anything anymore. The person in front of him was much more cold-blooded and ruthless than Qindao. They were also afraid that they would be killed by him if they were not careful. They couldn't afford to offend Lin Xia, and they couldn't afford to offend the person in front of them either. But this person is now behind them. They could only lead the way obediently. They just hope that this group of people can kill Lin Xia. Otherwise they will surely die. 10 minutes later, the group arrived in front of Lin Xia's villa. In just a short while, Qindao's men were already feeling unwell from the cold. My limbs were cold and stiff, and my nose and throat felt like I was swallowing razor blades. It's really cold outside. They looked at the other group of people with great envy. Obviously, their cold-proof equipment is much better than theirs. Especially the one in charge. The windbreaker looked extremely light, but he was not affected at all in the severe cold. Obviously, the warmth level of this garment is very high. It's a pity that they have never come into contact with people with superpowers. They didn't know that people with special abilities had strong physical qualities. The cold weather that is devastating for ordinary people is not a big deal for them as long as they wear a little thicker clothes. Lin Xia took a look at the luxurious villa in front of him. Is this where Lin Xia lives? The group of younger brothers took a look around and at the villa, then nodded seriously. Although they were all active in the underground garage after the apocalypse and did not come to the ground. But they are also owners of this community, and are relatively familiar with the layout of this community. Yes, sir, this is Lin Xia's house. Chapter 102 Hard Glass. Lin Xia waved his hand and asked the mercenaries to come forward with guns. Shoot, break these glasses. Kill Lin Xia and then snatch that stunning stewardess away. When we get back, I'll let you go to the breeding hall and play for a whole day. Yes. The mercenaries became very excited when they heard the news. Although he had only been here for a short time, they also knew the beauty of the breeding hall. It was not only warm there, but there was also plenty of food. And more importantly, you can enjoy all the beauties there just like having a buffet. Young women, students, mature women and other top beauties are available for you to choose from. It can make them forget all the troubles in the end of the world and experience the ultimate enjoyment of being a man. You know, beautiful women have always been an extremely scarce resource in the Doomsday. You can find a lot of ordinary-looking ones easily. But there may not be only one or two truly stunning beauties in an entire community. They are truly hard to come by. Although these top beauties have been given priority for the adults with special abilities. In the breeding hall, there are no beauties with a score lower than 80 points. Moreover, there are occasionally a few adults with special abilities who are tired of playing with top beauties. You know, those top beauties are at least at a level of 90 points. It is not an exaggeration to call her the Orin. Carefully selected by experts, quality guaranteed. At worst, trade quantity for quality. This kind of reward is already quite significant for them. After the apocalypse, there will be a severe shortage of entertainment options. Isn't that the only thing that can make men happy? Every man in this base is eager to go to the breeding hall and have fun all day long. Even if they were asked to die the next day, they would commit suicide with a smile. Then these mercenaries raised their guns one after another. He aimed at the window of Lin Xia's safe house and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire, as dense as a violent storm, continued to be heard. Such a close distance, such a big target. All the bullets in their guns hit the glass, not a single one missed the target. As expected, the scene of broken windows and cold wind blowing back did not occur. Those seemingly fragile glass windows were surprisingly intact. If someone came forward, they would even find that these bullets hit the glass without leaving even a white dot. These are the safe houses that Lin Xia spent a lot of money to build before the end of the world in order to resist the extreme cold of the apocalypse. Not only is it cold-resistant and warm, its defensive power is also unquestionable. Its construction standards are based on defending against tactical nuclear bombs. Not to mention bullets, even the tank's main gun couldn't cause any damage to it. The special glass produced in China in 2050 is absolutely amazing. Lin Xia and others appeared on the 4th floor only at this time. They were just having brunch. Suddenly, an alarm sounded in the safe house's defense system. The women saw on the surveillance video that hundreds of people gathered around them, many of whom were carrying guns. They panicked all of a sudden and hurriedly urged Lin Xia to come over and check the situation. Lin Xia yawned and didn't pay any attention to these people. He knew the safe house he had built himself. With just these few fire sticks, even if they fired their guns until smoking, they would not be able to destroy this safe house. When they arrived at the 4th floor, the group of people were holding guns and shooting at the glass there. The bullets were like raindrops hitting glass, causing no damage. This finally made the women feel relieved. If this place is destroyed, where will they live? Lin Xia raised them so well that they developed a sense of belonging here. Lin Xia and the other girls appeared in front of the window, looking down at the group of people outside. Before Lin Xia could say anything, the psychic spoke first. Lin Xia, you have been surrounded by us. Be smart, just surrender and come out, handing these beauties around you to me intact, and I can give you a quick death. If you don't know what's best for you, we have plenty of ways to torture you. You look pretty handsome with your delicate skin and tender flesh. You must have never experienced what it's like to be a woman. There are many people in our area who love this style of yours. Hee hee. Through the window, Lin Xia could clearly see the 6 stunning beauties, each with their own unique charm, around Lin Xia, which suddenly brightened his eyes. Each one of them is a well-deserved peerless beauty. Any one of them you pick here can beat all the beauties his boss has collected for so long. Especially those 3 women. Whether it is her figure or temperament, her beauty is simply hard to describe in words. If he could own one of them, he would be willing to eat delicacies every day and live in a luxury villa. Moreover, when he came out, all he told his boss was that he would bring back a top-notch flight attendant. But unexpectedly, he was so lucky that so many top beauties appeared in Lin Xia. Then he must enjoy himself before going back. Lin Xia then glanced at the people around him, and suddenly felt murderous, and sentenced them to death. In order to prevent these people from revealing the news here to the boss, it is better to send them to death directly. Seeing that the man in front of him was constantly provoking him, Lin Xia was too lazy to argue with him. The space door opened from outside the glass, and the bullets that had been stored in advance were shot directly at Lin Xia. Although Lin Xia kept provoking Lin Xia verbally, he was actually very tense. From the moment he saw Lin Xia, he couldn't help but feel threatened. This Lin Xia is very likely a person with superpowers. Suddenly, he saw a faint white light in Lin Xia's eyes, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. Then his sixth sense kicked in, and he frantically called the police, as if he would die if he continued to stay there. He only developed this sixth sense after awakening his supernatural powers. Although this situation of constantly calling the police only occurred during the battle with the boss. But it was his caution that saved his life. If he really fought the boss to the death, he would be the one to die in the end. And at this moment, this feeling appeared again. Chapter 103: The Women's Worries. Without thinking, he used his supernatural power to raise an ice and snow shield from under his feet to block his body. Puff! 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 A series of muffled sounds continued to come from the ice and snow shield. What the hell? It hurts! Immediately afterwards, screams and wails from other people were heard around. All the bullets in front of Lin Xia were embedded in this shield. Since the bullet could not penetrate the shield head-on, it could only hit it helplessly, making a shallow round hole. Eventually, the bullet's kinetic energy dissipated, and it fell to the snow. But those people around Lin Xia were in a miserable state. Because he only formed a shield in front of himself. But he didn't care about the lives of those around him. After all, his abilities are precious, and the lifespan of these consumables is endless. All I could hear was the person around me rolling around and making sounds of pain. The bullets hit other parts of their bodies, and did not kill them directly. The blood in the body quickly soaked through the clothes, dotted on the white snow, blood-red plum blossoms. At this time, they were very envious of those lucky ones who were killed directly by bullets. If they were killed too, they wouldn't have to endure this torture in vain. Such pain is simply worse than death. The other people who were not injured suddenly panicked and didn't know what to do. Those people around the master with superpowers were suddenly attacked inexplicably. They looked at Lin Xia in fear. Because at this moment, Lin Xia looked very much like those psychics they admired. This is clearly a power that only God possesses. Lin Xia was a little surprised when he saw the ice and snow shield that suddenly rose in front of him. Why does it feel like there are suddenly so many people with special abilities? It's really strange. It seems like I have been dealing with people with superpowers these days, even though I was living well in my own home in my previous life. I've never heard of anyone with superpowers. Jiang Ruoxue stood aside, a blue light flashing in her eyes. She used her special ability to detect the shield that this person had just raised. Sure enough, the supernatural power contained in it was of the same type as hers, but the application was slightly different. Even without entering that special state, she should be able to beat this person. Selena and Su Mayan were also eager to try, and they also wanted to compete with other people with special abilities. There is no way to improve their combat effectiveness by fighting with ordinary people. Anyway, even if I can't win, Lin Xia is there to help me. He was willing to bully them hard in bed, and if they were really in danger, he would definitely be the first to take action. The other women were even more eager to gain superpowers. In the eyes of these people with special abilities, ordinary people may not be considered the same creatures. Luz would breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Xia stopped attacking. Lin Xia's attack was so strange that the bullets seemed to appear out of thin air without any warning. If it weren't for his sixth sense warning him in time, he would probably have been injured. Looking at the bullet stuck in the snow, he couldn't help but feel confused. Could it be that Lin Xia's ability is to control metal? It seems that apart from the fact that the attack method is relatively covert, there is no threat at all. Compared with his boss, he is far behind. And like this, when you meet other people with special abilities, he can also kill people and absorb their superpowers just like the boss. This does not violate the rules of the Pantheon. He does not have to be like Xiaohua, who can only dedicate his supernatural powers to the boss. Luz would glance at the snow around him and showed a confident look. This is his home ground. In the snow, he could even fight the boss for more than a dozen rounds. Dealing with an ordinary psychic like Lin Xia is easy, right? This time he is really going to be rich. He wants both superpowers and beauties. Luz hooked his finger at Lin Xia in the villa. Lin Xia, you're hiding in your tortoise shell. Do you want to be a tortoise for the rest of your life? Come out and practice like a man. Ugly freak, wait till I come out and kill you. Are you worthy enough to fight Lin Xia? I can handle you by myself. Xia, why don't you let me take action? I'm not satisfied with just killing that mutant cat. The three girls were filled with righteous indignation after hearing Luz's provocation. He was simply dancing in their sister's minefield. And they seemed to have discovered a problem. Becoming a person with superpowers doesn't seem to make one look better. Both Xiaohua and the ruffian-like man in front of him are quite ugly. It seems that only Lin Xia has the ability to transform them and make them more beautiful. Lin Xia glanced at the women around him. Even those who didn't have special abilities wanted to kill this man. Not to mention those who possessed superpowers. If they weren't waiting for his opinion, they would have probably gone out and fought him by now. These stunning goddesses were considered elegant and dignified only next to him. They are all people who have experienced life and death crises, and their murderous nature is very strong. In the Doomsday environment, weakness is the original sin. Only if you are strong enough, no one will dare to bully you. Luz outside the window was still provoking. Lin Xia also wanted to try what it felt like to fight with other people with special abilities. Seeing Jiang Ruoxue and the others constantly fighting recently, he also felt itchy and wanted to experience it himself. Leave this opponent to me. I've been sitting on the bench for so long, it's time for me to show my skills. But there are still so many people outside, and they have guns in their hands. Although I know that Lin Xia has spatial abilities, I am still very worried. They would rather face the danger themselves than let Lin Xia go out to deal with so many people. Lin Xia said with a smile. With just these few people, I don't even take them seriously. Lin Xia has already started changing into winter clothes. He can't fight that guy in his pajamas. The 6 girls were beside Lin Xia, helping him change his clothes with worried looks on their faces. Lin Xia, if you can't win, come back and we'll fight together. They are just a bunch of bitches. Nothing they say means anything. It's enough that we care about you. Don't just hold on in battle. If you can't win, retreat. No matter what, you are our hero. The girls kept repeating these words in his ears. They really cared about him. After Lin Xia put on her clothes, she hugged them one by one and comforted them. I just went out to clean up the trash. Why did you make it seem like we were parting forever? After hearing this, Jiang Ruoxue in his arms kissed him directly, stopping Lin Xia from speaking. Don't say the word death, it's unlucky. There seemed to be tears in her eyes again. Lin Xia, you must come back safely. You must not be so stubborn. Lin Xia nodded seriously. This time he was really in the grasp. Chapter 10 for the Arrogant Luzwa. Lin Xia, are you finally willing to come out of that turtle shell? Since you've cooperated so well, I can leave you with an intact body later. As for those exquisite beauties you have collected, leave them all to me to take care of. Ha! Luzwa breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Xia walking out of the villa. This Lin Xia is indeed a young and inexperienced person. If Lin Xia stayed in the safe house and couldn't help but come out, then he is really not easy to deal with. After all, even bullets can't penetrate glass, so it's not that easy to destroy it. Even if he could break it with his superpowers, it would probably cause considerable damage to his own superpowers. Moreover, Lin Xia was in the house, while they were outside in the snow and ice with a temperature of over 70 degrees below zero. Even if he could hold on for a while longer, the many loyal brothers he brought with him would surely freeze to death. If Lin Xia sits back and waits for the situation to change, he will most likely end up in trouble. But now that Lin Xia has come out, things have become much simpler. It is impossible for a psychic who can control metal to defeat another psychic who can control ice and the snow and ice outside. In the current environment, there is no doubt that he has the home advantage. So much nonsense. If you want to fight, just come quickly. Like a clown, he keeps on whining. As Lin Xia spoke, he took out the alloy sword from the space. He held the hilt of the knife in his right hand, with the tip of the knife pointing at Luzwa. Although his knife skills are far inferior to Selina's, but after some of her professional guidance, there was no pressure in defeating these ordinary people. Luzwa saw him take out a long metal knife. I thought to myself, this Lin Xia is indeed a person with special abilities who can control metal. I just don't know where he got this weapon from. Maybe it's some magical ability that comes with his supernatural powers. After all, it hasn't been long since they acquired their superpowers, so it's not surprising that they manifest themselves in other people. But if Lin Xia only had the strength he has shown so far, he would definitely win. A metal-type mutant, what's there to be so arrogant about? If you stay in there, I might not be able to do anything to you. Now that you're out, it will be easy for me to kill you. Although Luzwa said this, his actions did not show any sign of underestimating the enemy. He infused his supernatural powers into the nearby ice and snow, and used the ice and snow to twist into a white armor around his body. Luzwa's operation was obviously much more skillful than Xiaohu was. Not only is his skill level in controlling his superpowers higher, but he is now in his home turf. If an ordinary person with special abilities were to face him, it would probably be very difficult to defeat him. I just don't know for what purpose he had, but he actually condensed a knife in his hand that was exactly the same as Lin Xia's. Lin Xia, after you awakened your superpowers, do you feel like you are God's chosen one? Can I be the protagonist in a novel and do whatever I want? What I want to tell you is that you are extremely wrong. Although you are lucky enough to have awakened your superpowers, you are not the only one with superpowers. Perhaps I am the first person with superpowers you have ever met. I will let you know that there are differences among superpowers. I've seen so many people with special abilities, and there are countless who are more powerful than you. Unfortunately, I am one of them. You've hit a wall today, get ready to die. Lin Xia found what he said a little funny, and felt like this person was telling his own story. The subjective emotions are so obvious, just like reading your own resume. After seeing his own two actions, he arbitrarily believed that he was a person with superpowers who could control metal. This is completely different from the correct answer. However, looking at the armor he had formed, Lin Xia couldn't help but think of Xiaohua. When he was fighting with Jiang Ruoxue, he also condensed into such a set of armor. Is there any relationship between these two people? Lin Xia then deliberately made a surprised expression and said in disbelief, "How do you use this ability of yours? It can actually stick to your body and turn into a suit of armor." Luzwa felt even better when he saw Lin Xia's expression. It's not as fun to show off with ordinary people as it is to show off with other people with special abilities. Back then, that was how he was, defeated by his boss. It was not until he joined the Pantheon that the boss taught them this move, which was said to be invincible in the same realm. Now it's his turn to use this trick to beat others. Old-fashioned, you've never seen this before, have you? This is an advanced application of supernatural powers. A country bumpkin like you will never be able to learn it in your lifetime. If I could open your eyes before I die, your life would not be in vain. Lin Xia complained wildly in her heart, thinking that the person in front of her must have read too many novels. It feels like life is not in vain. The taste is really strong. But he had no choice but to hold his nose and continue to inquire about the news. I don't know, which faction are you from? It will also allow me to be a clear-headed ghost before I die. After hearing this, Lin Xia puffed out his chest confidently. Remember, the one who kills you is the Pantheon. In battles between superpowers, being weak is the original sin. You don't have the ability to protect these super beauties. They are not something a psychic of your level can possess. Sex is like a knife scraping bones. You will die in their hands today. Lin Xia felt that victory was on the horizon. It seemed like he would be able to kill Lin Xia soon and enjoy those beauties in the villa to his heart's content. He couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Jiang Ruoxue and the others were almost pissed off when they heard this. It was clearly these people who started the fight, yet they turned the tables and blamed them for being too pretty. If Lin Xia hadn't been afraid that they would go out and be shot by the group of people outside, they would have gone out and killed this man long ago. This person is really good at pretending. After listening to what he said, Lin Xia understood. This person is indeed with Xiaohuahua. I didn't expect that this Pantheon would provoke me again. Passive defense was not his habit, and this Pantheon was already courting death. Lin Xia pretended to be angry and swung the knife in her hand. Stop talking nonsense and just come on. Today it's either you die or I live. After saying that, Lin Xia rushed forward with a knife. Lin Xia stood there, acting like a hermit, prepared to teach this ignorant boy a lesson. Chapter 105. Lin Xia being beaten. The group of younger brothers surrounding him were ready to fight when they saw these two big men. I quickly hid far away and gave them the space around me. If you are accidentally injured by their aftermath, your death will be in vain. Lin Xia saw that Lin Xia's knife was about to hit him, so he quickly raised the knife to block it in front of him. Bang! The two knives collided head-on, making a sound of metal. But what Lin Xia didn't expect was that the long sword in his hand that could cut through iron like mud was actually cut in half by Lin Xia's sword. If it weren't for the physical enhancement brought by his supernatural powers, he would have narrowly avoided the knife. Lin Xia's attack this time is likely to cause him to suffer a great loss. Lin Xia hurriedly distanced himself from Lin Xia and used the snow on the ground to solidify the broken part of the knife. However, he knew that the part of his supernatural power that was cut off by Lin Xia could no longer be recovered. Just like the ice cone shot out by supernatural power, it was completely consumed. In the first confrontation, he suffered a small loss because he underestimated his enemy. But he couldn't let Lin Xia know this, so he said it in a pretentious manner. Your knife is indeed good, but it means nothing to me. The ice and snow around us are endless, so it doesn't matter how many knives we can make. This is my home turf. You can't beat me. After hearing what he said, Lin Xia just smiled. If Jiang Ruoxue had not also awakened her ice and snow abilities, he might have actually believed it. But now it's just a clown show. Lin Xia brought the knife in his hand in front of his eyes and found a gap the size of a millet grain on the blade. He had bumped into him on purpose just now, and it was just as he had imagined. Although superpowers may have great potential in the future, but as of now, it cannot compete with the advanced materials developed by humans. Battle reports may lie, but battle lines never do. You are the one who is stepping back, not me. Lin Xia felt a little annoyed after hearing this, as there were so many people watching around. He has lost face. If that's the case, then there's no need for him to tie his own hands and put on an act. Don't be complacent, I was just giving in to you just now. Next, I'm going to get serious. This time it was Lin Xia who attacked and Lin Xia who defended. But the result was not what Lin Xia had expected. He displayed his great power and killed Lin Xia with just a few strokes. In the fight between the two, he was the one who was restrained. Not only is the quality of his weapon inferior to Lin Xia's, but he also seems to be no match for Lin Xia in terms of fighting skills. As the battle between the two men lasted longer, he suffered more and more injuries. Lin Xia's performance was very easy. The fighting skills he learned from Selena over the past few months were not in vain. Luz was swung his knife without any method, just like a child holding a good wooden stick and swinging it around in the vegetable patch. That is to say, after he became a person with superpowers, he possessed relatively strong physical fitness and nerve reaction. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be qualified to fight him. After the fight just now, he has already figured out this person's level. So Lin Xia no longer held back. Seizing the opportunity when he swung his knife, he slashed his chest with the knife. With a hiss, the sound of a knife tip cutting through ice was heard in the field. Lin Xia's blow was powerful. Luz thought to himself that something was wrong. Looking down, he saw that Lin Xia had indeed cut a long crack in the armor on his chest. Blood was constantly flowing out from the scratch. Soon, his breastplate was stained red. If Lin Xia had cut deeper, he would probably have died right there. He endured the pain and used ice to freeze her wound to prevent excessive blood loss. Pain! It hurts so much. Luz had never suffered such a serious injury since he was a child. His face became ferocious, and he swung his knife at Lin Xia again. When Lin Xia was about to raise his knife to defend against the attack, Luz suddenly revealed a cruel smile. Prepare to die, Lin Xia. Several crescent-shaped blades leaped out from the snow. This attack almost consumed all the remaining superpowers in his body. The moon blade's target was Lin Xia's defenseless back. He had been fighting with Lin Xia in close combat in order to make him become careless. He thought he could only fight at close range and had no means of long-range attack. When Lin Xia was unable to defend herself, he launched the fatal attack. You must make sure to strike decisively. The women who had been nervously watching Lin Xia fight shouted out loudly. Lin Xia! Be careful! He attacked you from behind! This person is so despicable. Seeing that he couldn't beat Lin Xia head-on, he resorted to underhanded tactics. What's the difference between it and that mutant cat? Neither of them is human. Luz's brothers saw him use this skill. The heart that was hanging in the air just now finally settled down. Chen Dao died because of this move. This is simply a power that only God can possess. Although it was impressive that Lin Xia beat their boss like this, he was still one step behind. These people are the ones who most want Lin Xia to die. No matter what, they will not have a good ending unless Lin Xia dies. However, at this moment, Lin Xia seemed unaware of the sneak attack from behind, and seized the opportunity of Luz's attack with the knife in his hand. He chopped his right arm hard. Because he had already opened the door of space behind him when Luz used this trick. When Lin Xia was about to chop Luz with his knife, one could even see a smug smile on his face. But the reality that followed gave Luz a loud slap in the face. When those ice and snow moon blades were about to touch Lin Xia, they suddenly disappeared without a trace. His attack had no effect on Lin Xia. However, Lin Xia's knife actually hit his arm. My arm! Luz suddenly let out a shrill scream. Because of the special abilities in his body, most of them were used in the sneak attack on Lin Xia just now. The energy in his armor also decreased. What was unexpected was that his arm was actually chopped off by Lin Xia. Luz's right hand, along with part of his forearm, fell directly onto the snow. Luz raised his right arm in disbelief. Lin Xia's previous knife strike had hit the middle of his forearm, leaving him with only a bare arm. Blood suddenly spurted out wildly from the smooth cross-section. He endured the pain and used the remaining supernatural power in his body to seal his right arm. If the bleeding is not stopped, he will soon bleed to death. Lin Xia! I'm going to kill you! Luz was in so much pain that he couldn't think about why his attack disappeared out of thin air. And at this time he could no longer feel the existence of his right hand. Lin Xia's attack made him completely lose his mind. When the women saw this scene, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They were so nervous that they almost forgot that Lin Xia also had spatial abilities. When Lin Xia was fighting with that person, she didn't use her full strength at all. The situation was always under his control. Jiang Ruoxue was thoughtful when she saw Lu Zuo's arm being cut off. Attack the enemy 3 points, and keep 7 points for yourself. Is that what you mean? Lin Xia, I understand. Chapter 106 Death of Lu Zuo. The situation on the field is not good. The mercenary captain quickly used his eyes to signal the gun-wielding men around him. They took advantage of the fact that Lin Xia was fighting with Lu Zuo and had no time to take care of them. It slowly moved through the crowd, spreading into an arc, surrounding Lin Xia in the middle. At this time, their master with superpowers was clearly at a disadvantage. If they didn't fight hard and kill Lin Xia, they would definitely not have a good ending. The battle for Doomsday has always been like this. Moreover, Lin Xia must have consumed a lot of his supernatural powers in the battle with Lu Zuo just now. With so many of them attacking at the same time with guns, it is not impossible to kill Lin Xia. In the field, the two were still fighting. But anyone with a discerning eye can see it. With only one hand left, Lu Zuo no longer posed any threat to Lin Xia. His attack at this time had no rules at all, and Lin Xia fought him easily. Lu Zuo suffered injuries in many places on his body. His right hand was cut off, and there was almost no supernatural power left in his body. His unwillingness to fight was more of a way to vent his despair, because he knew that it was impossible for him to survive. Then, Lin Xia seized one of his weaknesses. With a whip kick, he was kicked directly to the ground in the snow. Lu Zuo was stuck deep in the snow, and he was exhausted. He kept coughing up blood, and his eyes were full of resentment and regret when he looked at Lin Xia. Lu Zuo felt extremely regretful. He shouldn't have come here. If God gave him a chance to regret, he would never come here, let alone provoke Lin Xia. As long as what happened today had not happened, he would still be the god second only to himself. He can do whatever he wants in the base and live a life of luxury, instead of being beaten to the point of being left with only one breath like now. Lying in the cold snow, you could die at any time. Lin Xia walked in front of Lu Zuo and looked down at him. Do you know what to look for before tea? Lu Zuo looked at Lin Xia in confusion. Find your own shortcomings, brother. What's the point of you nagging there all the time? Didn't I still beat him to death? Lu Zuo was lying on the ground, being humiliated by Lin Xia. I almost couldn't catch my breath. Lin Xia, don't be so proud. Do you think that killing me will end this matter? Knowing that I haven't returned, the Lord God will definitely bring people to kill you. Your location is no longer a secret. Unless you leave here, you will wait for death here. There's absolutely no way you can defeat him. That man is a true god. Soon, you will be killed like me. Ha! Lin Xia sneered. At least you won't see this day. Don't bother him. I'll follow your footprints and find the location of the Pantheon. Then I will kill all of your superpowers, leaving no one alive. After saying that, Lin Xia raised the long knife in his hand high, ready to chop him to death. Lu Zuo also closed his eyes. At this moment, all his men were armed with guns. Finally, an arc-shaped encirclement was formed around Lin Xia. They raised dozens of guns in their hands at the same time, pointing the black muzzles at Lin Xia. This is their last chance. Lin Xia had been on guard against this since they were making small moves. So he calmly erected a space door in front of him. Except for a few people who were at a tricky angle, they escaped the defense range of the space gate. Most other people were unable to attack Lin Xia. After all, the space gate is just a plane and cannot be bent. As long as the attack range is greater than 180 degrees, there is still some possibility of avoiding the absolute defense of the space gate. This can also be considered a shortcoming of the space gate. Just as Lin Xia was about to dodge, the bullets fired by the few fish that had escaped the net hit her. A spherical bubble suddenly appeared around him. Wrap him up perfectly inside. Immediately afterwards, on the snow behind Lin Xia, it condensed into several huge arc-shaped moon blades. These moon blades are larger than those released by Lu Zuo and fly faster. They flew towards those who were about to shoot at Lin Xia like a flash of white lightning. Anyone attacked by this moon blade had their body neatly split in half. The power is enormous. Among those holding guns, some seemed to be possessed by evil spirits. The brain felt like it was hit by a huge hammer, and could no longer control the body. These people fainted in the snow and were unable to move. Lu's subordinates had never seen such a scene before. Did they violate the laws of heaven? So many supernatural forces swarmed towards them. They were suddenly thrown into chaos. Those who were holding guns had no way to continue aiming. I can only shoot randomly. All the bullets that hit Lin Xia were collected into the space, and did not cause any harm to him. However, some bullets flew over randomly from other locations and touched the edge of the bubble. Then the bullet was immediately bounced away by the bubble without even causing a ripple. The defensive power is amazing. Although Lin Xia didn't know what this bubble was. But he knew that it must be the group of women behind him who took action. Lu heard screams coming from all around him and immediately opened his eyes wide. Then it saw a scene that destroyed its faith. Superpowers, lots of superpowers. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could you possibly have so many people with special abilities? Just from what Lu could see, there were at least 4 different superpowers. You know, even in their Pantheon, there were only 5 people with special abilities before Xiaohua died. And in this community, in Lin Xia's small house, there are so many people with special abilities. This is simply unscientific. Lin Xia no longer had the mood to continue chatting with him. Remember, this knife is called guarding against arrogance and impatience. Lin Xia raised his knife and slashed, and Lu's head flew off. Lu had completely died in the snow. Chapter 107 Su Qian's Ability. Lin Xia squatted beside Lu's body and touched it with her hand. This time, Lin Xia had the experience of absorbing the mutant cat's superpowers before, so she was not panicked. Lu's supernatural powers continued to come out of his body, and Lin Xia carefully felt the process. The supernatural power in Lu's body is like a ball of energy without any attributes. As soon as he touched these superpowers, they were like water eager to get into a sponge. Lin Xia only felt these superpowers entering his body like a warm current. The supernatural power in his body became stronger again. The energy provided by Lu is probably only half the level of that mutant cat. In just less than 2 days, his ability level has increased by 15%, which is equivalent to many days of hard training. It seems that killing other psychics will greatly improve one's combat effectiveness. It seems there is one more reason why the Pantheon must die. When Lu's younger brothers saw that their boss was dead, they all knelt down. Sir, please spare my life. We were forced to do this. Sir, I didn't shoot. I have an 80-year-old mother at home. Please let me go. Uncle Lin, we live in the same neighborhood, and we are not in the same group as them. Sir, you have already killed the culprit. Please spare my life. Lin Xia avoided the corpses that were beaten to pieces by Jiang Ruoxue and the others, and walked in front of a person from the Pantheon. Where is the headquarters of your Pantheon? Although Lin Xia could find where their headquarters was based on their footprints. But it's still a bit troublesome after all. Since there is a ready-made answer, why not just ask directly? The person Lin Xia pointed out burst into tears of joy. As long as he still has value, Lin Xia should not kill him. So he immediately put on a flattering smile, and answered while kneeling on the snow. Sir, the Pantheon is located 5 kilometers away, at the Dewan Square metro station. They occupied preset shelters deep within the subway and, following the subway network, carried out acts of burning, killing, looting, and other inhumane acts. These people deserve to die. My lord, you must uphold justice and get rid of these bad guys. The man became more and more indignant as he spoke, and told everything he knew. After all, he was forcibly abducted by the Pantheon and had no loyalty at all. After listening to this, Lin Xia couldn't help but nodded in her heart. The snow outside is so deep and the temperature is so low. Occupying the subway network and then developing power is indeed a very good strategy. 5 kilometers is not too far. It only takes about 10 minutes to get there by hovercraft. How many people with special abilities like him are there in the Pantheon? My lord, there are actually 5 superpowers in the Pantheon. Emperor Yan, no, it's a person with special abilities. According to rumors, he seems to be dead. But I don't know any more detailed information. Lin Xia knew the number of people with special abilities in the Pantheon, and almost laughed out loud. It is called the Pantheon, but there are only 5 people with special abilities in total. This is really exaggerating. He had accidentally killed half of their superpowered people these days. Lin Xia pointed at Lin Xia, who was lying in the snow. So how does this person rank in the Pantheon? Sir, I only know that this psychic is a number 3 figure in the Pantheon. I don't know the detailed information about the other people with special abilities. Seeing Lin Xia frowning, he continued hurriedly. Sir, although I don't know much about the other people's information, I know the information about that god lord. His taijutsu is extremely powerful, and he can use lightning to kill people without them even noticing. Lin Xia nodded, knowing this was actually enough. There is no need for this Pantheon to continue to exist. After Lin Xia got the key information, she stopped paying attention to these people. He turned around and walked back to the safe house. Those people knelt on the ground and kowtowed happily. Thank you for not killing me, sir. Thank you, sir. Before they could finish their words, there was a bang 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 sound. The space gate opened in front of them, and the bullets stored in advance swarmed out. Their screams just rang out, and then quickly disappeared. The snow was silent again at this time. There was no other sound except the sound of Lin Xia stepping on the snow. Hundreds of people in the Pantheon have all become corpses lying in the snow. Since these people dared to cause trouble for him, they should be prepared to die. Not letting them suffer before death is already a special privilege given to them in consideration of their cooperation. Sure enough, when it comes to killing efficiency, nothing is more efficient than the bullets in his space. The bullets poured out from the space, just like cutting wheat. Human wave tactics are meaningless in front of him. It's a pity that these ordinary bullets are not fatal to people with special abilities. It seems that I should save more bullets for anti-material sniper rifles in the future. I'm afraid that even ordinary people with special abilities cannot withstand such a powerful bullet. Seeing Lin Xia appear in the villa safely, the girls nervously started touching around. Seeing that Lin Xia was indeed not injured, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you weren't hurt. Those people outside are really despicable. They've always been playing dirty tricks, bullying our brother Lin Xia for being innocent. This point was unanimously agreed by all the women. In their eyes, Lin Xia cannot be hurt at all. As for the others, let them live or die. When they were in crisis, only Lin Xia risked her life to save their lives. Why didn't the others show up at that time? They know best who is good to them. They would never hurt their most precious Lin Xia because of other people. Who made that spherical bubble just now? It seems like the defense is very strong. Lin Xia couldn't help but feel curious about the special power that enveloped him. Although other superpowers can also defend against bullets, they will be affected to some extent. However, after being hit by the bullet, the spherical bubble was not damaged at all. At this time, Su Qian walked out from among the women with her head lowered. Uncle, that's my special ability. I saw you just now and was almost hurt by those people. I suddenly awakened this ability. It seems, however, that it can only serve a defensive purpose. I don't have the powerful attack power like other sisters, so I can't help you well. Lin Xia shook her head and said to Su Qian. Your ability is very powerful. We all have no shortage of means of attack. But there are very few means of defense. I even have to learn how to use my superpowers to defend myself from other superpower users. This ability of yours can protect everyone from harm to a great extent. You know, if any of you gets hurt, I'll be heartbroken. Su Qian twisted the corner of her clothes, raised her head and looked at Lin Xia seriously. Uncle, if you were hurt, I would feel bad too. Chapter 108 The Pantheon is targeted. All right, stop showing off your affection. Jiang Ruoxue hurriedly interrupted the fantasy of master and servant in her mind. Of course, I'm definitely not much better. She would definitely join them. Ahem, let's talk about those things tonight. I have an idea I'd like to discuss with you. Lin Xia quickly changed the subject. Otherwise, he would definitely carry all these stunning beauties into his room. Who can withstand this? Seeing Lin Xia's serious face, the girls put away their amorous expressions and listened to him carefully. The people who came to visit us today are from the Pantheon. They should have learned about Jiang Ruoxue's information from those mercenaries from Yaozi country. The women immediately became indignant, especially Chu Yueshi and Jiang Ruoxue. They were the main victims. These people are always haunting them and always want to ruin their lives. These people are really going too far, and we didn't provoke them. If we hadn't awakened our abilities, if Lin Xia hadn't been by our side, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Seeing that the girls were quite excited, Lin Xia continued. Since the Pantheon has become so presumptuous, let's just go all out and wipe out this force. It's over now, and they won't cause trouble again in the future. The girls were frightened by Lin Xia's bold idea. This is a formidable force, and there are people with special abilities among them. Are we really safe with just a few people? Yeah, we don't know where they are, nor do we know how strong they are. Isn't this a bit too risky? What the sisters said makes sense, Lin Xia, let's be more cautious. They can't get into the safe house anyway, so we can wait for them to tire themselves out. At least we'll be much safer. They were all in the house just now, too far away from where Lin Xia was interrogating those younger brothers. I didn't hear what they said to each other. Only Chu Yueshi saw Lin Xia's confident look and seemed to be lost in thought. Sisters, I agree with Lin Xia's idea. All the girls looked at Chu Yueshi in surprise, not knowing why she said that. Chu Yueshi didn't keep anyone in suspense and directly expressed her thoughts. Since the Pantheon has sent people here, they must know our exact location. Then they are very likely to launch a surprise attack on us at any time based on this information. There's no such thing as a 1,000-day defense against thieves. Instead of passively defending, it's better to be proactive. Besides, we should do this now before the news of this group's death gets back. We can take advantage of this information gap and catch them off guard. Of course, the most important point is that our master Lin Xia must have gotten some important information from those people. Chu Yueshi winked at Lin Xia playfully. Lin Xia nodded affirmatively. Yes, I have learned the exact location of the Pantheon from them. And their power isn't as exaggerated as we imagined. There are only 3 psychics left. When Jiang Ruoxue heard this information, she immediately cried out in surprise. Why are there only 3? If you count the 2 we killed, there are only 5 psychics in total. In our family alone, there are already 5 people with special abilities. This Pantheon is too watery. Chu Yueshi shook her head. Sister, that's not how people with special abilities are counted. If it weren't for Lin Xia, we probably wouldn't have awakened our superpowers. Take the Lin Xia community as an example. Its permanent population is around 30,000. But apart from Lin Xia, no other psychic has been found. This means that the probability of psychics appearing naturally is very low. Lin Xia nodded in agreement. In fact, there shouldn't be a single person with special abilities in this community. I was reborn, so I naturally possess this magical power. Based on the experience of the previous life, there will actually not be a single person with superpowers in this community of 10,000 people. And this Pantheon actually has 5 psychics, calculated based on this ratio. Their faction actually possesses a great number of people with special abilities. This doesn't even include those who might be killed by them and refuse to obey them. If they are given time to continue developing, the number of 10,000 gods might be a bit exaggerated, but it is still possible to accumulate dozens of psychics. Most importantly, the relationship between people with special abilities is very much like a game of big fish eating small fish. The victor can absorb the powers of the defeated mutant. According to the Matthew effect, the strong will become stronger and stronger. One day, a superpowered person will be born. Lin Xia nodded. Chu Yueshi was indeed a scientist, and her ideas should be more rational. Yes, that's why I want to attack them. The superpowers I absorbed yesterday and today alone have increased the strength of my superpowers by at least 15%. No matter what their purpose is, we must eliminate the Pantheon. Chapter 109 Working Together. Okay, let's talk about this later. But the most important thing now is to get rid of these people from the Pantheon. According to the information we just received, the so-called God Lord is an electric-type mutant, and his strength is extremely powerful. The man I just killed was no match for him. Conservatively speaking, he has the combat power of at least 4 ordinary psychics. So for your safety, let me go alone this time. No, absolutely not. Since it's so dangerous, we'll go with you. At this time, the women surprisingly agreed. Lin Xia didn't know how to persuade him for a moment. There was a reason why Jiang Ruoxue and the others did this. After all, they have become superpowers and possess a certain level of combat power. They didn't want to always be behind Lin Xia and be his protected vase. They also wanted to stand by Lin Xia's side and fight with him. Just now, when Lin Xia was fighting with this psychic, it was already enough to make them nervous. If Lin Xia were to go alone, she might really encounter some danger. If they can't help Lin Xia in time, they will definitely regret it. The situation suddenly became deadlocked, and both sides had reasons not to give in. If the boss of that Pantheon is an electric-type esper, I might be able to solve this problem. Chu Yueshi raised her hand, and everyone present looked at her. I want to hear what methods she has to deal with the most powerful psychic in the Pantheon. You know, the last project I left was building a nuclear fusion power plant. Since it's a power station, there will definitely be issues with high-voltage electricity. China's ultra-high-voltage technology has always been the ceiling for all countries in the world. I have some equipment in my lab that I brought with me. I can use it to build an area that prohibits the uncontrolled spread of high-voltage electricity. Within this range, even ordinary people without special protective clothing will not be affected by high-voltage electricity. Lin Xia was a little skeptical. Could technology really achieve this level? What Chu Yueshi said is very similar to the forbidden magic area in Western fantasy novels. It's just that the ban on magic is replaced by the ban on electricity. Is it really that powerful? When you and I were sorting through the materials, we didn't see any large equipment. Chu Yueshi smiled confidently. Of course, such equipment is huge in a nuclear power plant. But the energy released by this psychic is definitely not as good as the energy produced by nuclear fusion. So the materials we brought back are enough. As for the effect, it can turn Pikachu's 100,000 volts into a tiny static electricity. I wonder if this effect is enough? Lin Xia was shocked by the effect. Has China's technology developed to this point? From what you've described, it feels like magic. Chu Yueshi smiled. The end of science is theology. For those who don't understand the principles, there is no essential difference between science and magic. These are all powers that exceed their cognitive systems. Besides, this is just a minor incident. After we capture that nuclear power plant, I can show you a power greater than that of God. There are many world-class scientific research equipment in that nuclear power plant. It may not be possible to mass-produce some special materials, but with the help of the equipment inside, some small-scale miracles can be achieved. There is no problem in providing it to these people for use. Moreover, in such an advanced nuclear power plant, she can freely use the equipment inside to realize some of her bold ideas. It feels so good to be able to do whatever you want without having to worry about the commands above. She was looking forward to the day when Lin Xia would take over the place and allow her to research freely. If that group of people weren't so short-sighted, with her abilities. It can also take China's comprehensive national strength to a higher level in a short period of time. Now Lin Xia also became very interested in the nuclear power plant. It's a pity that it's not really suitable to develop there now. It's too far away and not suitable for survival. Anyway, Chu Yueshi has locked it remotely, and it is impossible for others to break in. Just wait until they are ready and then go. If Chu Yueshi could make that tool, the strongest electric-type mutant in the Pantheon would be useless, and the danger would be greatly reduced. In that case, there's no problem in taking them along. Lin Xia nodded. Since Chu Yueshi can make that kind of equipment, then those of you who have become psychics should join me. Jiang Ruoxue and the others were immediately delighted, as they could now go with Lin Xia. For those who haven't gained superpowers, please stay home for now. It's too dangerous out there. The abilities of people with special abilities are very strange. We may not be able to protect you in time while we're fighting. Chu Yueshi and the others lowered their heads in disappointment. They knew that what Lin Xia said was right. If you don't become a person with special abilities, you will only be a burden to them outside. Actually, I have a solution to this problem. An unexpected person stepped forward. Chu Yueshi looked at Su Qian in surprise. Sister Su Qian, do you really have a way for us to go with you? Su Qian nodded. Although my ability doesn't have much offensive power, its defensive power is very strong. Also, after releasing it, I won't need to provide it with superpowers anymore. It can exist for a very long time. With it, you won't be hurt. Now, the 8 women in the living room all stared at Lin Xia with sparkling eyes. This will be something that their family will work together to accomplish. So they showed extraordinary unity and didn't want to let anyone fall behind. Chapter 110 Agree. Lin Xia couldn't say anything to refuse now. They worked together and actually solved all the problems he raised. Lin Xia had a feeling that they might be more united in his room in the future. Work together to defeat themselves, the mountain that is pressing on them. Okay, but you must pay attention to safety during this operation. Follow my orders and don't act on your own. Yes, master. All the women bowed to Lin Xia in unison, their movements in unison, as if they had rehearsed it in advance. It seemed that they must have signed some agreement in private that he didn't know about. I feel more and more that I have been fooled by you. Jiang Ruoxue smiled and put her arms around Lin Xia's shoulders, soothing her dissatisfaction with her tenderness. We know you're concerned about our safety and worried that we might get hurt. If Yueshi and Qianqian hadn't helped, you would never have agreed to let us go out with you. Because you love us, you respect us. This just gives us a chance to convince you. They saw through all of Lin Xia's thoughts. Okay, stop flattering me. Since we are all going to act together this time, we must pay attention to safety issues when we act. If any one of you gets hurt, our operation will be a huge loss. How long would it take you to assemble a device that can weaken high-voltage electricity? Lin Xia turned around and asked Chu Yueshi. Now that you have decided to go out together, you should prepare more thoroughly. Chu Yueshi thought about it and replied. That equipment isn't difficult. We have all the materials. You just need to remove a part from other equipment and reassemble it. It'll probably be done in about an hour. Lin Xia nodded. The time was not too long, not enough for the people in the Pantheon to realize that these people had been killed by him. So according to Chu Yueshi's instructions, Lin Xia placed all the equipment needed in the space into her laboratory one by one. Let her do the rest of the assembly work herself. After all, no one except her can understand these things. After finishing Chu Yueshi's business, Lin Xia brought the remaining girls to the gym. He put all the fitness equipment in the room into his space. Suddenly, the room became empty. Jiang Ruoxue saw this scene and said to Lin Xia shyly, Lin Xia, the battle is about to begin. It's not a good idea to do that kind of thing at this time. When we come back, we sisters will play with you to our heart's content, okay? As soon as Lin Xia heard her speak, she knew that this filthy demon king with a brain full of trains must have had his mind wandered. What are you thinking about? Am I the kind of person who's impatient? As soon as he said this, he immediately attracted the suspicious looks of the women. After all, Lin Xia's body is honest. Everyone knows what happens in the villa after 12 o'clock. Lin Xia knew that this matter could not be explained clearly, so she continued to take things out of the space. A row of tables appeared on one side of the room, covered with a dozen anti-material sniper rifles and rifles. He took out tens of thousands of bullets, and placed them behind the table along with the fully automatic bullet press. It's already 2050, and logistics support work has become much easier. As long as the bullets are placed in the container, the machine will automatically press the bullets in the container into the magazine. Then several hollow targets were placed from the other side of the room. Lin Xia, what are you doing? Take us to practice shooting? When Jiang Ruoxue saw the things Lin Xia took out, she knew that she was wrong. But there is no difference. Lin Xia is more serious during the day. At night, he was the one who had the most fun. Sooner or later, he will unlock the gameplay of playing in the gym. I need to store more powerful bullets in space. Ordinary bullets can only do limited damage to people with special abilities, so we need to prepare some powerful bullets specifically for them. After Lin Xiao's explanation, the girls immediately understood what he wanted to do. But before that, we need to spend some time to test the limits of the protective shield created by Su Qian. Once we know some of its specific properties, we can make better use of it. Then Lin Xia took out a bottle of water from the space and used it as an experimental prop. After Su Qian took the water handed to her by Lin Xia, she used her special powers to condense a transparent bubble on it. Uncle, it's done. Lin Xia took the bottle of water and found that apart from a faint spherical light film around it, it didn't feel anything special. His hand could easily penetrate the light film and touch the bottle. Lin Xia asked curiously. Could it be that this light film can't protect against my touch, but can only protect against high-speed targets like bullets? Su Qian quickly shook her head and explained. No, sir, this layer of protection is not yet in the open state, so you can touch it. If you activate its defense, it will become like this. As Su Qian spoke, he activated the supernatural shield on the bottle. Lin Xia suddenly felt a special touch in his hand, and the shield suddenly inflated in his hand like a balloon. So that's how it is. It's quite magical. Lin Xia pressed the sphere hard and found that there was no way to make it deform at all. You have to know that his body has been strengthened by supernatural powers. If he presses with all his strength, he can easily crush a basketball with his bare hands. Even with all the strength he exerted, he couldn't even make the thin shield dent even a little bit. It seems that ordinary people have no way to break it. I'm afraid only people with superpowers can pose a threat to it. Just when Lin Xia was about to take the water bottle to the target to test the bullet attack, a magical thing happened. What's going on? I can't seem to move it. At this moment, the bottle of water seemed to be fixed in the air by a mysterious force. No matter how hard Lin Xia tried, she couldn't move it. Lin Xia had no choice but to let go of her hand, and the bottle of water fell straight to the floor. Unlike other objects that bounce when they fall to the ground, it does not produce any bounce. Su Qian, do you know what's going on? Su Qian walked to the water bottle on the ground and wanted to pick it up. As a result, even she couldn't move the water bottle, so she had no choice but to cancel the shield protection and then pick up the water bottle. Su Qian handed the water bottle with a faint glow to Lin Xia and shook her head. I just acquired this ability. I only know some simple ways to use it, but I'm not quite sure about its specific capabilities. But my intuition tells me that although this ability has no offensive power, its defensive power is very strong. Chapter 111 Su Qian's Terrifying Superpowers. Lin Xia weighed the water bottle in her hand. Superpowers are truly a very magical power, and it is difficult to explain them with common sense. Isn't it the same with my own spatial ability? Although he doesn't know its principle, it does not affect his use of supernatural powers. Then Lin Xia placed the water bottle among the targets. Then he walked back and asked Su Qian to activate the supernatural shield. He handed the anti-material sniper rifle on the table to Selena. I've already opened a space gate in front of the wall behind the target. Even if there are ricochets, they won't hurt us. Use this gun to attack the water bottle and test the defensive effect of this supernatural shield. Selena didn't hesitate. After taking the gun from Lin Xia, she immediately made a very standard gun-holding gesture and pointed the gun at the water bottle. The muzzle of the gun was only more than 20 meters away from the water gun. At this distance, Serena could even break a strand of hair. It was no difficulty for her to hit a target as big as a water bottle. Serena took aim and pulled the trigger. Bang! A loud noise came from the muzzle of the gun. The bullet spiraled out of the gun barrel and flew towards the water bottle, but the water bottle on the other end did not react at all. Hit, did you miss? It's okay, try a few more times. It's sure to hit the target. Jiang Ruoxue and Selena have the best relationship. They are the first good sisters to carry guns together. Seeing that Serena missed, he hurried to comfort her. Serena shook her head and said nothing. Instead, he raised his gun and continued shooting at the water bottle. Bang! 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 Huge gunshots continued to be heard, but the bottle did not respond at all. At this time, everyone realized that something was wrong. Even for newbies like them who have never touched a gun, it is impossible for them to miss a water bottle with so many shots. This is a sniper rifle. At such a close distance, it's no different from putting the target at the muzzle of the gun. Pa! The bullets in this magazine were already empty. Selena picked up the loaded magazine next to her, put it into the sniper rifle and continued shooting at the water bottle. Bang! The water bottle on the other side was finally blown up. The water splashed in the air and finally fell to the ground like a small waterfall. Lin Xia counted silently on the side. The 14th shot. Selena nodded and said to Su Qian. It wasn't until the 14th bullet that the shield was penetrated. Qian, your ability is truly terrifying. What did you feel after this shield was broken? Su Qian shook her head. Apart from the shield being penetrated and that part of my supernatural power completely disappearing, I didn't feel anything special. And when Sister Serena shouted, I could feel the energy in the shield decreasing. If we can replenish it in time, we can restore the shield to its original state. Xiao Nianyan picked up an antimaterial bullet that was not put into the magazine from behind. The bullet was longer than her palm, so she placed it against her forearm to compare it. She found that he was only slightly shorter than her forearm. Although she is the school belle of the dance academy, she also knows a little about firearms. So I asked Serena, Sister, if this kind of bullet hits a person, can it break the person in two? Serena shook her head and explained. Did you see that water bottle? A human body is no different from a bullet of this caliber. It will just be reduced to a cloud of blood. To say it was broken in two is really overestimating the strength of the human body. This weapon was created specifically to attack war machines like tanks. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called an anti-material weapon. It's really an exaggeration to hit someone with it. Xiao Nianyan looked at the bullet in her hand and was so scared that she put it back. Her superficial knowledge was just what she saw from short videos. But I never thought that I had underestimated its power. Just one bullet could turn her into a cloud of blood mist in an instant, and make her disappear from this world. These weapons are too terrifying. So she looked at Su Qian with some admiration. Sister Qian, you are so amazing. Your ability can actually block 14 of these bullets. Su Qian shook her head shyly. My ability is only good for defense, but it has no other uses. Besides, everything I have was given by my uncle. He is the most powerful one. I believe you will soon be able to obtain superpowers. There is nothing to envy. Xiao Nianyan looked at Lin Xia with anticipation. However, Lin Xia didn't care at this time. He was thinking carefully, why did this Aquarius behave like this? Lin Xia recalled how he felt when Su Qian put the shield on him. He didn't feel any discomfort inside the shield, and as he moved, the shield moved with him. Think again about the water bottle falling to the ground. He came to a bold hypothesis. If you want to move the shield, I'm afraid you have to move the object inside it. No external force can cause it to change. Selena nodded. She also agreed with Lin Xia's statement. The first bullet I fired just now deliberately hit the edge of the shield, but the water bottle was not affected at all. The subsequent bullets were all fired at the center, but it remained motionless. This is very wrong. A water bottle like that, if you give it any force, it will fall over. But after being empowered by Qianqian's special abilities, it can actually fight against anti-material weapons head-on. Jiang Ruoxue suddenly thought of something at this time, so she interrupted. What you're talking about sounds a lot like the overlord in the game. Chapter 112 Target Pantheon. After hearing what Jiang Ruoxue said, Lin Xia couldn't help laughing. Yes, your description is very appropriate. Su Qian's ability is very powerful and has great development prospects in the future. Having her here is really a big help. Su Qian received Lin Xia's praise and said shyly with her head lowered. It's fine as long as the uncle doesn't dislike me. Lin Xia was indeed right in what he said. Su Qian's supernatural power was so powerful just after it awakened. As her strength grows, she will only become more powerful. In the end times, who would complain about having many ways to save their lives? You can only talk about the future when you are alive. If you die, everything is gone. With her special abilities, their future safety will be greatly improved. It's a pity that I don't have much time, otherwise I would definitely be able to measure more things. Su Qian's ability test has come to an end, and the rest is easy. Lin Xia opened the space gate, and the 8 people present began to shoot bullets into the space gate frantically. The bullets collected this time are mainly anti-material bullets. So the few people with special abilities on the field were holding anti-material sniper rifles in their hands. The recoil of this gun is really too strong. The women who have not awakened their special powers can't fire more than a few shots before their shoulders are hurt. They had no choice but to switch to rifles with less recoil. As the guns continued to fire, the barrels could no longer withstand the high intensity of the shooting and began to become hot and red. If you fire again at this time, there is a risk of the barrel exploding. But Lin Xia had looted many shooting ranges after all, so there were plenty of such guns in the space. If the barrel turns red, just change to another gun. If they had to press these bullets by hand, their hands would probably turn red. Fortunately, Lin Xia was equipped with a machine specifically for loading bullets into magazines, otherwise they would definitely not be able to shoot so recklessly. After a while, Lin Xia has stored more than 30,000 rifle bullets and more than 8,000 anti-material bullets in his space. Although there were only 3 people using rifles, the firepower of the rifles was much stronger than that of the sniper rifles. The number of bullets fired by the 5 psychics was far less than theirs. There's a reason why rifles are the most widely used weapons on the battlefield. However, Lin Xia's spatial ability can make up for the sniper rifle's lack of firepower. As long as he turns on his special power, these anti-material bullets will pour out like a machine gun. Those ordinary psychics had no power to fight back at all. But it would be great if we could get a close-in weapon system. That would be a true metal storm. Load the bullets of the close-in defense gun into the space and release them when fighting with the mutant. By then, no matter what kind of superpowers they have, they should be able to be torn to pieces. Or put a few missiles in it? If someone provokes me, I will just use missiles to destroy them from a long distance. Sure enough, his development of spatial abilities was far from enough. The fantasies in Lin Xia's mind became more and more outrageous. But his ideas are not impossible to realize. After all, Chu Yueshi is still exploring the location of the super arsenal. Once Lin Xia takes over that place, the firepower he will receive will definitely be much more exaggerated than he imagined. That's enough ammunition to launch a small war of annihilation. When everyone had used up their bullets, Lin Xia reloaded the machine. Chu Yueshi pushed the door open and walked in, holding a cylindrical device in her hand, and walked happily to the crowd. The gunshots in the field suddenly disappeared, and everyone was very curious about the thing Chu Yueshi had created. Lin Xia looked at the time. It took a total of 50 minutes from the time he handed those things to Chu Yueshi until she finished and took them back. A little faster than she expected. Fortunately, Chu Yueshi is not the kind of woman who says, right away, or very soon. In fact, others may not be able to wait for her even if they play games for several hours. Chu Yueshi said to Lin Xia with a smile. I've already made it. We can set off any time. Lin Xia took the device from her hand. It was about the size of a kettle and not very heavy to carry. He asked curiously. Does this thing really work? Seeing that Lin Xia didn't believe it, Chu Yueshi took the device from his hand and said somewhat unconvinced. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Out of caution, Lin Xia took out an electric baton that he had collected before from the space. When you press the switch, an electric arc will emerge from the other end of the electric baton, making a crackling sound. Although this electric baton is small in size, the current it generates is enough to reach hundreds of thousands of volts. It can easily incapacitate an adult. Although the total amount of current is certainly not comparable to real high-voltage electricity, it is still no problem to use it to test this device. For everyone's safety, let's test it first. Chu Yueshi didn't say anything more. Although she was very clear about the capabilities of this device, other people had never been exposed to this field after all. It would be good to do an experiment to enhance everyone's understanding of it. So I put it on the ground and flipped the switch. Lin Xia turned on the electric baton again, and a magical scene happened. The electric arc that should have been produced at the other end of the electric baton suddenly disappeared, and the crackling sound also disappeared without a trace. The electric arc was now like a thin cotton thread, very soft and weak. The effect was immediate and better than Lin Xia had imagined. Ah, my hair! Jianghua Xue, who was closest to Lin Xia, noticed that her hair suddenly began to float up slowly. Lin Xia quickly turned off the electric baton in her hand. What happened? When the electric baton stopped generating electricity, Jiang Ruoxue's hair slowly fell down again. Chu Yueshi hurriedly explained to everyone. This device can divert most of the current into the ground, but it will also cause some of the charge to diffuse into the air and form static electricity. This static electricity won't cause any harm to people. Once the current stops, this device will conduct the static electricity generated in the air into the ground. Although people are not quite sure how this device works, it is really amazing that it can have this effect. Chapter 113 Zhao Tianye's Conflict. Lin Xia then conducted other tests on the device and came to some conclusions. This device works best within a radius of 20 meters. Beyond this range, its effectiveness will drop rapidly. It is best to use it in a relatively open area. After Lin Xia walked out of the room and closed the door, she activated the electric baton from the corridor, and this electric baton was not much affected. Even at this moment, the distance to the device was less than 10 meters. After Lin Xia finished the test, he already had a general understanding of the device. So I put it into the space with satisfaction. As long as he has it in his hand, any electric-type mutant will be like a toothless tiger in front of him, and will never be his opponent. When fighting them, quietly activate it and place it on the ground. They certainly could not have imagined that it was such an insignificant little thing that caused them to die without a burial place. After everyone was ready, they walked out of the villa and boarded the hovercraft. This was the first time the hovercraft was fully occupied. After Lin Xia set the target as Dewan Square, he started the automatic driving directly. The snowflakes were stirred up by the powerful airflow of the hovercraft, and floated on the surface of the hovercraft like waves on the sea. At the same time, inside an underground shelter near Dewan Square, the only 3 remaining psychics in the Pantheon gathered together to discuss things, a rare occasion. They did not go outside to plunder supplies, nor did they indulge in lust within the base. Instead, they sat at a table and discussed a message on their cell phones. Boss, he is willing to give us so many benefits. Is this information reliable? A young man with a cigarette butt in his mouth raised his question. His name is Li Kun, and he is a speed-type mutant. I used to be a drag racer before the end of the world, but unfortunately it's covered in snow outside now and I can't continue racing. He awakened his speed ability after the apocalypse, and was later subdued by the Lord God, becoming the core force of the Pantheon. Boss, I think this news is fake. Maybe they want to lure us into their territory, and then catch us all in one fell swoop. Those Tianlong people are hiding well in the official shelter. How could there be a sudden attack from rebels? His name is Wang Hailong, and he is a psychic with healing abilities. He used to run a grain and oil store before the end of the world. He was a fat middle-aged man with a shrewd look in his small eyes. When the apocalypse happened, he was living in this store and had no worries about supplies. He was even lucky enough to awaken his healing ability. He was originally a good otaku, but unfortunately he was suddenly found by the Lord God when he was collecting supplies. He had no fighting ability at all, so he could only submit to the god and willingly become his subordinate. But after coming to the Pantheon and enjoying the extravagant life here, he couldn't leave. So he really didn't want to give up his current life and take the risk of grabbing that territory. The Lord of the Pantheon is thinking about the pros and cons. His original name is Zhao Tianyi. In order to avoid revealing too much information about himself, he never told his subordinates about his past. If you meet other people with superpowers, just beat them up. Either become his subordinate or serve as his food. However, this time, we need to find a reasonable reason to act together to help him share the risk. He was quite sure of the authenticity of the message because it was sent by his former boss. And his boss was protecting the governor's safety before the end of the world. I also revealed to him the fact that I had become a person with special abilities. He just sent me a message for help, expressing his willingness to cooperate with me to break into the official shelter with internal and external support. Then acknowledge him as Lord and help him get that refuge. According to him, a group of rebels suddenly arrived yesterday and did not obey the orders of the leaders there at all. They just shot and killed the guards. If they hadn't reacted quickly, they would have been captured. There was a man in that group of rebels who was invulnerable to swords and guns. He would not be hurt at all by bullets, so it was suspected that he was also a person with superpowers. Although their shelter is well equipped in all aspects, it is full of ordinary people, and no one has special abilities. The shelter was on the verge of collapse under the attack of the rebels, so he thought of his former subordinate. Zhao Tianai also became a person with superpowers after the apocalypse, and now only he can save himself. He had no psychological burden at all in betraying these people for his life. Zhao Tianai was also a little conflicted at this time, not knowing whether he should trust his boss. Although the shelter in his subway station was quite comfortable to live in. But the subway network is well connected after all, making it an easy to attack but difficult to defend place. If other people with special abilities come to attack, this place will be impossible to defend. But the official shelter was different. The psychic spent almost a whole day trying to break into it but failed. Its defense was impeccable. It would be much safer to use that place as the Pantheon's headquarters than here. And after killing that psychic, he can become even stronger. In this Doomsday, only those with strength can have everything. Finally, I made up my mind. Done! Even if he controls the military district's armed forces, what can he do? When Lin Xia comes back, we'll have a total of 4 psychics, and we'll bring a few hundred cannon fodder with us. I don't believe we can't defeat that group of rebels and that person with superpowers. Only after we take over that refuge can we better develop our power. Zhao Tianai had also worked in the army and knew very well how powerful those weapons were. However, they have so many cannon fodder under their command, and the number of psychics is also superior, so they should be able to deal with them. Even if his former superiors had deceived him, they could have simply retreated. Since Zhao Tianai has already spoken, Li Kun doesn't care. Because he found that after the apocalypse, killing people was much more exciting than racing, and this operation would definitely kill a lot of people. Boss, I'll go prepare my weapons first. When Lin Xia comes back, we'll just kill him. Wang Hailong sighed and got up to prepare. Although he doesn't like fighting, he has no choice after joining here. Since you enjoy the benefits here, you also have to pay something. Then I'll go prepare supplies and vehicles so that I can take those cannon fodder with me when the time comes. Zhao Tianai nodded and let the 2 men leave. In fact, he didn't really want to fight. He wanted to play with that top-notch stewardess for 3 days and 3 nights. In preparation for today, he had a good rest last night. The purpose is to maintain the best fighting condition and to fully appreciate this stunning beauty. It's a pity that breaking through the official shelter is also very important, which will affect the future development prospects of their forces. If you go too late, there is a high possibility that the place will be captured by the rebels. In that case, the shelter's protective capabilities will definitely be greatly reduced. In the apocalypse, even if you want to repair a damaged shelter, you can't find the corresponding materials or repair workers. So, he actually made a considerable sacrifice. In order to develop power, they gave up personal enjoyment. Zhao Tianai looked at the time anxiously. It's been so long, why hasn't Lin Xia come back yet? Even if I could bring that stewardess back, I'd better let me have a look at her first. Chapter 114 Arrival at Dewan Square. Lin Xia and his group boarded the hovercraft, and after more than 10 minutes, they finally arrived at Dewan Square. This place used to be bustling with people, and it was the most lively commercial street in the nearby area. On weekends, the traffic is very congested, and if you are unlucky, you may be stuck in traffic for dozens of minutes. But nowadays, this place no longer has the prosperity it once had. Everything here is covered with thick ice and snow, and there is no life. It was as if human beings suddenly disappeared from the earth, and it became extremely desolate. Except for a few girls with special abilities, they can usually accompany Lin Xia out. The remaining few people have not yet had a good look at this Doomsday scene. It was not until they stepped into the mall that they could understand Jiang Ruoxue and the scenery they described. They were frequent visitors to this mall before, but this was their first time shopping there after the apocalypse. After Lin Xia carried the last woman down from the window, he directly put the hovercraft outside into the space. Even though they were in a mall, the temperature was only slightly warmer than outside. The temperature indoors must be at least minus 50 degrees Celsius. The girls all put on thick hats, but the exposed parts of their faces were still delicate and charming. Just based on this face, she is enough to be called a top beauty. Even for women with exaggerated figures like Selena, Su Mayan, and Nan Gongshui, even thick winter clothes cannot hide their hot bodies. The proud curves can still be seen on the chest. In order to keep the girls warm, Lin Xia took out 8 sets of large and thick black cloaks from the space. Then he took out 8 sets of thermal masks. After the girls put them on, they all looked like they were cozying the Western Grim Reaper. The masks completely covered their beautiful faces, and matched with the wide cloaks they wore on the outside. As long as they don't speak, it's impossible to tell whether the people inside are male or female. Serena complained after she was dressed. Xia, it's a little too inconvenient to fight in this outfit. However, Jiang Ruoxue had already seen through Lin Xia's thoughts. Let's just wear them. There is a kind of coldness, which is when Lin Xia thinks we are cold. As for whose possessiveness kicked in, I have no idea. After Jiang Ruoxue's guidance, the remaining women immediately understood Lin Xia's little thoughts. Suddenly, the silver bell-like teasing voices of the girls came from beside Lin Xia. Ahem. To prevent those in the Pantheon from seeing through our true intentions, it's best for you to keep quiet for a while. Yes, sir. Sweet and moving voices came out from the heavy cloak. Lin Xia felt relieved after hearing this. They are indeed top beauties, every part of their bodies is perfect, and just listening to their voices can make one's ears pregnant. The girls were also happy to cooperate with Lin Xia. After all, nothing is more important than making him happy. Lin Xia is their sky. So everyone began to explore this place. The purpose of building this shopping mall is mainly to provide entertainment for people. Therefore, there are not many supplies here for people to survive in the apocalypse. It was far less helpful than the Walmart supermarket that Lin Xia and his team raided at the beginning. The supplies from that raid alone were enough for the women to use for hundreds, or even thousands of years. Besides, the main goal this time is to kill the psychics in the Pantheon. So I didn't spend much time collecting supplies here. Of course, if I come across something nice on the way, I will put it into the space. After all, we're here. Lin Xia and others walked down the stairs of the mall, and the signs of human activities here became more and more obvious. The ground was covered with dirty footprints, scattered goods, and smashed counters. The environment inside the mall was in a dilapidated state. It was obvious that this place had been looted many times. Especially when Lin Xia and the others walked to the underground floor, the environment there was even more chaotic. There were even some human corpses lying naked on the ground. The layout of this floor is a bit like a small supermarket. Before the end of the world, it should be filled with various foods and daily necessities. But now it was in a mess. But one thing is still very obvious. All the edible things here have disappeared. Just as Lin Xia and the others were walking around the corpses on the ground and preparing to head to the subway tunnel, Selena came close to Lin Xia, pointed ahead, and spoke in a low voice. Someone is talking in the passage ahead. After hearing the news, the girls all looked at Lin Xia, waiting for his next instruction. Lin Xia thought about it and said, Let's get closer carefully and see if we can get any useful information. Thanks to Selena's ability to enhance her physical fitness, the superpower gave her keen perception, allowing her to detect some information from a long distance. Everyone then approached carefully, stepping lightly. On the other side of the wall was a passage, and the light was extremely dim. There were several people sitting in a circle there, and the sound of their conversation slowly came from that side. Brother Zhao, do you think those people will find out that we sneaked away? From what the higher-ups said, it seems they are preparing to go to far, far away places to collect supplies. If they catch us running away, they will kill us. A very thin middle-aged man asked breathlessly. He hadn't eaten for almost a day and had secretly run such a long distance. The physical and mental pressure has made it impossible for him to move forward. The physical conditions of the others were similar, so they chose to rest here for a while. Wait until it slows down a bit before continuing on your way. That old Zhao seemed to be the leader of this group, and the people around him followed him. This summons was too sudden. There must be something wrong. But it was their action that gave us a good opportunity to escape. Otherwise, we'll be closely watched by those people around us. If we make any unusual movements, we'll definitely be discovered immediately. If you stay here any longer, go with them. Even if I didn't die in this operation, I would have been killed by those so-called gods sooner or later. Old Zhao explained. Chapter 115 Lao Zhao's Advice. He is the one who has been in this shitty pantheon the longest among this group of people. His good brother was killed by those gods during the riot a few days ago. He was too timid at that time and did not dare to go with them, so he escaped with his life by luck. Of course, those gods will not kill all people. They still need these ordinary people to serve them. That day, he and other people who did not have the courage to resist these gods moved the corpses into the kitchen warehouse. Among those corpses were some of his best brothers. From that day on, he was always planning to escape from here. Finally, he had waited for this good opportunity today. Brother Zhao, will everything really be alright if we kill those spies? A slightly younger man said, a glint of timidity in his eyes. After all, he had just graduated from college before the end of the world, so he had never been exposed to such cruel things. Old Zhao sighed and explained to the young man. Killing them may not delay us for long, but if we don't kill them, someone will catch up with us the moment we leave. These people have been brainwashed. There's no way to convince them. I just hope they can start this operation sooner so those people don't have time to find us. Only in this way can we successfully escape from this devil's cave. The organizational structure under the Pantheon is similar to that of the current workplace. The ordinary people here are divided into small groups, group leaders, big group leaders, ministers, etc. Those gods govern all people from top to bottom. The more they identify with the values here, the more they listen to the words of those gods and are willing to be their lackeys. The higher their position here, the better the benefits they will enjoy. But everything has its pros and cons. If any of their subordinates disobeys or even wants to escape, this constitutes improper management, and they will be severely punished, and may even be killed on the spot. Therefore, a very high-pressure rule is maintained here. In order to survive better, these team leaders will select some ordinary people who want to be promoted from the team to serve as deputy team leaders. It is called training successors, but in fact it is just a tool for team leaders to monitor their subordinates. To prevent someone from escaping or failing to perform his duties, which would result in him being killed by someone at a higher level. Of course, if there are too many people in your group who want to improve, these people can also be transferred to other groups so that they can supervise each other and serve as a multiple insurance policy. After all, this is not a real workplace. If your performance does not meet the standards, the worst that can happen is layoffs. But here, if there is any mistake, it can really be fatal. The man these people call Brother Zhao is a team leader. He took advantage of the chaos and killed the spies sent in by other team leaders. Then he took those of his men who had not been brainwashed and prepared to escape from here together. After all, in such a harsh environment, the chances of survival are greater when there are more people. Wait until they go to a place a little further away and search for some normal food from there. After recovering your strength, you can escape from here completely. As for the shopping mall next door, it has been looted countless times by those people. There is nothing valuable in it. Going there will only be a waste of precious time. Everyone, try your best and hold on a little longer. This is still their sphere of influence. Once we get a little further, everything will be fine. Then we'll find a store and have a good meal together. After the rest just now, everyone's physical strength has recovered a little. We must take this group of people and set off quickly. If we get caught by the Pantheon, it will be no joke. These people will definitely be made examples and tortured to death. After hearing what the team leader said, the other people couldn't help but imagine themselves eating and drinking in an empty shopping mall. Suddenly I had the motivation to keep moving forward. The meat they ate in the Pantheon made them physically uncomfortable. But in order to survive, they had no choice but to eat despite their nausea. This kind of life is simply torture for those who still have a conscience. When they thought about being able to eat the food that normal people should eat and escape from this hell, their eyes were filled with desire. When Lin Xia heard this, she knew that she could no longer get any information. So he brought the girls out from the other side of the wall. The sound of dense footsteps suddenly rang out, sounding extremely harsh in the dark and silent corridor. Lao Zhao and his group suddenly became nervous and huddled together tightly, as if this could give them courage. Old Zhao held the kitchen knife in his hand tremblingly, and the blade was stained red with coagulated blood. He must have used this kitchen knife to kill those spies. Of the group of people that appeared before him, only the man at the head had a rough outline. The other 8 people were wearing black robes, revealing a cold temperament. In fact, it was because the girls didn't speak that Lao Zhao misunderstood. If they spoke, I'm afraid it would have no deterrent effect at all. Are you here to arrest us? We are all ordinary people. Why should we make things difficult for each other? Just pretend you didn't see anything and give us a way out. Perhaps because he thought this sentence was too weak, Lao Zhao gripped the kitchen knife tightly and took a step forward, his eyes becoming a little fiercer. If you insist on making things difficult for us, the worst that can happen is that both of us will perish. We'll die if we go back anyway, so we might as well fight you now. Lin Xia smiled and didn't take his threat seriously at all. We are just passing by. We don't know you at all, let alone catch you. We're going to the Pantheon. Do you know how to get there? After hearing this, Lao Zhao still held the knife in his hand cautiously to his chest, not daring to let go. But in the end, I felt relieved that they were not here to arrest them. Only then did old Zhao have the opportunity to take a closer look at the man in front of him. His clothes were very neat and spotless, and he had a cool and handsome appearance. The aura he exuded was completely different from theirs, and he didn't look like someone who had been devastated by the apocalypse at all. Not to mention the team leaders and ministers, even the so-called gods probably don't have this kind of spirit. I just don't know what's wrong with these people. They actually want to join the Pantheon. Old Zhao then persuaded. Why are you so desperate that you want to go to the Pantheon? You must have been deceived by those propaganda people. They offer rewards for recruiting new members. The Pantheon is not as good as they advertise. It's a living hell in there. People who are there can't even survive 10 days. We escaped during the chaos. Take my advice, just go back to where you came from. There are some people there who possess supernatural powers. Once you get there, there will be no chance for regret. Chapter 116 Li Kun. When old Zhao saw Lin Xia, it was as if he saw his former self. At the beginning, they, a few good brothers, also came to the Pantheon with hope. But when they came here, they found that they were so wrong. His brothers were tortured to death here one after another by others. This place is simply hell. He wishes that the days here were just a nightmare. If God could give him another chance to start over, he would definitely try his best to persuade those good brothers. I would rather starve or freeze to death at home than come to this hell on earth. At least if I stay at home, I can keep my body intact and not be forced to become someone else's food like I am now. You misunderstood. We are not joining there. Instead, we must completely destroy this place. Old Zhao looked like he had heard something funny. Just a few ordinary people like you think you can destroy that place? Stop dreaming. It's much scarier there than you can imagine. There were thousands of people in the Pantheon. They even robbed the police station and had a lot of guns. The firepower is extremely strong. If ordinary people want to resist there, they will only be beaten into sieves by those beasts. And this is not the most terrifying thing. There are 5 people above them who possess supernatural powers. No one can escape from them. Those 5 people are impossible to defeat. Old Zhao felt a chill when he thought of the day when his good brothers were killed in front of him. His brothers received a good task. They brought a group of people to rob the police station and obtained a lot of guns. This incited many people who were dissatisfied with this place, and they took the confiscated guns and directly killed those so-called gods. But what people didn't expect was that those people didn't use God as a title because they had a second-year syndrome. They truly possess incredible power, and ordinary people are no match for them. There were so many people resisting that even if they had guns in their hands, the bullets could not hurt them at all. Then the man called God Lord waved his hand and lightning shot out from the sky. Those who attempted to overthrow their rule and rebelled all became food for the rest of the people. It filled up several warehouses, and he didn't know how he got through that period of time. Lin Xia smiled. Someone who possesses supernatural powers. Isn't that a person with superpowers? Moreover, he has killed 2 of the 5 superpowers in the Pantheon. Just when Lin Xia was about to say something, Selena came over. Said in a very small voice. There are footsteps. Someone is coming from that side. Lin Xia immediately turned her head and looked towards the other side of the passage. At the same time, he asked this old Zhao. Is the Pantheon in that direction? Old Zhao didn't know about the impending threat. He just thought that Lin Xia and the others were eager to die, so he could only try his best to persuade them. That's exactly the direction the Pantheon is in. Young man, just listen to my advice. It's really not a good place. If you are short of food, I can take you to find it. I'm quite familiar with this underground tunnel. Before Lao Zhao finished speaking, he realized something was wrong. Suddenly, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard in the passage in that direction. The footsteps became clearer and clearer, as if death was approaching them. Old Zhao's expression changed and he spoke to Lin Xia and the others. Run quickly, the people from the Pantheon are coming. If you don't run now, it will be too late. What's too late? A frivolous voice suddenly came from the other end of the passage. From the moment Selena heard the footsteps to the moment this person appeared in front of everyone. It takes less than 10 seconds. This person's speed is really too fast. When Lao Zhao saw the man's face clearly through the dim light here, he was completely stunned. With a clang sound, the blood-stained kitchen knife in his hand fell to the ground. His body was shaking constantly. Although, there was only one person in front of them who came to chase after their group of defectors. But he would rather face dozens or hundreds of ordinary people than see him. Because the person in front of him is one of the gods in the Pantheon, the god who symbolizes speed. He is ranked second only to the God Lord, and his combat power is extremely terrifying. His speed was so fast that even bullets couldn't catch up with him. In his eyes, guns are no different from toys. Moreover, this person is extremely cruel and bloodthirsty. Anyone he targets will be brutally tortured to death in various bloody ways. No one is spared. Old Zhao was so scared at this time that he was at a loss and kept muttering to himself. How could God himself come after us? It's over, it's all over now. The reactions of the other people around Lao Zhao were not much better at this time. Physical weakness and mental fear completely overwhelmed them. Their legs were shaking and weak, and they couldn't exert any strength. It felt as if all the bones in my body had been pulled out. They all collapsed to the ground, despair in their eyes. It seems that this person once caused them very serious psychological trauma. 1, 2, 3, 7. Well, that's great. Not one less. All these little mice that tried to escape have been found. Li Kun nodded, then turned his gaze to Lin Xia and his group. The people in front of me were all wearing thick cloaks and masks, so my figure and appearance could not be seen at all. Only Lin Xia is special and stands out among these people. Obviously this is their head, Li Kun chuckled. I originally thought I'd stretch my body a bit and play a little cat and mouse game before the action. I didn't expect there would be such an unexpected gain. Not bad, really good. Even if I kill all of them, I can still earn 2 more. Ha! Li Kun laughed cruelly and bloodthirstily, his eyes full of indifference to life. The laughter echoed in the distance in this empty passage, which was creepy. Old Zhao mustered up his courage and spoke to Lin Xia tremblingly. This is the person I was talking about, the one who wields supernatural powers in the Pantheon. It's too late now. Ordinary people can't possibly be his match. And this person is a bit mentally twisted. He loves to torture people and hear their screams. In front of him, death is a relief. We can't escape now, so let's find a way to die quickly. Old Dao's words were filled with despair about his future fate. Chapter 117, The Ghost Li Kun. After listening to what Lao Zhao said, Li Kun sneered contemptuously. Although he was the only one here at this moment, he did not take the dozen or so people in front of him seriously at all. This is the confidence of a superpower. It is extremely difficult for an ordinary person to kill a person with superpowers. But he, Li Kun, actually killed a mutant who was hostile to them and unwilling to join the Pantheon. His own strength is enough to kill psychics of the same level. After absorbing the opponent's psychic powers, he becomes even stronger. There is a huge gap between ordinary people and him. Boy, you heard what he said, didn't you? My time is precious today, and I don't want to go through all this nonsense with you guys. If you want to join our Pantheon, then I welcome you. Just follow me. If you don't join, Li Kun's words suddenly became cruel. Then die like them. Lin Xia chuckled, not taking his threatening words seriously at all, and said provocatively, What if I say no? Li Kun seemed to have heard something funny, and he bent his legs and put himself in a posture of accumulating strength. Then go to hell. Suddenly, he was like an arrow shot from a bow. The speed was so fast that everyone could only see a black shadow rushing towards them. Old Zhao behind Lin Xia was stunned by Li Kun's attack. He didn't expect that they were just talking peacefully. Suddenly they attacked them. Old Zhao, like the people around him, was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. However, the women around Lin Xia did not react at all because Lin Xia was standing next to them. As long as he is there, they will not be harmed. Seeing him use his special powers, Lin Xia rushed towards them at a rapid speed. His reaction was much simpler. He simply opened the door of space and placed it in the passage in front of them. This channel is not very big, considering the current strength of Lin Xia's supernatural powers. He can open a huge space door that covers the entire area of the passage. Make sure not a single mosquito can get through. At this moment, Li Kun, who was rushing forward, suddenly had a sense of life and death in his mind. Danger! If you rush forward, someone will definitely die. Although the passage ahead was empty and there was nothing. But Lin Kun would never dare to underestimate this warning in his mind. But the road ahead was flat, and there was no place for him to stop and brake. Even if he stopped now, inertia would carry him towards the abyss. His sense of life and death was becoming more and more urgent. He glanced to the side and his eyes suddenly lit up. Fortunately, there is always a way out. On the wall next to it, there happened to be a load-bearing pillar, which protruded into the passage. If you don't look carefully, you won't be able to find it at all. He had just activated his special ability, and was running forward at an incredibly fast speed. It is almost impossible to stop where you are. But if you force yourself to change your direction, you can still turn a corner. So he twisted his feet and ran towards the pillar. Li Kun passed through the pillar, and did a mid-air spin. Only then did he stop the car in front of Lin Xia's space gate. In a flash, the two had already started the first round of confrontation. The average person's brain couldn't react at all and had no idea what had just happened. Lin Xia secretly said, "What a pity. This is not the first time this has happened." These people with special abilities seem to be born with a sense that allows them to warn of danger. Otherwise, if he rushed straight over, he would definitely fall into the space. You must know that the laws in this space do not allow any living life to exist. Old Zhao and his group stared blankly at what was in front of them. I don't know why this god suddenly did such a juggling move. Logically speaking, shouldn't he show his divine power and brutally kill them all? Li Kun frowned at this time and looked at the air wall in front of him with confusion. Could it be that there is a person with superpowers among these people? But what kind of supernatural power is this? It's so weird. Lin Xia saw his puzzled look and laughed. This laughter was particularly harsh in such a solemn atmosphere. What were you talking about? Again, I didn't hear you. Then Lin Xia glanced at his shoes. The soles of his shoes had broken open, and a big foot was exposed outside. It must be because he used too much force when he changed direction just now. But this was just an ordinary shoe. It couldn't withstand such a great force and broke directly. Lin Xia laughed even louder when she saw this funny scene. The women around seemed to have noticed this as well, but they didn't dare laugh out loud. I saw their cloaks trembling constantly. Li Kun followed Lin Xia's gaze and looked down. He suddenly became angry and looked at Lin Xia fiercely. He only hated that he had only awakened the ability of speed, and he couldn't kill people by just glaring. After Lin Xia finished laughing, she closed the space door. Li Kun seemed to have sensed something, and the threat in front of him seemed to suddenly disappear. So he took a cautious step forward and Lin Xia opened the door of space again. The sense of death crisis that Li Kun was familiar with resurfaced. What the hell are you doing? He looked at Lin Xia in surprise and doubt. What a strange person. At this moment, he behaved like a puppet, letting Lin Xia control his every move. Lin Xia sighed, even though these psychics couldn't see the space gate. But they can more or less sense the danger ahead. This little test he just conducted has completely confirmed his guess. Although the sense of crisis ahead had disappeared, the situation just now still taught Li Kun a lesson. So he slowly retreated a distance and left that strange area. He pulled out a pistol from his waist and looked solemnly in the direction of Lin Xia. I don't know what trick you're up to, but at worst I won't go. I can kill you all with this gun in my hand. Lin Xia raised his eyebrows and directly took out a machine gun with a large drum magazine from the space. Is that what you're talking about? Although they were both using guns, the difference in firepower between the two sides was extremely obvious. Li Kun didn't say anything else. His eyes were gloomy and fierce, like a poisonous snake. The early bird catches the worm. He pulled the trigger directly without continuing to laugh with Lin Xia. Bang, 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 bang. Intensive gunfire rang out, and these bullets had only one target, and that was Lin Xia. As one might imagine, the scene of this group of people lying in a pool of blood did not occur. Lin Xia and the others stood there fine, as if nothing had happened. Only Lao Zhao and his group were frightened by the gunshots and fell to the ground. Damn it! Chapter 118: The Power of Anti-Material Bullets. These people were so weird that Li Kun had already begun to think about giving up. There was no point in continuing to fight like this, so he began to slowly retreat. Don't be so complacent, you guys. Stay here and don't leave. I'll call our boss over, and all of you just wait to die. Lin Xia smiled. Why should she listen to what he said? He immediately closed the space door and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da! The bullets in the machine gun rushed towards Li Kun like a torrential rain. However, Li Kun's speed was too fast. He looked at the direction of Lin Xia's gun and predicted the position of the bullet. The supernatural power in his body was running wildly, and he kept jumping left and right, making it impossible for the machine gun to aim at him accurately. Even if one or two bullets hit him occasionally, they would be blocked by the supernatural shield on his body and would not cause any effective damage to him. Although he kept dodging left and right, Li Kun kept retreating while dodging. The distance between the two people is getting farther and farther. Lin Xia knew that this person was preparing to escape. The gunfire finally stopped, and all the more than 200 bullets in the machine gun magazine had been used up. Lin Kun was delighted. So why not seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, turn around and prepare to escape? As long as he pauses for a few seconds, he can run out of here by running his supernatural powers at full power. But how could Lin Xia let him go? This is living supernatural energy. Su Mayan, use your ability to control him. Su Mayan understood immediately and activated her psychic ability directly to attack Li Kun, who was trying to escape from a distance. How could his actions be as fast as his thoughts? Li Kun just turned his body, facing away from Lin Xia, and prepared for a strategic retreat. Su Mayan's supernatural power has already been bestowed upon him. The speed of the supernatural attack was so fast that the perception of life and death in his mind just sounded. Before Li Kun could react, his brain suddenly became chaotic as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. He stood there stupidly, not moving at all. Who I am? Where am I? Of course Lin Xia would not miss such a good opportunity. He immediately opened his spatial ability and aimed an anti-material bullet at Li Kun's upper body. The bullet whizzed towards Li Kun with huge kinetic energy. At this time, Li Kun was still standing there, completely unaware that the god of death had already swung his scythe towards him. Bang! Li Kun was like the water bottle, and was directly turned into a bloody mist by the anti-material bullet. The blood floated in the air like a blooming bloody rose. Then, blood mixed with body parts slowly floated down. A person with superpowers fell. Perhaps only by looking at the pair of exposed toe shoes on the ground can we tell that the person in front of us is Li Kun. How could his body be harder than armor that is more than 10 centimeters thick? It is still too naive to rely on the flesh to fight against the thermal weapons that have been developed for so many years. Old Zhao and the others were still sitting on the ground in a daze, looking at the scene in front of them in disbelief. The almighty god in the Pantheon was easily beaten into a bloody mist by this group of people in front of him? From his appearance to his death, the entire process probably took less than a minute. Life's ups and downs happen so quickly. What kind of terrifying force is this person in a black cloak in front of me? This Doomsday is too terrifying. Lin Xia turned her head, as if she had swatted a fly to death, without any emotional fluctuation at all, and continued to ask Lao Zhao. Can you tell us now how to get to the Pantheon? Old Zhao looked at the god in front of him, who had only his thigh left, and then looked at the young man next to him. He swallowed and subconsciously rubbed his legs backwards on the ground. This person must also possess supernatural powers, otherwise how could he kill the Almighty God? He can't afford to offend such a person. Oh, the Pantheon is right over there. Just follow this passage for 3 kilometers. Old Zhao finally reacted and quickly replied. He was afraid that he would be killed by Lin Xia if he was not careful. Okay. After knowing that they were in the right place, Lin Xia and his group walked towards the direction where Li Kun came from. I thought it would take some effort to find it. I didn't expect the process to be so smooth, and I found the exact location of the Pantheon so easily. He also killed one of the psychics, so now there are only 2 psychics left in the Pantheon. This god will become a commander without any troops, without any help before he knows it. Relying on the subway network for development is indeed a good strategy, with both advantages and disadvantages. Convenient transportation also means that it is difficult to defend. Without strong strength, you will only become a sitting duck for others. Watching Lin Xia walking further and further away, Lao Zhao sat on the ground and mustered up the courage to shout forward. Sir, do you really want to destroy the Pantheon? Lin Xia stopped and didn't look back. That's right. Old Zhao thought of his dead brothers and couldn't help but shed tears. Although he couldn't avenge his brothers personally, someone was finally able to kill those damned people. So Old Zhao straightened his body, knelt down in the direction of Lin Xia and his group, and kowtowed seriously. Thank you, sir. Lin Xia waved her hand, raised her feet, and continued to move forward. In this apocalyptic world where all order has been lost, tragedy occurs all the time. Only by becoming strong can you escape tragedy. So that you won't be forced to do things against your will. Lin Xia has no intention of being the savior of the world. He just wants to live his life as he pleases. As for this Pantheon, since it has offended me, there is no need for it to continue to exist. Afterwards, Lin Xia and others walked through a long underground tunnel. Although the tunnel has lost its power supply, the luminous materials inlaid around the passage are still flickering with a faint light. With the help of these lights, you can still clearly identify the surrounding environment. When Lin Xia passed by Li Kun's dismembered body, she touched his body with the idea of giving it a try. I didn't expect that I could still obtain superpowers from his corpse. I really don't know what principles these superpowers follow. However, if his body was shattered by antimaterial bullets and his superpowers disappeared, then Lin Xia would suffer a great loss. Fortunately, the ending did not develop that way, otherwise Lin Xia would definitely use these antimaterial bullets with caution in the future. Chapter 119 Someone Always Comes to Die. The supernatural power that Lin Xia obtained from this person is probably similar to that of the mutant cat, and twice that of Lu Zua. This person should be the second in command in the Pantheon, who is stronger than him. Sure enough, killing people with special abilities is the fastest way to improve one's special abilities. Lin Xia and his friends walked in this dark tunnel and finally saw the light ahead. At the same time, the sound of people talking could be heard faintly over there. It seems that this should be the headquarters of the Pantheon. Lin Xia then said to Su Qian. Qian, use your special ability to protect everyone. Su Qian nodded, and a huge hemispherical shield rose from the surroundings, covering everyone. Su Qian's face immediately turned pale. After all, her special ability had just awakened, and it was still quite difficult for her to create such a large shield. Seeing that Su Qian was in a bad condition, Lin Xia asked with concern. Can you still hold on? Su Qian relaxed for a moment, and his condition improved slightly. Uncle, I'm fine. It's just that I used a little too much power just now. After this shield is released, I won't need so much power anymore. Lin Xia nodded. Releasing too much supernatural power at once would indeed cause some discomfort. Su Qian's shield can serve as an insurance. After all, he is going to cause a big fuss in the Pantheon later. His space gate can only block attacks from one side. Someone might take the opportunity to attack them, and this is when the shield can come into play. They tested this ability when they were at home. This shield is one way, and attacks from outside cannot penetrate, but attacks from inside to outside will not be affected. If it is only used to defend against bullets, the strength of this shield is still very high. But if it is used to defend against attacks from other psychics, the defensive effect is hard to say. Especially when facing an attack from a powerful psychic like the Godlord, it is very likely that Su Qian will not be able to hold on for long, and will be defeated. Fortunately, they also brought a special instrument made by Chu Yueshi. In front of it, the electric-type mutant would lose his greatest means of attack. Then Lin Xia and his group slowly walked out of the dark tunnel and came to the lighted area in the Pantheon. Their outlines are becoming clearer and clearer. Those people who were forcibly gathered here by various small leaders also discovered this group of people in strange clothing. It immediately caused a lot of commotion. "Look over there, it seems like someone is coming." "Strange, I remember that when Master Shen heard about someone escaping, he excitedly chased after them. Are these people the ones who escaped?" "How is that possible? Those who escaped would definitely be killed by the god. Maybe they were deceived and came here." "Aren't you just asking for trouble? You're so stupid that you dare to come here." "Alas, although I won't starve to death here, if I could have a chance to start over, I would rather starve to death at home than come here. If I wasn't afraid of being tortured to death, I would have wanted to run away. I would have been killed by those people here sooner or later." "Sure, can you say something like this outside? Are you trying to kill yourself?" Seeing that the commotion in the crowd was growing, those people holding guns and responsible for maintaining discipline around the team could no longer sit still. They sold their dignity, and finally climbed to their current comfortable position. If the Lord God comes back and sees them slacking off, they will definitely suffer the consequences. So he took the gun in his hand and fired a shot at the ceiling. "Quiet! Are you all looking for death?" The place suddenly became quiet, as silent as a mouse. A few people dying here is not a big deal at all. Ordinary people are only worth being exploited. The man who fired the gun also discovered Lin Xia's group, so he communicated with several people around him. "I'll go see what's going on. Be careful not to let that group of people disrupt order. If chaos breaks out, we will definitely be the ones to be punished." The other people holding guns nodded seriously. They didn't want to go back to the group of civilians because of such a small matter. The man with the gun walked up to Lin Xia and said with a proud look on his face, "Boy, are you here to join our Pantheon? Tell the group behind you to take off your hats. I'll take you over to register." Lin Xia ignored him and continued walking forward. But when the man with the gun saw Lin Xia's reaction, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Since he climbed to this position, no one except his superiors dared to ignore him like this. So he pointed the gun in his hand at Lin Xia. "You little bastard, didn't you hear me talking to you? Try taking one more step forward and take off your hat." Seeing that Lin Xia still had no intention of stopping, he blatantly ignored him. "Hey, you're looking for death, right?" The man was just about to pull the trigger to give them a warning. Bang! A sound like a watermelon being smashed was heard. A black hole suddenly appeared between the man's eyebrows, and blood was flowing out of the black hole. His expression remained as ferocious as before, and then he lost control of his body and collapsed to the ground. "There is no life." Lin Xia sighed. Originally, he just wanted to kill those psychics. To him, these ordinary people were no different from ants, and he had no interest in targeting them. But this person has repeatedly provoked me 3 times, so I don't mind sending him to death with a bullet. The crowd, which had been quiet, became agitated again. "Look over there, someone seems to be dead." "Really? That guy thinks he's so great just because he has a gun. He always looks down on us. He deserves to die. It's a pity we were too far away. I don't know how that person died, and I didn't hear any gunshots. There seems to be a layer of light shield around that group of people. I wonder what it's for." Bang, bang, bang! "Quiet!" The group maintaining order fired several shots, and other people with guns around also gathered here. If they cannot control the situation, the only outcome waiting for them is death. Although the commotion in the venue was suppressed again, the eyes of more than 1,000 people in the open space were all focused on Lin Xia. It is human nature to watch the fun. But what good would it do for this group of people to kill one person? There are more than 100 people like this holding guns in the venue. Not to mention that there is the invincible god above them. These few people can't make any waves at all. Soon, more than 20 people with guns gathered in front of Lin Xia. And there were people with guns constantly approaching this side. Boy, stop now, or don't blame us for being rude. Did you kill that man? You dare to touch our people? Are you tired of living? Lin Xia stopped and looked at the increasing number of people gathering in front of her, and couldn't help but sigh. Isn't it good to be alive? Chapter 120 The Devil. You little brat, you don't understand what I'm saying, do you? I told you to stop. The more than 20 people in front of Lin Xia all held a gun in their hands and had very fierce eyes. If an ordinary person faced such a situation, he would be scared to death on the spot. If any one of these people accidentally discharged his gun, he would surely lose his life. The reality is not like what is shown in TV dramas, which greatly underestimate the lethality of thermal weapons. Some people can still continue to jump around even after being hit by many bullets. In fact, the power of bullets is very great. Even if it only hits the fingers or toes, it can cause pain that makes people unable to breathe. Not to mention other parts of the body. It's a pity that Lin Xia is not an ordinary person. As early as when these people came here with guns, Lin Xia had already opened the door of space in front of him. The defensive range of the space gate is enough to block all their attacks. Even if someone accidentally fired the gun, it would not hurt Lin Xia and the others at all. The distance between the two groups seemed to be less than 3 meters, but this short distance of 3 meters was like a chasm. They would never be able to touch a single hair of Lin Xia until they died. Lin Xia glanced at these people indifferently. He opened the space door not for defense. Whoosh whoosh. Bullets swarmed out from the space, making a sound of cutting through the air. What is this thing? The only answer they get is more bullets in space. These people were too close. If they were farther away, perhaps they could have been hidden for a while. After all, Lin Xia's bullets were just stored in space in advance. It cannot be aimed with the crosshairs like holding a gun in your hand. Beyond a certain range, the accuracy of these bullets is greatly reduced. However, at that time, Lin Xia would usually adopt Van Fleet's ammunition and directly launch a saturation attack to be done with it. He now has hundreds of thousands of bullets in his space that have not been fired. Not to mention that after Chuyueshi successfully cracks the location of the super arsenal, there will be no shortage of ammunition. According to Chuyueshi, even if we remove those top-tier weapons, there are still tens of billions of conventional ammunition. The Chinese have always had a fear of insufficient firepower. So in this regard, there is no need to be frugal at all. But those people who were pointing guns at Lin Xia were in a terrible situation. The people who made the noise just now were the ones standing behind the crowd. As for those people in front, facing Lin Xia, they were shot into sieves as soon as the first wave of bullets was fired in the space. They were killed by bullets before they could even utter a scream. Even before these people could fall, dense bullets had already penetrated their bodies, turning them into rags. This is why those people standing in the back can shout out. The bodies in front that had not yet fallen acted as temporary shields, delaying their death by a few seconds. Soon, the screams of these people disappeared without a trace. Blood continued to flow around with the bodies of these people as the center. Murder! Killed a lot of them! These people must be devils! The commotion in the venue could no longer be suppressed, and the people who had gathered together were constantly retreating. I was afraid that they would be killed for no apparent reason. The group of people who were showing off to them before were all lying in a pool of blood in the blink of an eye. Even if they had guns, it was useless because the group of people wearing cloaks killed them all. If Lin Xia and the others had not been standing at the exit of this underground shelter, they would have probably fled out in a swarm long ago. Now they can only pray that the gods in the core of the shelter can come out and save them. Ordinary people have no choice in this situation. Their lives depend only on the mood of those in power. As for the others who came to support, although they had guns in their hands, they did not dare to take a step forward. There was fear in their eyes. What kind of strange power is this? Those people were clearly standing there without making any movements, but it could kill so many people at the same time. At this time, a man who looked like the leader of this group stood in place and pointed the gun at Lin Xia. Everyone, don't panic. Stand still and don't move. Those who died must have been killed because they were too close to that group of people. As long as we keep our distance, their tricks will be defeated. These people actually dared to openly challenge the Pantheon. They deserve death. Let's just shoot him right here and take his life. The leader smiled confidently, as if he had already seen the group of cloaked men lying in a pool of blood. If he could kill these invaders, he could receive a reward from the Lord God, and perhaps even be promoted to a higher level in status. Little did he know that he had made the most wrong decision. In fact, those people might not die. As long as they didn't point guns at Lin Xia wouldn't bother with them. It's a pity that the people who came later had already pointed their guns at Lin Xia. From this moment on, this group of people have been sentenced to death by Lin Xia. Shot! The leader showed a cruel smile and pulled the trigger. The other people around who were holding guns also pulled the trigger. Dozens of people fired at Lin Xia at the same time, and the gunshots came one after another. Just like the sound of firecrackers during the spring festival, it crackles and pops endlessly. With an attack of this intensity, even if an elephant stood here, it would probably be beaten into a pulp in an instant. Gradually, the bullets in their magazines were completely emptied. At this time, someone had already noticed something was wrong. Those who had run out of bullets had no time to change magazines. He just stared at the cloaked men in front of him, motionless. This is impossible. Even a god would have to dodge bullets, so how come these people are still standing here unscathed? Devils! These people must be devils! Chapter 121 Unimpeded. These people's mentality completely collapsed, and their previous attacks seemed ridiculous. Dozens of people fired at the same time, but they couldn't even make these people move. This is really unscientific. Lin Xia just saw so many people raising their guns and shooting at the same time, so he simply stopped firing bullets from space to attack. It was just right that he could get some more bullets from these people and make use of them. Lin Xia caught all the bullets fired by these people. In just a few tens of seconds, thousands of bullets appeared in Lin Xia's space. The more bullets are used, the more they are used. It can never be used up. Lin Xia looked at the people in front of her, and saw that they had stopped attacking and were just standing there stupidly. It's as if I can't accept the reality, and my brain is overloaded. Lin Xia chuckled. Use the bullets you just collected in the control space to shoot at them. Puff! 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 The sound of bullets passing through human bodies continued to be heard. These people lay in a fan shape in front of Lin Xia and his group, like fallen wheat. The scene was extremely bloody at one point. Those ordinary people who were frightened by the previous massacre and kept retreating happened to save their lives. They were very far away from the group of people with guns. Apart from a few unlucky people who were accidentally injured by the bullets shot by Lin Xia, there were basically no casualties. If they had not taken the opportunity to escape before the shooting, there would have been a lot of casualties. Lin Xia would not deliberately adjust the trajectory of the bullet to avoid hurting them. They are not worthy of Lin Xia spending so much effort on them. Lin Xia led the girls around the corpses on the ground and walked step by step into the shelter. The hundreds of ordinary people standing in front of the gate consciously made way. They didn't dare stand in front of these people and block their way. If you make them unhappy, just kill them without any reasoning. Didn't you see that the more than 100 people who were holding guns and trying to intercept them are now asleep? As for the few people in the crowd who were injured by Lin Xia's bullets, they could only endure the pain and dared not disturb Lin Xia and the others' progress. Just act as if nothing happened, it's good for everyone. At this moment, the door inside the shelter suddenly opened and a fat man walked out. Before he could see clearly what was happening outside, he said with an impatient look on his face. What are you arguing about? Are you all tired of living? You have disturbed the Lord God's rest. Even skinning you alive would be the least of your punishment. Huh! Where did you guys come from? Where are the guards? Quickly apprehend these blasphemous people. However, there was silence outside the venue. Only the footsteps of Lin Xia and others could be heard, and no one answered what he said. The ordinary people around looked at the fat man who was showing off his power with disdainful expressions. In order to climb up the ladder, this man even gave his best wife to the god. He is not even a human being when he cooperates with the Lord God to play tricks on his husband. But he won the favor of the God Lord because of this, and was allowed to manage a team of several hundred people, making him a big leader. He was now able to hide in the shelter instead of standing outside in the hall in the cold like them. The fat man looked around and found that something was wrong with the situation at the scene. Those who were holding guns all lay on the ground. The surrounding untouchables actually avoided these cloaked men from afar as if they had seen a ghost. But no matter what, he has the support of the Lord God behind him, and he is not afraid of these people in front of him at all. No matter how powerful they are, they can never defeat the Lord God, so he said in a timid tone. All of you stop right now, or I'll tell the Lord God about this. All of you will be. Whoosh! A bullet hit him right between the eyebrows, ending the tragic life of this green-haired turtle. Lin Xia didn't even bother to look at this person. Anyone who stood in front of him would die. The people around him became even more silent. When Lin Xia and his group walked into the shelter, they felt a warmth coming over them. It's much warmer here than the hall outside, conservatively estimated to be over 10 degrees. The hall's ceiling was at least 2 stories high, and was inlaid with many bright spotlights, illuminating the interior. This shelter was originally designed to ensure the safety of people's lives when extreme disasters occur. So it is not surprising that there are independent heating and power supply systems here. Walking into this place, one will feel like returning to the days before the end of the world, as if this global extreme cold had never happened. Of course, this is just a barely surviving underground shelter, and it is in no way comparable to Lin Xia's safe house. There were a few people sitting scattered on the sofa in the hall. They saw Lin Xia and others walking in with a swagger. He stood up suddenly and said angrily, "You bold untouchables, who let you in? Find out who you are." Then these people were forced down on the sofa by Lin Xia's bullets. Lin Xia could hardly hold it back anymore. What's going on with this Pantheon? Everyone here is saying the same thing. What a strange tacit understanding this is. After killing these people, the hall immediately became quiet. Although Lin Xia didn't know why they gathered outside, she thought they must have some plan to implement. But it doesn't matter, Lin Xia doesn't care about those things. Under such circumstances, the only people who can stay in the hall without having to go outside to suffer the cold should be the so-called high-level people in the Pantheon. Class privilege is something that cannot be avoided at any time. Lin Xia glanced around at the surroundings and then felt a little regretful. He just killed too quickly. There are many rooms inside this hall, and Lin Xia has no idea which one that damn God Lord is in. Do we have to let him search room by room? This is too low class. The decisive feeling he had just had disappeared in an instant. Just as Lin Xia was scanning these doors and preparing for the next move. Just then one of the doors opened, and a man holding a broom walked out. Lin Xia immediately breathed a sigh of relief and asked directly, "Which room is the God Lord in?" Although this man holding the broom is just an ordinary cleaner, his status is higher than those people who are freezing outside. In the past, when people saw him, they had to bow to him respectfully. Looking at the group of people in front of him, there was no one he knew. Just when he was about to lose his temper, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the people lying on the sofa bleeding profusely. He immediately swallowed the words he was about to say. Any one of the people who died on the sofa had a higher status than him. Now they have all been killed. How could he have the right to express his dissatisfaction? He immediately threw the broom aside and knelt down. "In reply to your Excellency's words, if we walk forward along this passage, the largest room is where the god is." Lin Xia shook her head, wondering how this person could be transferred to this state. What's the difference between this and a eunuch? Chapter 122, Kickoff. In the room. The god Zhao Tianai tapped the table with his fingers impatiently, making a frequent dong-dong sound. Just now there were 3 people missing 1, but now it has become 2 people missing 2. The longer people wait, the fewer there are. The official base over there had held out for almost a day and was already in danger, and could be breached by the rebels at any time. If it is completely breached, then I will have wasted such a great opportunity. We can take over a base with complete facilities instead of having to deal with it in this underground shelter like we are doing now. Moreover, after he has placed important figures in the base under house arrest, he can also take advantage of the situation to connect with the official line and clear his identity. After all, the power of the state apparatus is no joke. He didn't believe that national power would completely disappear in the end times. Sooner or later, they will bare their sharp fangs. This time, his rescue operation can be used in the official name to get rid of this group of attacking rebels. Whether it is the superpowers of that psychic, or the equipment they carry, they can greatly fill the firepower gap on their side. After all, what they are equipped with now is only police equipment, which is still a certain distance away from real military equipment. As for how many people will die in this operation, that is not his concern. These people are like chickens. As long as there is rice in hand, they will come in an endless stream. As long as we take control of that base and put on another layer of skin, we can have as many ordinary people as we want, and there is no need to worry about a lack of cannon fodder in the future. He thought about it, and felt that he couldn't wait any longer. The three of them who have special abilities should be able to take care of this group of rebels. The other party only has one mutant. No matter how good their equipment is, he still has more than 1,000 cannon fodder on his side. It shouldn't be a problem to capture that place regardless of the cost. Zhao Tianai looked at Wang Hailong, who was sitting beside him and drinking hot tea, and gave instructions. Go see what that kid Li Kun is doing and call him back to me immediately. It's been dragging on for too long. There's no time to keep waiting for that Lu Zui guy. This Lu Zui is really a typo. He was asked to capture a woman, but he couldn't get her back after all this time. The more Zhao Tianai thought about it, the angrier he became. It was all because of him that the implementation of the entire plan was slowed down. After hearing this, Wang Hailong immediately put down the teacup in his hand and spoke respectfully. Okay, boss. I'll bring Li Kun back right now. He immediately stood up from his chair and turned to go outside. Wang Hailong didn't dare to disobey the boss's order, but he still sighed in his heart. He really didn't want to fight. If this happened under normal circumstances, he would be having a great time with girls on both sides, and wouldn't have to endure this kind of bullshit. The boss has been gathering his strength since yesterday, actively preparing for the battle with that top-notch flight attendant. Then he would be too embarrassed to hug a woman and play with her in front of the boss. I had no choice but to drink tea to kill time. He still understands that you can't smack your lips when others are hungry. What's more, that person is far more powerful than himself. Just as he walked to the door and was about to turn the handle to open it, there was a loud bang sound. Then he felt a huge force coming from behind the door, and the cold door panel gave him a loud slap in the face. Wang Hailong's body spiraled backwards uncontrollably. He fell down next to the chair where he had just sat and drank tea. He was stunned by this sudden blow, and felt dizzy all over. Zhao Tianai stood up suddenly and looked at the group of people in cloaks walking in from outside. One of them just happened to pull her legs back in and hide them back in the cloak, making it impossible to see her exact figure inside the cloak. But Lin Xia knew very well what a wonderful experience it would be to carry this 1.2-meter-long supermodel leg on her shoulders. This pair of white and graceful legs combines strength and sexiness. It is no exaggeration to say that they are long-lasting legs. However, Zhao Tianai doesn't think so. This mysterious man kicked the door open and kicked a fat man weighing over 200 pounds 10 meters away. This is definitely not a power that an ordinary person should have. The person under the cloak might be a person with superpowers. But then Zhao Tian had new doubts. There are 8 people wearing cloaks like her. Could it be that all these 8 people are people with special abilities? This probability is too low. I spent so much time and walked through dozens of communities. It took a huge amount of manpower and material resources to recruit 4 people with special abilities. This shows how rare people with special abilities are. It's impossible that there is really someone who can mass-produce people with special abilities, right? Moreover, the man in the lead was not wearing a cloak. Could he be a more powerful psychic? Or maybe the man in front is just a cover. The only real superpower is the one who kicked the door open just now. Can she confuse the public by hiding among these people? Zhao Tianai had a brainstorming session, trying to guess the information about the people in front of him. Wang Hailong was sitting on the ground at this time. When he saw the boss stand up, he said nothing and just stared at the people in front of him. He was a little confused. According to common sense, shouldn't his boss have been furious and rushed over to kill these people on the spot? Why are you still standing there motionless? He is still waiting for the boss to avenge him. So he could only silently use his special powers to heal the red mark on his face caused by the door, and some scratches on his body. These people kicked him, but it was like kicking cotton. There's nothing he can do about it, since he's the weakest fighter in the Pantheon. It's better to leave fighting to the professionals. He just needs to provide support from behind. At this time, Zhao Tianai also felt a little dilemma. He still couldn't figure out the other party's background. If these people in front of him were really 8 or 9 people with superpowers, even he would be in trouble. What's more, he didn't know what specific abilities these people had. If you act rashly, there is a high possibility that you will end up in trouble. The scene before him was strangely deadlocked. Chapter 123 Confirming the Target. Lin Xia stood at the door with a puzzled expression. Judging from the intelligence he had obtained, shouldn't the Lord of the Pantheon be very arrogant? Why are you playing the stare eyes game with him now? So Lin Xia asked tentatively. Are you the Lord God? Zhao Tianai immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they could communicate, it was fine. This kind of extremely risky conflict should be avoided if possible. Yes, it's me. I wonder what it is you are doing here, barging into my base with such brazenness. After getting confirmation, Lin Xia just nodded and did not answer him. After looking around, he silently took out the electric current interference device made by Chu Yueshi from the space. The room they were in was not particularly large, and most of the space in the room was within the interference range of this instrument. Moreover, Lin Xia and others were standing right at the door, and there was no second exit in this room. It was just right for him to catch the turtle in the jar, leaving the god with nowhere to escape. Zhao Tianai saw that Lin Xia and the others not only ignored what he had just said, but also started to take things out and fiddle with them in a brazen manner. He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed, and his tone became tougher. What on earth do you want to do by coming to me? If you don't explain clearly, don't blame me for being rude. No matter what, he is a top-level expert who masters supernatural powers, and ordinary people with supernatural powers are no match for him. Those with special abilities had only 2 choices before him, surrender or death. If he hadn't figured out the details of this group of people, he would have taken action long ago. After Lin Xia started the instrument, she looked at the man who kept complaining. A white light flashed in his eyes, and an anti-material bullet whizzed out from the space. It shot straight at Zhao Tianai, who was behind the table. Fuck! Zhao Tianai's face changed drastically, and the sense of life and death in his mind was frantically sounding the alarm. Before he could react to what was happening, his body had already taken the initiative and made the corresponding movements. He just kicked his legs hard and immediately moved to the side. The huge solid wooden table in front of Zhao Tianai was overturned in an instant by his kick. Zhao Tianai stood aside, looking at the group of people with a confused look on his face. What are you doing? These people are so unsportsmanlike. Not only did he swagger into his base, but he also started fighting for no apparent reason before even saying a word. And they had no intention of holding back at all. Zhao Tianai looked at the washbasin-sized hole on the wall behind him with lingering fear. You should know that this wall is built with high-grade concrete and dense and thick steel bars. Otherwise, it would not be able to support such a large space so deep underground. This is not the kind of shoddy construction that falls apart at the slightest touch in ordinary buildings. Although Zhao Tianai didn't know what weapons they used to attack just now. But if the attack just now had hit me, I would have been either dead or crippled. At this time, Wang Hailong's position became a little awkward. He was kicked to the side of the table by Selena just now, and so many things happened in a flash. He had just used his supernatural powers to heal his injuries and had not yet had time to sit up. His boss suddenly kicked the table away, and he was now sitting in the middle. There is no obstruction around it, making it very conspicuous. His current situation is very passive, caught right between these two groups. Although no one knew the reason, this group of mysterious people started attacking without saying a word. But judging from the current situation, his boss is in a weak position. But he is just a healing psychic, not immortal. If the attack just now had hit him, he would have been scattered all over the place. To avoid accidentally injuring him in the upcoming battle, Zhao Hailong quickly rolled and crawled, hiding behind the kicked-over table. As if this could provide him with some sense of security. Lin Xia looked at Zhao Tianai with interest. This man was indeed extraordinary. You should know that the bullet speed of a sniper rifle is generally around 3 times the speed of sound. The distance between the two of them just now was less than 10 meters. It is impossible for an ordinary psychic to have such a fast reaction speed. Although the attack I just made was just a slight test of him. Zhao Tianai looked at Lin Xia with an indifferent expression, as if nothing had happened just now, and his eyes suddenly became fierce. He almost died just now. If you don't accept my toast, I'll drink the wine for you. You've bullied me so much that you've come all the way to my doorstep. You might as well all die here today. However, Lin Xia didn't want to pay any attention to him at all. His words made him seem like a victim. If he hadn't rescued her in time, Chu Yueshi would have been taken away by these people long ago. He even set his sights on Jiang Ruoxue. If he hadn't been quite capable. With a gang like this, consisting of people with special abilities and more than 100 armed men, which community can withstand such firepower suppression? By that time, Jiang Ruoxue would also surely be killed. For top beauties like them, their fate after being snatched away by these people can be imagined. When he was angry that he was attacked for no reason, he didn't think about the people he killed. Aren't those people innocent? Lin Xia had no intention of debating with him, so she answered him with another truth. Zhao Tianai was just about to attack these people. Several anti-material bullets flew out from Lin Xia's space at once. Zhao Tianyu's face changed and he quickly changed direction and stopped attacking Lin Xia. I could only dodge these invisible attacks in panic. Loud bang-bang sounds kept coming from the wall behind him. Even the thumb-thick steel bars in the walls had been broken. Zhao Tianai had no choice but to frequently perform highly maneuverable moves to avoid these injuries. Lin Xia can make countless mistakes, but he cannot make a single mistake. This is the power of spatial abilities. At this time, Zhao Tianai was like a juggler, constantly jumping left and right and performing many difficult moves. Lin Xia was like a puppeteer, constantly manipulating Zhao Tianai. The only difference is that he controlled the puppet with bullets instead of silk threads. If Zhao Tianai doesn't move, he will die. Such a high-density bullet attack forced Zhao Tianai to move frequently, and he had no chance to use his supernatural powers. There were only some wooden tables and chairs around, which could not withstand such a strange and powerful attack. These damn cloaked men were standing at the door, so he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Besides, Zhao Tianai has not forgotten that there are other people besides the one who attacked him. At least there is still a person with superpowers who is keeping his troops inactive and never taking any action. Zhao Tianai glanced at Wang Hailong who was hiding behind the table, and he felt furious. This may be the only chance to fight back. Chapter 124 Zhao Tianai in his prime. If he didn't take action now, he would probably be killed by Lin Xia's attack and would have no chance of turning the situation around. So he took advantage of the opportunity to dodge bullets, and cautiously approached Wang Hailong. Wang Hailong saw Zhao Tianai moving towards him, and his eyes lit up with joy. "Boss, are you here to save me?" Zhao Tianai didn't answer him, but grabbed his collar. Wang Hailong's weight of more than 200 pounds seemed to be non-existent, and was easily lifted in Zhao Tianyu's hands. Then he took advantage of the gap in Lin Xia's attack and kicked the huge solid wooden table in front of them towards Lin Xia. While the table was flying, it blocked Lin Xia's sight. He hurriedly picked up Wang Hailong and retreated. He kicked all the tables, chairs and benches along the way towards Lin Xia to disrupt his attack and give himself a chance to catch his breath. "Boss, what are you doing?" Afterwards, Wang Hailong was completely unable to make any sound because his neck had been twisted by Zhao Tianai. The supernatural powers in his body were instantly refined by Zhao Tianai. He has become even more powerful. Zhao Tianai pulled him up just now, not out of mercy, but because he wanted to save his life. Instead, he wanted to take away the supernatural power in his body and let him exert the last bit of his remaining energy. Wang Hailong is of no use in this battle. Rather than letting him benefit these mysterious people in the end, it is better to kill him now. He spent a lot of effort to gather so many people with special abilities and have them join the Pantheon to help him. On the one hand, he can be a hands-off boss and not have to do everything himself. As long as the corresponding reward and punishment system is set up, he can just lie here and enjoy the service of so many people. Another aspect is that they are regarded as food reserves. When the need arises, you can simply kill them all and take away the superpowers in their bodies to strengthen yourself. It's a pity that Lu Zhuo and Li Kun ran off to somewhere and are not here. Otherwise, after taking away the superpowers in their bodies, you can become even stronger. The tables, chairs and benches that Zhao Tianai kicked towards Lin Xia had all been put into the space by Lin Xia. The room suddenly became much emptier. Zhao Tianai threw Wang Hailong's body aside like throwing away a rag. At this moment, a set of blue armor appeared on his body out of thin air. Thick electric currents constantly flow across the armor, making it look extremely ferocious and terrifying, with full special effects. He was the one who taught other people in the Pantheon how to use their supernatural powers. After being able to catch his breath for a while, Zhao Tianai finally entered his strongest fighting state. He looked towards Lin Xia. The tables, chairs and benches that he had kicked away had now disappeared without a trace. Then he thought of the big hole in the wall behind him. As a former soldier, he certainly knew what kind of weapon was needed to achieve this effect. Zhao Tianai chuckled. He had already guessed what supernatural power Lin Xia had just used. "Grandson, you're quite good at playing. If I'm not mistaken, you should be mastering spatial abilities, right? Shooting anti-material sniper rifle bullets into space and then releasing them is really powerful. But now that I know your abilities, I'll kill you. It will become easy." Zhao Tian also looked at Lin Xia, turned over his palm, and showed murderous intent on his face. The group of people in front of him suddenly broke into his base and started attacking him without saying a word. If I hadn't been quick-witted and bought myself some breathing time, I might have really capsized in the ditch. I guess these people have already mastered my intelligence, and know that they cannot defeat me head-on, so they resort to such despicable means. However, from this moment on, the offense and defense have changed. Lin Xia didn't care about that. He was just too lazy to watch the opening animation and chose to skip it. That's why I ignored this Junibu guy who called himself a god. Lin Xia then continued to attack him with the anti-material bullets in the space. The previous attack only consumed a few hundred rounds. There are still more than 7,000 bullets left in the space. This godlord didn't even use his other means. Just with this anti-material bullet, he was forced to enter the second stage. Whoosh whoosh! More and more bullets kept flying out from Lin Xia's space, shooting at this middle school student with a disease covered in special effects. Zhao Tianai, who was wearing armor at this time, no longer looked like he was running away in fear at the beginning. On the contrary, he became more and more at ease amid the hail of bullets. He has slowly begun to adapt to this frequency of attacks. The supernatural power in his body, which had just been released, had greatly enhanced his abilities. This set of armor undoubtedly made him more powerful. Zhao Tianai just didn't believe that the anti-material bullets in his space were endless, and he could have as many as he wanted. You should know that this kind of bullet is much rarer than ordinary bullets. It is simply impossible to have large reserves. After he has used up all the anti-material bullets in the space, this group of people will no longer pose any threat to him, and he can crush them as he pleases. Ordinary bullets have no chance of breaking through his supernatural defense. But as time went on, the situation on the field did not go as he expected. This group of people were still shooting bullets at him crazily, and the number of bullets did not decrease, but increased instead. After Zhao Tianai killed his men and a wave of superpowers burst out of nowhere, there seemed to be no obvious difference from before. The current situation in the field has returned to what it was just now. Zhao Tianai was becoming more and more anxious. Why were there so many bullets in the space of this group of people? The supernatural powers in his body were also rapidly declining under such high-intensity use. Zhao Tianai's heart trembled. He couldn't go on like this. The current battle is like boiling a frog in warm water. He uses his precious superpowers to exchange for these endless bullets, which is a loss no matter how you look at it. So Zhao Tianai chose a place with less threat based on his perception of life and death in his mind. There are fewer bullets in this area. He stood there without moving and began to call upon the supernatural powers in his body. Whoosh! A bullet hit his shoulder directly, and a large piece of his special armor was immediately cut off. Zhao Tianya's body shook involuntarily, and the clothes at his shoulders shattered, with blood oozing out of the skin underneath. With the damage reduction of the supernatural shield, coupled with his physical strength, he miraculously blocked the attack. As the superpowers of the psychic increase, their personal strength also continues to increase. At the beginning, the psychic could only block ordinary bullets, but now he can actually withstand anti-material bullets. It is foreseeable that people with special abilities will become increasingly difficult to kill in the future. However, Lin Xia didn't care about this, because he could use both thermal weapons and superpowers. His spatial ability can perfectly combine the advantages of both. Chapter 125 Believe in Science. Lin Xia knew clearly that the superpowers in the body of a superpower person were not endless. In high-intensity combat, sooner or later, you will run out of energy. Besides, even if he can block one anti-material bullet, can he block 10 or 100? Even if the psychics become stronger in the future, even anti-material bullets will not be able to cause effective damage to them. Lin Xia has other ways to solve this problem. By then, he could prepare some more powerful thermal weapons in space. Rockets, missiles, aerial bombs, and even tactical nuclear bombs. I believe there is always one that can pry open the top of the head of these powerful people with special abilities. At this time, Zhao Tianai stood in place, breathing deeply. He was not hit by the bullet in vain. After seizing the gap between the attacks, he finally had a brief respite. The supernatural armor on Zhao Tianai was suddenly covered with lightning. Even the gap gouged by the bullet was restored to its original shape under his tremendous energy. Zhao Tianai has now mobilized all the special energy in his body. His hair is standing on end and crackling sounds are constantly heard in the air around him. There were electric lights swirling around him and the special effects were at full power, making him look extremely intimidating. If you don't know, you might think he is going to transform into a super scion. After gathering all his strength, Zhao Tianai pointed at Lin Xia with a cruel smile. Go to hell! With him as the center, countless lightning bolts suddenly burst out, illuminating the entire hall with great brightness. Like a little sun, it is so bright that it makes people unable to open their eyes. These lightning bolts flew towards Lin Xia and the others from all directions like dancing golden snakes. All the lightning in front of Lin Xia was collected into the space by him. And from other directions, lightning passed through the space gate. It started out as thick as a thigh, then gradually became as thick as a forearm, and finally became as slender as a finger. When these lightning bolts hit Su Qian's shield, they had already become extremely tiny static sparks. At this moment, Lin Xia and the others felt like they were in an upside-down static ball. Those tiny electric wires kept moving on the shield, but they were never able to break through the shield and attack the people inside. Zhao Tianai watched him use his full strength to exert his lightning ability, but it had no effect. His expression was distorted, his mentality exploded, and he couldn't help but shout loudly. That's impossible! That's absolutely impossible! What kind of magic did you use? The attack just now was the strongest attack he could use. This attack consumed most of the special energy in his body, and he would never be able to launch the same attack again. And I don't know why the lightning attack is so powerful. It was so weakened that it didn't hurt them at all. This can't be blamed on Zhao Tianya's fragile mentality. It would be the same no matter who comes. Lin Xia looked at Zhao Tianai, who was broken in defense, and snorted with disdain. What kind of witchcraft is this? This is the power of science. Believe in science! Then Lin Xia turned around and whispered to Su Mayan. Quick, use your psychic powers to control him now. Su Mayan nodded, and a mental attack directly penetrated the shield and hit Zhao Tianya's brain. Zhao Tianya's head suddenly went blank and he couldn't react at all. Immediately afterwards, the sense of life and death in his mind began to frantically alert him. Only then did he recover. But it was all too late, and he had no way to react. An anti-material bullet had already reached his chest. Bang! The bullet directly made a big hole in his chest armor. Zhao Tianai was also knocked into the air by the kinetic energy carried by the bullet. He had just escaped from Su Maiyan's mental attack, and before he could react to what was happening, he was already floating in the air. Immediately afterwards, more bullets flew out from Lin Xia's space. At this time, Zhao Tianai was in a floating state. There was no way to borrow strength from the surroundings and change his current position. Yes, he has become a sitting duck now. The special armor on his body was quickly destroyed by bullets. Without the protection of armor, his body was completely unable to withstand anti-material bullets. He could only let the bullets ruthlessly tear him into pieces without any ability to fight back. The Lord of the Pantheon fell completely. Victory or defeat is decided in a split second. If he fails, the only outcome that awaits him is death. This powerful psychic died in a very miserable way. He was beaten by Lin Xia from beginning to end. The whole battle was a one-sided crushing defeat, and Zhao Tianai had no power to fight back. His lightning powers, which he was so proud of, seemed so powerless in the face of the power of modern science. A few anti-material bullets can tear through his defense. An electric current jammer can completely destroy his supernatural powers. Of course, his failure was only based on the fact that Lin Xia was also a person with superpowers. It can be seen that even if this person has lost his lightning ability, his physical fitness is still very strong. Even if an ordinary person also has this current jammer, if he wants to deal with such a person with special abilities, he will definitely pay a very painful price. If he is allowed to continue to develop in this way, perhaps he will really be able to form a superpower. It's a pity that he could have offended anyone else but Lin Xia. This alone has already determined his failure. Now, he has turned into mincemeat all over the ground. Lin Xia walked straight over with a look of disgust on her face. It seems that it is better to use less of this kind of anti-material bullet in the future. The current appearance is really disgusting. Lin Xia picked up the largest piece of corpse from the pile of body parts on the ground and pressed it down with her hand. Suddenly, a huge amount of supernatural power was transmitted into Lin Xia's body. These superpowers seemed to follow a very magical law. All the superpowers in the body of a dead superpower user will be transferred to another superpower user who touches his corpse. The supernatural power in Zhao Tianyi's body, like a spiderweb, constantly gathered from the scattered corpses around him to the place where Lin Xia's palm touched. Lin Xia's arm was like a water pump, drawing all of Zhao Tianyi's supernatural powers into himself. Chapter 126 Spatial Perception. Lin Xia closed her eyes and carefully sensed the supernatural power she had just absorbed. The energy provided by Zhao Tianyi alone is more than all the supernatural powers he has absorbed in such a long time combined. If we take the psychic who came to his community today and wanted to take Jiang Ruoxue away as a standard. For a psychic like him who has been awakened for a period of time but has not absorbed the energy of other psychics, his psychic power level can be recorded as 1. So, the mutant cat and the speed-type mutant we just killed can be recorded as 2. The level of Zhao Tianyi's supernatural power can reach an astonishing level of 6. In other words, the level of superpowers in his body is 6 times that of an ordinary superpower user. No wonder he was so arrogant, and even named his power Pantheon. For ordinary people with special abilities, seeing him is no different from seeing a cat seeing a mouse. Super strong attack ability, terrifying fighting skills, and self-created magical skills. If he is given enough time, perhaps he can really develop a huge force in the Doomsday. This is much more reliable than Qindao. But all this may never come true again. This man had been beaten into pieces by Lin Xia, and all the supernatural powers in his body had been absorbed by Lin Xia. Lin Xia's ability level at this time has reached a terrifying 31. In other words, the current level of superpowers in Lin Xia's body is equivalent to the energy of 31 ordinary superpower users. In the entire Haitian city, there are probably no more than 100 people with awakened superpowers. Lin Xia's current power is equivalent to possessing 1/3 of the superpowers in the entire city. Moreover, his spatial ability is definitely the most unreasonable among all superpowers. Even if his ability level is only 1, he can kill any person with abilities if given the chance. Take this battle for example, he didn't use any other high-end techniques at all. He just released the bullets that had been stored in the space in advance. This level of energy consumption was negligible for him. But even this simple method of attack is enough to make this psychic with a level 6 ability run around in a panic. What's more, the space inside his space is a real forbidden zone for life. As long as other people with special abilities can be brought in, the only thing waiting for them is death. After Lin Xia absorbed the supernatural power in this person's body, he suddenly had a very strange feeling. His eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that he could finally possess other skills? Lin Xia quickly suppressed his restless heart and calmed down. So he closed his eyes and carefully felt the indescribable feeling he had just had. Finally, he found the flash of inspiration he had just had. So he hurriedly channeled the supernatural powers in his body into it, and a kind of ability that seemed to be innate appeared in his mind. Lin Xia was surprised to find that even if he closed his eyes, he could still see the things around him, even more clearly than with the naked eye. The entire 360 degrees environment was presented in his mind without any blind spots, and it seemed that he could see even more mysterious things through his mental control. Lin Xia opened his eyes in some disbelief, and found that he could use this skill with either eyes open or closed. He can do this as long as he consumes the special energy in his body. Within the range of spatial perception, he can grasp a huge amount of information, and his combat effectiveness can be improved to another level. Lin Xia practiced this skill seriously. The coverage range of its perception ability is roughly a spherical space with a radius of about 20 meters. He could sense everything within this range, even some situations behind the wall, which he could sense clearly. After Lin Xia finished the test, she immediately became excited. This skill is extremely practical and can greatly enhance his overall strength. Not to mention how much improvement this skill would bring in combat. Simply using it for detection is already a god-level skill. Anything within his perception range will be within his grasp. He is like the omniscient god in this area. After releasing the huge amount of strange energy in this human body, the distance and size of Lin Xia's space gate were also improved. The distance at which his space gate can be released has increased from 5 meters to 8 meters. The maximum area of the space gate's opening has now become a range of 10 meters in length and width. Lin Xia can adjust the size and distance of the space door at will within this range. Moreover, the space gate will become even more powerful with the existence of the skill of spatial perception. The two complement each other, and can achieve the effect of 1 plus 1 being greater than 2. When Lin Xia released the space gate before, he could only observe it with his eyes. And now you can use the perception space to release it. If he fights within this spatial perception range, his chances of winning will be greatly improved. If she had this ability and fought with Zhao Tianai again, Lin Xia was confident that he could completely destroy this man with just a few dozen bullets without Su Mayan's help. Chapter 127 Unlucky Wang Ming. You know, before Lin Xia awakened this skill, it took him more than 1,000 anti-material bullets to kill this man. With this perception space, Zhao Tianai fought with Lin Xia within this range. It was like watching an ant in the palm of his hand, whose every move was under Lin Xia's control. His high-speed movements were like a joke and meant nothing. This skill is really great. For Lin Xia, what he lacks is not the attack power, but the perception ability provided by this skill. In the past, Lin Xia often needed to rely on Selina's abilities to give him advance warnings. Now that Lin Xia has mastered this special ability, her perception distance is still not as good as Selina's after her body has been strengthened. But once within his perception range, he can achieve superfine perception. This is also something that Saren does not have. After obtaining this special ability, it is like adding wings to a tiger. After Lin Xia finished testing her supernatural powers, she walked back to the group of women. But the expression on his face when he looked at them was a little lustful, as if he was thinking about something inappropriate for children. But the girls didn't care about this because they were already adults. In some ways, they are even more lustful than Lin Xia. Many times, he only made many reactions out of modesty, and to make Lin Xia feel more accomplished when using it. Chu Yueshi was the same. She didn't care what Lin Xia was thinking when she stared at her and her sister. The whispers I share with my sister at night are only more exaggerated than that. Analyzing through Lin Xia's browsing history, he seems too conservative in those aspects. After a few days, when it is their turn, she and her sister will open Lin Xia's eyes. Seeing that her thoughts were getting more and more off base, Chu Yueshi quickly told Lin Xia what she had just thought of. I have some impression of the Lord God you just killed. He was just a small team leader who escorted me back to school. No wonder he knew some of my specific information. Otherwise, given my information confidentiality level, he would never know where I am. When Chu Yueshi thought about this, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. I never thought that after the apocalypse, I would almost fall into the hands of this person. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't even look at someone like him. This Doomsday is too dangerous. Without strength, you will be at the mercy of others. The other women also nodded, agreeing with this point of view. Especially those women who have not yet obtained superpowers, they have many feelings along the way. They had never been exposed to such brutal battles before. As for some information about the outside world, I just listened to some of the sharing from other sisters after dinner, and there was no sense of tension. Only when they actually experience it themselves can they understand the cruelty of this extreme cold doomsday. Bloody killings are everywhere, and one wrong step could lead to complete death. The situation outside now is no longer like the happy and stable society of the past. With their beauty, if they appeared in front of this group of people, they would be like children carrying gold through a busy market. Without the corresponding strength, you will become their spoils in a matter of minutes. There will be no other result. Meeting Lin Xia in this extremely cold apocalypse is the luckiest thing in their lives. If it weren't for Lin Xia, they wouldn't dare to imagine what their future fate would be. It's an ending that makes you shudder just thinking about it. Along the way, they became deeply aware of the fragility of life. Fortunately, they met Lin Xia, and those tragedies would never happen again. Lin Xia not only respected them, but also provided them with such good living conditions. They can also gain superpowers and become superpowers, so that they will not be left without the ability to resist in this cruel doomsday. Although today's operation was led by Lin Xia, but the interference current device made by Chu Yueshi, Su Qian's defensive ability, Su Maiyan's mental ability, and Slina's physical strengthening ability. It can provide some help to Lin Xia to a greater or lesser extent. Even if Lin Xia was not there, the sisters together might not be powerless to fight against this godlord. In such an extreme environment, only by sticking together can we survive better. Whether outside or in Lin Xia's room, this is a true saying. Those women who have not yet obtained superpowers looked at Lin Xia with even more greed in their eyes. As part of this big family, they also have to work harder. Only after obtaining superpowers can she better help Lin Xia and kill those bad guys who try to destroy their beautiful lives. On the other side, inside the Celestial Dragon's bunker, the current situation is very grim. From the last door of the bunker, there was a constant sound of bang bang being heard. Wang Ming held the phone tightly in one hand and kept muttering to himself. Why hasn't Zhao Tianai come yet? It's been 5 hours since the message was sent. Even if he had to walk, he should have reached the destination. If you don't come soon, this place will be completely breached. This damn broken network. Now I can't even send text messages, let alone make calls. It took a lot of effort to send that text message before, and I don't know if he can still come. If Zhao Tianai can't come, then I can't just sit there and wait for death. Wang Ming seemed to have made up his mind. The signal on his cell phone has completely disappeared. The text messages sent to Zhao Tianai later also kept going in circles. But even if this information was sent, he would never have the chance to see it again. Wang Ming was the person who had sent Zhao Tianai a text message for help, and was also his former leader. It was because Wang Ming carried out the task of protecting important personnel before the end of the world. It was by chance that I came to this special base. After the end of the world, he lived a very comfortable life. Not only is it warm and pleasant here, with abundant supplies, but it also has exceptionally high defense capabilities. These are indeed the methods left behind by the celestial dragons. They know how to enjoy themselves. This is much better than being outside in the cold and fighting over a pack of instant noodles. He thought he had reached shore. I can stay with these celestial dragons like this and survive safely until the end of this doomsday. But after what happened yesterday, he realized how wrong he was. Chapter 128 Wang Ming's Betrayal. Just yesterday at noon, a group of rebels suddenly came and attacked here. They don't care at all about the identities of these people inside. They opened fire on the spot, killing all the security personnel outside. If they hadn't seen this scene from the surveillance inside, they would have reacted quickly and closed the ground entrance. He took these confidential personnel and ran all the way to the bunker, which is dozens of meters underground. I'm afraid this place has already been broken through by the rebels outside. Even if the most correct choice has been made, it seems that it can't last much longer. The last door of the bunker is about to collapse. They have now been forced into a desperate situation by this group of rebels. Wang Ming glanced with disdain at the Tianlong people hiding behind him. They were at a loss at this time and hid behind a pile of tables, chairs and benches. He and some other security personnel, with guns in their hands, stood scattered in front of this fragile shelter. Aimed the gun at the door and serve as their first layer of human shield. Bang! A loud noise came from the door. The iron door suddenly made a grinding sound. Finally, this last barrier was completely broken down by the rebels outside. Wang Ming had anticipated this scene. All the defensive measures along the way could not stop these people. How could this last small iron gate possibly stop these well-trained rebels? At this time, the Tianlong people behind him seemed to be even more frightened. He could hear the sound of their shivering even though he was standing in front of them. Immediately afterwards, a group of people in uniform, holding guns on their chests, filed in from the door. They stood on both sides of the room, also raising their guns and confronting them. Finally, a mutant with metallic skin walked in from the door. Even his face reflected a metallic luster under the light. Wang Ming sighed in his heart, thinking of the psychic in front of him. If it weren't for him, this bunker would never have been breached so easily. The abilities possessed by psychics are really unreasonable. When their bullets hit this person, only a string of sparks would fly out, and no effective damage would be done to him. The emergence of people with special abilities makes this extreme cold apocalypse even more chaotic. If everyone were an ordinary person, then with the power of the country, sooner or later the country could be put back on the right track. Completely overcome this disaster. However, the sudden appearance of people with special abilities means that the power of an individual may override that of the collective. The previous rules of the game will be changed. It is this change that will give rise to countless ambitious people in the future. This will be a process of reshuffling the former vested interests and the high-ranking celestial dragons. In the future, it is very likely that he will be trampled under the feet of beggars who have acquired superpowers. It is really hard to say what the world will look like in the future. The group of rebels in front of us is the best evidence. After they gained superpowers, they actually completed a complete military mutiny in such a huge military base with very few personnel. Those soldiers and weapons eventually became tools for this group of superpowers to realize their ambitions. When other comrades who had come into contact with people with superpowers for the first time were shouting, "Impossible," and "Black magic," Wang Ming already knew that there was absolutely no hope here. As Zhao Tianya's former boss, he had previously demonstrated to himself the magical powers he possessed. Therefore, he knows much more about the power of people with superpowers than those who have never come into contact with them. It's a pity that he felt that his choice was very good at that time, and he had already reached the shore with the help of these Tianlong people. Why would you take the risk with him and live a life of displacement in the apocalypse? So Wang Ming did not choose to join him at that time. He now deeply regrets the decision he made before. The wrong choice that time caused him to stand on the wrong side. The price you have to pay now may very likely be your life. Wang Ming watched the psychic getting closer and closer to their defense line. He made a secret decision in his heart. This time, I must not stand on the wrong side again. So Wang Ming raised the gun in his hand before his colleagues could react. Wang Ming pulled the trigger directly. Thump, 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 thump! These people standing in front of the celestial dragons were originally used to defend against this group of rebels. At this time, they had all been shot and were lying in a pool of blood. Die with eyes open. The celestial dragons hiding behind the tables, chairs and benches were extremely shocked by the current situation. Said tremblingly, "Wang Ming, do you know what you have done? Without these cannon fodders, how are we supposed to fight against these rebels?" The psychic stopped at this moment, and watched their internal conflict with great interest. However, Wang Ming couldn't care less about these things. If he didn't act more ruthlessly, he would definitely die here. He had no interest in protecting these celestial dragons, he just wanted to stay alive. Wang Ming then threw the gun in his hand to the ground. He rushed forward and knelt down in front of the psychic very smoothly. "Sir, I am willing to be your dog. Whatever you want, I can help you. I'm very familiar with this area. Please spare my life." The psychic named Zhu Zai looked at the man kneeling in front of him and laughed even more wildly. "He who knows the times is a hero. You did a great job." The group of celestial dragons hiding behind the chairs were so angry when they saw this scene. "Wang Ming, be aware of your identity. For someone like you, it's your honor to die protecting us. Rebellion! The bodyguard is going to devour his master." If this happened before the end of the world, based on their status, one sentence can determine the rise and fall of an industry. Just one sentence can make tens of millions of people unemployed. Wherever they went, the so-called successful people in society were all trembling with fear and welcomed them wholeheartedly. They never imagined that they would face such an ending. Is this small bunker going to become their burial place? Chapter 129 successfully landed. Zhu Zai smiled coldly and walked up to the group of people. They gathered together tremblingly, like pigs, and the disdain in his eyes became even stronger. Even before the end of the world, we are all just human beings. Why can some people occupy all kinds of resources and be superior? Then they are judged in a domineering manner, and they do not strive for progress or improvement. They have never reflected on themselves, how much resources they occupy, and how many opportunities they can give to those who work hard. These so-called celestial dragons are the real parasites of society. Before the end of the world, even if he was unwilling and had suffered unfair treatment, he was powerless to resist. But now it is after the end of the world. After taking off their false halo, these people are now performing even worse than ordinary people. Zhu Zai was extremely grateful for this doomsday, as it was this doomsday that gave them this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now, he has become a superpower. In the future world, people like them will definitely be at the top. Instead of being led by these people who are only interested in self-interest and are laughable to look at. Zhu Zai then picked out the person with the highest status from among the group of people based on the information in the confidential documents. He was thrown onto the open space nearby, and the others who were not carried out were shaking even more violently. Zhu Zai's tone was cold and without any emotion. "Tell me, where is the location of the largest arsenal in the southern region mentioned in that top-secret document?" "Ah?" The person who was dragged out was confused at this time, and had no idea what he was asking. Wang Ming became a little impatient when he saw Zhu Zai's expression. He immediately stepped forward and slapped the person he was supposed to protect in the face. "Ah, what? Didn't you hear the adults talking to you? Hurry up and tell me everything you know." Zhu Zai looked at Wang Ming approvingly. He didn't dislike such a sensible lackey. The man who was slapped by Wang Ming was filled with anger. This Wang Ming actually dared to touch himself with his dirty hands. "You know, he used to be very fawning to me, so I gave him a chance to hide in the shelter here." But his expression at this moment was extremely flattering, and he acted more naturally than Wang Ming. There was no sign that he had any dissatisfaction with being slapped. The people with the best acting skills are never in the entertainment industry. "Your Excellency, I'm not sure where the arsenal you're talking about is. But I do know of several other arsenals that are quite large. I wonder if this information can help you?" The psychic snorted coldly. "Do I need you to tell me this information? You've probably forgotten what we do, haven't you? We have already sent people to take over those ordinary arsenals. You'd better give me a reason for you to live." He was actually not surprised that he had not received any news about the arsenal. Because whether this super arsenal exists is still an unknown. This arsenal was only mentioned briefly in the top-secret items seized by the military district. Whoever masters it will have the power to destroy other countries. As for other information, there is none. He just wanted to give it a try and ask the person with the highest status. Sure enough, even he didn't know the information about this arsenal. However, once they have gained control of all the resources in this area, they will be able to become the undisputed uncrowned king of this area. Eventually, a kingdom belonging to those with superpowers will be established. All people or forces that refuse to submit to them will be ruthlessly eliminated by them. The man kneeling in front of Zhu Zai had cold sweat on his forehead. Death had never been so close to him as it was at this moment. The eyes of the psychic in front of him revealed contempt, and were full of indifference towards life. If he can't prove his worth, he had no doubt that this man would kill him directly. His eyes rolled wildly as he thought about the chips that could keep him alive. Then his eyes lit up, he suddenly thought of something, and spoke hurriedly. "Sir, please don't kill me, I'm still useful. You can use my permissions to obtain all the top-secret information in this area. If you want to rule this area, I believe this information will be of help to you." Zhu Zai chuckled, he finally hit the point. The authority these people carry is the primary reason why he attacked here. Today's core databases are composed of multiple encryption methods. If these databases are opened by someone who does not have the corresponding authority, the self-destruct program inside will be activated immediately. They are very aware of the importance of this information. Only by mastering this intelligence can they better achieve their goals. The reason why these recent large-scale operations have been so successful. They were able to obtain top-secret information by capturing the highest commander in the military region and using his authority. This top-secret document even records a super scientist whose achievements are simply unbelievable. If the person who carries out this mission can bring her back to the base, not to mention unifying this area, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to even take over the entire China. They have already tasted the sweetness of this top-secret information. Whether it is the location of other arsenals, detailed information on top scientific researchers, or detailed drawings of the fortress where these Tianlong people are located. All of this is first-hand information obtained after opening the database. This information is invaluable. Only if you are fast, accurate, and ruthless enough can you survive in this doomsday. Zhu Zai then made a gesture to his men, and then these soldiers armed with live ammunition came forward one after another. These people who were once high and mighty have been turned into prisoners. He took a gun from a soldier. He kept firing at their feet. Bang, bang, bang! Bullet holes appeared on the ground, less than a centimeter away from the people's toes. Just this one move was enough to scare these people so much that their legs went limp. If it weren't for the soldiers supporting them from behind, they probably wouldn't even be able to walk now. "I will separate you for interrogation later. If there are those among you who refuse to tell the truth and cooperate actively, or if you try to send a message for help, just wait for your death." These people were already frightened by Zhu Zai, and they kept shaking their heads and speaking tremblingly. "I dare not, I dare not. I was afraid that if I spoke too slowly, I would be killed by the person in front of me." Zhu Zai took one last look at Wang Ming, thought for a moment, and said, "Just follow me from now on." "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Wang Ming looked delighted, thinking that this force must be extremely powerful. Follow them and the future will be promising. He made the right bet this time and finally got ashore. The smile on Wang Ming's face became more flattering, and his back became more and more bent. Chapter 130 Disappointed Lin Xia. As for Lin Xia, after he killed those psychics in the Pantheon, they came outside and drove all the onlookers away from the area. Although Lin Xia had no interest in killing them, he also didn't want to share his spoils with them. Those people succumbed to Lin Xia's intimidation and had to stay away from here. After all, this group of mysterious people in front of them killed people without blinking an eye, and they really couldn't afford to offend them. After they arrived here, they killed more than 100 people with guns in an instant, and blood was all over the ground. He also killed all the high-ranking gods in the Pantheon. Isn't it just wishing you could live longer to bargain with such a person? After these people left here, some were happy and some were sad. For a moment, I didn't know where to go and was full of confusion about the future. Although they are here, their labor will be ruthlessly exploited by the higher-ups and the top gods. But as long as you get used to the rules of the game and serve them peacefully without resisting, at least you won't starve to death. Moreover, there are so many powerful people here who can ensure their safety. If I leave here and go back home, I might not even be able to survive for a few days. It has to be said that a stable organization is really tempting for the Chinese people. Some people even began to resent Lin Xia. Why didn't he continue to occupy this place after he conquered it, so that they could live their previous life? Even if I am exploited by Lin Xia again, it is okay. It's just like a company, it's just a change of boss. What could be more important than staying alive? However, Lin Xia didn't want to take care of so many things. He is not the babysitter of these people, so what does their life and death have to do with him? We are all living our lives to the fullest. Seeing that most of these people had left, Lin Xia began to pack up his spoils. If not, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? This is totally inconsistent with Lin Xia's style of plucking feathers from passing geese. But when Lin Xia opened the first room, stuck his head in to take a look, and quickly closed the door. Because this room is filled with densely packed corpses. Various parts were scattered all over the floor, and it was scary to look at them. I really don't know what ordinary people think. Some people still have a lingering attachment to this place. If the knife doesn't cut yourself, you won't feel pain, right? In the past, cannibalism was just an adjective, but now it has become a noun. Lin Xia then opened a door next to it, and found that there were still these things inside. He quickly closed the door again. There was no way he would accept such trophies. Jiang Ruoxue was standing behind Lin Xia at this time, and did not see the scenery inside the room. Seeing Lin Xia constantly opening and closing the door, she couldn't help but ask curiously. Lin Xia, what's in here? Shouldn't we go in and collect it properly? Lin Xia quickly stopped her. If they saw this, they would definitely have nightmares at night. When they came back from that hospital before, they would hold their arms tightly, and refuse to let go even when they fell asleep at night. It can be seen that deep down they are still very afraid of seeing these things. There was no need to force themselves to endure hardship, so Lin Xia pulled them out of the room. The supplies here are not what we need. Let's go check out the other rooms first. Jiang Ruoxue nodded obediently because she knew Lin Xia would not harm her. Lin Xia led the girls all the way to the 5th room. He finally breathed a sigh of relief after opening the door. There are some normal things in there. Lin Xia led the girls into the room. The room was filled with various bagged foods, most of which were still unopened. You can tell at a glance that these must have been shipped from a nearby supermarket. However, these things are not rare materials for Lin Xia, and accepting them is just better than nothing. Not to mention the hundreds of millions of supplies he had stored before the apocalypse. Just what he had collected from Walmart a few days ago was already much better than what was displayed here. Not only are there more of them, but the variety is even greater. But since she was already there, Lin Xia still put these supplies into the space. Of course, Lin Xia left all those that had been opened where they were. After looking at the first few rooms, he felt a little uncomfortable. Who knows if these opened foods have been added with other ingredients? He had done this kind of thing before, so he had to be on guard. Then Lin Xia led the girls to continue exploring inside. While collecting supplies, he discovered a pattern. The more important something is, the closer it is to the inside. The unimportant supplies were left outside by these people. Lin Xia collected a lot of supplies and fuel from the rooms along the way. The reserves of this Pantheon are not small, no wonder it can maintain a force of thousands of people. But now these supplies are all given to Lin Xia at a low price. When Lin Xia opened the second to last room, even he was shocked by the equipment inside. Bazookas, grenades, explosives, smoke bombs, self-destructing drones, robot dogs. There are a wide variety of weapons and equipment, which are much more than the weapons Lin Xia stole from the shooting range before the apocalypse. Did this group of people rob the Armed Police Center or the Armed Forces Department? There shouldn't be any of these things in the police station. Lin Xia looked at these weapons in amazement, but now they all belonged to him. A white light flashed in Lin Xia's eyes, and all the weapons and equipment in the room were put into his space. He could just replenish his ammunition at the same time. He can store the bullets shot at him into space and then shoot them back. He can also store those unused bullets directly in the space and use them whenever he wants. There is really no end to the bullets, and the more supplies are used, the more they become. Fortunately, his space is infinite, otherwise these supplies would not be able to fit in at all. After collecting all the weapons and equipment here, Lin Xia brought the girls to the last room. This door is not only much larger than the other doors, but also has a much more luxurious decoration. At first glance, you can see that there are more rare materials placed inside. Lin Xia then pushed open the door with anticipation. Chapter 131 Xia Minglin's Choice. Squeak. The luxurious door was slowly pushed open, and the situation inside came into Lin Xia's sight. His expression was very excited at first, but after he saw clearly what was inside, his face suddenly drooped. These may be treasures to Zhao Tianai, but they are a bit useless to him. He doesn't lack these at all. After watching Lin Xia push open the door, he stood there in a daze. Jiang Ruoxue stuck her head in curiously to see what kind of material could make Lin Xia make such an expression. When she saw the situation inside, she couldn't help but sigh. Wow! When the girls saw the two men's reactions, they became extremely interested and followed them to find out what was going on. So they couldn't help but make the same sigh as Jiang Ruoxue. Wow! This room was obviously different from the one they had walked into before. The decoration here is luxurious, the lighting is bright, and the temperature is suitable. Even the floor was covered with luxurious carpets. The tables were filled with food, and other supplies were also readily available. You can tell at first glance that a lot of thought went into it. As for the collection in this room, they obviously spent more time and effort on it. Because in this room, there live dozens of extremely beautiful women. They are either pure, charming, cold, or mature. From lowly to mature woman, from young woman to mature woman. There are beauties of all ages and temperaments. In terms of appearance and figure, none of them scored below 80 points. There are even a few top beauties who can reach 90. After seeing the situation here, Lin Xia had every reason to be suspicious. This Zhao Tianai established the Pantheon, won over other people with special abilities, and expanded his power just by chance. Collecting all kinds of top-notch beauties must be his main purpose. It's a pity that Lin Xia is not short of these women now. It is enough for him to have Jiang Ruoxue and the others by his side. Even without undergoing any physical or mental cleansing, they were already more beautiful than the women in front of them. The women who had undergone the cleansing of their bones and marrow were even more speechless. Whether it was their figure, appearance, or their temperament, they were all so beautiful that they could not be described in words. It is no exaggeration to say that they are stunningly beautiful. Any one of them is beyond 100%. Lin Xia's vision has been raised too much by them. Then Lin Xia looked at the confused women in the room and said weakly, "You all should leave. The Pantheon no longer exists. You are free." The women couldn't help but look at each other, as if they couldn't believe what Lin Xia said. After they were abducted here by that terrifying man, they never imagined that they would be free one day. You know, these people took them away at the same time. Even their families have been brutally killed by these people. At this time, a top-notch mature woman walked out from among these women and stood in front of them. She has a very charming figure, which perfectly highlights the femininity unique to a mature lady. The rosewood-colored skirt, which half exposes her left shoulder, clings to her upper body, outlining her soft and charming body curves. Her long wavy hair makes her temperament more elegant and luxurious. Most importantly, she seemed to have a maternal glow that made people want to indulge in her tenderness. "Hello sir, my name is Xia Minglan." "Excuse me, is what you just said true?" Lin Xia nodded. "It's true. I have killed all the superpowers in this pantheon. I have killed that godlord. His body is in the innermost room over there. But unless someone is very familiar with him, it would be impossible to clearly identify him from that pile of corpses. As for the other ordinary people, I have already driven them all away. Maybe the soundproofing in your room is better, so you didn't hear the loud noise outside just now. If you don't have anything else to do, please go home. There will no longer be a force called the Pantheon." Lin Xia sighed and turned to leave. He had just opened the door happily, but he didn't expect it to be a false alarm. It's really disappointing. The beauties in the room were overjoyed when they heard that the evil men who kidnapped them had finally died. They could no longer control their suppressed emotions, and some even burst into tears. Even Xia Minglan let out a long sigh. She had obviously been through some pretty bad things. The fate of all the women in this room is similar. They were all abducted here after their families were destroyed by the people led by Zhao Tianai. Before the end of his life, Xia Minglan was the chairman of a large listed company. But these identities are meaningless after the end of the world. In a doomsday like today, only force is the root of everything. Although she saved many sisters who wanted to commit suicide with her personal charm. Tell them to persevere and not give up hope. But to be honest, even she herself wouldn't believe these words. After all, she had been a chairman, and her vision and knowledge were far more profound than theirs. But her wealth and wisdom are meaningless in the face of simple and extreme violence. In the end, she became one of these people's collections. But for the sake of her sisters, she had no choice but to do this. But what people didn't expect was that it would give them the opportunity to regain their freedom. It actually happened to them. However, at this moment, they became a little overwhelmed. Because they are all the same, they no longer have a home. In this extremely cold apocalypse, they have no idea how to survive. Xia Minglan glanced at Lin Xia, who was about to leave. With a plop, he fell to his knees. "Thank you so much, benefactor, for saving us and allowing us to escape this tragic fate. But we have no home now, and we don't know where to go back to. If we want to survive in such a doomsday, we have to rely on our own strength. It's nothing more than continuing to be another group of people's playthings. We don't want to repeat such days again." Everyone else also felt the same way when Xia Minglan said this. Their beauty is a weapon that helps them live a better life before the end of the world. But after the end of the world, this beauty turned into a deadly poison that only brought them endless disasters. Rather than freedom, what they want more is a support that can allow them to live a stable life. Chapter 132, Facing Reality. Xia Minglan looked back at her sisters. Xia Minglan saw the same emotion in their eyes, so she said to Lin Xia, "If you are willing, we are willing to serve you as our lord and only you for the rest of our lives. I will always be loyal to you and will never betray you." The sisters behind Xia Minglan looked at each other and nodded after she said this. So they all walked behind Xia Minglan. Like her, they all knelt down facing Lin Xia and spoke in unison. "We are willing to serve you as our lord and remain loyal to you from now on, never betraying you." Lin Xia looked at the women kneeling in front of him and didn't know what to decide for a moment. Although these women are definitely not as beautiful as the ones around him. But any one of these people you pick out will undoubtedly be a top-notch beauty picked from thousands. Not to mention how much resources and energy it would take for him to support so many women. The mere possibility of making Jiang Ruoxue and the others unhappy is already not worth it. Jiang Ruoxue and the others were so nice to him that no matter what excessive conditions he proposed, they would accept them and let him indulge himself. He is already very satisfied with his current life, and there is no need to add so much trouble. After careful consideration, Lin Xia spoke to the beauties kneeling in front of him. "What master or no master? He died early in the morning. I'm not interested in being your master. You should just be on your own." When Jiang Ruoxue and the others heard Lin Xiao's words, their beautiful eyes flashed. All the worries just now disappeared without a trace. They looked at each other and knew that Lin Xia said this to take their feelings into consideration. With his spatial ability, raising dozens of canaries for his play is simply an easy task. Even if he really did that, they wouldn't say anything. After all, nothing is more important than Lin Xia's happiness. But Lin Xia actually chose to reject the advances of these dozens of beauties, which touched Jiang Ruoxue and the others. Liking is unrestrained, but true love is restraint. Jiang Ruoxue looked at these women with eyes flashing with something indescribable. After hearing what Lin Xia said, Xia Minglan looked up in surprise, with an incredible expression on her face. You have to know that each of these women is a top beauty. Before the end of the world, each of them was like a star surrounded by moons. So many beautiful women knelt before him, letting him have whatever he wanted. This man is not moved at all. Is he really a man? Xia Minglan asked with a puzzled look on her face. Are you actually a woman, and are just pretending to be a man? Lin Xia has a very handsome appearance, a well-proportioned figure, three-dimensional facial features, and fair and translucent skin. You can tell he's a top handsome guy. But beauty is universal. If he had long hair, his voice might have become rougher because of a cold, and his body might have become flat because of poor development. The person in front of me who looks like a man may actually be a girl. When Lin Xia heard her question, she couldn't help but frown. I'm a real man. Pure. Xia Minglan thought about it carefully and asked tentatively. Could it be that you actually like men? Don't like women? Lin Xia had more black lines on her head. The women wearing cloaks behind him couldn't help laughing. This misunderstanding was really too big, and it raised the question of whether Lin Xia was a man and whether his sexual orientation was normal. They still have a lot to say. They have every reason to believe that if there were no circumstances requiring them to go out today, and their bodies could not bear it, they would need to have a good rest during the day. Lin Xia could drag them to play for a whole day, like a perpetual motion machine, and they couldn't stop at all. From day to night, and then from night to day. I have to break their bones one by one until they can't get out of bed. Lin Xia then hurriedly explained. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Be careful or I'll sue you for defamation. What about you? Xia Minglan seemed to have thought of something, and her tone suddenly became a little depressed. You think we're dirty, don't you? But these things are not what we want to happen. We have no control over what happened in the past. But we can decide our future. Since you have given us a second life, we are willing to use our lives to defend our chastity. We can assure you that I will never allow any other man except you to touch my body. After saying that, Xia Minglan kowtowed to Lin Xia again. Her elegant long hair was spread out on the ground, and her temperament looked extremely sad and broken. After all, apart from their beauty and loyalty, they have nothing else to offer. Lin Xia suddenly became a little at a loss. He was forced into a corner, and didn't know how to answer her question. Jiang Ruoxue watched from the side for a long time. This woman wanted to use the tactic of retreating to advance so that Lin Xia would accept them. Now it was her turn to step forward and rescue Lin Xia, who was in a critical situation. She is the chief protector of her husband among all the women. How can she allow others to bully Lin Xia? Jiang Ruoxue spoke slowly to these top beauties kneeling on the ground. You all get up. Let me tell you why he is not interested in your beauty. Xia Minglan and the others were kneeling on the ground when they suddenly heard a beautiful voice like the sound of nature. They all raised their heads involuntarily, wanting to find the answer to this question. Their appearance, figure and temperament are all what make them proud and confident. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Ruoxue lowered her hood and took off her face covering. She used her hands to tidy up her waterfall-like black hair. A holy, ethereal and peerless face appeared in front of Xia Minglan and those beauties. They have always been proud of their looks, but in front of this flawless and exquisite face, they suddenly feel inferior. How dare the light of a firefly compete with the bright moon? Immediately afterwards, the cloaked men around Lin Xia also took off their hats and removed their face coverings. In an instant, the whole room seemed to become brighter. Chapter 133 Jiang Ruoxue's Great Idea. Xia Minglan and the beauties behind her were all stunned by the peerless beauty of Jiang Ruoxue and the others. What a view it is! These women are so beautiful that it is hard to describe them in words. They only have one feeling in their hearts, that is, they feel ashamed of themselves. No wonder the man in front of them is not interested in them. Xia Minglan lowered her head in despair. Even their most valuable appearance has become worthless in front of these people. So how could she convince the person in front of her to take them in? Jiang Ruoxue glanced at them and was very satisfied with their current performance. Sisters, I sympathize with your situation. I used to be just like you, meeting the wrong person and facing all kinds of torture. It wasn't until I met him that my miserable fate changed. Jiang Ruoxue's ethereal and clear eyes looked at Lin Xia silently, her eyes full of love. Then she turned her head and looked at the women kneeling on the ground in front of her. In the end times, beauty alone is not enough. Your beauty can only bring you disaster, it cannot protect you. Ultimately, all of this still depends on your own hard work. If you can come to this position, we may be able to provide you with some limited assistance. As for how far you can go in the future, it all depends on your own efforts. Jiang Ruoxue gave them a meaningful look. Then she turned around lightly and put Lin Xia's arm in her arms. Let's go. I have a surprise for you when I get home tonight. Then Lin Xia was dragged away by Jiang Ruoxue. Of course, he was also happy that the matter was resolved in this way, so as to save him from standing here in embarrassment. But he was still a little curious why Jiang Ruoxue would offer such conditions. After they walked away, Lin Xia expressed the questions in her mind. The other girls were also puzzled and looked at Jiang Ruoxue. Jiang Ruoxue then expressed her thoughts and explained them to everyone. If we want to form a force in the future, we will definitely need some people to help us. I think they are more suitable. It's impossible for us to do everything ourselves after our power expands. If we don't have time to serve Master Lin Xia by then, and he's dissatisfied, that would be putting the cart before the horse. The reason why I didn't let Lin Xia take them away directly is because they wouldn't cherish anything that came too easily. Walking from here to our home is a bit of a challenge. If they can do it, then it's not a bad idea to give them a chance. I just don't know how loyal this group of people are. It's hard to say how much of their behavior just now was out of helplessness, and how much came from the heart. If they encounter any critical situations in the future, whether they can do what they just promised is still an unknown. Jiang Ruoxue couldn't help but sigh. She used to work in an airline company that was full of beautiful women, and she had seen too many things like this. Especially for these beautiful women, what they are best at is acting and disguising. Beauty is just their capital to gain the greatest benefits. Only women can understand women's little thoughts. Chu Yueshi suddenly said. About this problem, I might have a solution. Looking at Jiang Ruoxue's curious eyes, Chu Yueshi said. I can install a monitoring program on their phones. With their skills, it's absolutely impossible for them to discover this program. Then we can monitor all their actions 24 hours a day. And through artificial intelligence, we can analyze their movements and behaviors in detail to ensure that no one slips through the net. Afterwards, the women actively discussed this issue and fully exchanged views with each other. The whole discussion was very constructive. Anyway, Lin Xia stopped listening after a while. If you want to talk about making things difficult for women, you have to look at other women. Even Lin Xia felt that those bizarre methods were a bit excessive. It turns out that people in the same industry are enemies. After some discussion among the women, the framework on how to deal with these women gradually became complete. If these people perform well in the future, they will have the opportunity to be absorbed into their forces. Even if someone performs particularly well, it would not be a bad idea to completely accept some of them as their sisters. Such an opportunity to achieve success overnight is already before them. It depends on themselves whether they can grasp the future. Of course, these women are the reason why Jiang Ruoxue has spent so much time and effort. To pave the way for future expansion of power is only a small reason. After all, as long as one has eyes, one can see the future potential of their force. As long as they are willing to relax the entry conditions, there will be no shortage of people joining their forces. However, that kind of expansion method does not quite suit their plans. Even if I really want to build a large force in the future, I will definitely choose the elite route. It is impossible to allow anyone to come in and enjoy this top treatment in the Doomsday. What impressed Jiang Ruoxue most about this group of people was actually their beauty. Although she is not as pretty as them, it would be bad if Lin Xia gets bored of them after staying with them for too long. It is absolutely not okay to be arrogant because of being favored. Rather than facing the danger that may occur in the future, it is better to nip this danger in the bud in advance. After all, these women were trained by them personally, so they can rest assured when Lin Xia uses them. Don't worry about the mess that might happen in the future. The more Jiang Ruoxue thought about it, the more she felt it made sense. She planned to discuss it privately with her sisters after returning. But Lin Xia cannot know these contents. When the time comes, I will give him a surprise quietly. After all, nothing else matters more than Lin Xia being happy. What the girls didn't expect was Jiang Ruoxue's brilliant idea just now. It really gave them a chance to change their destiny. This group of people will become the initial team of the world's largest superpower force in the future. This force not only has advanced technology, a large number of people with special abilities, but also has strong strength. The most talked about point is that those who can join this force are all the top beauties from various countries around the world. At one point, it even made others think that there were only women and no men in this force. Chapter 130 for betting. Lin Xia and others took the hovercraft and soon returned to their villa. After the women entered the room, they took off their thick winter clothes. They all changed into sexy and charming little camisole tops and wore clothes of various styles, exuding different charms. Lin Xia felt as if she was in a fairyland, surrounded by fairies from the Moon Palace. After everyone had finished packing, Lin Xia also took the hovercraft outside back into the space. The time now is already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It hasn't snowed much these days, and the clouds in the sky are getting thinner. Now looking up, the outline of the sun in the sky is becoming clearer and clearer. Maybe it won't be long before we can have a real sunny day. But now the snow outside is more than 10 meters high, and the biting cold wind is blowing the ice crystals on the ground, making them swirl in the air. There is no sign of the temperature rising, and the scene is still extremely cold and apocalyptic. Lin Xia looked at the ice crystals being blown away outside the window and asked curiously, "Those women you mentioned, will they really come?" Jiang Ruoxue, who had changed into a pure white suspender dress, took Lin Xia's arm and led him to the sofa, saying confidently, "They will definitely come." "Are you so sure? It's over 70 degrees Celsius below zero outside, and they have to walk over 5,000 meters. This is really too difficult for women like them who usually live a life of luxury," Lin Xia said with some doubt. However, the soft touch on her arm and the fresh and elegant fragrance made Lin Xia relax, and she lay comfortably on the sofa. Selena, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, brought a fruit plate and sat on the other side of Lin Xia. She fed the plump and juicy fruit flesh into Lin Xia's mouth with a toothpick. The other women were not discouraged when they saw that the best spots had been taken. They used various methods to help Lin Xia relax. From time to time, they looked at Lin Xia with eyes full of admiration and love. Lin Xia closed her eyes comfortably. A cunning look appeared in Jiang Ruoxue's beautiful eyes, and she secretly gave the girls a wink. The women served even harder. Then Jiang Ruoxue put her pink lips close to Lin Xia's ear. The beautiful voice, like the sound of nature, tickled Lin Xia's heart like a small brush. The voice seemed to be massaging his scalp, making him want to immerse himself in this fairyland forever and not want to wake up again. Jiang Ruoxue spoke softly to Lin Xia in a voice that was as gentle as water and full of charm. "How about we make a bet? I bet those women will come to our place today. If I win the bet, then this team will be managed by us sisters from now on. Apart from providing the necessary supplies, you are not allowed to interfere with our internal management. And whether you win or lose the bet, you can enjoy this exquisite mother and daughter tonight." As soon as Jiang Ruoxue mentioned this, Lin Xia was no longer sleepy. "Sister," Nangong Shui and Xiao Nianyan said shyly. Both of them turned their heads away shyly, not daring to look into Lin Xia's burning eyes. Lin Xia's stare alone made their skin hot, and caused some physiological reactions. Jiang Ruoxue stood up and smiled as she hugged their flexible waists that had been trained in dancing. Pushed them both into Lin Xia's arms. "It's been so long, why are you two still so shy? This day will come sooner or later. There's no way to avoid it. You two should have recovered by now. The way you two have been looking at Lin Xia lately has become threadbare." Nangong Shui and Xiao Nianyan were like two quails in Lin Xia's arms at this moment, not daring to look at Lin Xia. Their cheeks were red, and it was obvious that their thoughts had been exposed. Their sister Jiang Ruoxue is so powerful that nothing can be hidden from her. Then Jiang Ruoxue looked at Chu Yueshi and Chu Xinglan, the twin sisters. "Once they're done, it will be your turn. Hello sisters, one quilt." Jiang Ruoxue then looked at Lin Xia, who was giggling foolishly beside her, and gave him a cold look. "You, take a good rest and recuperate. Let's have this feast in the evening. Remember, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. We sisters still have some private conversations to share, so why don't you go back to the living room and play some games?" Lin Xia then left, giving the sisters some private space. He has already thought of many very interesting ways to play. Now Lin Xia just hopes that the night will come sooner. However, he didn't know that he had just overlooked a very important issue. He has been successfully bewitched by Jiang Ruoxue, who has put herself in the game. The control of the team was handed over just like that. Of course, even if Lin Xia knew this, she probably wouldn't care too much. Only when they are happy will they make themselves happier. After all, they have nothing, and the most important thing is that they are happy. For this team, it doesn't matter whose orders they follow. Everyone just wants to run this place better and make everyone live more comfortably. At the same time, after Lin Xia and the others left, the atmosphere on Xia Minglan's side seemed to become a little solemn. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. When someone suppressed them before, the relationship between them was relatively harmonious. But after they regained their freedom, things started to go wrong. Xia Minglan and the other girls were packing some things that were more convenient to take away. For example, cold weather clothing, food, supplies, and the like. A large group of them were working non-stop, busy racing against time. However, there was another small group of people in the living room, led by Han Mei. They sat on the chairs over there, watching them clean up, without moving. The two groups are clearly divided. Chapter 135: The Transformation of the Women. Han Mei looked at Xia Minglan's busy back, her eyes revealing shrewdness. The two groups had a quarrel just now. These women, led by Han Mei, did not want to leave this warm, comfortable shelter with plenty of food. Not to mention that they had to take risks and walk 5,000 meters in the extremely cold weather outside. Go find that place, that sounds unreliable. Eventually the two groups decided to go their separate ways. You take your Yangguan road, and I take mine. If it weren't for the fact that Xia Minglan and her group came in large numbers, she wouldn't have wanted to let them take any of the supplies here. But they have no means of transportation anyway, so even if they were allowed to take it, they wouldn't be able to take much. Looking at Xia Minglan, who had gradually finished packing, Han Mei showed disdain in her eyes. The women behind her had much the same idea. Han Mei then said sarcastically, "You ran all the way here, isn't it like delivering something 1,000 miles away? People wouldn't even want it if it was given to them for free, yet you're still trying to give it to them. In the end, they're just toys. It's like letting him play with them will increase your own value. And we occupy such a great spot here. Maybe I could even attract a bunch of lickspittles and develop even better than them." Han Mei was a female sea king before the end of the world, relying on her beauty, figure, and skills in catching rich men. There are 3-digit numbers of men who are determined to marry her on her phone. If she hadn't been unlucky, she wouldn't have been caught here by this group of people. She felt that with these means, she could live a very comfortable life in this doomsday. The women around her have the same idea. They are all the same type of people, the kind who like to have fun. They didn't want to take such a big risk just because of that woman's incoherent words. I ran 5,000 meters happily to see that person off. Xia Minglan glanced at them and didn't bother to pay any attention to them. Although she is gentle and kind, she is not a hopeless saint. On the contrary, she is also very smart. She is the kind of traditional woman who is very gentle and tough. Otherwise, how could she have started from scratch and become the chairman of the previous listed company? Her vision and skills are not comparable to those of this little girl. As the saying goes, good words can't persuade a damned ghost. She has done so much and has done her utmost. There are often only a few times when you can change your destiny in life. Every change requires great courage and risk. If you seize it, you will soar to the top. If you can't catch it, you can only immerse yourself in self-pity in the underground. Before leaving, Xia Minglan took a look at these former sisters. You guys take care of yourself. Be careful of those who are driven away, they may not have gone far. They could come back and occupy this place at any time. However, Han Mei and the others were excitedly checking the remaining supplies at this moment, and did not take Xia Minglan's warning to heart at all. They looked at the many supplies left in the house and couldn't help but look excited. Han Mei waved to Xia Minglan with her back to her. I know, you nagging old woman. I was worried they wouldn't come. Once they come, we won't be short of servants to serve us. Then Han Mei spoke to the young sisters around her. Then I'll show you how to be a good social person. I'm the best at training dogs. Ha 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 ha! Xia Minglan then shook her head and left without looking back with the group of sisters behind her. There are always people who cannot see the reality. I always thought her power came from the rules. Little do people know that the root of power comes from violence. Even though she is living in the end times, she is still thinking of using the same method she used before the end of the world to continue dreaming of being a little princess. People who cannot see the reality are simply too naive. When Xia Minglan led the girls out of the cage and came outside, they were frightened by the hundreds of corpses lying outside not far away. The women behind Xia Minglan felt a chill in their hearts when they saw the scene before them. They had never seen such a brutal scene before, and some of them couldn't help but burst into tears. However, when Xia Minglan saw these corpses, she became more determined in her choice. The only person who can kill a person with superpowers is a person with superpowers. Even if these ordinary people are holding guns, they do not pose much threat to those with special abilities. When this group of mysterious people came into their room, not only were their clothes intact but also not stained with any blood. Moreover, their expressions looked relaxed and comfortable, not like they had just experienced a war. This proves that for them, it is not difficult at all to wipe out the Pantheon. In the end times, when choosing a backer, of course you have to choose the one that is big and hard. Xia Minglan glanced at the corpses on the ground, and suddenly her eyes lit up. So he quickly walked to the middle of the bloody corpses and began to search carefully. She didn't care at all that her exquisite and expensive clothes were stained by the dirty blood. The women behind her looked at Xia Minglan with confusion. I really don't understand what she is doing. It wasn't until Xia Minglan dug out an intact gun and several magazines from the pile of corpses. Then they understood what she was doing. Then Xia Minglan said to the girls with a smile, "We are so lucky! The group probably thought the guns here were dirty and didn't take them away. And the other people in the Pantheon have been driven away by them. They dare not come back to pick up these guns anytime soon. We have taken advantage of this great opportunity. Now our chances of successfully reaching our destination have increased a little." Xia Minglan looked at the other sisters who were shrinking back and were very afraid of the corpses, and she couldn't help but encourage them. "Sisters, do you still want to go back to the past and live a life where you have no control over your own life? Is it really comfortable to watch your loved ones die in front of you and feel powerless to resist? Are you willing to be treated like a commodity and manipulated by others? Think about you and everything you've been through during this period. If you want to escape such a fate, please pick up the weapons in your hands and fight bravely." Xia Minglan's words seemed to arouse their painful memories. Birds of a feather flock together. The women around Xia Minglan are all good women. They knew that everything Xia Minglan said was for their own good. So they suppressed their inner fear and physical discomfort. Like Xia Minglan, he walked into the pile of corpses and searched for weapons and ammunition. The bright and beautiful clothes on them were now stained with blood. If it were before the end of the world, they would never allow their clothes to become so dirty. But Xia Minglan was the first to walk into the pile of corpses, setting an example for them. So why can't they let go of their pride? Xia Minglan is much better than them in terms of figure, appearance, wealth, status, vision and wisdom. During the time they spent together, they couldn't help but be attracted by her personal charm. That's why I willingly gathered around her and followed her on adventures. Chapter 136 Xia Minglan's Reason. After a while, Xia Minglan and her sisters finally searched through all the supplies in the pile of corpses. In total, they found dozens of guns that were still in working order. If each person is given a gun, there will be a few extra guns as backup. Among these supplies, what surprised Xia Minglan the most was, although the magazines in their guns had been emptied. However, the extra magazines they carried were still full of bullets and intact. They found more than 200 intact magazines. Xia Minglan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as she looked at the guns and ammunition they had collected. With these things, they will be able to survive to a certain extent even if the mysterious group of people do not provide them with help. Xia Minglan glanced at the sisters who were sorting their clothes, and asked them to throw away some of the luggage and supplies they had just packed from the house. After all, 5,000 meters is not a close distance, and the ground is so cold. She also didn't expect that so many guns and ammunition could be collected in the square at the entrance. The supplies that Xia Minglan and her sisters selected were already quite heavy. If they were asked to carry heavy guns and ammunition, it would undoubtedly be a huge challenge for her sisters. As for fuel and food versus guns and ammunition, which is more important? She can still tell the difference. Of course, the women understood this logic. Although they were reluctant to leave, they still obeyed Xia Minglan's orders. He threw the supplies that had just been packed back where they were. Then, according to Xia Minglan's instructions, everyone removed the empty magazines from the guns. Then he stuffed the magazines filled with bullets into the gun. In this way, if any unexpected situation occurs, you can shoot immediately. At this time, they were covered in blood, standing in neat rows with guns in their hands, and no one was talking to each other. These beauties of the past now have a hint of iron and blood. However, their mood at this moment was somewhat low, and their eyes were filled with confusion about the future. Xia Minglan sighed in her heart. She knew that if she couldn't restore the morale and confidence of these sisters, then they will definitely not be able to bear it, and collapse in the more difficult journey ahead. As the chairman of a listed company, she understands too well the importance of morale to a team. If the morale of the troops is low, then there is no point in thinking about anything else, and even the simplest things will become very difficult to achieve. But if everyone can work together, even the most difficult tasks can be accomplished. Xia Minglan then walked in front of the women. Her tone was gentle yet powerful, and there was a sense of conviction in it. The radiance of motherhood continues to overflow from her, and she is full of motherly feeling. Sisters, I know that your hearts may be filled with doubts and confusion. Do we really need to go through so much hardship, even risking death, to pursue that slim hope? Isn't it better to stay here, guard such a good base, and be self-reliant? Or perhaps it's the same idea as the people who were in the room and didn't leave. Since I'm selling my body anyway, why would I have to travel so far and send myself there with such flattering attitude? Don't I have any dignity? Those sisters who were originally in a low mood were gradually attracted by Xia Minglan's gentle voice. Yes, these are the doubts in their hearts. It's just that they kept all these doubts in their hearts and dared not speak them out. The sisters around her looked at her with their bright eyes. Xia Minglan knew that her words touched their hearts. The best communication skill is honesty. Only a sincere heart can exchange for another sincere heart. Xia Minglan looked at the sisters in front of her, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Then let me share with you some of my views. First of all, this group of people is very powerful. They can easily kill the Pantheon who seem invincible to us. It's nice to be under a big tree and enjoy the shade. As long as they allow us to live nearby, at least we won't have to worry about safety issues. Do you want a group of people to suddenly break into your home and take you away while you're sleeping? When the girls thought of that scene, they all felt a chill down their spines. I couldn't help but nodded in agreement. How can I allow others to sleep peacefully on my bed? If there really was danger, that group of powerful and mysterious people would definitely discover and resolve it before them. A safe place is so important in the end times. This is the foundation of everything. The girls couldn't help but nod their heads. It seemed that everyone agreed with what she had just said. Xia Minglan continued in a gentle voice. Then you also saw what kind of extremely beautiful women followed that man? To be honest, even I was a little shocked. With such a group of beauties around, even if we wanted to serve them, they might not be interested in our humble appearance. Xia Minglan showed a frustrated expression at the right time and made a joke with the girls to ease the depressing atmosphere. And the most important thing is, I guess you've also seen how they get along with each other. Although the relationship between them is dominated by the man, the other women around him are not just his accessories. They can also express their own ideas freely, and the interactions between them give people a very comfortable feeling. Such a relationship is extremely valuable in today's apocalypse. From this we can see that this man's nature is not bad. If we follow such a force, we will definitely not be suppressed or bullied as much. The women listened to Xia Minglan's analysis and nodded involuntarily. When they carefully recalled how those people interacted with each other, they could see the word respect in it. Joining such a force will undoubtedly make people feel more at ease. Xia Minglan gave them some time to think. Then she continued slowly. They are so powerful. If they need followers, countless people will join them. Even this Pantheon that they easily destroyed had thousands of people. But judging by their current behavior, it seems they don't have any intention of expanding their power. Isn't it worth it for us to throw away everything we have and take a gamble on such a force with unlimited potential? The test they just gave was just a casual one. I've met big shots like them before. People like them don't bother to lie. To them, what they give you is just a little sand slipping through their fingers. But if we can seize this opportunity, perhaps we can change the destiny of our lives. After listening to Xia Minglan's analysis, the girl's eyes lit up. This force is indeed their best choice. If they grow stronger, they will probably look down on people like them. And now, at the early stage of their strength development, is the time when they have the greatest opportunities. Sometimes choice is more important than hard work. Chapter 137 The Power of Song. At this time, they did not mind that their clothes were dirty and the supplies and weapons they were carrying on their backs were heavy. In their eyes there is a light of hope. Xia Minglan saw that they seemed to have found their direction, and their wavering hearts became firm again. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at her good sisters, Xia Minglan's tone became relaxed and cheerful. Last but not least, this man is so handsome and has such a great body. He is the most handsome man I have ever seen in my life. Even if we give our bodies to him, we won't suffer any loss at all. We've even gotten a great deal. The girls couldn't help but laugh at this moment. Indeed, that man was the most handsome man they had ever seen. If they could really spend a night with him, they would have made a fortune. In fact, when it comes to lust, women are not much worse than men. Xia Minglan looked at the team that was no longer depressed and regained its vitality, and spoke loudly. Let's go! Yes! Suddenly a burst of chirping sounds were heard, full of vitality and energy. It seemed as if they were not going to the cold end of the world, but to the suburbs full of spring. They were walking on an outing, each of them filled with longing for a better life in the future. At that time, even Xia Yunlan was involuntarily infected by this emotion and became relaxed and happy as well. Maybe this is the power of teamwork. The group carried supplies on their backs and held guns in their hands. In this deep and dark underground tunnel, I keep walking forward. Fortunately, the walls are equipped with special luminous materials that can emit a bright light in the dark even when the power is off. Although the light was not particularly bright, it was enough for them to see the road under their feet and each other's faces. The echoes of their footsteps continued to echo in the empty and dark passage. If they were alone in this environment, I'm afraid they will be so scared that they won't be able to walk at all. But with so many sisters around them, even such a terrifying environment didn't seem to frighten them. Since the end of the world, they have been living passively and have never actively fought for anything. Trapped at home, struggling to survive with lack of supplies. They were threatened and their relatives were brutally killed by them. Even they themselves were abducted and taken to that dark cage. This Doomsday has already caused them to lose too much. Fortunately, there are sisters around them who can encourage each other and keep moving forward. This time, they want to change their tragic fate through their own efforts and struggle. Even though there may be many difficulties and obstacles along the way, they will not give up. Xia Minglan had 2 guns on her back and her breathing was a little rapid. But she turned around and looked at the group of sisters behind her and saw the light shining in their eyes. At this moment, Xia Minglan suddenly felt very lucky. Although this Doomsday made her lose a lot of things, it also left her with a lot of hope. For example, the mysterious people I met today were lucky enough to rescue themselves successfully. For example, the sisters around her gave her endless courage. Their current situation is much more fortunate than those who died innocently in the apocalypse. Xia Minglan smiled softly, turned her head and spoke loudly to them. Sisters, how about we sing a song? A younger girl standing next to her said. Sister, what song are you going to sing? I'm afraid I can't sing. Xia Minglan smiled gently, and her smile revealed pride. I guarantee everyone will be able to sing this song. Let me start by giving you guys a heads up. 1, 2, get up. This is a melody that is engraved in our DNA. The people behind Xia Minglan couldn't help but sing along loudly. Their spines gradually straightened up. This song gave them endless courage. Make them feel that the difficulties they faced before are nothing. even though they are now walking in this dark underground passage. But they still firmly believe that they will eventually see that bright future. CM Minglan and the other girls' steps also became lighter. As they walked further and further, they discovered a small light in front of the tunnel. CM Minglan's heart suddenly became nervous. She knew that their test was finally coming. This 5,000-meter hike is actually not that difficult. Even with severe cold, it is not insurmountable as long as we are well prepared. After all, their goal is just to reach that location. There are no other special tasks. However, the most dangerous thing for them along the way is probably meeting other humans. Especially those who escaped from the Pantheon. There were almost no good people there. So they need to be extra careful. CM Minglan then stopped and spoke to the girls. Everyone be careful. There might be something happening up ahead. The sisters behind her suddenly became agitated. But they soon restored order. The girl who followed her then said, Sister, among all of us, you have the broadest knowledge. What do you think we should do? We'll all listen to you. CM Minglan thought carefully for a moment, and then said, Everyone should first overcome their fear and not panic. We have guns in our hands, so they should be the ones afraid. Everyone check your guns and turn the safety off. If there is any emergency, we can shoot immediately. And everyone, please be careful. The gun must be pointed at the ground, not at other sisters. To prevent accidental discharge of guns and accidents. Also, this might be everyone's first time using a gun. We should stand apart and try not to shoot when there are people in front of us. These guns have a lot of recoil. I'm worried you won't be able to control the direction of the gun. Chapter 138 First Kill. CM Minglan had played with guns before the end of the world, so she had a general understanding of these things. Although I only have a general understanding of it, it is much better than other sisters. But she was not a professional gun user after all. She played with the gun just to satisfy her curiosity. But now she could only try her best to recall some details about using the gun at that time, and give advice to her sisters based on those memories in her mind. After all, her every move will affect the lives of many sisters, so she cannot be careless. After CM Minglan explained everything she could think of, she walked into the team again and began to check the guns and ammunition in their hands one by one, and provided them with some psychological counseling. After CM Minglan had made all the preparations she could, she looked towards the light ahead and took a deep breath. Set off! The women followed her and dispersed into a group according to her instructions. The distance between them and the light was getting closer and closer. Under the light, the situation there became clearer. This is a small shelter. These shelters are built to prevent some special situations from happening. The shelter under Dewan Plaza is the largest shelter in the surrounding area. There are also other small shelters along these railway lines. Obviously, this is a small shelter. And this shelter has been occupied. Otherwise it wouldn't emit such bright light. CM Minglan and the women behind her moved forward cautiously. After all, there are no other branches of this railway, and they cannot bypass this shelter. Because the underground passage was very quiet, the footsteps of the women became particularly obvious. Soon, more than a dozen people came out of the shelter. They were originally planning to come out to see what was happening outside. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. There were more than a dozen of them standing under the light, holding weapons such as machetes and crowbars. Looking at these top beauties gradually approaching, lust suddenly emerged in his eyes. Keep making, laughter. Where had they seen beauties of this quality before? Any one of these women is a top beauty that was previously out of their reach. At this moment, these beauties suddenly appeared in front of them. Even if they each get 3 beauties, they will still be well off. I am so grateful for the gift of nature. An old man with gray hair and wrinkled face walked forward and smiled obscenely. I opened this mountain, I planted this tree. If you want to pass through here, you must leave money for passage. Immediately afterwards, another middle-aged man came out, also laughing loudly. Don't worry, beauties. We're not good people. Then, the people behind them kept making obscene laughter of, hee. Originally, CM Minglan wanted to reason with them and ask them to be flexible and let them go. Now that they have come to this point, why should she continue to talk about logic? Let's just talk about physics. So Xia Minglan shouted directly. Sisters, get ready! Then the women behind her scattered instantly. And according to the plan just now, he raised the rifle in his hand and pointed it at the men in front of him. However, at this moment, the men still had an expression of indifference. He didn't take the threat posed by these top beauties seriously at all. In their eyes, these women are nothing more than fish on the chopping board. As long as they make a little effort, they can easily defeat them all. One of them even joked. Where did you get this toy gun? Don't tell me, it's quite similar. But even if I give you a gun, will you really use it? You should use our guns. Ha! As he spoke, the man thrust his hips forward, making a very obscene gesture. They were the group of people who had just been driven out of the Pantheon by Lin Xia. Since they all come from the same community, they are quite united. So they gathered in this shelter not far from their community, preparing to slowly develop their power. Try to establish an organization similar to the Pantheon for them to have fun in the end times. They had just formed a bloodthirsty alliance in the house, ready to work together for a great cause. This was the time when they were full of vigor and vitality. Then suddenly there came a large group of beauties, and it was like giving them pillows when they were sleepy. They were very happy. However, Xia Minglan doesn't care about this or that. She had no intention of paying any attention to them. Seeing that the women around her had already taken their positions, she shouted loudly. Fire! Then the sound of gunfire continued to be heard. Just like setting off firecrackers during the New Year. The obscene expressions on the faces of those dozen people had not completely disappeared before they were shot into sieves by the dozens of guns in front of them. They never imagined that real guns would appear in China, a country with strict gun control. And there were dozens of beauties, each holding a real gun. In other words, their level is too low, and they have never seen Xia Minglan and others in the Pantheon. Otherwise they would never doubt the authenticity of these guns. Only after these dozen people lay completely motionless on the ground did Xia Minglan breathe a sigh of relief. I really don't know what these people are thinking. They are so reckless even though they have guns in their hands. Fortunately, they were well prepared in advance, otherwise this battle would definitely not have been so easy. This was Xia Minglan's first time killing someone, and her heart was still beating fast. Seeing that these people were completely dead, she shouted loudly. Everyone, stop firing and stop wasting bullets. These people are already dead. Let's turn off the safety quickly to prevent accidental discharge. The women then realized that they were so excited that they were constantly shooting at the corpse. So they followed Xia Minglan's instructions, stopped shooting immediately, and turned off the safety on the gun. This experience is really exciting for them. Adrenaline is secreted like crazy. Some people's bodies were still shaking uncontrollably. Is this what it feels like to hold power and be able to decide your own destiny? But then they saw the bodies under the light again. I couldn't help but retching again. Chapter 139 The Hardest Test. Seeing the current situation of the girls, Xia Minglan encouraged them. Everyone has done a great job just now, let's move on. In this apocalypse, we can only become stronger ourselves so that we won't be bullied. In fact, Xia Minglan is also feeling very unwell now. This was different from digging through the dead for guns. At that point, she just had to get over her fear of corpses. But when they fired, the feeling was completely different. I saw these people in front of me being shot, with blood and brain matter constantly exploding in front of my eyes. The sensory stimulation was so intense that it made her stomach churn. This is a huge challenge for a gentle person like her. But in order to set a good example for my sisters, she must never show her vulnerable side. Otherwise, her sisters would be even more miserable. The best thing to do now is to leave here immediately. Otherwise, I would just stay here and watch this bloody scene. It will only continue to stimulate their nerves and make their bodies more uncomfortable. After the women adjusted themselves, they continued to move forward and left this bloody place. But at this time Xia Minglan stayed at the end of the team. The safety of the gun in her hand was not off. Xia Minglan stared at the light behind her cautiously. To prevent there from being people in the shelter who haven't come out yet and take this opportunity to attack them. After all, among this group of people, she is the only one who has extensive experience in shooting. It's enough to leave her alone as a guard. It took at least several hundred bullets to kill these dozen people just now. At a distance of less than 10 meters, it is a huge waste of bullets. However, compared to the waste of bullets, the battle just now can also break the fear in their hearts. Let them regain their confidence and better adapt to this end times. This is more meaningful to them than wasting bullets. Xia Minglan looked at the sisters in front of her. She knew that they had grown a lot after experiencing what had just happened. Sisters, we did a great job just now. See? Those seemingly powerful enemies can be defeated if we muster up the courage to face them. They're not invincible. After the discomfort just now, the girls also became excited. Yes. If they had faced such a scene before, they would have been scared to death and unable to resist. And when they stood together, weapons in hand, these people were like waves hitting rocks and were easily defeated by them. For beauties like them, this is a very novel experience. So this is what it feels like to have power? Then the girls started walking and sharing their feelings. Everyone was having a great time, as if they had forgotten all the bad memories. When Xia Minglan looked back now, she could no longer see the light behind her. They were already a long way from the shelter. She then walked back to the front of the group and joined in the conversation. The atmosphere became more heated. The time came to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun set and the sky darkened. Xia Minglan and his team are about to face the most difficult part of this operation. They have now arrived at the last subway exit. The temperature around here is much colder than in the underground tunnel. The women nearby couldn't help but shiver. Their limbs have become somewhat stiff. It's really cold here. And they consumed a huge amount of physical energy as they walked along the way. This last leg of the journey will be a very harsh test for them. Fortunately, someone had cleared the snow above the subway exit. There is a slanting upward passage from underground to the ground. You know, this layer of snow is at least 10 meters thick. If this channel exists, a lot of trouble can be reduced. They no longer need to think of ways to find other exits. Xia Minglan let out a long sigh. It seems that the goddess of luck still favors them. At this moment, a long-haired lady walked out from the crowd. She walked up to Xia Minglan and spoke to her. Sister, I lived in this community for a few years before. I am familiar with the location of this community and the terrain within it. Let me lead the way later. Xia Minglan nodded even more happily. Sure enough, she was really lucky. The ground was covered with heavy snow, so it was quite troublesome to reach the destination smoothly. It would be much more convenient if we had someone we knew to lead the way. This way, they don't have to worry about going to the wrong place later. It's so cold outside now that if you stay outside for a long time, you will really freeze to death. If they could stay outside for a shorter period of time, their chances of survival would be much greater. Xia Minglan then walked up to the girls. Sisters, we are almost reaching our destination successfully. Everyone, hold on a little longer. Xia Minglan saw that the women looked tired but still determined, so she continued. The next part of the journey will be very cold, so everyone must take good warm measures. Don't leave your skin exposed. And put the supplies and guns on the pallet we just built. This can reduce our physical exertion. When they were in the tunnel just now, they had used those relatively sturdy billboards and advertising fabrics to make a simple dragging platform. You can put the supplies on it, and then drag the platform through the snow. This will save them a lot of effort. After everyone completed the final check, Xia Minglan led them along the upward sloping passage to the ground. When they appeared outside, their bodies shivered involuntarily. The temperature outside was much lower than they had imagined. No wonder we never see anyone moving on the ground. Xia Minglan looked at the shivering girls, and she knew that now was not the time to hesitate or sigh. Now we must reach our destination as quickly as possible. The longer you stay in this environment, the greater the risk of freezing to death. Since the sisters trust her, she must bring them all to their destination alive. Everyone, quickly put all the supplies and weapons on this tablet. Let's set off now. The women then took off their equipment very quickly and placed them on the billboard. They didn't say anything, but just silently did what Xia Minglan told them to do. Because once they open their mouths to speak, a lot of cold air will rush into their bodies, making them feel very uncomfortable. And the long-haired lady also came to Xia Minglan at this time. Chapter 140 Arrival. When the long-haired lady saw that Xia Minglan was still holding a gun in her hand, she couldn't help but ask with some confusion. Sister, why don't you put the gun on that platform? Wouldn't it be too tiring to hold the gun like this? Xia Minglan answered her questions in a gentle tone. I need to make sure nothing unexpected happens along the way. Before the long-haired lady could continue asking questions, Xia Minglan turned around and spoke to everyone. Let's all go! Then she walked to the front of the team. She used her delicate body to clear a path in the thick snow for the sisters behind her. The long-haired lady felt a pang of sadness in her heart, and tears flashed in her eyes. But before the tear could flow, she quickly wiped it away. Otherwise, in such cold temperatures, tears will freeze to the skin. She didn't want to cause any more trouble for Xia Minglan. The long-haired lady looked at Xia Minglan's back as she walked with difficulty in the snow. Beautiful words such as gentle, strong, brave, kind, etc. kept flashing through her mind. If the age difference between them wasn't so small, even she would have wanted to call her mom. Xia Minglan has a unique charm. They are lucky to be able to walk with someone like her. Xia Minglan is much better than that short-sighted Han Mei. She has never believed in gods or Buddhas, but at this moment she is praying to the gods in her heart. I hope Sister Xia Minglan is safe and sound, and I hope everyone is safe and sound. Afterwards, the long-haired lady also walked forward and stood with Xia Minglan. She used her body to clear a path to safety through the snow for the sisters behind her. There may be no roads in this world, but when more people walk on it, it becomes a road. Time flies and it is already 7 o'clock in the evening. It was completely dark outside. Lin Xia and others had just finished dinner. At this time, he was lying on the sofa, enjoying the exclusive massage service provided by Chu Xinglan. Although it is a bit of a waste of talent for a chief physician of her level to do this kind of work. But you know what, people who have studied medicine are different. Chu Xinglan's massage is really comfortable. Every acupoint and every meridian is massaged just right. Her delicate and slender fingers seemed to be dancing on his body. The force flowed through every part of Lin Xia's body just right, and her muscles relaxed involuntarily. How can the feeling of the body be described by the word transparent? Chu Yueshi followed her sister's instructions, and used her white jade fingers to carefully and attentively massage Lin Xia's temples. These days are really enjoyable. Lin Xia felt comfortable and closed her eyes. As for the other beautiful goddesses, they gathered on the other side and whispered to each other. At this moment, the alarm in the living room suddenly sounded. Everyone was shocked and immediately looked towards the big screen. Lin Xia, who was lying on the sofa with her eyes closed, opened her eyes and sat up. Then relevant information appeared on the big screen in the living room, and the surveillance footage of the underground garage automatically appeared on it. Based on the information provided by monitoring. At this time, a large group of women appeared not far from Lin Xia's safe house. As the surveillance footage continued to zoom in, the faces of these women became clearer and clearer. They were the beauties led by Xia Minglan. Xia Minglan walked at the front of the team, holding a gun in her hand and constantly looking around. It seemed as if it was guarding against some danger, or as if it was looking for something. The beauties behind her were walking, supporting each other. They staggered with weak steps, as if a gust of wind could easily blow them down. There was a lot of ice and snow on their shoes and thighs. The ice and snow seemed to be stuck to their clothes and could not be shaken off no matter how hard they tried. But even so, they still carried the supplies and refused to put them down. Despite the difficult situation, their eyes still sparkled. This was really beyond Lin Xia's expectations. She didn't expect that these women would actually arrive here. Without transportation, they had to walk at least 5 kilometers. It was extremely cold outside, with temperatures exceeding -70 degrees Celsius, and there were many unknown dangers along the way. Even if they were replaced by a group of strong adult men, they might not be able to complete the journey successfully, let alone these beauties who look very delicate and weak. Jiang Ruoxue also saw the embarrassed beauties on the surveillance screen, and she felt sincere admiration for them. If she hadn't gained superpowers, she probably wouldn't have been able to complete this journey. But she remembered the bet she made with Lin Xia when she returned home. Jiang Ruoxue immediately turned her head and blinked excitedly at Lin Xia. You promised us before that if these people could come here, then they will all be managed by us sisters from now on. Lin Xia nodded indifferently. He had no intention of managing these people. Since Jiang Ruoxue and the others want to do this, then leave it to them. It also saves them from being bored at home. Then I'll put all the supplies you just asked for in the basement. If you need anything, just go over and get it when the time comes. Do you need me to help you later? As Lin Xia spoke, she took out all the supplies that Jiang Ruoxue and the others had discussed during dinner from the space and placed them in the basement. Jiang Ruoxue looked at Lin Xia charmingly, her eyes full of love. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your support. Chapter 141 Heaven. Lin Xia finally nodded. They have indeed grown a lot after going through this period of time. These experiences are enough for them to solve many problems independently. And according to the scanning results of the alarm device, these people only have some rifles in their hands. I'm afraid that even if they fired all their bullets, they might not be able to destroy Su Qian's supernatural shield. After getting Lin Xiao's permission, Jiang Ruoxue excitedly pulled up the two sisters Chu Yueshi and Chu Xinglan who were sitting next to him. He spoke to Lin Xia very energetically. This is the first time that we sisters are doing a group action, so we have to be neat and tidy. When I come back, I'll give you 2 new ones. Nangong Shui and Xiao Niannian blushed instantly, and the other girls were also looking forward to meeting these people. They chatted behind Lin Xiao's back for the entire afternoon, and were about to realize their great ideas. You can see that their expressions are really excited. Lin Xia said helplessly. Be careful later. Don't stay out too late. Remember to come back early. Jiang Ruoxue had already pulled her sisters to the elevator. After hearing Lin Xia say this, she turned her head and deliberately made a pure and innocent expression. I know. We listen to our father the most. Lin Xia shook her head helplessly. As her sisters became more and more numerous, Jiang Ruoxue became less and less afraid of herself. It was obvious that she was just a worthless person. Whenever she encounters difficulties, she would just babble and call other sisters to help her share the pressure. She doesn't have the responsibility of a wife at all. But they looked so happy now that Lin Xia couldn't help but laugh along with them. Seeing that they had already boarded the elevator, the room immediately became empty. Lin Xia then sat on the sofa, staring intently at the surveillance footage on the screen. If they encountered any unexpected situation, he would be there immediately, and would not let them get hurt. At the same time, Xian Minglan had brought the girls to the agreed location. She felt a little uneasy and asked the long-haired lady again. Is this really the location they said it was? The long-haired lady nodded seriously. The place I rented before was not far from here. If those people didn't lie to us, then this must be the place they were talking about. Xian Minglan nodded, but these words still couldn't ease her anxiety. Because she couldn't lose this bet. If she lost, all the life and death challenges she and her sisters had overcome would become a joke. She will let down the sisters who trust her. After an entire afternoon of trekking, everyone is in extremely bad condition. If they had to spend the night in such an unfamiliar place, it is very likely that some sisters will never wake up again after tonight. There had never been a time in her life when she felt so tense as she did now. It was even more thrilling than when she bet her life and property to successfully list the company. After all, at that time, even if she failed, it was only her own problem. And now, if she chooses to fail, this means that the sisters behind her who trust her and treat her as a relative will have to pay the price with their lives. She really can't afford to gamble now, the price is too high. But she had no other choice at this moment. She had successfully arrived here as requested by those people, and the rest was up to fate. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. But then Xian Minglan thought again. Maybe those people are hiding somewhere, secretly observing them? So Xian Minglan kept looking around, as if this could ease her inner tension. Beside her, a long-haired lady and a young girl gently held her hands. Xian Minglan turned her head left and right and saw 2 faces that trusted her. She suddenly calmed down. She has done the best she can. As for the rest, leave it to God. Just then, looking inside from the dark door in front of me, it seems that a ray of light can be seen from the gap. Xia Minglan's anxious heart suddenly became happy. Their efforts were not in vain. The environment before my eyes finally underwent some different changes. But she couldn't let her guard down just yet. What if this light means that the indigenous people in the community have discovered them and want to bully them? Xia Minglan then let go of the hands of her two good sisters. She picked up the gun hanging on her chest again. He looked cautiously at the door in front of him that was getting brighter and brighter. The sisters around her also noticed this special situation. So they began to disperse, raised their guns and aimed at the door. They don't know what will happen to them once that door opens. Is it hell? Or heaven? Xia Minglan saw the sisters around her posing in the same posture as her, and spoke hurriedly. The ones who come out next are most likely the ones who are testing us. Everyone, please don't get excited. Be careful not to annoy them. Everyone must follow my instructions. Okay, sister. They have been through so much together along the way. They had already developed immense trust in Xia Minglan. Her efforts along the way have long touched their fragile hearts. They no longer have any relatives, and everyone is each other's closest relatives. And Xia Minglan is undoubtedly the most special one among them. She is like a mother to them. They couldn't help but want to surround her and feel the warmth she exuded. Squeak! The door in front of them finally opened. The bright light shone on their tired faces. A group of angels appeared in the light. Their beauty was otherworldly. Xia Minglan finally let go and breathed a sigh of relief. It's heaven! She quickly put the gun in her hand on the ground. I was afraid that these people in front of me would misunderstand me. The sisters behind her followed suit and put the guns in their hands on the ground. Even the muzzle of the gun was not pointed at those standing in the light. Before Jiang Ruoxue could speak, Xia Minglan made a pop sound. Her weak knees knelt on the cold, hard ground. Chapter 142 New Home. Xia Minglan never knelt before anyone in her life. But today alone, she had already knelt twice. But she has no regrets. As long as it can give the sisters behind her a better life. Whatever she does, it's worth it. Seeing this, the beauties behind Xia Minglan followed suit and knelt down with her. They couldn't bear to see their sister humiliating herself like this. They also want to accompany her. When Jiang Ruoxue saw the people in front of her, she knelt down in front of them. I was so shocked by their actions that I was speechless. So she hurried forward and prepared to help Xia Minglan, who was kneeling in front of her, up. However, Xia Minglan refused to get up no matter what, and just looked at Jiang Ruoxue with her bloodshot eyes. Her eyes revealed determination and pleading. Jiang Ruoxue knew what her eyes meant. She won't get up if you don't give her an answer. Although this action may be suspected of moral kidnapping, Xia Minglan could not care less for the sake of her sisters. Jiang Ruoxue gave her a gentle and kind expression and spoke to the beauties who were kneeling in front of them. Sisters, you have passed the test. From now on, you won't have to live in fear anymore. We will protect you. After hearing this, Xia Minglan finally breathed a sigh of relief and her body immediately relaxed. She made the right bet. Her sisters are finally safe. So she stopped resisting and followed Jiang Ruoxue's strength to stand up from the ground. The other women also stood up. Xia Minglan said as she looked at Jiang Ruoxue's beautiful face that could not be described in words. Thank you. Thank you for taking us in. Then her body swayed and she seemed to fall to the ground again. Before Jiang Ruoxue could reach out to support her, the two sisters besides Xia Minglan had already supported her on the left and right. She was so tired along the way that it was only her faith that kept her going. Both physically and mentally, Xia Minglan was on high alert, not daring to relax even a little. Along the way, she carried the most supplies and consumed the most physical energy. In the snow, she walked at the front of the team. Pave a path of hope for the sisters behind you. Her limbs had long been frozen stiff, and she had no feeling at all. Negative emotions such as cold, pain, and fatigue tormented her all the time. She is just an ordinary person. Xia Minglan's delicate and frail body had never suffered such torture. But for her sisters, Xia Minglan was willing. Looking at them like this, Jiang Ruoxue opened her lips, not knowing what to say for a moment. She was also moved by the emotions between these people. She just knew that these people were good, very good. It is worth her help and training. So she took a deep breath and spoke to the sisters in front of her. Come on, I'll take you home. Jiang Ruoxue brought Xia Minglan and her group to the villa next door. This is the villa where Nangong Shui and Xiao Nian once lived. Nangong Shui made the suggestion when they were discussing it in the afternoon. This villa can be used as a place to accommodate these women. This place is not only close to Lin Xiao's safe house, but also convenient for their future guidance and training. Moreover, the villa is large enough. Including the 2 underground floors, it has a total of 7 floors. Even if there are dozens of people living in it, it won't seem particularly crowded. In addition, the internal facilities of this villa are relatively complete, and the thermal insulation performance is also very good. As long as sufficient energy and supplies are provided, no one will freeze to death inside. When Xia Minglan and others walked into the villa, they couldn't help but look forward to where they would live in the future. So they looked around the place with great curiosity. Xia Minglan was also observing the interior environment of the villa. Although it looks a bit dilapidated inside now, but it can still be seen that this house was once worth a lot of money. This place is similar to the villa where she used to live. It would be impossible to decorate it into its current state without spending hundreds of millions of dollars. As for the other sisters, their performances were even more novel. Most of them have never come into contact with luxury homes of this level. They were already very surprised that such a living environment could be arranged for them. Jiang Ruoxue and the others took a look around the environment and felt a little embarrassed. Although they had already discussed how to accommodate these women in the afternoon. But they didn't have time to tidy up and clean the house. The current situation here is still the same as the day they rescued Nangong Shui and her daughter. Tables, chairs, benches, wardrobes and other items were all dismantled into pieces. The carpet in the living room was also covered in blood. Those expensive curtains were treated like rags and thrown on the ground at random. The door at the entrance was also shaky and could not provide any warmth or protection. Fortunately, the corpses in this room had already been dragged away by those starving people. Otherwise, this place would be even more unsightly. Although Xia Minglan and others did not show any dissatisfaction. But Jiang Ruoxue didn't want to leave a bad impression on them. After all, these people will become their team in the future. Some of them may even become their good sisters. So the first impression is still very important. Jiang Ruoxue looked around and said to Xia Minglan and others, "You guys take a rest here first. I'll go get you some supplies. This will be your new home from now on." Xia Minglan finally reacted and said gratefully to Jiang Ruoxue and the other girls, "Thanks. Thank you so much." Jiang Ruoxue shook her head and said nothing more. So she took her sisters back to the basement to get the supplies that Lin Xia had prepared in advance. Chapter 143, Wrong Question. After seeing Jiang Ruoxue and the others leave, Xia Minglan breathed a sigh of relief. The result now is much better than she expected. She made the right bet. Xia Minglan didn't expect that the location these people gave her was actually where they lived. They have such a powerful force, but they just live in such an ordinary community. If you don't know, it would be difficult to find them. Based on the abilities they possess, they can definitely establish a super large force. Even those in the Pantheon have a territory that covers dozens or even hundreds of communities. But judging from what we just experienced, these people are all very good people. After so many years of ups and downs in the business world, Xia Minglan has her own unique skills in judging people. Normally, she would never misjudge someone. Xia Minglan then spoke to the sisters around her with a relaxed look on her face. "This will be our home from now on. Everyone, put down the supplies you're carrying. We're safe." After hearing these words, the girls who had been tense finally relaxed. Some people even collapsed to the ground after hearing this. They are really too tired. The sisters around them saw this situation. He quickly helped the sisters who were sitting on the ground to the sofa. The ground is too cold if you sit for a long time. It can easily have a negative impact on their bodies. As for some other sisters who still had the strength, they did not choose to rest. Instead, he put down the supplies he was carrying and started cleaning the room. After all, this will be their shared home in the future, so they clean it extra carefully and meticulously. Xia Minglan also followed them and started cleaning together. There is a gleam in everyone's eyes here, and they are full of expectations for their future life. While everyone was cleaning, someone suddenly found a photo. "Sister, come and see. The two people in the photo look like the ones we just met." After hearing this, Xia Minglan hurried over and took a closer look. The two women in the photo were indeed standing next to Jiang Ruoxue. Then she turned her head, took a look at the luxuriously decorated villa, and sighed. "We really can't repay the kindness they have shown us." The others nodded involuntarily. They are not fools, of course they can understand what is going on. This villa once belonged to the two women in the photo. Now we are only letting them live here out of pity for them. Not long after, Jiang Ruoxue and a few others returned here, dragging several large carts. These carts were filled with various supplies and equipment, and there was even a gate. Fortunately, Selena has the ability to strengthen her body. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to move this door weighing hundreds of pounds. But for Selena, this weight is no different from holding a foam board. She took the door off the cart and started to replace the door of the villa. Su Qian followed Chu Yueshi and helped her debug the power generation device. Although these women don't look like bad people, we should still be on guard against them. Jiang Ruoxue would also not allow her sisters to be harmed in any way. For every sister who has not yet mastered superpowers, there must be a sister who has superpowers to protect them. Bang! Chu Yueshi has successfully connected the power generation device to the villa's power system. After the power was turned on, the place lit up instantly. It's like going back to the end of the world. Jiang Ruoxue then left her in the living room and turned off the particularly bright flashlight. Its mission has been accomplished. Then Su Qian pushed an independent small heating device and followed Chu Yueshi to the heating system of the villa. As long as there is enough fuel, this heating device can slowly raise the temperature inside the villa to more than 10 degrees above zero. This temperature is enough for them to live normally and not freeze to death. Chu Xinglan was sitting behind a table at this time, checking the physical condition of these sisters who had traveled a long distance. Su Mayan handed each of them a cup of steaming brown sugar ginger tea. Seeing this scene, even Xia Minglan, who was always strong, couldn't help but have tears in her eyes. Seeing Jiang Ruoxue and other girls constantly helping her, her knees went weak and she wanted to kneel down to them again. Because she really has nothing to show for herself now. Language is too pale and powerless. It seemed that this was the only meaningful way she could think of to express her gratitude. After all, Jiang Ruoxue and the others are prettier than her, so the path of promising herself to them is probably not feasible. However, Jiang Ruoxue was quick-witted and quickly interrupted her action, preventing her from kneeling down successfully. Jiang Ruoxue said to her playfully, "Kneeling is not popular here. Unless we're in someone's room and playing some special games with them. There's no need for you to be so reserved. Since we are all lucky to meet each other in this Doomsday, then we'll all be good sisters from now on." Chapter 144 Hot Pot. Anyway, if these things were left to Lin Xia, he definitely couldn't do what he is doing now. He only thinks about having enough food and warm clothes. I wouldn't have the time to decorate this place so exquisitely and beautifully. It can be said that this is why Lin Xia feels so comfortable living in the safe house. Jiang Ruoxue and the others have made great contributions. In this regard, women really understand women best. Xia Minglan and the others couldn't help but smile as they looked at their newly renovated home. This place is even better than they imagined. I am so lucky to be able to come here. Xia Minglan then suddenly thought of something, so she walked to Nangong Shui and Xiao Niannian. Pointing to the photos that had not yet been sorted out, he asked, "Those photos are yours, right? What should we do with them?" Nangong Shui and Xiao Niannian walked over and saw the photos on the table. Their hearts were filled with emotion. At that time, they had no hope for the future. Like two canaries, imprisoned in this cage. And now that they are living in the end times, it is actually the happiest period of their lives. Come to think of it, they haven't felt sad or cried for a long time since they met Lin Xia. With so many sisters and Lin Xia around, no matter what happens in the future, they will be able to face it together with a smile. But tonight, they are likely to be made to cry by Lin Xia. But they believe that those tears would be filled with joy. After you organize these photos, just put them in a box. When we have time later, we can take the time to come and get it. Don't be shy living here. Just treat this place as your home. These things are actually not that important to Nangong Shui and the others. They had already taken away some valuable things. Their life now is much happier than before. Those past experiences did not leave them with any good memories. So just let Xia Minglan and the others handle it simply. Seeing that the place had been almost cleaned up, Jiang Ruoxue spoke to Xia Minglan and the others. You've been tired all day, and you must be starving now, right? I'll go get you some food. You can have a good rest tonight. We'll talk about it tomorrow if there's anything. Xia Minglan suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Doesn't this mean she is eating and taking at the same time? How can I be so embarrassed to do this? The supplies you just brought over have been of great help to us. When we came here, we also brought a lot of compressed biscuits with us. We can just have that tonight. However, Jiang Ruoxue didn't care about that. They are already here, and you still let them eat compressed biscuits. Isn't this a slap in her face? So Jiang Ruoxue took her good sisters and continued to go back to the basement to move supplies. To them, these things are nothing. A few days ago, they looted an entire Walmart supermarket. Just relying on these dozens of people would be enough for them to use for hundreds, or even thousands of years. Besides, since they have already decided to form a force. So there is no need to save on employee benefits. The Emperor has plenty of hungry soldiers. These happen to be their advantages, so of course they should be well displayed. Soon Jiang Ruoxue returned here dragging a large cart of food. This large cart has been filled with food. The carts of the women behind him were filled with some new bedding and various clothes. There are even a lot of feminine hygiene products, and all kinds of supplies are available. It's because these trailers are big enough, otherwise it would take several trips to transport so many things. Xia Minglan saw the supplies being delivered in continuously. For a moment, she was so moved that she was speechless. The supplies delivered this time alone can probably only buy hundreds of women of their beauty. Jiang Ruoxue and the others gave so much. It is truly a blessing for them to meet these people in the end times. Xia Minglan secretly swore in her heart. If necessary, she would sacrifice her life for Jiang Ruoxue and the others without hesitation. Xia Minglan and the others were stunned by the supplies and food, and Jiang Ruoxue couldn't help laughing. Everyone, come and help me! I can't handle all these things by myself. Don't you want to eat hot pot later? Suddenly, there was a sound of swallowing saliva in the silent hall. Hot pot. Did they really hear it right? It has been a month since the extreme cold apocalypse. Not to mention hot pot, it is a luxury for ordinary people to avoid starving to death. That is to say, women like them who are relatively pretty can still barely survive. But you never know when you will die. Even in the Pantheon, they usually ate only instant noodles, bread, compressed biscuits, and the like. They dare not even dream of such exquisite delicacies as hot pot. Don't even mention them. At this moment, even Xia Minglan had trouble controlling her facial expression. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at the food in the car behind Jiang Ruoxue, and she spoke with some disbelief. Are these really all for us? Her head was still dizzy. Not only did they let them live in such a nice house, but they also sent so many supplies and food. These people are so nice to them. If Jiang Ruoxue and the others were not much prettier than her, she would definitely suspect that these people actually had some thoughts about her. They gave too much. The women behind Xia Minglan couldn't help but come over at this time. They looked at the ingredients placed in the car in front of them and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It really is hot pot ingredient. I'm not dreaming, this is too happy. Luckily we followed my sister here. This place is much better than staying in that shelter. If those people knew how we live now, they would be so regretful. Even if I die tomorrow after eating this meal, I will die with a smile on my face. Their behavior is really too normal. Since entering the end of the world, they have never expected that they can still live the life they have now. At this moment, the status of Jiang Ruoxue and others in their hearts was infinitely elevated. Even if they die, they will die here. Compared to here, the life they lived before was even worse than that of pigs and dogs. Even so, there are still people who envy me. Most people can't even dream of living like that. In the Doomsday, the vast majority of ordinary people can only become consumables and food. Looking at the food in front of them, their fatigue was instantly swept away. Chapter 145: The Gate to a New World. With the help of everyone, the supplies on the vehicle were quickly unloaded. Then everyone excitedly sorted out the various foods they would eat. There are now many hot pot bases with different flavors on the huge table in the living room. The steam slowly rises from the pot, and the whole house is filled with a mouth-watering smell. Next to the pot, the ingredients had already filled the entire table. There were also many ingredients that had been packed and placed aside. There was no way. The food Jiang Ruoxue sent was too much, and there was no room on the table. The table is now filled with precious and fresh beef and mutton, as well as a variety of seafood and vegetables. They held carefully prepared dipping sauces in their hands. As soon as the ingredients in the pot were cooked, they couldn't help but reach out their chopsticks. Delicious food served hot and served with dipping sauce. One bite, and you'll feel the fullest sense of happiness. They seemed to have returned to the time before the end of the world. The steaming hot pot, coupled with the gradually rising indoor temperature. Some people even started taking off their clothes because of the heat. This kind of scene now makes these tortured beauties finally feel the meaning of continuing to live. Even if we want to drive them away in the future, they will stay here and won't leave. Looking at the happy scene before them, Jiang Ruoxue and others couldn't help laughing. A sense of satisfaction arises spontaneously. This is what the end of the world should be like. The end of the world shouldn't be as cold and cruel as they had seen before. Although they cannot change the whole world, it is enough to change the people around them. Jiang Ruoxue then walked up to Xia Minglan and spoke with a smile. You guys eat here, we'll go back first. There's a poor, hungry person at home waiting for us to feed him. We only get those clothes according to standard sizes. If there is anything that doesn't fit, just contact me on the phone. We are all sisters from now on, don't be embarrassed. Xia Minglan quickly put down her bowl and chopsticks and came to Jiang Ruoxue's side. If there's anything you can do for me, please let me know. Even if it means sacrificing my life, I am willing to do it. Seeing Xia Minglan's serious expression, Jiang Ruoxue spoke to her with a smile. What do I want your life for? We will all be sisters from now on. Let's work together from now on and strive to avoid being bullied in this apocalyptic world. Xia Minglan nodded seriously. The two of them had already talked a lot just now and knew the purpose of taking them in. He also knew that these people would be under the leadership of Jiang Ruoxue and others in the future. Not only did they have no complaints about this, they even felt relieved. As long as they can still be of use. In such a doomsday, what they fear most is that they will lose their value. Then Xia Minglan suddenly thought of something and spoke to Jiang Ruoxue with a slightly flushed face. Sister, although my beauty is a little thin compared to yours. But if you need me in the future, I will definitely not refuse. I will definitely do my best to serve Master Lin Xia. After hearing this, Su Mayan and the others burst out laughing, even Jiang Ruoxue did the same. Don't worry, if we really need you someday, we won't be polite to you. After all, our Lord Lin Xia's fighting ability is too strong. There's no way we, weak women, can satisfy him. Of course we will need more sisters to come and help in the future. As for beauty, you don't have to worry too much. Our Master Lin Xia possesses many magical powers. What you know now is just the tip of the iceberg. You will understand more in the future. You should get some rest tonight. We'll come back tomorrow and discuss with you the specific plans for the future development of our power. Xia Minglan nodded to show her understanding. The two villas are very close to each other, and with mobile phones as a means of communication is quite convenient. There is no rush for these things. After Jiang Ruoxue and the others left, the atmosphere here became more lively. After all, they are not very familiar with Jiang Ruoxue and the other girls, not to mention that these people will be their leaders in the future. They must feel a little uncomfortable with this group of women who are so beautiful and capable. So when they were there, the atmosphere was still relatively restrained. After Xian Minglan sent Jiang Ruoxue and the others away, she walked back to the dining table with a red face. She, who was always gentle and dignified, asked the other girls embarrassedly. Do any of you know anything about ASAMU? I want to learn more about the relevant knowledge. The originally lively atmosphere suddenly became quiet. The women looked at the beautiful mature woman in shock. As soon as she said this, their three views were shattered. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Xia Minglan hurriedly explained. It's not that I like this, but that Master Lin Xia might be more interested in that aspect. He has helped us so much, and I have no way to repay him. So I can only learn more knowledge and try not to let him down in the future. Then everyone looked as if they had suddenly understood and expressed their understanding. To be honest, even if Lord Lin Xia asked all of them to sleep with him today, I believe they will not refuse. Because they have been completely conquered. And if that were the case, they might be even happier. They can feel more at ease when enjoying the generous treatment they have now. At this moment, the long-haired lady next to Xian Minglan spoke to her with a blushing face. Although I haven't done those things, I usually like to watch that type of movie. I don't know if I can help my sister. Xian Minglan's eyes suddenly lit up. Tell me about it. Then the atmosphere here became even more heated. Ever since the long-haired lady started this, everyone has been offering suggestions. It reveals the unknown side of them as beauties. Xia Minglan was stunned when she heard this. The door to a new world slowly opened to her. So, it turns out that this is possible? Chapter 146 Regretful Han Mei. It was different from the happy and hopeful atmosphere on Xia Minglan's side. Han Mei is in a terrible situation. They did not move with Xia Minglan, but chose to stay in the shelter, enjoying the warm environment and abundant supplies. What they didn't expect was that this free and easy life didn't last long. In just half a day, they lost everything here. Those who were driven away by Lin Xia soon ran back here, catching them in a trap. Han Mei didn't have time to display her superb social skills. He was knocked to the ground by this group of ferocious men, and was unable to resist. Her abilities and skills are based solely on her being on the same level as them. Even when their status is even higher, they can successfully display it. In the apocalypse, fists are the ultimate truth. People like them who have not fully integrated into the apocalypse and still have unrealistic fantasies about human nature. This is, of course, the expected result. Xia Minglan was not crazy, so she chose to give up this place and risk her life to find the little hope given by Lin Xia and others. This place is easy to attack but difficult to defend for weak women like them. If you stay here, you will have no hope of survival. It's a pity that Han Mei and the others realized it too late. Bang! A whip hit Han Mei. Although her face was distorted with pain, she still didn't dare to scream. There was no way. The body of one of the sisters was now left outside to freeze. These weak women had no room to resist in front of these dozen ferocious men. Their current situation is dozens of times more miserable than before. Han Mei and the others are very regretful now. If they had known the result would be like this, they would have followed Xia Minglan and left here even if they had to crawl. Instead of being forced to become a tool at the bottom like now. It's a pity that it's too late to say anything now. Even if they wanted to run, they had no way to leave here. Their clothes had been taken away, and even if they ran out of here, the only possibility was that they would freeze to death. Early the next morning, Lin Xia hummed a song, sat leisurely on the sofa, and studied the map of Haitian City. Thinking about where to go to continue searching for supplies today. Chu Xinglan sat beside him and massaged him with her slender fingers, soothing Lin Xia's muscles that had been tired all night. Chu Yueshi leaned on Lin Xia's shoulder shyly, her long, smooth black hair cascading down in front of Lin Xia like a waterfall, and the pleasant fragrance of her hair penetrated into Lin Xia's head. She used her clever brain to give Lin Xia advice and help him analyze the pros and cons of each area. If you choose that place, what precautions should you take when transporting supplies? Near noon, Jiang Ruoxue and the other girls, who had just washed up, walked out of the room slowly. Lin Xia saw that most people had arrived. Take out the steaming hot and delicious meals directly from the space. For breakfast, just 20 simple ones will be enough. When everyone sat down at the table, except for the two sisters Chu Yueshi and Chu Xinglan, who were staring at the dishes with sparkling eyes. The other women all looked uninterested. At this moment, Xia Minglan's figure suddenly appeared on the big screen in the living room. She came to the door of Lin Xia's villa, as if looking for the doorbell. But after looking around, I couldn't find it, so I could only knock on the door tentatively. Lin Xia asked Jiang Ruoxue curiously. She came to see you, is there something wrong? Jiang Ruoxue shook her head, took out her cell phone and looked through the chat history with her. I remember leaving her my contact information. Why haven't I received any message from her here? Is there something urgent that needs to be discussed in person? Chapter 147. Xia Minglan in deep thought. Lin Xia shook her head indifferently. Why don't you just let her come in and talk to you? Then Lin Xia used the system in the villa to directly control the outermost door to open. Xia Minglan seemed a little surprised and looked around. Lin Xia said through the intercom. We're in the lobby on the first floor. If you have anything to say, just come in and tell me in person. Xia Minglan looked at the place where the sound came from and finally understood. The words just now were directed at her. Then Xia Minglan nodded. He walked into the passage carefully and closed the door. Su Mayan and Chu Xinglan said with a smile. Look at her now. She looks exactly the same as when you first came here. Chu Xinglan lowered her head shyly and just concentrated on eating. How could she have known at first that this place was so good? If she had known this, she would have been afraid that this would be the first day of the end of the world. He had to find a way to sell himself to Lin Xia. She had to endure a lot of hardship during the month she spent at home after the apocalypse. If it weren't for her sister's call for help, which made her determined, she would probably have starved to death by now. With a ding sound, the elevator door slowly opened. Xia Minglan had already taken the elevator from the basement to the floor where Lin Xia and the others were staying. She walked out of the elevator and was shocked by the scene in front of her. Xia Minglan originally thought that their current living conditions were already luxurious enough. But compared with Lin Xia's home, it was as shabby as a female college student's dormitory. She stood there blankly, as if she had arrived at the end of the world. Bright and soft lighting, warm and pleasant temperature, exquisite and clean furniture. A group of people sat at the dining table, eating in harmony and warmth. Everything here is like a dream. Where else is there the misery and sadness of the extreme cold doomsday? Looking at Xia Minglan standing there blankly, even Chu Xinglan couldn't help laughing. It was exactly the same as when she first came here. I was also shocked by the paradise-like environment here. Jiang Ruoxue interrupted Xia Minglan's daze and asked curiously. What's the matter with you coming here? Xia Minglan finally came back to her senses and said a little embarrassedly. I'm so sorry, it's already past 10 o'clock and I thought you guys had finished your meal. I'm really sorry to bother you. Or I'd better come back later. Xia Minglan was a little embarrassed. It seemed that she came at the wrong time. Jiang Ruoxue now feels like a mother-in-law looking at her daughter-in-law. Xia Minglan is not only beautiful, but also has an attractive figure. Her breasts are probably about the same size as Serena's, probably around E or F. The waist is also very slender, and it is no exaggeration to say that it is a slender branch with great fruit. I really don't know why she has developed so well even though we are both Chinese. However, her overall temperament offsets this feeling very well. Xia Minglan has the temperament of a good wife and mother. It's like that soft and inclusive feeling, no matter how angry you are with her. She could just smile and bear it meekly. Soothe the restlessness in people's hearts. Jiang Ruoxue nodded involuntarily. She was quite satisfied with Xia Minglan, but she still needed to observe her further. The food given to Lin Xia must be carefully selected and not be sloppy. Jiang Ruoxue then ended her imagination and said to her with a smile. Since you're here, let's sit down and have something to eat together. Let's talk while we eat. Xia Minglan lowered her head, her cheeks slightly red. How can this be so embarrassing? It's really disturbing. As soon as she made this move, she looked more like a young wife. Such a mature and attractive body, coupled with such a shy expression, the contrast is simply amazing. Jiang Ruoxue walked over, took her arm, and said to Xia Minglan with a smile, "Do not bother. It's just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks. There's so much food, even a few of us can't finish it all." Chairman Xia, who had seen many storms before, was now like a puppet, being pulled by Jiang Ruoxue to sit at the table. Her uneasy expression now was just like that of a young daughter-in-law meeting her parents-in-law. It's just that there are a little more mothers-in-law at the table. After Xia Minglan calmed down the complicated emotions in her heart, she finally noticed what was on the table. "Oh my God! Is it true that she will be able to see so many exquisite delicacies after the apocalypse?" Xia Minglan thought that the hot pot they had last night was luxurious enough. But compared with the sumptuous dishes on the table in front of me, it is simply not worth mentioning. Xia Minglan looked at the dishes on the table and couldn't help swallowing. Carefully using chopsticks, he picked up a piece of oily and translucent braised pork. With an expression of reverence, she put the piece of meat into her mouth. Soft and chewy pork skin, and pork belly full of flavor. With a gentle sip, the piece of meat seemed to melt in her mouth. This delicious feeling made her so moved that she wanted to cry. Then she realized something. Then his face turned red with shame, and he looked at Jiang Ruoxue embarrassedly. "I'm sorry, sister. I haven't eaten such delicious food in a long time, so I was a little bit out of control." The people around her looked at her with smiles on their faces. Xia Minglan's happy expression also infected them. "It's okay, eat more if you like. There's still a lot here." Only then did Xia Minglan breathe a sigh of relief. It seems like they get along really well. Then she took another close look at the women at the table. She discovered a strange phenomenon. On the faces of these top beauties, there was satisfaction but also fatigue. It was as if they hadn't slept all night. Then she looked at Lin Xia, who looked refreshed. Xia Minglan's face suddenly became more rosy and attractive. Chapter 148, Going Out Alone. Then Xia Minglan became more and more confused as she thought about it, and her cheeks became redder and redder. There was no way. Those dirty girls drove so badly yesterday that even she was infected. Then she realized that she came here today not to study how to serve the emperor in the future, but to solve other problems. Xia Minglan tried hard to overcome the charming thoughts in her mind and spoke to everyone with a serious face. "Our cell phone signal seems to have suddenly disappeared. I wonder if yours still has signal?" Jiang Ruoxue took out her cell phone and glanced at the signal bar. Then he handed the phone to Xia Minglan and said with some doubt, "My cell phone signal is full. It seems that I haven't encountered the situation you described." After Xia Minglan took the phone, she compared it with her own. "The big cross on my phone is very obvious." She was also full of doubts at this time. Obviously, all her sister's mobile phones had lost their communication capabilities, but Jiang Ruoxue's mobile phone had no problems. It's just a few dozen meters apart, so could the signal difference be that big? Chu Yueshi quickly thought of something and explained it to everyone. "Didn't I talk about this a few days ago? Although technology has advanced, base stations can operate for a long time without power supply. But it has been a month since the apocalypse, and the relevant facilities have not been maintained or recharged. From now on, these base stations will no longer be able to provide communication services. If others want to contact me again in the future, I'm afraid they can only do so through the intercom." Xia Minglan looked worried. "Then we need to contact you later. What should we do then? Will it also be equipped with a radio? But it seems that this kind of equipment is not easy to find now." Chu Yueshi said to her with a smile. "You're stupid. I haven't seen our sister Jiang. Is the cell phone signal still full? We are currently using satellite communications here, so we will not be affected by ground-based stations. Just bring all the sisters' cell phones here and I'll modify them," Xia Minglan said with a look of surprise. "Thank you so much. The importance of communication is so important in such a doomsday. If the mobile phone can be used normally, it can greatly improve their survival ability." Xia Minglan also didn't expect that Lin Xia and the others were not only very powerful, but also extremely well off. And there is such a scientific and technological talent. The problems that they are unable to solve are easily solved here. They are so lucky to be able to join such a powerful force without any weaknesses. Just when Xia Minglan was feeling relieved, she didn't notice that Chu Yueshi winked at Jiang Ruoxue secretly. Chu Yueshi was worried that she couldn't find a suitable reason to install monitoring software on their mobile phones. I didn't expect them to come to my door on their own initiative. This saves a lot of trouble. After all, these people have just joined here. Since we cannot fully trust them yet, it is also for future safety to arrange a safety measure in advance. However, the signal base station has completely lost its function. This means that the authorities may not be able to restore social order in a short period of time. I'm afraid that all parts of the country will enter a situation where various forces, big and small, will rule their own territories. And with the emergence of people with special abilities, this trend will definitely be exacerbated. The abilities of the psychics are too unreasonable, and ordinary people without weapons cannot compete with them at all. The emergence of this new force of superpowers will definitely not be willing to succumb to the old system and become a screw. They will certainly seek more resources and power. In the future, the living conditions of ordinary humans will become more difficult. In such an extreme environment, the strong will have absolute dominance over the weak. This world can never go back to the past. Only those who can adapt to this new set of rules can stand at the top of the pyramid. After solving the problem, Xia Minglan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, so she set her sights on the food on the table. Before she knew it, her belly had become a little round. With so many delicious foods in front of her, it was really hard for her to control herself. Xia Minglan left here satisfied. She said she would go back and collect the sisters' cell phones, then give them to Chu Yueshi and ask her to help modify them. There is a satellite in space, which is very convenient as their exclusive communication tool. Lin Xia and his team will not be like other forces that are unable to solve communication problems. Although Chu Yueshi is not a psychic yet, the power she can exert is irreplaceable by those psychics. Time flies and it is already 12 o'clock noon. Lin Xia glanced at Jiang Ruoxue and the other girls, thought for a moment, and then said, "I'll go out alone today. Chu Yueshi wants to modify their phones. Chu Xinglan still needs to continue to help them cure some illnesses. Nagong Shui and Qiao Nian are overworked and are still bedridden. You guys don't look very well, so you should rest at home. It's just right to protect those who haven't gained superpowers yet." Lin Xiao's original intention of taking them out was to let them adapt to this doomsday, and not become just vases. And those who have obtained superpowers can also practice their abilities outside. But now they are performing very well. There is no need to take them out every time. Besides, they were indeed feeling a little unwell today, so it would be good for them to stay home and have a good rest for a day. If you don't love your own woman, how can you let someone else love her? The current level of supernatural powers of the women is of little help to him. Space ability users are inherently very powerful. Especially after absorbing the superpowers of so many people with superpowers yesterday, Lin Xia felt that he was now terrifyingly strong. Seeing that Lin Xia didn't seem to be joking with them, Jiang Ruoxue and the others could only nod helplessly. Their physical condition today really makes it inconvenient for them to go out. If he insisted on going out with Lin Xia, it would only cause him trouble and distract him from protecting them. If they were not people with special abilities, they would definitely be bedridden like Nangong Shui and the other two. Jiang Ruoxue said with some reluctance. "When you're not busy outside, remember to send us a message. Otherwise we will miss you at home." Fortunately, Chu Yueshi cracked the communication satellite, allowing everyone to talk freely. Otherwise, Jiang Ruoxue wouldn't want to let Lin Xia leave like this. She found herself becoming more and more attached to him. Fortunately, they are not the kind of women who are willful and unreasonable. They know what to do and what not to do. Chapter 149, Future Speculations. Lin Xia packed up briefly and drove away on the hovercraft. His weapons and equipment are all stored in the space, so he just needs to travel light. The girls watched Lin Xia leave. Jiang Ruoxue spoke to the other sisters with high morale. "Then let's train these people according to the established plan. We should try to make them fight as soon as possible so that they can better help Lin Xia." It will definitely not be enough to rely on just a few of us in the future. So we need more people and stronger forces. The women all nodded seriously. Lin Xia may not be very interested in forming and developing a force. But as members of this family, they must shoulder this responsibility. Lin Xia only needs to enjoy their service, but they have a lot to consider. In order to let Lin Xia experience the supreme enjoyment, they must do their best in every aspect. His gaze turned to Lin Xia. At this time, Lin Xia was driving an air-cushioned craft alone, walking in the white snow. The cold wind howled outside the window. The ice crystals rolled up by the hovercraft flew everywhere with the wind. Even the traces left by the hovercraft behind will soon be smoothed out. Lin Xia was sitting alone in the hovercraft at this time, looking at the scenery outside, and actually felt a little lonely. It seems that it's not just Jiang Ruoxue who misses him, but also him. It was quiet inside the hovercraft, lacking the sounds of the past sweet voices. Lin Xia really missed them. Anyway, the place we are going to is not too far, and we can be home in the evening. If you feel bored, you can just chat with them on your phone. This is the advantage of having a satellite. No matter how far away you are, you don't have to worry about signal problems. As for the target chosen by Lin Xia this time, it was a large oil refinery in the suburbs. Since Haitian City is close to the sea transportation is relatively developed. Various raw materials are sent here from all over the country for centralized production. As for why Lin Xia did not choose to rob the port, this is mainly because most of the ships are loaded with raw materials. Even if all these raw materials were stored in the space, Lin Xia would not be able to produce. It's better to go to the factory and get the ready-made ones. After setting the hovercraft to automatic driving, Lin Xia felt much more relaxed. It only takes about an hour for the hovercraft to autonomously drive to the refinery. Self-driving cars are a great invention. According to Chu Yuexi's description, current oil refining technology has already undergone many iterations. Even at temperatures of more than 70 degrees below zero, it can still remain in a liquid or semi-liquid state. Lin Xia only needs to open the space door at the bottom of those oil tanks. The finished oil inside will automatically fall into the space under the action of gravity. Although other energy sources that are more efficient than fuel have been developed, oil is still more convenient to use. Moreover, the largest energy device in this area is a nuclear fusion reactor. Chu Yuexi had used the back door to remotely lock it. Those more efficient energy sources can be produced directly from there using nuclear reactors. There is no need to expend special energy to collect them. Lin Xia then set today's target as this refinery according to Chu Yuexi's suggestion. After chatting with the girls, Lin Xia had nothing else to do. He simply closed his eyes and began to test the new skills he had just acquired yesterday. After running the supernatural power along a special trajectory. In Lin Xia's mind, a spherical space with a radius of 20 meters in him as the center suddenly appeared. Just like a panoramic scan, he can observe all the information in this space. The snow under the hovercraft was only about 10 meters deep, which could not block the penetration of Lin Xia's supernatural powers. The street scene under the snow appeared in his mind without reservation. Lin Xia savored this wonderful feeling carefully. With this new skill, his detection ability has been greatly enhanced. For example, this time we went to the refinery to get fuel. He only needs to use his supernatural powers to scan the oil tank to see if there are the supplies he needs. It is equivalent to having an extra pair of eyes in a higher dimension. Within the scanning range of the skill, nothing can escape his observation. The more Lin Xia used the skill, the more satisfied she became. Not only does it have low consumption, but it also has enormous potential and a lot of room for development. It's a pity that Lin Xia currently does not have some powerful attack skills. At present, the development of spatial abilities mainly focuses on basic functions such as collecting and scanning. He currently doesn't have any powerful skills like space cutting, space exile, and space jump. However, Lin Xia still has some psychological expectations for these skills. After all, the supernatural energy in his body is only more than 30 times that of an ordinary supernatural person. When he becomes stronger in the future, maybe he will suddenly master these skills one day. Superpowers are truly a very magical power. It also has a development direction that is completely different from modern technology. Is this power something humans are born with? Or is it like the sudden freezing of the entire world, caused by a force beyond human comprehension? I don't know if there is a limit to the growth of superpowers. Will it be like what is described in other novels, that a single blade of grass can cut down the sun, moon, and stars? Then Lin Xia couldn't help but shook her head. Such combat power was really too exaggerated. Even if we kill all the people with superpowers on Earth and concentrate all their superpowers in one person, I'm afraid it may not be possible. As the strength of the psychics continues to increase, the threat posed to them by those thermal weapons will definitely become lower and lower. In the end, only those powerful weapons may pose a threat to those with special abilities. Conventional thermal weapons will surely gradually lose their effectiveness. As of now, even those who have initially awakened their superpowers, the threat posed to him by ordinary guns has become very low. This trend will become more and more obvious in the future. Or like those special people with special abilities. Take himself for example, even after he had just awakened his superpowers. With the space gate, it is enough to fight against most of the thermal weapons in the world. When individual strength can truly defeat collective strength. So what will the future look like? Chapter 150, Vicious Dog. However, for Lin Xia, it can take into account both superpowers and thermal weapons. I'm afraid that in this world, there is no one who can make better use of these thermal weapons than his spatial ability. Moreover, he has Chu Yueshi, a top scientist, by his side. Modern thermal weapons will not become an obstacle to his development, but will instead become a help to him. Even though he has not awakened more offensive skills yet, these thermal weapons in the space are enough to deal with most enemies. As time passed, Lin Xia was about to arrive at the designated refinery. His journey has been relatively smooth. I even had time to make a video call with Jiang Ruoxue and the others. It can be seen that the atmosphere there is quite good, and Xian Minglan and the others cherish this opportunity very much. Selena is teaching them how to use firearms. Jiang Ruoxue took them to understand the superpowers of the superpowers. After seeing the superpowers with their own eyes, they all screamed in shock. It turns out that these top beauties in front of me, whose beauty cannot be described in words, are also powerful people who possess supernatural powers. Lin Xia shook her head. I really don't know whether this group of people can become your future support as Jiang Ruoxue and the others planned. Anyway, Lin Xia can't tell now, they are just too ordinary. As the distance to the target got closer, the outline of the refinery gradually appeared in Lin Xia's field of vision. The refinery's metal pipes were covered in thick snow, and huge cylindrical objects rose from the snow. 10 meters of snow cannot cover such a super-large refinery. The accumulated snow is more like a white carpet under these giant buildings. Lin Xia's hovercraft stopped on a snow hill. He looked down through the window and suddenly discovered some strange scenery. Inside the refinery ahead, there seemed to be some black spots moving under the oil tanks. Lin Xia's body has been strengthened by supernatural powers, and her eyesight is much sharper than before. Although this place is about 3 kilometers away from those black spots, he still keenly discovered something wrong. So Lin Xia took out a high-magnification telescope from the space and looked towards those black spots. Lin Xia raised the corner of her mouth slightly. There was indeed a group of people under those oil tanks. It seems that he is not the only one who has set his sights on this place. In this extremely cold Doomsday, other forces have also set their sights on this place. Now this is interesting. Lin Xia was slightly excited. If this force has someone with special abilities, then he will be able to unlock other skills more quickly. Then Lin Xia stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward. Did these people take his things without his permission? He wanted to go over and see what was going on. Inside the refinery, several people wearing thick clothes used shovels to shovel the paste fuel flowing out of the oil tank into a canister. Judging from the progress, it seems that the container is just half full. The cold wind blew, and they couldn't help but shiver. Under this high-intensity physical labor, the clothes on their backs were already soaked with sweat. The surrounding temperature is more than 70 degrees below zero. The sweat on their backs quickly grew colder, drawing heat from their bodies. If it hadn't been against their skin, it would have frozen long ago. In order to avoid freezing to death, they had no choice but to work harder. However, the harder they work, the more they sweat, and the colder they feel. This feeling is like being tortured, very uncomfortable. A skinny young man was now exhausted and panting. He stopped working, shook off some sweat that had frozen into ice in his hair, and couldn't help complaining. "This damn weather, I really don't know when it will end. I never thought that even at the end of the world, I would still have to work like a beast of burden. I really don't want to do this crappy job for a single day." "Shh! Keep your voice down. Do you also want to become food for those dogs?" The skinny young man subconsciously glanced at the dozens of dogs surrounding the tent. A dog's eyes met his, and the dog's eyes were green and flashing with a fierce light. He bared his teeth at the skinny young man, as if he was looking at food, as if he wanted to tear him into pieces and swallow him. The skinny young man shuddered. There was no way out, he could only continue to work hard. These dogs look like they've taken some protein powder and worked out in the gym. They are abnormally strong, each one weighs at least 100 pounds. The muscles of their limbs are bulging and full of strength. The skinny young man had no doubt that any dog here could tear him to pieces. These dogs are all large dogs and they have all kinds of breeds. Husky, Alaskan, Samoyed. Those dogs who are usually gentle and cute have now changed their faces. Bloodthirsty and brutal. In this extremely cold apocalypse, there may not be enough dog food, but there are enough humans. These dogs don't care where the meat comes from, as long as it fills their stomachs, they will eat it. So when they see humans now, they don't feel afraid, but instead look eager to try. Because in his eyes, these humans are equivalent to food. However, these vicious dogs that frightened ordinary people were now obediently surrounding the tent and not moving. Not even one dog dared to shout loudly. The reason was the psychic in the tent. His name is Wanleping, and his awakened supernatural power is the ability to control animals and strengthen them through his supernatural power. In such an extremely cold doomsday, what kind of animal can have more advantages than dogs? They can be used as both weapons and means of transportation. Wanleping once relied on these dogs to tear a mutant to pieces alive. The only price paid was the death of a few dogs. Although it is a bit of a pity, the final result is still very profitable. After absorbing that man's special powers, he could control more dogs. So to him, the lives of these ordinary people are really not as important as his dog. Not only do Wanleping's dogs eat better than humans, they even eat humans directly, and he doesn't care. With this special ability to tame dogs, Wanleping is doing very well in the base. Even their boss respected him. He only needs to complete some simple transportation tasks every day to enjoy generous rewards. These slaves do the work, and the dogs around them transport supplies. All he had to do was stay in the warm tent and scroll through his phone. Although for some reason today, the signal seemed to disappear suddenly. But he was not panicked, as he happened to have a few novels downloaded in advance on his phone. After a hard day's work, relaxing by reading novels is also a good choice. Chapter 151, Landscape Manor. Just then, Wanleping suddenly felt that the dogs around the tent were expressing their uneasiness through their supernatural powers. They all bared their teeth and looked in one direction. Soon, a roar was heard in the distance. Wanleping then put down the novel and walked out of the tent. See what's happening outside. Then, a huge hovercraft suddenly appeared from behind the snow hill on his right. It seemed to leap into the air with a momentum like a tsunami and appeared in front of the team. When Wanleping saw the huge hovercraft, he was immediately surprised. With this hovercraft, he will never have to worry about transporting supplies again. Will be blown by the cold wind along the way. Unexpectedly, just an ordinary daily task would bring unexpected gains. Thank you for the gifts of nature. However, Lin Xia didn't care about that and drove the hovercraft directly into their team. The strong wind generated by the rubber skirt of the hovercraft immediately knocked the fuel they had collected and several people nearby to the ground. Wanleping frowned slightly. What an arrogant person! However, he was hiding in such a high hovercraft that even his dogs could not attack him. If you go back to the tent to get the gun, even if the gun can attack the hovercraft. But if the good hovercraft is damaged by a gunshot, wouldn't he be the one who suffers the loss? And if the shooting fails to kill the person in the cab and scares him away, then the result will be more harm than good. So Wan Leping decided to trick this person down first. The hovercraft stopped in front of him, although the strong airflow blew his clothes all over the place. But he just stood in front of the hovercraft, motionless. The dogs around the tent naturally gathered around him. These vicious dogs lowered their front legs and bared their teeth. The back is bent like a bow fully charged. As soon as Wan Leping gave the order, they would immediately pounce forward and launch a desperate attack. Then the speed of the hovercraft's fans slowly slowed down. Lin Xia walked out of the cab and stood on the hovercraft, looking down at the man in front of him who was surrounded by dogs. As for those who were knocked over by the air current, they got up again. They didn't dare to get angry. The person in front of them looked very powerful and was far beyond their ability to deal with. The first thing they learned in the last days was humility. But after this arrogant man was dealt with by their boss, they don't mind whipping the corpse to avenge their recent mistake. Wan Leping was not angry when he saw the spilled fuel around him. At worst, we can just let these slaves continue digging. They died just enough to feed directly to his precious puppies. But if he could snatch the hovercraft intact, his contribution would be huge. Then Wan Leping waved his hand, and the ferocious dogs around him immediately scattered. They all wagged their tails, no longer looking as fierce as they had just been. Wan Leping raised his head with a kind face and spoke to Lin Xia. "Where are you coming from, sir? Like you can just drive a hovercraft and go wherever you want. In this apocalypse, you must be living a carefree life." Lin Xia nodded and said indifferently, "That's all." Wan Leping's face suddenly turned black. This guy's words really deserve a beating. When someone called him fat, he actually started to pant. But he still suppressed his dissatisfaction. Lin Xia is currently standing at a full 3 meters above the ground. Even if his dogs wanted to jump up and tear him apart, it wouldn't be that easy. Besides, this person showed up here so brazenly, it would be bad if he had some hidden tricks. In order to seize the hovercraft intact, he'd better be cautious. Wan Leping then continued to get close to Lin Xia. "Seeing you're out there alone, I guess you haven't joined any faction yet. I don't know if you've heard of it. Shanshui Manor?" As soon as Lin Xia heard the name, she immediately became interested in the group of people in front of her. It's not a bad idea to play with these people, because this mountain and water manor, the place where he built it, is very special. The bunker that cost billions to build by hollowing out the mountain, right below Shanshui Manor. Before the apocalypse, he had visited the bunker several times to investigate the situation. Thinking about it, after the end of the world, if I have time, it would be a good idea to go in and take a look. Unexpectedly, before he even made a move, this group of people actually came to his door. However, this refinery is only about 10 kilometers away from the bunker. It is understandable that they appear here. Lin Xia then put away the thoughts in her mind. He pretended to be ignorant and shook his head. Wan Leping's evaluation of him became even lower. He didn't even know about Shanshui Manor. This person was probably just an ordinary person before the end of the world. "I just don't know what kind of luck I had that I could own a hovercraft in the apocalypse." But he did not show his contempt. With a smile on his face, he joked and introduced the origin of Shanshui Manor to Lin Xia. "Shanshui Manor is a name we call it among our insiders. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. But have you ever heard that there was once a mysterious tycoon in Haitian City who spent billions to build an underground fortress?" Only then did Lin Xia pretend to be shocked and said excitedly, "Could it be that Doomsday fortress, similar to the moon base, built by hollowing out a mountain?" This news caused a nationwide sensation at the time. Wan Leping laughed. "Yes, that bunker. But the billions are just the investment in the bunker. The mountain and water manor above it cost tens of billions. It's no exaggeration to say that this is a small village. Originally, this bunker was just a gimmick, used to build momentum for this manor. I didn't expect that this sudden natural disaster would actually bring out the true purpose of this Doomsday bunker. It can be considered a blessing in disguise." Lin Xia's expression became even more shocked, and she spoke hurriedly. Is this place really as advertised in the news, that even if it were placed on the moon as a whole, it would still protect the people inside? Then this extreme cold apocalypse is a piece of cake for it, isn't it? Wang Leping smiled confidently. It seems that this big fish is about to be hooked. Chapter 152 Falling Out. Brother, you are right. Although the above-ground part of Shanshui Manor has been covered by snow, the underground part is still operating well. Not only are there abundant supplies inside, but the temperature is also very high. In there, you won't feel cold even if you wear short sleeves. It's a paradise there, where you can have more fun than before the apocalypse. If you are interested, I would like to introduce you to someone. Wouldn't it be wonderful for you and me, my brother, to enjoy ourselves there? Lin Xia couldn't help but sneer in her heart when she heard what he said. His safe house and the tycoon's underground fortress were both built by the same company. The method of supplying energy to the safe house is the same, and Lin Xia is quite familiar with this aspect. Although that kind of high-density energy material is very powerful and can provide a lot of energy in the event of a power outage. But not everyone was like him, who foresaw the coming of this doomsday and stockpiled decades of fuel in space in advance. There should only be some spare fuel in that bunker. And it has been a month since the extreme cold apocalypse. Even if he had stockpiled a lot in advance, it has probably been almost used up by now. Otherwise, people wouldn't have to go to refineries to get fuel. However, Lin Xia still pretended to be surprised and said to him, "How can this be so embarrassing? But don't tell me, brother, even though I have this hovercraft, I'm not short of supplies. But the place where I live now is really freezing cold. It won't get warm at all. As expected of a luxurious bunker that costs billions to build, it's truly extraordinary." Wang Leping laughed heartily. "Of course. Brother, you have a hovercraft. I'll introduce it to Mr. Gao later. I will definitely be able to arrange a good position for you in the bunker when the time comes. Then I'll thank you in advance, brother." You're welcome. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was very harmonious, Wang Leping said casually, "Brother, you and I hit it off right away. It's so cold outside, let's not freeze outside. Why don't you come down and we can go to the tent and have a drink? I have a bottle of good wine here, just right for us two brothers to warm ourselves up." Lin Xia pretended to be moved. "Then I won't be polite, brother." So Lin Xia jumped directly from the hovercraft. The snow on the ground was above Lin Xia's knees. Seeing that Lin Xia jumped down with empty hands and no weapons on his body, Wang Leping, who had been smiling just now, suddenly changed his expression. A fierce look on his face. "You're on such a high hovercraft, it's really hard for me to deal with you. But since you've jumped down, it's easy for me to kill you," Lin Xia asked in surprise. "Brother, are you kidding me? Didn't you just ask me to come down for a drink? He also said he would introduce me to Mr. Gao, and then we could go to the bunker and have some fun together." Wang Leping sneered. "I really don't know how such a fool could survive until now. He actually believed others so easily. Hee. Do you think it's that easy to get into that bunker? Even a person with superpowers like me has to work. Just like an ordinary person like you want to go in and enjoy yourself? After I kill you, I'll hand the hovercraft over to Mr. Gao. I can enjoy myself in the bunker for you." Ha! The slaves digging for oil around them couldn't help but laugh out loud. This person is so naive that he simply believes what others say. It's a pity that they probably won't be able to take revenge. This fool will definitely be torn to pieces and eaten clean by these vicious dogs. They had seen this scene too many times in Shanshui Manor. Lin Xia looked around frantically with a terrified expression. "You will definitely be punished for doing this." Wang Leping's eyes turned cold, and he immediately activated his supernatural power. "Are you panicking now? It's too late. At this distance, he can even kill a mutant of the same level in seconds. What's more, it's just an ordinary person like this." The pack of dogs that were wagging their tails just now suddenly bared their teeth. They rushed towards Lin Xia's position like wild beasts just out of a cage. His eyes were fierce, as if he had seen delicious food. Just when this group of huge vicious dogs were about to pounce on Lin Xia, Lin Xia immediately put away the panicked expression on her face. He stood there expressionlessly, looking at the mad dogs rushing towards him. Wang Leping was laughing crazily in the distance, and the others also looked gloating. Just then, an invisible door of space suddenly opened in front of Lin Xia. Those mad dogs rushed forward without hesitation. Then he completely disappeared from Lin Xia's sight. He could even see the disgusting saliva between the teeth of these mad dogs. Soon, all these vicious dogs jumped into his space without a single one left. They were all killed by the laws of space inside. Wang Leping's throat seemed to be strangled by someone. His laughter disappeared in an instant. Wang Leping looked ahead in disbelief. All that was left on the snow was a mess of footprints. The dozens of dogs he had carefully raised disappeared without a trace in an instant. Even if he used his supernatural powers, he could no longer sense the presence of those dogs. After all, these dogs are just ordinary dogs. He doesn't have the keen ability to sense danger like a psychic. They thought that the dogs that disappeared in front of them had simply entered their blind spot. Lin Xia, just like that, easily wiped out the entire pack of dogs. The spatial ability is really too perfect. Wang Leping subconsciously took a few steps back. No, that's impossible. Could it be that you are also a mutant? Wang Leping couldn't help but sigh inwardly that he was unlucky. The probability of a person with superpowers appearing is so low, how come he happened to run into one? His fighting ability is fully reflected in these dogs. After these dogs were killed, he couldn't even defeat a newly awakened mutant. So Wang Leping quickly changed his expression. There was no time to feel sorry for the dogs that had just died. After all, if the dog is lost, you can find another one. But when a person dies, everything is gone. Chapter 153, Instant Kill of Wang Leping. Wang Leping fell with a plop. He knelt down in the snow on the spot and said with a humble look on his face, "Didn't the flood wash away the Dragon King Temple? We psychics are naturally a group, unlike ordinary people. Our President Gao is eager to recruit talented people, and there are many people with special abilities in Shanshui Manor. If you are willing to come here, we will definitely treat you as a guest of honor. Let you have endless food to eat and endless women to play with." Lin Xia chuckled. "Wait till I go over with you. If you continue to use your numbers to bully the minority, you can just take my hovercraft away. Wouldn't that be more comfortable than cooperating with me?" Wang Leping cursed in his heart. This person is too vigilant. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that there were many people with special abilities in Shanshui Manor, and kill this person when he got there. But no matter what he thinks, his facial management is quite good. He didn't show the little thoughts he had just had at all. How is this possible? Our President Gao has built up such a large influence, and the most important thing he values is integrity. Only when we, the people with special abilities, come together can we better face this disaster. You have such strong strength, plus this hovercraft. Once I get there, I will definitely become a person of importance second only to President Gao. Wang Leping was painting a big picture. While carefully observing Lin Xia's expression, trying to analyze something from it. It's a pity that Lin Xia looked uninterested. There's no sign of him being moved at all. Wang Leping's mouth was almost dry from talking. Finally, I saw Lin Xia nodded. "Look at how well you describe that place. I'll have to go take a closer look after a while." Wang Leping was overjoyed. He was finally attracted by this person. 2. In this extremely cold Doomsday, finding supplies is not difficult for people with special abilities like them. However, finding a warm and suitable place to survive is not easy. After all, they are in the south and have never considered what to do if they encounter extremely cold weather. The insulation measures for houses are generally not very strong. After all, you can easily get through the winter by just turning on the air conditioner a little. A place like Shanshui Manor can provide a warm refuge in Doomsday. Its importance is self-evident. It can naturally attract a large number of strong people to come and join. Wang Leping then continued. "That's wonderful. But why does it take so long? Why not set off now? I guarantee that the level of luxury there will exceed your imagination." Before Wang Leping could finish his words, his head exploded into a ball of blood foam and completely disappeared from his shoulders. With the help of spatial perception, only an ordinary bullet is needed. It can kill such an ordinary mutant. The sense of danger in his mind was instantly killed by Lin Xia before he even had time to remind himself. Lin Xia then walked straight to his body and absorbed the supernatural power in his body. Probably about 3 abilities. Such a person can probably be considered a minor master. The advantages and disadvantages are obvious. It's a pity that I was unlucky and met him. The supernatural power in Lin Xia's body is at least 10 times that of his. Even without the spatial ability, he could be easily killed based on his physical fitness alone. As for the specific location of Shanshui Manor, Lin Xia knew it very well. After all, I had been there several times before the end of the world. He could never forget this super fortress. But just knowing the location is not enough. Its defense system is much more powerful than the safe house he built. A small-yield nuclear bomb hitting it probably wouldn't hurt at all. If you want to attack by force. With the weapons in Lin Xia's hands, it's not impossible to take down that place. But that bunker will definitely become a ruin. This is obviously a thankless task. After all, in Lin Xia's view, that place had long become his private territory. It's just a matter of time before we take it over. Then Lin Xia's eyes lit up and she suddenly remembered something? Yes, Chu Yueshi. She remembered that when she first came to her safe house, she found many loopholes in the system inside the safe house. If she were to find a way to break through the fortress's system from the inside, it will definitely be much easier to capture that place at that time. Just as Lin Xia was thinking. Those unlucky guys who were sent to dig for oil scattered and fled into the distance. Just kidding, their boss was killed so easily by this guy. Will they have a good ending if they stay here? But as long as we pass this message back, I believe those adults will definitely spare their lives. It's a pity that it's inconvenient to move in the snow. Moreover, they had consumed too much physical energy, and could not run very far. After Lin Xiao's spatial perception was activated, the bullets flew in the direction of their escape. With the help of spatial perception, even though these people were beyond the range of perception, the bullets still hit them accurately. Without exception, all of these people fell in the snow. The blood had completely solidified before it even had time to flow out. There are no buildings within a radius of 3 kilometers. Even if these people leave here, they will die. And what if someone manages to escape and spread the news of what happened here? What should we do to arouse their vigilance? Lin Xia is not a saint. The only thing he could do was to make sure these people died without paying. Then Lin Xia returned to the cockpit of the hovercraft. He started his work for the day, collecting fuel. These people collect oil in such a traditional way. I'm afraid that not even 1/1,000,000th of this refinery's output has been collected. Obviously, Lin Xia's methods are much more powerful than theirs. He drove the hovercraft directly next to the oil tank. Then used spatial perception to explore the situation inside the oil tank. After confirmation, the space door opened directly at the bottom of the oil tank. Under the influence of gravity, the sticky fuel fell into Lin Xia's space. But this process is really boring. If it is at room temperature, the fuel is still liquid. Once the space door opens, it may not even take 3 minutes. Lin Xia can drain all the oil in this oil tank. But it was too cold now, so he could only wait slowly. Fortunately, Lin Xia can complete this task on the starting ship. Otherwise, collecting oil like this outside would be really a torture. While collecting the oil, Lin Xia casually told Chu Yueshi the relevant information about the Shanshui Manor. Let her study the structure of the bunker when she is not busy at home. Even if we can't get through the internet, we can just break in there directly. You can also find some of its weaknesses. Then find a way to seize the opportunity and take it over. Chapter 154, The Impenetrable Bunker. After a while, the sky gradually darkened. At this time, Lin Xia had already stored the fuel in the last storage tank into the space. This operation yielded fruitful results. This refinery is indeed one of the largest refineries in the country. Not only is the amount of fuel reserves there huge, but the types of finished oil produced are also diverse. Even aviation fuel has a certain amount of reserves. It's a pity that this kind of fuel cannot be used in his hovercraft. I don't know what this oil can be used for. I can't use it to make a fire to keep warm. However, gasoline with a grade of 100 or above can be used in his hovercraft. However, the temperature of the fuel collected so far is too low. Later they need to be heated to room temperature before they can be put into the fuel tank for normal use. Then Lin Xia pulled out the 3D structural diagrams of the entire refinery that Chu Yueshi had sent him from his mobile phone. Finally checked it again to make sure nothing was missed. Lin Xia set the hovercraft to automatic driving, so all she had to do was wait for it to drive home on its own. This time the refinery was basically completely emptied, with about several million tons of various types of fuel stored in the space. I probably won't come here again. Now the sky outside has become completely dark. However, even in such an environment, it will not cause any interference to autonomous driving. But this 1-hour flight was really boring. Lin Xia then began to study his spatial perception again. After absorbing the special abilities of this person today, the range of his spatial perception expanded a little. It's a pity that the size of the space door has not changed. It is still a square with a length and width of 10 meters. However, the distance has become farther, reaching 10 meters. It seems that improving other aspects of superpowers is easier. However, if you want to increase the size of the space gate, it seems that more special energy is needed. I don't know how many people with special abilities there are in that Shanshui manner. If I absorb all the superpowers in their bodies, can I awaken a new skill? Skills like instant teleportation and space slash, any one of them will do. Lin Xia was looking forward to it in her mind. Before I knew it, it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. Lin Xia also drove from the suburbs into the city. It seemed that since the beginning of the apocalypse, it had never been this late, and he had not returned home yet. Due to the lack of lights and moonlight. This city that once never sleeps has become dark and silent. It was pitch black outside the window. Although it is not so dark that you can't see your hand in front of you, it is not far off. In such an environment, this steel forest becomes even more eerie and terrifying. Fortunately, this hovercraft uses LiDAR for navigation and does not require light. And it has already connected to the satellite that was hacked by Chu Yueshi. With this exclusive satellite, you don't have to worry about getting lost. Lin Xia looked out from the car window. There were only a few windows along the way, flashing faint lights. Behind most of the windows, there was dead silence. In just 1 month after the apocalypse began, tens of millions of people had died in the city. I'm afraid that less than 1/10 of them are still alive. If we expand this perspective to the entire country, or even the entire world, then the consequences of this disaster would be too terrible. Compared with the power of nature, human power is still too small. Take his neighborhood as an example. The permanent population before the end of the world was about 20,000. If we don't count them, there are probably only a few hundred people left in this community who are barely alive. And these hundreds of people are just barely surviving. They could die completely at any time due to shortage of supplies. There are so many people who die silently like this. At this time, a beam of orange light slowly appeared in front of Lin Xia. Even from a long distance, Lin Xia could still see the reassuring figures by the window. It was Jiang Ruoxue and the others waiting for him to come home. When Lin Xia returned home, Jiang Ruoxue and the others carefully helped her change into thick winter clothes. After changing clothes, Su Mayan handed over a cup of brown sugar ginger tea at the right time. The eyes of the women looking at him were full of tenderness and admiration. It seems that being able to help themselves, even in a trivial matter, will make them feel particularly satisfied. After returning to the living room, Su Qian brought out the delicious meal that her mistress had prepared in advance from the kitchen. As expected, these are some very nutritious dishes. The women all agreed that he should be given some nourishment. After Nan Gongshui and Xiao Nianyan underwent marrow cleansing, many invisible impurities were expelled from their bodies. The hidden injuries accumulated from their years of high-intensity exercise were completely eliminated in an instant. Their physical condition is in the best state, and time seems to have stopped for them. The appearance and temperament of the two people have been elevated to a higher level. One became elegant and noble, like a queen descending upon the world. The other one became quirky, like an innocent and lively princess. The two people stood together, each showing their most beautiful side. For a moment, the dining table fell into an eerie silence. Only the sound of people eating could be heard. Chu Yueshi noticed that the atmosphere was a little off and quickly interrupted their silent understanding. After all, she and her sister haven't gotten on the bus yet. Lin Xia, I've already checked the Shanshui manor you asked me to investigate. There's definitely something fishy about that place. The bunker's sturdiness is even more exaggerated than some ordinary nuclear power plants. If you want to attack head-on, it will probably be difficult to do so. As for its internal system, I don't see any loopholes. The system used in that bunker is very different from your version. I checked his network and found that he has close ties with the company that built the bunker. So the configuration of this bunker is different from the standard configurations on the market. It would be difficult to find a loophole in its system and then take over that place. However, I can also breach that bunker through other means. After saying this, Chu Yueshi couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that our configuration is not enough if the computing power is not limited. Within an hour, I can breach the firewall of the bunker's internal system. It's like filling a swimming pool with a thin hose. So it will take a little longer. Chapter 155 Light Destroyer. Lin Xia nodded. This result was actually within his expectations. After all, this is a place where tens of billions of dollars have been invested. Those people might want to use it to do some shameful things. They must have invested a lot in network security. It's not surprising that these so-called successful people do such things. They are all birds of a feather. There is definitely nothing wrong with using some shoddy products to cheat customers. But the things you use for yourself are not only made of genuine materials, but also of the best quality. It seems that it would be quite troublesome if we want to attack there by force. Unless his spatial ability awakens some magical skill. Otherwise, we should wait until Chu Yueshi completely breaks through that place before making any plans. It's okay to let them raise it for a few more days. Maybe if we go there at that time, we can find a few more people with special abilities. It's not too late to harvest the chives after they have grown a little. After seeing that Lin Xia didn't care much about this matter, Chu Yueshi continued. But today during the day, I had an unexpected gain. Lin Xia looked at her curiously. Every time Chu Yueshi said this, it would bring him a surprise. His thoughts briefly shifted away from Nangong Shui and the others. Anyway, none of them can escape at night. Chu Yueshi was very satisfied with Lin Xia's reaction, so she continued. Today, while I was hacking into a military satellite, I stumbled upon some intelligence that might be useful to you. At a coastal pier, there was a light destroyer fully loaded with ammunition. It was just a routine maintenance, so there were no combat personnel on board. Plus, the extreme cold apocalypse begins in the middle of the night. So I guess there might not even be a single staff member inside. After we get there, we can store the ammunition in your space in case we need it. Lin Xia immediately became excited when she heard the news. He was worried that the attack power of the weapons in the space was not enough. If you encounter stronger and more bizarre psychics in the future, or if they exceed the attack range of the weapon in space, wouldn't that make him passive? The fear of insufficient firepower is a psychological disease in every Chinese. When Lin Xia thought about getting a large amount of weapons and equipment this time, he suddenly became impatient. Naval guns, various types of missiles, torpedoes, close-in defense guns and other large-scale lethal weapons. Compared with them, anti-material sniper rifles, rocket launchers, grenades and the like. It's just a toy for children to play house. There is simply no comparison between the two. Lin Xia asked impatiently. Is that destroyer far from us? Chu Yueshi thought for a moment and replied. It's not particularly far. If you take a hovercraft, it will take about 4 hours to get there. But if you want to come back the same day, I'm afraid you'll have to leave early tomorrow. Also, if you want to unlock the weapons on that destroyer, I need to do it myself. Lin Xia nodded. Isn't it just getting up early? There's definitely no problem with this. Lin Xia then glanced at the expectant eyes of the girls again. There is no difference between bringing one and bringing both. But I'm afraid they can't stay up all night tonight like they did last night, Otherwise their bodies won't be able to take it. Do you have anything to do tomorrow? If you have nothing else to do, let's go for a walk together. When I think of those powerful weapons that can only be seen in videos. Lin Xia wished she could open her eyes and it would already be the next day. As for Nangong Shui and the others, it's not too late to stay up all night tomorrow. The women nodded and agreed to tomorrow's action. After all, they were also very interested in this destroyer. Only Jiang Ruoxue looked at Chu Yueshi meaningfully. It seems that the scene this morning had more or less irritated her, and she was actually jealous of them. But it's also true that now they are the only two left in the family who haven't reached the final step, so it's normal for them to have some small emotions. After a few days, when Nangong Shui and Xiao Nianyan gain superpowers, it will be the turn of the two sisters. When the time comes, they must take the lead. Being jealous now is just because you are not full. When they have watermelon bellies from eating too much, they won't think about protecting their food anymore. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they sat around on the sofa to digest the food. Chu Yueshi then opened the 3D model projection of the destroyer. He explained its internal structure and some precautions to everyone in detail. Tomorrow, when everyone gets inside the destroyer, they won't be at a loss as to where to start. After a while, Chu Yueshi finished her small class. They walked back to the room together and started doing some beneficial after-dinner exercises. The next morning, as soon as the sun rose, everyone boarded the hovercraft and headed for the port. Last night's exercise did not last until dawn as usual. Except that it was a bit less enjoyable when it was below zero. Everyone looked energetic, and it seemed that everyone had a good rest. The women are no longer the same as they were yesterday. It feels as if the body has been hollowed out by an excavator and is lacking too much water. Because the journey was quite long, everyone not only got up very early, but also didn't even have time to eat breakfast. In order to save time, everyone planned to have breakfast on the hovercraft. The snow outside was very smooth, and the hovercraft didn't feel bumpy at all when it was driving on it. With the existence of autonomous driving, there is no need to worry about other issues. Lin Xia then took out various kinds of food from the space and prepared to distribute them to the girls. Jiang Ruoxue sat next to Lin Xia and blinked her charming eyes at him. She tied her hair up and started eating soy milk and fried dough sticks. The girls followed suit and lined up to get their own breakfast from Lin Xia. Chu Xinglan even analyzed it with everyone from a medical perspective. What is the most reasonable and healthiest way to eat breakfast? The 4 hours passed quickly and everyone was very satisfied with the meal. Having breakfast on a hovercraft is indeed a very special experience. Chapter 156 Lin Xia divides the snow. As the hovercraft sailed out of the city and into the suburbs, the view outside the window was endless. The sky and the earth were covered in white, and no life could be seen. Desolate and dead silent. However, this despairing scene did not affect the people in the hovercraft. After everyone finished breakfast, their stomachs felt warm and they all had a satisfied expression on their faces. Lin Xia took out so much food from the space to share with them. They felt very satisfied, which is how it should be. Even the sisters Chu Yueshi and Chu Xinglan had the opportunity to taste the special breakfast prepared for Jiang Ruoxue and the other girls in advance. No wonder they never eat breakfast, so this is why. The two sisters licked their lips. Near noon, everyone finally arrived at their destination. This distance is indeed not close. But after arriving here, everyone did not find the destroyer. There was only a huge snow hill in front of them, standing in front of everyone like a small mountain. Lin Xia looked around with a puzzled look on her face. Where's the destroyer? Why didn't I see it? Could it be that it has already run away and is no longer here? Chu Yueshi shook her head calmly and pointed to the hill in front. Isn't that the one in front? It's just covered in snow now. Lin Xia looked at the hill she was pointing at with a look of shock. Didn't you say it was just a light destroyer? You call such a large ship a light vessel? Chu Yueshi had a matter-of-fact expression. In our country, we have several super aircraft carriers with a displacement of 200,000 to 300,000 tons. Is there anything wrong with calling a destroyer like this, with a displacement of 10,000 to 20,000 tons, light? At this time, Lin Xia recalled the super aircraft carrier he had seen on TV. It seems that the effect of the photo is not much bigger than a sampan. How come the ship in front of me is only a destroyer with 1/10 of the displacement of that super aircraft carrier? It actually gave him the feeling of facing a hill. I really don't know how those reporters were able to achieve such an effect. This level is too high. Except for Chu Yueshi, no one present had ever seen such a huge creature at such a close distance. Everyone was shocked by its size. When everyone arrived in front of the snow hill, they started to have trouble again. Jiang Ruoxue asked with a troubled look on her face. This destroyer has been wrapped in thick snow. How are we supposed to get up there? Lin Xia smiled faintly at this time. This is easy, just leave it to me. Then he walked straight forward and activated his spatial perception ability. The snow was only about 10 meters thick, but his spatial perception range was more than 20 meters. It was a breeze to get through the snow. Then, an image of a spherical object with Lin Xia as the center appeared in his mind. Chu Yueshi was right. Under the snow hill, there was indeed a giant steel beast. Even with such a large spatial perception range, he could only observe a small corner of this giant. If it were stood up, it would probably be as tall as 3 Ultramen. Standing in front of this huge monster, Lin Xia couldn't help but feel insignificant. He couldn't imagine how spectacular a super aircraft carrier would be that was even larger than the light destroyer in front of him. However, when he thought about what he could do to the destroyer, Lin Xia became excited again. With such a huge destroyer fully loaded with ammunition, the harvest this time must be very considerable. It was worth it that he successfully controlled his desire last night. The weapons and equipment on this ship are even more lethal than ordinary arsenals. After all, most of the arsenals on land are used to equip the army. Among their new equipment, it would be great if they could have a new pair of shoes. The lethality of those weapons is definitely not as strong as this one. Weapons like the naval guns and missiles on a ship cannot be small in power. Among them, the high-yield missiles can even easily blow up a skyscraper. Not to mention one person with superpowers, even if there is a group of people with superpowers, their ashes can be scattered. Judging from the current level of evolution of psychics. Unless one of them has awakened the special ability of space like himself. Otherwise, forget about naval guns and missiles. Even the firepower of the close-in defense guns is enough to tear them into pieces. Lin Xia became excited when he thought of the scene of fighting with other superpowers in the future. He also had to specially pick out some less powerful weapons from the space to attack them, otherwise what would he do if he accidentally hurt himself? When they were still fighting against the superpowers, he took out an Eagle Strike XX from the space and shot it at them. Then when the dust settles, tell them to talk science. Just thinking about such a scene is very interesting. Lin Xia then released the space gate under the snow. He couldn't wait to board the destroyer. Soon, the thick snow in front of Lin Xia and the others slowly sank. Until the snow disappears completely, revealing the original ground. Everyone looked at Lin Xia with admiration. There is no way, the spatial ability is still too comprehensive. Especially after acquiring the skill of spatial perception. With its help, Lin Xia can accurately adjust the direction and size of the space gate. That's why he was able to perform this almost surgical operation. Before gaining spatial perception, he could only release the spatial door by feeling. With this skill, he can perform various delicate operations on the space gate. His contribution to Lin Xia's overall strength was truly enormous. Then everyone walked on the road opened by Lin Xia. Everyone felt like they were walking in a valley, with vertical cliffs on both sides. As they walked below, they couldn't help but think of a fairy tale. Moses parted the sea. But this time it was Lin Xia. Could it be that those mythological stories of the past were just ordinary people's descriptions of people with special powers? But where did those powerful people with superpowers and myths eventually go? None of this is known. The snow in front of Lin Xia and his group was like the fog of war in a game. As they moved forward, the snow disappeared automatically, revealing its original appearance. Everyone walked forward, looking at the miracle created by Lin Xia in amazement. Chapter 157 Gunship. Finally, everyone successfully climbed onto the deck of the destroyer. Walking on it feels no different from walking on the ground. Its area is really too large. You can't tell at all that they are walking on a boat. When everyone looked around, they were still in the dark. Chuyueshi just took a quick look at the exposed part of the ship. It was easy to analyze their location. Then he pointed to the right. The island should be in that direction. Let's go over there and take a look first. Everyone was still very impressed by Chuyueshi's professionalism. Becoming a top expert in various fields is just the threshold to meet her. Such a unique super scientist can definitely be called the stabilizer. The reason why China was able to avoid World War III was largely due to their existence. Because in 2050, China really has the ability to quickly conquer the whole world without any damage. No one would be so crazy as to provoke such a being whose combat power is not on the same level as him. Although Chuyueshi is young, she has participated in countless large-scale national scientific research projects. Like a destroyer in her eyes. Maybe it's really no different from a toy. The abilities she has demonstrated so far are just the tip of the iceberg. I really don't know, after they move to that nuclear fusion reactor in the future. How many jaw-dropping things can Chuyueshi create? Lin Xia looked at Chuyueshi and couldn't help feeling lucky. I really didn't expect it. It was originally just an ordinary rescue operation, but he unexpectedly picked up such a treasure girl. Everyone is heading towards the island. Lin Xia used his spatial perception and suddenly discovered something that made him excited. He immediately looked surprised and told everyone. Everyone stopped for a moment. I spotted an attack helicopter in that direction. Let's go over and put that big guy into the space first. Chuyueshi nodded. It's normal to have an armed helicopter on the deck of this destroyer. It's a pity that there won't be too many, no more than 5 at most. When we get home, I can program a flight control module for it. Even people with no driving experience can control it as they wish. I guarantee it's easier than using the up, down, left, and right space keys in the game. After saying this, Chuyueshi winked at Lin Xia. Lin Xia rubbed her hands happily. Being able to fly freely in the sky has always been his dream. Now it can finally be realized. Sumayan asked a question out of curiosity at this time. How do we solve the problem of aircraft fuel? Even this time, the destroyer has some aviation fuel reserves. But I'm afraid it's not very rich, and it certainly can't support your frequent use. Besides, this kind of fuel is probably hard to find even if you go looking for it specifically. Lin Xia chuckled, and it was obvious that he was very happy. When I was at the refinery yesterday, I happened to collect tens of thousands of tons of aviation fuel. Enough to use later. Jiang Ruoxue also came over with a curious look on her face. So, does this destroyer have fighter jets that can take off from the deck like in the video? Since we have so much aviation fuel, we can definitely support the consumption of that kind of fighter jets. After listening to this, Chuyueshi shook her head. Sister Jiang, you misunderstood. Like what you said, it should be a fixed-wing fighter. They're usually only found on aircraft carriers. Aircraft carriers and destroyers perform different missions. So up here, there aren't any fighter jets like you might think. Jiang Ruoxue looked disappointed and said with regret. Oh well. Then Chuyueshi thought for a moment, and said to her again. But this destroyer has hundreds of thousands of military drones on board. When launched, they can be like a dense swarm of bees, blocking out the sky and the sun. And there are many different types of drones. For example, one of them is a reconnaissance and strike drone. We can even control this drone from home and follow Lin Xia out from the sky. Not only can we see his footage in real time, but we can also tell him if he gets into any troublesome situations. We can even use its own weapons to help Lin Xia attack the enemy. After listening to Chuyueshi's introduction, Jiang Ruoxue's eyes suddenly lit up. This reconnaissance and strike drone seems to be more useful than the fighter jets on the aircraft carrier. If they feel unwell in the future and it is inconvenient for them to go out with Lin Xia, then they can stay at home and control the drone to go out with Lin Xia. This reconnaissance and strike drone is truly a great invention. Today's trip was really worth it. After Lin Xia cleared the snow near the armed helicopter, this huge machine finally appeared before everyone's eyes. The hovercraft is already big enough, but compared to this attack helicopter, it's just like a kindergarten kid standing in front of an adult. They are not even on the same order of magnitude. Then Lin Xia circled around the helicopter. It was discovered that there was a thick layer of ice where it connected to the ground. It would be very difficult to push this helicopter directly into space. This ice should have been from the beginning of the apocalypse, when the temperature had not yet dropped so quickly. The snowflakes from the sky fell on the deck and melted into water, and then as the temperature dropped, they were frozen firmly here. However, this kind of problem is too easy to solve for people with special abilities. After Lin Xia and Jiang Ruoxue explained, she quickly understood. So Jiang Ruoxue walked to the side of the helicopter and directly activated her ice ability. Those ice cubes that were originally very hard. Under the influence of her special ability, it was like a piece of plasticine. Jiang Ruoxue kneaded it into various shapes at will. Soon, the ice that formed between the helicopter and the ground disappeared without a trace. Lin Xia then walked to the front of the helicopter and opened the space door into a diamond shape. There's no way, the rotor of this helicopter is too big. If you don't do this, it won't fit in at all. After getting ready, Lin Xia said to Selena, "Selena, push this way from over there. Remember, find a firm spot before applying force. Otherwise, this helicopter may not be able to withstand your strength." Serena nodded and walked to the other side of the helicopter. After all, she awakened a physical ability, and the thrust that her hands could unleash was several tons. If the place where you apply force is not strong enough, it will easily break. Chapter 158 Highest Authority. Selena then found a firmer spot and placed her hand on it. "Can I push in this direction?" Lin Xia nodded. "Then let's get started." As Selena mobilized her supernatural powers, a huge force burst out from her supermodel-like body. This huge armed helicopter was actually moving slowly forward. Fortunately, the soles of her shoes were covered with densely packed retractable anti-slip spikes. Otherwise, even if she really had that much strength, she would not be able to push this behemoth weighing more than 10 tons on the smooth ice. Then everyone saw such a magical scene. The plane was moving slowly forward under the push of Selena. Then when it moved to a certain position, it was as if an invisible light curtain cut the helicopter in half. The part of the plane that touches the light curtain will disappear without a trace, forming a very smooth cross-section. Chu Yueshi stood behind the space gate. She could clearly see the plane, forming one cross-section after another. It was pushed into another spatial dimension and completely disappeared from the world they were in. Superpowers are indeed a very magical energy. If you have it, many problems that were once unsolvable may be easily solved. Chu Yueshi looked at Lin Xia expectantly. Sure enough, joining here was the best decision she had ever made in her life. When the other women saw this scene, they felt like they were watching a magic movie. Even though they also possess superpowers, they simply cannot understand the principles behind them. They couldn't even observe the existence of this space door with their naked eyes. Even if he is a person with superpowers, he can only do so when he is about to approach the door. Only then will an endless sense of crisis flash through your mind. Lin Xia's spatial ability is really abnormal. However, while collecting the helicopter, Lin Xia felt a little regretful. His space gate still has a flaw, it cannot actively absorb objects. When using superpowers in the past, Lin Xia simply placed the space gate at the bottom of them. Then, through gravity, they fall into space on their own. Another point is that the range of his space door is still too small. We cannot simply store this helicopter into the space like we did in the past when collecting supplies. But maybe he will be able to do it when his abilities improve further in the future. In Lin Xia's spatial perception, the plane was being pushed into the space in an orderly manner. Later, Lin Xia still sensed a problem in this process. The rotor of this helicopter is still a little too big. It is even longer than the diagonal of the space gate. If this continues, it will definitely get stuck. However, this problem is easy to solve. Lin Xia then said to Su Mayan. Su Mayan, use your special ability to turn the rotor of this helicopter about 90 degrees clockwise. Su Mayan looked at Lin Xia and nodded. Among the special powers awakened by these girls, only she can manipulate the movement of objects out of thin air. Su Mayan then used her psychic powers to control the wingtips to rotate clockwise. Soon, it turned into what Lin Xia requested. Su Mayan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Lin Xia nod. Because of her special ability, the power she can actually generate out of thin air is not that great. Fortunately, the wing can still be rotated to help Lin Xia. With everyone using their special abilities and working together, the armed helicopter was finally pushed into Lin Xia's space without any danger. Lin Xia used his mental power to sense the armed helicopter inside the space. Looking at his majestic and domineering appearance, I couldn't help but show a happy expression. Even if he couldn't fly it away, just keeping it in space was enough to make him happy. This 1:1 replica is absolutely real. If military fans knew this, they would be so jealous that they would cry. Then Lin Xia led the other girls and did the same thing. He pushed all the armed helicopters on the destroyer into his space. With the experience of the first time, it was much easier to fold up the next few planes. This is the advantage of having a wide variety of superpowers. They can handle most scenarios. If it's just a single ability. For example, Zhao Tianai, who has the ability of thunder, will be destroyed if you target him even slightly. After finishing these things, everyone finally arrived at the bridge. Just these appetizers just now made Lin Xia feel satisfied. I really don't know what kind of surprises are waiting for him at the next dinner. Everyone then walked into the destroyer's bridge. This position can be said to be the brain of a destroyer. It is responsible for integrating the dispatch of various parts within the ship, as well as the use of various radars and weapons. Because everyone may have to stay here for a long time. So Lin Xia directly took out several heating stoves from the space and placed them in various locations in the room. After turning them on, heat radiated from them continuously. The temperature of the entire room quickly rose. The women no longer have to wear heavy and inconvenient winter clothes all the time. Chu Yueshi just tested it, and found that she couldn't directly start the main engine of this destroyer. Now she is opening the interior of the command console and looking for the problem. With Chu Yueshi's powerful ability, she quickly identified the problem. So Lin Xia took out a lot of equipment she had prepared in advance from the space. With the help of everyone, Chu Yueshi quickly completed the replacement work. The ship's main engine lit up again. Then Chu Yueshi inserted her ID card into the corresponding card slot. With a buzz sound, this destroyer has entered operational status. There is no way, the authority of Chu Yueshi's ID card is too high. She then performed a self-check of the ship's systems. Determined which functions can still be used in such an environment. She then used her advanced hacking skills to successfully gain access to the ship's underlying code and rewrite its program. From now on, Chu Yueshi had supreme control over the entire ship. She could control the destroyer to do anything, and the whole process might take less than half an hour. Looking at everyone's surprised expressions, Chu Yueshi then explained. Even the internal programming of that super aircraft carrier was written by me. It's not that difficult to hack a light destroyer. If it hadn't taken so long to replace the parts just now, I could have gone even faster. It's a pity that the water surface under the boat has been completely frozen. Even if they wanted to drive the ship away, it would be impossible. However, Lin Xia didn't need it to move, and he didn't have a port built specifically for it. As long as it can fire normally, it can store the fired ammunition into the space. Chapter 159 Great Harvest. After confirming that there is no problem here, Lin Xia walked out of the bridge and came to the deck. Let Chu Yueshi control the weapons system and cooperate with him to collect ammunition. Because this ship is really too big. Lin Xia obviously had no way to open the space door directly from the house and absorb the ammunition into the space. Then he walked to the nearest close-in weapon system, took out a pair of soundproof earmuffs from the space, and put them on his head. Then opened the space gate in front of this close-in defense gun. After completing these preparations, he sent a message to Chu Yueshi. Let her start cooperating with your actions. Then this huge gun barrel, which resembled a Gatling gun, began to spin wildly. Buzz, buzz, buzz! A dense metal storm shot into the space. When they entered the space, it was as if time was suspended. They carry huge kinetic energy, but remain motionless in space. Only after Lin Xia releases them from the space will they show their terrifying fangs. The firing rate of this close-in weapon system is capable of firing tens of thousands of bullets per minute. Such a dense metal storm is enough to tear apart most of the world's defenses. After a few minutes, all the bullets were used up. After all, under normal circumstances, close-in weapon systems are rarely used, so they don't have a lot of ammunition in stock. Lin Xia roughly counted them and found that there were about 100,000 of them. It was enough for him to splurge for a while. But these are just some appetizers. The real killer is yet to come. Then Lin Xia repeated the same trick and came to the position of the ship's main gun and secondary gun. Tong! 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 This power is obviously greater. The recoil from their shells shook the snow around him. Such a naval gun can easily tear apart an armored tank. If such power were to hit a person, the scene would be unimaginable. To what extent does a mutant have to evolve to be able to withstand this kind of firepower? Even more powerful than naval guns are the various types of missiles that follow. These things are the real killer weapons. Even if Lin Xia himself faced the attack of these weapons, he could not guarantee that he could escape unscathed. The power, speed, and killing radius of this thing are simply terrifying. As long as physics exists, the power of these things cannot be underestimated. The purpose of their construction was not to attack ordinary humans, but various high-value targets. Unless it is the Doomsday bunker built by that rich man under the Shanshui Manor. Otherwise, it is just a shelter and gathering area built by ordinary people with special abilities. I'm afraid that a few missiles can completely flatten the place. The missile with the largest equivalent here can easily destroy a skyscraper. After collecting all the weapons that can be collected, Lin Xia looked at the densely packed ammunition in the space and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. All fear comes from insufficient firepower. The sense of security they can provide is simply more than enough. Compared with these, the anti-material bullets collected a few days ago can only be thrown away on the roadside. With such little power, it can't even be served on the table. Lin Xia was satisfied and returned to the command room on the bridge. Chu Yueshi was still operating rapidly on the host computer at this time, as if she was trying to crack some confidential information. When he saw Lin Xia coming back, he turned around and said to him, "We've almost collected all the movable weapons outside. The rest of the weapons and equipment are inside the cabin. If you want to go collect it, I'm here to show you the way." Lin Xia nodded since he had nothing to do here anyway. It would be better to continue collecting supplies and experience the joy of harvest. Just as he was about to go out again, Jiang Ruoxue and Selina suddenly stood up. Jiang Ruoxue said, "We both want to go with you. We want to go and see what that reconnaissance and strike drone looks like." Serena nodded along. She is a former soldier. I am very interested in China's advanced weapons and equipment. Now that there is such an opportunity in front of her, she will certainly not let it go easily. As for the other women, they were not interested in this. Compared to this kind of thing, they prefer to do things that make themselves and Lin Xia comfortable. After the two of them put on their winter clothes, Lin Xia and his group went into the cabin. Continue his journey of collecting supplies. The space under the cabin is obviously larger than that on the deck. People walking inside felt like they were walking in a super large hotel. The passage is not very wide, and there are houses densely packed on both sides. The roads inside are also very complicated. If you don't know this place very well, you will definitely get lost here. Fortunately, they don't need to understand the structure here. Lin Xia and his group just need to follow the guidance of the lights and move forward. Chu Yueshi was in the control room and had already planned a route for them. Wherever they walked, lights would light up. Doors that were originally locked will also be opened in advance. It's like cheating. The first place Lin Xia and the others came to was where some ammunition could not be fired out through the launch port for various reasons. After all, it was frozen for a month in a place with a temperature of more than 70 degrees below zero. Some of its internal structures were inevitably damaged. However, there is no problem with most of the equipment. Otherwise, Lin Xia wouldn't have stayed on the deck guarding the ammunition for so long. What's left here is only a small part. After Lin Xia finished the finishing work here, Everyone headed to the main destination of this operation, the cabin for storing drones. When everyone walked in here, a wide variety of drones appeared in their eyes in an orderly and dense manner. Everyone had an excited expression on their face. These drones here alone are enough to quell a moderate-intensity armed conflict. With them, we can even achieve 0 casualties. When Selena saw the drones, her eyes lit up. This kind of systematic equipment can play a role on the battlefield. It's simply immeasurable. Chapter 160 New Intelligence. Selena thought to herself, if their country had once possessed so many advanced weapons and equipment. Many times, there is no need for them to risk their lives to perform almost impossible tasks. They just need to hide in the back and control various types of drones to carry out tasks. As for Jiang Ruoxue, she walked directly to the other side, where a group of big things were placed. The huge and majestic body has terrifying performance. This is China's current pinnacle of drone technology. This drone allows her to stay at home and also go out with Lin Xia in the sky. It can even help Lin Xia better through the various modules mounted on it. According to Chu Yueshi, this type of drone is considered to be the most powerful one among those deployed on a large scale in China. It can even easily touch the most advanced 5th-generation aircraft of the United States without being discovered. Those so-called top fighter jets from foreign countries are nothing but toys in front of it. It's not even the same level of equipment. Next to it, there are many smaller drones. They have different capabilities and their own application scenarios. However, even the smallest style is enough to kill most of the mutants that appear now. It's a pity that this Doomsday is an extremely cold Doomsday, and there is no so-called specific enemy. These powerful weapons are of no use. Extreme weather such as low temperatures and heavy snow have completely disrupted the order of the entire country. The appearance of people with special abilities made this Doomsday even more chaotic. Human nature is complex. If this Doomsday is just a zombie outbreak or an invasion of alien beasts, then China may not be without the ability to fight. It's a pity that this extreme cold Doomsday brought not external troubles, but internal strife. Then Lin Xia collected all the drones and their corresponding remote-controlled devices into the space without missing a single one. With the existence of these advanced weapons, it is no exaggeration to say that as long as Lin Xia is given a coordinate, he could kill more than 90% of the people with special abilities in Haitian City at home. These military drones seem to be more useful than missiles. Lin Xia was very satisfied with them. However, after collecting the small drones, it's time to collect the big guys. We still had to use the same operation as when we collected the armed helicopters on the deck. The wingspan of these drones has exceeded 10 meters. There is no way that one person can easily fit it into the space. This type of military drone can even fly intercontinentally. Even if Lin Xia wanted to release it in the community, it would not be an easy task. However, under normal circumstances, drones of this level are not needed. Using these powerful weapons to deal with ordinary people with special abilities can really be said to be killing a chicken with a sledgehammer. The small drones with a wingspan of 3 to 5 meters next to it are enough for Jiang Ruoxue and others to use at home. With Selena's help, all the drones in the cabin were stored inside his space. These drones gave Lin Xia a surprise, far exceeding his expectations for this operation. After collecting these drones, the rest of the work will be much simpler. Lin Xia and his group followed Chu Yueshi's instructions and continued to move towards the bottom of the cabin, searching the place cleanly layer by layer. Some emergency food, various fuels, and everything else that might be needed in the future. All of them were sucked into his space by Lin Xia. Among the collected fuels, there is also the high-density energy material needed in Lin Xia's safe house. This is also a pleasant surprise. With these energy sources, Lin Xia's safe house will continue to operate for a few more decades. As expected, the fuel used for such a 10,000-ton giant ship has a large storage capacity. Lin Xia and others collected it to the end. Even the radar equipment on the battleship was removed and placed into the space. Since I'm here now, I'll just do it. Although these things are not needed now, what if they can be used in the future? It is better to be prepared. These things will never be wasted in Chu Yueshi's hands. She could use the knowledge she had to recreate the equipment they needed. This 10,000-ton destroyer has been completely hollowed out under Chu Yueshi's guidance and Lin Xia's spatial ability. All the things on it that are still useful have entered Lin Xia's space. Now, it is just an empty shell with nothing but appearance. When Lin Xia walked back to the control room, Chu Yueshi brought him another good news. Lin Xia, I found some useful information from the destroyer's log. Their maintenance plan this time may be related to that super ammunition depot. With this information as evidence, I can locate its exact location more quickly. This news made Lin Xia excited as well. Just this destroyer has enabled him to achieve such a huge gain. How exaggerated it is to have such a super ammunition depot that is enough to launch a war of annihilation. Lin Xia asked Chu Yueshi impatiently. Given this information, how long will it take you to locate it? Chu Yueshi sighed and replied. That's not a very easy question to answer. Because the encryption method it uses is very special, even I don't have a good solution. But with this information, I believe there will be results soon. It used to be like looking for a needle in a lake, but now it's like looking for a needle in a pond. If we're lucky, we might get results tomorrow. If you're unlucky, you might have to wait another month or two. Lin Xia thought about it, and found this result completely acceptable. A month has passed since the end of the world began. At worst, I just have to wait another month or two. The equipment collected from this destroyer today is enough for them to use for a long time. However, when collecting these equipment, some problems were also exposed during this operation. That is the safe house where Lin Xia and the others are living now. It is a bit too small. For example, equipment such as armed helicopters, large drones, and radars. In such a small community, it is difficult to fully display your abilities. Even Lin Xia had not thought before the end of the world that he would be able to develop so well now. Therefore, the considerations he had when building the safe house have become less applicable now. Chapter 161 Uninvited Guests. If you want to continue to develop, moving is inevitable. I just don't know where to move to develop in the future. It was the Doomsday bunker built by the local tycoon under the Shanshui Manor. Or should we just do it in one step and move directly to the nuclear fusion power station? Both options have their advantages and disadvantages. Let's wait until we get home and then study it carefully with Jiang Ruoxue and the others. But in the short term, it should not be necessary to move. Their current strength is already exaggerated. In this case, it is best to choose a lifestyle that makes you more comfortable. They are now accustomed to living in this safe house. If I have to move away from here, I will be reluctant to leave. As for the future, let's take it one step at a time. When everyone packed up and left the bridge, ready to go home, suddenly, there were dozens of people on the deck. Some of them held sticks and machetes, and some held guns. Especially the person in the lead, he was clearly wearing a very thick set of clothes. But he was wrapped in a summer navy uniform on the outside, so he looked very funny. This man is called Xingqian, and the equipment they have, as well as the clothes he is wearing now. They were the ones who poisoned the food after the end of the world. Then they killed the officers on the warship and looted them from their bodies. Otherwise, no matter how bad the environment is, there is no one on this ship. Xingqian was at home when he heard bursts of gunfire coming from the direction of the destroyer. He hesitated for a long time before calling his brothers to come and investigate the situation. If it is really someone from the military, he could use this outfit to make up a false story to deceive them. While they are letting their guard down, my brothers and I will seize the opportunity to kill all of them. Then resupply another wave of weapons and ammunition from them. If someone just happened to appear here and accidentally opened this destroyer, then they just killed this group of people under the banner of official authority. Xingqian used the clothes and weapons and equipment he was wearing to successfully dominate this area. So he is still very confident in his strategy. After they came here, although no one knows why, the snow nearby disappeared and a road appeared. But when they arrived on the deck, they saw Jiang Ruoxue and several other women who were unarmed. Their eyes instantly became hot. Be good. They had never seen such a beautiful woman. Even if they dominated this area, they would not be able to find anyone who could be compared with these top beauties in front of them. I don't know whether they are lucky or unlucky. because the probability of natural production of mutants is relatively low. So they did not encounter any people with special abilities in this area. They didn't realize that the group of people in front of them were not people that ordinary people like them could mess with. Even though they had guns in their hands, they still had the advantage in numbers. But even if they are people who have just awakened their superpowers, it won't take much effort to kill them. But Lin Xia and others in front of him could kill a person with special abilities as easily as crushing an ant. These people have hit a wall today. Chen Qian looked around and saw so many brothers with weapons around him. Among the group of people in front, there was only one man. The rest are a group of delicate beauties. He suddenly became bolder, and his tone became more presumptuous. Hello? 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 Who are you? Who asked you to come here? I now suspect that you are spies from other countries. If you know what's good for you, just come with us. Let us search you thoroughly to see if you have taken any stolen confidential documents with you. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble later. His nonchalant appearance formed a sharp contrast with the outermost layer of clothes he wore. The people holding weapons near him also had lewd expressions on their faces and kept laughing. Obviously, their minds have been completely distorted by this doomsday. Su Qian after meeting these people. A defensive bubble rose up immediately, covering everyone inside. After all, there are sisters among them who have not yet awakened their special powers. And these people had guns in their hands. It would be bad if something unexpected happened. Lin Xia looked the group of people up and down, especially taking a closer look at the equipment in their hands. The guns these men carry are obviously the Navy's standard weapons. There is no way these weapons will flow into the market. And a group of ruffians like them actually have such equipment. Then the answer is very obvious. Especially the man in the lead, who was wearing a summer uniform, was simply hilarious. Lin Xia then asked him, "Which company are you from? Who is your leader? We are here to carry out a special mission. It is not your turn as a bandit to interfere." After hearing this, Qing Qian suddenly became panicked. This person is too confident. No wonder they have never been able to board this destroyer. Such a passage unexpectedly appeared today. And not long ago, there was another sound of gunfire here. This group of people must be official personnel, so they can do these things. If that were the case, then these people would have to die here. Otherwise, considering the crimes they are charged with, simply shooting them would be far from enough. Qing Qian then took another look at the people in front of him, especially those top beauties. He licked his lips. At least this man must be killed. However, the rest of the women can be placed under house arrest for their future enjoyment. Even in his mind, the winner's settlement scene had already appeared. At this moment, the look he gave Lin Xia became even more fierce. "Brothers, let's kill this man with guns. These beauties next to him will be there when they see you. Let's divide them together." After saying this, Qing Qian and his group raised their guns and pointed them at Lin Xia. However, Lin Xia did not give them the chance to shoot. Even if they fired, they would not be able to break Su Qian's supernatural shield. But it was getting dark now. Lin Xia was still thinking about going home early. "I'm no longer in the mood to continue playing with them." Lin Xia's space door then opened silently in front of this group of people. However, they did not react at this time. This door from a higher dimension of space cannot be seen at all. Chapter 162 On the Way Home. A naval gun fired directly from Lin Xia's space towards the group of people. Boom! A loud noise was heard. The shell landed right in the center of the group, exploding violently at their feet. It was like a bowling ball. The huge impact force generated by the explosion directly lifted this group of people into the air and scattered them in all directions. By the time they landed on the ground, they were scattered all over the place. Even the snow that Lin Xia had cleared around was now collapsed by the shock wave generated by the naval guns. The power is really too strong. Sure enough, all weapons used for anti-material attacks are surprisingly effective when used against humans. Fortunately, the supernatural shield created by Su Qian is very powerful. Even the huge noise produced by the explosion of the naval gun can be absorbed. Otherwise, they would have watched a shell explode at such a close distance. Even the sound produced was enough to make their ears hurt. I don't know what the principles behind these supernatural powers are, but they can produce such magical effects. There are indeed many unknown aspects of these superpowers that need to be developed. However, after testing this naval gun, Lin Xia came to a conclusion. In the future, when you are alone outside, try to use these weapons as little as possible. Otherwise it may not be friendly to the ears. To deal with this kind of person, you only need to use the most common bullets. Mainly it's quiet enough. They hadn't even been damaged yet, but they had already turned into a pile of minced meat. It didn't cause any trouble to Lin Xia and the others at all. Just because of Qing Qian's momentary thought, such consequences occurred. He was suddenly brought down to dust from being a local tyrant. After killing this group of people, Lin Xia glanced at the surrounding environment. These very obvious passages suddenly appeared on the snow hills that were originally covered with thick snow. If you look at it at first glance, it does feel a bit strange. What if someone passes by here in the future, and he has mastered some strange supernatural powers? Based on the situation here, it would be bad to analyze some of his information. Although Lin Xia is not afraid of other forces, there is no need to expose her information for no reason. Anyway, it's not complicated to restore the appearance of this place to its original state, it's a piece of cake. Then Lin Xia put back the ice crystals and snowflakes that had been sucked into the space. Soon, the place returned to its original state. And these dozens of bodies were also buried in the snow. When Lin Xia and his group returned to the hovercraft, the sky had become a little dark. Although I spent a lot of time here today, I also gained a lot. His space was already filled with various weapons and ammunition. Lin Xia then looked back at the huge snow hill. Although its current appearance is still a bit strange. But under the influence of the cold wind, it won't be long before this place returns to its original state. This is the great power of nature. After Lin Xia set the goals for autonomous driving, everyone just needed to wait patiently for the hovercraft to take them home. The wind and snow were still howling outside, but it could not affect the good mood of the people in the cabin. The return journey was too long and boring. Jiang Ruoxue then suggested that it was getting late. Why don't we have dinner in the hovercraft like we did this morning? This proposal was unanimously agreed by all the women. Even the inexperienced Chu Yueshi and Chu Xinglan became addicted to the food after the stimulating breakfast in the morning. Since everyone agreed, Lin Xia had no reason to object. Selfless dedication can also bring people happiness. To make it convenient for everyone to have dinner later, Lin Xia even lowered the seat backs to create a large flat surface in the cabin. This way, it won't be inconvenient for people to walk around on it. After Lin Xia turned the temperature in the cabin to the highest, everyone began to enjoy this unique dinner. The food was rich and delicious, and everyone enjoyed it very much. It's a pity that the space inside the cabin is still too small. There are some big meals that cannot be eaten here. This can be considered a small regret. However, in order to cheer Lin Xia up, Jiang Ruoxue even called Xia Minglan. I asked them on the phone about their plans for the day. Xia Minglan answered the questions carefully and in detail on the phone, with a serious attitude like a caring secretary reporting to her boss. They took advantage of the fact that the temperature was slightly higher and the light was brighter at noon today. We organized some sisters with better physical fitness. I returned to the subway station with my equipment and searched for a lot of food. This food is enough for them to continue living for more than 10 days. Xia Minglan's joy could be heard even through the phone. Jiang Ruoxue replied, Yeah. Xia Minglan didn't feel anything was wrong at this time and kept reporting the situation seriously. After all, everything they have now is thanks to the help of Jiang Ruoxue and others. They also want to grow up as quickly as possible and not be held back by others. Xia Minglan even suggested giving some of the best supplies to Jiang Ruoxue and the others, to repay them for the security and sufficient supplies they provide. Xia Minglan knew that without the help of Jiang Ruoxue and others, it would be impossible for all of them to survive until now without any injuries. However, Jiang Ruoxue simply shook her head and refused. Just kidding, they have Lin Xia supporting them. How could there be a shortage of these supplies? This long call finally ended. This originally very boring journey obviously became interesting thanks to Jiang Ruoxue and the others' efforts to make it more interesting. Lin Xia was still lamenting yesterday that she would come home so late. When everyone returned to the safe house today, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Since everyone had already eaten their fill along the way, there was no need to have an extra dinner. The girls then returned to the room with lustful eyes. Although it is fun to be on the hovercraft, it is not as comfortable as being in the room. Chapter 163 Good Wife. Then, Lin Xia walked into the room with a smile on her face. His body benefited from the enhancement brought by his superpowers, so his energy was also very abundant. And the recovery speed is also very fast. He only needs to sleep for 1 or 2 hours a day to fully recover his tired spirit. Sister, let's go back to the room and rest for a while. Let's go back to the room with my sister and have a good rest. However, the way they walked seemed a little unnatural. They felt a little chilly and were not used to it yet. When they were on the boat, Jiang Ruoxue noticed that their hair was a little long. So they asked Lin Xia to help cut their hair, and then everyone looked the same. After a night, Lin Xia crawled out from the pile of cosmetics. The feeling he had all over his body could be summed up in one word. Cool! That's life. After Lin Xia got up, she continued to sleep without disturbing others. They were really tired last night, so let them have a good rest. After coming to the living room, Lin Xia looked at the time and it was almost 12 noon. The two sisters, Chu Yueshi and Chu Xinglan, sat on the sofa arm in arm. Their faces were a little red, and they seemed to be whispering something. After seeing Lin Xia walk out of the room, he immediately stopped talking. Then the two of them looked at Lin Xia with somewhat unnatural expressions. There's no way, after all, Lin Xia just changed their hairstyle yesterday. They are still not used to it, and always feel that something is wrong. Although Chu Xinglan was a little shy, he still spoke to Lin Xia in a soft voice. You're awake. Do you need me to give you a massage to relax your muscles? The two sisters are actually very traditional women. In their hearts, they had long regarded Lin Xia as their man. Ever since Lin Xia opened their hearts have been filled with Lin Xia. Otherwise, I wouldn't have agreed to his ridiculous idea yesterday. Change their hairstyles. Now both of them are thinking about making Lin Xia feel more comfortable all the time. Jiang Ruoxue and the others actually had the same idea. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become good sisters so easily. Lin Xia thought about it and nodded. Chu Xinglan's technique is truly amazing, he is indeed a professional. Anyway, Jiang Ruoxue and the others probably need to sleep for a while, so I'll just wait for them here. Then Chu Xinglan obediently gave up his seat. She squatted beside him and gave Lin Xia a massage with her slender fingers. Help him relax the muscles and meridians throughout his body. Lin Xia smelled the charming fragrance, and looked up to see half of the ceiling. Chu Yueshi looked at Lin Xia with love. Then she pulled her long, smooth hair that was hanging on Lin Xia's face to the other side. Then he gently lifted his head and changed it to a more comfortable position. Let him rest his head on your legs to make it more comfortable. Lin Xia couldn't help but sigh. This is life. Chu Yueshi turned on the computer on the coffee table and told Lin Xia about some plans she had made in advance. I have reprogrammed the drone. Now we can remotely control those drones from home. It's just that we don't have a place to fly these drones at home right now. So I redesigned the Safehouse structure and planned to build an airport in the attic specifically for drone takeoffs and landings. What do you think of this plan? Lin Xia closed her eyes at this time, feeling extremely relaxed, and said with a relaxed look on her face. Okay, I'll do as you say. Having such an external brain is a relief. There are many issues that he doesn't need to worry about at all, he just needs to nod or shake his head. The women served him so well that he enjoyed it even more than the emperor. Chu Yueshi looked doting as she glanced at the man lying in her arms. So she continued to speak to him gently in a tone that even she herself felt was unfamiliar. As if I couldn't bear to disturb his enjoyment. If you want to build a drone airport, in addition to the corresponding materials and tools, we still need it. Let's all help build it. No problem. After we finish lunch, we can go to the attic and build it according to your drawings. And Chu Yueshi's gentle voice flowed slowly through Lin Xia's mind like a clear spring. Many of the plans and suggestions she proposed were things that Lin Xia had not considered before. But if you think about it carefully, you will realize it. The suggestions put forward by Chu Yueshi are all very correct and far-sighted. Just like that, under the careful care of these two sisters, Lin Xia has made plans for the next period of time. It is so relaxing to have such a group of good wives around. Chapter 164 Loft Renovation Plan. However, Lin Xia did not make no contribution in this family. Every night, he would expend a lot of physical strength and energy to massage these goddesses, to protect their physical and mental health. Lin Xia enjoyed the perfect service provided by the two twin sisters with peace of mind. 6 stunning goddesses, as beautiful as fairies from the Moon Palace, walked out of his room one after another. They were all wearing the same style of chiffon suspender nightgown, revealing their long, slender legs as crystal clear as jade. The only difference is that the nightgowns they are wearing are of different colors. The coolness of pure white, the purity of lake blue, the nobility of bright yellow, the liveliness of light green, the charm of deep purple, and the cuteness of light pink. They just changed the color of their clothes, but they showed a completely different charm. It turns out that only ordinary women would pursue all kinds of fancy decorations and dressing. A truly beautiful woman doesn't need these things at all. Even without makeup, she is breathtakingly beautiful. No matter what kind of clothes they wear, they only serve to complement their beauty. However, all the beauties in the living room looked at the same man with tender eyes. Because their bodies and minds have long been filled with Lin Xia. There is no room for other men anymore. Lin Xia saw so many stunning goddesses, all looking at her affectionately. At this moment, my vanity and happiness are overflowing. So he coughed lightly and spoke to everyone. Now that things have come to this, let's eat first. Then he took out a variety of delicacies from the space and filled the huge dining table. Everyone sat together and enjoyed the delicious food. 1 month after the extreme cold apocalypse began. Only Lin Xia can unscrupulously bring out so many fresh and delicious foods. Others are just struggling to survive in the end times. They will eat anything as long as they can survive. Even their own kind will not be spared. They have long lost their dignity as human beings. However, the delicacies on Lin Xia's table are something that other people can only dream of in their lifetime. But for Lin Xia, this is just an ordinary life. The prepared dishes in his space are enough for them to eat for decades. What's more, there are countless fresh ingredients, enough for Su Mayan to improve everyone's meals when she is not busy. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, everyone present followed Lin Xia's instructions and went to the attic together. Started the afternoon renovation plan. Fortunately, Lin Xia had once raided a large Walmart supermarket, where various materials and tools were found. Basically, all the things required by Chu Yueshi on the drawings can be found in this space. Even if there are a few things missing, you can find corresponding substitutes. Ensure the smooth implementation of the entire renovation plan. According to the drawings provided by Chu Shi, everyone performed their duties with clear division of labor. The runway and corresponding equipment were installed quickly. The vast majority of people present were people with special abilities. Their physical fitness far exceeds that of ordinary people. These heavy and complex materials are like building blocks in their hands. Can be moved and built at will. After these interior renovations were completed, the most difficult part of the construction began. Smash the wall. Lin Xia and Selena came to one of the walls with 2 large wall-breaking devices in their hands. This wall has been specially studied by Chu Yueshi. It is not a load-bearing wall, and has lower strength. Even if this wall is completely removed, it will not affect the overall strength of the safe house. But even so, even among the crowd, Lin Xia and Selena are the strongest. It took a lot of effort to completely break down the wall. All the smashed walls were stuffed into Lin Xia's space. High-grade concrete combined with thick and dense steel bars. The 2 men broke many tools in the process of breaking down the wall. Even Xie Minglan and others in the villa next door were attracted by the noise of the wall being smashed. I called Jiang Ruoxue and asked if they needed help. Then Jiang Ruoxue politely declined. Even for people like them with special abilities, it is a difficult task to operate. If we really let this group of women come over, they will probably only cause more trouble. If the sisters really can't bear it physically, they might consider asking them to come and help Lin Xia relieve her heat. Fortunately, everything went well. Thanks to everyone's efforts, the wall was finally smashed into the desired shape. It soon became the same temperature as outside. After everyone went downstairs to change into thick winter clothes, they returned here again. Lin Xia then took out a door from the space that could be extended and opened up and down. The size of this door is just right for the wall that was smashed open. After everyone installed it on the smashed wall, Chu Yueshi connected the switch device of the folding door to the central system of the safe house. This way you can easily control it, whether to open or close it. After installing this door, the attic can be sealed again. It won't get cold here. This in turn affects the heating system of the entire villa. If the drone needs to take off or land, it only needs to open this door for a short while. Although this renovation has reduced the overall defense capabilities of this safe house, but it can greatly increase its external offensive capabilities. Overall, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Anyway, for a powerful psychic like Lin Xia, he himself is the best defensive weapon. The defense level of this safe house was only based on the fact that he was an ordinary person at the beginning. Now he is no longer an ordinary person. The defense provided by this villa is not really needed now. It would be better to convert the attic into a drone landing platform like this. The biggest function of this villa now is to provide them with a warm and safe living environment. Here they feel like they are at home. This is the most important thing. Chapter 165 Images from the drone. Everyone looked at the attic which had now been renovated. Everyone feels a great sense of accomplishment. Jiang Ruoxue walked up to Lin Xia with an excited look on her face. Since this place has been renovated now, why don't we launch a drone from here and give it a try? The other women also looked at Lin Xia with burning eyes, waiting for his decision. They are also very curious about the performance of this drone. Can it replace them and accompany Lin Xia when she is too tired and needs to recover? Looking at the expectant eyes of the girls, Lin Xia nodded. To be honest, even he was curious about the specific performance of these drones. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to Chu Yueshi's suggestion so quickly in the morning. He glanced at the time, and it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The renovation of the attic took nearly 3 hours. It's already this late. Even if I go out now, it might be too late to collect any supplies. It would be better for us to get together and have a good time at home playing a real-life flight simulation game. Lin Xia then took out a reconnaissance and strike drone from the space. He said to the girls with a smile. Since we're going to do an experiment, we might as well do a full set. Let's go back to the living room and ignore this place. The whole process is controlled by a set program to control its flight once. As for the destination, how about Shanshui Manor? Lin Xia's decision was unanimously agreed upon by all the girls. Then, surrounded by the girls, they came to the living room and started their flight. Lin Xia took out the corresponding flight joystick and display from the space. Placed it on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Chu Yueshi made some simple adjustments and was ready to take off normally. Among them, only Chu Yueshi is familiar with this set of equipment. So Chu Yueshi was asked to sit in the middle of the sofa, and everyone sat around her. He looked at the images transmitted by the drone with anticipation. Everyone listened to her explain the precautions while watching her perform a flight demonstration. Then, Chu Yueshi pressed the switch. The aircraft has begun to warm up, and the turbofan engine has burst out with powerful thrust. Then the elevator door at the end of the runway was fully opened. There were no more obstacles ahead to block the drone. With a swish sound, the drone shot straight into the sky like an arrow. It flew faster and faster, and higher and higher. Dive into the clouds. Then the bright sunshine, transmitted from the plane, appeared on the display screen. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! They haven't seen the sun for a long time." Seeing the sunshine at this moment, I was actually a little moved. Perhaps in the near future, the sun will shine on this cold land again. The drone is flying freely above the clouds like a bird. Then Chu Yueshi began to explain to everyone some operating techniques of the drone. Sure enough, after her reprogramming, controlling the flight of this drone is really easier than playing games. The more advanced the weapons and equipment, the easier they are to use. Most of the drone's flight was above the sea of clouds. This is a stealth and silent drone. Plus, it's high enough above the ground that the sound of the engine can't reach underground at all. Without professional detection equipment, it would be impossible to detect the drone flying over their heads. Before Chu Yueshi finished introducing the functions of this drone, it had already flown right above Shanshui Manor. Lin Xia glanced at the time. The drone reached the destination in less than 20 minutes, a distance of nearly 100 kilometers. This is Chu Yueshi still on the road, performing many flying stunts for everyone. It wasted a lot of time to explain in detail how to better control this drone. If you focus on flying directly to Shanshui Manor, the time can be shortened a lot. The signal comes through the optoelectronic pod of this drone. Everyone could clearly see that most of the snow in Shanshui Manor had been cleared away. Many of the buildings in the manor have been restored to their original appearance. There are many roads around, and people are constantly walking back and forth. Some people were carrying supplies, while others were clearing snow. This place feels like an anthill. These people are like ants who work hard without complaint. This mountain and water manor has begun to take on the appearance of a gathering place. If he were given enough time to develop, perhaps this place could really become a town built after the extreme cold apocalypse. They have many people with special abilities and a safe and warm underground fortress. There are many ordinary people around who are at their disposal. The future potential here is really huge. At least for now, it seems to be more complete and sound than the Pantheon. It's a pity that they messed with the wrong people. All this is just a possibility after all. Jiang Ruoxue then seemed to have discovered something and pointed at the screen. Look here. Yueshi, can you enlarge this piece? Chu Yueshi nodded, then controlled the drone to enlarge the image transmitted from the monitor. Even at an altitude of 5,000 meters, this drone can still capture the situation on the ground very clearly. Everyone's eyes were focused on the screen on the monitor. A young man dressed very warmly was riding on a snowmobile and heading towards Shanshui Manor. And behind this snowmobile, there was a long line of people. Their thighs were strung together with a very long rope. As the snowmobile moved forward, these people kept rolling in the snow. At this moment, the man on the snowmobile was twisting the accelerator handle frantically. This car goes faster. The snowflakes raised by the snowmobile fell right on the people behind. Then these people were dragged madly by the huge force transmitted from the rope. After seeing this scene, the girls couldn't help but cover their mouths. The peaceful and orderly scene at Shanshui Manor was suddenly broken. There is a deep darkness hidden in this, Jiang Ruoxue said angrily. This person is so inhumane. If there wasn't snow beneath these people, they would have been dragged to death. The women also had expressions of indignation. Even though there was snow beneath these people, the extremely low temperature outside and the ice crystals constantly pouring into their clothes made it difficult for them to move. The fate of these people will probably not be any better. If they don't get a good rest later, more than half of them will probably not survive. This person didn't want him to live at all. Then the optoelectronic pod of the drone accurately captured the man's face the moment he turned his head. Based on this photo, Chu Yueshi's computer automatically retrieved all the information about this person from the database and put his relevant information next to the picture of this person. Everyone looked over carefully. I immediately understood why this person was so careless about human life. Chapter 166: The Power of Drones. It turns out that the young man's name is Gao Wei. He is the grandson of the chairman of the Gao Group and is also the current leader of the Shanshui Manor. Before the end of the world, Gao Wei had a criminal record of killing someone while speeding. However, these records were erased by his grandfather. Even so, it still couldn't hinder Chu Yueshi's box weapon. All his lawless deeds were found out. It makes people feel warm in their stomachs. No wonder this person is still so arrogant in the end times. It turns out that there is a powerful force behind him supporting him, Jiang Ruoxue said angrily. This kind of person is really despicable. Before the apocalypse, he relied on his good fortune to act so arrogantly. Now, he has become even more unscrupulous. Is this even fair? Why do all the good things happen to these bad guys? This sentence also resonated with the other women. They now also feel very disgusted with Gao Wei, because they have more or less experienced such stories in the Doomsday. If it weren't for Lin Xia, they might have been reincarnated. So look at Gao Wei riding a snowmobile, doing evil and trampling on other people's lives. It is very difficult for them to accept. Chu Yueshi also couldn't stand the person on the screen, so she made a suggestion to everyone. This drone carries 4 precision-guided missiles. Should we teach this guy a lesson? Her proposal was unanimously agreed by everyone. Since he thinks he is superior to others, he does not treat others as human beings. Then he himself is not worthy of being a human being anymore. Chu Yueshi then controlled the drone and locked onto the man with radar. Then pressed the missile launch button. A missile mounted under the wing immediately ejected forward, pointing directly at Gao Wei, who was riding on a snowmobile. Whoosh! The missile fell from the sky like a sword of Damocles, right in the middle of this speeding snowmobile. Moment. The eldest grandson of the Gao group was blown to pieces along with the snowmobile he was driving. Because of the rope behind the snowmobile, it can be dragged quite far. So those who were tied up were safe and sound. Due to inertia, they rolled forward many times before stopping on the snow. Due to Gao Wei's current distance, this mountain and water manor was very close. The huge explosion caused by the missile explosion soon caused a commotion inside. Ordinary people were panicking and looking for various shelters and hiding everywhere. I was afraid that I would be dragged into the battle if I wasn't careful. Soon, many people armed with guns walked out from various places in this mountain and water manor. They cautiously headed towards the explosion site, ready to investigate what had happened. However, their faces had long been captured by the drones hidden among the clouds. The photos of these people were all automatically uploaded to the recognition system that Chu Yueshi had prepared in advance. By connecting to the database, the information of these people can be accurately identified. These people with guns were indeed employees of the Gao group before the apocalypse. Before the end of the world, most of them had annual salaries of tens or even hundreds of millions. Now, they can only become security guards stationed at various locations. However, they can have such a job probably because of their previous relationship. As for the ordinary people here, they can only become beasts of burden and work for Shanshui Manor until they die. More and more people gathered around the wreckage of the snowmobile. Chu Yueshi launched another 3 missiles one after another. Anyway, these people will be enemies in the future, so now is a good opportunity to eliminate some of them. Then the 3 missiles exploded right in the center of the group. Each missile took the lives of at least a dozen people. Suddenly, these people with guns fled in all directions. I didn't dare stay here, for fear that I would be hit by a bomb. At this point, they didn't even know the direction of the attack, the weapons used, or the forces attacking them. Can only passively take the beating on the ground. Even if some of them looked up at the sky. But still can't find the drone hidden in the clouds. This is a pure technological crushing and dimensionality reduction attack. Unfortunately, all the missiles mounted on this drone have been used up. At this time, it can only hover above the clouds and observe the situation on the ground. If it was another type of aircraft that took off this time, the damage it could have caused would have been even greater. After a while, a man who looked like a superpower walked out of the bunker. Because he easily pulled away the long line of people lying on the snow with just one hand. Ordinary people definitely don't have such great power. At his urging, more people began to gather around the wreckage of the snowmobile and check the situation. At this time, he had already dragged these people away and took the opportunity to leave. Even if he is a psychic, if he were to take such an attack head-on, I'm afraid it will be either death or disability. Who knows whether the enemy who attacked here has left or not? It would be better for him to find a random excuse and take the opportunity to leave here. The drone hovered high in the sky, trying to collect some valuable information. If we send out a few more planes this time, maybe we can kill this mutant here. Even if he has crisis perception and can dodge missiles. But the drone has too much ammunition. Lin Xia has as much ammunition as she needs in her space. Using them to exchange for a mutant is definitely a profitable deal. Finally, Chu Yueshi controlled the drone and flew back. As for those who were kidnapped, their subsequent fate is unknown. But it certainly won't be very good. The drone was flying above the clouds at this time. The 4 missiles just now have already eliminated many armed personnel in Shanshui Manor, including Gao Wei. I believe these must make Chairman Gao feel painful. The results it achieved in this operation were very brilliant. The other party didn't even know who hit him. This was just a drone being deployed. If a few more drones are deployed, a combat cluster will be formed. Then the power they generate will be even more terrifying. It's just a pity for those ordinary people. Without power, they will only become the lowest tools of other forces. They are not even considered human beings. Those high-level people do not regard them as their own kind. They are completely from 2 different worlds. Tragedy like this. It can happen at any moment in any corner of the world. Lin Xia and the others are not saints. It is impossible for them to save everyone. They can do it. It's just about extending a helping hand appropriately without affecting yourself. After a few days, Chu Yueshi completely broke through the bunker's defense system. Lin Xia will go there personally and eliminate this force. I hope these are common and I can find other ways out in the future. Chapter 167 White Knight Military Base. At the same time, a major earthquake broke out in the bunker under Shanshui Manor. Chairman Gao Ming's most beloved grandson was brutally murdered at the gate of his own base. This unscrupulous behavior does not take his power into consideration at all. It's simply arrogant. Dozens of people gathered in this conference room at this time. These people are all high-level officials within this base. The low pressure released by Gao Ming made it hard for them to breathe. This is the momentum that can only be cultivated by people who have been in high positions for a long time. Even those people with special abilities standing in the front. I don't dare to offend the chairman at this time. Because he is not only the helmsman of Gao Group, but also a powerful psychic. He was a superior person before the apocalypse, and after the apocalypse he awakened his supernatural powers. It's become out of control. He went from being an old man to being in the physical condition of a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. That was when he was at the peak of his career. Such a smooth experience made him feel that he was the chosen one. It is in the end of the world that we should create great achievements. Relying on the Doomsday bunker he had built, he developed a very powerful force in a very short period of time. In addition to recruiting people with special abilities, he even abducted some company executives who had been useful to him and brought them here. Help him with daily management work. Now these people are at the outermost position of this conference room. They were all trembling with fear. Don't be fooled by their arrogant and domineering behavior in front of ordinary people. But in front of these people with special abilities, they are nothing. Even if a person with superpowers slaps them in public, they will still turn the other cheek with a smile. Let them have fun. There is no way. In this mountain and water manor, only those with special abilities belong to the absolute leadership. And they are just a group of obedient dogs. If they don't want their current position anymore. There were countless ordinary people below, staring at them with hunger and thirst. Even if you are a dog, you can't become one just because you want to. And today, young Master Gao Wei was killed at the gate. Of course, this would cause Chairman Gao to become furious. This tragedy happened. In a sense, it falls squarely within their jurisdiction. They have an unshirkable responsibility. Their life and death depend on Chairman Gao Ming's decision. Gao Ming sat at the table in the front, looking at the people standing in the back, their bodies shaking constantly. He took a deep breath and did not pursue the matter any further. Anyway, people have been sent out to look for evidence. Now just wait for the answer. So he asked the person standing in front of him. There has been no news from Wan Leping for over a day. How could such a simple task as collecting fuel take so long? What on earth happened to him? This person is the one who was sent today to look for Wan Leping's whereabouts. He had just returned to the base and had not had time to report what had happened there. Then I heard the news that Chairman Gao Ming's grandson was murdered. How could he dare to tell anyone the information he had found out at this time? But now that he was asked, He had no choice but to bite the bullet and tell everyone everything he had learned today. Chairman, today when I was investigating Mr. Wang's whereabouts, only his body and the bodies of his men were found at the refinery. They were all shot and killed at about the same time, and the bullets were placed very precisely. Killed with one strike. And all the dogs that Mr. Wang raised have disappeared. The man lowered his head and did not dare to look up at the chairman's expression. Bang! Gao Ming pounded his fist directly on the table. A big fist mark suddenly appeared on the table. Damn it! Who is targeting us? Although Wang Leping's special abilities are not that strong, his dog training skills are very important in this base. In such an extremely cold environment, it is really difficult to find suitable transportation. As long as Wang Leping is there, their logistics and transportation will not be a problem. With his enhanced supernatural powers, 3 or 5 dogs can have the horsepower of a snowmobile. The only price is that they need to be provided with a large amount of meat. Anyway, there are as many slaves as needed in the base, so there will be no shortage of meat. It can be considered as the recycling of waste by these lowly people. As for valuable means of transportation like snowmobiles, there are only a few of them in the entire base. These are all listed as important strategic materials. If Gao Wei was not his biological grandson, it would be impossible for him to ride a snowmobile around. Just then, the door of the conference room was opened. A man walked in from outside, trembling. In his hand he held a piece of missile debris. He placed it in front of Gao Ming and said, Chairman, these are the weapon fragments we found at the scene. This thing is definitely not in our base's possession. There must be other forces that want to attack our base. Gao Ming picked up the cylindrical fragment and looked at it carefully for a moment. It was no bigger than a wrist and emitted a strong smell of gunpowder. It is not difficult to see the traces of precise processing on the fragments. This is definitely not a weapon that can be obtained from ordinary channels. It should be derived from some type of military ammunition. Then Gao Ming thought of Wang Leping's death, and a flash of inspiration came to his mind. Suddenly, his eyebrows stood up. He punched the table, and the giant solid wood table was completely smashed into pieces. Gao Ming stood up immediately. Damn it! This must be the work of the White Knight military base. Only if they had the resources of a military region could they have carried out such a precise strike. Predict Wang Leping's movements in advance, absorb his supernatural powers, and abduct those dogs. He accurately killed my grandson with a missile at the gate of the base. It's obvious that they are trying to show off their power to me. Chapter 168 Gao Ming's Judgment. Gao Ming recalled what happened a few days ago and said, Didn't they come to us a few days ago to ask for cooperation, and then we rejected them? At this point, you actually dare to play dirty tricks on me. Do you really think I'm a pushover? In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Isn't it just a battle? Why should I be afraid of you? Gao Ming took a look at the people standing in the conference room. Especially the 6 psychics at the front. He became bolder. In such a doomsday, all we can do is compromise and give in. There is no chance of any good outcome. Only by having the courage to fight, and using war to support war can we continue to develop. He was able to build such a huge foundation in such a short period of time thanks to his ruthlessness. He and the psychics under his command have absorbed the superpowers of many psychics during the expansion process. None of them are easy to mess with. What's more, they have this Doomsday bunker as a backup. Even if they could get a nuclear bomb, they would not be able to break through his impregnable bunker. They have long been invincible. Therefore, even the Bay military base came to ask him to join. Gao Ming also did not take their power seriously. Even if they have a large number of people and sufficient firepower in their military zone, what can they do? The future will eventually belong to those with superpowers. No matter how many ordinary people there are, they are just cannon fodder. Gao Ming just doesn't believe that those people in the Baiyi military base will always hide in that turtle shell. As long as they dare to come out, he will give them a taste of their own medicine. They can use their superior numbers to defeat the smaller forces outside and defeat all the troops that dare to leave the military base. He could just use the fact that his own grandson was killed by them as an excuse. With legitimate reasons, they took people to plunder their supplies, weapons, and equipment. And it can also prevent them from continuing to expand and posing a threat here in the future. Although the supplies and defense capabilities at Shanshui Manor are very sufficient. However, in terms of transportation capacity and weapons and equipment, it is inferior to the White Knight military base. If things continue like this, they will just become the granary there. Since there will be a war sooner or later, we might as well attack as soon as possible and catch them off guard. It's a pity that his beloved grandson became a victim of this war. He will definitely not let go of this opportunity that he created with his life. Since they have already done it on the first day, don't blame him for doing it on the 15th. Gao Ming looked grave as he gave orders to everyone. Pass on my orders. All psychics are prohibited from going out during this period. Everyone should gather their strength and prepare for battle. Other ordinary people with combat capabilities also need to be prepared and act together when the time comes. As for the other lowly slaves, let them take charge of logistics and transportation. If they can't do it well, then let them become part of the supplies themselves. Did you hear that? Receive! Everyone present responded loudly. It seems that the chairman is serious this time. 2. Even his beloved grandson was killed by this group of people. If you can swallow this hatred. That would be a shame for the chairman's iron-fisted approach. And every expansion battle means more opportunities arise. They had tasted the sweetness many times, so no one raised any different opinions. Because they can also use this action to strengthen their own abilities. Obtain more weapons and equipment to make your small force stronger. This is simply killing two birds with one stone. The system they have here is similar to the feudal system. Gao Ming is in charge of the entire big force, while these people with special abilities have their own small forces. The stronger these small forces are, the greater the help they can bring to them. Then these people left the meeting room together. They went to the small forces under their jurisdiction respectively. Get ready for battle. Waiting for the next action to show off one's strength. After Lin Xia and others did some exercise in the morning, they prepared to have brunch. It was more troublesome to clean up the other girls, so I took care of Lin Xia first. Then they slowly cleaned up inside. After Lin Xia walked out of the room, she saw Chu Xinglan sitting on the sofa, operating the computer with Chu Yueshi. Both of them were wearing pleated skirts, revealing their long, round, white legs. These 4 beautiful legs are extremely eye-catching and are all longer than life. It seems like Chu Yueshi is a bit of a workaholic. Except when everyone is together, she will put down her work for a short time and relax with everyone. For the rest of the time, she basically spent her time holding the computer, busying herself around. Chu Xinglan sat next to her and placed the tablet on her long legs. Wearing headphones, he seems to be learning something new. 2 people can stay together without disturbing each other. Maintained a very tacit distance. From this we can see that the relationship between the 2 sisters is really very good. I guess they are also enjoying this atmosphere at this moment. They are worthy of being the 2 people with the highest IQ in this family. Always able to seize fragmented time and work hard to make progress. Lin Xia then walked over and sat between the 2 of them. His strong arms held the slender waists of these 2 beauties. Chu Xinglan then took off his headphones and put down the tablet. After smiling at Lin Xia, she buried her head in his arms. Enjoying this happy time. Chu Yueshi also turned around at this time and kissed Lin Xia lightly on the cheek. Then he turned his head and continued to operate the computer pages that Lin Xia could not understand. With her sister and Lin Xia by her side, this is simply the happiest time in her life. Even when facing work, she became particularly motivated. Chu Xinglan rested his head in Lin Xia's arms and spoke gently and obediently. Do you need me to give you another massage? Let you relax? Lin Xia shook her head. That's all, no need to bother. I had a good rest today. I'm not particularly tired. Besides, we'll have dinner soon, so you should take a rest. Chu Xinglan nodded. Then she raised her head and kissed Lin Xia on the other cheek as well. Her eyes were full of Lin Xia. It has completely fallen. Chapter 169 Armory. Lin Xia's hand moved involuntarily. Chu Xinglan immediately made a charming voice in his ear. Lin Xia quickly shifted her attention. If this continues, I'm afraid brunch will become dinner. There's no way around it. This is purely a physiological reaction and cannot be controlled at all. After this period of conditioning, Chu Xinglan's body is no longer as skinny and shriveled as it was at the beginning. Her body became more plump and rounder. Especially after wearing glasses, her aura of an educated and mature lady is fully revealed. The two sisters are becoming more and more alike, worthy of being twin sisters. Their figures, looks and temperament are very similar. Fortunately, the two of them usually make some obvious distinctions. Otherwise it would be really difficult to tell who is who between the two people. For example, two people will make obvious differences in their clothing. One wore black stockings and the other white stockings. Or one can have a single ponytail, and the other a double ponytail. Otherwise, the two of them looked like they had walked out of a mirror, and it was easy to mistake them for each other. Lin Xia then looked to the other side and saw Chu Yueshi, who looked exactly like Chu Xinglan in her arms. Looking at her working on the computer, Lin Xia asked curiously, "What are you doing?" "So serious," Chu Yueshi answered without turning her head. "I'm looking for system vulnerabilities in the bunker beneath Shanshui Manor. It's a pity that the post-apocalyptic internet has been completely paralyzed. Now it can only be operated remotely via satellite. It's hard to achieve this kind of efficiency quickly, so it will take a little longer," Lin Xia comforted. "It's amazing that you can achieve this," Chu Yueshi said with a firm look in her eyes. "Give me another 3 days, and I will definitely be able to completely control the internal systems of that bunker. Maybe if I move faster, I can save a few of those ordinary people inside from dying? If I had been kidnapped by those people from the Pantheon, I might not be who I am today. So, I want to help more people within my ability. Just like you saved us sisters." What Chu Yueshi had experienced before really scared her. If Lin Xia had arrived later, she would most likely have chosen to commit suicide on the spot. She would rather die than be insulted by those people. Chu Xinglan lay in Lin Xia's arms and was also very grateful to Lin Xia. It was his kindness that saved the two sisters from a tragic fate. The look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Xia became softer. Lin Xia nodded. He didn't dislike Chu Yueshi's kindness. As long as she could hack into the bunker, he could occupy it unhindered. He doesn't really care about other things. As for those ordinary people who were abducted, he also had no interest in having them sacrifice their lives to support him. As for whether they can continue to survive after leaving Shanshui Manor, it depends on their own efforts. He can help these people all his life. But no matter what, it would be much better than them continuing to stay in Shanshui Manor. Bases like those established by people with special abilities don't treat ordinary people as human beings at all. They are all used as tools and consumables. Even if they die, their surplus value will continue to be squeezed out. These people are even more cruel than the slave owners in ancient feudal society. I really don't know whether this extreme cold doomsday has distorted their minds, or if this is just their nature. Lin Xia glanced at the clock on the wall. It was just past 10 o'clock in the morning. There should be plenty of time today. I was busy building the drone airport yesterday and didn't have time to go out and collect supplies. I should be able to go out for a walk today. Anyway, there is nothing to do before the bunker system is breached. It's also good to go out for a walk and collect some resources. So he asked Chu Yueshi, "I'm going to go out and collect some supplies today. Do you have any good suggestions?" Chu Yueshi was multitasking. She answered Lin Xia's questions while operating the computer. "If you're going to go out, it's best not to be too far away. And the materials there still need to have a certain collection value for us." Chu Yueshi thought about it for a moment, and an answer appeared in her mind. "There is an armory only about 100 kilometers away from us. This target is more suitable. You can go there and take a look today. Although there aren't any large-scale weapons and equipment inside, it can still be used to fill the gaps in daily firepower." Lin Xia thought about it for a moment and nodded. Agreed with this suggestion. The armory is indeed a great place. He has collected a lot of supplies such as food. He had emptied the entire granary, so there was not much point in continuing to collect. As for energy and such, he had just raided a super-large oil refinery 2 days ago. And there is also a nuclear fusion power station waiting for him to sign for it. He is not very urgent about this need. Weapons of mass destruction. He had just emptied a 10,000-ton destroyer yesterday, and now the firepower in the space is terrifying. Even he didn't dare to use these weapons easily. Because its power is so great, it can easily blow the enemy into pieces. There is no need to use pure anti-aircraft guns to kill mosquitoes. The armory proposed by Chu Yueshi is very suitable for his current needs. Things like guns and ammunition are hard currency at all times. These are the light weapons and equipment he currently has stored in his space. They were all looted from the shooting range before the end of the world. Their reserves are not large and the types are relatively simple. Although there are no weapons of mass destruction in this arsenal. But it suits his current needs very well. There is nothing wrong with stocking up on these simple and easy-to-use light weapons. There's always a time when it's useful. When Chu Yueshi saw that Lin Xia agreed to her proposal, she spoke to him. I'll give you the location and the corresponding structural diagram later. I'll send it to you along with some passwords, authorizations, and other stuff. When the time comes, just follow the route I planned for you and go directly over to open it. It will be much more convenient this way. Chapter 170 Nangong Shue's ability. Lin Xia couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It is so convenient to have such a good wife around. If you have any problems, just ask her directly, she can always give you the most reasonable suggestions. There is no need to worry about what to do if you encounter problems in the future. She is simply the female version of Zhuge Liang. He is much happier than Liu Bei. Lin Xia couldn't help but kiss her again. Although Chu Yueshi didn't say anything else, she was still working hard. But it can be seen from her increasingly red earlobes, and the increasingly fast speed at which she types on the keyboard. She should be in a very good mood right now. After a while. After washing up, the girls finally walked out of the room. They surrounded Nangong Shui and looked very happy and excited. These top-notch goddesses walked towards Lin Xia in a flurry of voices. Together they pushed Nangong Shui to the center, letting her face Lin Xia. Then they smiled and blinked at Lin Xia, saying nothing, with an expression of watching the fun. Lin Xia was also attracted by their actions and felt a little curious. What happened to make them so happy? Nangong Shui said a little embarrassedly. Master, Lin Xia, I seem to have awakened my supernatural powers. But it seems to be of no use. Jiang Yanyan also thought of something and her face turned red. Jiang Ruoxue and others were standing by and laughed even louder when they saw this situation. Such an innocent, mature woman is really interesting. But she still helped her good sister and smoothed things over. We will continue to perform those stories with you tonight. You'd better tell me about your newly awakened superpower now. Trust me, Lin Xia will definitely like it very much. This ability is not as useless as you think. At this time, Lin Xia was also aroused by Jiang Ruoxue's words. Calculating the time, it is indeed time for Nangong Shui and Xiao Nianyan to awaken their special powers. But what kind of supernatural power allows Jiang Ruoxue to make such a confident judgment? Even Chu Yueshi, who was working intently at the side, stopped what she was doing. He looked at Nangong Shui with curiosity. After all, she should have superpowers in a while. So she also wanted to know what kind of supernatural powers Nangong Shui had obtained, so that she could have a reference. Nangong Shui saw that everyone was looking at her with burning eyes. She took a deep breath and calmed down the shameful thoughts in her mind. Then let me show you. I can't describe it very well with words. Then he used the supernatural power he had just awakened. A magical scene happened in front of Lin Xia and others. The three people who didn't know the details of her special ability were shocked and opened their mouths wide. Even Chu Yueshi couldn't help but say it repeatedly. It's over, it's over. It's all over now. How can we win now? It turned out that Nangong Shui's face at this time had become exactly the same as Xiao Nianyan's. Apart from the obvious differences in their hairstyles and figures, one is mature and charming, while the other is pure and moving. If you just look at the face, there is almost no way to make any distinction. It's like looking in a mirror. In this case, the advantages of the twin sisters Chu Xinglan and Chu Yueshi disappeared instantly. because Nangong Shui can completely use her supernatural powers to change her fate and become anyone's twin sister. Obviously, Lin Xia is also very interested in this special ability. This ability is too abnormal. Its plasticity is so strong that having Nangong Shui is better than having many women. After awakening this special ability, Lin Xia is afraid that she will always be hot-tempered towards Nangong Shui. How can this ability be weak? It's so powerful that it's terrifying. Nangong Shui then withdrew her special powers and returned to her original mature and beautiful appearance. Jiang Ruoxue continued. This ability of hers can not only be used on herself, but also on others. We just tested it in the room. Nangong Shui nodded and explained to Lin Xia. This ability can indeed be used on others, but the amount of energy required will be much greater. If I use it myself, there will be almost no waste of supernatural powers. After saying that, she pulled Xiaonian, who was standing beside her, over. Use her to demonstrate other ways to use your abilities. She covered Xiaonian's delicate and youthful face with her hands. Nangong Shui then activated her special ability and rubbed her face with her hands, just like washing her face. Immediately afterwards, Xiaonian's appearance became exactly like hers. Now they changed from being twins in the Xiaonian version to twins in the Nangong Shui version. Lin Xia asked curiously. Is this effect permanent? Nangong Shui shook her head. I don't know about that. In fact, it seems that this ability can only simply change a person's appearance. People whose appearances are altered by this power can't even perceive the changes that have taken place. Only after looking in the mirror can you see what's wrong. After I use this ability, I don't need to use any additional abilities to maintain their current state. But if the person I'm using this ability on is also a psychic, then the amount of psychic energy consumed will be very large. And even after the transformation is complete, as long as the psychic uses the psychic power in their body and rotates it around their face, they can expel the effects of this psychic power. It will all be back to normal soon and easily. Chapter 171 Innate COS Holy Body. After listening to Nangong Shui's introduction, Lin Xia became more interested. Superpowers are really a magical force. Come on, use this ability on me. Let me see what it feels like. Nangong Shui nodded obediently. So she walked in front of Lin Xia and gently covered Lin Xia's face with her slender and warm jade fingers. As she used her special powers, Lin Xia's face changed into a different appearance as Nangong Shui rubbed it. However, he did not feel any discomfort during this process. It was like she was helping me wash my face. After Nangong Shui finished using her special ability, Lin Xia couldn't wait to take out the mirror and look at her face. As expected, he had changed into a strange person, very different from his previous self. If he hadn't looked in the mirror, he wouldn't even know that his face had been replaced. Even if you touch the places that have been changed by the supernatural power with your own hands, there is no sense of incongruity at all. It's comparable to a head transplant surgery, much better than Tom Cruise's human face mask. Even if this ability cannot provide any offensive power, the effect it can produce is simply immeasurable. This is definitely a god-level supernatural power hidden in makeup. And even if this ability is not used, it can be used to perform special tasks such as disguise and hiding. Nangong Shui can also completely transform into an innate cos holy body. At night you can let her wear various clothes and cos characters from various anime and games. Then Lin Xia controlled her special ability and moved it around her face. Nangong Shui's special ability was immediately expelled. Lin Xia in the mirror returned to her original appearance. He could sense the supernatural power that Nangong Shui had just released on his face, and the natural loss was actually very low. It seems that this disguise should be able to last for a long time as no one tries to break it deliberately. A non-aggressive ability like this is really too powerful when it manifests itself in certain aspects. Su Qian's defensive ability and Nangong Shui's face-shaping ability are both good examples. And seriously speaking, his spatial ability can't actually be considered an offensive ability. His attack power is simply due to the use of some of its characteristics. But who can say that spatial abilities are weak? However, Nangong Shui sighed at this time. It's a pity that this ability doesn't seem to be able to help you at all. It doesn't have much offensive power. It just changes the appearance. Before Lin Xia could speak, Chu Yueshi said sourly. You said you couldn't help? Your special ability was a foul when you were fighting Lin Xia at night. Now, before you run out of energy, who can still compete with you? And you have only just awakened your superpowers. Maybe when your powers become stronger in the future, you'll even be able to control them and change your overall appearance. Nangong Shue's face turned even redder with embarrassment at Chu Yueshi's words. This is too. But then she thought about it carefully again. Maybe this ability of hers could really allow her to do this in the future. This ability doesn't seem as useless as I imagined. As long as I can help Lin Xia, that's enough. As for what kind of help it is, don't worry about it. Lin Xia's eyes turned even more passionately when she looked at Nangong Shui. This ability is really great. In the future, we must give priority to training Nangong Shui. The role this ability can play in future battles is simply immeasurable. Cough! Cough! This ability does have great development prospects. For us, we are not lacking in offensive power. But auxiliary abilities like this still need to be carefully cultivated. Wait until evening, and I will personally guide Nangong Shui in the cultivation of her supernatural powers. As a powerful psychic, I am very experienced in this area. Tisk! The girls all rolled their eyes at Lin Xia. They were too lazy to expose him, the excuse was too lame. However, as long as Lin Xia likes it, it's fine. Anyway, people can't imagine things that she has never seen. The beauty of these few people is already top-notch, and they are still confident in this aspect. She couldn't possibly create anyone prettier than them. After everyone finished lunch, Lin Xia prepared to go out and take a look at the armory. But today was not like the previous few days, where everyone went out together. After all, today is just an ordinary outing, there is no need to take everyone away. Chu Yueshi was busy conquering the bunker, and had been quite busy these past 2 days, with little time to go out. Chu Xinglan wanted to spend more time with his sister, as they had always had a good relationship. She is just an ordinary person now and has not yet awakened her special abilities, so she can't help much even if she goes out. Although Nangong Shui had awakened her superpowers, the superpowers in her body had been almost exhausted after the experiments in the morning. After all, her superpowers were only awakened this morning, and she hadn't become a superpower user last night. Her body is still very sore. As for Qiao Nianyan, needless to say, she could still walk out of the room standing today. I have to thank Nangong Shui for feeling sorry for her last night, and sharing a lot of her pressure. This might be the reason why Nangong Shui was able to awaken her superpowers before her. Except Chu Yueshi is busy with work. The other 3 people can experiment with the drone at home. You can also help Lin Xia and the others observe the surrounding situation from a high altitude. Lin Xia didn't care about it. The combat power they provide is dispensable to me. The reason I took them out was just because I was afraid that some of them would feel bored staying at home. That's why I usually take them out for a walk. They can go or not. But today, 4 people suddenly became available. Jiang Ruoxua's eyes turned, and she seemed to have some other ideas. Chapter 172 Xia Minglan joins. Why don't we call a few more people over from the villa next door? After all, those people are our new brothers. It's a good opportunity to take them out today and see the world. Once we train them, we'll be able to relax a bit. Jiang Ruoxua hugged Lin Xia's arm and spoke to him coquettishly. Lin Xia thought about it for a moment and agreed to Jiang Ruoxua's proposal. Since this group of people has been handed over to Ruoxua and the others for management, they can barely be considered as her own people. In this case, it would not be a bad idea to give them some welfare benefits and take them out together. It's just a matter of convenience anyway. Lin Xia then said to Jiang Ruoxua. Then call them over. But the number of people should not exceed 4. Otherwise, there won't be any extra space for them on the hovercraft. Jiang Ruoxua nodded. Then he took out his cell phone and sent a message there. After the message was sent, Lin Xia and the others didn't have to wait too long. Soon, Xia Minglan appeared at the entrance of the basement with 2 other people. Lin Xia and others can see their images on the surveillance camera. So he directly controlled the Safehouse system and opened the door for them remotely. Since Xian Minglan had been here once before, she was relatively calm. As for the other two people, they felt a little embarrassed. However, they did not behave too badly when they were with Xian Minglan. The three of them took the elevator directly to where Lin Xia and the others were. Lin Xia nodded after seeing them. 3 people is not a big deal, the hovercraft can accommodate them all. Xian Minglan is relatively sensible. And they were quite fast, so he didn't have to wait too long. He must have changed his clothes and rushed over immediately after receiving the message from Jiang Ruoxue. Therefore, Lin Xia had a pretty good first impression of them. At least she's much better than Bai Qian. Soon, the 3 of them walked out of the elevator and came in front of Lin Xia and the others. Xian Minglan is very familiar with it. As for the other 2 people around her, Lin Xia had no impression of them. Although they were all wearing thick clothes, their specific figures could not be seen. But judging from their exposed faces, these 3 people can be called beauties picked out of thousands. Of these 2 people, one of them had her hair in a bun and wore a pair of silver-rimmed glasses, looking like a capable and mature lady. She looks very much like a beautiful executive in the company, with the appearance of an elite office lady in the workplace. As for the other one, she had a ponytail and looked youthful. It feels somewhat similar to the temperament revealed by Qiao Nian. He should be a college student. When the 2 people came here, they both looked a little curious, quietly looking around the environment. But both of them behaved quite appropriately, and would not cause any offense to others. Ne Gongshui stood up at the right time and introduced the names of these 2 people to Lin Xia. The name of this career queen is Song Shuang, and the name of the other female college student is He Shiyu. After we got to know each other briefly, Lin Xia took them to the 4th floor and prepared to set off. After all, it was still quite hot in the room, and they were wearing such thick clothes. If you stay there for a long time, you will definitely feel a little uncomfortable. Anyway, we are not inviting them here as guests, so it is better to leave early and come back early. So, in the shocked eyes of Xian Minglan and the other 2, Lin Xia directly took the hovercraft out of the space. Such a large hovercraft appeared in the snow outside the window without any warning. It really surprised the 3 of them. Even though I knew that Lin Xia and the others were people with superpowers, I never thought that superpowers could do such magical things. Physics really doesn't exist anymore, even though they live next door. However, in order to maximize the thermal energy provided by the fuel, Xian Minglan and others chose to live on the 1st floor. There is snow outside to keep warm, which is the warmest layer. There are about 4 to 8 people living in each room on this floor. It's like a girls' dormitory in college. If they live together like this, it will not only save supplies but also provide them with a sense of security. Plus, they just moved in a few days ago. Therefore, they didn't have time to discover that Lin Xia had the secret of this hovercraft. Although they still had surprised expressions on their faces, they did not open their mouths to ask anything. He just followed everyone obediently and came to the hovercraft. They still have some awareness of their own identity. They were only accepted reluctantly by Jiang Ruoxue and others out of kindness. If you don't know what is important and act recklessly without putting yourself in the right place, it will only make Lin Xia dislike them, and in the end, they will be the only ones who suffer. They are not the kind of naive little fairies who think the whole world must revolve around them. Xian Minglan and her friends had fought hard to get this opportunity, so they must perform well and strive to show their value. Even if it doesn't have any effect, at least it won't make these people have a bad impression of me. Their lives now are like heaven compared to when they were in the Pantheon. Freedom, no one oppressing me, such a good living environment, enough food and warm clothes. They never want to go back to their old life. They only felt gratitude towards Lin Xia and others. Lin Xia was quite satisfied with this group of people. I don't know if it was Jiang Ruoxue who taught them that made them what they are now. Or is it that after experiencing hardships, they have realized the reality, so they cherish everything they have now. However, in his eyes, their performance can indeed be considered a plus. When the time comes, he wouldn't mind giving them a little more supplies. Used to help Jiang Ruoxue and others win over people's hearts, and cultivate this force. After Lin Xia set up the automatic navigation of the hovercraft, He sat in the driver's seat and carefully studied the information sent to him by Chu Yueshi. Jiang Ruoxue sat next to Xia Minglan, and the other girls also turned their heads, and they talked and laughed together, to help Xia Minglan and the others relieve their uneasy mood. After all, it was their first time acting together, so it was normal for them to feel a little uncomfortable. Soon, the atmosphere here became lively. But the current situation seems a bit like a social gathering among female college students in the dormitory. We are preparing to go out for fun together. Lin Xia's identity is a bit like that of the driver. Chapter 173: Fried Chicken, Hamburgers, and Milk Tea. The hovercraft was just about to leave the community and turn a corner. Xia Minglan could see from the window that a large drone suddenly flew out from the attic of Lin Xia's villa. The wingspan is at least 4 or 5 meters wide. With a whoosh, it disappeared from her sight and flew straight into the sky. She pointed out the window in surprise, her tone revealing disbelief. "Sister Jiang, is this drone yours too? That's amazing! Could it be that what you were busy doing yesterday was converting that attic into a place to fly drones?" Jiang Ruoxue nodded. "You guessed it right. Yesterday we converted that attic into a platform for drones to take off and land. The ones operating the drones now are the sisters you didn't see today." Then Jiang Ruoxue rolled her eyes at Lin Xia, who was sitting in the driver's seat. "They are feeling a little unwell, so they can only stay at home and have a good rest. I don't have anything to do at home, so I can just control this drone and accompany us on the mission." Lin Xia was sitting in the front at this time, pretending not to hear Jiang Ruoxue's complaints about him. As long as he is not embarrassed, then it is others who are embarrassed. Besides, these words, in a sense, are a kind of praise. Xia Minglan did not respond to Jiang Ruoxue's words at this time. This topic is too personal. After all, Lin Xia is Jiang Ruoxue and the other's man. If she showed too much curiosity about this topic, she would seem like a green tea fan and would probably cause Jiang Ruoxue to dislike her. Once men are involved between women, bad things are likely to happen. She still needs to grasp this scale. If there really comes a day in the future when she needs to devote herself to him, it won't be too late to perform well at that time. Then Xia Minglan turned the topic to drones. This topic is not too sensitive, and she is also quite curious about it. In recent days, Xia Minglan has also been studying hard, and Jiang Ruoxue has given them all kinds of information. These materials are their summary and speculation about some situations after the end of the world. The value contained therein is very high. Much of the knowledge she had accumulated before the apocalypse was now obsolete. You need to readjust to some post-apocalyptic rules. In order to protect her sisters and repay the kindness of Jiang Ruoxue and others, she has to work hard to prove her worth. So Xia Minglan knew very well how great an advantage this drone could bring in this doomsday. With it, you can search for supplies more efficiently and conveniently. It can also perform surveillance work in the sky to prevent accidents. Even in extreme cases, it itself is a weapon that can directly explode against people. Like the drone that just flew out of Lin Xia's attic, it can do so many things. Xia Minglan felt fortunate again. They are really lucky to be able to join this force. In this way, the hovercraft continued to move in the snow. Jiang Ruoxue and the others were chatting together. Chu Xinglan and others were practicing how to control drones in the sky and help Lin Xia to keep watch on the surroundings. It's just that it's too desolate outside. Even if the drone is in the sky, it has such a wide field of view. Still, no one was seen outside searching for supplies. However, there are some traces of human activity on the snow. I don't know what happened here and what the fate of those people will be. Compared with this city with a population of tens of millions, these traces are still too small. It is really too difficult to survive outside. After all, if one can feed oneself by killing one's own kind in the community, who would consider going outside to search for supplies at the great risk of death? And the number of living people in the community is decreasing. The probability of their survival will become higher and higher. Fewer people means fewer supplies are needed. The number of corpses in the community will increase. As Lin Xia's hovercraft sailed out of the city, the probability of seeing people became lower. Outside the window was an endless white desert, with no human creations to be seen. Will this extreme cold doomsday really completely destroy human civilization? On the way to the armory, CM Minglan and the other two's stomachs suddenly growled. This made the three of them feel extremely awkward, and the hovercraft suddenly became quiet. Jiang Ruoxue and others didn't say anything, and kindly asked Lin Xia for some food. Let them fill their stomachs first. It turned out that when she sent a message to CM Minglan, they were preparing to eat. But CM Minglan didn't want Lin Xia and the others to wait anxiously. He changed his clothes in a hurry and went out. They only had some compressed biscuits in their pockets. I thought I would eat some quietly after arriving at my destination. But before they could eat the food, their stomachs started growling. They couldn't help but feel embarrassed. But when Lin Xia took out fried chicken, hamburgers and milk tea from the space, they also felt that their stomachs were growling at the right time. It's a little awkward, but it doesn't seem like a big deal. If embarrassment can be exchanged for so many delicious foods, they will definitely not mind even if it embarrasses them to death. 3 people who ate fried chicken and drank milk tea. I was so moved by these delicacies that tears welled up in my eyes and I couldn't even speak. They savored the food with great reverence. These foods were put aside before the end of the world. They may sneer and be picky. I think these are junk foods, too high in calories and unhealthy. However, after the apocalypse, these foods were beyond their reach. Are these foods high in calories? Not high at all. The higher the heat, the more energy they can absorb. In the apocalypse, the last thing you need to worry about is losing weight. It would be a blessing if I didn't starve to death. The fatter a person is, the longer he can live. Chapter 174, Raiding the Armory. Xia Minglan couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It's a pity that they can't gain weight even if they want to. Many of her sisters even suffered from malnutrition. The buttocks and breasts have become shriveled, and they have lost their once charming figure. In the end, they ate all the food that Lin Xia took out. Even the food residue on the packaging was not spared. The 3 of them had eaten so much that their bellies were already very full. Even if they were given more food, they would not be able to eat it. A feeling of happiness arises spontaneously. Is this what it feels like to be kept? It's really cool. About an hour later, Lin Xia finally drove to the top of the armory. Everyone got off the hovercraft one after another and stood in the snow, waiting for Lin Xia's instructions. Lin Xia closed her eyes and activated her spatial perception directly. A structure with him at the center emerged in his mind. Nothing within this range can escape his observation. The mere 10-meter thick snow was as if non-existent, and could not cause any interference to Lin Xia. Sure enough, under the snow, there really was the armory that Chu Yueshi described. Even the entrance is not far from here. Looks like this is it. Lin Xia then looked up at the sky. Even someone like him who has more than 30 points of superpowers in his body. All you can see is a faint white dot from below the clouds. If he hadn't known in advance that there was a drone following him from above, he probably wouldn't have noticed this little white dot at all. If it flew higher, or above the clouds, then it would be even less likely to notice the existence of the drone. This thing is really useful. Whether it is used for reconnaissance or attack, it can work wonders and people have no way to guard against it. Now that we have found the entrance to the armory, it is time to start today's work. At this time, Lin Xia put the hovercraft parked next to them into the space, without even turning off the engine. Then, he once again manipulated his spatial ability, and displayed Lin Xia Fenshue's technique. The snow in front of them slowly formed steps one after another. It continues to spread downwards. Xia Minglan and the other 2 performed brilliantly. Lin Xia's spatial ability is really comprehensive. When Jiang Ruoxue and the others were in the hovercraft, they briefly introduced Lin Xia's special abilities to Xia Minglan and others. After all, they are going out together this time, and they will become part of their own forces in the future. So I didn't hide my plan from them. But for deeper information. For example, what specific materials are stored in the space, and some specific data on Lin Xia's spatial ability. I didn't explain it to them in detail. It is enough to just let them know the general situation of Lin Xia's supernatural powers. Everyone then followed Lin Xia's footsteps and walked up the ice and snow stairs he created. After walking diagonally downwards for about 20 meters, they finally arrived at the door of the armory. Lin Xia successfully completed the identity authentication based on the password and unlocking method provided by Chu Yueshi. With a buzz sound, the door slowly opened in front of everyone. The high temperature and smell of gunpowder inside rushed straight towards everyone. This is the destination of this operation. When everyone walked in here, they found that it was pitch black and it was difficult to see the environment in the distance. Only the entrance is relatively bright. Because there is no direct supply of electricity in this armory, there is not enough light inside. Even if there are still some batteries in here, there shouldn't be much power left. Only the most basic lighting and mechanical operations can be maintained. Many of the facilities inside require the most original physical structure to open. Chu Yueshi had already explained these precautions to him before they set off. Lin Xia then took out the high-intensity flashlight from the space. This thing is really useful. It is used particularly frequently when going out to collect supplies. After the apocalypse, many places were unable to have normal lighting due to lack of electricity. With this high-intensity flashlight, the originally pitch-black environment has been transformed. Under his lighting, it is brighter than when the sun is hanging in the sky. As soon as Lin Xia took out the flashlight, Xia Minglan and the other two volunteered to take it. It acts as their mobile lighting platform. Lin Xia was also happy to have some free time, so she gave each of the three of them a flashlight. Under strong light. Now there was no shadow in the entire armory that could block their vision. Lin Xia checked the map, determined her location, and then led everyone to explore the place. Although Chu Yueshi didn't think much of this place, she thought it was just an ordinary armory. But in reality, it covers a very large area. It is more than the size of 10 football fields. The types and quantities of weapons stored there are countless. From pistols and rifles to tanks and artillery. You can find them all here, and in large quantities. But for these large weapons, such as tanks and so on, Lin Xia didn't think much of them. After all, tanks are just weapons for ordinary people. If you face someone with superpowers, it will obviously become a bit difficult. More powerful than a rifle, but not much more powerful. It is difficult to pose a direct threat to their lives. For example, his spatial ability is obviously much more powerful than tanks. His shells exist directly in space, and he can fire them however he wants. It is much more convenient than the clumsy gun barrel of a tank. And he has the ability of space, and he can handle any shells and bullets that attack him. He will collect them into the space and turn them into his weapons. It can be called absolute defense. This is also much stronger than the armor of tanks. So weapons like tanks are really not precious in sub-zero conditions. Then he looked at Xia Minglan, who was standing beside him. They looked at the densely packed weapons here with gleaming eyes. I feel this type of weapon is more suitable for them. After all, not everyone can awaken superpowers. But these weapons can be used by ordinary people. Possessing them can greatly increase the combat effectiveness of these ordinary people. And there is Chu Yueshi, a top military expert. There is no worry that they will not be able to use these weapons. After all, the more advanced the technology, the easier it is to use. The ultimate values can crush those fancy operations. However, there is no opportunity for them to use these weapons yet. We will see the situation later. Lin Xia looked at the weapons displayed and waved his hand. They put all the weapons and ammunition that they could see in their field of vision into the space. In this armory, there are hundreds of millions of bullets of various types. There are countless other types of weapons. But now, all of these have entered Lin Xia's space. Chapter 175. Someone got there first. Lin Xia was collecting ammunition while thinking. There is so much ammunition stored here alone. Then there is the super armory that even Chu Yueshi can't forget. How terrifying are the weapons and equipment inside. Just thinking about it makes me excited. When Lin Xia had almost collected all the weapons and ammunition, they were about to head to the energy storage warehouse that Chu Yueshi had specially marked on the map. In this warehouse, a large amount of high-energy density energy materials are stored. That is the energy used in Lin Xia's Safehouse. Although it is small in size, it has a very large energy reserve. A small piece of energy is enough for an average household to use electricity for a week. Therefore, it has become an indispensable advanced energy substance in modern times. However, since the materials used to make it are very expensive and the technology is particularly complex, its cost has remained high. It can only be used in specific areas. This type of energy material is especially important in this extremely cold Doomsday. It has become an important strategic resource. Strange, why is there nothing here? That shouldn't be the case. After Lin Xia opened the door of the warehouse, she saw that the shelves in the room were empty. He couldn't help but look puzzled. Where are all the supplies I put here? Where did they all go? Who stole it? Lin Xia then directly started the space scan and searched the place inside and out. I found that this place was indeed empty, with nothing there. Immediately following, he followed the instructions on the map and headed to the remaining energy storage warehouses. It was indeed empty inside. All these energy materials have disappeared. Just when Lin Xia was at a loss, Selena walked to a place, squatted down, and carefully examined the traces on the ground. After a moment, she stood up and said to Lin Xia, "Lin Xia, look here, something seems wrong. These traces don't seem to be made by us. Judging from these traces, someone must have appeared here before us. And he came here after the apocalypse." After listening to Selena's analysis, everyone went to that place together to check the situation. Really? There are some very shallow footprints here. If you don't look carefully, it can easily be overlooked. Fortunately, Selena's 5 senses are relatively strong, otherwise she might not be able to discover this suspicious point in the first place. The footprints were covered in a thin layer of dust, and there were some subtle traces of melted ice and snow around them. If it was before the end of the world, these water stains would be unlikely to form like this. Then the only possibility is that someone came here from outside after the apocalypse. Most of this armory is underground and the interior is well insulated. The temperature inside is not as cold as outside. These ice crystals brought in from outside are likely to melt or sublime here. Someone must have been here after the apocalypse. Now that we have a clue, it will be easy. Everyone then followed these footprints and searched for the horse. Follow the direction they are walking and check the situation. Sure enough, the footprints became clearer and clearer. People could even clearly distinguish the patterns on the soles of the shoes from these footprints. These footprints eventually led everyone to another entrance, an exit of the armory. It was completely opposite to the direction Lin Xia and the others entered. Now the results are obvious. Some people had come to this armory some time ago and took away all the high-density energy materials stored here. These footprints. They were the ones coming in from outside, and their soles were stained with traces of ice and snow. They walked step by step to the energy storage warehouse and took away all the energy inside. Therefore, their footprints gradually became fainter as they walked, because the ice and snow under their feet had already stayed on the road ahead of them. By the time we reached the energy storage warehouse, it had almost completely disappeared. Lin Xia then picked out a few sets of clearer shoe prints, took photos of them and sent them to Chiyueshi. Ask her to help analyze who the owner of these shoe prints is. Everyone looked at these traces and thought about it. Who came here and took away these supplies? Everyone put forward their own guesses. These footprints all have similar patterns. It seems that they are wearing the same shoes. And their target is very clear, directly targeting the warehouses where energy is stored. He doesn't care at all about the weapons and ammunition around him. And this arsenal is buried deep under 10 meters of ice and snow. It is impossible to get in here without the exact location information and the correct password key. Chiyueshi quickly sent him a reply. Sure enough, the answer was similar to what Lin Xia and the others had guessed. Lin Xia, the patterns on these footprints are from a special multifunctional military boot. Anyone who can be equipped with such shoes must be a soldier. The supplies here were most likely taken away by those people in advance. Lin Xia nodded. This was the same direction as they suspected. But I'm not sure where these people did this. I just checked out some of the more likely military units. Wait a few days until the clouds become thinner. I'll scan the situation there directly via satellite. If we use drones for reconnaissance, I'm worried they might be detected by radar. In this case, it is very likely that some of our information will be exposed. Lin Xia nodded in approval. In this doomsday, it is better to be cautious. If you accidentally expose yourself, you may get into unnecessary trouble. What's more, their opponent this time is likely to be from the military. This needs to be treated with more caution. After closing the conversation with Chuyueshi, Lin Xia continued to think based on this information. It turns out that the military was not completely wiped out by this extreme cold apocalypse. So what are they doing now? Chapter 176, Moving the Armory. But think about it. Even the unarmed residents in the community may not be completely killed now. What's more, these are well-equipped and well-trained soldiers. But there is one very strange thing. That is the month after the end of the world. There was absolutely no news from any military or official sources in Haitian City. Where did they go? What are you doing now? To what extent has their power developed now? Lin Xia knew nothing about this information. You know, they have such good conditions. There is no reason to remain silent in this apocalypse. Sooner or later they will show their fangs. However, these cannot affect Lin Xia's idea of developing his own power. Those people have so many complicated minds that they can't even figure out the donation matters. Not to mention such an unsupervised organization in the end times. He did not want to hand over the decision-making power of his life to others. Lin Xia, who lived a new life, understood a truth. Only by becoming strong can you have the strength to face the unfairness of this world. If the force they form is good and beneficial to ordinary people, he doesn't mind, the two of them don't interfere with each other. Even under limited circumstances, it is possible for the two sides to communicate and exchange some materials. He still has some good feelings towards these people. There are both good and bad people among these people, and he doesn't want to generalize them all. But if this force is bad, it must do evil things and exploit others. Then he wouldn't mind destroying the place at the same time. If they exist, it will make people's lives worse than before. Then he really sucks. Lin Xia was not afraid of the power they had established. After all, hot weapons are the type of attack that Lin Xia likes to face the most. Because they can be perfectly defended by the spatial power, and cannot harm him at all. He can even transform these thermal weapons into part of his own power to attack the enemy. Compared to these simple and crude thermal weapons, or some other weird and difficult people with special abilities. If you don't understand the properties of their abilities, you might suffer a loss in battle. Since these energies have been taken away, Lin Xia no longer worries about them. Anyway, there is still a nuclear fusion power station waiting for him to claim it. He is not in urgent need of energy. After putting this episode aside, Lin Xia led the girls into a sweeping raid again. These are guns, ammunition, weapons and equipment stored in the armory. All the valuable items that Lin Xia could find were collected into the space without leaving a single one. With the guidance of Chuyueshi's map, it would be difficult to miss anything. Even the hidden warehouse in the deepest part of the armory could not escape Lin Xia's search. During the collection process, Xian Minglan and the other two followed behind Lin Xia, showing great brilliance. They looked at Lin Xia with admiration. The man in front of me was so strong that it seemed as if his limits were invisible. Such a huge amount of arms and equipment was taken away by him so easily. What kind of terrifying power can these weapons and equipment unleash? And this is only the information they were able to learn this afternoon. So how much supplies did they collect before they defected to Lin Xia? Or how much supplies will they collect from now on? The speed at which this force grows is truly terrifying. It's like cheating. Xian Minglan didn't know how this force would lose. I am so lucky to be able to join here. She looked at Lin Xia, who was collecting arms in front of her, and the admiration in her eyes became more obvious. His ability seemed like a bottomless pit, with no limit in sight. We have as much ammunition as we can hear, and we will accept anyone who comes. However, the stronger Lin Xia's power becomes, the more secure they will feel. This is the reason why you can enjoy the shade by leaning against a big tree. As long as you have the connections, a data cable at home can be turned into a national defense optical cable. The little bit of supplies that slipped through Lin Xia's fingers were enough to ensure that her sisters had enough food and clothing. And Lin Xia was not stingy either. He promised to give them some guns and ammunition for self-protection after returning. There are so many supplies collected in the space. Lin Xia and her friends alone would not be able to use up all the resources in several lifetimes. These things are collected and used by people. Lin Xia has also initially recognized the identities of Xian Minglan and others. For these ordinary people, if you don't encounter anyone with special abilities, these weapons can still play a relatively large role. If used properly, it may be possible to kill a person with special abilities. Xian Minglan and the other two girls were holding flashlights behind Lin Xia and the others to illuminate their surroundings. After hearing what Lin Xia said, he expressed his gratitude again and again. Unexpectedly, they just followed along and did some simple work. Not only can you enjoy a delicious meal on the road, it's such a blessing to be able to get so many weapons and equipment. Is this what it feels like to be led by a strong person? They want more welfare activities like this. More than an hour later, Lin Xia finally emptied the armory, which was more than 10 football fields in size. All the supplies and equipment here were put into his space without leaving any behind. The shortcomings in this area have been greatly improved. Lin Xia was quite satisfied with this operation. And from some clues here, he learned about the existence of another military force. After knowing this news, I will be much more calm in the future. You can do some preparation and layout in advance. Everyone then walked out of the armory. Outside, the sun was already setting in the sky. If I drive faster, maybe I can get home before sunset today. Lin Xia then took out the hovercraft from the space. Its engine was still roaring, no different from when it was just put into the space. After all, time stands still in space. There is no rest time for it. Lin Xia thought in her mind. Should we let him shut down and rest for a while? It seems like it has been running continuously since I drove it. There was no rest at all. Even if there are several hovercrafts in space as backup, it won't be a problem. Everyone has become accustomed to riding this hovercraft, so it's a bit uncomfortable to suddenly change to another one. Chapter 177, Unkind Visitors. Just as Lin Xia was thinking about how to give the hovercraft a short break, his cell phone suddenly started ringing continuously. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was Chu Yueshi calling him. Lin Xia felt a little strange. Is there something wrong with the call at this time? He will be going home soon. Has he found any new clues that require him to check out? Lin Xia then directly pressed the answer button. Before he could say anything, Chu Yueshi on the other end of the phone spoke hurriedly. Lin Xia, there's a small group of people ahead of you, and they seem to be up to no good. They must have seen the traces left by the hovercraft and followed. And the person riding the snowmobile right in front of us is very likely a person with special abilities. After saying these words, Chu Yueshi sent the photos taken by the drone from the sky to Lin Xia's mobile phone. A muscular man with his upper body bare, riding on a snowmobile. It was as if the temperature of more than 70 degrees below zero had no effect on him at all. No wonder Chu Yueshi thought he might be a person with superpowers. Behind this snowmobile were a dozen people who looked like surfers. It's just that they mistook this vast snowfield for the sea. They were tied to the back of a snowmobile with a rope and had skis under their feet. Everyone was wearing thick clothes and carrying 2 guns on their backs. They were very well equipped. Lin Xia also discovered a small detail from this photo. These people surfing in the snow all wore an eye mask. It should be to prevent the snow raised by the snowmobiles from blinding their eyes. It seems that the relationship between this group of people is quite harmonious. The snowmobile drove along the traces left by the hovercraft and moved closer to Lin Xia. They were very fast, like hyenas tracking their prey, holding on to the traces they left behind. At their current speed, they will arrive here in a few minutes. Since there are so many people rushing here to die, Lin Xia couldn't let them down, right? It is hard to say who the prey is. Although these people did not have any supplies that Lin Xia was interested in. But the fact that the person in charge might be a person with superpowers is enough to make him interested. It's not a bad idea to wait for them for a while. After killing him, the supernatural powers in my body can be strengthened again. So Lin Xia stood there, waiting leisurely for the prey to come to him. He told the news to the girls around him so that they could be mentally prepared. After knowing that a group of people were coming with bad intentions and preparing to attack them, Jiang Ruoxue and the other girls didn't care about their reactions. Because they all have superpowers, and they are relatively powerful superpower users themselves. When their abilities are combined, they can even defeat those with abilities that are much more powerful than them. You won't get anything good from them. What's more, Lin Xia is by their side. They don't even need to worry about anything. Lin Xia alone can beat all these people to death. After all, his possessiveness is very strong. Xian Minglan and the others' reactions seemed a little nervous. After all, they had never seen a battle between people with special abilities. The most intense battle they ever witnessed was the shooting and killing in the subway tunnel. The battle between people with special abilities is simply unimaginable to them. In addition, they were all captured and taken to the Pantheon by a team of people with special abilities. Therefore, they have a natural fear of these people with special abilities. I feel like they are invincible. Their current behavior is also reasonable. It seemed as if he could see the uneasiness in the hearts of the three of them. Su Qian directly used her special power to raise a hemispherical shield. This shield covered everyone together, including Xian Minglan and the others. Su Qian said to the three of them, "This is my ability, it can form a defensive shield. Until it is broken, no harm will come to those inside." Jiang Ruoxue also spoke up to comfort him. "Don't worry, we are all superpowered. With us here, nothing will happen. These people are nothing but chickens and dogs, not worth mentioning at all." Xian Minglan and the other two looked at them with admiration. Each of their faces was full of confidence, without any sign of fear. Is this the calmness that belongs to the strong? If possible in the future, she also wants to become a person with special abilities. This way, you won't be as passive as you are now, and can only accept protection from others. However, speaking of people with superpowers, Xian Minglan thought of another strange question. These sisters were ordinary people before they came to Lin Xia. But slowly, these women surrounding Lin Xia, they all turned into superpowers. But Lin Xia herself is clearly just a space-based mutant. Could it be that he also possesses the ability to help others awaken their superpowers? If he could really help people awaken their superpowers and become superpowered, then she needs to perform better in the future and strive to embark on this path. Xian Minglan swore secretly in her heart. "Look ahead, they're coming." Lin Xia looked at the snow in front of her, and saw a group of snowflakes rising up. The snowflakes were getting closer and closer to where they were. The snowflakes raised behind the snowmobile became bigger and bigger in everyone's sight. They could even hear the buzzing sound of the snowmobiles. It's very similar to the sound a motorcycle makes. If a snowmobile is running at full speed, it will be faster than a hovercraft. But when it comes to comfort, the hovercraft beats the snowmobile. Lin Xia did have snowmobiles, but they were all gathered in the space, gathering dust. The speed advantage of the snowmobile should be the reason why these people followed the traces left by the hovercraft. This group of people moved very quickly. Especially when they saw that the hovercraft was still in place, they became even more excited. The shirtless burly man in the lead drove a snowmobile and circled Lin Xia's hovercraft several times. The people on skateboards behind him started screaming wildly. Just like a baboon. Especially when they saw the stunning beauty of Jiang Ruoxue and the other girls, they whistled even more wildly. This alone was enough for Lin Xia to sentence them to death. After seeing their actions, Xian Minglan and the other two girls hid behind Jiang Ruoxue in fear. Jiang Ruoxue and the other girls just glared at him. They are not afraid of these people at all. Chapter 178 Arc Alliance. Finally, the snowmobile stopped in front of Lin Xia and the others. The people on skateboards behind the snowmobiles also got off one after another. They took off the guns on their backs, and all of them pointed their guns in the direction of Lin Xia and the others. Only then did the strong man slowly get down from the snowmobile. The man is about 2 meters tall. The exposed muscles on the upper body looked like a strong and twisted tree trunk, which was very scary. This kind of person looks like the kind who goes to the gym, eats too many supplements, and builds muscle. If this image were placed before the end of the world, it would just be a little eccentric. But if we put it in the present post-apocalyptic world, it would be a bit scary. Being able to maintain this figure means that this apocalypse has almost no impact on his survival. He can still take in various nutrients to avoid muscle loss. Moreover, he appeared with his upper body naked in such extremely cold weather. No matter how you look at it, this is definitely not something that ordinary humans can do. Lin Xia then turned on her spatial perception and scanned all the people in front of her. This morning, he was inspired by Nangong Shui's use of her supernatural powers on him and wanted to do a small experiment. The superpowers in the body of a psychic are actually a special kind of energy. But through his spatial ability, he can actually sense it. Now that I have thought of this technique, and I happen to meet a wild mutant, I might as well use him as an experiment. The burly man was swept by Lin Xia's spatial perception, and his body seemed to be out of control and suddenly shuddered. It was like a tiny electric current swept through him. However, perhaps this power posed no threat to him, and the danger perception in his mind did not send any warning to her. I just thought I suddenly felt a little unwell and ignored the feeling. However, this person's body structure had already appeared in Lin Xia's mind at this time. Lin Xia discovered a special energy from his body. This energy is something that the ordinary people behind him do not have. This special energy must be a superpower. The strong man in front of me is indeed a person with superpowers. It's a pity that we can't tell what the nature of this special ability in his body is and what role it can play. Before Lin Xia could come to any further conclusions, the burly man stepped forward and spoke to him. "Boy, are you scared silly by me, your grandpa? Didn't anyone in the Ark Alliance tell you that you can't drive away alone in a hovercraft? There will be a lot of robbers outside. Ha 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 ha!" Originally, Lin Xia was planning to kill him directly after testing this spatial perception. But what he said just now actually aroused some interest in Lin Xia. "What Ark Alliance? I have no idea what you're talking about." After Lin Xia said this, the strong man laughed even more wildly. He patted the snowmobile beside him and said with a smile, "Still playing dumb with me, it's no use. See this snowmobile? Don't you think the style is familiar?" Lin Xia glanced at the snowmobile next to him. "I found that it was exactly the same style as the one I bought before the end of the world." "That proves nothing." The burly man looked at the man in front of him with disdain. He now has every reason to believe that this person is the illegitimate son hidden by the boss of the Ark Alliance. Otherwise, how could he not try and just wander around alone in a hovercraft? And there are so many beautiful women around him. Although he doesn't like women, he is not blind. He had never seen such a beautiful woman. This guy must have packed up the harem of the leader of the Ark Alliance and taken it away. This is the kind of thing a brainless young person like this could do. The strong man then continued. "This snowmobile I'm riding was obtained from your Ark Alliance. Thanks to it, I can live a more comfortable life in this extremely cold apocalypse. And the hovercraft next to you, except for the Ark Alliance, no other force can possess it. No matter how much you pretend now, it's useless. I'm going to order this hovercraft today." After the burly man said this, he showed off his muscles and spoke to Lin Xia confidently. "If it were within the scope you set, I might still respect you and not dare to provoke you openly. But since you've run so far, there's no one around. Even if I kill you, no one will know it was me. At worst, I can just drive my hovercraft and go to another city to develop my business." At this time, Lin Xia became more and more curious about the Ark Alliance. This Ark Alliance, if he guessed correctly, it should be the force he built up at the place where he bought the hovercraft and snowmobile before the end of the world. I didn't expect that a considerable force has been formed there now, and it seems to be developing very well. Lin Xia then continued to ask, "Are you so afraid of this so-called Ark Alliance?" The strong man's attitude towards Lin Xia became even more disdainful. How spoiled has this person been by the people in the Ark Alliance? He doesn't even know such a simple question. "Your Ark Alliance, are you just relying on the fact that you have many vehicles that can travel on snow, so you have better relations with other factions? Why are you pretending in front of me? In the Ark Alliance, only your boss, Wang Bo, is somewhat capable. The rest of the superpowers are just flowers in a greenhouse. In my eyes, they are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. It's your bad luck that you met me today. You must remember this in your next life. It's not enough to just be born into a good family, you also have to remember to be humble. The strong man became a little impatient this time. He twisted his neck and was ready to send this group of people off. Lin Xia has almost collected all the information he needs to collect. I also don't want to continue to be entangled with him. The Ark Alliance was very far away from where his safe house was located. We are almost in the next city. If we hadn't come to the armory this time, we might not have been able to get close to the scope of this force. So much so that this muscular man met them. Chapter 179 Whip Kick. However, this Ark Alliance can be marked in advance. Let them develop for a while first. When he has time, he will go over and take down this force. By then, both the superpowers of those psychics and the hovercrafts they have left will be gone. Everything will belong to Lin Xia. In this Doomsday, there is no such thing as justice, morality, or anything else. Weakness is the original sin of everything. People like Lin Xia don't enslave or oppress ordinary people, but only target other people with special abilities. He can already be considered a moral role model. How could other people with special abilities be as kind as him? Anyway, after having power, there is no supernatural person who will act tyrannically. Lin Xia has never seen it before. Instead of sticking to those ridiculous moral rules and tying your own hands. We never know when a more powerful psychic will come and find us and wipe us out. Lin Xia would rather choose to take the initiative and turn other people with superpowers into his own nutrients. Those who want to harm him will all be killed by Lin Xia in advance. It's safer to have power in your own hands. Compared to other superpowers. At least he won't kill innocent people indiscriminately. Just when Lin Xia was about to kill him, Selena walked up to Lin Xia and spoke to him. Xia, can you let me deal with this person? I haven't taken action in a long time, and I'm already itching to do it. Now that I finally have a punching bag, I want to vent. Wait until night, and I'll let you vent your anger on me. I can play with you for a while, with whips and wax. After saying that, she blinked her clear lake blue eyes at Lin Xia. Full of exotic style. Lin Xia coughed lightly, and hurriedly concealed her slightly excited heart. He then looked at the burly man in front of him, and continued to study some of his information. Judging from the appearance alone, she should be similar to Selena, both of them are physical-type psychics. This type of psychic is indeed more suitable for Selena's attack methods. The reserves of supernatural powers in this strong man's body are probably 3 to 4 times that of Su Qian. He could easily crush a psychic of this level to death. With spatial perception fully activated, even if Selena is really in danger, he could also easily kill this person without hurting Serena. Lin Xia then said to Selena, "The superpowers in his body are probably 3 to 4 times that of a person who has just awakened their superpowers. When you fight him, be careful. If you can't beat him, just retreat and let me handle it." Selena moved the joints of her body and said confidently, "Don't worry, you won't need to take action against him. He works out really hard in the gym. There's no way I can be a match for him." After saying this, Selena walked directly in front of the muscular man. He assumed a fighting stance and prepared to attack. After hearing their conversation, the strong man sneered with disdain. "Whether it's deadly or not, you'll know in a moment. I'm not interested in women, so don't imagine I'll show mercy. If that delicate-skinned pretty boy behind you comes up, maybe I will still show some mercy to him and be gentle with him later." The burly man showed a very funny smile at the right moment. Lin Xia suddenly felt a chill. The person in front of me actually likes men. So disgusting. Selena's reaction was much more direct. She just clenched her fists. There was murderous intent in his eyes. "How dare you snatch a man from me? Wait for death." Then she exerted force with her feet, leaving a deep footprint in the snow. She moved at such a fast speed that her figure could not even be seen clearly. Among all the people present, only Lin Xia could clearly capture her moving figure. Jiang Ruoxue and the other girls could only roughly see Selena's movements. As for ordinary people like Xian Minglan, in their eyes, Selena seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Couldn't see any of her movements. The muscular man was suddenly shocked. I didn't expect that a foreign beauty picked out from here would have such strength. But they were clearly wearing thick clothes, and they didn't look like people with extremely strong physical abilities. Could it be that he really recognized the wrong person? But the hovercraft next to this group of people clearly belongs to the Ark Alliance. These complicated information immediately disrupted his next plan of action. I thought they were a group of people that could be easily destroyed, but now it seems. He seemed to have hit a wall. Before he had time to think. The crisis perception in the brain has already started to sound the alarm frantically. Such a short distance, at Selina's current speed, she reached it in a flash. At this time, the strong man could only barely see clearly the movements of Serena attacking him. Selina kicked him in the direction of his head. His 2-meter height was completely meaningless next to Selina's 1-meter 2 long legs. The leg was long and straight, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. He could even hear it. The leg whistled in the air as it kicked towards him. The attack speed of this attack is really too fast. The strong man only had time to hurriedly raise his arms. Block on the side of your head to defend against this attack. Boom! The muscular man was kicked away by Selina. His strong body fell to the snow, stirring up a large cloud of snowflakes. Serena dodged and stepped back, waiting for the strong man to stand up again from the snow. She still made the same fighting move as before. It was as if she had never moved. Serena tilted her head slightly. He looked at the muscular man and asked with some confusion. That's it. The muscular man climbed out of the snow. His hands hung in front of him, as if he had lost consciousness. If he had not awakened his superpowers and strengthened his physical fitness. Just one kick from the woman in front of him was enough to break both of his arms. The force of this kick is really too great. He was really careless this time and did not activate his supernatural powers immediately. By the time the woman attacked, it was already too late. That's why he suffered such a big loss. The strong man also became serious at this time. The woman in front of him was really capable. If he doesn't take it seriously anymore, he might fail miserably. Seeing that Serena was still posing there, she didn't take this opportunity to attack him. The strong man couldn't help but sneer contemptuously. This woman's combat experience is still too weak. If it were him, he would not give the enemy any chance to recover. While the enemy has not reacted yet, he will open fire at full force. Kill the opponent as quickly as possible. But now, this woman no longer has this opportunity. Because he has awakened the supernatural powers in his body. In this state, he is terrifyingly strong. Chapter 180 The strong man begs for mercy. The exposed skin and muscles of this muscular man suddenly turned into the color of black iron, shining with metallic luster. This is his special ability. The skin of the body can be temporarily transformed into metal, which can greatly improve one's own defense. Even bullets couldn't break his defense. Selina became slightly excited when she saw him finally use his superpowers. This time she rushed to fight before Lin Xia because she wanted to find someone to practice with. Stretch your muscles. What's the point if I can kill him instantly with one move? I am going to pay such a heavy price tonight, not to find a sandbag that can only be hit once. Of course, you have to have a good time. Only after this person used his special powers could she finally have some fun. Immediately afterwards, Selina attacked again. Her figure disappeared from the sight of ordinary people again. Even though he was a muscular man, he still couldn't see Serena's movements clearly. But after being blessed with supernatural powers, the defense of his skin has been greatly improved. Selina's attacks hit him, and the sound of metal hitting each other continued to be heard. It was like hitting a steel plate. There was no way to cause any effective damage to him. The strong man also took advantage of the time when he had activated his supernatural powers and wanted to exchange injuries with Selina. After all, once he has used up his special abilities, he will no longer be able to fight back. He began to forcibly withstand Selina's fierce attacks. Eyes, throat, heart, ribs, joints. All the weak points of the body were subjected to Serena's crazy attacks. But after activating his special powers, the muscular man in front of him was able to endure it all without suffering any harm. It was as if this person's entire body was wrapped in high-strength metal. There is absolutely no blind spot left. He was even able to fight back to a certain extent and take the opportunity to attack Serena. It's a pity that his way of attacking seemed too childish to Serena. After all, her fighting skills grew from repeated deaths. After cleansing her bones and marrow, the hidden injuries in her body have completely disappeared. In addition, the special ability that Lin Xia helped her awaken was like adding wings to a tiger. The muscular man's special ability can only make him a better punching bag for her. Having superpowers and using them are two different things. The experience Selena gained on the battlefield will undoubtedly have a terrifying impact on her overall combat effectiveness. She became more and more excited during the battle. She continuously used various killing techniques. If it were any other psychic who didn't have such abnormal defense, he would have been killed by Selena by now. The battle between the two people came to a strange stalemate. Lin Xia watched the fight from the side, even though she knew that this person was no match for Selena. But fighting him with bare hands like this, Selena was obviously at a disadvantage. After Selena's marrow cleansing, all the calluses and scars on her hands had long disappeared. Even more flawless than those supermodels who spend tens of millions every year on body care. Lin Xia still needs to use her slender jade fingers. What if I get injured? Lin Xia then took out the alloy sword that had killed the mutant cat from the space. Throw it directly towards Selena. Serena, fight him with a knife. Don't fall for his trick of exchanging injuries for injuries. Selena's special ability is the comprehensive enhancement of her body functions. Her reaction was much faster than that of the muscular man in front of her who could only take the beatings. It was as if Selena had eyes on her back, and she reached to the side with her right hand during the attack. The alloy long sword that Lin Xia threw over appeared in her hand like magic. She is strong, but she is not a fool. Why not use weapons if you have them? Selena then took a step back, the long sword spinning in her hand. A beautiful knife flower was made. A crisp sound came from the blade. The burly man chuckled, even though he had been getting beaten up and didn't notice how Lin Xia made the knife appear. But he didn't take this weapon seriously at all. After all, even bullets can't penetrate his supernatural defense, so what use is a broken metal knife? This beautiful foreign woman must have almost exhausted all her supernatural powers, which is why she chose to use weapons. When it comes to the endurance of his superpowers, he is very confident. The advantage lies in him. Then the two fought again. But this battle was obviously different from the previous one. After Selena changed to a long sword, she finally stopped fighting him with her fists. The collision of two different metals produced a crisper hammering sound. Sparks continued to fly as the two men fought, like fireworks. The strong man frowned at this time. The current situation was completely different from what he had imagined. After this foreign beauty got the knife, he was obviously at a greater disadvantage. He had no power to fight back at all and could only take the beatings continuously. As expected, an inch longer is an inch stronger. Now he can't touch this foreign beauty at all. And the knife in her hand was also very strange. She hit him with such great force, but until now, he has not been broken. The supernatural power in his body has gradually become unable to sustain. And this foreign beauty seemed to have no loss of her supernatural powers at all. Still fighting him with the same high-intensity attack frequency as at the beginning. If Serena knew what he was thinking, she would definitely laugh out loud. Just kidding, her longest battle with Lin Xia lasted for 5 hours. Although fighting with this person at high intensity will consume more supernatural powers. But in Selena's eyes, the current consumption of these superpowers is nothing at all. As the most persistent woman among the sisters, she still has this confidence. Generally speaking, she is the one who does the finishing work and fights with Lin Xia until dawn. This muscular man in front of me practiced these skills in the gym. In the eyes of a professional like Selena, it's nothing. In other words, after becoming a person with superpowers, the various functions of the body have been potentially enhanced. This is the only way I can barely fight her. At this point, Selena just treated him as a very useful human sandbag. Finally, under Selena's continuous swings, there was an obvious wound on the skin on his arm that had been strengthened by superpowers. The muscular man thought to himself that something was wrong, The supernatural power in his body was almost reaching its limit. If this continues, he will definitely be the one to die. So the strong man begged for mercy from Selena while he was busy defending himself. The competition between people with special abilities should be limited to a certain point. Beautiful lady, please stop. I'm wrong, isn't that okay? Everyone, please don't hurt the harmony. You spared my life. If you encounter any problems in the future, just tell me. Even if it costs me my life, I will come to help you. A gentleman's promise is worth 1,000 gold. Chapter 181A Sharp Strike. However, Serena turned a deaf ear to his pleas for mercy. She swung the knife in her hand faster. And every move was deadly, striking directly at his neck. The muscular man now looked even more insignificant. He no longer had the desire to continue fighting, and his flaws became more and more apparent. But even if he wanted to run, he was not as fast as Selena. If it weren't for his special ability that provided him with unparalleled defense, he would have died under Selena's knife long ago. Being able to hold on for this long is already amazing. The strong man felt that the metal skin on his neck had been cut by the long knife. His mood became more anxious. Mom, spare me! As long as you let me go, I'm willing to be your dog and lick your feet every day. Since you are so strong, why do you still follow this man? Isn't it good to develop on your own? By then, with our combined strength, we will be able to dominate this city. During the fight, Selena spat at him. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Isn't this all a reward for you? There's no humiliation at all, it's all about making you feel good. Mom, you misunderstood. I'm not that kind of person. As the muscular man began to retreat, his movements became increasingly loose. While he was begging for mercy, Selena caught a huge flaw in him. So he grasped the hilt of the knife with both hands and swung it forward with force. The blade slashed directly along the wound on his neck that had been cut in advance. Before the strong man could finish his words, his neck was cut off by Selena cleanly and neatly. The head flew directly from his shoulders into the snow. Die with eyes open. Selena immediately dodged backwards, avoiding the blood spurting out of his neck. Selena only took a short time to kill the psychic. Xia Minglan and the other two watched the entire battle and couldn't help but show envy and admiration in their eyes. The psychics they thought were invincible were no match for the sister. It was just a big sandbag, and it was beaten the whole time. The group of younger brothers behind the muscular man seemed to be under a spell at this moment. They all stood there blankly, not moving. Their boss, who was as serene as a god, was killed just like that. Before they could react to the shocking news, the bullets in Lin Xia's space had already flown towards them. Send them all underground and let them continue to accompany this boss. After killing the muscular man, Selena walked back and handed the long knife in his hand to Lin Xia. After Lin Xia took the alloy sword, he found that its blade was full of gaps. Although Selena successfully killed the man with this long knife, but during the fight, the knife was obviously still a little awkward. If that person's supernatural power had not been almost exhausted, the knife might not have been able to return intact in the end. But now, this knife is basically completely scrapped. No longer able to fight. You know, even if this alloy sword is not the pinnacle of current materials science, but its strength is also considered to be among the best in the world. Lin Xia spent a lot of money and effort to get it before the end of the world. Even the so-called authentic Damascus knife can only be cut into pieces by him. But now, it is only facing a mutant who has been slightly strengthened a few times. It already seems a bit overwhelmed. The power of supernatural powers is really too amazing. I'm afraid that if the psychics evolve to a certain level, they can really withstand missiles? Judging from the current speed at which they are developing, I'm afraid that thermal weapons can only be of some use at this stage. If the mutants are allowed to evolve for 2 or 3 years. By then, trying to kill people with special abilities with thermal weapons would probably be a joke. Fortunately, Lin Xia is proficient in both supernatural powers and technology, so he can use whichever one is more powerful. Nowadays, thermal weapons are more powerful, and his space can be filled with various artillery and missiles. But when the psychics take the dominant position, he wouldn't mind becoming the god of space. Then he would make it clear to others What is the pinnacle of superpowers? Selena looked at Lin Xia staring at the knife in a daze, and she said a little embarrassedly. Xia, I'm sorry. You broke your knife. I will definitely make it up to you tonight. Lin Xia shook her head and said to Selena with a smile. It's just a knife. How can it possibly compare to you? As long as you're not hurt. I was just thinking that the speed at which mutants evolve is really too fast. I'm afraid that those firearms will not be able to kill people with special abilities as easily in the future as they do now. Jiang Ruoxue and others also gathered around at this moment. Surrounded Serena in the middle. They said with pride. No matter how powerful he is, what can he do? Wasn't he still easily killed by our Serena? We will only become more powerful in the future. Other people with special abilities will not be our opponents at all. When the time comes, just eat our free rice and that's all. However, the fighting power displayed by Selena this time still surprised the girls. Jiang Ruoxue asked curiously. But when did you become so powerful? This psychic strength is obviously much stronger than those we have encountered before. Tell me, what's your secret? Did he take the panacea without telling us? When talking about this, Selena looked at Lin Xia shyly. It seems a little difficult to say. Jiang Ruoxue and the other girls also looked at Lin Xia in disbelief. Could it be? Serena nodded sheepishly. No way, my physical fitness is the best. So the duration of persistence is the longest. When the other sisters can't hold on any longer, they all need my help. If I keep doing this little by little, I will gradually become more powerful. Chapter 182 The Secret of Serena's Becoming Stronger. After listening to what she said, Lin Xia said thoughtfully. As the amount of superpowers in my body increases, the benefits you can gain will also increase. It's just that I didn't expect Serena's strength to become so strong. The speed at which her superpowers grow is actually faster than that of a person who has absorbed 4 superpowers. Even though she takes the most damage every night, her rate of growth is still too fast. After hearing this explanation, Jiang Ruoxue and the other girls' eyes suddenly brightened. The look they gave Lin Xia became even more passionate. Lin Xia, my other half, is simply perfect. No matter from which aspect, it can meet their various needs. All the sisters in the family will soon awaken their special powers. Those sisters who have not yet awakened their special powers will lose Lin Xia's support policy after they pass the novice period. By that time, everyone will have to compete with each other, and make a living based on their own abilities. Whoever can make Lin Xia more obsessed with him/her will get greater benefits. Of course, Serena had to be at the back of the line and eat all the sisters' leftovers. After all, her abilities are too abnormal. Before I knew it, I had become so much stronger than them. Jiang Ruoxue then saw the body of the strong man lying in the snow. He quickly pushed Lin Xia's body forward. Lin Xia, go and absorb the supernatural power in that person's body. If you don't become stronger, how can we make progress? How to prevent the situation where there are too many people and too little resources? It's very simple. Just make enough porridge so that everyone can have enough to eat. In that case, there would be no such thing as guarding food. This is a win-win solution. Lin Xia's becoming stronger is closely related to every sister. The other women all held the same attitude. Selena stood aside, also holding Lin Xia's arm. Even if Selena only ate what her sisters left behind, the total amount was still considerable. Therefore, she had no opinion on this ranking. The women worked together to help Lin Xia absorb the superpowers in the body of this superpower user as quickly as possible. Lin Xia felt helpless at this time. How come these women are more active than him? It made him seem like he was living off these gorgeous goddesses, rushing him to reap the spoils. It was obviously him who was eaten at night. But from a rational point of view, it would indeed be better for him to absorb the superpowers of other superpower users. For other psychics, absorbing superpowers to become stronger may just be a one-time deal. But Lin Xia is different. He can turn these superpowers into renewable resources, allowing the women to become stronger. The strong first will lead to the strong later. Lin Xia can perfectly realize this unrealistic idea. He then walked up to the body and laid his hands on it. The supernatural power in this muscular man's body was like a warm current, continuously flowing into Lin Xia's body. As expected, just as the spatial perception analysis showed, he provided about 4 superpowers. The total amount of superpowers in Lin Xia's body has increased again. I have reached the age of 40. The reserves of superpowers alone are 10 times stronger than that of this muscular man. The range of Lin Xia's spatial perception has become larger. The release distance of the space gate has also become farther. It's a pity that the size of the space gate when it is opened remains unchanged. It is still 10 meters by 10 meters in size. If you want to expand the area of the space gate, you may need to obtain more supernatural powers. As for awakening the next spatial skill, it is even further away. However, if the supernatural power in Shanshui manner can be eliminated, his strength will definitely be further enhanced. Maybe you can awaken new skills. Lin Xia was also looking forward to this matter. His spatial perception was gained after the annihilation of the Pantheon. This spatial perception skill has helped him a lot. Even if Shanshui Manor was destroyed, it would still not be enough to transform his strength. Isn't there an Arc Alliance here? This supernatural organization is even more powerful. Relying on its large number of snow transportation vehicles, it has connected the supernatural organizations in the neighboring city. There must be more people with special abilities. It will definitely be more convenient for him to harvest these people at that time. After wiping out these 2 forces, his supernatural powers will surely undergo a tremendous transformation. At this moment, Lin Xia suddenly thought of that military organization, who she didn't know whether it was an enemy or a friend. He became a little excited. That way, life will be more interesting in the future. It also saves him from playing poker at home every day. The heroes in this world are indeed as numerous as the carps swimming across the river. After Lin Xia absorbed all the supernatural powers from the strong man, he set his sights on the snowmobile not far away. Since you are here now, you might as well take it. At worst, I can leave it to Xia Minglan and the others later. Anyway, it's just a matter of transferring money from one hand to the other, and the benefits will stay in the hands of others. If these people are trained well, maybe they will really become like what Jiang Ruoxue said. It can play some auxiliary role in the future. At least these people are quite pleasing to the eye in terms of appearance and figure. This would be the case if there were a group of men here, or a group of women with Fu Shore's facial features. He definitely wasn't behaving like this now. After collecting these supplies, Lin Xia looked at the girls surrounding him with expectant expressions and couldn't help but smile. I have already absorbed all his abilities. Let's go home together. After receiving this news, the girls became even happier. Our men are just amazing. Let's go home. Lin Xia was then surrounded by the girls and returned to the hovercraft. This little episode just now only took more than 10 minutes. The position of the sun in the sky hardly changes. If I drive a little faster on the road, I should be able to get home before dark. After spending the whole afternoon together, Xia Minglan and the others became much more harmonious than at the beginning. After all, these 2 were specially selected by Xia Minglan. Whether in terms of appearance or personal qualities, they are all very outstanding people. It is also more comfortable to get along with people. People like Xia Minglan are the true embodiment of high emotional intelligence. She won't say it explicitly, but she does when interacting with others. Implicitly express your abilities and how you can help others. This scale is very well grasped. Jiang Ruoxue and others naturally understood her hidden meaning. They are also happy to leave some unimportant matters to them. Ultimately achieve a win-win result. Jiang Ruoxue and the other girls still focus their main attention on Lin Xia. Chapter 183 Qiao Nianyan's ability. After the hovercraft moved forward for a while, the temperature in the cabin began to rise. Lin Xia took out a bunch of fresh fruits from the space at the right time and handed them to the girls. After seeing these fruits, Xia Minglan and the other 2's eyes lit up. It's now been a month since the extreme cold apocalypse began. If fried chicken and milk tea can be reproduced to some extent, so foods like fruits have basically become extinct. Even if you can find some frozen fruits, they have already been frozen and have lost their original taste. They didn't expect that today they would be able to eat these intact fruits again. This trip was totally worth it. CM Minglan excitedly picked up an apple from the plate. She looked at Lin Xia with admiration. The employee benefits are great too. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. We will definitely work hard in the future. Strive to create greater value for our forces. Lin Xia sat in the front and smiled without saying much. A plate of fruit that couldn't be more ordinary. He was so grateful to a former chairman of a listed company that he burst into tears. The world has changed so much. Before the end of the world, Lin Xia had no qualifications to get along with such people. But after the end of the world, they will even beg to work for them. I am willing to sell my abilities and dignity just to be able to live safely in this doomsday. CM Minglan picked up the apple in her hand and took a bite. The rich and sweet juice exploded in her mouth. This familiar taste reawakened her taste buds. The steamed buns in the fruit world can make her feel happy again. Sure enough, it feels good to be alive. Maybe the only way is to stay with Lin Xia and the others. Only in this way can they temporarily forget that they are now in the desperate and extremely cold doomsday. She can't leave here anymore. An hour later, Lin Xia's hovercraft sailed back into the community. The drone followed the hovercraft and flew back to the attic. The sun was now on the horizon, leaving only a faint afterglow. Lin Xia and his group left the hovercraft and walked back into the safe house. When seeing off Xian Minglan and the other two, Lin Xia not only took out a lot of guns and ammunition from the space, but also left them for them to use for self-defense. He also took out a lot of fried chicken, roast duck, milk tea, cola, fruits and other foods from the space. It was enough for the dozens of people in their room to eat until they were stuffed. When Xian Minglan and the other two saw such abundant supplies, their eyes almost welled up with tears. I guess even if I asked the three of them to stay and sleep with me at night, they won't refuse. It's a pity that Lin Xia didn't have such an idea. Regarding their current situation, this kind of food is more practical than so-called lobster, abalone, and steak. The calories they provide are real. And the portion is large and filling. In this doomsday, this kind of food has become even more precious. As for lobster, abalone and other things, let Lin Xia and the others enjoy them. With the three women's extremely sincere gratitude. Finally, they took these rich supplies back to the villa next door and shared them with their sisters. Lin Xia's favor is really getting more and more owed. They didn't know how to repay him in the future. Since coming here, every day has been getting better and better. The days are becoming more and more promising. CM Minglan could imagine the expressions of the sisters in the room when they saw the food. Because they had already performed in advance not long ago. After everyone changed their clothes, Lin Xia and Chu Yueshi briefly mentioned the Ark Alliance. Chu Yueshi said that they could send a drone over to take a look tomorrow. It would be better to understand the situation there in advance. We will be more confident when we attack there in the future. Nagon Shui also demonstrated her research results during the day and night, and became more proficient in using her supernatural powers. Even the faces of elves, succubi, and angels can be transformed. If her abilities become stronger, I am afraid that there will be more functions that can be developed. She can create for you a complete fantasy creature. Judging from the current situation, this day is probably not far away. The future is promising. The next morning, good news came from Qiao Nian. With Lin Xia's resource allocation last night, she finally succeeded in awakening her superpowers. He entered the ranks of people with special abilities. Although it is a very happy thing to be able to awaken superpowers. But she was a little distressed at this time, and didn't know how to make good use of this ability. Everyone gathered together and began to help study Qiao Nian's special abilities. Lin Xia thought for a moment, and said, "According to what you said, the ability you awakened can control metal, right?" Qiao Nian nodded distressedly. "Yes, I feel that my ability is somewhat similar to Sister Zhang's ability to control ice. But it's not as easy as she is to operate. During the entire process, the loss of the body's supernatural powers is particularly great." After hearing this description, everyone nodded. "I already have some rough ideas in mind, but I don't know where to break through. We are no longer the newbies we were when we first awakened our special powers. everyone can understand Xiao Nianyan's current situation. It's just that her special ability seems very powerful. But it doesn't seem to have any practical value. I even feel that it is not as useful as Nan Gongshui's face-shaping ability. After all, in this extremely cold Doomsday, it is not easy to find a large amount of metal for attack. The more common ones are bullets and the like. But they are weapons for attack and do not really need the support of Xiao Nianyan's supernatural powers. So she awakened this ability. Now it feels a bit useless and can't really help everyone. However, weapons were mentioned in the conversation just now, and Lin Xia suddenly thought of something. His expression became excited. Chapter 184 New Ideas for Using Superpowers. Lin Xia then took out the alloy longsword that was damaged during the battle yesterday from the space. This knife looks very handsome. It is a long sword that can be used as both a work of art and a combat weapon. But its current appearance is rather miserable. The blade, which used to shine coldly, now has large areas of curling and looks bumpy. Even the blade made of a special alloy was slightly bent. This knife is basically ruined. Its current lethality may not even be as strong as that of a kitchen knife. Fortunately, the material used to make it is of relatively high quality, so the knife at least looks good and has not completely become scrap metal. There's nothing wrong with using it as a crowbar. Lin Xia then handed the alloy longsword to Xiao Nianyan. You try it. See if you can use your powers to restore this knife to its original state. After saying that, Lin Xia took out an identical alloy longsword from the space. Put it in front of Xiao Nianyan as a reference. Xiao Nianyan nodded and took the alloy sword, and infused the supernatural powers in his body into it. All the internal structures of this metal longsword appeared in Xiao Nianyan's mind. Not a single detail is left out. Xiao Nianyan seemed to be able to control everything about this knife. This feeling is so wonderful that it is hard to describe in words. As her supernatural powers penetrated deeper into the knife, she was even able to observe it at the molecular and atomic levels. But it's just observation. To achieve this kind of control at the single atomic level, the supernatural powers she currently has are far from enough. Whether in terms of the total amount of superpowers or the degree of understanding of superpowers, none of them can support her to perform such a complex operation. But according to the abilities she can control now, there is no problem in controlling the distribution of other metal elements in this alloy sword. Xiao Nianyan then picked up the intact alloy longsword in front of her. I used my supernatural powers to infuse it, and engraved its original appearance into my mind. Using it as a prototype, she used her supernatural powers to repair the broken sword in her hand. The broken long sword in her hand, with the blessing of supernatural powers, was like slowly melting chocolate. In the sight of everyone, his appearance slowly changed. The damaged area on the blade. It first slowly softened, and then, under the infusion of Xiao Nianyan's supernatural powers, it slowly changed its appearance. This alloy longsword is like going back in time. The wounds on its body slowly disappeared. It returned to its original state. Even the curve on the blade slowly turned straight again. In the end, Xiao Nianyan held the damaged long sword in his hand. It turned out to be exactly the same as the one placed in front of me. There was no sign of the damaged and broken appearance it had just had. After doing all this, Xiao Nianyan's forehead was covered with sweat. She leaned back on the sofa and began to breathe slightly. The elemental composition of this alloy is really too complicated. Restoring it to its original state was much more difficult than she had imagined. This level of delicate operations consumes a lot of Xiao Nianyan's mental energy. She said somewhat helplessly. If I want to perform very microscopic operations on metal with this ability, it will consume a lot of my energy. But if you just do some ordinary operations on metal, you can only change the shape of the metal. At best, it's just a little harder than Sister Zhang's ice armor, but its effectiveness in actual combat will be very poor. After hearing her explanation, everyone couldn't think of any good suggestions for a moment. The rough handling of metal is worse than just pulling out a gun and shooting in actual combat. As for defense, Su Qian has his special ability, so there is no need to worry about this issue. If it is such a sophisticated operation, its practical effect will be too small. Does that mean I can only help Lin Xia and the others repair some metal weapons and do some logistical work? Everyone was a little confused for a moment. They couldn't think of any better use for Qiao Niannian's special ability. However, Chu Yueshi, who was standing by, had her eyes lit up at this moment. She asked quickly, "According to your description, your ability can sort these metals at a microscopic level? How far can this microscopic level go? Does it have a limit?" Qiao Niannian recalled the feeling when she used her supernatural powers just now and answered seriously. "When I use my supernatural powers, I should be able to sense it at the molecular and atomic level. But that's just too microscopic. With my current abilities, I'm not able to perform delicate operations on them. Probably, this operation can only be performed on elements with the same attributes. From my perspective, they look like colorful ribbons." Chu Yueshi was standing aside, and her eyes became brighter the more she listened. This level of control is even more powerful than she had imagined. If superpowers could achieve this level, maybe those problems that she couldn't solve before can now be easily solved with the help of various supernatural powers. Chu Yueshi couldn't wait to ask Lin Xia for an alloy spectrum analyzer. These instruments were all in her previous laboratory, and now they are all placed in Lin Xia's space. After Lin Xia handed the instrument to Chu Yueshi, she hurriedly tested the alloy sword. The components and arrangement of the alloy inside the long sword now all appeared on this instrument. After Chu Yueshi recorded these data, she hurried back to her current laboratory. Some other different types of metal samples were taken out and handed over to Qiao Niannian. Then she turned on the computer and performed a series of very complex calculations. Finally, a specific conclusion was reached, and this series of complex parameters were presented to Qiao Niannian. Tell her in what proportions and structures these metals should be integrated into this alloy sword. Then remove other unnecessary metal elements from the long sword. The whole process was described in a very exaggerated way. Everyone present, except Chu Yueshi. He was completely confused and had a bewildered look on his face. Is she still speaking Chinese? How can I connect them together? I can't understand anything at all. Chapter 185, Reconstructing the Alloy Longsword. However, Qiao Niannian still gritted her teeth and followed Chu Yueshi's guidance. He began to study how to melt these metals into this alloy longsword. Finally, she achieved the effect she envisioned. After all, she doesn't want to be a burden. Qiao Niannian also wants to make herself more useful and eventually help everyone. Although the entire alloy re-refining process is extremely complicated, fortunately, Qiao Niannian's ability is also extremely abnormal. In Chu Yueshi's eyes, the whole process seemed like cheating. After failing 7 or 8 times, she finally made what she wanted. At this time, Qiao Niannian's supernatural powers were almost exhausted. She lay on the sofa with a look of exhaustion, and even raising her arms was a bit difficult. This is clearly a sign of excessive consumption of supernatural powers. Nangong Shui wiped the sweat off her face with some concern. This look is exactly the same as when she was exhausted last night. Chu Yueshi took the alloy longsword. After testing it with an alloy spectrum analyzer, he showed a surprised expression. The structure of this knife, made of a combination of different metal elements, is simply too perfect. This is truly amazing, Chu Yueshi explained to everyone. Previously, this alloy could only be produced in a tiny amount, the size of a fingernail, under extreme laboratory conditions. And now, she can be perfectly replicated under Sister Qiao's supernatural power. Sister Qiao, you are so amazing! After hearing her explanation, Qiao Niannian also laughed happily. Even though her body is still very weak, she cannot hide the joy in her heart. I'm glad I could help you. However, Selena had a puzzled expression on her face at this time, and the expressions of the others were similar. As the user of this knife, she couldn't see any difference between the two knives. She then asked curiously, "Have you finished it yet? But I don't see any difference between it and before. Is the alloy you mentioned really that exaggerated?" Everyone looked at Chu Yueshi with curiosity, as this was also the question they wanted to ask. Chu Yueshi then handed the 2 knives to Selena with great confidence. It's an easy question. You can find the answer by using these 2 knives to chop each other. After Serena took the two knives, she held one in her left hand and one in her right hand. She looked at them carefully and didn't see any obvious difference between them. There seemed to be only slight differences in gloss and weight. Are these two knives really as she said? So Selena picked up the knife, stood up and walked to a more open place in the living room. Prepared to chop these two knives against each other and see what happens. She didn't use too much strength with her hands at this time to prevent any accidents. After all, her current strength is no joke. Then there was a bang. The two knives collided, forming an X shape. However, this shape did not last even for a moment. The knife, which had not been processed by Qiao Nianyan's supernatural powers, was now like a cucumber and was easily cut in pieces. The broken blade fell onto the carpet without any ripples. Selena is the person who has used this alloy long sword for the longest time. He knew too well the inherent strength of this knife. Even a defensive psychic with 4 powers in his body will be killed by this sword. If it were a mutant with other attributes, this alloy sword would not even be damaged. Selena looked incredulous and placed the two knives in front of her eyes. The original alloy long sword now had a very smooth and complete cross-section. You can't even tell what strength it originally had. And the other long sword that has been transformed by supernatural powers. Even on its blade, there was not a single scratch. This intensity is too terrifying. If she had used this knife to fight that muscular man yesterday. I'm afraid it didn't take that long. In the end, I had to seize one of his weaknesses to successfully kill him. If I had this knife, I could probably chop him in half with one strike. What kind of defensive ability is that? It doesn't exist at all. Everyone's reaction at this time was not much different from Serena's. Through the cooperation of Chu Yueshi and Qiao Nianyan, the power of this alloy long sword was increased to such a great extent. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a complete transformation. It's simply incredible. Seeing everyone's expressions, Chu Yueshi smiled confidently. This alloy with this ratio and configuration is a national treasure formula. And even if this recipe gets out, it's impossible for anyone to successfully manufacture it. Because the level of technology required to manufacture it is far from being achieved at the current level. But I didn't expect that Sister Qiao, who had just awakened her superpowers, could actually realize this idea. The power of supernatural powers is truly amazing. Chu Yueshi was fascinated by the power brought by supernatural powers. It is actually possible to create metal alloys out of thin air without any instruments, which can only be produced under special laboratory conditions. If she could successfully break this power, even she couldn't imagine how far technology could go in the future. This Arctic apocalypse is awesome. Lin Xia did not respond to Chu Yueshi's words. After all, he was not the incompetent protagonist in other novels. Waving is not a goodbye, but a way to say no more. However, he had some new ideas about another problem. It seems that the two forces of technology and superpowers should be best matched by Qiao Nianyan. It's obvious that the higher her knowledge level is, the more powerful her ability will be. If she had relied solely on her own exploration, she would probably never have been able to create such a powerful alloy in her lifetime. But with Chu Yueshi's support, her ability has suddenly become one of the best. As the strength of psychics increases, these weapons will definitely become weaker and weaker. It will be difficult for them to pose any threat to other people with special abilities in the future. But with Chu Yueshi and Qiao Nianyan here, we can avoid this problem. As we gain a deeper understanding of superpowers, we will definitely become stronger and stronger. When Qiao Nianyan heard everyone praising her, she couldn't help but smile shyly. It's good to be able to help everyone. Selena reluctantly handed the alloy sword to Lin Xia and asked him to put it in the space for safekeeping. She found that close combat with a knife was quite enjoyable. She now also likes this way of attack. Chapter 186 Gao Ming in action. The next time she fights, Selena can use this newly made alloy sword to practice it herself. Just thinking about it made her feel a little excited. Although her overall strength is very strong, she does not have a decent weapon to allow her to fully display her strength. It's impossible for her to continue fighting with a rifle after becoming a mutant. This efficiency is really too low. Besides, there are various types of bullets, missiles and so on in Lin Xiao's space. The role she can play is getting smaller and smaller now. The emergence of Qiao Nianyan's special abilities will undoubtedly greatly enhance her combat effectiveness. It's like Chuyue, she can make Qiao Nianyan stronger. Different people with different abilities combined together can unleash even more amazing power. After Qiao Nianyan's problem with superpowers was solved, even this ordinary lunch seemed more delicious to everyone. This afternoon, Lin Xia planned to go to a department store to do some free shopping and take a walk to help digest her food. Anyway, there are no particularly urgent supplies at the moment that require him to collect them specifically. Then this shopping mall is more in line with his current needs. But Qiao Nianyan still needs to stay at home today. She was quite busy last night, and now she has awakened her superpowers. The supernatural powers in her body were almost exhausted during the experiments in the morning. So she still needs to have a good rest. I can't be like Nangong Shui, who can go out normally today. It just so happened that she and Chu Xinglan could control the drone at home. There was a person in the sky, responsible for helping Lin Xia and his group to keep watch. Another person can go to the Arc Alliance to conduct reconnaissance in advance. Chu Yueshi was still cracking the bunker under Shan Shui Manor. According to her, she has discovered a loophole. Taking down this bunker should be faster than expected. Lin Xia thought for a moment as she prepared to leave. Since there were still extra seats in the car, Xia Minglan and the other three were called over. It's something that happens easily and is not too troublesome. And this time we are going to a department store. It's a good opportunity to see if they are missing anything and buy some. It can be regarded as a great gift package for them when they join the company. Everyday items like this. The supplies stored in Lin Xiao's space can never be used up. All the things in his space now, added together, would be worth far more than 1 trillion even before the end of the world. Based on his current reserves, he can easily establish a small country. When everyone has gathered, Lin Xia was about to start his boring life of collecting supplies again. Very simple and unpretentious. What he didn't know was, just because of his very casual reconnaissance operation, he accidentally triggered a battle between the two forces. The situation on these two sides is not as peaceful and comfortable as his. On a snowy hill 5 kilometers away from the White Knight military base, Gao Ming and 6 other psychics were sitting in a thick insulated tent. There are several heaters inside the tent, making it very warm. In addition, the 7 people present are all supernatural beings, and their physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people. When they are in the tent, they only need to wear a piece of autumn clothing. These people were eating snacks and drinking hot tea in the tent, feeling very comfortable. There was no sign that it was extremely cold outside, with temperatures exceeding 70 degrees below zero. It seemed like it was just a very ordinary company team building activity. While everyone was chatting, they did not forget to compliment Gao Ming. "Chairman, you are too pragmatic. Just let us do the hard work like this. You can stay in the base and enjoy yourself." The person next to him also responded. Yeah. Chairman, you've worked so hard for our organization that you've even got gray hair. We see it with our own eyes and it hurts our hearts. You are the son of our base. Nothing is more important than you." That's right. Gao Ming took a sip of hot tea and sighed deliberately. "As a leader, you need to be like me. Lead by example and be present on the front lines. Only in this way can we better lead everyone and live a good life. Moreover, the people from the White Knight military base openly killed my grandson. I must avenge this vengeance myself." Gao Ming showed a sad expression at the right time. This expression is done perfectly, and no one can see any problems. The younger brothers around him were all infected by Gao Ming. They all sighed and advised the chairman to be more open-minded. However, Gao Ming felt very disdainful of this group of people in his heart. They don't act like it at all. How can someone cry when they can't even squeeze out tears? The reason they spoke like this was to persuade me not to come along. He simply wanted to keep the superpowers in the body of the dead superpower user for himself. If it was a normal trip out to collect supplies, he definitely wouldn't go along. After all, in this kind of operation, the probability of encountering other people with superpowers is really too low. Even if they get lucky, they might happen to kill and absorb the powers of 1 or 2 psychics. It will not affect his current status. An identity like chairman has no meaning at all in the apocalypse. He has no idea how many directors of listed companies with the same status as him he has killed. The reason why these people in front of him are afraid of him and respect him. Isn't it because he has the powerful ability to kill all of them by himself? Therefore, he must not be absent from this attack on the White Knight military base. There are simply too many people with special abilities in this base. Every time you cast a net, you'll find a big fish. The benefits that can be gained by killing them are too great. He doesn't want to capsize in a ditch one day. This group of people overtook me on the curve, and then rode on my head. The relationship between them is one of mutual cooperation and mutual benefit. If you don't grasp this scale well, his current position could be lost at any moment. However, as a veteran who has been in the business world for decades, Gao Ming still has some ability to control his subordinates. He can definitely use them to realize his ambitions. Just then, I suddenly heard other people's voices coming from outside. Report to the leaders. A well-equipped team has appeared in the snow ahead. They are driving a medium-sized snowmobile towards us. This should be the target you ordered. Inside the tent, the sound of everyone's conversation suddenly disappeared. Gao Ming and others immediately put on thick down jackets and hurried out of the tent. He took the binoculars from the man at the tent door. He looked towards the snowy field ahead. Chapter 187, Interception. Ha 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 ha! It's worth it that we've been waiting here for 3 hours. The big fish is finally about to be hooked. The others around Gao Ming also followed suit and complimented him. But they didn't care about the ordinary people outside the tent who were freezing for 3 hours. Even though they were wearing many layers of thick clothes, their entire bodies were almost wrapped up like a ball. But there is no way to protect their faces from the cold. His facial features were frozen white and bloodless. His eyebrows were also covered with ice. And the pair of hands holding the telescope were frozen stiff. There is no way to move freely. Whether these hands can be used in the future will become a problem. Gao Ming chuckled at him. You still have to do some face-saving work, since talking doesn't take much effort anyway. When I get back, I can make him an example. In this way, there will be endless tools in the future. Good job, boy. I'll remember you. In our base, we are in need of talents like you. When I get back, I'll personally present you with the Outstanding Employee Medal. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. After hearing these words, the man immediately became happy. Even those parts of the body that were frozen and numb. He doesn't really care anymore. Being encouraged by the chairman himself is enough to make him very satisfied. It was worth the 3 hours he spent outside in the cold. It's a pity that his knowledge still remains at the time before the end of the world. I had no idea how cruel this extreme cold doomsday would be. They had discovered Gao Ming's location in advance. Among the people from the White Knight military base, one team often passes by here. However, Gao Ming and his team had no idea of the exact time this team would depart. Fortunately, he has so many loyal people under his command. They all scrambled to help him, and wanted to gain his appreciation. He just gave them some as a reward and ate the rest himself. They will all be grateful for this and regard it as an honor. They are indeed slaves and untouchables. People like this, and noble superpowers like them. It's like two completely different worlds. But these are not the issues he needs to consider now. The most important thing now is to eat this team of people. Let them become your own nutrients. The leader of this team was driving a medium-sized snowmobile. It is the size of a car. The cab is enclosed by thick glass and is protected from the cold wind. This is much more comfortable than the snowmobile his grandson used to drive. Even in the warehouse inside his bunker, there was no snowmobile of this style. The last time the people from the White Knight military base came to his door, they drove this snowmobile to him, and he was very envious of it. Just this snowmobile made their wait worthwhile. And there were dozens of people following behind the snowmobile. They rode on sleds, each of them carrying a well-equipped weapon. This team of people. Both their transportation and weapons and equipment are far superior to theirs. But I have a huge advantage. This alone is enough to wipe out all their previous advantages. Including Gao Ming himself, there are a total of 7 people with special abilities in his team. This is a very terrifying force. This can be regarded as the entire Shan Shui manor being mobilized in full force. The current strength of their team is enough to give them a hard time even if they directly attack the Bay military base. What's more, it was just to wipe out one of their small teams. Just having hands will do. Then Gao Ming and his 6 psychics immediately flashed over. It appeared not far in front of the snowmobile and prevented it from moving forward. As for the ordinary people who were brought here, they stayed where they were. It's not that Gao Ming is kind-hearted and doesn't want to let these ordinary people die. But their movements were simply too slow. There was no way to catch up with this snowmobile. At this moment, they are not even qualified to be cannon fodder. This is the gap between ordinary people and those with special abilities. When these 7 people stood in front of the snowmobile, the soldiers behind the car immediately raised their guns. Who? Get out of here! How dare you rob us? Are you all tired of living? Without waiting for Gao Ming and the others to speak, these people aimed directly at them and shot. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire continued to be heard. As for Gao Ming and the others, a layer of protective shield only slightly lit up on their bodies. The bullets shot out and hit the shields in front of them. It didn't even cause a ripple. When they first awakened their superpowers, the superpower shield generated on their body surface was already able to defend against bullets. Not to mention that among them now, at least one of them has 3 superpowers in his body. They don't even take this ordinary bullet tool seriously. What? These people are all superpowered. The dozens of soldiers who fired the shots couldn't help but look horrified when they saw their bullets were blocked by a layer of light film. Only then did they realize what kind of existence they had provoked. Before they could react, a psychic next to Gao Ming just waved his hand lightly. Suddenly, dozens of ice spikes condensed in the snow. These ice spikes shot directly at these people, and none of them hurt the snowmobile in front. This car is Gao Ming's treasure, they dare not touch it. But the soldiers were miserable. Each of them was pierced through by these ice spikes. Ordinary people are completely helpless in front of people with special abilities. But fortunately, it was the end of the world that gave them such magical powers and turned them into superpowers. If they were just ordinary people, facing such a group of fully armed people, they will be unable to fight back against their bullets. Reduced to corpses. This battle lasted only a moment. Seeing this, the snowmobile quickly braked and stopped moving forward. The bodies of the soldiers behind the car were scattered all over the ground due to inertia. No one cares about them. At this time, a man in formal attire got out of the car. He glanced at the people in front of him who were blocking the car. And in front of them, there was a supernatural shield emitting a faint glow. His pupils suddenly shrank and he cried out in his heart. Not good. Chapter 188 Gao Ming's Strength. The officer who had just walked out suddenly no longer cared about the dozens of dead soldiers behind him. Anyway, these people are in the base, and we have as many as we need. Even the leader complained that there were too many of them and that there was not enough food. The most important thing to consider now is how he can survive from this group of bandits. The officer quickly changed his expression and said to Gao Ming and others with a smile, Chairman Gao, how are you? I'm Xiao Zhang. I went to your base a few days ago and visited you in person. I wonder if you have anything to tell me since you have come here today? The current location is quite far away from the military base. Even if something happens to him, no one will come to support him. He might not even realize that he was murdered. It is obvious that the other party has ill intentions. He is the only one with superpowers on his side. If a real fight breaks out, it will be difficult for me to survive. At this time, he must pretend to be a grandson first. When the time is right, we will settle both old and new grudges together. When Gao Ming saw that it was this man who got out of the car, he recognized him. It's really a coincidence. How come I always run into him? But today, even he was unlucky. Gao Ming then said lightly, General Zhang, don't rush into friendship. I'd like to ask, how did my precious grandson offend you? You actually resorted to such brutal means and killed him at the gate of my base. He even secretly killed one of my generals. If it weren't for my men, there are people who are proficient in tracking down traces. I'm afraid I'm still in the dark. After hearing this, General Shang's face froze. He had never heard of any action against Gao Ming in the base. Even if there is, it is only in the planning stage. It hasn't officially started yet. He hurriedly explained. Chairman Gao, there must be a misunderstanding here. Our leader has always respected you very much. How could anyone dare to do such a treasonous thing? There must be someone who wants to deliberately frame us. You're trying to sow discord between our two factions so you can take advantage of the situation and reap the benefits. We must not fall into the trap of those bad guys. How about I lead the way and we go inside the base and have a detailed discussion? When the time comes, our leader will definitely be able to give you a satisfactory answer. After hearing this, Gao Ming snorted coldly. Once we get there, you can catch us all in one fell swoop. When the time comes, kill us all. The Shanshui Manor will no longer exist. General Zhang was not angry when he saw that he had exposed his little thoughts, but laughed instead. How could this be? Chairman Gao, you must have misunderstood me. Who doesn't know your strength? Even our leader has admired you for a long time. He's very eager to see you. Then sit together and discuss the grand plan of unifying Haitian City. However, at this time, Gao Ming no longer had the heart to continue chatting with him. The longer you delay here, the greater the risk of being exposed. Then he activated his special ability, and his right hand instantly turned fiery red. Even the outer layer of gloves was instantly vaporized under the extremely high temperature. There was a very unpleasant smell in the air. General Zhang suddenly broke out in sweat on his forehead, and he couldn't help but take a step back. Chairman Gao, please don't get excited. We really didn't attack your grandson. There must be some misunderstanding. Let's communicate properly so that there won't be any irreversible consequences. At this time, Gao Ming did not respond to his soft and hard words. He stepped on the snow, and his legs exerted force instantly. It's like turning on teleportation. Suddenly appeared in front of General Zhang. At this moment, he could only hurriedly put up his supernatural shield in an attempt to block Gao Ming's attack. However, this shield is meaningless in front of Gao Ming's fiery red right hand. Like a hot knife through butter. Gao Ming's right hand penetrated the supernatural shield in front of him without any hindrance. A big hand was directly printed on his face. Sizzle! In an instant, the skin on General Zhang's face was burned into black charcoal. The white bones behind were revealed. A person with 3 superpowers in his body died on the spot. He didn't even have the qualifications to fight Gao Ming and was killed instantly with one move. Even the 6 psychics behind Gao Ming were terrified at this moment. Chairman Gao's strength is really getting stronger and stronger. The combat effectiveness of these people should be at about the same level as the person in front of them. But in front of Gao Ming, he couldn't even last a single round. He was easily killed by Gao Ming. If it were them, the result would probably be the same. Everyone couldn't help swallowing. Put away all those little thoughts that you shouldn't have. Chairman Gao is so awesome! Under your leadership, our forces will surely grow bigger and stronger, and achieve greater glory. Gao Ming glanced at them out of the corner of his eye. Very satisfied with their current performance. It was worth it for him to use thundering means to kill this man. By the way, use his death to intimidate these psychics around him. Prevent them from having any inappropriate thoughts. This move of killing the chicken to scare the monkey is very effective. Gao Ming then turned his attention to the corpse in his hand. Then a warm current came from his body. This person's special abilities have now been completely absorbed by him. Gao Ming then closed his eyes and carefully sensed the supernatural powers in his body. With his contribution, the supernatural powers in his body have increased from 11 to 14. A stronger force came from the body. It is this power that allows him to regain his youth. I don't know if the psychics can achieve eternal life after their evolution to the end. This feeling is really intoxicating. If he didn't need to use these psychics under his command to help him deal with other things, he wished he could kill them all right now and absorb the superpowers in their bodies. But it doesn't matter if it's a little late, these people are like pigs. You can fatten them up before slaughtering them. It's a pity that Wang Leping has been killed, causing him to lose a lot of supernatural powers in vain. But after killing this man today, I can be considered to have made back my money. I'll think of a way tomorrow and come back to make some money. Chapter 189 Hacking the Bunker. Wait until the Baiyi military base really discovers what he has done. Even if their leader appeared in front of him, he might not be his opponent. The good thing about this Doomsday is this. These accumulated superpowers can truly be transformed into personal strength. If it were before the end of the world, it would be like this. The level of wealth he has accumulated over most of his life is enough to make him one of the top powerful people in China. All laws and rules will be trampled upon by him. But even in this Doomsday, with his abilities and skills, as confident as Gao Ming, being able to start from scratch and build a career again. Unless one day I am extremely unlucky and get killed by a meteorite from the sky. Otherwise, he will definitely have a place among the strong men of the future. After Gao Ming killed this man, he not only gained the supernatural powers in his body, but also got a snowmobile for free. As expected, robbery and murder come faster. Gao Ming then spoke to the people around him. I'm only trying to get some interest this time. How dare they openly kill my grandson and our brother? Then I will definitely avenge them and make those who hurt them pay the price. I am willing to follow the boss's lead. The 6 psychics behind Gao Ming answered in unison. Gao Ming nodded and then spoke. You take those slaves and clean up the entire battlefield. There are still a lot of weapons and equipment here. Do a good job of cleanup and don't let the people at the White Knight military base get defensive. I'll go back first. I'm still needed in the base. Chairman Gao, have a bon voyage. Gao Ming then opened the door of the cab and got directly into the snowmobile. He drove the snowmobile directly back to Shanshui Manor. The 2 most valuable things have already been obtained by him. He didn't want to continue freezing here. Let them divide the remaining leftovers among themselves. What level of person is he? Riding that kind of snowmobile is really cheap. Sure enough, this kind of luxury car is more in line with his personal image. I wonder if there is any treasure better than this snowmobile in the Baiyi military base? He really feels a little regretful now. Why not do this sooner? If he had done this earlier, he would have become even stronger. He was still too kind and had not fully adapted to the rules of this Doomsday. In this Doomsday, it is the survival of the fittest. He should be more unrestrained in the future. After watching Gao Ming go away, these psychics returned to the tent. Let's have another drink together. That old man is finally gone. I don't know how he trained to be so powerful. It seems that the plan to assassinate him still needs to be carefully considered. That's right, that's right. As for cleaning up the battlefield, the slaves are still there. They don't want to worry about that. Although they are not afraid of the cold, there is no need to force themselves to endure hardship. As for how many slaves outside would freeze to death, that was not their concern. The other side. After a busy afternoon, Lin Xia also set out on her journey home. Today's operation went exceptionally smoothly, and we didn't encounter any unexpected situations. Although the size of this shopping mall is far smaller than that of Walmart's supermarket. But it was a fruitful experience. Complements many other styles of uniform stockings. It's a pity that there are people like Xian Minglan. He didn't have time to check them one by one, so he just hastily put the clothes into his own space. But they discovered it while collecting supplies. There were signs of human activity in the food storage area on the lowest level of the mall. Some of the food there had already been taken away. It was just that this afternoon, Lin Xia and the others didn't happen to see him. It seems that humans have gradually adapted to the current environment. People who are near this mall should try to explore here. Get the supplies they need to survive in this Doomsday. I just don't know what will happen when they come to this shopping mall one day. What would be your reaction if you found that all the supplies here had disappeared? But these are not things that Lin Xia needs to consider. After returning home, Lin Xia not only gave Xian Minglan and the others the supplies they lacked. He also left the snowmobile that he had seized yesterday for them to use. I don't have any use for those things anyway. Xia Minglan and others now have relatively complete supplies. In the future, they can explore the outside world on their own. Lin Xia can't take care of them forever. If they want to survive in this doomsday, they must rely on their own efforts. However, Jiang Ruoxue seems to have some new ideas. These are none of Lin Xia's business. The command of this team has been handed over to them. Then just let them do it themselves. After finishing these things, Chu Yueshi brought good news to Lin Xia. She finally conquered the network system of the bunker under Shanshui Manor. After more than 2 days of hard work, I finally managed to hack it in. That way, my sister and I won't be delayed from awakening our powers tonight. Chu Xinglan touched her sister's arm shyly. Yueshi, be reserved, Chu Yueshi said with a smile. We can draw a conclusion from the sounds we hear coming from that door every night. Even if we want to be reserved, we won't be able to do so for long. Those sisters in front have set a good example for us. Jiang Ruoxue and the other girls immediately smiled knowingly. It was indeed difficult to remain reserved in that situation. It's like riding a roller coaster, taking people directly to the sky. Lin Xia coughed slightly awkwardly. I always feel that he has become a tool for the girls to practice. There is no autonomy left. After dinner in the evening, he must let these goblins know clearly. Who has the final say in this family? But it's still early now, let's talk about those things later. Lin Xia then asked Chu Yueshi. Since you've already broken through there, have you obtained any valuable intelligence? Chu Yueshi nodded, then turned on the computer on the table. The real-time surveillance inside the bunker was projected onto the large screen in the living room. She introduced the information she obtained from the system to everyone present. Within the Shanshui Manor, eliminate Wang Leping, whom you killed in advance. There are 7 psychics in total. Chapter 190, What You Want. Among these 7 people, the strongest is Gao Ming, the owner of this bunker. The special ability he possesses can generate extremely high temperatures in certain parts of his body. With this ability, any defense will be easily shattered by him. So try not to fight him in close quarters. Chu Yueshi glanced at Su Qian. This superpower was too much of a restraint on her superpower shield. Her special ability, apart from providing good defense, has no offensive capabilities. This may be the case where there is gain and loss. Lin Xia nodded. If you don't know the characteristics of his special abilities, you might really suffer a loss. The superpowers of the psychic are too strange and bizarre. However, after knowing the advantages and disadvantages of their abilities, we can make targeted arrangements. That's easy. Just don't let him get close to you. Leave him to me. After introducing the most noteworthy psychics, Chu Yueshi continued to introduce other psychics. As for the other 6 psychics, their combat skills are relatively poor. He's probably about the same strength as the muscular guy you met yesterday. I'll send you their detailed data and the specific advantages and disadvantages of their abilities later. Understanding their fighting habits in advance can give you more advantages in battle. After saying this, Chu Yueshi called up another surveillance screen. The footage shown in the surveillance video is inside a warehouse. In the center of the warehouse, there is a military snowmobile. This is the spoils they seized today. I got the specific information from the database in their bunker. This time, all their superpowers are mobilized, and the target of their attack is the Bay military base. And Gao Ming successfully absorbed the superpowers of a superpower user during this operation. His current strength should become even greater. Chu Yueshi then put together the photo of the shoe prints and the photo of the snowmobile that Lin Xia had taken in the armory. This White Knight military base is most likely the force that secretly took the energy from the armory. This force has perfectly inherited the weapons and equipment from before the apocalypse. They have the most comprehensive weapons and equipment, and their combat capabilities should not be underestimated. We must be careful when dealing with them in the future. Lin Xia listened to Chu Yueshi's analysis and asked curiously. Why are these 2 forces suddenly fighting? One has extremely strong defense, the other has extremely strong attack. No matter how you look at it, they're not a good match. Speaking of this, Chu Yueshi couldn't help laughing. It's all because of the drone attack we launched 2 days ago. Gao Ming mistook it for the Bay military base and wanted to attack them in advance. It just so happens that he also plans to rob the other party of their supplies. Then he was ready to strike first. The White Knight military base is still kept in the dark. After hearing this answer, everyone couldn't help laughing. Unexpectedly, they just launched the attack on a whim. It was unexpected that we could achieve such an unexpected result. Lin Xia suddenly thought of a good idea at this moment, and hurriedly asked Zhu Yueshi. Do you think they will do something like this again tomorrow? When the time comes, can't we just take over his home while his bunker is empty? It also saves us from damaging the bunker when we attack it. It's not easy to repair the buildings here now. Zhu Yueshi then retrieved the information she had captured from the bunker system and analyzed it. It took them about 5 hours from leaving home to returning today. Such a long time. We can definitely occupy that place without any damage. I just don't know whether they will continue to take action tomorrow. This also requires continuous monitoring of them. Based on the information we have so far, this possibility is very high. Lin Xia made the final decision and spoke with finality. Since they have left such a good opportunity, we can't miss it. This bunker has been in our possession for a long time. It doesn't matter if we take it a day earlier or later. But if our bunker is destroyed during a forced attack, that would be terrible. Maybe we'll move in there in the future. This house is a little crowded now. After Lin Xia said this, Jiang Ruoxue gave him a playful look. Sisters, do you hear me? Our Master Lin thinks we are not working hard enough to satisfy him. I also want to find a few more sisters to serve him. We must serve Master Lin comfortably tonight. Otherwise, it would be bad if he banishes us to the cold palace and then looks for a new lover. By then, we sisters will have no place to cry even if we want to. The girls immediately put on a pitiful look and looked at Lin Xia eagerly. Lin Xia looked at the 8 beautiful goddesses in front of her with different temperaments. Their beauty has long been beyond description. It is no exaggeration to say that she is a beauty rarely seen in thousands of years. And these beauties in the world will use all their skills every night. Try your best to please yourself and let him do whatever he wants. This kind of life is even more enjoyable than being a god. How could Lin Xia be willing to send them to the cold palace? I think you are just itching for trouble. In that case, let's stop talking nonsense. Let's finish our dinner early and get down to business. Yes. Their big watery eyes looked at Lin Xia lovingly. Those loving eyes can turn steel into soft silk. Chapter 191 ready to go. At noon the next day. After breakfast, Gao Ming and his group packed up their equipment and prepared to set off. The people with special abilities under Gao Ming now called over another group of ordinary people, prepared to take them and start today's hunting operation. As for the group of ordinary people yesterday, many of them had frozen to death on the road. Those who died were simply thrown onto the ground halfway. Let their bodies be buried by ice and snow. In the eyes of these noble psychics, these ordinary people are nothing more than consumables. It will not arouse any sympathy from them at all. Although they don't care much about the life and death of these ordinary people. But for those who came back alive, they were not stingy in offering them some rewards. Only when there are rewards and punishments will more ordinary people work hard for them. However, those ordinary people who came back alive were now in a half-dead state. They all huddled together in a warm dormitory to recuperate their tired bodies. As for these people, whether they can survive and receive the rewards that belong to them, it all depends on whether their lives will be tough enough in the future. Many people are only able to hold on to this day because they are holding on to their last breath before death. Some people, once they close their eyes, may never open them again. Even under such harsh conditions, there are people who are willing to risk their lives and want to go out with them to carry out missions. There are still a lot of people flocking to it, and there is no need to worry about not having enough people. Even if you have to kneel down and beg for food, you still have to have connections to do so. If I can really come back alive from this operation, at least for a month, I don't have to risk going out to work. You know, even if you go out to do ordinary work, there is still a risk of death. Since you are betting your life anyway, why not choose the one that pays more? The higher the risk, the greater the reward. And in this operation, those who die may not be himself. Didn't a group of ordinary people successfully return to the base alive yesterday? That night, they were promoted to a higher-level staff dormitory. Not to mention, there are other generous treatment conditions. What if I am lucky enough to be one of those people? Under these incentive policies, it allows ordinary people like them to disregard their lives and try their best to show their value in front of these leaders. As for the mortality rate of 70% to 80%, they had long ignored it. These ordinary people looked at the 7 people with superpowers in front of them, their eyes full of hope. It's like a pilgrimage. As long as you can keep up with their pace, you will be able to survive better in this doomsday. Among these people with special abilities, one of them stood next to Gao Ming and asked with some concern. Chairman, is the place we are going to today reliable? The place we went to yesterday is the only accurate information we have. As for other routes, we have no idea. You don't want to wait for an opportunity somewhere close to that military base, do you? Isn't this risk too great? The other psychics also looked solemn and nodded in agreement. Yes, Chairman. Although you are very powerful and can defeat those people with special abilities. But if we're close to that military base, they'll easily find us. If they use their heavy firepower against us, we will definitely suffer heavy losses. They all thought that Gao Ming would take the risk and hunt targets near the military base, because he had already tasted great benefits from yesterday's actions. The psychics at the Baiyi military base are no more than this. But people with special abilities like them only picked up some leftovers from yesterday's operation. They can't use those weapons and ammunition. However, Gao Ming just laughed and explained to everyone calmly. After I seized this snowmobile yesterday, I found a secret intelligence inside the vehicle. These people are carrying out a special mission. The group we wiped out yesterday was just the advanced team. 2 more teams will also come out today to carry out this mission. The timeline and everything else are clearly described in this intelligence. If I can kill these 2 psychics, my strength will be greatly improved. If we miss such a good opportunity, it would be a waste. After hearing this, the other psychics breathe a sigh of relief. Don't underestimate them because they are superior people with special abilities in the eyes of ordinary people. But in Gao Ming's eyes, they are just some useful tools. They were very worried that during the battle, they would become cannon fodder for Gao Ming to test other people with special abilities. Just like that, he ruined his life in vain. However, according to Gao Ming, they will only face 2 people with special abilities in this operation. This undoubtedly made them feel relieved. The psychic yesterday was killed instantly by Gao Ming. I believe the result today will be similar. Although they didn't gain any benefits, at least there would be no danger. And the stronger Gao Ming becomes, the more benefits they can get. The little that slipped through his fingers was enough to fill them up. They feel very lucky to be able to join such a force in the Doomsday. Gao Ming walked in front and got on his newly captured snowmobile. Other people with special abilities also rode snowmobiles. As for the ordinary people, they followed behind fully armed. They stepped on the sled and tied the rope around their waists to the snowmobile. Only in this way can they follow the footsteps of these people with special abilities. Just as these people were about to set off, Gao Ming called his son Gao Xing over. Before the end of the world, Goldman Sachs was the president of Gao Group. Gao Ming manages all affairs within the group. He used it very smoothly. After I leave, you must guard this bunker. You have level 2 authority in the bunker. If there's an emergency, just seal the bunker off. As for the slaves working outside, it doesn't matter how many die. After sealing the bunker, even a nuclear attack wouldn't be able to break through here. If you encounter a situation you cannot handle, contact me immediately via satellite phone. Remember, this is the top priority for our future development. Don't let others pick the peaches, Goldman Sachs said with a serious face. Please rest assured, Chairman, I will definitely complete the task you have assigned me. Waiting for your triumphant return. Gao Ming looked at his son's half-white hair and spoke in a gentle tone. You don't have to call me by my title anymore. It's the end of the world now, there's no time for work. From now on, all these things will be family matters. After hearing this, Goldman Sachs was moved with tears in his eyes. Yes, father. Chapter 192 Sky Eye. Gao Ming nodded with satisfaction. Then he closed the car window and prepared to head towards his target. Such a warm and loving scene of a loving father and a filial son. If it is seen by those who know the real situation, there may not be anything wrong. But if other people saw this scene, they would feel something was wrong. Judging from his appearance alone, Goldman Sachs has half white hair and an old face. He should be the father. Gao Ming, on the other hand, has a head full of black hair and bright eyes, exuding the vitality of life. This is the magical power brought by supernatural powers. For young people, this power may not be very obvious. But for an old man like him, it's like living a new life. It's a pity that his son and grandson were not as lucky as him and awakened their superpowers to become superpowers. I don't know whether this is a blessing or a curse. At least if the two of them were ordinary people, there would still be a trace of family affection between Gao Ming and them. Let them experience excellent material conditions and enjoy themselves to the fullest in this doomsday. But if the two of them were also people with superpowers, Gao Ming probably wouldn't treat them like this. Giving them rights is because they are not qualified to sit at the table. Afterwards, Gao Ming and his team marched towards the depths of the White Desert. However, what they didn't know was that right above their heads was right now. There is a drone soaring above the clouds. The optical pod of this drone is aimed at the current outdoor drama. Every move of Gao Ming's team was recorded by it. The scene of their trip was projected on the big screen in Lin Xia's living room. Chu Yueshi said with a smile. After receiving the information from the bunker's internal system, I dispatched this drone to scout their movements at high altitude. As expected, they set out again today to cause trouble for the Bay military base. Although this drone has given up its attack module, its endurance and reconnaissance capabilities have been greatly improved. It will always follow these people in the sky, monitoring their every move. You can safely go and capture that bunker. Then, Chu Yueshi showed a somewhat lost expression again. It's a pity that my sister and I are not in good health, so we really can't go out with you today. I can only provide you with some assistance at home like this. Lin Xia touched her head and comforted her. Having you here has been a huge help. Once we have taken control of the bunker system, it will be easy to occupy that place. Without you, I'm afraid we would just be occupying a ruin. Chu Yueshi rubbed Lin Xia's big hand with her head. His eyes were full of tenderness and affection. She never thought that one day she would become like this. Maybe this is the power of love. The expression on the sister's face next to her should be exactly the same as hers. The look in the two people's eyes at this moment was like looking in a mirror. After last night's baptism, his eyes were full of love. The two of them have completely fallen. Jiang Ruoxue sat next to Chu Yueshi and comforted her. You are still ordinary people now, and your physical fitness is slightly worse than ours. Once you become superpowers, you can enjoy all of this without restraint and no longer have to worry about not being able to get out of bed the next day. Nagong Shui and Xiao Niannian nodded in agreement. They have a say in this matter. What was once 4 sisters staying at home has now become 2 sisters. The power brought by superpowers is really too magical. They are so lucky to meet Lin Xia in this doomsday. In every sense, I am happy. They are very satisfied with their current life. The 2 sisters nodded expectantly. After seeing the true strength of the psychics last night, they couldn't wait to become psychics themselves. No matter what superpowers you finally obtain. Chu Yueshi finally said to Lin Xia and the others. Once we get to the bunker, I'll set your information to the highest level of authority within the bunker system. Clear all the permissions entered by those people before. Then I'll activate the signal blocking function in the bunker. This way, Gao Ming and his group will never know what happened inside the bunker. You must be extremely careful during this operation. Lin Xia nodded at the twin sisters lying on the sofa. After packing up his equipment, he set off with the girls. Try to go early and come back early, and spend more time with the women around you. When Lin Xia set the target for the hovercraft's automatic navigation, the attic of the safe house suddenly opened. Another drone flew out from the attic. The drone circled twice over the hovercraft, and then flew straight into the clouds. Lin Xia smiled and shook her head. The 2 sisters must be worried about their safety. So he controlled another drone and followed them closely in the sky. It was clearly just a simple action. How come they became a little serious? This may be what it means to be too concerned. They still don't have a clear understanding of their own strength. When the time comes, I must show them my skills. Let them know who is the most prestigious person in this family. After the hovercraft left the community, its speed gradually increased. The direction of progress is directly towards Shanshui Manor. Chapter 193 Arrival at Shanshui Manor. In less than an hour, the hovercraft arrived at the outskirts of Shanshui Manor. At this time, Chu Yueshi had transferred the highest control authority within the bunker system to Lin Xia and others. And at home, he monitors the situation inside the bunker in real time. To prevent those people inside from causing any unnecessary trouble to Lin Xia and the others. After making all these arrangements, Lin Xia drove the hovercraft directly into the interior of Shanshui Manor. Ordinary people here are like slaves, doing hard and tiring work. The people around them who were holding guns were obviously of higher status than them. Although I still have to work in an extremely cold environment outside, at least I don't have to be too tired. Those of high status can even warm themselves by the fire. However, this orderly picture was suddenly broken by Lin Xia. The hovercraft appeared before them at an extremely fast speed. The engine made a powerful roar, and the huge airflow raised around it brought with it ice crystal-like snowflakes, directly blowing the people nearby to the ground. The blazing fire was also blown away in the sky. He comes with bad intentions. The people holding guns and on guard around the fire immediately gathered in front of the hovercraft. Although the huge hovercraft in front of them was a means of transportation they had never seen before. But Lin Xia's arrogant behavior undoubtedly violated their authority. Who's inside? Come out quickly! This is the territory of Shanshui Manor. It's not your turn to act wildly here. If you don't come out, don't blame me for being rude. Our bullets have no eyes. Having the powerful Shanshui Manor as their backing gave these people great courage. Even people from the Bay military base came to visit respectfully. In this Doomsday, it is always these people who bully men and women and act recklessly. No one has ever dared to act so wildly in front of them. Therefore, these people's eyes were full of contempt, and they did not take the hovercraft seriously at all. As for the ordinary people who were blown to the ground, they were helped up by the people around them. Hurry and leave here. If they were accidentally shot to death by those with guns, their lives would be wasted. In their eyes, these men with guns are invincible. They stood in a far corner, looking like they were enjoying the fun. I wonder who is in this hovercraft. How dare they show up here so arrogantly? Even if those masters with special abilities are not here, this isn't a place where just any cat or dog can run wild. The guns those guys had were real guns. One shot could have killed him. This is probably what we call courting death. Both the hovercraft and the people inside will belong to this place. I hope that after we seize this hovercraft, the leaders will be happy and let us do less work, right? Look, it looks like someone is about to come out. The hatch of the hovercraft slowly opened at this time. The ordinary people who were watching nearby hurriedly ran to a farther place. It's okay to watch the fun, but it would be a big loss if you get hurt. Buzz! After the hatch opened, Lin Xia and the other girls jumped directly from the starting ship. Among this group of people, only Lin Xia showed her face. The rest of the women were dressed in black robes that covered their faces, making it impossible to tell whether the people underneath were men or women. Although the people in front of them were pointing guns at them and even had their fingers on the trigger, they could shoot at any time. But in this operation, all of them are people with special abilities. I don't care about these fire stick-like weapons at all. Chapter 194 Desperate Goldman Sachs. The leading man in front saw that Lin Xia and the others came with ill intentions, and he kept muttering to himself. I didn't hear from the boss today that anyone would come to the door? However, he still put on an arrogant look and questioned Lin Xia. Who are you? What do you want to do here? If you don't explain clearly, I'll kill you! No matter what, he cannot lose in terms of momentum. In the eyes of these slaves, he is the one who has the final say. Even if it was those masters with special abilities, he could still come over and say a few words to them. Having Shanshui Manor as his backing is his greatest confidence. Therefore, he would not be afraid of these inexplicable people in front of him. If they hadn't come here in a hovercraft, they would have seemed a bit difficult to deal with. I'm afraid that when he first met them, he had already tried to capture these people and use them as slaves. They do this kind of thing too much. The women followed behind Lin Xia, looking submissive and humble. They didn't care about the shouting of the people in front of them at all. They had seen this kind of scene too many times. Ordinary people simply don't have the ability to identify people with special abilities. In addition, the probability of people with special abilities appearing is really too low, so it is very normal to mistake them for ordinary people. In the eyes of those who hold power, ordinary people are no different from goods. In such a life and death doomsday, killing is really a very simple thing. At this time, Lin Xia had no intention of paying any attention to these people. He looked around, completely ignoring them. All the people with special abilities in Shanshui Manor have already left. The security system in the bunker was also hacked by Chu Yueshi. Even if they could notice something was wrong, it would be impossible for them to get back in a short time. This Doomsday bunker will have a new owner today. Bang! 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 The bullets in Lin Xia's space appeared in front of these people's eyebrows without any warning. In a flash. These people are holding guns and showing off their power. They turned into headless corpses one after another. The ground was instantly dyed blood red by the blood spurting from the neck. Then, under the extremely low temperature, it quickly solidified into a red ice surface. These corpses are embedded in it. The biting cold wind whistled past everyone. The scene of everyone watching the excitement and chattering suddenly became silent. Those ordinary people who were talking loudly in the back immediately shut up. Others were a little further away, holding guns and on guard. He immediately put down the gun in his hand and slowly backed away. Psychic. He is actually a person with superpowers. The psychics in them are simply not on the same level. When faced with people with special abilities, these people can only be brutally killed. Damn it! If the leaders of the superpowers had not gone out on a mission together, how could they have been blocked at the door and caused trouble by such a small superpower? Any leader of superpowers who comes out of the bunker can take care of this group of arrogant outsiders. It's a pity that they are just a group of ordinary people. In this situation, there is no ability to resist at all. Let's think about how to save our lives first. Lin Xia's cold gaze was directed at the man who was retreating in the distance. The man was immediately frightened out of his wits. With a bang, he threw the gun in his hand to the ground. Then kneel on both knees. I didn't even dare to look up at Lin Xia and his gang. Lin Xia's eyes seemed to have magic, wherever his gaze passed. All those people followed suit and knelt on the ground. Their knees were completely opposite to what I had just imagined in my mind. Compared to them, ordinary people's reactions are even half a beat slower. There were no such people with guns at all, and they reacted quickly. Their ability to adapt to changing circumstances is still very good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to climb to a position above ordinary people. These people have actually come into contact with people with superpowers before, and they know too well the gap between ordinary people and people with superpowers. In their eyes, doing such undignified things is justified. It won't be too late for them to take revenge after the superpower leaders come back and kill this group of invaders. Looking at the neat and uniform scene in front of him, even Lin Xia felt a little surprised. These people have been trained so well. The slave mentality has been deeply ingrained in their minds. Lin Xia didn't care about the people kneeling down. He led the women around the corpses lying in the snow, slowly freezing into ice sculptures. Walked straight towards the bunker entrance. The scene happening in Shanshui Manor at this moment was appearing on the big screen in front of Goldman Sachs. Cold sweat was already breaking out on his forehead, and his face showed despair. Goldman Sachs kept pressing buttons on the desk. Damn it! Why won't the door close? Why is this system having problems now? Isn't this life-threatening? Chapter 195 Tear Gas. I saw the group of cloaked men outside stepping into the bunker's door. Gao Xing hurriedly took out the satellite phone from his pocket, and with trembling hands he dialed Gao Ming's number. But no matter what was done, the call could not be broadcast. There is no satellite on the screen that shows that it can connect. This satellite phone is no different from a brick at this point. Immediately afterwards, Goldman Sachs started operating the partition doors inside the bunker, trying to slow down this strange psychic. As long as we wait for Goldman Sachs and others to come back, everything will be fine. It's a pity that all this was just his delusion. It is obvious that he has the highest authority in this bunker, second only to Gao Ming. However, even a small door could not be closed. He was now like a sleeping husband, powerless in the face of the villains who broke into his home. We could only allow Lin Xia and the others to freely enter and exit every corner of the bunker. However, what Goldman Sachs didn't know was that there was nothing wrong with every instruction he sent on the console. However, these have all been intercepted by Chu Yueshi and cannot play any role. Goldman Sachs is helpless. He could only send people around him to notify the armed personnel inside the bunker to move out en masse. It is imperative to delay this group's progress. But he himself drove everyone out of the control room. Then he quietly hid in a secret door here, trying to escape this. As long as Gao Ming and the others come back, they will be able to easily kill this mutant. As for now, it's now the turn of these cannon fodders to offer their loyalty. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of the resources rewarded to them? With Chu Yueshi, her good wife, helping her throughout the whole process, Lin Xia felt like she was back home when she walked here. It's very relaxing and comfortable. Wherever they go, the door will open automatically. Even the lights in the corridor had already illuminated the direction for them. The doors used as partitions between each area here are made of very strong and thick materials. Even if Lin Xia wanted to defeat it head-on, it would still take a lot of effort. It would be even more difficult if you don't want to destroy the mechanism here. However, with the help of Chu Yueshi, all these problems were solved. Tap! Tat! 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 A burst of dense footsteps suddenly came from the corner of the corridor. Appearing in front of Lin Xia and the others was a large group of fully armed fighters. They held explosion-proof shields in front of them, and behind the shields were black gun barrels. The uniform appearance makes it look particularly intimidating. These people stood so densely that the road ahead of Lin Xia was completely blocked. No wonder they didn't see any decent armed personnel stopping them along the way. It turns out they just wanted to get together and have a big fight. Nice idea, but unfortunately it doesn't make any sense. It is obviously a bit unrealistic to think of using these ordinary people to stop him. These fully armed personnel on the opposite side have obviously undergone special training. They didn't say a word to Lin Xia. After showing off his true abilities, he threw tear gas bombs one after another directly towards Lin Xia. When facing a person with superpowers, it is difficult for ordinary people to win by attacking head-on. At this time, a variety of weapons and equipment are needed. If you make good use of these, you may not be unable to fight. First use tear gas to affect their condition, then attack with bullet grenades. Even those with superpowers can be forced to retreat. If the order of the battle is disrupted, the psychics are likely to seize their weaknesses. Kill these ordinary people in one fell swoop. These advanced combat skills are all valuable experiences passed down to them by the psychic leader in the bunker. This is also the reason why they dare to stop the people with special abilities from advancing. As long as we can hold them back, it will be a success. These tear gas bombs had trails of blue smoke coming out of their tails as they kept streaking through the air. They rushed into Lin Xia's spatial perception range. Lin Xia easily put them into the space. These weapons were retired before they even appeared on the scene. If an ordinary psychic encounters tear gas, maybe it could really cause him some trouble. But Lin Xia is obviously not that kind of weak psychic. Next, it's his turn to appear. Chapter 196 Smooth Journey. How come the tear gas disappeared? It didn't even have any effect. That's impossible. The person who was leading the group was a little upset at this point. For this operation, they gathered the most elite troops in the entire bunker. They were originally full of confidence, and only needed to act according to the plan made in advance to easily complete the task. Not only can you get a lot of rewards, but if you are lucky you can even achieve 0 casualties. This result has been recognized by other psychics. But now they realize how ridiculous their ideas were. There are also gaps between people with special abilities. The psychic in front of them was not someone they could contend with at all. Just by standing there, he gave them an endless sense of oppression. The leader reacted quickly, knowing that the battle with the psychic must be resolved quickly. So he said to the people behind him, "This is not an ordinary psychic. We must strike hard. Everyone, throw out all the grenades you have." At this time, he no longer cared whether the grenade could effectively attack the mutant in front of him. Now the only way to survive is to fight to the death. After hearing this order, these people threw the grenades on their bodies at Lin Xia and the others as quickly as possible. After throwing it, he immediately raised the bulletproof shield beside him above his head. In order to prevent the psychic in front of them from becoming too powerful, they threw the grenades back at him. Opposing them causes no small amount of harm. These plans have all been rehearsed in advance. This is also the reason why they threw tear gas first to interfere with the psychics. Suddenly, dense grenades appeared in the air in front of Lin Xia and the others. It hit them like hail. Su Qian became nervous and subconsciously formed a hemispherical supernatural shield around everyone. But her worries were completely unnecessary. After these grenades entered the range of Lin Xia's space gate, they disappeared without a trace. Like the tear gas bombs just now, they were all collected by Lin Xia into the space. No one can escape. In such a narrow and closed environment, grenades are indeed a very good choice. The damage it caused to the surrounding facilities was too great, so there was no need for Lin Xia to destroy his spoils. It's better to use these grenades somewhere else. They also made preparations in advance to guard against grenade attacks. Even if these grenades were thrown back, they wouldn't have much effect on them. Just because Lin Xia doesn't use grenades doesn't mean she has no way to deal with them. An invisible door of space slowly opened in front of this group of people. Anti-material bullets flew towards their position. In the face of bullets of this size, the bulletproof shields they held up were like paper. There is simply no way to protect them effectively. Puff, puff, puff! Bursts of muffled sounds came from this group of people. They haven't realized what's happening yet. The bullets fired by Lin Xia had already caused blood and flesh to fly everywhere. In just a few seconds, this group of most elite fighters, they have turned into corpses one after another. They were scattered here and there in the corridor. The scene became extremely bloody and cruel at one point. Although Lin Xia was not afraid of these corpses, seeing them in front of her was really an eyesore. So all these broken bodies were collected into the space. When you go out, just throw away the garbage. The next target is the central control room, the core of the entire bunker. As long as he takes control of this place, this bunker will be completely his. And there seems to be a little mouse playing hide and seek there. Chapter 197 Little Mouse. At this time, Goldman Sachs was hiding in a corner of the command room, in a secret room hidden behind the wall. He looked anxiously through the surveillance screen at the empty control room. At this moment, he didn't dare to appear outside at all. This is the only way to gain limited understanding of the situation outside. Nothing happened when Gao Ming and the others were out yesterday. The sea was calm and no different from before. How could such a serious thing suddenly happen today? The impregnable bunker was almost broken through by this group of strangers. The combat effectiveness is simply exaggerated. I don't know if the people sent can keep them out. But no matter what, I have now made plans for the worst. Abandon all resistance and hide in this secret room. As long as this secret room is not found by the group of people outside, I will be able to survive safely. When Gao Ming returns with his psychic troops, these people will all be killed without a burial place. As Gao Ming's son, he would at most just be scolded. The only one to blame is Gao Ming. It was obviously a very simple task. He actually took away all the people with special abilities in the bunker. If there were 1 or 2 psychics left in the bunker to guard it, there wouldn't be such a big problem today. Just as he was thinking about how to explain so that Gao Ming would let him go. With a buzz sound, the door that he had completely locked actually slowly opened. It seemed as if it was welcoming this group of people in, without having any blocking effect. Goldman Sachs quickly looked at the surveillance footage to see what was happening. When they discovered that the people shown in the surveillance video were the same group that invaded from outside, his pupils contracted instantly and his body trembled continuously. Fallen into great fear, This is impossible. This completely locked door is even stronger than the safe door of a large vault. If you want to open it, only someone with higher authority than him can do it. Gao Ming was outside on a mission at the time, so how could this group of people open the door and come in? Even the safety door is in cahoots with the enemy? Goldman Sachs is now in a state of panic. He was afraid that those people outside would find out that he was hiding here. At this moment, he could only pray silently in his heart. I hope they don't discover the secret room. I hope Gao Ming can come back soon and completely eliminate this group of invaders. It's a pity that none of his ideas can be realized. When Lin Xia walked into the control room, she had already discovered his presence. Under the space scan, any hidden secret room will be exposed. What's more, Chu Yueshi had already discovered his whereabouts through the surveillance in the control room. But looking at him in the secret room, he looked frightened. It is also very interesting. This person has had a smooth life for most of his life. I probably never thought that I would be as humble and pitiful as I am now. Lin Xia temporarily ignored his existence, and let him experience the joy of the countdown to his life. Seeing him frightened in the mouse hole helped to relieve his boredom a little. The most important thing now is to cooperate with Chu Yueshi to complete some operations and completely control this underground fortress. Because there are some systems in the bunker that require independent physical buttons to completely rewrite their internal programs. Combined with the authority that Chu Yueshi holds. Only by combining these two methods can he achieve his goal of occupying the bunker. Chapter 198 Control of the Bunker. After a period of time, with the dual cooperation of Lin Xia and Chu Yueshi inside and outside, he has completely mastered all control rights inside this underground fortress. And all the information that Gao Ming had previously entered into the fortress system was completely cleared from beginning to end. Even if he built the bunker from the beginning, it would be meaningless. From now on, this bunker belongs entirely to Lin Xia. After learning all the information inside the bunker, Lin Xia couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, we did not choose to attack here by force. Instead, he chose a tricky approach. While Gao Ming is out, come over and occupy this bunker. The permissions that Chu Yueshi hacked into were not enough to control every defense mechanism here. If he attacked from the front, Gao Ming could rely on his supreme authority to hide inside the bunker. Even a powerful psychic like him would find it difficult to break through here from the front. Even if all kinds of missiles in the space were used to forcibly blow up this place. I'm afraid that by that time, the bunker would have already become a ruin. Basically, it has no use value. The defense of this underground fortress is really too strong. And this result is obviously not what Lin Xia wants to see. After finishing these tasks, Lin Xia glanced at the surveillance footage displayed on the large screen in the control room. There are still many ordinary people within the scope of this bunker. At this time they stood still, not daring to move. His eyes were filled with fear and confusion. Of course, Lin Xia's high-profile invasion could not be hidden from them. What lies before them is a very cruel multiple-choice question. If they choose to escape, the leaders of the superpowers will definitely punish them cruelly when they come back. But if they chose to stay here, they didn't know how those people who had just broken in would treat them. In such a doomsday, ordinary people like them are at the bottom of this society. He was picked and chosen like a commodity. There is no choice at all. Standing still is the best option. At this time, they are waiting for the judgment of fate. Lin Xia didn't let these people wait too long. He then found the pre-installed PA system inside the bunker. Through this system, everyone in the nearby area can hear the commands he issues. Everyone get out of here within 10 minutes. If you stay here for longer than this, there's no point in living anymore. After saying these words, Lin Xia pressed the button on the console. A dazzling red light suddenly flashed in every corner of the bunker. All the doors were opened, and the people imprisoned in each room could enter and exit on their own. A unified and cold voice came out from the loudspeakers in various locations. The system countdown is 10 minutes. After the countdown ends, the bunker will enter emergency mode and close all valves. No one can leave here without the highest level of authority. The countdown starts now. 9 minutes and 50 seconds. 9 minutes and 40 seconds. The countdown was decreasing little by little, and those who were still in the bunker finally knew their fate. At this point, there is no other choice but to escape from here. There will be no good results if you stay with a group of people who kill without blinking an eye. Chapter 199 Escape. Run! If you don't run, you'll die! A cold countdown and flashing red light wherever the sight reaches. This made everyone in the bunker look panicked. There is no extra time left for them to continue to be dazed. The only thought in their minds at this moment was to escape from here as quickly as possible before the countdown ended. In 10 minutes, the entire bunker will be completely sealed. Anyone who stays here will die. Those well-equipped and well-trained security personnel were unable to stop this group of unidentified people. Not to mention these ordinary people who are unarmed. If we leave here, there might still be a glimmer of hope. At this moment, the people inside the bunker were running towards the exit madly as if there were monsters chasing them. If you are close to the exit, your situation is better. There is a 10-minute countdown, so there is still plenty of time. They can even put on thick clothes and shoes before going out, so they won't freeze to death as soon as they step out of the bunker. But those who lived deep in the fortress were in a miserable state. All of them are people with relatively high power and status. These people are used to a life of luxury. They enjoy rich food and are served by all kinds of beautiful women. Therefore, we have lost our awe of the extreme cold Doomsday. They never imagined that one day they would become fish at the mercy of others. At this time, these people were running outside frantically like those untouchables. It doesn't matter if you suffer some grievances now, wait until Chairman Gao Ming and those superpowers come back. We must be able to kill all of these people and vent their anger. Time is passing by every second. Under the threat of death, thousands of people inside the bunker fled cleanly within just 10 minutes. Even if they have to crawl, they will crawl out of here. The bunker could no longer provide them with any sense of security. Buzz! The doors throughout the bunker closed instantly as the countdown reached 0. This bunker has now entered the highest level of defense. It is almost impossible to walk in here from the outside. The defense of this bunker can directly withstand a nuclear bomb attack. Unless you meet a special evolved mutant. Otherwise, the defensive power it possesses is almost unsolvable. Those who escaped from the bunker are facing the first challenge brought to them by this Doomsday. Extreme cold. Untouchable, quickly take off your clothes and give them to me. It's so damn cold outside. I'm almost freezing to death. What are you looking at? You dare to disobey my orders? Believe it or not, I'll have someone kill you right now. A fat man in pajamas was standing in the snow and shivering. He had stayed in the bunker for so long that he forgot how cold and merciless the extreme cold apocalypse outside was. When he escaped, he even forgot to put on warm clothes in advance. He walked into the snow and ice at -70°C wearing only a thin pair of pajamas. But at this time, the people around him remained motionless, allowing him to be hysterical. There was no longer the fear they once had for him in their eyes. The eyes of the people around him were full of disdain when they looked at him. What is the difference between them after losing those supports? They are just a group of people struggling to survive in the extreme cold apocalypse. Chapter 200, Stand Idly By. The oppression from the superiors that this fat man had accumulated for a long time after the apocalypse made these people outside dare not openly resist him. Moreover, those leaders of the superpowers were just out on a mission and were not dead. Who knows when they will come back? If they kill this fat man now, they will definitely be killed and buried with him by the leaders of the superpowers. But if they gave their clothes to this fat man, they probably won't be able to hold on for long and will be frozen to death outside. Everyone present had some little thoughts in their minds. The situation at this moment was strangely deadlocked, and no one went to help the fat man. The fat man's condition is getting worse and worse, and his body is shaking more and more severely. In the extreme cold outside, his limbs curled up together, and he couldn't even speak clearly. Hurry up! Take off your clothes and give them to me. I'm about to freeze to death. The fat man saw that the people around him were still ignoring him. It's like they've all gone deaf. The fat man gritted his teeth and endured the pain brought by the extreme cold. He stepped forward and tried to take off the clothes of the man in front of him and put them on himself. However, the person in front only took a few steps back. But these few steps were enough to prevent him from touching her. This fat man is like a drop of dishwashing liquid on oily surface. Wherever he went, people avoided him as much as possible and would not have any contact with him at all. The fat man was completely killed by the extremely cold environment after taking a few steps. He lay on the snow with his arms stretched toward the sky, trying to snatch clothes from others to save your own life. The people around him looked at his body lying in the snow. There is a kind of joy in getting revenge. Among all the people present, who has not been oppressed by these so-called high-level officials? Who says cold violence can't kill people? Such situations are constantly happening in various places. Although these ordinary people outside do not dare to openly kill these powerful people in Shanshui manner. However, he watched these people freeze to death without providing any help. This can still be done. Even if the leaders of the superpowers wanted to find the murderer who killed them after returning, it would be impossible to find him. Who made them live in the deepest part of the bunker, unaware of the cruelty of the extremely cold environment outside. The people outside looked at the bunker door that had been completely sealed. They knew that there was no point in staying here any longer. The most important thing now is to find a way to escape from here as soon as possible. Finding shelter and food might be the only way to survive. The thousands of people outside the bunker began to slowly walk away. They didn't know what fate would be waiting for them next. Can they survive this extreme cold apocalypse? Lin Xia withdrew her gaze from the monitor. The bunker has been almost cleaned, now it's time to deal with the little mouse that's hiding. Lin Xia walked to a wall and pressed a very hidden button with her finger. Under the influence of spatial perception, any mechanism is useless in his eyes. Driven by the mechanism, the wall slowly opened. The hidden and secure secret room behind the wall was revealed. Chapter 201 Killing Goldman Sachs. The light from the command room shines into this open wall. The situation in the entire secret room suddenly appeared in everyone's eyes. Goldman Sachs, who was hiding in the secret room, showed despair on his face and fell to his knees on the ground, trembling all over. It no longer has the elite image of the past. Please spare my life. I am still useful. I can transfer all authority within the entire bunker to you. And I also know a lot of information about those people with special abilities. They will be back soon. You will definitely be able to defeat those guys after knowing their weaknesses. I don't want to die yet, please. Goldman cried miserably, as if his entire family had died. Lin Xia shook her head. This person's behavior was so unbearable that he felt physically uncomfortable from crying. After all, you were once a big shot, and you enjoyed many benefits after the apocalypse. Come on, don't lose face. After saying this, Lin Xia opened the door of space directly under him. An ordinary person has no way to resist his spatial ability. Goldman Sachs seemed to have fallen off a cliff and disappeared from everyone's sight. Killing him in this way is very simple and convenient, and it will not cause any pollution here. At this time, there was no one else in the entire bunker except Lin Xia and his group. As for the garbage left behind by these people before, we will clean it up slowly later. There's plenty of time to do these things anyway. Jiang Ruoxue and the other girls also began to relax. They took off their coats and stretched their graceful figures. If other men saw this scene, they would probably drool with envy. They followed Lin Xia and experienced many things in the Doomsday, and became more adapted to this extreme cold Doomsday. Therefore, I can fully understand Lin Xia's actions. I won't act like a pushover or a saintly bitch. Lin Xia did not kill all these ordinary people, which was already the most kind thing to do. Only the new rules brought about by this Doomsday can continue to survive. I hope these people can find their own way to survive after leaving here. After resolving these issues, the girls followed Lin Xia and began to study the detailed structure of the bunker. They looked at the well-equipped bunker and couldn't help but exclaimed. Poverty limits their imagination. Even Su Mayan, who was of noble status, couldn't help but marvel at the luxury of this bunker. These rich people really know how to enjoy themselves. Compared with the luxurious bunker here, Lin Xia's safe house is no different from a thatched hut. Look here, there's a swimming pool inside. Okay, then we sisters can have a pool party with Lin Xia. Unlock more game scenes together! As expected, when a woman becomes lustful, men have nothing to do. After hearing their imaginative plays, Lin Xia couldn't help but feel a little excited. This bunker does have great potential and is worth further development. But next, there are more important things to do. When I get home in the evening, I will spend some time to reward the girls for their hard work today. Xinglan, control the drone and see what's going on over there with Gao Ming. How long will it take for them to come back? Chapter 202. The battle is underway. After receiving Lin Xia's task, Chu Xinglan operated the software in the villa to transmit the images transmitted by the drone to the large screen in the bunker in real time. My sister is operating the drone and has been monitoring the situation over there. Looking at their current situation, the two forces have already clashed. We can use this live broadcast to observe their abilities in real time. This will be very helpful in the upcoming battle. Everyone then gathered around the screen and carefully watched the battle scenes of these people. Only by killing all of these people with special abilities can we occupy this bunker with peace of mind. I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, I'm afraid of thieves thinking about it. On the other side, Gao Ming's battle also began. But now, he has no intention of taking action. The deterrent power he displayed yesterday was enough. After a beating, you have to give him a sweet reward. Moreover, in the Doomsday, strength is the root of everything. He can't do everything by himself, so it is necessary to train his subordinates. The more powerful they are within the scope of his permission, the more benefits he can get. However, his kindness made those psychics fighting on the front line complain bitterly. They looked eagerly at Gao Ming, who was keeping order in the back, hoping to get his help. The strength of today's team is far superior to that of yesterday's. This psychic is extremely powerful and can easily beat any one of them. Moreover, this team also carries a large number of weapons and equipment for those with special abilities. This makes them complain bitterly and unable to exert their full strength. Obviously, they have a complete set of methods to fight against people with special abilities. If it weren't for the fact that these people with special abilities have the advantage in numbers, their awakened special abilities could still play a certain complementary role. Otherwise it would be easy for them to capsize in the ditch. Of course, part of the reason is that this military psychic is reserving his strength and is always on guard against Gao Ming's possible surprise attack on him. The scene at this moment was strangely deadlocked. However, as time goes by, the balance of victory will definitely tip towards the 6 psychics. These weapons and equipment can only cause some trouble to these people with special abilities and cause some wounds on them. As long as the superpowers in the body remain, it will be difficult to be killed by these weapons. At worst, I can just run away. But ordinary people who use weapons and equipment will be completely killed by the superpowers they release if they are not careful. However, what these two forces did not notice was a drone flying in the clouds is recording their various combat data in detail. And their battle scenes were broadcast live. The battle network established by these ordinary soldiers was gradually torn into pieces by these people with special abilities. If this continues, they will die faster. Seeing that the situation was not right, the military psychic directly released his superpowers, temporarily forcing the 6 psychics in front of him to retreat. This will leave enough time for the ordinary soldiers behind him to adjust their formation and fill the gaps created in the battle just now. He had already contacted the leader in the military base. As long as he held on for a while, reinforcements would arrive. However, Gao Ming, who had been gathering his strength in the rear, suddenly had a flash of light in his eyes. He accurately grasped the flaw he exposed at that moment. Chapter 203. Gao Ming team has a great harvest. Gao Ming dodged and used the Black Tiger heart-ripping attack, killing him instantly on the spot. The supernatural shield and defensive armor on his body were like paper in front of Gao Ming's powerful supernatural powers and did not provide any decent defensive capabilities. The soldiers were stunned by this scene. Their leader, who was such a powerful psychic, was killed instantly. Gao Ming, who was exposed to the guns of these soldiers, snorted coldly. "Hurry up and do it! Are you waiting for me to be beaten into a sieve?" "I dare not! I dare not!" The few psychics under Gao Ming finally reacted at this time, and hurriedly poured their psychic powers onto these soldiers. Without the protection of the psychic, these soldiers were like lambs to be slaughtered, unable to launch effective attacks and defenses. Under the combined attack of these 6 psychics, they were quickly slaughtered. Gao Ming also absorbed all the supernatural powers contained in this man's body into his own body. This operation can be said to be very successful. After absorbing all the supernatural powers in this person's body, the total amount of supernatural powers in Gao Ming's body has increased from 14 to 20. Compared to the previous 2 days, his strength has almost doubled. At this time, Gao Ming was full of strength and felt like he was invincible. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? It's a pity that such a good opportunity as today's will be hard to find again. After 2 consecutive ambushes on the Baiyi military base, I believe they are now on high alert. It would probably be difficult to maintain the previous non-aggression relationship. But it doesn't matter. In this apocalypse, where are the friends? The peace that once existed between the 2 forces was nothing but a false lie. If one side has a strong enough force, it will definitely be destroyed without hesitation. Not to mention the Baiyi military base, if there is an emergency, even the psychics under his command are his backup hidden energy sources. Gao Ming will show no mercy when he kills them. The reason we didn't kill them now is simply that they are more valuable alive than dead. Now the military strength of his own forces has been greatly improved, and they also have a bunker with extremely strong defense capabilities. In the future, you can definitely take bigger steps and hunt other people with special abilities more efficiently. After accumulating strength, he could even wipe out those psychics in the military base in one fell swoop. By that time, he would probably be the uncrowned king in this area who had the final say. This powerful feeling is so intoxicating. As for the other psychics, they also looked happy after they had taken away their weapons and equipment. Today's harvest is much better than yesterday's. The weapons and equipment they carry can have a significant impact on people with special abilities like them. After handing these weapons over to his subordinates, their own safety can be better guaranteed when they go out to hunt other people with special abilities. When the eldest brother eats meat, they can also drink the soup. It's nice to take shelter under a big tree. And the White Knight military base became the only victim at this time. Because of the information leak, the 2 teams they sent out were directly treated as wild monsters and a lot of equipment was dropped. After cleaning up the battlefield, the group happily returned to the bunker with a large amount of supplies. At this time, they didn't know anything yet, they just went out as a group to hunt in the wild. Their home had been robbed. Chapter 204 Gao Ming's sky collapses. The drones in the sky followed closely behind their convoy and headed towards the bunker together. Lin Xia had already made various preparations for these people in advance, just waiting for them to come back and take the bait. Among these people, except Gao Ming, who might be a little troublesome to deal with, the other psychics are like ants and can be easily crushed by him. After Gao Ming and others left for a while, people from the Bay military base also rushed over. There is no way. Communication and transportation in the extreme cold Doomsday are really too inconvenient. This was already their fastest speed. The deputy leader looked at the corpses on the ground with a dark face. The supernatural power surged around him, and the snowflakes swirled up and rushed straight into the sky. As the second in command in the base, he had never suffered such a big loss before. The combat forces of 2 teams were successively wiped out. Damn it! I'm going to make Gao Ming pay! Follow their tire tracks and catch up! Yes, Chief! These people drove snowmobiles and rushed over quickly. Although he only brought more than 10 people on this trip, everyone here is a superpower, so this lineup can be said to be luxurious. Combined with the equipment they wear, it is enough to kill all the psychics in Gao Ming's group. Even if they escape into the bunker and hide in it, they will still pay a heavy price. The bunker can only stop them temporarily, it can't stop them forever. This is a matter of dignity. Gao Ming was very satisfied with today's harvest. He would soon return to the bunker to enjoy himself. He missed those beauties so much. But before he reached the bunker, a large number of defectors appeared in front of the car, at least several hundred of them. They were like a flock of unattended sheep, walking aimlessly in the snow. His good mood disappeared without a trace. Damn! What the hell is Goldman Sachs doing? He had only been away for a short while. Could his house have been robbed? Gao Ming stuck his head out of the car window and shouted loudly. You bastards, who gave you the courage to escape? Get the FCK back! Gao Ming got off the snowmobile angrily. He didn't want these talents that he had gathered with great difficulty to be lost in vain. When the senior managers in the crowd saw Gao Ming in front of them, they knelt down involuntarily and spoke in a wrong tone. Mr. Chairman, the local security guards have fallen. It's now occupied by a group of strange people with special abilities, and they've driven us all out. Please help us. What about Goldman Sachs? Where is he now? I don't know about this subordinate, but I didn't see him run out of the bunker. Gao Ming was very angry at this moment, and even felt absurd. How could such a strong defense of the bunker be easily breached by other psychics? Even if he wanted to break in there by force, it would not be an easy task. Did his son really rebel? These people are really like mice licking cats' ass, they are tired of living. Hurry up and send these bitches back. If one of them is missing, I'll hold you accountable. After saying this, Gao Ming hurriedly drove the snowmobile and headed quickly to the bunker. He wanted to see who was so bold as to dare to offend the powerful. After seeing Gao Ming and his group leave, the man kneeling on the snow stood up. He straightened his back and acted bossy. You lowlifes, did you hear that? Get the hell out of here. The chairman is back, and the sky is clear. Chapter 205 on the verge of breaking out. After seeing Chairman Gao Ming come back, the senior staff inside the dungeon immediately laughed out loud. It feels good to have someone backing you up. What just happened was just a false alarm. How could they really be displaced and left to fend for themselves like these untouchables? As for those ordinary people who were captured and turned into consumables, they had no way to choose their own fate. They even hoped that this group of invaders could kill all the superpowers like Gao Ming. Although the hope is slim, at least there is still hope. The difference between those people at the bottom of the society here is nothing more than that they die a few days earlier or later. If we leave here, maybe our chances of survival will be even greater. After all, if given a choice, who would want to be a servile beast? On his way back to the bunker, Gao Ming met many of these escapees, although he ordered his confidants to drive them back. But population loss is inevitable. I don't know how many people can be rushed back, and how many will freeze to death along the way. The population plays a very important role in the Doomsday, and as the extreme cold Doomsday continues, the possibility of finding these excellent talents becomes lower and lower. At this moment, he already hated this robber who took advantage of others. Destroy the peaceful and stable home he had built with great difficulty. After pulling him out of the bunker, he will definitely torture them in the most cruel way, making these bandits live a life worse than death. As they got closer to the bunker, Gao Ming's team appeared on the surveillance screen in front of Lin Xia and the others. The team was now moving against the flow of people and rushed to the front of the bunker gate. Lin Xia couldn't help but chuckle as she looked at the women who were already rubbing their hands in anticipation of competing with these people. It seems that some people are even more impatient than him. Gao Ming is quite strong, so leave him to me. As for the other few, you must pay attention to safety when practicing later. Don't worry, their capabilities have already been discovered through drone reconnaissance. Besides, they just went through a battle, and their internal energy has been consumed a lot. If we can handle it, there will definitely be no problem. It has been so long since the apocalypse began, and there are few opportunities as good as today to fight these people with real weapons. The number of people with special abilities they had met in the past was too few, not enough for the sisters to share. There has always been a situation where there are more people than resources. If you want to have a chance to practice, you have to compete with your sisters. Now that so many small-time psychics have appeared at once, it's just right for them to have a good time. They also want to know what level their current strength is at. After Lin Xia and the other girls had packed up, they began to move towards the bunker gate. In fact, Lin Xia's original idea was to use various thermal weapons in the space to cover them with firepower. There's no need to go through so much trouble and do it with them personally. But he couldn't resist the pitiful looks of Jiang Ruoxue and the other girls, and finally agreed to their proposal. After all, apart from being able to vent their energy at night, there is nothing else for them to do every day. In such a cruel doomsday, life is indeed too leisurely. They possess such great power, but have no place to use it. It's like walking in gorgeous clothes at night, it's really uncomfortable to hold it in. Chapter 206 Gao Ming's Strictest Father. Buzz! The door of the bunker slowly opened, and the two forces finally had a formal meeting. In stark contrast to Lin Xia and the others who were at ease, Gao Ming could not conceal the anger in his eyes at all. At this moment, he just wanted to take back the bunker where he had invested so much effort and energy. If he loses this place, he will become a homeless dog, and it will be difficult for him to continue to realize his great vision. When enemies meet, they are especially jealous of each other. If we weren't worried that he would use his superpowers and destroy the structure of the bunker, Gao Ming would have used his special abilities long ago to force his way in and torture these parasites to death. Fortunately, these despicable invaders did not make him wait outside for too long. Otherwise, he would really doubt whether he had the patience to continue waiting outside. Although it is unknown what means these people used to take over the system inside the bunker, even if they use their highest authority, they still cannot open the entrance gate. But it doesn't matter. The most important thing in the Doomsday is the fists in your hands. After killing these damn invaders, it won't be too late to rewrite the system permissions of this bunker. Gao Ming had no intention of communicating with Lin Xia. His fists were covered with black flames generated by his supernatural powers. This flame can melt a big hole even in the tank armor. Not to mention that his strength has been strengthened twice. Even he didn't know how powerful the supernatural power was at this moment. With a whoosh sound, Gao Ming moved quickly, leaving a shadow in the snow, and rushed straight towards where Lin Xia and the others were standing. The ordinary people around him who were forced back couldn't even catch any of his movements. Even though Gao Ming is not a person with physical enhancement abilities, the 20 abilities in his body are enough to improve his physical fitness to a terrifying level. However, Gao Ming's supernatural attack was countered by Lin Xia Tian. No matter how powerful his abilities are, it's meaningless. The flames on his fist need to directly touch an object to be effective. This ability is very powerful, but its weakness is also very obvious. Lin Xia's spatial ability restrained him very well. Gao Ming didn't dare to reach his hands directly into the space. The laws of space would teach him a lesson and no life was allowed to exist there. As for his speed, it was even more ridiculous. Not to mention that Lin Xia had spatial perception, anything within a radius of more than 20 meters could not escape his control. The more than 40 superpowers in his body alone are enough to crush Gao Ming. Otherwise, I can't feed all the top beauties in the house who are crying out for food at the same time. As Gao Ming flashed forward, Lin Xia also rushed forward, and his speed was even faster, like a flash. His speed has exceeded the limit of what an ordinary person's retina can detect. The two men fought each other in the middle of the snow. However, the scene at this time was not as the younger brothers behind Gao Ming had expected. The great chairman defeated these invaders with ease. The way the two of them fought was even a little funny. Gao Ming was about to punch Lin Xia and burn a hole in his body. But before he could throw his fist, it felt like there were invisible spikes in front of his eyes, and if he punched out, he would only be hurt. So he quickly retracted his fist and attacked another target. No matter which part of Lin Xia's body is attacked, the result will be the same. The sense of danger in his mind kept sounding the alarm, forcing him to passively take the beating. Chapter 207 Let's Go Together. However, Lin Xiao's attack method was much easier. He could use his fists, elbows and other attacks at will. He only needed to avoid the areas on Gao Ming's body that were covered by the fire power. His strength was originally above Gao Ming's, and with Selena's training of his combat awareness, beating Gao Ming was no different from beating his son. Lin Xia's speed was fast and his strength was fierce, and Gao Ming felt very uncomfortable because of his punches. He had never suffered such a great loss since he awakened his superpowers. A black flame suddenly rose from Gao Ming's whole body. At this time, he had already activated the full power of his internal abilities. The snow around has slowly evaporated into water vapor. However, this move was not for attack, but to defend against Lin Xiao's pursuit. After Gao Ming briefly avoided Lin Xiao's attack, he immediately dodged and returned to his team. He spoke to several younger brothers with special abilities around him with a serious expression. This kid has some evil nature. My supernatural power is too much suppressed by him. There is an invisible thread around his body. I can't get close to him at all. Everyone, come at me together. I don't believe we can't find his weakness. Lin Xia was standing at the place where the two men had just fought, with his hands in his pockets, neither moving forward nor backward. Seeing these people preparing to attack him in groups, Lin Xia looked at Gao Ming with curiosity. That's it. Gao Ming was not angry and said indifferently. Kid, victory is written by the victor. When a person dies, everything is gone. When you go out, it's about power. Are you good at fighting? What's the point of being able to fight? We can pile you up to death with our numbers alone. The psychics around Gao Ming immediately started to get ready. They really enjoyed kicking the can down the road. Although the person in front of him is very strong, he is alone. The chairman took the lead and held back his attack. All they need to do is hide behind and use their special powers to attack him a few times out of the blue. They still like to do this kind of battle with low risks and high rewards. At this moment, 6 hooded men suddenly appeared beside Lin Xia. Everyone present was shocked because the speed they displayed was so fast that it was simply beyond the reach of ordinary people. Gao Ming's expression immediately became solemn. He frowned and felt a little bit like giving up. Could it be? Jiang Ruoxue, the 6th girl, lifted her hood. They revealed their beautiful faces and unique temperament, which immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. The sound of swallowing saliva was extremely obvious at this moment. Even Gao Ming himself couldn't control his eyes and looked at their faces in a daze. These women are so beautiful. It is difficult to describe them in any words. Gao Ming felt that he had lived most of his life in vain. All these stunning beauties should belong to him. At this moment, he even felt a little grateful to this strange invader for sending him so many top-notch beauties. Such a beautiful face is nothing more than a vase to be played with. Even if they possessed superpowers, they would not be a match for his subordinates who had fought their way out of the pile of corpses. Before Gao Ming gave any orders, the psychics around him were already eager to try and were full of fighting spirit. Everyone looked at each other, conveying a look that all men understood. Rush! It seemed as if they were going not to fight but to take the spoils. Without any time to think, their big heads were completely controlled by their small heads. Chapter 208 Breaking Defense. Jiang Ruoxue and the other girls were also ready and rushed towards the opponents they had planned in advance. Lin Xia took the lead and rushed forward to block Gao Ming, who posed the greatest threat. The area instantly became a mess, with all kinds of supernatural powers flying around, making it dizzying to watch. This may be the largest scale battle between psychics that has occurred in this area since the beginning of the apocalypse. The ordinary people who were watching nearby fled away in a hurry. In this battlefield, any random attack is not something they can withstand. If you get hit, you will either die or be crippled. Gao Ming fought with Lin Xia again, but this time, he was much calmer. At this moment, he had only one goal, which was to stop Lin Xia and prevent him from supporting those delicate beauties. After his men defeat these beauties, they can focus their fire on killing Lin Xia. His power will grow stronger than ever before. It is even possible to directly annex the White Knight military base. From now on, he will become the one and only king in this area. Although Lin Xia didn't know what Gao Ming was laughing at, his spatial ability was not to be underestimated. It was just a warm-up just now. Does he really think he is on the same level as me? Lin Xia's pupils shrank slightly, and she became a little more serious. Tongue! Gao Ming's entire body was suddenly wrapped tightly in black flames. He suddenly felt that every part of his body was sending out dense danger signals. If he relaxes even a little, his life will be in danger. Because at this time, Lin Xia had already shot the bullets of the close-in defense gun in the space towards Gao Ming without any blind spots. Even if he had activated his superpowers a second later, he would have been torn into pieces by the metal storm. The moment these metal bullets came into contact with the black flames, they were completely melted into boiling molten iron. When the molten iron came into contact with the ice crystals on the ground, a large amount of smoke was evaporated. These made Gao Ming unable to see the situation around him clearly, and he could only passively defend himself. Lin Xia stood there motionless, his bullets shooting towards Gao Ming as if they were endless. He hadn't even used much strength yet, but Gao Ming was already in trouble. Gao Ming is now in a state of distress, as if no matter what choice he makes, there is only one way out, and that is death. He could only stand there and take the beating, his supernatural powers rapidly being consumed. If he had known that Lin Xia was so strong, he would never have thought of fighting with him, and would have just run away as soon as possible. Isn't it just a bunker? Nothing is as precious as your own life. In this short minute, it felt like a whole year had passed, and Lin Xia's bullets did not stop for even a second. What made him even more angry was that Lin Xia had mixed a lot of ordinary bullets among those high-powered bullets. This kind of mixed fighting style really annoyed him. You are so powerful now, why are you still so cautious? Isn't it good to be a little arrogant? At this point, even if he wanted to escape, there was no good way to escape from here. Gao Ming would only stand there and have his supernatural powers ruthlessly consumed by bullets. If he retreated, there were invisible space gates around him blocking his retreat. At this moment, he was already trapped in an invisible cage. There is only one fate waiting for him, and that is death. Gao Ming stood in the thick fog, shouting with a hoarse voice. Stop playing around, you idiots! Get rid of those women quickly! If you don't come to help me, we will all die here today! Chapter 209 Tianji's Horse Racing. It's a pity that Gao Ming couldn't see the scenery outside the smoke at this time. Otherwise, he would feel even more desperate. The women are fighting using a very ancient and effective combat plan. Tianji's Horse Race. Based on the intelligence they had obtained in advance, they had already distinguished the levels of the enemy's psychics. They just want to experience actual combat. There is no need to get themselves injured or become embarrassed. Affect Lin Xia's dining experience in the evening. Su Qian, who has strong defense but little offensive power, faces the psychic with the strongest offensive power over there. The same goes for the rest of the people. Everyone's opponent is carefully selected so that they can maximize their own advantages. Their task is to ensure that they are not defeated in a short period of time. The aces among the sisters, Selena and Jiang Ruoxue, are fighting against the two weakest psychics in the group. In order to resolve the battle in the shortest possible time, Lin Xia glanced at the battle among the girls to see if anyone needed his help. Judging from the current situation, it is obvious that my worries are unnecessary. Jiang Ruoxue's combat effectiveness has obviously improved after she activated her special state. She held a long sword of ice and snow in her hand, like a beautiful ice and snow sword fairy. Every movement she made was so graceful and just right that the enemy could not touch her at all. Jiang Ruoxue's cold eyes keenly caught a flaw in the enemy during the previous battle. Then he swung his sword and mercilessly cut the man in half vertically. His wounds were covered with ice, and not a trace of blood seeped out. It was as if what was split open was just a toy specimen. Compared to the cool and elegant Jiang Ruoxue, Selena's fighting scenes are much more direct and brutal. This exotic beauty with big breasts and long legs is almost 2 meters tall. The mutant who fought with her was only 1.7 meters tall. Selena squeezed and kneaded her as if she was beating a child. Her moves are fierce and each one targets the vital points. Her top-level fighting skills are no joke. The psychic who was fighting against her kept spitting blood and was unable to fight back. If he wasn't a mutant, his body would have been strengthened to a certain extent. Any blow from Serena would be enough to kill him. This human sandbag was soon beaten unconscious and lay in the snow, unable to move. Although Selena's fighting speed was a little slower than Jiang Ruoxue's, she also successfully defeated the enemy. Our two high-end fighters are now free, so the next battle will be a matter of crushing the enemy with ease. 4 against 6, they had no chance of winning. Boss, let's find a way to escape. These people are so terrifying. We are no match for them. The psychic who was fighting with Su Qian had lost all desire to fight at this time. He was only thinking about how to escape. From the beginning of the apocalypse until now, he had never seen such a scene. In the past, they were the ones who abused and killed others. They never thought that one day they would be abused and killed themselves. The boss was suppressed madly, and his 2 brothers were killed in less than a minute. Oh my God, is this a nightmare? Black flames and steam were constantly intertwining on Gao Ming's side. He couldn't see the situation outside and shouted loudly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You are all top-tier psychics, how could you be easily defeated by a few women? After I kill them, I can agree to any of your requests. Don't let me go any further. If I die, none of you will be able to escape. Blind Gao Ming was still shouting, and only the few surviving people with special abilities knew how powerless they were. Chapter 210 Armed Team. Gao Ming in the smoke was still encouraging people, but the ordinary people on the side saw it very clearly. It's not that they want to let Gao Ming go or don't want to save him, but the fighting power of these 6 celestial beauties is too exaggerated. Their special abilities were severely restrained, and they had no ability to escape from the predicament. In the brief moment of speaking, the Ice and Snow Goddess successfully killed another person, and the gap in combat power between the two sides continued to widen. 3 against 6, even if they wanted to escape, they had no chance. Those ordinary people who were forcibly brought here by Gao Ming had never seen a high and mighty psychic being slaughtered in such a cruel way. It turned out that letting them go was the greatest kindness these people could show. If Lin Xia and his men wanted to kill and exploit people, they would have no way to survive. Although Gao Ming has not been completely killed, there is no suspense about the next outcome. If they continue to stay here, they will most likely anger this group of people. Run! The world outside is too dangerous. I should find a way to go home and make other plans. The crowds around began to flee in all directions again. Just then, the drone hovering above the bunker suddenly detected a small team in the distance, rushing towards it rapidly. Chu Yueshi quickly enlarged the surveillance footage to identify the situation. The weapons mounted on the leading snowmobile are extremely advanced automatic laser weapons with a reaction speed of milliseconds. Even for a person with superpowers, it is not so easy to dodge. The weapons on other vehicles are also very advanced. They are all China's most advanced weapons and equipment. Chu Yueshi quickly connected to the bunker's audio system and warned Lin Xia and the others. Everyone be careful. There is an armed team with unknown purpose, rushing here at a rapid speed. They carry a large number of advanced weapons that can pose a threat to people with special abilities. Please be careful. When ordinary people nearby heard the news, they ran even faster. The 2 groups in front of them can decide their life or death. If another force comes soon, they will have no chance of survival if they don't run away. Gao Ming laughed loudly in the smoke. Haven't you heard that there is always a way out? If you let me live now, maybe we can continue to cooperate in the future. I have very good relations with all the forces around here, big and small. They must be coming to support me. Lin Xia looked at Gao Ming, who was constantly being attacked in his space cage, and said indifferently, You should first think about how to survive until they arrive. The 3 remaining psychics on Gao Ming's side also breathed a sigh of relief and spoke to the girls. Stop fighting, stop fighting. How much does that man pay you per month? Why are you risking your life for him so hard? If he dies later, you can still choose to turn from evil to good, right? By then, with us protecting you, your life will surely be even more comfortable than it is now. The 3 men looked at the 6 women in front of them, their eyes filled with jealousy. I really don't know where that man found so many goddesses. Whether it is their appearance, temperament, or supernatural powers and combat power, they are all the best of the best. In bed and out of bed, it can bring people immense satisfaction. Just take one of them out, and their vanity will explode. After Jiang Ruoxue heard these words, the fluctuations of her supernatural power became more intense, and her cold and unparalleled temperament became even colder. It seemed as if the extreme cold outside was not as oppressive as the chill she exuded. Shut up! Chapter 211 Electromagnetic Interference. At this time, Jiang Ruoxue's supernatural power was running at full power, and instantly turned into an ice-blue lightning. The tip of the sword flashed with blue starlight, like a meteor, crossing the 3 battlefields. The speed was so fast that they had no time to react. Afterwards, a large number of sword marks appeared on the bodies of these 3 psychics. The damage caused by the sword mark itself is not actually that high, but the icy power it carries can freeze the skin and bones around the wound to death. And these positions happen to be their weaknesses. Severe pain came from all over the body, my limbs became stiff, and my breath became weak. Good opportunity! The women did not miss the attacking conditions that Jiang Ruoxue created for them. All kinds of superpowers surged out of his body, killing the 3 superpower users alive in the snow. Jiang Ruoxue was supporting herself on the ground with her sword at this moment, and she was exhausted. She was breathing heavily, and her originally ice-blue pupils returned to their normal appearance. The battle that lasted about 3 minutes had almost exhausted all her supernatural powers. This is why such a terrifying outcome was achieved. Just when the girls wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, several snow waves suddenly appeared in the vast snowfield in the distance. These snow waves are growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. They were speeding towards here, and this must be the armed team that Chu Yueshi observed. Lin Xia turned her head and said to the girls, "You guys just lost a lot of energy in the battle. Hurry up and absorb the energy in these people." The women nodded, and without further ado, they placed their hands on the psychics they had killed. The remaining supernatural powers in their bodies are being absorbed by them continuously. Logically speaking, the greatest benefit would be achieved by letting Lin Xia absorb these superpowers. After Lin Xia becomes stronger, they will absorb energy from him. But now is not the time to be humble, as the combat effectiveness of this unfamiliar team is still unclear. If you get hurt due to carelessness, it will not be worth it. Especially Jiang Ruoxue, her supernatural powers have basically been exhausted at this time, and I'm afraid any ordinary person can fight her for a few moves. Gao Ming, who had become blind, had a terrible guess in his mind after hearing Lin Xia's words. He said in disbelief, "You killed them all? Impossible! Absolutely impossible! This must be fake news you deliberately spread to disrupt me." Lin Xia was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with him. How could those few ugly guys be compared with Jiang Ruoxue and the others? The intensity of the bullet shot towards Gao Ming from space increased again. He wanted to see how long this old turtle shell could last. Chu Yueshi's drone was still hovering in the sky. At this time, she was in a villa far away, trying her best to help Lin Xia and her sisters. Although these military vehicles have adopted special encryption methods, even she cannot break through this firewall in a short time. However, this is not the only method available to deal with these weapons. Chu Yueshi is building a large electromagnetic interference field with the help of drones and bunkers. These few snowmobiles alone are not enough to compete with it. In this area, any advanced weapons will be ineffective. This will be a fatal blow to those laser weapons that may threaten Lin Xia and others. This is all Chu Yueshi can do now. "Lin Xia, I have blocked all electromagnetic signals in this area. Their advanced weapons will be ineffective. It's up to you now." Chapter 212 Arriving at the battlefield. After hearing the news from Chu Yueshi, Lin Xia happily gave a thumbs up to the sky. This help came at the right time. The psychics are still too weak in the face of mature high-tech weapons. Fortunately, Chu Yueshi's electromagnetic interference makes up for this. As we all know, when Fat Tiger and Nobita are fighting, if you don't help either of them, you are actually taking sides. Besides, just because they can't use high-tech weapons doesn't mean Lin Xia has no way to use them. Most of the weapons that he had stored in his space in advance did not require electromagnetic signals for guidance. They only needed to be aimed at the target and fired. This time, he won't hold back. "Report to the leader. From the Shanshui Manor forces, Gao Ming and his group are being surrounded and killed by an unknown force. Gao Ming is very likely to be at a disadvantage." One of Wang Kai's subordinates hurried to report the battlefield situation to him. Wang Kai hurriedly looked forward through the car window. A dark flame, mixed with a large amount of water vapor, continued to surge into the sky. This must be the special ability of Gao Ming mentioned in the information. This black flame has an extremely high temperature and can burn everything. In addition to not having a good means of long-range attack, both close combat and defense are quite tricky. But now, he is in a fierce battle with others, and the supernatural powers in his body are being consumed crazily. This is simply the perfect opportunity for the mantis to stalk the cicada while the oriole waits behind. Wang Kai's face showed shrewdness, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "I really didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. While they are fighting among themselves, their internal energy is being consumed. We can easily defeat both forces. Whether it's taking them for personal use or killing them and taking away their inner powers, both are good options. Add to that the incredibly strong bunker up ahead, and we're really going to be rich this time. After I digest this resource, who knows, the commander-in-chief of the Bay military base might be replaced by someone else. The more Wang Kai thought about it, the happier he became, as if the supreme throne was already waiting for him. The soldiers under his command also looked happy. The higher the boss climbs, the higher they can climb. Only when the boss makes progress can they make progress together. Target bunker entrance, full speed ahead. Yes, Commander. Wang Kai's face showed excitement, and also a hint of anxiety. Now he must get there quickly. If these people escape into the bunker, even he will have no good way to deal with it. As for whether these two parties would join forces to deal with him, he didn't care at all. In the face of absolute strength, any tricks will become ridiculous. He has more than 10 people with special abilities and a variety of advanced weapons, which are enough to easily defeat these two forces. I'm not afraid that they won't fight themselves, I'm just afraid that they'll run away first. After defeating these people, whether they live or die will just depend on your own decision. The smile on Wang Kai's lips became even more presumptuous. The distance was 2 or 3 kilometers, but thanks to the powerful horsepower of the snowmobile, they arrived at the battlefield in less than 2 minutes. The women had just absorbed the superpowers in these people's bodies and stood behind Lin Xia, looking solemnly at the armed convoy coming towards them. They have now increased the capacity of their internal superpowers, but their own superpower reserves have not yet fully recovered to match it. This is the time when they are most vulnerable. I just hope Lin Xia can deal with these people, otherwise even if they risk their lives, they will have to fight them. Chapter 213 Unlucky Gao Ming. Gao Ming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard the sound of a snowmobile engine nearby. He only has about 20% of his supernatural power left. If no one supports him, he will surely die. My helpers are here. You can't continue to be so arrogant. If you stop the attack, return the bunker to me. Maybe I can persuade them to spare your life. Wang Kai, who was sitting in the driver's seat, also heard what Gao Ming said and almost laughed out loud. Gao Ming's misunderstanding is too huge. I'm afraid he doesn't know that I am also the one who wants to kill him. But now, it's not impossible to play with them. Wang Kai pretended to be anxious and spoke to Lin Xia. I don't care who you are, just let go of our chairman Gao. Otherwise, the laser weapon behind our car will be activated. Even a person with superpowers is no match for it. Lin Xia continued to ignore Gao Ming and spoke to Wang Kai. Can you try starting it? Young man, I advise you not to be so angry. Don't think that just because you've been lucky enough to awaken your superpowers, you're invincible and the whole world has to revolve around you. The number of people with special abilities we have killed is beyond your imagination. You're unlucky to meet me today. After saying this, Wang gave his men a look. The subordinates understood the meaning immediately. The leader wanted to give the young man a warning and dampen his fighting spirit. Immediately afterwards, the high-tech weapons on each snowmobile were all aimed at Sub-Zero. Just as they were preparing to attack, they found that the crosshairs on the screen kept jumping and could not lock onto any target at all. These weapons have become decorations one after another. Report to the leader, this area is interfered with by strong electromagnetic signals, and these weapons cannot be used normally. The operator said in great confusion. What? Wang Kai's face was filled with anger. The boast he had just made was immediately contradicted by his subordinates. Lin Xia couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't even need to adjust the direction of the space gate for defense. This chuckle sounded extremely harsh to Wang Kai, and he said hatefully. Don't think you're invincible just because you have the ability to release electromagnetic interference. If I want to kill you, I have plenty of ways. The only possibility is that these weapons are ineffective. It is impossible that his men have colluded to betray him. Lin Xia said indifferently. Is it possible that this isn't supernatural power, but the power of science? Wang Kai, who was ridiculed, could no longer control his emotions. No one knows more about superpowers than me. Switch weapons and attack. His men immediately brought out machine guns, howitzers and other weapons, aiming them at Lin Xia. These traditional weapons are extremely reliable in various situations. These soldiers were not soft-hearted people and pressed the fire button directly. Fire snakes continued to spurt out from the muzzle, and bullets and artillery pounced on Lin Xia like a storm. It's a pity that this kind of attack is meaningless to Lin Xia. It cannot break through the defense formed by the space gate at all. Instead, it will become part of his power. These bullets shot at Lin Xia, after fine-tuning his space gate, all hit Gao Ming. Ah! A burst of shrill screams suddenly came from the thick smoke produced by the artillery attack. Wang Kai showed an arrogant expression and waved his hands to his men. Stop shooting! Chapter 2:14 Absorbing Superpowers. Wang Kai looked at the thick smoke in front of him and sneered. Faced with such powerful firepower, Lin Xia was so arrogant that he did not dodge and took the attack of these weapons alone. Even if these ammunition don't kill him, they will be enough to seriously injure him. His future destiny is left to him to control. Wang Kai looked at the smoke mixed with steam and gunpowder in front of him with a cat-like look, wondering if he could still face him as arrogantly as before. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a human silhouette half-crouching on the ground. The corners of Wang Kai's mouth curled up slightly. Just as he had guessed, the next step was the dog training session he was familiar with. When the smoke completely disappeared, the onlookers immediately widened their eyes. How is this possible? Lin Xia clapped her hands and stood up from the snow. There was not a single stain on her clothes. The fierce artillery fire just now seemed to have never appeared and did not cause him any harm at all. I really should thank you guys. If it weren't for your help, Gao Ming might have been able to hold on for a little longer. I wouldn't be able to absorb the superpowers in his body so easily. Lin Xia stretched gently. Every cell in his body was full of vitality, and the whole world seemed to become clearer in his eyes. The amount of superpowers in Gao Ming's body is extremely huge, accounting for half of the total superpowers in his body. This is the most superpowers he has ever absorbed. It was worth it for Gao Ming to work diligently and conscientiously during this period. Now, both the Doomsday bunker and the superpowers belonged to him. Lin Xia sensed it a little bit, and found that the total amount of superpowers in his body had skyrocketed to 67, and his whole body was full of strength. I wonder if I can break through the 100 mark after wiping out this team in front of me? Lin Xia looked at the people in front of her with full interest. A faint sense of pressure was released from his body. This is the natural hierarchical suppression of lower life forms by higher life forms. Wang Kai was now like a mouse seeing a cat, his body trembling with fear. This was the first time he had felt this way after years of fighting on the battlefield. Wang Kai took a deep breath, suppressed the strange feeling, and spoke in a timid tone. Stop playing tricks there! Even if you absorb the superpowers in his body, it won't improve your combat effectiveness in a short period of time. This period of time is when you are at your weakest. After I kill you, everything here will belong to me. Wang Kai snorted coldly and said disdainfully. If I'm not mistaken, your ability should be able to deflect the trajectory of bullets, so you were able to remain unscathed under that kind of fire suppression just now. And you used those ammunition to kill Gao Ming. Now that we know your special ability, the next thing will be much easier. The superpowers in our bodies haven't been consumed at all. A thick bolt of lightning appeared in his palm. The rest of the soldiers also awakened their special abilities and revealed bloodthirsty expressions. Before the end of the world, they roamed across battlefields around the world, and wherever they went was like hell on earth. How could the evil aura they carried be compared to that of ordinary people who have just awakened their superpowers? Wang Kai looked at his subordinates with a satisfied look on his face. They were already top-tier fighters, and with their awakened superpowers, they were practically living killing machines. No one has ever dared to act wildly in front of them. Chapter 2:15 Small Mushroom Cloud. After seeing this situation, Jiang Ruoxue and others couldn't help but feel worried. They had never fought with such a ferocious person before. The girls walked up to Lin Xia and spoke seriously. We still have some fighting power. Let's fight like we did just now. We will be responsible for holding off the other superpowers, and you will deal with the superpower leader. Lin Xia didn't care about anything else and directly reached out to hug Jiang Ruoxue's flexible waist. Jiang Ruoxue, who had been so serious just now, immediately blushed. Stop messing around, the battle is about to begin. I'll do the rest with you when we get home tonight, okay? Lin Xia kissed Jiang Ruoxue's cold and fairy-like face, then glanced at the elite soldiers in front of her, and said lightly. Dealing with this garbage is not as troublesome as you think. After hearing this, Wang Kai couldn't help but snorted coldly. Arrogant! Brothers, come on! I want to see if he can still be as stubborn as before when his death is imminent. After receiving the order from the leader, these people rushed over without saying a word. Such a group of ferocious guys, who manipulate supernatural powers, are really not something that ordinary forces can resist. At this moment, they were like a group of lions, ready to tear apart the prey in front of them, their eyes full of cruelty and bloodthirstiness. It's a pity that Lin Xia is not the weak Mianyang, but an opponent more terrifying than the lion. They hit a wall today. Lin Xia looked at these people with a fixed gaze, and the whole world seemed to slow down in his eyes, as if entering bullet time. The expressions on their faces seemed frozen. Every person, every step and every swing of the arm was predicted by Lin Xia's brain. He had already seen through the future movements of these people. An invisible door of space opened in front of these people. 3 cruise missiles, ready to launch, poked their heads out from inside, revealing their fangs. These 3 missiles blocked all their possible escape routes, and these people could only passively withstand the explosive attacks of these missiles. Whoosh! 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 The crisis alarms had just sounded in these people's minds, and they hadn't had time to react to what was happening. 3 small mushroom clouds rose up under their feet. Boom! A huge noise mixed with a strong air wave spread out in all directions. Faced with the sudden attack of hot weapons, these people were beaten to pieces on the spot. After all, how can carbon-based creatures compete with these thermal weapons? Not everyone has awakened spatial abilities like Lin Xia. However, if their level of evolution was higher and they were more prepared in advance, they might be able to withstand Lin Xia's ordinary attack. It's a pity that they have no chance now. Let's just pray for a good rebirth in the next life. At this moment, a flash of lightning shot out from the inside of the mushroom cloud and rushed to the military snowmobiles behind. Wang Kai was in tattered clothes and covered in blood, especially his right arm, which had been completely blown away. Fortunately, he could control his supernatural powers to transform himself into lightning and escape at an extremely fast speed. And at the time of the explosion, he barely escaped from the explosion at the cost of sacrificing several subordinates and an arm. When he thought of the horrific scene just now, he couldn't help but feel scared. If he had not been decisive enough, if he had not possessed special powers, he would probably have been reincarnated like his subordinates by now. The current lethality of thermal weapons is not something that a psychic of his level can contend with. Chapter 216 Hunting Down Wang Kai. Wang Kai looked at Lin Xia with eyes full of resentment. His team was completely wiped out in the attack just now. Even his own fighting power was greatly reduced. When he escapes back to the base, he must ask the commander to use tactical nuclear weapons to raze this place to the ground and completely destroy the bunker. He had never experienced such humiliation before. Xia, look over there, this person is trying to escape. Among all the people present, except Lin Xia, Selena has the strongest 5 senses. It's just that her strength is due to the different directions in which her supernatural powers enhance her abilities. The reason why Lin Xia's general is so powerful is purely due to the numerical weirdness. The superpowers contained in his body are at least 10 times more than Selena's, and the gap in strength between the two is getting bigger and bigger. I see, it's just a stray dog. Now wait and see how I deal with him. Lin Xia stepped forward, and the space gate opened a small opening at his side, revealing the handle of the alloy long sword. This alloy long sword is the one that has been strengthened by Qiao Nianyan's supernatural powers. With its sharpness, cutting a piece of steel is no more difficult than cutting butter with a hot knife. Lin Xia grasped the hilt and pulled the long sword out of the space. He raised his hand and made a beautiful knife flower, getting familiar with the texture of the long sword. Then, with a whoosh, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Lin Xia referred to the operation of Jiang Ruoxua's special ability and increased his speed to the extreme in an instant. Even Selena, who had the sharpest senses, could only see his blurry figure. The other girls had no idea where Lin Xia would appear at this moment. Is this the true strength of a high-energy mutant? Compared with them, it's like 2 different worlds. It's really horrible. They couldn't imagine how to fight against a strong man of this level. The physical strength alone is not something they can contend with. Judging from their current strength, I am too weak and I am afraid I can only be a drag on Lin Xia. It seems that they will need to work harder at night and improve themselves as quickly as possible. Fortunately, they didn't let others know about their inner complaints, otherwise they would have been so angry that they would have died. It's not enough to just awaken the superpowers, you also want to catch up with the cheaters. If they feel that they are weak, then what should they say to the corpses of the mutants lying on the ground? These people with special abilities have been struggling in the apocalypse for so long, but they couldn't even last 3 minutes in the hands of the women. They were easily killed by the women. Their deaths were truly unjust. As for Lin Xia, he is just a freak and there is no point in comparing him. It happened in the blink of an eye. Before Wang Kai could even recover, Lin Xia had already reached his side, raised his sword and prepared to chop him down. Who is it? After realizing that someone was attacking him, Wang Kai immediately turned into lightning and teleported to the side. Lin Xia's knife hit the air directly. However, this scene was within his expectations. If he could have been killed so easily, he wouldn't have been able to escape the explosion just now. Lin Xia immediately flashed and followed, continuing to chase Wang Kai. Killing him is just a matter of time. Chapter 217, Captured Loot. Although Wang Kai borrowed the power of lightning, his movement speed was extremely fast. Even Lin Xia found it difficult to keep up with him in a short period of time. But he was seriously injured after all, and it was inconvenient for him to use his supernatural powers. After several teleportations, Lin Xia seized the opportunity. His moving distance became shorter and shorter, and he couldn't even exceed Lin Xia's spatial perception range. In this case, the next thing becomes simple. The large caliber bullets in the space were fired accurately at his every move. If he was hit once, it would be all over. Lin Xia can make countless mistakes, but he can't make even one mistake. Wang Kai's fighting rhythm has been completely suppressed by Lin Xia. He is forced to run around in a hurry and unable to launch any effective counterattack. Certainly. Seriously injured and missing an arm, he really had no way to fight back. At this moment, Lin Xia was like a cat playing with a mouse, relaxed and comfortable. This was in stark contrast to Wang Kai, who was racing against time in front of him. Just then, Wang Kai, who was in a state of high tension, was accidentally scratched on the thigh by a bullet. His movements became distorted and he stood there in a daze for 1 second. Of course, Lin Xia did not miss this opportunity and stepped forward. The knife flashed a bright silver arc, and Wang Kai was easily killed by Lin Xia with one knife. His head fell to the snow, his eyes staring blankly at the sky. Not even a last word was uttered. Wang Kai is actually very strong. Possessing the power of thunder and lightning, he is extremely fast and can fight or escape as he pleases, making him naturally invincible. Even if he faced Gao Ming head-on, he would win more than he lost. Not to mention, he also brought so many subordinates with special abilities and various advanced weapons. It can easily wipe out a small or medium-sized force of psychics. Especially laser weapons, which are very powerful, and many times they don't need to fight the psychics themselves. They were originally designed to counter missiles and drones. Using it to fight against others is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Even people with superpowers will find it difficult to get any advantage from it. It's a pity that they had the bad luck to meet Lin Xia and wanted to kill him without knowing their own limitations. Every one of their means of attack was perfectly restrained by Lin Xia. In the end, they could only helplessly die here and become nutrients for Lin Xia to become stronger. When the women in the distance saw that the battle was over, they all rushed over. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Lin Xia was not injured. Fortunately, there was no harm. After these enemies are eliminated. Next, it's time to count the spoils. The military snowmobiles in front of us have not been affected by the aftermath of the war and are in a relatively perfect condition, at least 80% to 90% new. Lin Xia put them into the space with satisfaction. These are all good treasures. Although in terms of comfort, they are definitely not as comfortable as sitting in an air-cushioned craft. But their attack capabilities are also something that hovercraft do not have. Even those with superpowers would find it difficult to get away with these weapons. These high-end weapons embody Xia's technology. Even if other countries' main battle tanks arrive, they may not be able to stand a chance against these military snowmobiles. Besides, there is Chu Yueshi, a scientific research genius, at home, so the transformation is very simple. Apart from anything else, just letting these snowmobiles drive automatically and follow the hovercraft as weapon platforms is a good solution. If they meet any other hostile superpowers in the future, they won't even need to get off the hovercraft. By controlling these weapons, you can snipe them remotely. As for fuel, weapons, ammunition and so on, Lin Xia has no shortage of them at all. It can't be used up, it can never be used up. Chapter 218 Absorbing a large amount of superpowers. Then came the biggest gain of this foreign war. The superpowers in the bodies of these dead superpowers. Based on the principle of maximizing resource utilization, all the supernatural powers in their bodies will be absorbed by Lin Xia alone. Anyway, after Lin Xia absorbs these superpowers, he can still give them back to the women through other means. Whether from the perspective of resource utilization or actual experience, it is a win-win result. The girls even felt a little regretful now. If they had known earlier that this battle would be won so easily. Shouldn't they have absorbed the superpowers in those people's bodies just now? Wouldn't it have been better to leave them all for Lin Xia to absorb? Anyway, they can get this part of power back from Lin Xia. The more I think about it, the more upset I feel. It's such a huge loss. A chicken that lays golden eggs is far more important than the few eggs you have now. They wish Lin Xia would become as strong as possible so that they can get more and more benefits. The weapons and equipment just collected can only be regarded as appetizers. Next it's time for dinner. Lin Xia walked to the bodies of these people and absorbed all their supernatural powers into his own body. Wang Kai's supernatural powers are not so bad. After all, his body is still intact, so it is easier to absorb them. But the others are much more troublesome. They had already been blown to pieces by missiles. Fortunately, he is a psychic and his body has been strengthened by his superpowers. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably have been blown into balls of blood mist. Anything slightly larger cannot exist. Lin Xia looked at the body parts on the ground and became a little worried. Sometimes having too much attack power is not necessarily a good thing. Before he could even exert any strength, this group of people were already dead and miserable. A moment later, Lin Xia absorbed all the superpowers in these people's bodies. His body felt bloated and could no longer accommodate any superpowers. Even if he were given the supernatural power of another person, he would not be able to absorb it now. In layman's terms, he was just too full. This was the first time he absorbed supernatural powers and had this feeling. Is there a limit to the total amount of energy that can be absorbed every day? Today he had explored the background of the psychics. But think about it, Shanshui Manor and Bay Military Base are two considerable forces. One of the forces died, and the other suffered heavy losses. All these people's special abilities are concentrated in one person, so this result is reasonable. The number of mutants who died at their hands today can be said to be the largest number in history. Lin Xia closed his eyes and sensed the reserves of supernatural power in his body. At this time, the limit of superpower reserves has exceeded 100, reaching an astonishing 120 superpowers. It's equivalent to Lin Xia now, compared to when he just set out in the morning. The reserve of supernatural powers has doubled. In other words, Lin Xia indirectly killed more than 100 psychics. You know, many ordinary people know about death, but have never heard of any news about people with superpowers. This shows how rare people with special abilities are. They are simply the chosen ones of this doomsday. Their special abilities and evolved physical qualities allow them to thrive in such a harsh and extremely cold environment. Certainly, such ideal conditions are based on the possibility that they do not encounter any other hostile psychics. Chapter 219 New Changes in Superpowers. If we take into account the supernatural power reserves of Jiang Ruoxue and the other 6 girls, this number will be even more exaggerated. Fortunately, the city has a large enough population, with tens of millions of people, which is why so many people with special abilities can be born. If it were a small town, the number of people with special abilities here combined would probably not be even a fraction of what Lin Xia and the others had absorbed. However, as time goes by, more and more humans will adapt to this environment, and the number of awakened superpowers will increase. In the future, a large-scale battle between superpowers may occur, and there may be superpowers comparable to Lin Xia's level. In this cruel world, the winner takes all. If you want to survive in this apocalypse, you must become the strongest. This world has become a doomsday battlefield where the strong prey on the weak, and order may not be restored in the next decade or so. Fortunately, it's hard to say in other parts of the world, but it's within Haitian City. Lin Xia is the absolute king at this moment, and no one with special abilities can defeat him head-on. Lin Xia, who had closed her eyes to sense the supernatural power in her body, suddenly opened her eyes, and her joy was hard to conceal. He knew that after absorbing so many superpowers, how could he not awaken new skills? His spatial perception was the one he awakened after he destroyed the Pantheon and absorbed all the psychics there. This skill is of great help to him. It is invincible when used together with the space gate. I wonder what kind of surprises this new skill will bring him. Then, he directed the supernatural power in his body to run along a specific route, trying to use this skill. The powerful supernatural power in Lin Xia's body was now being consumed at an extremely fast rate. The superpowers of an ordinary psychic can only last for 1 second. Even if all of Lin Xia's supernatural powers were restored, they could only be used for 2 minutes. However, due to the huge amount of energy it consumes, the combat power improvement brought by this skill has also become enormous. Lin Xia, who was surrounded by the women, gradually faded in front of everyone's eyes, and finally disappeared completely from everyone's sight. Jiang Ruoxue and others immediately panicked. No matter which direction they looked, they could not see any trace of him. How could such a living person suddenly disappear? Lin Xia? Lin Xia, are you there? Selena also started to panic at this time. She had never felt as helpless as she did at this moment, since she came back from the battlefield. As the two most powerful fighters among the girls, they could not detect any trace of Lin Xia at all. I can't find Xia either. Is there another force nearby that we haven't noticed? It's all my fault. I let my guard down. When they thought of the most horrible ending, the girls could hardly hold back their tears welling up in their eyes. This world is so strange, and the powers of people with special abilities are so bizarre. They had finally found someone to rely on, but they didn't want to lose Lin Xia just like that. The situation was getting bigger and bigger and was about to get out of control. However, he only disappeared for a dozen seconds, but the women had such a serious reaction. Lin Xia had to come out of the void again and patted Selena's shoulder gently. Who? Selena's muscles tensed instantly, and she didn't even notice someone suddenly appeared beside her. Turning my head, I saw Lin Xia, who had just disappeared out of thin air. So he quickly hugged Lin Xia tightly, and completely wrapped his arms around Lin Xia in his arms. Xia, I almost thought I would never see you again. Chapter 220 Mission completed. Go home. Lin Xia didn't expect that he had just briefly tested his newly acquired supernatural powers, but it would cause such a violent reaction from the girls. This shows how important my position is in their hearts. Don't worry, I'm fine. I just absorbed so much superpowers, and suddenly I awakened a new way to use them. Consume the energy in my body and take me directly into a higher dimensional space. As long as I use this skill, no one should be able to hurt me. Of course, this is based on the fact that other people with special abilities do not have the ability to interfere with higher dimensional spaces. Finally, after listening to Lin Xia introduce his new skills, the girls' eyes lit up in amazement. No wonder they didn't notice where Lin Xia had gone just now. They thought he had been ambushed and assassinated by someone because of his aura. Great! With this ability, the possibility of you encountering life-threatening situations will be greatly reduced. Yes, and it can also bypass the death perception of psychics. This is simply a killer weapon against those high-level psychics. For the girls, Lin Xia has become stronger and more powerful, and they are fortunate to have that as well. We are all one family and will only be happy for each other's progress and growth. The stronger their collective becomes, the better they will be able to survive in this cruel doomsday. Seeing the girls so excited, Lin Xia couldn't help but pour a bucket of cold water on them. Although this new skill is powerful, it consumes a huge amount of energy. Even if my supernatural powers are restored to their full potential, I can only enter that high dimension for about 2 minutes. It can only be used as a trump card skill. It should be difficult to use it in normal times. The women, however, looked indifferent. Having a sword but not using it, and having no sword to use are two different things. It's already very powerful, and it's also the most important life-saving skill. You are the pillar of our family. If you don't pay attention to your own safety and put yourself in danger, we have no confidence in surviving this cruel apocalypse. That's right, that's right. As long as everyone is well, that's more important than anything else. We will become more and more powerful in the future, and we can help you too. The women surrounded Lin Xia and tried to persuade him earnestly. Anyway, there is no shortage of means of attack now, and it is good to have more life-saving skills. Lin Xia's safety is the most important. Lin Xia thought about it, and realized that this was indeed the case. He was just thinking too much. Becoming stronger is a gradual process. There is no need to rush to achieve it all at once. As long as he is stronger than everyone else, and they can't threaten his and the women's safety, that's enough. Besides, this skill still has a lot of room for development. If used well, it might even be able to confront nuclear bombs head-on. Lin Xia hugged Selena in her arms and kissed her cheek gently. Today's mission is successfully completed. Let's go home together. Okay. Let's go home. We want to have a big meal at noon today. Of course, we may not have anything else at home, but we definitely have enough food. Lin Xia summoned the hovercraft out from the space again. Amidst laughter and joy, everyone boarded the boat and headed towards home. Chapter 221 Xia Minglan in Danger. Noon. Lin Xia drove the hovercraft and carried the girls back to the neighborhood. The clouds in the sky seemed to be slowly becoming thinner. Especially at noon, when the sun is at its hottest. Between the buildings, you can even clearly see their shadows cast on the snow. This kind of scene is almost impossible to see in the month after the end of the world. In the past, being able to see the vague outline of the sun through the clouds was considered good weather. At this rate of development, I believe that after some time, the sun will be able to reappear in people's eyes. It's a pity that the appearance of the sun does not mean the end of the world. According to the data obtained by Chu Yueshi, the main reason for the sudden drop in temperature on the blue planet is that the sun's vitality has weakened, and the heat radiation reaching the blue planet has also weakened. Even if the clouds dissipate, the surface temperature will not rise much. The reason why the sun undergoes such drastic changes remains a mystery to this day. It is unknown whether it is a natural phenomenon or there is a more advanced civilization controlling all this. I wonder if with the continuous development of blue star civilization, we can find out the root cause of this extreme cold apocalypse. Lin Xia looked at the tall buildings blocking the sun and the faint shadows they cast on the snow, and her thoughts began to fly. Lin Xia, look at those people in that direction. Are they Xia Minglan and the others? Jiang Ruoxue sat in the passenger seat, looking out the window at the street where two groups of people were confronting each other. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia also looked over there. At this time, the hovercraft was driving to an intersection. If they went straight for a distance, they could go home. To the northeast of this intersection, there seemed to be a lot of people gathered in the distance, about 2 kilometers away from them. If they were not psychics, it would be difficult to see these two groups of people. The women on the boat also looked in the direction Jiang Ruoxue pointed. Selena had the best eyesight, and she had already figured out the identities of those people. The clothes they were wearing and the vehicles parked on the snow were indeed given to Xia Minglan and others a few days ago. However, their situation at this time seems a little bad. The two parties are in a tense standoff. Xia Minglan and her sisters huddled together, holding guns in their hands and pointing them at the group in front. Although they seem to have a large number of people and good equipment, they are actually at a disadvantage. The other group of people scattered and surrounded them. Although there are not many people, the aura is very strong. It looked like a group of thugs had cornered a pretty girl in an alley. It was obvious that Xia Minglan and her team encountered trouble while collecting supplies around them. No matter what, these people are still the subordinates of the women. You can't just watch them being bullied right under your nose, right? It was really unexpected that he had just finished thinking about the changes in the Doomsday environment. Then we met some people who came out to search for supplies. Human life is really tenacious. Even in extreme environments of minus 70 degrees Celsius, they will slowly adapt. I hope these people in front of me can pass my cruel test later. Lin Xia sneered and turned the steering wheel. The hovercraft immediately switched from autonomous driving to active driving. Chapter 222, The Troublesome Psychic. Run, keep running, weren't you able to run just now? Are those pokers in your hands? Why don't you dare to shoot? How about I give you a different gun? The people who surrounded Xian Minglan suddenly let out a very obscene laugh. I didn't expect to meet so many stunning beauties on my first day out of the community. Pick any one you want, and they're all prettier than the crooked, cracked melons and dates you've been playing with for a month. It seems that I really have the template of the protagonist. In this extreme cold apocalypse, I not only successfully awakened my superpowers, but also conquered many of my followers. And I can meet so many gorgeous women right after I leave the house. God has really been kind to me. I advise you to surrender as soon as possible and join my harem. I guarantee you will have a good life in the future. The tattooed young man in the lead looked up and down at Xian Minglan and the others with an evil expression. At this moment, he even felt a little regretful. If he had known that the world outside was so beautiful, why did he stay in the community for so long? If the supplies in the community hadn't been almost used up, and if the weather hadn't been nice today, he would not take his younger brothers on their first attempt to leave the complex. I thought the world outside would be more cruel and ruthless, and it wouldn't be as comfortable as being the emperor in the community. But unexpectedly, after he left the protective umbrella of the community, he found that it was not raining outside at all. Not only can you collect a lot of supplies outside, but you can also meet so many high-quality top beauties to fill your harem. He was indeed the protagonist, and he had already seen the future plots countless times in the novel. When awake, he holds the power of the world. When drunk, he sleeps on the lap of a beauty. Just thinking about those days makes me feel so happy that I am bubbling. Seeing that their encirclement was getting tighter and tighter, Xian Minglan and others became more and more panicked. If they had known this would happen, they would not have gone to an area so far away from the community to collect supplies. As a result, they accidentally offended such a group of people and put Bai Bai and her sisters in danger. As for why they didn't dare to shoot, it was because the tattooed young man leading the group was a person with special abilities. If he was an ordinary psychic, it would be fine. She and so many sisters were holding guns, so they might be able to fight. But the supernatural power that this person possesses can actually bounce bullets back. Every bullet they fired would be reflected by him, and used to attack her sisters. This ability made him like a hedgehog, completely suppressing their means of attack, leaving them with no way to attack. There is no better way out at this point, they can only choose to give it one last try. As long as I can escape to Lin Xia's community, I won't have to be afraid of these people in front of me anymore. The firepower controlled by Lin Xia's Safehouse alone is enough to easily wipe out these people. Xian Minglan can only pray now. These people will relax their vigilance against them because they underestimate the enemy. Casualties are inevitable. I just hope more sisters can escape. Xian Minglan made a gesture to the girls with her hands behind her back. This was something they had discussed in advance before they set off. The purpose is to transmit information in situations where it is inconvenient to communicate. The meaning of her gesture was to give it a try and escape in all directions. Just as she was about to act as bait to attract the fire of the people in front of her, a wave of snow, like a giant dragon, flew over from afar. Chapter 223 The Confidence of the Protagonist. Holy shit! What's that thing coming over there? Why does it seem like it's coming this way? The tattooed young man in the lead was the only person with superpowers in the entire place. The sharpness of his 5 senses is incomparable to the ordinary people around him. The younger brothers who surrounded the girls also looked in the direction indicated by the boss. There was a vehicle in the distance, rushing towards them at full speed. When everyone saw this situation, they looked at their boss with some uneasiness, not knowing how to deal with this sudden third-party intervention. After all, this group of beauties in front of them were already their prey, and they didn't take them seriously at all. Catching them is like a cat playing with mouse, it's just a matter of time. As for the upcoming third force, their background is unclear and we don't know whether they are friend or foe. Judging from the current situation, The strength of this group of people is not comparable to that of the dozen or so weak women in front of them, so they need to treat them with caution. Xia Minglan and others also turned their heads and saw the snow wave that was growing bigger and bigger. They knew very well that this was the effect that could only be produced when Lin Xia was driving the hovercraft at full speed. They are saved. Xia Minglan then gave her sisters a subtle look. The girls understood immediately, and still maintained the same frightened look as before. They don't want to cause unnecessary trouble by doing something weird. After all, the tattooed young man is a person with special abilities. If he attacks with all his strength, ordinary people like them will not be able to resist him. The most taboo thing during a battle is to open champagne at halftime, as they don't want any of their sisters to get into trouble. Just wait a little longer, everything will be fine as long as Lin Xia comes. Although they still look timid and fearful at this moment. But deep down, I've calmed down. Is this what it feels like to have someone to rely on? It's so blissful and safe. It only took a moment for the women to go from hell to heaven. Life's ups and downs happen so fast. A younger brother next to the tattooed young man with superpowers suddenly thought of something and immediately looked at his boss excitedly. Boss, I understand everything. As the protagonist, you will definitely have opportunities coming your way. The group of people coming over there are probably your subordinates who have sensed your domineering aura and come here specifically to submit to you. Or maybe it's little Karami who sent us food because we were short of weapons and equipment. The tattooed young man's body trembled. He thought briefly about the experiences and plots of the protagonists in the novels he had read. I found that there is no difference from what I just said. He nodded in approval at this moment, and said calmly and confidently, You guessed right. This is indeed what a protagonist like me should experience. Leave a few people to keep an eye on these beauties in my harem. The rest of you, follow me to take over our new equipment. The tattooed young man waved his hand, and his younger brothers immediately followed him, like stars surrounding the moon. They were now a little further away from Xia Minglan and the others, waiting patiently for the arrival of his new equipment and his younger brothers. The tattooed young man was both excited and regretful at this moment. If he had known this, he should have left the community earlier. If we don't get out of there, we won't be able to advance the plot and a lot of time will be wasted. The women and weapons and equipment have been outside, waiting for his arrival. Chapter 224, Dream Shattered. Just as the tattooed young man was happily imagining the future, the speeding hovercraft also came right in front of him. Lin Xia didn't care what he was fantasizing about, and just made a beautiful drift. The hovercraft, carrying a surge of air currents and ice crystals, swung the group of people all over. The damage is not high, but it is extremely insulting. They were quite self-aware and knew that they had to stand up alone and prepare to die. As a person with special abilities, the tattooed young man possesses extremely strong physique and nerve reaction speed. When he realized that something was wrong with the situation, he immediately dodged the attack of the hovercraft. He did not let the ice crystals stirred up by the airflow fall on his body. As for the younger brothers beside him, they were in a miserable situation. They had to face the strong airflow under the apron of the hovercraft. Many people were blown off their horses and fell into the snow. The tattooed young man was furious when he saw this scene and roared at the hovercraft. You're really looking for death? Is this the attitude you show when you surrender to me? Without my protection, how will you survive in this extremely cold apocalypse? Before he could finish his words, a hand appeared out of thin air in front of him. The tattooed young man was controlled by Lin Xia before he could react. A hand like an iron clamp tightly gripped his neck. Lin Xia lifted the tattooed young man off the ground as easily as picking up a chick. His face flushed red and he twisted his limbs frantically, trying to escape from his current predicament. But no matter how he struggled, he could not escape Lin Xia's simple and brutal attack. Lin Xia's eyes, which were devoid of any emotion, filled him with fear. He is obviously also a person with superpowers, but why is he as powerless in front of this man as an ordinary person? As for his supernatural powers that he was so proud of, they were of no help at all now. The once talented boy is now about to fall. As for the younger brothers around him, they were still lying in the snow. They didn't even have time to stand up. They rubbed their eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. Is this still their omnipotent and invincible boss? How could he be in such a mess? The world outside is too dangerous. How can any random group of forces have such powerful strength? Even those with special abilities have become little Karami, so what are ordinary people like them? Ants? The worldview of these little brothers collapsed. When Xia Minglan and her sisters saw Lin Xia appear, they immediately felt reassured. And that disgusting psychic has been captured by Lin Xia at this time. In this case, they don't need to be afraid of anything anymore. Xia Minglan then spoke to the sisters around her. Shot! Send these beasts to death! The women then raised their guns in unison and aimed at the people around them. Duh! Without the protection of the tattooed young man, a person with special abilities, ordinary people have no room to resist guns and hot weapons. In such a doomsday, the hearts of Xia Minglan and others had already turned cold. If they were not lucky enough to meet Lin Xia today. So you can easily guess how these people will treat them. It would definitely be much more cruel than shooting them now. They gave these people a quick death, which was considered merciful. Seeing this scene, Lin Xia nodded with satisfaction. These women performed quite well. Very united and courageous. Chapter 225. Xia Minglan wants to become stronger. In that case, he couldn't fall behind these women. Lin Xia then exerted force with his right arm, and the tattooed young man's larynx was crushed by his brute force. His limbs immediately went limp and he could no longer struggle. The psychic who had just made Xia Minglan and others unable to escape died so easily at the hands of Lin Xia. A supernatural power was transferred from his body to Lin Xia. Now he was truly dead. Until the death of this psychic, Lin Xia still had no idea what the psychic power he had awakened was. However, judging by the total amount of superpowers he just absorbed, he should be a superpower user who has just awakened. Lin Xia hadn't met a psychic as weak as him for a long time. After absorbing the supernatural power in his body, Lin Xia threw the corpse aside. This person was too weak, and he was not allowed to fight to his heart's content. After dealing with this, the weakest psychic I have ever encountered, Lin Xia turned her head and said to Xia Minglan and others, After you return from outside, I will give you some new weapons and equipment. With these weapons, we can easily take out a rubbish mutant like the one just now. Your current weapons and equipment are still a bit too simple and weak. If you encounter someone with special powers that have awakened, it will indeed be more troublesome for you to deal with them. Before Lin Xia returned from the bunker, he did some research on the weapons and equipment issued to ordinary soldiers at the Baiyi military base. It was discovered that these weapons and equipment do have certain merits. It is especially effective against various types of people with special abilities. The various coordinations between each of their weapons and equipment, as well as different types of plans formulated for different types of people with special abilities. It is enough for ordinary soldiers to suppress most of the psychics without getting hurt. If the number of soldiers and their weapons and equipment were upgraded to a higher level, they would be able to fight even against stronger psychics. It's a pity that neither he nor the women are likely to use these weapons and equipment. In that case, let's just pack it all up and hand it over to Xia Minglan and the others. In the eyes of others, these are powerful and magical weapons and equipment. But in Lin Xia's eyes, it was just a pile of dispensable garbage. After hearing this, Xia Minglan looked at Lin Xia with gratitude. If these weapons are really as magical as he described, then they wouldn't be so passive today. As the extreme cold doomsday lasts longer, the probability of them encountering people with special abilities when they go out is also increasing. Therefore, she needs more strength to protect everyone. Xia Minglan bit her lip and made a decision in her heart. Thank you, Master Lin Xia, for saving us just now. Otherwise, we sisters would be in danger today. Besides the weapons and equipment you will give us later, we will be extremely grateful to you. It's just that in this apocalypse, the advantages possessed by those with special abilities are difficult for ordinary people to contend with. If possible, I hope Master Lin Xia can teach me how to awaken and become a superpower. For this, I am willing to bear any price. After saying that, Xia Minglan knelt on one knee. The delicate and charming face looked up at Lin Xia. Chapter 226. Embarrassed Lin Xia. Why can you have magical powers just by becoming a superpower? They can control and play with the fate of ordinary people with impunity. Xia Minglan didn't want herself or her sisters to experience the crises and difficulties of the past and today again. At the same time, she also didn't want to live under Lin Xia's wings forever and accept their protection with peace of mind. She also wanted to stand with Lin Xia and others, face this extreme cold doomsday together, and become their help. Xia Minglan has never been a weak little girl, she has her own pride. Lin Xia looked at her determined face and felt a little embarrassed for a moment. There is a way to help her awaken her superpowers. But this process is really... Cough, cough. Very good, very energetic. You can talk to Jiang Ruoxue and the others about this matter. Their decision is my decision. After saying this, Lin Xia took a step back and disappeared into the void. Just like that, he disappeared from the sight of Xia Minglan and the others. Then the hovercraft swung its tail and quickly sailed away from here. It seems like he is trying to escape in a panic. No matter what, Lin Xia shouldn't be the one to speak about this kind of thing. Otherwise, what kind of person would he be? He's not some lecherous devil. Since this team has been handed over to Jiang Ruoxue and others for management, then this matter can be handed over to them as well. Whether they agree or refuse. Lin Xia didn't care. The 8 beauties and his family already made him very satisfied. After returning home, Lin Xia told the girls the story that had just happened between her and Xia Minglan. The 8 top beauties looked at Lin Xia with a teasing look on their faces. She laughed so hard that she fell backwards and her body was shaking. This absolutely beautiful scene is definitely better than the 7 fairies in the heavenly palace. But at this time, Lin Xia was so angry at their ridicule that she wanted to kill them on the spot. Laugh, laugh, laugh. Just laugh. Anyway, I don't care about this matter anymore. You can handle it yourselves. Let's see how you explain it to others when the time comes. As the big sister among the girls, Jiang Ruoxue winked at Lin Xia playfully. Don't worry, I understand what you mean. Just let me take care of this matter. I promise to make our master Lin Xia comfortable and happy. Lin Xia was speechless after hearing these obviously ambiguous words. But he was too lazy to explain anything. They are an old married couple, there is no point in saying these things. They always manage to cleverly misinterpret their meanings. Forget it, forget it. Let them be. As long as the girls are happy. Overall, today's operation was very successful. Everyone was busy for almost the entire day and hadn't had a good meal. Now is a good time to have a celebratory dinner. All the well-known large forces around have basically been wiped out by Lin Xia. Then look further into the distance. These are the White Knight military base and the Ark Alliance in the neighboring city. These 2 major forces need to be dealt with properly. We need to study it later and decide which group of forces should be the next target. The battle for Doomsday has always been like this. If you don't progress and develop, sooner or later, a more powerful force will come and use you as a stepping stone. Chapter 227 New Weapons and Equipment. After eating and drinking, Lin Xia lay on the sofa, enjoying the girls' outfits. Several charming and beautiful goddesses with different temperaments. They all gathered around him and tried their best to please him. However, when Xia Minglan and others from next door came back from outside, Jiang Ruoxue pulled Xu Xinglan away and spoke to Lin Xia and others. You guys go ahead and do your work, we'll go deliver the weapons and equipment over there. Lin Xia leaned on the sofa, closed her eyes and nodded. And the weapons seized in the space were placed in the basement. Jiang Ruoxue and her friends only need to push the electric cart to deliver these weapons there. Xu Xinglan's job is to explain. Among all the people present, no one knows these weapons and equipment better than her. The 2 of them then went together to bring warmth to Xia Minglan and the others. Of course, this is just a plan on the surface. Behind the scenes, Jiang Ruoxue wants to discuss with Xia Minglan and others how to become a superpower. We will all be good sisters in the future. It's not possible that one side is almost full from eating while the other side hasn't eaten a single bite. Unity is strength. Only if we unite together can we go further in this doomsday. The above is the basic procedure for using these weapons. Only 5 people are needed to operate these weapons to deal with most newly awakened psychics. If the enemy psychic is too powerful, we can add more personnel to achieve a better suppression effect. I'll send you the detailed instructional content and the precautions when using weapons later. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me later. Chu Xinglan was in the villa next to Lin Xia at this time, carefully explaining to the girls how to use these weapons. Xia Minglan in the living room was wearing glasses and holding a notebook. He looks like he is concentrating on studying, and his temperament is very intellectual and gentle. You can tell at first glance that he is a highly educated person. And her sisters are not much different from her. Everyone was concentrating and listening very carefully. If they could master these weapons as soon as possible, they would not be so passive in the battle with the psychics. Take the example of the person with special abilities they met this morning. As long as 5 of them were equipped with these weapons, they could easily take him down. It won't be like before at all. More than 10 of them were chased away by a newly awakened mutant. Of course, there is a reason why these weapons can produce such amazing effects. After all, they are the crystallization of the combat power of a large military base. Their research on weapons and superpowers is ahead of most people. That is why their weapons, equipment, and combat systems appear so powerful. However, Xia Minglan then thought of another detail, and became even more respectful of Lin Xia and the others. Because these weapons are obviously nothing in Lin Xia's eyes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have just given all these spoils to them for use. This means that Lin Xia has stronger weapons and equipment, as well as more powerful superpowers. The so-called military base is nothing more than a larger grasshopper in their eyes. There are also differences in strength between different forces. Lin Xia is undoubtedly the strongest person in this area. They are really lucky to be able to survive in such a place. Chapter 228 Awakening Potion. Just as the girls were still digesting Chu Xinglan's lecture, Jiang Ruoxue has come to Xia Minglan's side. She took out a tube of special awakening potion and spoke to her with a smile on her face. Don't you want to become a mutant? After drinking it, there is a certain probability that you will awaken the superpowers in your body and become a superpower user. It's a pity that we're not too rich in this kind of medicine here, and the daily output is fixed. Even this bottle was bought with our savings. You can use it to test the effect first. Maybe you can successfully awaken your superpowers in one try. Xia Minglan's face was full of disbelief, and she took the bottle of awakening potion with trembling hands. She didn't expect that the thing she had been thinking about for so long could be obtained in such a simple way. Jiang Ruoxue and the others are so nice to me. She will definitely find a way to repay this favor in the future. No matter what the cost, she has no regrets. People with special abilities and ordinary people are from 2 completely different worlds. And now, the key to becoming a superpower is in her hand. The sisters besides Xia Minglan also gathered around. Everyone gathered together, wanting to see what kind of magic this bottle of awakening potion contained. Xia Minglan still couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. She looked at Jiang Ruoxue with an unconfident look on her face. Sister Jiang, is it really okay for you to give me such an important awakening potion without paying any price? I imagine the process of making this rare potion must have been extremely difficult. Jiang Ruoxue and Chu Xinglan looked at each other awkwardly. They didn't know how to explain to Xia Minglan the source of this bottle of awakening potion. Rare is indeed rare. As for the difficulties, they are not sure how to say it. I can only say that this process is both happy and painful. Jiang Ruoxue hurried forward and laughed it off to prevent Xia Minglan from further delving into the issue. You should try this awakening potion first. See if it suits your taste. Is it to your taste? Xia Minglan looked at the bottle of awakening potion with some confusion, her expression full of bewilderment. For an awakening potion like this, isn't the most important thing to focus on its therapeutic effect? As for the taste issue, it should be the most insignificant part of it. As long as I can become a person with special abilities, I can protect everyone from being harmed. Then no matter how much suffering she has to endure, she will be willing to do it. Jiang Ruoxue looked at her face, which was first confused, and then became determined. He coughed lightly, feeling a little embarrassed. Well, if there's no problem, you can try it now. Perhaps you two are well matched and can awaken your powers at once? Good. Xia Minglan is not a person who would hesitate. He unscrewed the lid quickly and drank the awakening potion. The slender, white neck like jade kept beating. Chu Xinglan looked at Xian Minglan with curiosity, wanting very much to crack the secret of becoming a superpower. Although she had gone through the same process yesterday. However, collecting more reliable sample data can enable her research topic to make good progress. After drinking the medicine, Xian Minglan smacked her lips, looking a little unsatisfied. Jiang Ruoxue and Chu Xinglan asked hurriedly, "How is it? Any special feelings?"